Your father is the unparalleled heavenly emperor of ancient times. Your mother is also an immortal emperor of the immortal clan. And you have a sword fairy sister with extraordinary swordsmanship to support you. You are the prince of the demon realm, and also the only heir. But you, with such an extraordinary background, are an irresponsible lover, pursuing the righteous female lead. Whether it's heavenly treasures or elixirs, they are all presented to her, but she turns around and gives these things to the male lead. Instead of being grateful, she conspires with the male lead to take your chaotic demon eyes. You have never doubted the female lead, always believing in the principle of sincerity for sincerity. But in the end, all you got was her saying, "I'm sorry, I don't love you." Just now, Lin Yi, in the moment of regaining consciousness, only felt a splitting headache and couldn't help but reach out to rub his temples. Last night, he stayed up all night reading novels, and the next day when he went to class, he was walking in a daze, and then the evil mud truck came head-on. Judging by the severity of this headache, it must be at least a mild concussion, and he has already thought of the Passat model. Young master, although the Holy Lord has forbidden you to go to the Qingyun sect, it is also for your own good. The saintess of the Qingyun sect is not worth your efforts at all. Whose voice was that just now? Lin Yi followed the sound and looked around, then widened his eyes and stood frozen in place. The scene of the hospital room he had expected did not appear. Instead, what replaced it was a building filled with rich ancient charm, golden silk curtains, ancient wooden floors, and a black-clothed woman kneeling not far away. The woman was staring at herself nervously, wearing a black long dress that extended to the wooden floor. Under the hem of the dress were two delicate and fair jade legs, unadorned and flawless, resembling a piece of art that constantly stimulated his visual nerves with its unconventional beauty, especially her face, which seemed to be perfectly in line with human aesthetic standards, exquisitely beautiful, full of girlish charm with a hint of desire. But this is not the only reason that made him stunned. The most important thing is, where is this? Then, a huge memory flooded into his mind. As the memories slowly merged, Lin Yi's eyes gradually became clear. I have crossed over, and coincidentally, I have crossed over to the world of the ensemble novel I stayed up all night reading last night. Multiple protagonists, a small world, multiple antagonists. Truly, the despicable plot is stable when executed. In this mysterious fantasy world, the law of the jungle prevails, with the strong enduring forever and the weak being like weeds, holding the power of the Tao, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation. These seemingly impossible things become possible in the face of absolute strength. However, Lin Yi is not worried about these things for the time being, because he was born under a lucky star, or rather, he was born into a good situation. The ancients did not deceive me, for time travelers are either orphaned or born to royal parents. Such a wonderful beginning. Wait a minute. Lin Yi's smile quickly froze, because he remembered that in the original plot, he seemed to have received a lunchbox very early on, and his death also brought the plot to a climax, directly turning all members of the Celestial clan into antagonistic bosses. And all of this started with the first female lead of the story. As the prince of the Celestial clan, he rejected many sincere imperial goddesses who cared for him, but instead, like the protagonist, he acted foolishly and pursued some righteous female lead, only to receive a response from the female lead saying, "I'm sorry, I don't love you," along with a dagger plunged into his chest. As for why Lin Yi liked the female lead, the author's explanation was love at first sight, simply treating the reader's minds as empty air. Of course, there is also good news. That is, the current timeline, Lin Yi has not reached the level of groveling to the female lead yet, so he still has some time before he has to lead the boxed meal. But now that he has crossed over, those original plots are no longer possible, so it is impossible to make him lead the boxed meal. Antagonist binding system is connecting. Connection successful. It seemed to be in response to Lin Yi. The voice of the most anticipated system also rang in his mind. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. What is the cheat you gave me? System? Lin Yi asked directly. Information about the system also appeared directly in his mind, and after a simple check, Lin Yi roughly understood the function of the system. In general, he can bind people with the fate of the antagonist and then receive feedback rewards. But there are also restrictions, which is that the intimacy between the other party and himself must reach a very high value. There is also a beginner's gift package. System, newbie gift pack. Do you want to open it? Open. Congratulations on obtaining the True Injury Path. Tao of True Injury. The host can ignore the heavenly Tao's shelter and kill the son or daughter of heaven's destiny at will, without the backlash of Qi, and the host's injuries are full true injury, ignoring the refuge of Qi, killing heavenly destinies at will. Good. So play it right? System, I recognize you. It made sense. As a traveler, he couldn't still be restricted by the heavenly Tao's Qi in turn, could he? Can't just kill these protagonists? Absolutely non-existent. Travelers, that's the kind of script you should get. Young lord, what happened to you? Hearing this voice, which was clearly tinged with panic, Su Chang'an returned to his senses. He almost forgot that he wasn't the only one inside the dragon carriage right now. There was also his consort, a peak transition realm powerhouse, Zi Qingyin. Su Chang'an's perception of her was very good, because in the original setting, she was absolutely loyal to Su Chang'an. Zi Qingyin was an orphan that his mother had adopted from a young age and used to serve Su Chang'an as a personal maid, while also considering the fact that Su Chang'an would need to have people around him that he could trust after inheriting the Celestial clan in the future. When Su Chang'an was lying dying in the secret realm after being stabbed by the female lead, Zi Qingyin but did not hesitate to cast the secret art of reincarnation, trying to use her own life as a price to try to save him. In her words, she exists for this moment. Of course, she failed. After Su Chang'an's death, she recast her Taoist heart and transformed into a supreme demon, torturing all the male and female protagonists related to Su Chang'an's death to death in a cruel manner. The rest of his life was also spent searching for a way to be able to resurrect Su Chang'an. In the end, she was besieged by many righteous sects because the way she tried was too crazy. She was released and died. Su Chang'an knew that in the midst of the deceitful metaphysical world, it was very rare to have someone like Zi Qingyin who was completely loyal to him. I'm fine. Don't worry, Su Chang'an said softly in a comforting voice. Zi Qingyin seemed to still be a bit uneasy and continued to be concerned. Young lord, you just said damn mud trucks. What do mud trucks refer to? Since it deserves to die. When young lord returns to the heavenly clan, Qingyin will go kill it. Su Chang'an looked at Zi Qingyin, who was serious about killing the mud truck, and couldn't help but laugh lowly. The current Zi Qingyin is actually that cute? It's nothing like the future blacked out version of her. Right now, on the systems panel, there were still vacant positions for bound villains, and wasn't the purple clear voice in front of her the most suitable candidate? Binding conditions are extremely demanding in terms of loyalty. However, Su Chang'an believed that even if the request was higher, Zi Qingyin would be able to fulfill it. System, bind purple clear voice. Fit being tested. The fit is as required. Ask the host to make any physical contact with the bound target to complete the binding. Still need physical contact? Okay, Kion, come here. Su Chang'an beckoned to Zi Qingyin, who obediently stood up and walked over after answering yes. Hold out your hand. Zi Qingyin didn't ask anything and obediently stretched out her hands, palms facing upwards, and held them flat in front of Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an gently held it. It was soft and silky to the touch, with a hint of coolness. He could clearly feel Zi Qingyin's hand involuntarily trembling the moment he held it, but it immediately returned to normal. Name Zi Qingyin. Fate, Supreme Demon. Cultivation level, Peak of Transition Realm. Root and Bone, 9, can be molded to improve again. Charisma, 10. Chakra, -10. How is this not just another destiny? Hidden attribute, Blackening, a second form that will only be inspired because of the host. Verdict, full of the host's maid. The host is the world to her. Expect the host to give up the righteous heroine soon and revive the glory of the villain. What do you mean? Since he had traveled here, the original plot was absolutely impossible. The heroine certainly won't survive a bit. P.S. Realm settings, refining chi. Foundation building, Dan formation, Yuaning, divine emptiness, transforming into a deity, Dongxian, merging, reincarnation, Mahayana, and transmigration. The battles don't fall apart and the protagonist is invincible throughout. Chapter 2, where the young lord goes. Who dares to stop him in the heavens and the worlds? The host has successfully bound purple clear sound and gained feedback. The Hongmeng Heart Sutra. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, the first heart of the beginning of the great Tao. The heart of the Tao of all things do not invade. The sky is difficult to bury. The earth is difficult to extinguish. All beings are difficult to touch. To achieve perfection can be certified to the Tao of Hongmeng. The first book of the heart of the great way of the beginning? The name alone tells you it's awesome. As the system's beeps fell, the contents of the Hongmeng Heart Sutra appeared out of nowhere in Su Chang'an's memory, as if it was a companion heart technique that he was born with. Su Chang'an directly sat down on his knees and began to run the Hongmeng Heart Sutra in his mind. In an instant, a dense Tao rhythm enveloped it. Some surprise surfaced in Zi Qingyin's cool eyes. Ordinary operation of spiritual energy can draw out so many Tao rhythms? Returning to her senses, she waved her hand and set up a boundary around her to prevent Su Chang'an from being disturbed by things she shouldn't be. After running for a week, Su Chang'an opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. A line of subtitles that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, first level currently can increase cultivation speed by 3 times from the original base, and is completely immune to illusion attacks of the transitional realm and below. Not only that, Su Chang'an realized that there was another line of words at the very end, which was so small that it was hard to notice if one didn't look closely. It is equally immune to illusion attacks above the transitional realm. This Hongmeng heart scripture was equivalent to directly giving him a control-free buff, ignoring all spirit-based attacks, and there was also a triple cultivation speed bonus, and that's just the first layer. At the second and third levels, wouldn't it be directly counterintuitive? He now couldn't wait to go home and meet his immortal emperor parents, and the disciple-controlling sword fairy sister. Nothing else, just simply missing them. Definitely not trying to bind swipe rewards, but alas. More than this, he now wanted to finish off the heroine earlier. After all, he was not sure in his own heart if he kept her alive all this time. It's not a good night's sleep, and it was also necessary to make her understand that the things of the demon realm heavenly clan were not so easy to take. One's own chaos demon pupil was not that calculating. Su Chang'an recalled it carefully. The current timeline should have reached the point where he secretly went to the Green Cloud sect to meet Li Ningyue, only to be discovered by his mother, who told him to return to the demon region immediately. And the original owner is angry about it, because he couldn't figure it out. How could his mother, who had doted on him to the core, be so tough in her attitude to make him go back? Young lord, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Su Chang'an hadn't made a move after his cultivation, Zi Qingyin thought that he was still dissatisfied with the sacred lord's request and was sulking alone, and as a maid, it was her duty to cheer up her own young master. In whatever way, young lord, the Holy Lord usually loves you the most. There must be a reason for her to let you go back this time. If you're really angry, why don't you hit Qingyin twice to take out your anger? The clear sound is soft and doesn't pinch when you hit it. Hit Kion twice to get out of the air, then you won't be angry. Zi Qingyin's tone was careful, fearing that she might say something wrong and cause Su Chang'an to be unhappy. And, if Su Chang'an was really willing to hit her twice to take the edge off, she would be happier instead. After all, she was at the peak of the transition realm. Even if she was injured, she would recover quickly, and it wouldn't delay her from protecting the young lord. Well, I am indeed angry. Su Chang'an's eyes sunk slightly as he said in a low voice. Zi Qingyin's heart sighed in relief when she heard this. Just as she bent her knees and prepared to kneel, Su Chang'an's voice sounded once again. I'm not angry at my mother's request. Rather, it's because Li Ningyue. Blame it on the fact that I was so nice before that she forgot what she was. Not only did you turn my heavenly clan's favor to others, but you even dared to join with them, planning to seize these eyes of mine in the middle of the secret realm. This other person was naturally referring to the protagonist in the original work, Xiao Chen. That's right, it's the protagonist surnamed Xiao. Not Xiao Huahua, but Xiao Xiao too. Ha! Zi Qingyin froze for a moment, and Su Chang'an could tell from her expression that she was surprised. However, immediately afterward, the killing intent in Zi Qingyin's eyes was unabashedly revealed. How dare you scheme against the young master? You still want to take the young master's eyes? Previously, there had been an immortal emperor clan in the immortal realm that had attempted to do this, and the result was that they were met with mad retaliation from two of the strongest emperors alive, resulting in the death of their emperor clan's ancestor in battle, and the annihilation of their direct lineage. What? Su Chang'an asked softly. Does Qingyin have something to say? Slave girl doesn't dare. Zi Qingyin lowered her head. A flash of excitement surfaced in her eyes. Had the young lord finally discovered the true nature of that holy maiden? Kion, the slave girl is in. Now return and go to the Green Cloud sect. Hearing this, Zi Qingyin directly knelt in front of Su Chang'an, her tone humble as she pleaded. Young lord, the Holy Lord's order is for you to return to the heavenly clan. The Holy Lord referred to Su Chang'an's mother, the Holy Lord of the Liuli Holy Land. Mother is saying that I should return to the clanlands, but she didn't say I couldn't go anywhere else until I did. But, no buts. Su Chang'an got up and came to Zi Qingyin, who was kneeling in front of him, and slowly crouched down. Qingyin, raise your head. Zi Qingyin obediently tilted her face up. That cool and delicate face was unreservedly displayed in front of Su Chang'an's eyes. Beautiful indeed. And it's the kind of beauty that breaks the mold. Su Chang'an continued to ask, Qingyin, if my orders and mother's orders were to contradict each other, whose would you choose to listen to? Making her choose between the young lord and the holy lord? Qingyin is the young lord's maid. Zi Qingyin didn't answer directly, but her meaning was clear. If the orders of both sides really clashed, she would still choose to listen to Su Chang'an. So is the will of our lord. Kion is so good. Su Chang'an laughed softly. Zi Qingyin's reply was indeed very much in line with her persona. Questions that had Su Chang'an's option were all non-optional to her. In that case, let's go to the Green Cloud sect and settle things with them. Yes, as the son of the heavenly clan, Su Chang'an's traveling style would not be low. The dragon carriage he was in was pulled by 9 heavenly Xian dragons, a full 9. Each one of them was a terrifying ferocious beast of the Mahayana realm. In addition there was also the peak transition realm's Zi Qingyin accompanying him. as well as always keeping an eye on the hidden aura of this place. So if he didn't just go to a secret realm or something like that, he was just absolutely safe. But he was still tricked into being in the middle of the secret realm by the female lead in the original. When Zi Qingyin realized that something was wrong and tried to force her way in, it was also too late. In the blink of an eye, the dragon carriage descended in front of the Green Cloud sect. The disciple in charge of guarding the gate was directly paralyzed with fear after seeing those 9 sky-covering Shin dragons, and after reacting, he rushed to ring the gate guard bell in a panic. The loud and clear bell sound instantly resounded throughout the entire Green Cloud Mountain. Immediately afterward, an old man dressed in a green tunic appeared in the sky above the sect and bowed to the dragon carriage where Su Chang'an was. Green Cloud sect's second elder, Forestry, meet His Highness, the Celestial Clan's worldly son. Although he was arching his hand in salute, there was no hint of respect in his words, but rather a sense of bottomlessness. Su Chang'an, who was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, saw through his cultivation at a glance through the dragon carriage. Pre-elementary infant realm. To other loose cultivators, he might be called a Yuanine old monster, but in Su Chang'an's eyes he was no different from a mole cricket. Su Chang'an simply ignored him as a divine thought was sent out, and the heavenly Shenlong continued to advance. Unexpectedly, Forestry dodged directly in front of the dragon carriage. Your Highness of the Celestial Clan, please wait. Forestry has something to say. Even though the ferocious beasts of the Mahayana realm made him feel a little sweaty, he braced himself and did not dodge away in order to receive Su Chang'an's meet and greet gift. It's not like the other guy is going to kill him anyway. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden. She said that she doesn't want to see you lately. Forgive me for not being able to let you in. I hope you understand. But if you really want to go in, it's not impossible. Just, before the words "give some benefits" could be uttered, Forestry saw one of the heavenly Shin dragons swinging its claws at him. What? And then, boom! Forestry was slapped flat on the spot. The second before he was slapped into pulp, he heard a clear, cold voice from within the dragon carriage that made his heart tremble. Wherever the young lord goes, who in the heavens and the worlds would dare to stop him? Chapter 3, Leveling the Green Cloud Sect. Wherever the young lord goes, who in the heavens and the worlds dares to stop him? Accompanied by the fall of Zi Qingyin's words, the forestry industry was directly flattened by a slap, sticking to the ground, the kind that couldn't even be snapped off. Zi Qingyin's words were arrogant, but it's the truth. There was no place that Su Chang'an couldn't go to in all the worlds. Forest's last thought before his divine soul completely dissipated was, why? That's not how the script is supposed to work. Shouldn't Su Chang'an give him some pills and treasures or something like that as a meet and greet gift in order to be able to go in? That's what Su Chang'an did before. What went wrong? But no one would answer him. Young lord, what are we going to do next? Zi Qingyin collected the coldness on her face and softly inquired. Su Chang'an's expression steeped into teasing. The Green Cloud sect doesn't seem to have recognized its own position yet either. So let's step on the Green Cloud mountain range first. Violet Qingyin bowed her head without any hesitation. As you wish, slave girl. Tap the Green Cloud mountain range. It means making the Green Cloud sect disappear from here on out. Although it sounded a bit ruthless, Zi Qingyin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The son of the heavenly clan's lineage personally visited an inferior clan like theirs, and as a result, he was treated with such an attitude. It would be considered her young lord's benevolence not to decimate the entire Qingyin clan. Do you really think that just because the young master likes your Qingyin sect's holy maiden, you can disregard the heavenly clan? Forget who you were originally? Think you can do it? In the next instant, Zi Qingyin's figure appeared outside the dragon carriage. She stood in the void and gently waved her hand, and the black and gold chains binding the 9 Xian dragons faded away. The young lord has ordered to tread down the Green Cloud mountain range. After the 9 Xian dragons were unbound, they rushed towards the Qingyin sect in a rampage, and that protective formation was like papier-mâché in front of the 9 Xian dragons of the Mahayana realm, and it was crushed without even lasting half a second. Everywhere it was swept. It was barren. Zi Qingyin quietly watched all of this, not seeing a hint of pity in her eyes for what would happen to the Qingyin sect in the future. Qingyin sect deserved it. Green Cloud sect, the Great Hall of Deliberation. Yi Qingyun, the patriarch of the Qingyin sect, plus most of the elders within the sect were all here. Holy Maiden Li Ningyue rested her chin, sitting on the second seat in boredom. When will Brother Xiaochen's seclusion end? Without Brother Xiaochen by my side, it feels like it's not interesting at all. Although she was sitting in the second seat, Patriarch Yi Qingyun as well as a group of elders were instead centered on her, vaguely having the feeling of the stars surrounding the moon. No way. Who let the world son of the demon region heavenly clan like Li Ningyue? If they dared to let Li Ningyue suffer, wouldn't the Qingyin sect be exterminated in minutes? Not to mention, Li Ningyue was also considered a cash cow for their Qingyin sect. As the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, All his cronies get in. I'm sure we'll have to provide for them. Just then, a personal disciple outside the hall ran in with a panicked expression, trembling as he reported, Patriarch, Patriarch, the Heavenly Clan's worldly son is here. He was scared by those 9 Shin dragons. Each one of them was a supreme ferocious beast, and just the breath they spewed out gave him the feeling that he was going to be melted. The temple was shocked at the news. Only Li Ningyue had a disdainful look on her face. It's the world son of the Heavenly Clan in person? The third elder frowned and voiced his speculation. Unsurprisingly, His Highness the World Son should be here to propose marriage to Lord Holy Maiden. That one had said before that he would come to the door on a certain day to join the marriage. Hearing this, the remaining few elders also felt that this was the way things were, and they all began to pay compliments to Li Ningyue. Congratulations to your Highness, the Holy Maiden. This is truly a step to heaven. With the Demon Realm Heavenly Clan as a backdrop, the future journey of cultivating the immortal will no longer have any dangers, and even the resources for cultivation won't have to be worried about. Your Highness the Holy Maiden mustn't forget about old me in the future. Who is the clan guardian elder on duty today? It seems to be that old man from forestry. Well, that old man has earned his hemp this time. This time when I come back, if he doesn't hand over 2 third-grade pills, I'll have to fight him. The elders in the hall were all fawningly licking Li Ningyue. This made her tilt her neck in a very flattering manner, as if she were a proud phoenix. Ha! What's the use of a sovereign elder? What's wrong with high status and high cultivation? Now it wasn't like he still had to bow his head to please her who was only at the Jidan stage. As for the marriage with Su Chang'an, she would never agree to that, because she found her true love. It's brother Shao Chen. Yi Qingyun bowed his head and pondered for a moment, and said with a slight worry, Sacred Maiden Ningyue, the young lord of the celestial race is here in person. Is it really good for us to stay here? Why don't you accompany this patriarch to greet them? In this way, it can be considered that we know how to be courteous. In fact, for Yi Qingyun, etiquette was secondary. Mainly he wanted to go and get a piece of the forestry industry. Su Chang'an had been generous in his offerings in order to get them to put in a good word in front of Li Ningyue. Casually a 5th grade elixir. One must know that the entire Chang'an sect probably couldn't come up with a few 4th grade pills, not to mention 5 pints. Li Ningyue waved her hand, the boredom in her eyes unabashedly showing. I don't want to go. Any of you can go if you like. I don't want to go anyway. If it's not possible, let Su Chang'an wait outside for a while. He won't just barge in anyway. As Li Ningyue's words fell, the atmosphere in the great hall instantly became strange. Holy Maiden, you are truly brave. Nonetheless, he dared to call Su Chang'an by his name, and he also had an indifferent attitude, so he wasn't afraid of him getting angry at all. But think about it. According to Su Chang'an's level of indulgence towards Li Ningyue, he really wouldn't get angry over this small matter. Li Ningyue snorted disdainfully. For men, what is too easy to get is rather unappreciated. That's the way to hang. Ahem. Test him. What do you know? Yi Qingyun was still a bit worried. What should we do if His Highness the Prince gets angry? Li Ningyue sniffed and revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, he won't be mad. But, Yi Qingyun wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Li Ningyue's cold voice. In the past, I was fine no matter how cold I was to Su Chang'an, even if he was really angry this time, as long as I said a few soft words to him and pampered him a little, he would forgive me. After all, he really likes me. Li Ningyue's tone was very proud, and this was a trick she had used for a long time to pin Su Chang'an down. It sounds plain and simple, but it just works. Maintaining a sense of if-is-now feeling, although she hated Su Chang'an, she didn't say it out loud. To put it bluntly, it hangs. Use him as an ATM machine. Of course, even if she won't agree to Su Chang'an's marriage proposal, the dowry that should be collected will not be collected less at all. It just so happens that brother Shao Chen has recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Then asked that licking dog for a few piles of 7th grade elixirs, saying that he needs them. In that case, Su Chang'an would never refuse. At that time, brother Shao Chen would definitely be happy as well. Thinking of this, Li Ningyue's smile became even brighter, and she had just picked up the tea on the table when the ground steeply and drastically shook. It seemed like a landslide, accompanied by a gust of dragon roars. Roar! Rumble! Rumble! Li Ningyue didn't stand still for a moment and stumbled and fell to the ground, splashing tea all over her. Looking very wretched. What's going on? She developed some fire. But before Li Ningyue could raise her voice to question, a disciple ran in a panic. Patriarch, the 9 Xian dragons that followed His Highness of the celestial race here. Somehow all of them suddenly barged in. The protector formation was directly crushed. All of the buildings midway within the clan have been trampled down, and any disciples who tried to resist have all died, and now they're closing in on the main hall. What? Yi Qingyun's body and heart trembled with shock as he stood up violently. What about the forestry elders? The second elder's soul lamp has been extinguished, and in the place where his last breath was, only a streak of bloody paste. Chapter 4. Li Ningyue was dumbfounded. Only found a puddle of bloody paste? Yi Qingyun froze in place. He felt incomprehensible about the current situation. His Highness the Heavenly Clan Xianlong had intruded, and this surely couldn't have been caused by a loss of control. The only possibility was that it was acting on Su Chang'an's orders. That means Su Chang'an is really angry this time? And just by listening to the name, one could tell that this Xianlong wasn't some trashy item. After all, there was no weak ferocious beast with a dragon in its name. Attainment of God. No, it might even be the harmonization realm. Was this a direct attempt to destroy the Qingyun sect? This can't be right. Li Ningyue climbed up from the ground, and even though she was in a sorry state, her expression still maintained a mesmerizing confidence. Su Chang'an would never do that. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. I was afraid of him messing up before. I specifically told him that I dislike brash and unreasonable people the most, and there was absolutely no way he would trespass in here to avoid me hating him. The third elder muttered weakly from the side. But Xianlong is already almost here. Holy maiden. The crowd nodded approvingly at the words. Yeah, the Xianlong has almost flattened this place, so you're still obsessing over the impossibility of this. Ha? Waiting to die. Still they're saying it's impossible? After the flesh turns to powder and the soul dissipates, but the mouth is still intact? That's not the way to be tough. Li Ningyue's face flushed red as she cursed in a low voice. Where did Su Chang'an, this licking dog, get the courage? Isn't he afraid that I'll never see him again? Even though she could still hear the hissing of the Xian dragon now, Li Ningyue just didn't want to believe it. Wasn't Su Chang'an most afraid of being hated by her? How come you're trespassing? Sacred maiden Ningyue, even though His Highness the World Prince is fond of you, he will definitely have a temper if you cold shoulder him like this. Why don't you go and beg him to calm down and let the green cloud sect go? Yi Qingyun was a bit of a wimp. The forestry that was in the same Yuaning realm as him died when he said so. There's no telling. He'll be the next to die. Unexpectedly, these two words of his directly caused Li Ningyue to blow up. Who the hell is Su Chang'an? And dare to have a temper? She was used to being starstruck on weekdays, and this, coupled with Su Chang'an's attitude towards her, had caused her to subconsciously no longer have any reverence for the Heavenly Clan, thinking that the Heavenly Clan was just one of the bigger forces in the demon region. Nothing special. He, Su Chang'an, also dared to be so arrogant only because of his good birth. Poof. When her brother Shao Chan grows up, no matter what the demon region Heavenly Clan is, they can all be destroyed with their hands. That's what brother Shao Chen said himself. At that time, she would personally send this licking dog to his death and then pluck out his chaotic demon pupil to prove her true heart to her brother Shao Chen. Before Li Ningyue's thoughts could fall, a voice outside the hall that was cold to the core rang out. The young lord himself. Anyone who doesn't come out and kneel to greet them within 3 breaths will die. Hearing these words that were not in the least bit reasonable, the group of elders immediately went numb. Are you serious? They didn't doubt the truthfulness of these words in the slightest. The group of people from the demon region were really capable of doing such things. It was only Su Chang'an's humble and gentle attitude for so long that had given them a false impression. And now the sudden shift had left them a little unaccustomed. Going by past examples, Su Chang'an should now wait honestly outside, and when they waltzed out, he would then offer countless spiritual treasures and pills as a meet and greet gift. Now this situation, it's very wrong. What's the panic? Li Ningyue shouted angrily, turned around and headed out of the hall. I'm going to see what he, Su Chang'an, is going to do. How dare a little maid threaten me? If she couldn't, she would take out her own bottom card that was invincible in the face of Su Chang'an. Fake suicide. Anyway, Su Chang'an usually held herself in the palm of her hand, and was absolutely unable to see her seeking death. At that time, he would definitely humbly beg himself not to die, and then he would also take out countless pills and magic treasures to coax himself to be happy. And even if she took the opportunity to ask for the Chaos Demon pupil, it was estimated that she might even succeed. Everything's under control. Outside the temple, above the void, Zi Qingyin stood quietly. The voice that was so cold to the core originated from her just now. Around the dragon carriage behind her, 9 white Xian dragons circled and surrounded her, and pure demonic rhythms continued to emerge, causing this piece of heaven and earth to be filled with a murderous meaning. The magic rhyme fluctuated and covered the sky. It's a perfect reflection of the current scene. Zi Qingyin silently noted the time in her mind, and once 3 breaths of time had passed, she completely annihilated the place. The peak of the transition realm was completely capable of doing such things. 3, 2, almost at the last breath of time, Li Ningyue ran out in a huff, as well as Yi Qingyun and the others who also rushed out of the hall at the end of time. Seeing this, Zi Qingyin gave a cry of pity. Strike that. 2, Li Ningyue dared to count on the young lord's chaos demon pupil. It would be too cheap to let her die that way. The young lord will dispose of her himself. Immediately after that, Zi Qingyin raised her jade hand and aimed it at the grand hall. Boom! A black wave composed entirely of spiritual energy surged out with Zi Qingyin at the center, instantly flooding the great hall. After a few breaths, the wave of spiritual energy receded, and the large hall from before turned into a huge deep pit. There is absolutely no visible sign that any building ever existed. Those elders and disciples who took a chance or didn't have time to come out also all perished inside. Patriarch, the fourth elder's voice trembled a little. It seems that the supreme elder and the old ancestor were both in the secret chambers under the main hall to shut down their deaths, and now all of those chambers have disappeared. Yi Qingyun also suddenly remembered. Yeah, the two strongest combatants of the Green Cloud sect, the old ancestor and the supreme elder, were both in the lower part of the main hall in a death retreat. Turns out they didn't die of longevity, but were killed by an unknown AoE? My Green Cloud sect's strongest ancestor was killed by you in passing? That's pretty damn outrageous. Li Ningyue had just come out before she could speak and was shocked by the scene. She tilted her head and looked angrily at Zi Qingyin, but as a result, Zi Qingyin simply ignored her. Having no choice but to question the dragon carriage floating in the void, she could only question it. Su Chang'an, what do you mean by that? I usually treat the Green Cloud sect like a home, but as a result, you actually dared to destroy this place so casually, and took the lives of the sect's elder disciples at will. Is this what you told me before, that you would change your devilish ways? It's people like you I hate the most. If you don't explain things clearly, I'll never see you again. At the same time she said those words, the killing intent in Zi Qingyin's eyes could no longer stop emanating. What on earth dares her? If anyone else dared to say that, Zi Qingyin would instantly annihilate the other party's soul, unable to even go to reincarnation. But she's Li Ningyue. It was the woman the young lord was willing to like in a humble position. Zi Qingyin's silver teeth were clenched, but she couldn't even utter a word of retort. Don't even dare heckle the other guy to shut up. The woman that the young master likes is the young master's private property, and she is not qualified to meddle in it. How dare you? Slap me. Su Chang'an's indifferent voice came from within the dragon carriage. Li Ningyue froze. What kind of explanation was this? But before she could think anything more, Zi Qingyin appeared in front of her. Raise your hand. Drop. Pa! Crisp slaps rang out. Li Ningyue directly spun in place before falling to the ground, and when she raised her head again, there was already a red handprint on her face. Then Violet Qingyin raised her hand again. Snap! Another slap. This time, Li Ningyue was directly slapped out. If not for Zi Qingyin deliberately controlling the force, this blow could directly blow Li Ningyue's head off. The entire Green Cloud mountain range was suddenly plunged into deathly silence. What's the situation? Su Chang'an ordered his mate to slap Li Ningyue. It also flew right off. Are they dreaming? Not only did Ji Qingyun and the others freeze, even Li Ningyue didn't figure out what was going on. Trembling, she braced herself to get up and reached for the red, swollen side of her face, the fiery pain a constant reminder that she wasn't dreaming right now. She was really beaten? Still beaten by Su Chang'an's maid. After coming back to her senses, Li Ningyue tilted her head up and roared at the rage in the air above her like a madman. Su Chang'an, take a good look at who I am. Kion, go on. Su Chang'an's indifferent voice sounded again, interrupting Li Ningyue's words. Chapter 5 I beg you. Chang'an Su. Don't. Kion. Go on. As Su Chang'an's words fell, Li Ningyue subconsciously looked at Zi Qingyin next to her, her eyes somewhat fearful. I'm Li Ningyue. How dare you touch me? I'll have Su Chang'an kick you out of the Celestial Clan. Halfway through her sentence, Li Ningyue was interrupted by the sound of a crisp slap. The two slaps that were heavier than before hit down, and blood directly overflowed from the corners of Li Ningyue's mouth, and the reddish slap marks had already turned into trails of blood. The same words to you. Take a good look at who you're talking to. At this moment, the curtain of the dragon carriage slowly rose, and Su Chang'an's figure then appeared. Honestly, he almost didn't tense up when he sat inside the dragon carriage and heard these words from Li Ningyue. One must know that even if a goddess of the immortal realm's immortal emperor clan saw him, she would have to curtsy and respectfully call out Your Highness, the celestial clan's worldly son. How in the world did Li Ningyue, a holy daughter of a lowly sect, dare to talk to him like this? Not to mention the fact that she had relied on Su Chang'an to get this position of holy maiden. How lickable the original owner really was. That's why she's so spoiled, isn't it? Su Chang'an was dressed in a long white robe with a black gilt shirt inside. The face was clear. The features were exquisite and perfect. The abyssal ink-colored pupils were deep, and the hidden black demonic rhyme flowed slowly around his body, especially the long silver hair that fell behind his head, pulling his aura straight to the top. He walked on top of the void, and with every step he took, A light black protective Dao formation rippled beneath his feet. The 9 Shen dragons followed closely behind, keeping a very delicate distance, like a fairy or a devil, pushing Grumman. On the contrary, although Li Ningyue's face value was quite good, it was only good. Compared to Su Chang'an, it looked too ordinary. Anyone who looked at her would think that she was not worthy of Su Chang'an. But Li Ningyue was unaware of it. She feels that Su Chang'an can't live without her, that he loves her to the bone, and that he'll die without her. Name, Li Ningyue. Cultivation, Pre-Jindan Realm. Charisma, 5. Chi Luck, 5. Root Bone, 1. The protagonist's standard confidant on the road to rebellion. Comes with a death-defying buff, an attraction to the villain buff, a future be-ending, average talent, and her main chi comes from the villain's pursuit of her. Verdict, pure love is no reason to be a lickspill. Love and lack of love are really obvious, and it's time to call it quits to avoid nothing. After reading Li Ningyue's panel, Su Chang'an laughed with a poof in his heart. That's it? No, that's all you got? Her chi mainly comes from the villain's pursuit of her, and to put it bluntly, it relies on Su Chang'an liking her. And after she betrayed Su Chang'an, she also got the much-desired be-ending. Not surprisingly, it must have something to do with the main character. For example, the protagonist has no choice but to give up her life for the sake of righteousness. The protagonist chooses to sacrifice her in order to save the clan and other drama. Let's just say, good riddance. Most importantly, the current Su Chang'an couldn't do the act of licking a dog against the heavens. Then what kind of arrogance does Li Ningyue still have? Li Ningyue down below could only slowly comprehend the meaning of his words as she was dumbfounded and reacted very slowly. Take a good look at who she's talking to. Of course it's with Su Chang'an. It's just a young lord of the Demon Realm Sky Clan who loves her to the bone. Nothing special. Until now she thought so. Su Chang'an loves her, and she was bullying. As for why Su Chang'an had ordered his maids to beat her, that was also something she wanted to ask. Su Chang'an, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you're trying to use your status to oppress me? Let me tell you. Others fear you, but I'm not afraid, and you're only going to annoy me more. Although Li Ningyue's voice was much smaller, her tone was still full of condescension, as if she wasn't the one who was slapped just now. You have to give me an explanation for what just happened or I will never forgive you and you will never let me marry you. It's not impossible to get me to take my anger off. Li Ningyue looked at Zi Qingyi next to her, a touch of jealousy and resentment showing in her eyes. You make your maid kneel down and apologize to me, then waste her hands. Zi Qingyi remained expressionless. She stood still, waiting for Su Chang'an's order. If Su Chang'an wanted to, not to mention these hands of hers, he could even take her life directly. But all of this was predicated on Su Chang'an's words if he wanted to. Before, young lord did like Li Ningyue, but she turned around and counted on young lord's chaos demon pupil, and still thought that young lord would indulge her like before? Su Chang'an lowered his eyes and laughed coldly, saying word for word, you, what are you? Li Ningyue had already been slapped and beaten in the head buzzing. This was even more set at a loss for words. Stupefied for a moment, Li Ningyue murmured in a low voice, what did you say? Su Chang'an's face was full of teasing. I say, what kind of thing are you that you dare to have thoughts about my people? Li Ningyue wanted to dislike it back. She was the only holy maiden of the Green Cloud sect, the proud child of heaven who was held in the palm of her hand and even pampered by the entire sect and even by Xiao Chen's brother. However, she abruptly recalled that her status as a holy maiden seemed to have been given to her by Su Chang'an's direct order to the patriarch, and was instantly somewhat dumbfounded again. Talking, is it by your barely visible face? Or by your saintly status? Although the Green Cloud sect is at the bottom of the list, but how come it's not your turn to be the holy maiden as a piece of trash at the early stage of the Jedan realm? And how much of this early Jedan realm of yours came from relying on your own hard work and cultivation? Leaving my demon realm heavenly clan? Leaving me? Su Chang'an, what kind of a thing are you? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Su Chang'an's words were like sharp blades, little by little tearing apart Li Ningyue's non-existent backbone as well as her cover-up, and placing reality in front of her. Indeed, without Su Chang'an, she would at best be a female cultivator with ordinary talent. Whether or not he could touch Yuaning in this lifetime was unknown. Li Ningyue was furious, but she couldn't find the words to retort. She angrily pointed at Su Chang'an. Well, since you don't like me, then please leave here. Su Chang'an ignored her and instead called out in a low voice. Qingyin. Zi Qingyin turned around and bowed her head. Slave girl is here. Can anyone point and talk to me like this now? Su Chang'an's voice was cold. Do what you would normally do now. Zi Qingyin's cherry lips slightly opened. Qingyin understands. She then looked at Li Ningyue below. Her eyes were cold and scary. Her black-clothed figure disappeared out of nowhere and when she reappeared she was standing in front of Li Ningyue. This was a space law that could only be touched above the Mahayana realm. What are you going to do? Li Ningyue took 2 steps backwards. Zi Qingyin's eyes slightly condensed. Several black runes flowed out from behind her and tightly wrapped around Li Ningyue's arm. Sudden tightening. Boom! Li Ningyue's left hand exploded apart along with the bones, bursting into a mist of blood in the air. Hiss! Oh myly wow! Li Ningyue covered her arm and hissed out in pain, her features twisting with her. The entire arm of the flesh, including the inner soul, all by the black runes to stir up the usually broken finger skin have to eat a 3rd-grade pills to make up for her. Where will stand this deep soul pain? Li Ningyue lay on the ground and slowed down for a while, her eyes gradually clearing up and her tone softening a lot. Su Chang'an, why are you indulging your maid in bullying me like this? Did I do something wrong? Su Chang'an laughed lightly and did not answer her question. Go on. After receiving the order, Zi Qingyin waved her hand and suppressed Li Ningyue's body with her spiritual power before several black runes wrapped around her intact right arm once again. Don't, please don't. Li Ningyue was really scared this time. Su Chang'an, quickly make her stop. Don't do this. I'll be wasted. Please, don't. The only thing that responded to her was Su Chang'an's indifferent eyes. Until this moment. It was only then that she finally realized that Su Chang'an seemed to have really changed this time. Chapter 6. Do you really think that the Celestial Clan, want all kinds of trash? It wasn't until Li Ningyue's right arm also exploded into a bloody mist that she finally realized that Su Chang'an had changed. And it turned out that what he had done wasn't trying to get his attention, but merely punishing her. Who's going to waste both of your arms just to get the attention of the guy you like? What the hell is this for? Li Ningyue couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Why is Su Chang'an angry? Why did Su Chang'an, who had been so responsive and obedient to her before, suddenly change his attitude so drastically? The current her had long forgotten the horror of Su Chang'an's identity. The only firstborn son of the demon realm heavenly clan. Even the goddesses of the immortal emperor clan had to be cautious when facing Su Chang'an. She was merely a holy maiden of a lowly sect who dared to talk to Su Chang'an like that. And she wasn't dead yet all because Su Chang'an wanted her to regret it. Su Chang'an, is this really necessary? Li Ningyue let out an incomprehensible question. I was just being a little bit harsh. As for that, Su Chang'an sneered. Of course it's necessary. It's not time to hurry up and fix Li Ningyue. Should we wait until later and let her stab herself? And then pluck out her own chaos demon pupil as a gift for her to ingratiate herself with the male lead? It's no longer a question of being a saintly mother or not. It's pure and simple brain damage. Even if you didn't do anything wrong. And I'm in a bad mood and want to kill you casually. So what if I vent it out? Who dares to say a word? Not to mention that with those words of yours just now, if I wanted to kill you, the entire imperial clan of the immortal region wouldn't dare to protect you. Su Chang'an stated the facts in a calm tone. Even in existence at the level of an immortal power ancestor wouldn't dare to speak out and insult Su Chang'an, as that would be considered a provocation to the celestial race and taken as a precursor to a declaration of war. Declare war with the Sky Nation. It's a brain fart to do that. Moreover, Su Chang'an's own cultivation was considered to be the devil's way, and the main focus was one of killing and leaving no loose ends. The heroin thing. It's just a matter of killing sooner rather than later. Li Ningyue stood up, and when she met Su Chang'an's eyes filled with murderous intent, her petite body trembled in fear, and her legs were shivering so much that she couldn't even stand up. Even the pain at his shoulder was almost forgotten. What to do? Brother Xiaochen was in closed-door cultivation, and at this moment, she was the only one here. So who could come to her rescue? Wait, calm down. Su Chang'an had just said that he was so angry because of the words he had said, which meant it was also because of her attitude problem. Does that mean there's room for her to redeem herself? If she bowed her head and pouted and acted pathetic like she did in the beginning, saying a couple soft words to beg him or something, if she can't, she'll have to use her last card and pretend to kill herself in front of him. Su Chang'an should have a soft heart, right? Maybe it will return to what it was before, or even become more lickable. As for her own lost arms, I believe that with his heritage, he should be able to help her recast her flesh with just a few heavenly materials if he wanted to cure it. Yeah, that's it. Li Ningyue didn't know where the confidence came from. She just felt that Su Chang'an still liked her. After all, love doesn't go away easily. And just now it was just Su Chang'an being angry and wanting to punish her a bit to make her soften. Love will come back when his anger dies down. It was thanks to Su Chang'an not knowing what was going on in her mind. If she knew, she could probably laugh out yesterday's overnight meal. Classic heroin pushpin link. Su Chang'an. Li Ningyue's voice suddenly softened. Very slightly, it had the feeling of a mouthful of phlegm stuck in her throat. Su Chang'an frowned. There are still such clips in the world of metaphysics? The name of the young lord is also something you can call out directly? Zi Qingyin raised her hand and once again aimed at Li Ningyue's face to give her a slap. Snap! Since Li Ningyue had lost her hands, Her cultivation was also sealed by Zi Qingyin. It was hard for her to keep her balance, and the slap directly sent her flying backwards like a kite with broken strings, or the kind that spun in circles in the air. Li Ningyue was almost struck dumb. Complaints as well as other complex emotions flooded the mind. She was bitter in her heart. He had to be slapped before he could finish a sentence, and now his mouth was swollen beyond recognition and his whole face was on fire. After meeting Su Chang'an, when had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Not to mention being beaten by the maid. Even the holy sons and daughters of superior sex had to be polite when they spoke to her. But now with Su Chang'an's change in attitude, all that was gone. She subconsciously looked toward Su Chang'an, expecting him to back her up, just like before. As a result, Su Chang'an didn't show any signs of wanting to speak, and instead had an appreciative smile in his eyes. Nowadays, Su Chang'an's attitude was clear. He no longer reported favorably towards Li Ningyue, which meant that now Li Ningyue was nothing more than an ordinary holy maiden of the Qingyan sect. There was nothing special in Zi Qingyan's eyes. Daring to call Su Chang'an by his name, slapping his mouth was already the lightest punishment. Li Ningyue slowed down for a while before she came back to her senses. She stood up trembling and tilted her head. The ends of her eyes were red with a strong sense of grievance. Heaven, Your Highness, the Heavenly Clan's worldly prince. I know I'm wrong. You clearly weren't like this before. I didn't mean not to see you. It was my impulsive attitude just now. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Please don't be angry with me. Okay? I'll do whatever you want me to do, as long as you can stay mad at me. I'm sorry. As she said that, a tear streak crossed the corner of Li Ningyue's eye. That look, it's so sad to see. Assuming, of course, that one ignores her swollen, piggy side. Su Chang'an sat atop the head of the Xian dragon in the void, looking playfully at Li Ningyue's performance. Act it. I'll send you on your way when you're tired of acting. As time passed, Li Ningyue was already in so much pain that she could barely breathe. Broken arm, blood-stained cheeks. In her anticipation, even if Su Chang'an wouldn't be as inconsiderate as before, he should at least be a little softer-hearted. She couldn't just watch her lie here in pain. Why do you still feel like you want to kill her now? What went wrong? It makes him hate himself so much. Li Ningyue was directly anxious and continued. Weren't you the best to me before? You couldn't stand to see me cry the most? You've really changed. Didn't you want me to marry you? I agree now. Don't be mad at me, okay? If she can't, she can just pretend to marry Su Chang'an. This time, he certainly couldn't refuse. Just don't get married to him. Su Chang'an frowned, his tone cold. You think that my celestial clan is for all trash? Li Ningyue was a high and mighty holy maiden within the Qingyan sect, but to the celestial clan, she was indeed similar to garbage, if not even worse. One must know that the current highest cultivator of the Qingyan sect, Yi Chengyun, was only at the divine void realm, and all of Su Chang'an's maids were in the transition realm. It's clear how big the difference is. Moreover, which of the goddesses of those immortal emperor clans in the immortal domain was not a stunningly beautiful woman? Cultivation talents are also all over the place. There was even the Nining sacred body that could provide infinite benefits to both sides of a Dao couple's cultivation. If Su Chang'an was willing, it was estimated that those immortal emperor clans wouldn't refuse their own goddesses to marry into the demon realm heavenly clan, and would agree even if they were to give Su Chang'an a concubine. Su Chang'an had no reason to choose Li Ningyue, but Li Ningyue had been tricked by the original owner's previous dog-licking pretense into believing that it was Su Chang'an who was unworthy of her. Chapter 7, Utter Despair. Looking at Su Chang'an's eyes filled with sarcasm, Li Ningyue seemed to realize that what she had just said was ridiculous, but she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Su Chang'an definitely couldn't bear to see her die. What do you mean? Am I trash in the eyes of your highness? I just apologized. What more do you want from me? And if there's anything else I'm doing wrong, won't you just say so and I'll change it? Why did you say that about me? Ugh. Ningyu would rather kill herself than be hated by his highness. Not to mention, this time she made it kinda look like that, and her acting skills directly killed thousands of green teas in her previous life. High and low is a biochemical motherlode. If Su Chang'an hadn't familiarized himself with the plot and known Li Ningyue's true nature, I'm afraid that he might have accidentally left her body intact. Rather kill yourself than be hated by me? You'll do anything as long as I don't get mad? Li Ningyue quickly nodded her head. Su Chang'an laughed softly twice, his expression teasing. But it's hard for me to end it if you don't die. Then you will kill yourself here. So much for saving us all the trouble. Ah, Li Ningyue's entire body was messed up. She had just done it purely for the sake of feigning deep emotion and pity. How can you really kill yourself? But no one expected that Su Chang'an would actually let her kill herself. What? Don't dare? Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled playfully. No, Li Ningyue didn't know how to explain. Because she just wouldn't dare. The atmosphere became stagnant for a while. Su Chang'an was letting her despair a little bit, and she was thinking of ways that she could make Su Chang'an go back to before. Seeing this, the third elder standing not far away, his eyes rolled as if he had thought of some sort of possibility. Su Chang'an shouldn't be waiting for a step, right? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why his attitude changed so drastically and he didn't immediately make a move to kill Li Ningyue. Most likely he was waiting for a step that could forgive Li Ningyue. But what he didn't know was that the reason why Su Chang'an hadn't killed Li Ningyue directly was just to make her realize how much of a waste she was. As his thoughts fell, the third elder quickly stepped forward and bowed towards Su Chang'an. Your Highness, although Ningyue was in the wrong, her crime was not to death, and now that she has been duly punished, how about sparing her life? Head raised too high, Su Chang'an spoke out indifferently. The third elder was a bit puzzled. What did Su Chang'an mean by that? Before he could continue to think about it, Zi Qingyin stretched out her finger and traced it horizontally into the void at exactly the height of a normal person's head kneeling on the ground. Buzz. Pust. With this ear-piercing buzzing sound, the third elder directly froze in place, his pupils constantly dilating. Then the upper half of his body slid neatly down from his waist and he fell to the ground, blood gushing out as if he didn't want it. The incision is very smooth. Yi Qingyun and the others, who were hiding not far away to observe the situation, saw the scene and were directly frightened to the point where their Dao hearts trembled, nearly shattered in place. Just because you didn't kneel, you went straight to the waist? And the upper half of the third elder's body, which was collapsed on the ground, happened to be able to see the expressions of regret and mockery on the faces of the other elders. It's a pity that the Green Cloud sect has lost another Yuaning stage-old monster. What's your status? It also dared to ask for images in front of Su Chang'an. Alright, you like to play hard to get, but do you feel comfortable splitting up now? Even if the third elder regretted it, it was too late, because he's now become a bit of a fifth elder in two. After Zi Qingyin had done this, she turned to look at Yi Qingyun and the others who were not far away, her clear eyes slightly condensing, frightening them so much that they knelt down on the ground in unison, the sound of their foreheads colliding with the lapis lazuli floor unceasingly. Isn't it just the head held high? Wheel kowtow. Although with Su Chang'an's current cultivation, it would be easy for him to kill the Yuaning stage third elder, but with Zi Qingyin by his side, he was too lazy to do it himself. At this time, Li Ningyue's mind had completely collapsed. Her eyes were lost in thought as she whispered to herself, How did this happen? That's the third elder who supports her the most. A lot of times, he was the one who gave himself the idea of what pills he should ask for from Su Chang'an or something like that, and now it was right there in front of him. Into two? Don't worry. It's your turn next. Su Chang'an looked at Li Ningyue as if he was looking at a dead person. Returning to her senses, Li Ningyue shook her head violently. No, I don't want to die. Su Chang'an, even if you don't like me, just don't come to see me. Li Ningyue shouted hoarsely. Why must you kill me? To your demon region. What you can't have must be destroyed? Ha ha ha. Su Chang'an laughed in a low voice as if he had heard some kind of joke. What you can't get you have to destroy? That's a bit of a funny thing to say. You don't really think I don't know about all the things you've done, do you? What did I do? Li Ningyue froze for a moment, then stiffly asked back. Well, since you're playing dumb, I'll do the remembering for you. You told me earlier that you had inadvertently created a heart demon in your cultivation and asked me for an 8th grade pill to purify your heart, but in reality that pill wasn't what you needed at all, was it? Half a month ago, you traveled to Heavenly Mansion City and demanded a year's worth of cultivation resources from your usual clan in the name of the Heavenly Clan, saying that it was for the use of the Green Cloud sect, but in the end, you should be very clear in your own heart as to who you gave it to, right? Su Chang'an's tone was calm, but with every word that fell, Li Ningyue had more cold sweat on her forehead. All of those things ended up being given to Xiao Chen by her. The pure heart pill is like this. The same goes for cultivation resources, but Li Ningyue didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, because she hadn't agreed to a marriage with Su Chang'an, let alone agreeing to be his rightful wife, merely hanging on to him. So what was wrong with her liking brother Xiao Chen? As for those cultivation resources, while it was true that she had taken the initiative to ask for it, in the end, it was Su Chang'an himself who was willing to give it. At the end of the day she is just not wrong at all. But what she didn't understand was how Su Chang'an knew so well. Have you been sending people to spy on me? As Li Ningyue thought of this possibility, the expression on her face became a little tense. She was worried that she had planned that matter to be known by Su Chang'an as well. Spying on you? I'm not bored to that extent. After Su Chang'an finished speaking, Li Ningyue let out a sigh of relief. But immediately afterward, Su Chang'an's next sentence caused her heart, which had just settled down, to fall into the abyss once again. The things you've done are enough to annihilate your soul and keep you from entering reincarnation. What's more, You still presume to kill me in the middle of the secret realm that will open in half a year. The matter of seizing his Chaos Demon pupil was not something Su Chang'an had said. The Chaos Demon pupil was the strongest companion pupil recorded in the ancient books, and being known by too many unrelated people would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The moment Su Chang'an's words fell, the surroundings were plunged into deathly silence. Li Ningyue tried to kill Su Chang'an? She's just crazy. Not only was Li Ningyue's body chilled all over, even Yi Qingyun was scared to death. It's over. Maybe they, the Qingyun sect, would have to follow along with them. No, Li Ningyue panicked and denied. I've never had such thoughts. How could I possibly want to kill you? Someone must have told you something, right? Is it your maid of honor? That was her lying to you. Believe me, the current Li Ningyue's mental state was all bad, and by the time she reached the back, she was incapable of continuing, because Su Chang'an's eyes clearly concluded that she had such thoughts. Whether you have such thoughts or not, we'll know once we search your soul after you die. If I have wronged you, then I have wronged you. As long as the end result is your death, it's best if you can find a reason. If you can't find it, then you won't. Just do it. Chapter 8 Xiao Duan appears. Still has to kneel. Li Ningyue's mind was broken beyond repair. Why does Su Chang'an know everything? Does he have the ability to divine the future? It was true that he did not have the ability to divine the future, but he had seen the future episodes. Not only you, but also your family will be implicated because of you, and will be completely wiped out in the near future. Think of all the things your family has done. Even if they were exterminated, they deserved it. Li Ningyue was lost in thought. No, don't say it again. Not far away from the Green Cloud sect elder and the others, after hearing Su Chang'an's words, their cold hairs all subconsciously stood up, not daring to take a breath, afraid that Su Chang'an would think of them. You destroyed Li Ningyue's family, but you can't destroy their Qingyun sect anymore. Only Yi Qingyun still had some backbone, gritted his teeth, got up and took a step forward with a resolute look. It seemed to have something to say, but before he could even open his mouth, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression come over him, and in that instant, he felt as if he had died more than dozens of times. What's the situation? He himself was a divine void realm powerhouse. Why couldn't even Zi Qingyin unintentionally release the pressure? Yi Qingyun down twisted his head to look at Zi Qingyin, who was standing not far away. Just by glancing at that, he was already sweating. This was the pressure of the transition realm. When you see the young lord, kneel down and speak. As these words from Zi Qingyin fell, Yi Qingyun's legs directly bent and he fell to his knees with a thud. It's just a matter of getting down on your knees and talking. You should have said so earlier. Where's the need to release this kind of breath? Yi Qingyun let out a deep breath, looked up at Su Chang'an, and said in a firm tone, the Qingyun sect has upheld the principle of unity from the top and the bottom since ancient times, and will definitely not easily abandon any of its disciples. Hearing this, a flash of hope surfaced on Li Ningyue's face. Sovereign, you really won't abandon me? Yi Qingyun continued. If His Highness the worldly prince wishes to kill the holy daughter of my clan, then my clan will have no choice but to remove sacred maiden Li Ningyue from her name and expel her from the Green Cloud sect. In that case, Li Ningyue will no longer have anything to do with the Green Cloud sect, and will be at the disposal of your highness. He only said that he wouldn't give up on the disciples within the clan, but he didn't say that he couldn't remove the disciples from the clan. Worthy of the Green Cloud sect, it is indeed righteous. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Ningyue was half dead right now, she would have designated to spray Yi Qingyun. Patriarch, didn't you say before that the Green Cloud sect is my most solid backer? Shut up. You are no longer the holy maiden of my Qingyun sect now. You have no qualifications to call me sect leader. A hint of disdain appeared on Yi Qingyun's somewhat creased face. When you were held in the palm of Su Chang'an's hand, of course the Qingyun sect was your solid backer, but now you've messed with Su Chang'an like this. People are about to kill you. Qingyun sect, if you still continue to be your backer, is not looking for death? Not to mention, you tried to kill Su Chang'an. Kion. Su Chang'an shouted softly. Zi Qingyin's form appeared beside Su Chang'an. Her head lowered, and she responded softly. Slave girl is here. Waste her first. Yes. Scrap her? What's that supposed to mean? Li Ningyue once again revealed a bewildered expression. It wasn't until Zi Qingyin came before her again that Li Ningyue realized. It turned out that Su Chang'an was trying to abolish himself. He wanted to cut off his path to immortality and then keep himself as a canary in captivity? Until now, Li Ningyue still felt that Su Chang'an still loved her deeply, and the fact that the other party did not kill her directly was the best proof. It was nothing more than a radical tactic for him to engage in such behavior. Of course, if there was a mirror in front of her so she could see what she looked like right now, she probably wouldn't think that way. Swollen and bloodied face, blood-stained hair stuck together, half a broken incisor, and the vacant arms, Who would dare to keep a canary in this mold? Su Chang'an, how dare you? Li Ningyue was colorful. If you dare to waste me, I won't forgive you afterward, no matter how you make up for it. Su Chang'an just quietly watched her hiss, and naturally, Zi Qingyin wouldn't stop moving. Su Chang'an, can you please listen to me? If you do that, I'm begging you not to, okay? The strong will threaten others with their strength, and Li Ningyue had no way to threaten with strength, so she could only threaten with suicide. It turned out that the one who wanted to kill her was Su Chang'an, so she could only beg the other party to spare her. Zi Qingyan's lotus stepped lightly. Her figure instantly appeared in front of Li Ningyu, holding her neck with one hand in a false grip, causing her to struggle to levitate, and the other hand formed a palm strike at the dantian of her abdomen. A dull thud rang out along with the sound of ceramic vessels breaking. A pain like tearing of flesh came from her belly. Li Ningyue instantly lay on the ground and rolled with a face full of pain. This kind of pain of her dantian being hardened and shattered was far beyond what she could bear. If it wasn't for Zi Qingyin using her spiritual power to keep her awake, she would probably have fainted from the pain. The dantian has been completely shattered, and the spirit meridians and veins of the entire body are next. Zi Qingyin muttered to herself, "It might hurt a bit next, but I won't let you pass out. Enjoy the gifts from your highness." Wait, Li Ningyue was now on the verge of madness. No, don't do that. With all her strength, she tilted her head back to look at Su Chang'an above the void, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Your highness, I really know I'm wrong. Please, don't do that. Really, I'm begging you. I'll do anything, including that. As soon as you get her to stop. Please, I really can't take it anymore. Please." It's no use pleading. Su Chang'an maintained an indifferent expression throughout. Zi Qingyin had already forcefully injected her spiritual energy within Li Ningyue's body, or the very aggressive kind. Although it wasn't much, it was far from what Li Ningyue's body of the early Jindan realm could withstand. It didn't take long for the meridians in Li Ningyue's body to split apart by the inches they were held up. The crackling was extraordinarily harsh, and all she could do was lie curled up on the floor, hissing and moaning in pain and helplessness. This way of abolishing cultivation was indeed a bit cruel for the desolate ancient continent, but for Li Ningyue, it was just right. After all, it's the most efficient. It is also the most thoroughly abolished means. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily for the time being. Su Chang'an's deep voice sounded faintly. Hearing these words, the eyes of Li Ningyue, who was still curled up on the ground, steeply lit up. Sure enough, you still love. You'll stay in the deadlands of the demon realm for the rest of your life, repenting for everything you've done before. The deadlands of the devil's domain. That's full of absolute demons in there. You want her to stay in there with her cultivation wasted? I'm afraid I'll be tortured in a second. Might as well just kill her. This time, Li Ningyue's eyes completely dimmed, filled with despair and helplessness within. Just then, a lingering voice rang out. Humph, I was only in seclusion for 10 days, and Ningyu was even treated like this by you guys? Have you guys forgotten about my Xiaochen's existence? As the voice fell, a black-clothed silhouette fell from the air, the aura of the divine void realm instantly covering the surroundings. The peak of the divine void realm. After a half-month-long seclusion, he managed to break through from the late divine void realm to the peak of the divine void realm. That's a speed that could definitely be called genius. But that's all. Xiao Chuan dashed to Li Ningyue's side and bent down to check up on her injuries, completely ignoring Su Chang'an as well as Zi Qingyin and the others. This is his aura of being the chosen one. No one else can disturb him while he himself is pretending to make an appearance. You have to wait until he's done pretending and finished his words before you can do anything. Brother Xiao Chen. Li Ningyue was like seeing a savior and almost burst into tears. At the same time, the heart is full of energy. Sure enough, only Brother Xiao Chen is the best for me. Su Chang'an deserves to be a licking dog. Moreover, in her eyes, Su Chang'an was absolutely unable to defeat Xiao Chen. Wait, how come Brother Xiao Chen was looking at himself as if he was looking at an ugly monster? Something's wrong. The reason why Zi Qingyin didn't make the first move was because she was worried that the other side would also have strong people. So she needed to prioritize ensuring Su Chang'an's safety. But I didn't expect it. She didn't detect anyone else's scent around her. He's the only one at the divine void realm? After determining that this was the case, Zi Qingyin's cherry lips slightly opened and slowly spat out 2 words. On your knees. Xiao Chuan's figure gave a steep lurch. Endless pressure then gathered on him, and his defenses were instantly shattered as his legs buckled and he fell to his knees with a thud. A protagonist's aura? Son of luck? Banning people from interrupting in moments of pretending? Su Chang'an has a true injury that can ignore any chi. You can't be unaware of that. Chapter 9, Our existence will cut down all enemies for the young lord. Boom! Xiao Chuan fell to his knees, and the lapis lazuli floor below his knees was smashed and cracked. At the moment, His entire body was contained by the invisible pressure around him, couldn't move at all. After all, Zi Qingyin was at the peak of the transition realm, and Xiao Chen, a tiny divine void realm, had absolutely no chance of fighting back. Li Ningyue, even if Xiao Chen's brother's appearance was slightly pulled down, it was still much better than Su Chang'an, that licking dog who would just bully others. As for Xiao Dust, it was not until 3 breaths later that he reacted from his state of confusion. What the hell? That's a little different than he expected. Shouldn't the other party wait until he had finished inspecting Li Ningyue's injuries before asking who he was? Why don't you follow the rules? Name, Xiao Duan. Numerology, growing child of destiny. Cultivation, peak divine void realm, can fight over levels and break through the spirit transformation realm at critical moments. Root bone, 6. Charisma, 6, additional bonus to daughter of destiny. Chi luck, 6. Evaluation, the son of heaven's destiny born in the humble beginnings of the world is too brainless, but the powerful force of Qi can always get him out of harm's way. Su Chang'an revealed a look of realization after reading Xiao Chen's panel. Sure enough, it's still a familiar flavor. The protagonist whose last name is Shaw. He's coming. If Su Chang'an remembered correctly, Xiao Chen's biggest card, which was the golden finger, should be a strand of the immortal emperor's residual soul within the ring. But can the immortal emperor's residual soul be called a hangover? I'm sorry, but his real mother was an immortal emperor, or the strongest kind. Even if he was the immortal emperor himself coming, he should still kneel. A growing Xiao protagonist with a remnant soul attachment? Su Chang'an muttered to himself in his heart. Unfortunately, you only have 3 years of Hadong left, so 3 years of Hadong won't be given to you. Just then, Xiao Chuan finally couldn't bear the humiliation and raised his head with difficulty, glaring at Xiang Su Chang'an and questioning in a cold voice. Is His Highness of the Devil region that unreasonable? Su Chang'an nodded without the slightest bit of avoidance. Exactly. So what? He's just being unreasonable. What can you do? Do you have any ideas? Let's see if your proud heavenly destiny and luck is still good in front of him. Xiao Dust froze. He hadn't expected Su Chang'an to reply in this manner. How do you expect him to answer that? I've never seen such justified bullying. The point is that he can't refute it. Who? Xiao Chuan let out a deep breath to ease his mind. On what basis did you strike at Ningyu for no reason? Are you going to destroy her just because she doesn't like you and doesn't agree to marry you? You can't reap true love with the style of behavior of your demon race. The heart of Li Ningyue, who was lying on the ground dying, was touched. Sure enough, or brother Xiao Chen loves her. Even if she was in this state now, more than half of the reason was because of Xiao Chen. But she still wouldn't blame brother Xiao Chen. This was the aura of heavenly destiny. Just by saying 2 words, she was going to be countless times better than Su Chang'an in her eyes. The wholehearted dedication of the others is not as good as a bowl of white porridge cooked by the protagonist. The current Li Ningyue's entire body was experiencing tearing pain, and she couldn't even speak well. While the pressure on Xiao Chuan's body was increasing, it felt like it was going to be crushed the next moment. However, he was still very confident and comforted Li Ningyue with sunken eyes. Don't be afraid, Ningyue. I'll save you from leaving right away. Li Ningyue nodded in a blur of consciousness. Aha, brother Xiao Chen, by the way, take revenge for me. This time Xiao Dust did not answer. Because this revenge, I'm afraid it's hard to avenge. He'll be lucky to leave alive himself. As for Zi Qingyin, who was standing next to her, when she heard these words, the expression on her face steeply turned ice cold. No matter what the identity of the other party was, as long as they dared to harbor murderous intentions towards the young lord, she would kill them all. Su Chang'an had no ripples in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. Honestly, it's pretty hard to find a hero and heroine with such matching IQs. Finished? Su Chang'an laughed out coldly. The love you speak of, I really don't deserve it. Truth for truth? Dog licking? Whoever wants to be can be. Li Ningyue was tempted to open her mouth and explain that it was just her test, but she moved her throat with difficulty, only to find that she could only produce a few extremely hoarse syllables, making it impossible to hear what she was saying. Xiao Dust fell into silence. It wasn't because of Su Chang'an's words, but because he was secretly calling out to the immortal emperor's residual soul in the ring. Master, do you have a way to resolve the Tao Protector besides Su Chang'an? About 3 breaths later, a voice full of vicissitudes and slightly weak sounded deep within his mind. The other party's cultivation I can't see through at all. I'm afraid that they've already stepped into the transitional succession, and their roots and heart are of the extremely good kind. By virtue of this state of the master now, I'm afraid that they won't be able to show themselves in front of the other party. Ha? What about this? Xiao Dust was a bit flustered when he heard this. If he couldn't even handle his master, then wouldn't he die here as well? The master is thinking of a countermeasure. But be prepared. You may have to give up that female doll on the ground when the time comes. Xiao Dust hesitated for a moment and eventually chose to helplessly compromise. Apprentice has already made preparations. In the future, he'll avenge Ning Yue. As for whether Li Ning Yue could survive, it would be fine if she hadn't been wasted. But she was now so wasted that she couldn't even move. How do you save yourself? Besides, she could only become an ordinary person for the rest of her life, with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. The two are not destined to go all the way. In reality, Su Chang'an wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath just because he was silent. Although the true injury Dao rule could ignore qi, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents? So, if you can just do it, you never nag. Qing-yin, scrap it together. Su Chang'an's flat voice rang out. After receiving the order, Zi Qingyin turned around and slowly raised her palm towards Xiao Chen, and a long sword silhouette composed of spiritual energy then coalesced and took shape, aiming at Xiao Chen, and Xiao Dust's body was suppressed, so he could only kneel there and watch. He was outright anxious. No, why are you so serious? You're going to waste him before you've even said a word? If he's wasted, that would be a real and complete waste. Even the remnant soul in his ring, I'm afraid, has no way to cure it. Though he could definitely rely on his luck against the weather and get some strange opportunities to regain his cultivation as long as he survived. But no matter how much more he recovered, it would still affect his foundation. In the future, he was the protagonist who was going to witness the immortal emperor and ascend to the top of the desolate ancient continent. So how could he be casually affected by the foundation? Hey, wait a moment. Xiao Dust shouted anxiously. Zi Qingyin didn't pause in her movements for a second. To her, she only needed to follow Su Chang'an's orders. Other than that, any other voices could be ignored. Seeing that Zi Qingyin's movements did not stop, Xiao Chen mocked at Su Chahan. Humph, the celestial race is really all clueless. If you weren't relying on your family's cultivation resources, I'm afraid that your current cultivation level wouldn't be as high as mine. Even so, your transformation god realm, which you piled up by pills, is as bad as grass in my eyes. I, on the other hand, have gotten to where I am today by working my way up step by step. Even if I'm only at the divine void realm right now, I can still completely beat you under fair conditions. This is the gap between us. If you don't believe me, then lift the restraints on me and come and try to fight me one-on-one. If I, Xiao Chuan, lose, I'll be at your disposal to kill or die. And if I win, how about you let me and Ning Yu leave? The more Xiao Duan talked, the higher he got. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, worldly sons like Su Chang'an, who had been starstruck since childhood, were all very high-minded. Being provoked like that by himself would definitely be too much to bear in his heart. Then in this situation, he himself would then make a request for single combat in a smooth manner, and he would definitely not refuse. At that time, one could utilize the remnant soul of the great emperor within one's body as well as one's rich experience in actual combat to defeat him over the level. However, what awaited him was not Su Chang'an's promise. Instead, it was the sound of a sharp object running through flesh and blood. Pust! The white sword shadow violently plunged into Xiao Chuan's abdomen, giving him a direct penetrating blow. Xiao Dust's pupils were steeply dilated, as if he was in some disbelief. Then Zi Qingyin's emotionless voice rang out. Young Lord does not need to prove anything to anyone. We exist and will cut down everything for the young Lord. Chapter 10. Even if it's a one-on-one fight, he'll still completely abuse Xiao Duan. The significance of our existence is to cut down all enemies for the young Lord. Have to say, those two lines from Zi Qingyin are kinda cool. Su Chanan's deep eyes were as calm as water from the beginning, and did not fluctuate in the slightest because of Xiao Chen's mockery. The protagonist with the surname Shaw. A standard issue crossover challenge? Good. You are rewarded for going over the top to challenge Zi Qingyin, who is at the peak of the transition realm. What? Can't beat it? Well, that means you're not good at this Goldfinger either. Get lost and start over. Again. It's open and shut. There's nothing wrong with Su Chang'an getting a bug, right? And he couldn't figure out why these protagonists always thought the villain would give him a one-upmanship. Have you been reading too many mindless novels? Why would he choose to fight alone when he can bully people with his skills? What's more, he possessed a companion chaos demon pupil. His cultivation talent was even stronger than his own parents, and he usually practiced against Zi Qingyin, who was experienced in battle. Even if they really fought one-on-one, in front of Su Chanan's true injury Dao rule, Xiao Chen, who had lost the shelter of his fortune, was an ordinary divine void realm. Crossing the line? Let's see what you've got. Even in the original storyline, Xiao Chen was completely abused by Su Chang'an, relying on Li Ningyue's sneak attack to kill him. Of course, there is no need for that. As Zi Qingyin had said, one did not need to prove anything to anyone. You need to fight the fateful sun yourself? So where is his push? Ah! Xiao Chen, whose abdomen was pierced through, hissed out in pain. How could he not have expected that Su Chang'an would actually choose to ignore his taunts and allow Zi Qingyin to waste himself? How do you expect him to resist? However, the remnant soul in his ring was quietly helping him to maintain it, not letting his dantian directly shatter, and allowing him to have the stamina to continue talking. Xiao Dust stifled a snort and continued to taunt. Are you that timid and cowardly? When you encounter a divine void realm, you don't even dare to face it yourself, and when it's spread out, I'm afraid it'll be laughed at. Su Chang'an smiled playfully. What makes you think that this will get out? Xiao Dust. Hearing Su Chang'an's words, Yi Qingyun and the others kneeling next to him directly shivered, while at the same time mentally kegging all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors. It's okay if you want to die on your own, and you want to drag the whole Green Cloud sect to be silenced? I can go to your bar. Asshole, what the are you? And you're worthy of letting His Highness the World Prince do it himself? Your Highness that just do not care to dirty their own hands. Our entire to the Qingyan sect up and down all look in the eyes. Once Yi Qingyun said this, the surrounding elders also reacted. Yes, His Highness just doesn't want to get his hands dirty. If it weren't for your Highness being here, I would really want to take your head and slap it into your stomach. A trash of the divine void realm. How dare you clamor in front of your Highness? Xiao Dust's face turned red. This group of wallflowers is really disgusting. When he proves to be an emperor in the future, surely they will be made to pay for their choices today. Group taunt plus faithful son standard flag. This buff stacks straight up. Ding. System prompt, the host's destiny is special. Killing Heaven's fate with your own hands can earn you exclusive extra rewards. The system voice that suddenly rang out caused Su Chang'an to freeze for a moment. Exclusive extras? Is this his hidden gold finger? It's a reward not to be taken for nothing. And the completion conditions aren't harsh anyway, merely requiring Xiao Chuan's life. Su Chang'an's thoughts fell and he spoke softly. Qingyin, stop. Yes. Zi Qingyin stopped her movements and did not waste Xiao Chen any further. Su Chang'an gently stroked the head of the Shenlong beside him, and the Shenlong, which had originally been rampaging, was now meekly bending its head down, allowing its master to caress it. Deep within their divine souls, they had long ago carved the imprint that Su Chang'an was their master. This imprint that had been engraved since childhood would make them absolutely loyal to Su Chang'an. What poor self-esteem. In that case, I'll give you the chance to fight me one-on-one. If you lose, I'll annihilate your divine soul here. And if you win, I'll let you leave the Green Cloud sect, then die at the door of the Green Cloud sect. It's nothing more than moving graves. As for getting Su Chang'an to leave him alive, that was absolutely impossible. As Su Chang'an's words fell, the light of hope rekindled in Xiao Chen's eyes. Relying on the cultivation level piled up by drugs, he actually dared to go one-on-one with him who had experienced between life and death. And even if there was a large realm gap between the two sides, he was completely unafraid. But he abruptly remembered that his dantian had been heavily damaged, and now he was afraid that he would not be able to utilize a tenth of his peak combat power. What's going on here? Apprentice, don't worry. Master can help you temporarily suppress the injuries sustained at your dantian, allowing you to maintain your peak in a short period of time. But that's about it. However, that woman beside Su Chang'an is by no means an ordinary transition realm, and if Master were to directly transmit spiritual energy to you both, it would definitely be instantly detected. At that time, you'll lose the chance to go one-on-one with Su Chang'an. You're on your own this time. The voice of that remnant soul resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. He was overjoyed to hear this. Don't worry, Master. A flower like him that has been sheltered and grown in the middle of a greenhouse since he was a child. I don't put it in my eyes. Really? My disciple still has that bottom card. That one was an undercard that would allow him to truly fight at a higher level. In the outside world, Su Chang'an also ordered Zi Qingyin to lift the suppression on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chuan, who had regained his freedom, couldn't wait to get up, moved his muscles and wrists, and looked at Su Chang'an with killing intent in his eyes. Stand down. Su Chang'an drank lowly, and the 9 Shin dragons surrounding his body then all retreated to a position far away from the battlefield. Zi Qingyin also stepped back slightly. However, it still remained in a position where it could decapitate Xiao Dust at any time, and as long as she realized that something was wrong, Xiao Dust would definitely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even if that remnant soul suddenly appeared, she would be able to react and have the means to kill it in seconds. As for the one-on-one fights and whatnot, it's all irrelevant to her. She only wants the young lord to be safe. Go Seiji, His Royal Highness, the world son of the Celestial clan, is invincible. Finish off that punk Xiao Chuan who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Even the divine void realm dares to challenge His Highness, the world son of the transformation god realm? His Highness is really so gentle. This is all willing to give Xiao Dust a chance to fight one-on-one. I'm really crying my eyes out. The disciples and elders of the Qingyan sect present were all mocking Xiao Chun, directly pulling his Destiny's Son face punch buff full. Xiao Dust didn't pay any attention to this. Instead, He drew his sword from his waist and raised his hand to point at Su Chang'an. For the sake of Ningyu, I will never lose. At this moment, Xiao Chen's appearance made Su Chang'an think of a very famous saying from his previous life. Get back together. Nope. Resurrect, my love. Inexplicably similar. Moreover, Xiao Chen looked quite pretentious. If he could beat Su Chang'an, the force would probably pull right through. But sadly, the true injury Dao rules. Ignoring all chi. 100% armor piercing. What are you going to flip with? Su Chang'an whispered blandly. Then come and fight. The moment his words fell, the gilt-black robes around him fluttered and swung without wind, and endless demonic rhythms coalesced around him, and in an instant, the sky had a vague feeling of changing color. Xiao Chuan had just pulled out his sword in frozen place before he could even act on it. With this terrifying pressure, not to mention the harmonized God realm, he wouldn't have the slightest doubt even if someone told him that Su Chang'an was in the cave Xin realm. Grass at $%. This is still a transgression of the Ega. Apprentice, don't be afraid. My master's sword Dao cultivates an unrelenting sword heart. If you don't even dare to wield the sword, how can you talk about future proof of the Dao? What's more, don't you still have that bottom card? At the moment of despair, Xiao Chen heard this voice in his head and lifted his head with difficulty. There was a renewed wariness in his eyes. Master is right. He is just relying on pills to pile up his realm, without any real battle experience, purely just having more chi. He is not going to lose. As his thoughts fell, Xiao Chuan swung his sword, stepped on the void, and rushed straight towards Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an had some hidden excitement in his eyes. He slowly raised his left hand, and the demonic rhythms gathered behind him, condensing into several divine and demonic silhouettes, looking out of the corner of his eye. The next instant, Su Chang'an's figure abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Boom! Buzz! The two fronts of the sword and fist met. This was the purest clash of strength between the two. Ka! Almost immediately after contact, cracks appeared on Xiao Chuan's sword before it crumbled inch by inch. Immediately afterward, his chest was struck by Su Chang'an's palm. Put! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Chuan did a freefall motion in midair and fell straight down. The 50-50 situation he expected between himself and Su Chang'an did not occur. Instead, they were completely crushed. Chapter 11, Killing Xiao Dust. Immortal Sword Shocking Frost and Snow. This completely meaningful gap in strength directly dumbfounded Xiao Chen. He staggered to his feet, full of disbelief. What's going on here? Don't you usually just cross the border and challenge yourself? Even that supreme elder of the Qingyan sect, who had stepped into the spirit transformation realm for a long time, had almost lost under him before, only to be crushed by Su Chang'an now? It was hard to believe that Su Chang'an was not in the early stage of God transformation, but in the middle stage, or perhaps the late stage. He hadn't been honest with Li Ningyue before? Xiao Chuan pondered over these things, but Su Chang'an wouldn't give him any respite. After a slight pause of a few seconds, Su Chang'an's figure reappeared in front of Xiao Chuan, so fast that not only were there residual shadows, but even space fluctuated. This caused all of the surrounding Green Cloud sect disciples and elders who were watching the battle to reveal expressions of astonishment. Although they couldn't see Su Chang'an's movements, they could see those spatial fluctuations clearly. The spirit transformation realm touched the threshold of the spatial Dao. You're telling me he's an uneducated lickspittle? I can go to your bar. Put. After being blown away, Xiao Chuan once again braced himself to stand up, followed by a muffled grunt as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His appearance was wretched to the extreme, but there was still a confident gleam in the middle of his eyes. Humph, is that all you think I've got? How are you going to resist this next move? After his words fell, a rich sword rhythm emanated from his body, making his entire person resemble a sharp sword. Sword rhyme was something that sword cultivators realized when they reached a certain realm and comprehended the enlightenment. It can be used to increase combat power. Some sword rhymes have other special effects. This sword rhythm in Xiao Chen's body did not belong to him, but was rather sealed in his body in advance by that immortal emperor's remnant soul, in order to allow him to still have the hope of turning the tide in a desperate situation when he encountered this kind of emergency. The special effect of this sword rhythm, which was his strongest point, was that it could shield the enemy's 5 senses, make the opponent lose all of his senses. It's like a mirror. What you see, what you hear, what you touch, what you smell, are all illusions. His master teacher also told him that no one below the transition realm could resist this effect. Even those above the transition realm would be severely affected. Chanan Su, take a good look at the gap between you and me. Xiao Chen's aura had regained its peak at this moment, and it continued to climb even after reaching the peak. Breaking, stepping into the realm of the transfigured god, he himself had now broken through to the same realm as Su Chang'an, and with the sword rhythms comprehended by the immortal emperor's residual soul to add to it, there was simply no reason to lose. And since the beginning, Not a single fluctuation appeared in Su Chang'an's eyes. Xiao Dust looked like a jaywalking clown in his eyes, really unable to figure out how the so brainwashed Heaven's Mandate protagonist had survived to the age of 10. Yes? Then let me crush your pathetic condescension. Su Chang'an murmured blandly, magic rhythms flowing around him, his pupils flickering with a black golden light that the rest of the world couldn't easily detect. There seems to be an abyss of 10,000 feet in it, and if you look at it a little bit, you will fall into it and never come out. This is the Chaos Demon Pupil. Even the ancient books have only a few records of the mysterious pupil of the eye. However, in the records, its successive possessors were all great emperors of the heavens who had pressed across the ages. As for shielding the five senses? Then he had even less to worry about because the Hongmeng Heart Sutra would step in. As Xiao Chuan gradually approached, Su Chang'an aimed a fist at him and blasted out, the 10,000 devils shadow looming behind him, the sense of oppression pulling directly full. The two collided in the air. Xiao Chuan's mouth also shouted something strange like, "This sword is unstoppable." However, the end result was that Xiao Chuan's sword, which was filled with sword intent enhancement, broke even faster than the naked sword from before after touching Su Chang'an's demonic rhythm. Straight up disintegration. How is this possible? Xiao Dust and the remnant soul inside him were simultaneously surprised out loud. Why aren't his five senses shielded? Why was his hard power stronger than Xiao Chen, who had stepped into the spirit of transformation? No one answered him. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chuan, who had lost the sword in his hand, used his physical body to crash into Su Chang'an's attack. Boo! Half of Xiao Dust's body directly shattered apart, and between the blood and flesh, even a portion of his internal organs were exposed. It looks very creepy. Is this the gap you want me to see? Listening to Su Chang'an's indifferent to the extreme voice, Xiao Chen's entire body and mind were immersed in fear. One can really die here. Don't say anything about ascending to the heavens and becoming an emperor. His Dao heart was completely shattered at this moment. The current Xiao Chen only wanted to live. Master, save me. Wait for me to cast a secret technique to transmit you away. The residual soul in the ring answered. And then it was about to directly use the spatial Dao to teleport Xiao Chen away. However, the moment it used its spiritual power, Zi Qingyin noticed it. A slight movement of the mind. It then blocked the spatial laws of this heaven and earth. Xiao Chen, however, was unaware of this matter as he braced himself and uttered the classic quote, Su Chang'an, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. I, Xiao Chen, will return one day to take revenge. After saying that, he waited for his master to teleport him out of here. 3 breaths later, Xiao Chuan realized that he was actually still staying where he was and hurriedly urged, Master, let's hurry up and get out of here. Another 3 breaths passed. Still no response. What? Xiao Duan man was directly numb. Su Chang'an laughed softly. 30 years is too long. I can't wait. Just wait for these 3 breaths. He then dodged and came directly in front of Xiao Chen, and under his terrified gaze, he violently slammed his palm directly through his dantian. Old thing. Likes to hide in the back his Goldfinger, does he? Get thee out of here. As Xiao Chuan's dantian shattered, Su Chang'an shattered that ring with another strike. Without a place for the residual soul to attach itself, it could only be exposed to the field of vision in a spiritual divine soul posture. Zi Qingyin dodged in front of Su Chang'an and stared coldly at the remnant soul. Your Highness, do we need Qingyin to completely annihilate him? When the remnant soul heard this, it hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy, explaining, Your Highness, the world's son, the old man is also in the state of the divine soul. There is no other way out. I beg you to let me go. For the rest of my life the old man is willing to recognize you as the master. Su Chang'an waved his hand, signaling Zi Qingyin to step aside. Qingyin, no need. Before the remnants of the soul could say their words of gratitude, they heard Su Chang'an's playful voice ring out once again. I'll kill it myself. After all, there was no extra reward if he didn't personally behead them. He, as expected of the heavenly clan's worldly son, he is really so ruthless. The remnant soul showed helplessness and laughed bitterly. Now it seems that Xiao Chen's defeat at your hands is something that is well deserved. Finished? Then you can go to hell. Su Chang'an swung out his palm, and monstrous demonic rhythms surrounded that remnant soul, annihilating it in an instant. With Zi Qingyin present, even if the remnant souls recoiled in their death throes, the attacks were all blocked. As for Xiao Chen, at this time, he still had a breath. Su Chang'an once again swung out a palm, annihilating it along with his soul, and was even a little uneasy, fearing that the puddle of bloody paste on the ground would revive, and added a few more palms. Just vaporize him right where he is. Qingyin, be careful not to let any of his divine soul remain. The slave girl understands. With Zi Qingyin watching over him, it was impossible for Xiao Chen's divine soul to leave a single bit behind. It also cuts off the possibility of his resurrection, or reincarnation. This behavior of Su Chang'an's fell in the eyes of the crowd of the Qingyan sect, and it was a complete venting of anger. After all, people are scum and continue to bombard them with big moves. You can't be afraid of people coming to life. This time Xiao Chen didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. The son of the celestial clan, Su Chang'an, when it really is the most impossible to mess with existence in this world nowadays. After killing Xiao Dust and that remnant soul, the system's beeps then sounded in his head. The host kills the son of heaven's destiny, Xiao Dust, and obtains the emperor-grade immortal swords, Shocking and Frosty Snow. The host kills the residual soul of the immortal emperor and obtains all of his sword Dao comprehension during his lifetime. And the system automatically infuses the epiphany to perfection, Frightening and Frosty Snow. Although Su Chang'an didn't understand them, he knew from the system's introduction that these were proper emperor-level immortal swords. The gold content goes without saying. Although the demon race and the Liuli sacred sect would not be lacking this emperor-level immortal soldier, it was important to realize that immortal sword types of weapons were the rarest of the rare. Even in the entire continent there weren't a few imperial immortal swords. All imperial products are derived from the great Dao. Forge masters can't forge. The last saint-grade immortal sword that came out was still a masterpiece by the strongest forger in the desolate ancient continent. And once it was released, it caused countless sword cultivators to go crazy. That being said, it seemed like that sister of his own family didn't even have an emperor-level immortal sword in her hands. Why don't you go back and give her one? No. With his understanding of that inquisitive disciple controller, not to mention that he had given her an emperor-level immortal sword, even if he had given her a wooden sword, she would have done something outrageous. Guys, do you understand the gold content of disciple control? Chapter 12, Cutting off the grass without removing the roots? You think I'm a heavenly destiny protagonist? Li Ningyue recalled all the good things Su Chang'an had done to her in the past, as well as her bottomless indulgence. Regret suddenly surged through her heart. Had she been mistaken before? In terms of life, Xiao Chen is not as good as Su Chang'an. In terms of talent is not as good as Su Chang'an. Or relying on the mysterious remnants of the soul chance to have this kind of sword talent. Thinking down the road then, Xiao Dust was just like that. Nothing compares to Su Chang'an. But now, did she have a chance to redeem Su Chang'an? Chang'an, I know I'm wrong. Li Ningyue tried her best to spit out these few words. Her red and swollen eyes filled with grievances. She really regretted it. Originally, the one standing beside Su Chang'an right now should be her. Those flattering and envious glances should belong to her too. But now, it's too late for everything. Su Chang'an's figure fell from the air, walking towards Li Ningyue step by step, the playful mockery in his eyes more than a hint with every step. Seeing this, Li Ningyue's heart rekindled a glimmer of hope. Su Chang'an, if you're willing to forgive me, I'll be true to you from now on as well. This life will never leave you. It's ugly. There's a complete lack of the condescension you had before. Su Chang'an's indifferent and sneering voice interrupted Li Ningyue's mirth. Do you want to see what you look like nowadays? See yourself today? Li Ningyue didn't understand what Su Chang'an meant by that. She knows very well what she looks like. Not to say that the city is overwhelming. At the very least, it is not an unusual sect saint girl can be compared to. Suddenly, Li Ningyue froze in place. Immediately afterward, her eyes went from initially aggravated to panicked and disbelieving. This was because Su Chang'an had just taken out an exquisite water mirror from his storage ring and placed it in front of her eyes, allowing her to see her current appearance. No, it's not me. Li Ningyue kept shaking her head. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't speak at all right now, she would have definitely shouted out hysterically. How could she be so ugly? She was obviously very good looking herself, or else Su Chang'an wouldn't have liked her before. But facts were facts, and no amount of shaking her head would change that. What does shaking your head mean? Is it an unwillingness to accept the truth? Su Chang'an held a cold smile, the bottom of his eyes teasing. But unfortunately, that's the truth. Kion, the slave girl is in. Zi Qingyin's figure appeared behind Su Chang'an. Bring her back to the celestial clan's place of death. And by the way, be careful not to let her die on the way. I can't bear it in my heart to not let her see the sight of the heavenly clan's deathlands. As you wish, slave girl. Su Chang'an's words were considered to have completely crushed Li Ningyue's hopes, causing her to completely fall into the abyss of despair. At this moment, she had mixed emotions in her eyes. Resentment, helplessness, unwillingness, jealousy. All of this eventually turned into regret. This was the path she had chosen herself, abandoning the heavenly clan's worldly son, Su Chang'an, to pursue the big pie Xiao Chen had drawn for her. The young lord's orders are to keep you from dying halfway. Zi Qingyin sealed her entire body from movement. In that case, there's no way for you to kill yourself on the way. Li Ningyue had no intention of struggling against it in her eyes and allowed Zi Qingyin to move. What's more, there was nothing she could do to resist. You let the dying Jiedan realm to rebel against the ferrying realm perfection? After resolving Li Ningyue, Su Chang'an turned his head to look at the crowd kneeling not far away. Yi Qingyun suddenly felt like an awe on his back. He was still in awe of the heavenly clan, but Li Ningyue's existence had made him somewhat unable to recognize reality, and he had even dared to ask Su Chang'an for pills before. Su Chang'an looked at him for a few seconds before finally turning away and rejoining the dragon carriage. Who? Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Su Chang'an had spared himself and the others. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness, for your heavenly grace. With Yi Qingyun leading the way, the rest of the elder disciples followed suit and paid their respects. The entire Qingyun sect will remember the heavenly grace of His Highness the worldly prince. The old ancestor deserved to die, and he died a beautiful death. His Highness the world prince killed him well. It was an honor for the supreme elder to die at the hands of His Highness consort, and I thank you on his behalf. But immediately after, an indifferent voice came out from within the dragon carriage, causing their newly lowered hearts to hang back up. It's too noisy. Zi Qingyin bowed slightly. Slave servant understands. Ha? What does that mean? Afterward, Zi Qingyin arrived in the sky above the Qingyun sect under the uncomprehending gaze of a group of disciples and elders. The slender jade fingers were extended and placed in front of her body. Black rune formations surged under his feet. For elephant's sealing demon. In the next instant, monstrous demonic rhythms poured out, and with her as the center, hundreds of miles in a radius were enveloped in black, dense spiritual energy. The range was not too big and not too small, just enough to cover the Green Cloud Mountain range. Yi Qingyun panicked as he looked towards the dragon carriage in the air, the bottom of his eyes occupied by fear. Your Highness, what are you doing? What mistake did the Qingyun sect make that they need to be exterminated in their entirety? Do we have to kill them all just because they are a little bit louder and we think they are noisy? You're too gentle, aren't you? It's obvious that you can just kill it, but you're still looking for a reason to do it. Yi Qingyun's words received no response, except for Violet Clear Voice's emotionless whisper. The 4-elephant demon sealing boundary will amputate all vitality in an instant. This is the only chance you will have in this life. This is your only chance to experience death in this life. With gratitude, accept the young lord's gift. As this voice fell, the originally calm spiritual energy within the boundary abruptly raged, rapidly plundering their vitality. Of course Yi Qingyun and the others wanted to escape, but where to run? 100 miles in every direction was covered by Zi Qingyin's spiritual power. Not to mention that there were boundary restrictions around the edges. Among them, there were also quite a few elders who counterattacked at the point of death, but their attacks, in front of this strong force, were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to make a single ripple. The difference between the Yuaning realm and the transition realm would have been inconceivable. Not to mention, Zi Qingyin was willing to send them away with such a magnificent move. They should indeed be honored. Known as immortals in the mortal world, they now accept death with gratitude. It sounds so ironic. After a roar that resounded through the heavens, all living beings within the 4-elephant demon sealing boundary were reduced to nothingness. Yi Qingyun and the others were nowhere to be seen. The Green Cloud Mountain range was also gone. The only thing that remained was the deep pit that glowed with black demonic rhythms, and there were some strange rune veins on it, as if signaling that something very intense had happened here. As of this moment, there was no trace of the Green Cloud sect ever existing again. In fact, from the very beginning, Su Chang'an had no intention of leaving the Qingyun sect behind. If they had dared to rely on Li Ningyue before taking the initiative to demand the cultivation resources of the heavenly clan, and using that stance towards themselves, they had to be prepared to bear the cost. Not to mention, there were quite a few of them who supported Xiao Duan. There's no guarantee there's a hater of yourself. It wasn't impossible to grow up in the future and become a new Heaven's Mandate protagonist. Cutting the grass doesn't get rid of the roots. You think I'm the chosen one? What's with the subjugation stuff? Having a completely loyal purple clear voice is enough. As for those weak journeyman disciples, although Guan's big knife doesn't cut down unarmed people, Guan still has a small knife. Zi Qingyin quickly returned to resume her orders. She bent her knees in front of Su Chang'an, her tone warm and full of respect. Young lord, the Qingyun sect has been completely cleaned out, leaving only Li Ningyue alive. Well, there's also the Li family in the immortal domain. Remember to wipe them out together when the time comes. Yes, going back, naturally, meant going back to the heavenly clan. But Zi Qingyin had just stood up when her pretty brows furrowed and a flash of ice flashed in her eyes. Immediately afterward, the roars of the heavenly Xian dragons came from outside, and they seemed to have sensed something that could threaten Su Chang'an as well. Young lord, slave girl goes out to scout the situation. Aha, Su Chang'an nodded. Getting Su Chang'an's promise, Zi Qingyin's thoughts moved slightly, and in the next instant, her figure appeared outside the dragon carriage, and black runes surged around her body, instantly locking onto the several auras that were hidden in the void. What a nerve! How dare you spy on young lord in the dark? Zi Qingyin did not hide the cold killing intent in her eyes. The owners of those several auras did not hide anymore and revealed their true bodies one after another. The most conspicuous among them was a woman in a long red tulle dress. Below the tail of the skirt, there seemed to be a few white tails waving around. Well, it's the tail. She had bare feet, the skin on them snow white and flawless. One word, Jade, is afraid to be indescribable. There was also a red rope bell tied to his ankle, and a crisp ringing sound was emitted between the gentle swaying of his feet. And this was discovered? Could it be that my means of concealing my breath is too poor? Su Jojo muttered suspiciously to herself, seemingly a little chagrined that she was discovered so quickly. It seems that when we go back, we'll have to find Big Sister to learn some powerful concealment techniques. Chapter 13, This Dragon Carriage. There's a soundproofing prohibition, right? Su Junyeo said these words to herself, and as she did so, her tail behind her was gently swaying, with an indescribable sense of flirtatiousness. Along with her were 4 other figures that manifested. Clearly a young woman, but some are mature, some are youthful, and they look very different in style. Young master, it's not your fault that your means of concealing your aura is weak, because even we were all discovered. One of the young women softly comforted Su Joya. Even they, the transition realm, were discovered. It was only normal that Su Joya would be discovered. Another woman, who was slightly more mature, looked at Zi Qingyin with a flash of amazement in her eyes. I didn't think that the immortal region would still have such a young transition realm, but I've never heard of it before. The aura she just displayed, I've only seen it on Third Miss. The plump woman standing beside Su Joyo said in a condensed voice. The young woman who had spoken first was obviously a bit surprised and full of disbelief. Third Miss is a perfect fairy realm. Could she be too? The plump woman nodded. The young woman's face instantly collapsed. Doesn't that mean that I might not be able to beat her in single combat? It's not possible. It's definitely impossible to beat, and you'll still be too abused to fight back. Su Joyo laughed lightly and stated the truth, not leaving her any face. The young woman was Su Joyo's attendant, Su Lan. At this moment, being spoken to like that by her master, she was a bit tearful. Little lord, but I'm also very strong. It's not that bad, as far as that goes, of course, because she's Su Chanan's maid of honor, let alone you. Even if it's third sister coming, she'd have to cough. Su Junyeo realized that she had said something she shouldn't have said, and hurriedly coughed twice to stop the damage in time. If third sister heard what she said just now, she would have to be punished for sweeping the Heavenly Fox Spirit platform. The plump woman was a little puzzled. Su Changyan? Could it be that young master of the Heavenly Clan? Su Joyao nodded her head. Right. After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Zi Qingyin and gently waved her hand, with the feeling that she was very familiar with Zi Qingyin. Qingyin, Su Changyan is in there, isn't he? Is it okay if I want to go in and meet him? Zi Qingyin's expression did not undergo any changes. If the visitor was someone else, she would not hesitate to kill the other party without hesitation. But the one who came was this one, the youngest fox master of the first line of the Skyfox clan. This was nothing really, but she was also the clan daughter that the Skyfox clan used for marriage with the Heavenly Clan. This left Zi Qingyin with little to do. She was a slave girl, and there were some things she couldn't overstep. Previously, when Su Junyeo followed her family's elders to visit the Heavenly Clan, Zi Qingyin had seen her before. Naturally, he knew who she was. Miss Su. The slave girl is unable to make a decision for young master. Although Zi Qingyin's words were polite, the meaning of them was clear. It just doesn't work. Hey, so heartless? Su Joyao pursed her lips. Then is it okay if you go and talk to Su Changyan? Just say that I have something to tell him with. Well, and it's something very important. The slave girl will send a message to the young lord. Good. Then I'll trouble you. Su Joyao waited without a care in the world as she turned her sight to where the Qingyan sect once existed. It's become flat ground. No, it's become a deep pit. Within 100 miles. No life could be detected. Did Su Changyan do all this? Su Joyo was a little curious. How in the world did Li Ningyue do something that would make Su Chanan change his usual indulgence and strike out at her? But that's fine. Save yourself the trouble of doing it again. After about 3 breaths, Zi Qingyin slightly bowed her head at Su Junyeo. Miss Su, you can go in. Hey, I can't believe I agreed to this so well. It's pretty uncommon. Su Joyao softly muttered a couple of sentences before dodging towards the inside of the dragon carriage. The 4 transition realm retainers behind them also wanted to follow along, but they were stopped in their tracks by Zi Qingyin. The plump woman narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of danger flashing in her eyes. What does your excellency mean by this? Zi Qingyin's expression was calm. The young lord only said that Miss Su could go in. The meaning is obvious. It's that they're not allowed in. Zi Qingyin had always been thorough in carrying out Su Chanan's orders. As long as Su Chang'an hadn't said that Su Junyeo could bring her retainers in, then it would be absolutely impossible for them to go in, let alone a retainer of the transition realm, an existence that could threaten the safety of the young lord. Outrageous. The plump woman's beautiful eyes stared slightly. How can we possibly be assured by letting the young master go in alone? Zi Qingyin didn't say anything. When the plump woman saw this, a huff rose in her heart. Although in terms of personal strength, none of us are your opponent, but now that there are 4 of us, I'm afraid that you alone won't be able to stop us. As her words fell, the long white silk gauze skirt behind her lifted up steeply. Of course, what was exposed was not some 18 forbidden scenery, but 4 snow-white tails that danced unceasingly behind it. The other 3 women looked pretty much the same. It's a precursor to their attack. There had been such a rumor in the demon region. When you see the sky fox reveal more than 4 tails, you can give up resisting and pray in place for a good reincarnation in your next life. In an instant, the 4 great demons of the transition realm completely released their spiritual pressure, causing this piece of heaven and earth to vaguely feel like it was dimming down. But Zi Qingyin's expression didn't change in any way. Yes, actually, I was wondering if I could stop you guys. Zi Qingyin slowly raised her hand. Several black spell formations then appeared, and immediately afterward, a rune covered in forbidden symbols surged out from it, twisting and circling in the air without stopping. This amount of spiritual energy storage alone had already far exceeded Su Lan's knowledge of the transition realm, not to mention those forbidden runes that made them feel inexplicable palpitations. It was a power they had never been exposed to before. The 2 sides were at a standstill for a moment. Zi Qingyin faced the 4 transition realm heavenly foxes alone, but she didn't show a hint of decadence. There was even a vague sense of having the upper hand. Solan, you guys don't mess around. Su Junyeo suddenly returned and spoke softly, stopping Su Lan and the girls. I can just go in by myself. You guys wait outside for a while first. But little lord, it's really going to be fine. Does that mean you guys are really going to make a move with Qingyin? Su Jiuyao pursed her lips, and in 2 words, she made Su Lan and the girls deflate. Indeed, they had just been impulsive, and had even entertained the idea of breaking into the dragon carriage of the Sky Race's young lord. If Su Chang'an wasn't there, it would have been an ordinary conflict at best, but Su Chang'an was in there, and if they still broke in, the nature can be different. Once this matter happened, no matter what the outcome was, the few of them would definitely have their cultivation wasted and handed over to Su Chang'an to dispose of and make amends to him. This was still under the premise that the Demon Realm Heavenly Fox and the Demon Realm Heavenly Clan were on very good terms. If any other power came, I'm afraid that half of the clan would have to be exterminated. Little lord, Su Lan knows that he is wrong. After thinking about this, Su Lan instantly gathered her tail behind her and bent her knees in the air. Let's talk about these things when we return to the clanlands. You guys guard the outside at ease, no matter what noise there is inside later. You can't force your way in. Do you understand? The 4 responded in unison. Understood. Su Jiuyao didn't say anything more and quickly entered the interior of the dragon carriage. There was a small mumble before the figure disappeared. Actually, there shouldn't be any sound coming out. The dragon carriage has set up a soundproofing prohibition long ago. Right. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 14, Tale of the Sky Fox. Fluffy. Su Chang'an sat on a reclining chair of 10,000-year-old golden nanmo wood. The demeanor is casual, playfully looking at Su Jiuyao, who stepped over with elegant steps not far away. Su Junyeo's eyes were flushed with a demonic scarlet color. Her entire face was charming in a natural way, and under her red muslin long skirt, several snow-white fox tails all over her body were constantly swaying. Counted. No more. No less. Exactly 9. Although the long skirt was very loose, it still couldn't cover Su Junyeo's concave and convex delicate body. Long slender legs, willow waist, fruitful, those bare, smooth frosty feet like congealed white jade stepped on the floor without a speck of dust. The red rope bells tied to the ankles made a crisp ringing sound as Su Junyeo walked. What's with the inexplicable hook? Name Su Junyeo. Race, 9-tailed fox. Cultivation level, pre-healing realm. Root bone, 8. Charisma, 10. Special attribute, pure love. Little fox lady. One-sided pure love is also pure love. Su Junyeo has no experience in love. Please be careful with the host to get involved with him, to avoid being relied on by. Evaluation, the fox mother's face value is too counterintuitive. Body appearance and clothing in line with the aesthetics of many LSP. Villainous destiny. Destiny more than different. Hope that the host abstinence. In the original plot, Su Junyeo is the youngest daughter of the Lord of the Sky Fox clan. The Heavenly Fox clan had taken the initiative to propose a marriage with the Heavenly clan, and Su Junyeo was the 9 Fox Lord responsible for marrying Su Chang'an. Su Jiuyao knew that it didn't matter if she liked Su Chang'an or not. As the Fox Master, she would no longer have the qualifications to reject this marriage. What's more, their Heavenly Fox clan had no successor who could take on a great responsibility other than the clan master. And as the clan master's lifespan was coming to an end, once the only clan master who had stepped into the Emperor realm died, the Heavenly Fox clan would be eaten up by its rival race, the Lingua Wolf clan. It's physically eaten dry, real meaty kind of eating. You have to know that the fights between demon clans are very bloody and never leave a hand, so they must seek a backer, and a standing kind of backer at that. There are too few forces in the demon domain. Their Skyfox clan was already at the top. There is little need for reunion. The immortal domain has always looked down on the demon race, and the group from the demon domain was too ferocious, except for the celestials. At the very beginning, Sujoya was in an apprehensive mood. I was afraid that the celestial clan Seiho was the kind of person who was a brutal and perverted person. After she saw Su Chang'an with her own eyes, she suddenly felt she herself didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Couldn't say no anyway. Why don't you take the initiative and just get married? Maybe even be liked by the other guy. The Heavenly Fox clan lord and Su Chang'an's mother, Sacred Lord Lioli, had a bit of a friendship some years ago, so this time they went directly to the Heavenly clan, saying that they wanted to give Su Chang'an a wife. Su Chang'an's mother naturally wouldn't refuse. In her eyes, her own son was old enough to marry a dozen wives. Besides, the sincerity that the Skyfox clan took out was very high. In addition to allowing Su Junyeo to marry Su Chang'an, the Heavenly Fox clan had also taken out an Emperor-level defense, several Saint-level magic treasures, and so on, as dowry. As for the bride price, it was not asked for at all, totally white on white. As long as they could have that relationship with Su Chang'an, they believed that the might of the Heavenly clan would be enough to deter the Lingua Wolf clan, not to mention the Lioli sacred sect. At least there was nothing wrong with keeping the Skyfox demon clan safe. But what made Su Joyo incomprehensible was that Su Chang'an had no interest in her, and instead liked the holy daughter of a sect at the end of the immortal domain. Like it as much as you like it. As the Heavenly clan's worldly son as well as the holy son of the Lioli sacred sect, he definitely wouldn't have only one wife. Multiple concubines are normal. But the most outrageous thing was that the holy maiden of that last raid clan had actually rejected Su Chang'an. The feeling is akin to a beautiful young love-brained innocent rich woman coming after you, only to have you dismiss her with disdain, and saying things like it's not true love. Su Chang'an was not angry, and even continued to humble to please each other. Su Jodao's original purpose of coming here was also to see just what kind of a stunningly beautiful holy maiden of the Qingyan sect was, who could actually make Su Chang'an so enamored. As a result, one could see the tattered wasteland that was covered by demonic rhythms for 1,000 miles in a radius. Su Chang'an, are you waiting for me? When Su Joyao saw Su Chang'an, a flash of joy flashed through her scarlet eyes as she quickly walked over and was about to sit next to him, but the latter refused in a faint voice. Sit across the room. Ha? Why? Su Joyo had long since gotten used to this attitude of Su Chang'an's, and without any sign of displeasure, she instead softly asked back, you can't be hating me, can you? Su Joyao's cheeks came slightly closer, exhaling like orchids. The faint scent of her body smelled good, and it also gave one the urge to just tear the other's silk gauze gown. Su Chang'an frowned. Say, what is it that you have come to see me about? Su Junyeo's red lips lightly hooked, with an inexplicable flirtatiousness, and her tone was a bit grumpy. Hey? So heartless. Couldn't I have come to you because I missed you? As she spoke, a certain snow-white fox tail behind her, still very restless, surrounded Su Chang'an. But who is Su Chang'an? Son of the celestial clan. How can I be offended by this? He suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched that tail in one go, magic rhythms surging from his fingertips. Well, furry. It pinches up and feels pretty good. Ha. But this time, it caused Su Junyeo to suddenly let out a cry, and her entire body began to tremble slightly, as if her lifeblood had been seized. The arrogant and flirtatious appearance just now also disappeared without a trace. Even the tears were about to flow down in a hurry. How can you just touch someone's tail? Don't know what that means? Wait, what are you doing? How can you really do it? Her tail was the second most sensitive place on her body. How could she take such a tug from Su Chang'an? Can't you take it easy? It hurts. If it were an ordinary person, not to mention trying to touch her tail, it was feared that just as soon as they made a move, their hands would be chopped off by Su Lan and the others. But the other party was Su Chahan. She can't resist. Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows. Weren't you the one who was dishonest first? No. Su Junyeo bit her lips tightly. All of her aura just now was gone. You let go first. I won't move around. Wait. Don't pinch. A skyfox tail is not to be touched. Once you accidentally touch it, you'll realize, is there actually something that fun in the world? And there are bound rewards to be had. System, bind Su Joyao. Detecting fate fit. Detection complete. Ding. Insufficient intimacy. Target and host relationship intimacy has not reached binding conditions. Please ask the host to establish an intimate relationship with it before binding it. And the intimacy limit? System, won't you fill her density for me? Can you do anything? Forget it, don't embarrass the system. After all, strictly speaking, this was the second time Su Chang'an and Su Jiuyo had met, and their intimacy certainly wouldn't be as high as it could be. It didn't matter. He still had his own parents and sister who could swipe the bound rewards. As for Su Jiuyo, it doesn't matter if you can bind it or not. It's not that bad. That said, how do I increase my intimacy? Ahem. A mosquito is still meat, so let's eat it if we can. Every piece of mosquito meat now will be turned into his invincible path in the future. Increasing intimacy, as the name suggests, is a move to increase one's intimacy with her? Su Chanan looked at Su Junyeo, who had aggrieved tear stains hanging from the corners of her eyes in front of her, and after pondering for a couple of seconds, the palm of his hand holding the snow-white fox's tail suddenly exerted force, tugging it a little bit over. Aha! Ding! Su Jiuyao's intimacy +1. Su Jiuyao's wailing and the system's beep sounded in synchronization. Aha! This also adds intimacy. So doesn't that mean? Su Chanan looked towards Su Junyeo's several other tails, seemingly calculating something. The evil idea of capital exploitation comes to life. Su Jiuyo was a little flustered by Su Chanan's sight, and hurriedly hid a few other tails behind her. Wait! Don't! It's going to break! Su Junyeo's two long white legs unconsciously clenched. Her body was so soft that she felt like she would collapse at any time. Even so, she didn't dare to rashly make a move to snatch back her tail, but instead negotiated in a low voice. Su Chang'an, will you let go first? When you become my husband in the future, do whatever you want. She won't even resist when the time comes. But it's really not working right now. She had to go out later. If Su Lan and the others found out what was going on, what would they think? Su Chang'an smiled playfully. Who said that he would become your husband? I touch is not equal to I agree. Besides, you've been rubbing your tail against me. So what's the point of me catching you and teaching you a lesson? Do you have to be responsible for touching it? There's no such thing in the desolate continent. When Su Junyeo heard this, her pupils that were glowing with a demonic red color surged with uneasiness, and her mind was suddenly disorganized. But, Sacred Lord Lioli has already agreed to it. My mother? His own mother would agree. He had expected it. But so what? Su Chang'an smiled. If I'm not mistaken, I think what my mother said was that she would agree for me for the time being, and give you a final answer after asking my opinion. Right? It means that he has the right to make his own choices. And Su Jiuyo didn't. She can only submit to the marriage arranged by her own family and marry into the celestial clan. What do you mean? No? Can you tell me why? Su Junyeo had already messed up her mind at this point, and she couldn't even care about her own tail that was still being grasped by Su Chang'an. Once Su Chang'an refused. According to the behavioral style of the Holy Lord of Lioli, I'm afraid that he really won't give face to the Heavenly Fox clan. This would lead to a dilemma for their Sky Fox clan. What to do? She had to find a way to get Su Chang'an to agree. Since he likes his tail so much, why don't you knit him a cloud shoulder with the fur from your own tail? Chapter 15, Little Fox. Explode some gold coins. Su Jiuyo gave birth to this strange thought, but soon she shook her head. How could she? Doesn't that make you a fox licker? Her sisters had told her never to become a fox licker. Otherwise you'll be looked down upon by the other side. Su Chang'an, please, let go first. This won't work. Su Junyeo, who had given up on that thought, eventually chose to go and beg Su Chang'an to let go. Tails can't really be touched. This is a very private place for a sky fox. The kind of person who dares to fight with anyone who dares to touch her. Unless the other person is their future husband. But this future husband of his own seemed to have some intention of refusing the marriage contract. But it's okay, she'll figure it out. Sooner or later, Su Chang'an would know how attractive she was as the Nine Fox Lord. Convinced, pay up. What? Su Jiuyo blinked her eyes twice in confusion, as if she hadn't heard what she had just said. I said pay. You just casually harassed me. It's not too much to pay for some mental damages, right? Su Chang'an carried out his blackmail in a serious manner, as if he had really been harassed. Originally he wanted to swipe some of the bound rewards. Too bad there's not enough intimacy to bind. While it was possible to increase intimacy in certain ways, he knew that as long as the other person was psychologically normal, there was only a limited amount of intimacy that could be increased by tugging on his tail. In the end, if he really pissed off Su Jiuyo, the intimacy might even drop. So it would be better to just blackmail Su Jiuyo. But, I don't have any money. Su Junyeo is a bit aggrieved. How can she have such a thing as money? Even for items like spirit stones, she was too lazy to carry them with her. They were all on Su Lan and the others. Su Chang'an slapped his forehead. Who said he wanted real money? Wasn't this clearly asking Su Junyeo to hand over the treasure on her body? Now he was very skeptical of the little fox's intelligence. Mother had found him such an unintelligent wife. Would he be infected as well? No money? If you don't have the money, then you won't be able to leave. Su Chang'an whispered threateningly. Hopefully she'd know better and pull out a few treasures that would catch his eye. The sets in the novels are written that way. The other party casually took out a piece that was a supreme treasure that had been neglected in their family, and then let him pick it up or something. Can't walk? Who knew that when Su Jiuyao heard this, those scarlet eyes directly lit up with some hidden excitement. Are you taking me straight back to the Celestials? Even though I haven't said goodbye to my mother as well as my sisters, none of that sort of thing matters. It's more important to go home with you. By the way, I'm adult enough to do that kind of thing. Oh, but you have to get me ready. As Su Junyeo said, that pair of frosty jade-like little Geo was still shaking very restlessly. You could tell she was really looking forward to it. As for whether he was looking forward to following Su Chang'an back to the Heavenly Clan or something else, it's all she knows. Seeing how excited Su Jiuyao was talking, Su Chang'an suddenly didn't know what to say. The corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. It seemed that something real had to be done to show her what she was made of. Otherwise, she really thought she was messing with her here. After pondering for a moment, Su Chang'an finally extended his claws to the other several tails behind Su Junyeo. Aha! In less than 3 seconds, Su Jiuyao panicked and begged for mercy. Wait! I won't talk nonsense. Stop! 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 Su Chang'an, don't mess around first. I had originally brought you a meet and greet gift. I don't have any money, so I'll use this gift to cover it. Okay? That's more like it. Su Chang'an loosened the snow-white tail in his hand and waited for Su Junyeo to bring out the gift. It felt like a triumphant capitalist. Oh, my God. As second sister clearly said, there are some bad people out there who are just very set in their ways. Tell her to be careful. But now the bad guy is his future husband. What can we do about this? There's really no way. The self-husband still has to be coaxed by himself. Su Jiuyao pursed her lips and with a face full of helplessness, she took out a jade pendant from her storage ring. Here, this is the heirloom jade pendant of our Heavenly Fox clan. Holding it allows you to enter and exit our clan lands as you please. Even my sister's chambers can be entered. Wait, what is one doing talking about this? Maybe just to make the jade pendant look awesome? Well, that's it. The jade pendant was moist white in color, with an unformed fox printed in the very center, with the same 9 tails behind it, looking elegant and demonic. It's pretty good looking. Su Chang'an took it, and after touching it, information about the usefulness of this jade pendant instantly surfaced in his mind. Celestial Fox Clan Jade, Sacred Level Trinket. Demon clans that are not more than one great realm above the host will give birth to fear stemming from their instincts when confronted by the host. May order the clansman in the Sky Fox Demon Clan, other than the Fox Lord. One can enter and exit any Fox Lord's chambers at will, including the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord. What? The Heavenly Fox Clan Lord seems to be Su Jiuyao's mom, right? What are you doing in her chambers? I have to say, the jade pendant is quite useful, except for the first point, which is slightly weaker. Like it? Su Jiuyao looked at him expectantly. Su Chang'an nodded. It's okay. It's good that you like it. Su Jiuyao smiled. Did I just say like? Anything you don't hate? I'm going to treat as if you're into it. That much was told to me by the Holy Lord of Lioli. Su Chang'an's emotions wouldn't show easily, so she needed to be more attentive. Su Junyeo smiled happily. Say Lord Lioli, but she said that she likes me a lot. No surprise, I will be your first wife. That is, the right wife. Su Chang'an looked at her smiling so happily, and was a little reluctant to tell her the truth of the matter, but it was said anyway. Anyone who comes to the Heavenly Clan to propose marriage, my mother will say that. This is just a polite remark. You shouldn't take it seriously, right? Su Jiuyao's smile instantly froze. Looking at this little fox's reaction, I guess he took it seriously. That's stupid. Su Chang'an's eyes swept to Su Junyeo's proud breasts. What's the use of developing fast here alone? Brains don't grow at all. I can't blame her for that. Though, his own mother had more or less lived for thousands and thousands of years, and she was still very good at coaxing this kind of teenage girl. What then? What about? Su Junyeo said seriously. If I'm not the rightful wife, will I be bullied in the Heavenly Clan in the future? Being bullied and ostracized by Su Chang'an's other wives and things like that was a little scary just thinking about it. My sisters are away, but there's no one to defend them. Are you so sure that you can marry me? Su Jiuyao nodded her head vigorously. Of course, even if you reject me, a few of my other sisters will come again, because we, the Sky Fox Clan, need this relationship with the Sky Clan. Unless, of course, you all choose to refuse. She spoke directly from her heart. Mother had said that the Celestial Clan Seiho wasn't stupid, and that if she wasn't sincere enough she would be driven away. she wouldn't be able to pass the level of the Lioli Holy Lord alone. But Su Chang'an, who was so highly regarded in her mother's own eyes, was inexplicably infatuated with the holy maiden of the Qingyan sect, a point that Su Junyeo still didn't understand, though that saintly woman is probably dead by now. Chapter 16, If you have no experience, ask your mother for advice. As long as Su Chang'an didn't reject all of them, then there would definitely be a fox lord who would marry her. Su Joyo was incomparably certain of this. It could be seventh sister, or second sister, or even her long-lost big sister could come back, but the clan leader thought it was still best for her, because Su Junyeo was smart and pleasing to the eye since she was a child, and she was also the best looking in terms of looks. Saint Lioli Lord himself had said that Su Chang'an should like Su Joya. Although she didn't cultivate hard, her talent was the highest among the 9 fox masters. It was the most worthy of Su Chang'an. Maybe I'll reject them all, Su Chang'an said playfully after taking a light sip of tea. This is tea made from the leaves of the creation tree. It has the effect of assisting in enlightenment and can also stabilize one's realm. Those of you who regularly cultivate immortals should know that things like the creation tree are rare in the world of metaphysics. Even many of the immortal emperor race's old ancestors would enter the dark abyss without risking their fall, with the purpose of retrieving a living creation tree. In this way, they can enrich the family's heritage and give their future generations a higher ceiling. And the leaves of the creation tree that Su Chang'an used to make tea at this moment were plucked from his own yard. What did it matter to him that the creation tree was rare in the desolate ancient continent? It won't. Su Joyo shook her head with certainty. I have a premonition. At the very least you don't hate me that much now. Su Chang'an Woods laughed, gently waving his hand. He poured a cup of tea for Su Joyo as well. Su Junyeo's red lips suddenly hooked up, revealing a flirtatious smile that was very much not in line with her intelligence. She picked up the teacup and took a light sip, and before she even completely swallowed the tea, she began to boast. The tea poured by husband is really good. In fact, Su Junyeo didn't even know what kind of tea this was, because she had never even tasted tea made from the leaves of the creation tree. She was happy solely because it was poured by Su Chang'an. Does it count as a step closer for the two? Su Chang'an frowned, trying to lose money again? Everyone here, no matter who was called husband so casually, would feel harassed, right? It's the equivalent of, say, calling your wife directly to a blind date you've just met twice. Even if Su Joyo is very good looking, non-eunuch, can I call my husband if I give money? Su Junyeo blinked her eyes. I also have a small vault, which holds a lot of treasures given to me by my mother and sisters. If she could call out to her husband if she gave money, then she would now hand over her small treasury to Su Chang'an for safekeeping. Anyway, when they got married, even she herself would be considered husbands. No distinction between what's you and what's me. Chanan Su. Never mind. Being taken advantage of is taking advantage of. Keep it on the books for now and account for it back later. It shouldn't be a coincidence that you came here either, right? I don't believe that you expected me to come in advance and came here specifically to find me. Su Chang'an was curious as to why Su Joyo had appeared here. He didn't remember in the original text that Su Joyo had come to the Qingyun sect at this point in time, and even the description about the demon domain Skyfox was pitifully small, with only a handful of strokes. What with the fall of the demon domain Skyfox clan lord and the 9 fox lords being hunted down, the one who died the fastest seemed to be Su Joyo. Of course, that's all an afterthought. Other than the system's evaluation, he currently knew close to zero about Su Joyo. Indeed, I didn't specifically come to look for you, Su Joyo admitted dryly and didn't intend to hide it. In fact, I wanted to come and see what's so special about the holy maiden of the Qingyun sect that would make you so attached to her. And then, there was that scene. To be honest, Su Joyo's heart, besides being a bit scared, was more happy. She didn't want her future husband to humbly ingratiate himself with the holy maiden of that kind of N-grade sect. Obviously there's a prospective fiancé in her. Could she not give her husband what he wanted? The premise is that you have to initiate the conversation. Is that holy maiden of the Green Cloud sect dead now? After a few breaths of silence, Su Junyeo asked about the doubts in her heart. Not dead. Not dead? Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Well, but it's almost time. Do you want to see what she looks like now? After the chat just now, as well as the true evaluation of the system mirroring his soul, Su Chang'an was probably clear that Su Joyo was actually far from as mature as she appeared to be. It's even a little too innocent. In other words, it's like she's obviously untouched, but she's acting like she's a grown-up who knows what she's doing. Such a little fox lady. Ahem. Little fox master. Just have to be ruthless. Terrorize her. Show her how sinister the hearts of society are. May I? Sure. With a wave of Su Chang'an's hand, a glazed ice mirror surfaced in the space behind him, and what was reflected in the ice mirror was none other than Li Ningyue's miserable condition. only to see her paralyzed on the ground with her hair spread out. Her face, which wasn't particularly good looking, was swollen into a pig's head pattern. Her arms were empty, and the meridians all over her body showed up, imprinted with traces of blood. It's been completely scrapped, and it was also completely wasted, with the meridians of his entire body bursting open from the foreign spiritual energy. Su Jiuyao quickly made a judgment. Su Chang'an looked at the girl in front of him, who was wrapped in a long red gauze dress and was actually analyzing it seriously. Feeling amused. Aren't you afraid? Why be afraid? Su Jiuyao tilted her head suspiciously, like a kitten curious about the human world. Aren't you afraid that if you get too close to me, you'll end up like this in the future? No fear. Su Jiuyao gently shook her head, then seriously analyzed. I remember that you were quite concerned about her before, and as a result, she has become like this. She must have done something unforgivable. In that case, this is what she deserves. If you were in the Skyfox clan and broke a serious clan rule, the punishment you would receive would only be more severe than this. Su Jiuyao didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Chang'an doing this. Nothing more than decisiveness. There's no need to have to say who's right and who's wrong. Besides, in her heart, Su Chang'an was not the kind of person who was addicted to killing. Her instincts had always been good. In the end, these are all Li Ningyue's own doing. She must have done something outrageous. A hand of good cards played to pieces. The most important thing is that I definitely won't make you angry. And when you become my husband in the future, anything, I'll go along with you. Is definitely not going to argue with you. Well, doesn't it feel like a blessing to be my husband too? Su Jiuyao spoke to herself, completely without any shyness. She was now thinking about how to make Su Chang'an think that it would be a good thing to take her as his wife. Lower head. Su Chang'an was speechless. Su Jiuyao naturally couldn't understand what these two words meant, so she took it as Su Chang'an complimenting her. Speaking of which, what exactly did that holy maiden do to make you angry to such an extent? Even the Green Cloud sect was overthrown. Su Jiuyao asked curiously. It's nothing major. It's just that she tried to kill me, Su Chang'an said easily. Being missed by others was something he was long used to. Li Ningyue wanted to kill herself, so Su Chang'an would in turn kill her first. Which made sense, right? Wanted. She tried to kill you? Aha! Su Chang'an responded in a faint voice. It could be seen from Su Junyao's open little mouth. She was completely unable to understand this. Li Ningyue's mere rejection of Su Chang'an had already surprised her enough, but to turn around and kill him? She's crazy, isn't she? Those who didn't know thought that the Green Cloud sect was some kind of immortal domain imperial sect. Humph. To think that she would want to kill my future husband. Su Jiuyao's scarlet eyes gazed up slightly. It's a pity that there's no chance to let her feel the means of the Heavenly Fox Punishment Hall. Su Jiuyao was also really angry. It was true that she didn't have any emotional basis for Su Chang'an, but Li Ningyue actually wanted to kill her future husband? That is trying to keep her widowed. She can't even touch her own husband now. And someone else actually wants to kill him? This is absolutely inexcusable. In Su Junyao's heart, she had long taken Su Chang'an as her husband, and currently only one marriage ceremony away from having a husband and wife. But she didn't have much experience in this area. She had to go home and ask her mother for advice. Why doesn't she consult her sisters, you ask? Because her sisters were just like her, with not a lick of practical experience. All ing masters of theory. Chapter 17, The Family Behind Li Ningyue. Destroy it. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Su Chang'an directly issued an expulsion order. Hey, this is going to kick me out? We haven't done anything yet. Su Junyao pursed her lips in loss. Her frosty white jade-like little Geo gently cocked up and shook twice, the bells on her ankles emitting a crisp sound. Su Junyao then stood up in a flash and opened her arms to Su Chang'an, exhaling her breath like an orchid. Her voice charming. Husband, do you want a hug? Mother said that men like to cuddle, especially this kind of open-armed hug that gives the other person a direct sense of her strength. Hey, husband will love it. Su Chang'an frowned. He looked at Su Junyao with a pair of fox ears in front of him, and without much hesitation, he held her delicate body in his arms. The hands are still very unruly. It's a good idea to take advantage of a bargain that's been sent up. And this little fox was originally even his fiancée. Su Junyao was confused for a moment, then smiled slightly flirtatiously. Husband still says he doesn't like me? Why did you hug so hard? Anyway, I'll be husbands from now on, so husband can hold me for as long as he wants. Aha, husband, don't touch the tail, okay? But in the end, Su Jiuyao still had to leave. After being taken advantage of by Su Chang'an, she still had a happy look on her face. Goodbye, husband. Aha, Su Chang'an nodded lightly. Remember to bring your small treasury next time. Otherwise, not enough for him to exploit. Su Junyao puffed her mouth in dissatisfaction, but finally nodded with a smile. Okay, Lord Husband. Oh. Su Chang'an suddenly developed a sense of guilt. How stupid of myself. Had I known that Su Joyo had agreed so painfully, I should have asked her to bring her sister's small treasury as well. Bring the sisters along with you. It's hard. Su Junyeo left the dragon carriage with a face full of reluctance. Although she wanted to follow Su Chang'an home right now, she also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, and if she was too eager, she would instead make Su Chang'an's heart grow tired. But today wasn't for nothing. At the very least, she caught a hint of reluctance in Su Chang'an's expression as she left. It seems husband doesn't hate himself that much. Add a little bit of goodwill today, a little bit of goodwill tomorrow, and soon husband will like, on her. Su Junyeo just walked out. Sulan several people came up together. One person a sentence of concern. Little Lord, are you alright? His Highness didn't do anything to you, did he? Have you been wronged in any way? Su Junyeo shook her head rather helplessly. I'm fine. My husband is very good. He won't do anything to me. Saran? It's bad. The little lord has changed her name to husband. The plump woman noticed something. Little Lord, why do I feel that the hair on your tail is a bit messed up? A few of the rest of the group sniffed and nodded in agreement. Yeah. They hadn't even noticed just now that the fur on top of the least conspicuous tail behind the little lord was indeed a bit messy, as if it had been tugged. But who dares to touch the little lord's tail? It's your fault. Su Joya was slightly weak and panicked to end the topic. Alright, let's hurry back. Something about having her tail pulled by her husband or something like that. She didn't want to mention it. Ching-in, goodbye. I'll go to the Heavenly Clan to find you to play again sometime later. Su Junyeo waved her hand at Zi Ching-in. Zi Ching-in, on the other hand, acted calmly. Miss Su, the slave girl is flattered. She and Zi Ching-in are very familiar with each other unilaterally, the kind that Violet Kion herself didn't even know about. After Su Joyo left, Su Chang'an didn't dawdle any longer and rode the dragon carriage straight to the demon region. In fact, there was one thing he hadn't addressed. That was the family behind Li Ningyue. The Li family started out as nothing more than a second-rate family in a small city in the immortal domain. But due to Li Ningyue, one man was able to achieve the goal, and the chickens rose to the occasion. It jumped to become the ceiling of the local town. But even so, the gap between the Li family and an immortal cultivation sect like the Green Cloud sect was still huge. But who let Su Chang'an look at Li Ningyue at that time? Li Ningyue again prioritized her family. This resulted in the Li family receiving even more resources than the Qingyun sect. Although their overall strength was not high, as long as the resources were in place, with the passage of time, sooner or later, they would be able to narrow the gap between them and the Qingyun sect. You must know that the path of immortality is half talent and half resources. Not much difference in talent. It can also be made up for by a sea of resources. Since it was the family behind Li Ningyue, Su Chang'an naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted enough to let them go. But right now, it was still more important for him to return to the Heavenly Clan. If she went back any later, her own mother might get angry. As for the Li family, it's not worthy of his personal visit. Kion, slave girl is here. Zi Qingyin lowered her head and respectfully answered. Su Chang'an ordered in a faint voice. Send someone to dispose of the family behind Li Ningyue. As you wish. Slave girl. Immortal domain. Flowing Light City. This was just a small city in the immortal domain's countless billions of star cities. In today's Liuguang city, the Li family was dominant. There were a full 7 Jiedan realm experts within their clan, and the strongest old ancestor had already successfully broken through just yesterday, becoming a Yuaning realm old monster. Congratulations to old ancestor on his breakthrough to Yuaning. The Li family will definitely be able to rise to the next level under old ancestor's leadership. Congratulations to old ancestor on his breakthrough. Old ancestor stepping into Yuaning can guarantee my Li family 1,000 years of trouble-free life. The Li clan's oldest ancestor couldn't stop smiling. Originally, he was approaching the end of his lifespan and had mediocre talent, but with the resources sent back by Li Ningyue, he stepped into the Yuaning realm in one fell swoop, increasing his lifespan by 1,000 years. How could he not be happy? However, the Yuaning realm was also his upper limit. The next realm was no longer one where the accumulation of resources could be the deciding factor. But that's enough. You can live 1,000 years longer. After all, old ancestor, Ningyu sent a letter to me some time ago, saying that she was unwilling to marry into the Heavenly Clan. Li Ningyue's father suddenly spoke. Asshole. The Li clan's oldest ancestor was furious when he heard this. Is it up to her to decide whether to marry into the Heavenly Clan or not? If she refuses, so where do the Li family's resources come from? The Li family's juniors were all mediocre in qualifications, and if the resources were cut off, it would be hard to get one out of the Dan realm, not to mention reigning supreme in the city of flowing light. Old ancestor, don't be in a hurry. Although Ning you won't be marrying into the Celestial Clan, the bride price she should receive won't be less at all. and even if she refuses, the Celestial Clan's world son won't stop pursuing her. Ningyue says she'll take care of the situation herself. Upon hearing these words, the face of the Li clan's oldest ancestor only slightly eased. So be it. As long as the resources are still there. Right at this moment, the dome of the sky above Flowing Light City steeply dimmed, as if the sky was falling. A figure whose entire body was hidden under black clothes appeared in the middle of the void. Immediately afterward, an extremely penetrating neutral voice resounded throughout the entire Flowing Light City. I am under the orders of His Highness, the Sijin, come to sentence the entirety of your Li family, totaling 691 people, to enter death. At first, the Li family's oldest ancestor had some expectations when he heard that the other party was under the orders of His Highness, the World Prince. After all, he couldn't think of a second person other than Su Chang'an who could be called His Highness the World's Son. Could it be that they were rejected by Li Ningyue and then came to their Li family to send gifts and find some opportunities? That's likely to be the case. But immediately afterward, the other party's second sentence made the Li clan's oldest ancestor as well as the surrounding Li clan's children freeze in place. Wait, this is here to kill them? It's not right. Something's very wrong. Quickly go contact Ningyu. The Li clan's oldest ancestor reacted quickly. The only one who could save them now was Li Ningyue. Old ancestor, can't get in touch. The sound transmission talisman didn't respond at all. Li Ningyue's father also panicked. This is a 5th grade sound transmission talisman. As long as the other party is still in the immortal region, it is impossible to not be able to contact them. Unless the other party was not in the immortal realm, or had met with some special accident and had no way to respond. What the hell is going on here? It's over. The Li clan's ancestor murmured in disbelief. Run out of Flowing Light City and live. No, you guys go install that person. Old ancestor, I have the highest cultivation. I'll run first. However, the next moment, they realized that the Li family had long been surrounded by a black boundary, and those whose head iron touched the boundary, without exception, all instantly turned into flying ash. The Li clan's old ancestor who saw the scene was directly shocked to the point where his liver and gall bled. The heart of the Tao was nearly shattered. What a tactic this is. It was completely beyond the comprehension of him, a cultivator who had just stepped into the Yuaning realm. Pure descending blow. Previously, he had thought that he had stepped into Yuaning and was already a dignified expert. Who knew that now he was just like a mole cricket, unable to do anything except dryly waiting to be crushed to death. Soon enough, the boundaries of the knot began to shrink, as if the Grim Reaper was closing the net. Anyone who touches this net will have their vitality drained away. They have nowhere to run. Eventually, most of the surviving Li clan members gathered in a very small circular area. Then the knot continued to shrink. The crowd was outright desperate. The Li clan's oldest ancestor was unwilling. He mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and used his strongest technique to blast a move towards the boundary. Break the chorus. Spiritual energy poured out from his entire body. But when this seemingly ferocious technique touched the boundary, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not even a ripple. No. The Li clan's old ancestor also despaired. They could never have imagined why they would come to such an end. What the hell did Li Ningyue do? There is no way to know though. But in their hearts, they had already cursed Li Ningyue's ancestors. I blame this. It must have been because she had messed with Su Chang'an that the Li family had welcomed the retaliation of being exterminated. But any insults no longer helped, and any pleas for mercy could not get out of the boundary. They could only watch with despair and unwillingness as the boundary came to them and died. The Li clan's oldest ancestor had already hid in the very center, and still couldn't escape death, and he died the slowest, watching the Li family members fall in front of him one by one, and the despair he felt was the most suffocating. He didn't feel sorry for the Li clan. What he felt sorry for was that he had managed to step into Yuaning with great difficulty and had an extra 1,000 years of life expectancy, but he didn't have the chance to enjoy it. It didn't take long for the boundary range to disappear completely. The Li clan members who happened to go out didn't escape because of this, and all of them exploded to death within 3 breaths. Whether it's inside or outside of Flowing Light City, no one was killed by mistake, and no one was missed. No one had seen how the black-clothed figure had struck. The people of Liuguang City only knew that the Li family had messed with the Celestial Clan's world son, and that was why they were exterminated. They also knew that the black-clothed figure must be a strong person who had transcended their perceptions, but no one would have guessed. The black-clothed silhouette that they treated as a supreme powerhouse was merely a slave in the Celestial Clan, or the peripheral kind. Chapter 18, Su Jinwei, the ultimate disciple controlling Sister Jianxian. The Heavenly Clan's clanland was located in the center of the most dense aura of the demon region. It covers more than 1 billion miles. If you wanted to enter the clanland, you still needed to pass through the 3 boundaries, as well as the domains of the many affiliated forces before you could do so. The chambers that Su Chang'an resided in were called the Mirror Heavenly Palace. Finally, the dragon carriage stopped. Su Chang'an took a step out, and Zi Qingyin followed closely behind. The several maids and maids that were busy around them knelt and saluted in unison when they saw Su Chang'an. The slave girl has met your highness. The attitude was respectful to a fault. Most importantly, each of these maids and maids were quite good looking. There's just nothing that isn't eye candy. Su Chang'an nodded bashfully and did not say much. Finally back. Su Chang'an just wanted to step into the bedchamber. Right at this moment, a tall figure flying with a sword in the air suddenly appeared outside the Mirror Sky Palace. The purpose is very clear. Straight towards Su Chang'an. The surrounding maids and maids, as well as Zi Qingyin, did not have any thoughts of stopping the other party. It's like a habit. As the silhouette gradually approached, it could be discovered that it was a woman who looked to be about the same age as Su Chang'an. Being able to fly with a sword in the Mirror Heaven Palace was also about the same age and size as Su Chang'an. The woman's identity cries out. Except for Su Chang'an's sister, Su Jinwei. Who else could it be? Greetings, Your Highness the Goddess. The surrounding maids and maidservants kneeled and saluted. Zi Qingyin didn't kneel on the ground like the other maids, but bowed and lowered her head. Her tone respectful but not humble. Slave servant has met Your Highness the Goddess. No need to be polite. Su Jinwei was wearing a tight white fairy dress. Her 3,000 green silk tied into a ponytail that hung behind her head. There was also a green-colored scabbard attached to its waist. Although it wasn't quite appropriate to use dashing to speak of a woman, the word was inexplicably appropriate on Su Jinwei. Su Jinwei is not only handsome, but also beautiful, and it's not too much to say that she is gorgeous. The white fairy dress could hardly hide her curvaceous figure, and underneath the hem were 2 long legs covered in black veiled silk. Most conspicuous of all, it was her watery, azure-colored eyes. It was as if there was an endless sea of stars in it, so that one could fall into it with a light glance and find it difficult to extricate oneself. At the same time, the system panel about Su Jinwei was displayed. Name Su Jinwei. Fate, Wuji Sword Immortal. Cultivation, Peak Reincarnation Realm. Root and Bone, 10, Kendo Talent +1. Charisma, 10. Gas, Villain 10. Hidden Attribute, Feel the Pain. Feel the pain. The death of the host will cause Su Jinwei to feel the deepest pain, stimulating all inner potential and causing her realm to rise extremely fast. Certify the Wuji Sword Immortal in the shortest possible time. Evaluation, extremely protective of his younger brother. Paranoid, likes to play handsome in front of the host, and always thinks of tying up a certain goddess and sending her back to the host's bed. Oh, what a dependable sister. I like it. Chadan, come over here and let your sister take a look. Su Chang'an had just sighed with emotion in his heart when Su Jinwei arrived in front of him, pulling his arm left and right and circling back and forth to look at it, seemingly checking to see if he had any injuries. What took you so long to get back now? After looking around, Su Jinwei opened her mouth to ask after she was sure Su Chang'an was fine. What did you go and do halfway through? The oppression from my sister pulls right through. Sister, Su Chang'an explained rather helplessly. I went to the Qingyan sect to take care of something and was delayed for some time. You're really going to the Green Cloud sect? When Su Jinwei heard this, there was more of a counting tone in her tone, but it was more of a doting one. Did you go to see that holy woman again? Aha. Su Chang'an nodded, admitting it dryly. He did go to visit Li Ningyue. Li Ningyue expressed great joy. The Green Cloud sect also expressed their happiness. Ugh, Su Jinwei sighed lightly, her voice slightly dissatisfied. It's because of Li Ningyue again, isn't it? If you really like it that much, wouldn't my sister just go and tie her up and send her to your bed? It's just a holy maiden of an inferior sect, where it's worth all the trouble. If mother hears that you've gone to the Green Cloud sect, she'll definitely get angry, and I guess you'll inevitably get a scolding. Su Chang'an bowed his head in silence and didn't speak. This character of his own sister is as direct as ever. She wasn't talking about tying back in to get high. Earlier, Su Chang'an had joked that the Blood Clan's magical girls were quite good looking. Su Jinwei then asked if she wanted to tie him back. At that time, Su Chang'an thought Su Jinwei was joking and poking fun at herself, and nodded her head in agreement without much thought. As a result, the next day, the Blood Clans which appeared in his bed, and she was the kind whose cultivation was sealed. Because of this, Su Jinwei was even scolded by her family. Seeing Su Jinwei's reaction, she thought that Su Chang'an was scared, and hurriedly consoled. But you don't have to be afraid. You have sis to protect you. Why don't you come out with me and hide for a couple days, and then come back when mother's anger subsides? Or maybe sis will find an excuse for you? No need. Sis. Su Chang'an shook his head. I've already brought back Li Ningyue. Brought back Li Ningyue? Hearing these words, Su Jinwei subconsciously looked behind Su Chang'an and realized that there was no one else besides Zi Qingyin. Could it have been left inside the dragon carriage? But she hadn't detected a strange aura either. With her cultivation at the peak of the reincarnation realm, it was impossible for her to not even be able to detect something like this. Here it is. Seemingly seeing Su Jinwei's doubts, Su Chang'an turned his head to signal, and Zi Qingyin understood, gently waving her finger. A glazed ice mirror then appeared behind her. Li Ningyue's miserable condition was then unreservedly displayed in front of Su Jinwei. Su Jinwei's expression changed one after another in a short period of time. Originally she had wanted to put on a dignified appearance and take this opportunity to knock Li Ningyue around. Let her recognize reality. Be proactive with your own brother. But who knew that what was displayed in front of her was a dying and completely wasted pig-headed version of Li Ningyue? Did you do this? Su Jinwei asked in disbelief. Didn't his own brother like Li Ningyue the most? How could you do such a thing? I just don't want to play along with her anymore, Su Chang'an casually explained. By the way, sis, the Qingyan sect was also destroyed by me in passing. Don't want to play with her anymore? Meaning you're tired of playing? Good. Su Jinwei did not ask any further questions. She would support any choice her brother made anyway. As for the Qingyan sect, if the Qingyan sect is destroyed, then it's destroyed. Not a big deal. Sister has long been looking at them with displeasure, actually being so reckless on the basis of being liked by you. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Chang'an liked Li Ningyue and had instructed her not to use force on Li Ningyue, Su Jinwei would have long ago decapitated her with a sword. Of course, before the beheading, it was still necessary to tie it back and give it to her brother. Alright, let's not talk about that. Su Jinwei smiled gently, opening her arms and wrapping them around Su Chang'an's head in one go. Chang'an, come over here quickly. Let sister hug you. Su Chang'an sighed softly in his heart. Unlike Su Jiuyao's inquiring hug, Su Jinwei was the one who made a direct move and wrapped Su Chang'an in her arms, not giving him any chance to refuse at all. Su Chang'an's entire face had fallen into her soft embrace. It's all squeezed out of shape. No, there's no such thing as a hugger. That's not hugging a child. By the way, he almost forgot something big. System, binding. Sis, as payment for being hugged by you, let's swipe some binding rewards from you. Detecting Su Jinwei's fate, the villain's destiny. Detecting intimacy, standard met. Bindable, binding in progress. Please have the host make physical contact with Su Jinwei. Hearing the system's beep, Su Chang'an pushed his face harder into Su Jinwei's arms. After Su Jinwei felt Su Chang'an's movements, the hand holding her became a little harder. I don't know why. She felt her brother was extra sticky today. Most likely because of the hand destroyed once like Li Ningyue. Heart feel confused and uneasy at. Thinking of this, Su Jinwei used her fingers and gently stroked down Su Chang'an's hair. It's okay. There's sis. Sister will never leave you. Don't worry. Sister will protect you for the rest of your life. Although it was hard for her to watch Su Chang'an be sad, it would be nice if her brother was that clingy to her every day. She likes it a lot. Binding in progress, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for binding the future Wuji Sword Immortal and obtaining the feedback reward, the Hongmeng Flawless Sword Body. Hongmeng Flawless Sword Body, a physique born for the way of the sword at the beginning of the Hongmeng. When combined with the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, it will exert a 1+1 effect. Note, the Hongmeng Flawless Sword Body is the strongest physique for sword cultivation. Immediately afterward, Su Chang'an felt an unspeakably mysterious change occur in his body. The immortal emperor's residual soul that he had previously obtained had not yet finished comprehending all of his sword Dao attainments in his lifetime. But now with the support of the Hongmeng Immaculate Sword Body, he had a direct open-ended epiphany. Within a few short breaths, Su Chang'an's level of sword Dao had come to a realm that ordinary geniuses could never touch in their entire lives. The current him had an innate yearning for swords, and all things about the way of the sword could be easily grasped by him, and even extrapolated downwards. Overall, it was a qualitative change in his sword talent, and it's still the most fundamental physical enhancement. Su Jinwei's azure-colored pupils condensed slightly as she also sensed the changes in Su Chang'an's body in a flash. Although he couldn't say exactly what had changed, he just felt that the Su Chang'an in front of him was different. This is the intuition that comes from my own sister. Then, the green-colored scabbard hanging at her waist vaguely trembled until it emitted an excited buzz. Buzz. Su Jinwei was surprised. Swords are spiritual. To be able to make this sort of ones emit a buzzing sound meant that there was a genius that could make it recognize the existence of a genius. And those present, besides her, were only Su Chang'an and Zi Qingyin. Zi Qingyin's cultivation talent was very high, but regarding the way of the sword, she really didn't have much attainment. That leaves only Su Chang'an. She secretly suppressed the throbbing of her saber with her spiritual energy and looked down at Su Chang'an, who was cradled in her arms. A bold guess came to mind. Could it be that his own brother is also a genius in the way of the sword? Aha! It's quite possible. After all, she was so talented as a sister. There was no reason for her brother to be untalented. Thinking of this, Su Jinwei became even more convinced of her suspicions. After a few minutes, Su Jinwei suddenly felt the person in her arms become restless, even made a move to start pushing her. Sis, I'm a bit bored, Su Chang'an whispered. Sis, stop hugging. Any more hugs and I'll choke on my own breath. Chapter 19 Su Jinwei, is my brother that powerful? Realizing that something was wrong, Su Jinwei quickly let go of her hand and explained in a somewhat flustered manner. Chang'an, sis was just thinking about something and accidentally got lost in thought and didn't notice. How's that? Not bored, right? Su Chang'an finally freed himself from the cage, took 2 ragged breaths, and shook his head. I'm fine. While being squeezed was indeed painful, after slowing down, he suddenly felt that it wouldn't be impossible to put himself through that pain again. It's not like he can be squeezed to death anyway. After hearing that it was fine, Su Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know why, but as soon as sis hugs you, she doesn't want to let go. Can't get enough hugs. I wish I could hold you like this forever. I wish I could hold it forever. What the hell kind of sickly speech is that? But fortunately, in Su Chang'an's memory, Su Jinwei was not a sickly petite, merely a little bit higher in the degree of disciple control. It's not unusual for the system to be rated. Right, sis, I have something for you. Su Chang'an suddenly remembered that the main thing hadn't been done yet. He planned to give the Emperor's sword Frost Snow, which he had obtained by killing Shao Chun, to Su Jinwei. After all, he's got Shocker in addition to Frost and Snow, and Su Jinwei didn't have the Emperor's sword in her hand. One way or the other, it's just the right amount to make up for it. Anyway, Su Jinwei's battle power could be counted as his battle power in disguise. Got something for me? When Su Jinwei heard these words, her azure eyes instantly lit up, and she could clearly see the joy in them. Happy, still happy. It's been a while since she's gotten a gift from her brother. Previously, Su Chang'an would still give her gifts from time to time, either some rare and fun spiritual artifact or some mundane trinket. Although it wasn't worth much, Su Jinwei was happy every time. But ever since Li Ningyue had appeared, Su Chang'an had put all his thoughts on her, and would even show impatience towards Su Jinwei. Now that Su Chang'an had had enough fun, he had lost interest in patience with Li Ningyue. Her brother is back. But soon, Su Jinwei sensed something was wrong. Chang'an, why the sudden gift? Tell sis honestly, did you get into some trouble outside? Want sis to set you straight? Don't worry, no matter what it is, sister will protect you. The corner of Su Chang'an's mouth twitched. What about the most basic trust between people? Even though I'm taking you to swipe the bind rewards, you can't be that distrustful of me. Seeing Su Chang'an's expression, Su Jinwei also knew that she had misunderstood her, and hurriedly stepped forward, hugging Su Chang'an tightly once again like she did just now. Alright, sis was just kidding. Be good. No anger allowed. Sister will make it up to you later, okay? No way. Su Chang'an couldn't dodge it, so he can only be forced to accept the wave of ferocious and compelling attacks. When Su Chang'an finally broke free from the cleanser, he hastily mobilized the system space, and with a single movement of his mind, the Emperor's sword Frost Snow appeared in his hand. Frosty Snow was cold white all over, and the sword was engraved with complex and subtle runes, giving people a feeling that even though they couldn't understand it, it was just awesome. At the hilt of the sword are 2 tiny inscriptions, Frost and Snow. The moment Frost Snow appeared, a bone-piercing coolness permeated the surroundings, and the sword rhythmic Tao rules that had wandered in space were surging madly into it. Above the celestial dome, visions sprang up, and countless immortal sword shadows flickered ceaselessly in it. Vaguely, you can still hear the avenue growling. Immediately after that, with Frost Snow as the center, the swords of the entire demon region were all affected, like ripples in the water going outwards. Even the Saint Great Immortal Sword at Su Jinwei's waist similarly emitted a buzz as a response. This was the vision of the Emperor's sword coming out. It's still the masterless Imperial Sword. Su Jinwei's expression finally changed, no longer in its previous casual state. Originally, she thought Su Chang'an would take out something rare to amuse her, but it turned out that he directly took out an Imperial Sword? It's not. My good brother, are you giving your sister the real thing? That wasn't what surprised her the most. Although the Imperial Immortal Sword was ownerless, it was not something that anyone could hold in their hands, without being recognized by it and rashly going to hold it. One would even be attacked by the Emperor's sword's unconsciousness. At the moment it was held silently in Su Chang'an's hand. In other words, Su Chang'an's sword Dao talent had been recognized by this Imperial Sword. It wanted to recognize Su Chang'an as its master. Thinking about this, Su Jinwei was a bit surprised. It was really just as she had predicted. Her own brother really had a talent for sword Dao, and it was still an absolute demon like her, and it wasn't even impossible to outshine. Here, sis, for you. I feel that this Imperial Frost Snow should be the most suitable for you to use. Su Chang'an took Frost Snow back into its scabbard and handed it straight to Su Jinwei without any hesitation at all. Hey, Su Jinwei froze for a moment and didn't immediately take over Frosty Snow, and after reacting, she persuaded bitterly, "My good brother, your thoughts are appreciated, sis, but sister stumbled upon it today and realized that your talent for sword Dao doesn't seem to be much worse than sister's. In that case, then this Frost Snow, it's best if you keep it for yourself." Su Jinwei patted down the green-colored sword at her waist and said indifferently, "And I already have Minyu, so I won't just change it if I'm used to it." Minyu was a Saint grade, and the difference between Frost Snow of the Emperor grade was naturally not normally large, but Su Jinwei still refused. It was because the Celestial clan didn't have a second Imperial Immortal sword either. If she hadn't discovered Su Chang'an's attainments in the Tao of the sword, she might have accepted it, but now that she had discovered it, it was only natural that the one and only Emperor's sword should be reserved for him. Anyway, with her talent, even if the wooden sword in her hand was a no-good wooden sword, she would definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of the sword path in the future. Become the strongest brother protector. Don't worry about that, sis. I have another one. There's another one? Su Jinwei's azure-colored eyes stared up slightly. The mere fact that it was an imperial sword was enough to surprise her. Haven't had a chance to follow up on where it was obtained. And then Su Chang'an said there was another one? However, Su Jinwei quickly figured out the way inside. Presumably it was a lie that Chang'an had concocted in order to get herself to accept Frosty Snow. After all, Su Jinwei really didn't believe that there would be two Emperor-grade immortal swords coming out at the same time. One must know that the Celestial clan did not lack Imperial spirit weapons. However, there was no Emperor-grade spiritual artifact about swords, and the highest was the Holy Grade, which was this Minyu in her hand. The surviving Emperor's swords were basically all held in the hands of those great emperors who had certified the Tao with their swords, not even seen in the Dark Abyss. As for artificial forging, that's even more impossible. The most powerful forging masters in the entire desolate ancient continent could only barely forge holy products. Su Chang'an's father had also thought about whether or not to destroy the Immortal Domain's sword sect and snatch an emperor's sword from that old ancestor of theirs over to Su Jinwei. However, a combination of factors has postponed the idea for the time being. Really? Su Jinwei gently shook her head and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how silly this brother of hers was. How could she believe such a lie? Wasn't it instantly recognizable? But in the next moment, a long sword powerful enough to rival Frost Snow appeared in Su Chang'an's other hand. The vision of the Imperial-grade immortal sword coming out reappeared above the floating sky palace. The sword flashes, the great Tao resounded, and the Min Moon trembled. The body of the sword was engraved with black and white subtle patterns, just like the clear glow of the night condensation, and there was also a slight feeling of sadness. The hilt of the sword is similarly engraved with two runic fonts. It seems to be stunning, like frost and snow. The shocker similarly stirred up the sorrowful roar of 10,000 swords when it came out of the world. But at this moment, when it was held in Su Chang'an's hands, it seemed unusually peaceful. This means that Su Chang'an is likewise recognized by it. They all wanted to recognize Su Chang'an as their master. It is well known that a sword can have only one owner, while a person can have two swords at the same time. This is not a conflict. Realizing this, Su Jinwei's cherry lips unconsciously opened slightly. No, is her brother that good? How does she not know? Chapter 20, Su Jinwei accepts Frost Snow. Mixed Sword Sect. Two Emperor-grade immortal swords, recognizing their masters at the same time. This was a bit beyond Su Jinwei's expectations, and at the same time, she felt a hint of pressure. It was because she realized that Su Chang'an's talent was not weaker than her own at all. In which case, how is she going to be a brother protector from now on? No way. She's going to have to work harder on that, too. I already have the surprising hung, so I won't be able to use the frost and snow. And didn't my sister say before that she would seek out an emperor's sword when she had the chance? It's not readily available, and it was meant to be a gift for my sister. Su Jinwei was still in shock. It wasn't until Su Chang'an shoved Frost Snow hard into her hand, and Frost Snow stirred restlessly, that she snapped back to her senses. This is... Su Jinwei looked at the restless Frost Snow in her hands, her eyes growing cold. Think I'm not worthy of letting you recognize your master? For the first time, Su Jinwei had the feeling of being insulted. But think about it. Fair enough, after all, it had passed through her brother's hands, and it was only natural that she wouldn't be able to look at her at first. But, she's Su Jinwei, among the peers of the entire desolate ancient continent. It was a faultless and powerful genius existence. To her, her brother's talent was the only thing that could make her feel high. It was just an emperor's sword. She really didn't put it in her eyes. Buzz. The frosty snow shivered twice briefly before returning to calm. Imperial immortal swords all have spirituality. In particular, the perception of the sword cultivator's talent was ridiculously sharp. It took Frost Snow only 2 breaths of time to determine that becoming a sword in Su Jinwei's hands was its best option. It was even more appropriate than Su Chang'an just now. It could sense Su Jinwei's strength, as well as the resilience of her Tao heart, and there was also this cold and indifferent aura about her, which also fit Frost Snow extremely well. The sword spirit doesn't seem to have been birthed yet. Su Jinwei felt it carefully, and although she was able to establish a connection with Frost Snow, she couldn't find its sword spirit. An emperor-grade immortal sword would only give birth to a complete sword spirit after recognizing its owner. This means that this Frost Snow has never recognized its owner and is still a virgin. Ahem. As for having it recognize its master to Su Jinwei, it would still need some time to bond. Chahan, thank you. Su Jinwei's thoughts retracted as she once again slammed Su Chang'an in her arms and held him tightly. That's a gift my sister would love. But sister's favorite is still you. Chahan. Su Jinwei secretly swore in her heart, Chang'an, sister will use this frost and snow to protect you for the rest of your life. The more Su Chang'an listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. My sister's favorite is Chahan. What is this if not a sickly speech? After being forced to squeeze her face for a few minutes, Su Jinwei reluctantly let go. Chang'an, where did you get these two swords? Could it be that it's gone into some secret abyssal realm? Su Jinwei was also a little curious as to why her own brother had two emperor swords. Picked it up. Picked it up? Su Jinwei froze for a moment. Well, just picking it up. Su Chang'an nodded, speaking as if it were true. That's all he could say. After all, he couldn't say that he killed the remnants of an old grandpa and the system gave it to him. Could he? Moreover, if you are destined to the emperor's sword, it is indeed possible to pick it up. Fictional protagonists do that. Su Jinwei first froze for a moment at the words, and then covered her mouth and giggled. Her laughter like a silver bell, clear and pleasant. My Chang'an has the best luck. It was picked up. But my sister thanks you again. After all, no one would be willing to give the Imperial Immortal Sword to anyone other than my good brother. Su Jinwei didn't dwell too much on where Stunning and Frosty came from. It doesn't matter to her. The important thing was that it was given to her by her own brother. Su Chang'an suddenly asked rhetorically, then if sister only had an Imperial Sword, would she be willing to give it to me? Of course. Su Jinwei replied without hesitation. As long as Chang'an wants it. Then no. Su Chang'an shrugged. I just did what my sister would do. When Su Jinwei heard this, her azure pupils shrunk slightly before she lowered her head and giggled. What a stupid brother. She's getting more and more into Chang'an now. What to do? Chang'an, is your current cultivation still at the early stage of the transformation god realm? Aha. Then do you have any thoughts of grinding the sword Dao? Su Jinwei's eyes were expectant as she slightly tilted her head, her ink black-green silk then falling to the side of her shoulder. If so, you'll go to the mixed sword sect with elder sister. In addition to being the divine maiden of the heavenly clan, Su Jinwei was also the holy maiden of the mixed sword sect. It was because Su Jinwei followed the way of the sword, and neither the celestial race nor the Liuli sacred sect had the existence of immortal emperors who had certified their paths with swords. So she went to the mixed sword sect to cultivate and seek the way. The mixed sword sect was located in the human domain, and within it, there was an immortal emperor who had certified the Tao with his sword, the mixed sword patriarch. In the human domain, the mixed sword sect was synonymous with the way of the sword. It was also a sect that countless sword cultivators dreamed of. Even in the entire desolate ancient continent, the mixed sword sect was one of the strongest sword sects. There is only a tie, not a second. In the beginning, the mixed sword sect's patriarch was in the way of the heavenly clan before accepting Su Jinwei as a disciple. Results the next day. He then began to beg Su Jinwei not to leave the mixed Yuan sword sect. Can you imagine an old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years retaining his disciple with a sobbing voice? Moreover, he had directly given Su Jinwei the position of the holy maiden of the mixed sword sect. The other elders were naturally upset about this. Even if she was the first daughter of the heavenly emperor, she couldn't become the sect's holy maiden the day after she arrived. Could she? Sovereign, do you have some backbone? But when they watched Su Jinwei, who had just recently transformed into a god, condense a sword rhythm that was even thicker than that of them, the old men of the Mahayana and transition realms, it's like I'm relieved. It's not. You're letting them live with this? The sword rhythm of the god transformation stage was thicker than all of them? Is there really such a talent in the world? At that time, even the sword sect's oldest ancestor was startled. It was stated outright that Su Jinwei would most likely be stronger than her father in the future, the current heavenly emperor. That's the kind of comment that anyone who hears it says is outrageous. After all, it could be said that no one in the entire desolate ancient continent knew about the heavenly emperor's exploits back then when he had pushed across the ages and fought the 6 emperors alone in the dark abyss. That's completely beyond cognitive existence. But those elders of the mixed sword sect, surprisingly, all felt that the evaluation of this was reasonable. Su Jinwei does have the potential to do it, including the heavenly emperor himself. When he heard it, he said that the old man from the sword sect had some vision, and that his own daughter would definitely reach heights in the future that he hadn't touched. Nowadays, Su Jinwei's status in the mixed element sword sect wasn't in the least bit lower than those elders. Plus, the mixed Yuan patriarch, too, treated Su Jinwei as a shut-in disciple to inherit the mantle. For all of Su Jinwei's requests, she would agree. If she had opened her mouth, Su Chang'an would have to be a saint's son at the very least to enter the mixed sword sect. Starting out as a saintly son, capping out as a patriarch. The mixed sword sect? Right, Su Jinwei answered, and immediately introduced herself. Although the mixed elements sword sect is inferior to Mother's Liuli sacred sect, that old man, master teacher, still has a bit of strength, and is supposed to be the strongest known sword cultivator nowadays. With him to guide you, your progress in your cultivation of the way of the sword should be much faster, and that way, you'll be able to stay by your sister's side, and she can guard you at all times. Su Chang'an searched for memories of this clan, mixed sword sect. After a few seconds of contemplation, he agreed. Okay, you can reconsider, if you really don't want to. Hey, Su Jinwei was just about to say that her sister won't force you, when she heard Su Chang'an say okay. Cha-han, you want to go? Well, Su Chang'an nodded. If sis even thinks that it's suitable for me there, I don't have any reason not to go. Really? Su Jinwei smiled gently and lightly poked Su Chang'an's eyebrows. Why do you keep saying such things today? This will be too much for my sister. Then I won't talk about it. Don't. Tell me more. My sister likes to hear it. Chapter 21, Cave Xian has become a genius. What does it mean? The real reason Su Chang'an agreed to go to the mixed sword sect was because he remembered that in the plot, one of the Heaven's Mandate protagonists had risen from the mixed sword sect. But by that time, Su Jinwei had long since blacked out, leaving the mixed sword sect. The two don't seem to meet. But not anymore. Su Chang'an is still alive and holding the future script. The offense and defense are different. Since you won't come out, I'll come to you. Is that the Destiny protagonist? It was clearly a walking reward, a fragment of his own future invincible path. Chang'an, elder sister will go back first. Su Jinwei was a bit reluctant to leave, then remembered something and softly reminded. Right, remember to have a better attitude when you go to find Mother later. Coax a bit, and Mother won't be angry with you. Also, Mother said that the Radiant Holy Land has come to propose marriage as well. Although the Radiant Goddess didn't come in person, Mother said that it was likewise a woman of great splendor. Another marriage proposal? Su Chang'an instantly felt his head spinning. Just one Su Joya was enough to annoy him. And so on. Thinking about it another way, isn't this just one more little girl he can just exploit? That's a proper good thing. I only wish that the Shining Holy Land wasn't so poor and that the Shining Holy Maiden had more backbone. Otherwise, it would be boring. I know, sis, Su Chang'an answered. Farewell, my dear brother. Su Jinwei suddenly came over, her fragrant soft red lips bearing gently on Su Chang'an's face before turning around and leaving with her imperial sword. If something hadn't come up, she definitely would have wanted to stay with Su Chang'an a little longer, but she needed to go back and forge a deeper connection with Frost Snow, and try to get it to recognize its owner as soon as possible. Now she couldn't wait to get stronger. Strong enough to catch everything in front of her own brother. Strong enough to make Su Chang'an think she was the best. Su Chang'an raised his hand and touched his face, which still had some warmth on it, and smiled helplessly. All grown up, and actually still like this. Su Jinwei had been like this since she was a little girl and liked to catch him kissing his face. Then he too returned to his chambers. Just as he entered the bedchamber, a light fragrance hit his face, which smelled good and instantly calmed one's cluttered mood. It's meditation incense. The decorations inside the hall were similar to those inside the dragon chariot, with clear gold Nanmu furniture. Even the floor, gorgeous and restrained. Young lord, Zi Qingyin skillfully made tea and brought it to Su Chang'an's table. Do you have any other orders? Su Chang'an raised his eyes and found Zi Qingyin half kneeling on the floor, the expression on her delicate face calm and cool. Only when he met Su Chang'an's line of sight would he reveal a slight smile. Su Chang'an was pretty sure that Zi Qingyin wouldn't refuse any of his orders. No, go ahead and rest. As you wish, slave girl. Zi Qingyin slowly got up and exited the room, closing the door in the process. She didn't go far, but went to the side hall. That's where she rests. This distance, she was able to appear beside Su Chang'an the instant any accident occurred. Inside the bedchamber, Su Chang'an sat down on his knees and began to operate the Hongmeng Heart Sutra in his body. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, first level, currently allows for a threefold increase in cultivation speed from the original base, and is completely immune to illusion attacks from the transitional realm and below. Immune to transition realm and above as well. Su Chang'an's talent was originally a bug-like existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the spirit transformation realm at the age of 18, which was difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach in 1,000 years. Nowadays, it is elevated 3 times. His cultivation speed was no longer enough to be described as heaven-defying. A spiritual power circumference ran down. Su Chang'an only felt that the strength of his own spiritual power had clearly been boosted, and he couldn't vaguely restrain it from overflowing. He had already reached the limit of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Su Chang'an struck while the iron was hot and ran down another circumference. Ka! You didn't guess wrong. Su Chang'an broke through. After less than half an incense stick's hard cultivation, he managed to break through from the early stage of the transformation god realm to the middle stage of the transformation god realm. For him, there was no bottleneck for breakthroughs in the first place, as long as he had enough magical rhythms and spiritual energy reserves accumulated in his body, as well as a solid foundation. A breakthrough would be a matter of a click. Completely unable to experience what the card realm actually feels like. This is perhaps the sadness of genius. Break another realm. From his storage ring, Su Chang'an took out 2 7th grade pills that stabilized his realm and threw them into his mouth. Then he took out another pile of spirit crystals and held them in his hands to continue running the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. The purity of the spiritual energy stored in spirit crystals was much higher than that of extreme spirit stones, and the spiritual energy reserves were also extremely large. Cultivators can directly extract spiritual energy from it to supplement their cultivation needs, making their cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. This kind of thing belonged to an extremely superior cultivation resource even among certain emperor clans. However, there were several spirit crystal mines within the territory of the Heavenly Clan. I don't suppose you don't know, do you? Do you understand the gold content of having a family mine? Week after week of operation ended, piece after piece of spirit crystals became eclipsed, and 1 7th grade elixir after another was thrown into his mouth. Unrivaled talent plus unlimited cultivation resources equals? Ka! Late transformation realm. Click. The peak of the realm of the transfigured god. Click. Click. During the process of transformation to Dongxian, Su Chang'an paused slightly and clicked twice in a row before his breakthrough was complete. After all, it's normal for large realms to be crossed with a bit of difficulty, slightly more difficult than drinking water. But anyway, Dongxian has become a reality. Of course, the resources consumed are massive. Dozens of 7th grade pills alone had been consumed, and spirit crystals were even more numerous. In addition to the family with a mine, I'm afraid I can't really afford to support him to cultivate like this. Of course, the key thing is that he is well enlightened. Otherwise, even if they had more resources, they would only be able to watch, and forcibly absorbing spiritual energy would only burst themselves. Su Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, and his pale blue eyes were covered by dark golden streams of light, within which hidden demonic shadows flickered. The chaotic demon pupil was unconsciously revealed while practicing. Chaos demon pupils. Su Chang'an pondered for a few seconds and shook his head before hiding these eyes. It was midday of the 3rd day. Without realizing it, he had actually cultivated for 2 days. During that time, Saint Lioli Lord had come to see Su Chang'an, but after realizing that he was cultivating, he didn't disturb him. It only told Zi Qingyin to ask Su Chang'an to make a trip to her chambers when the cultivation was over. Su Chang'an pushed open the door to his bedchamber, and just as he took a step out, he found Zi Qingyin's figure kneeling in front of him. The knees were neatly pressed together, and the long, smooth, white legs were not covered in the slightest. There was also a ribbon with a patterned black ribbon wrapped around the left thigh. Leg rings? Congratulations, young lord, for stepping into Cave Xian. Zi Qingyin blessed from the bottom of her heart. She could feel the change in the fluctuation of spiritual energy within Su Chang'an's body. At this moment, it was clear that it was already Cave Xian sensation. Although she had long known that her young master's talent was ridiculously high, breaking through from the early stage of the transformation spirit realm to the Cave Xian realm in just 2 days still took her by surprise. Also happy for Su Chang'an. Not bad for a young master. Well, get up, Su Chang'an uttered blandly. He didn't intend to hide his breakthrough from Zi Qingyin because it didn't matter. Zi Qingyin wouldn't say anything to anyone even if she knew. Do you know what absolute loyalty means? Young lord. Zi Qingyin stood up and followed Su Chang'an, relaying the words of the sacred lord of Lioli. The sacred lord said that she wants you to make a trip to her chambers. Good. Su Chang'an nodded. In fact, the day before yesterday, he had planned to run a slight circumference and go, but he had accidentally cultivated into his mind. However, as soon as Su Chang'an thought of that mother of his, he instantly felt another headache. Holy Lord Lioli, Jiang Lioli. Her attitude towards herself was not much worse than Su Jinwei's in the slightest. Chapter 22. My father used it for 3 years. I only used it for 2.5 days. Su Chang'an arrived at the Lioli Immortal Palace in the Clanland, which was Jiang Lioli's private domain. Greetings, Your Highness. In front of the glazed palace, a maid in a white Lolita dress bowed her head towards Su Chang'an. The Lolita skirt had a violet floral print around the edges, and below the hem were 2 white, slender legs with a black satin wrap around the thighs. Su Chang'an was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that there were actually Lolita dresses in this side of the world and so astringent. Her name was Ling Wei, and she was Jiang Liuli's personal attendant, as well as a top powerhouse that surpassed the transition realm. But even so, she remained respectful to the extreme when facing Su Chang'an, and Su Chang'an just nodded bashfully. Ling Wei, is mother in there now? Yes, the Holy Lord should have just woken up not long ago. You can just go in directly. It is inconvenient for the slave girl to accompany you. Aha! Su Chang'an responded softly. Zi Qingyin also stopped in front of the door, because it was Jiang Liuli who was looking for Su Chang'an to have something to say, and as the young lord's maid, she naturally couldn't follow along. For her, the distinction between master and servant was insurmountable. Young lord, the slave girl is also waiting for you outside. Good. Su Chang'an said yes before walking in. When his figure had completely disappeared, Ling Wei smiled faintly and took the lead in striking up a conversation with Zi Qingyin. I remember that your highness only just broke through to the transformation god realm some time ago, and now you've actually stepped into Cave Xian. Did you meet some chance out there? Ling Wei didn't mean any harm, nor was she jealous. After all, to her, Su Chang'an was considered her master in a sense, the second master besides Jiang Liuli. She was just curious as to how Su Chang'an was able to break through a major realm in such a short period of time. Even if there was a chance, it shouldn't be a realm advancement. It couldn't have been done by practicing hard, could it? This is even more unlikely. Whose family talent can only be a big realm for a few days? Kion doesn't know. Zi Qingyin slowly shook her head, her tone calm, and she had no intention of telling Su Chang'an about his 2-day breakthrough of a large realm. Everything about Su Chang'an was like that for her, unless Su Chang'an ordered her to say it. Otherwise she would never divulge any information to a second person. The young master had his own plans. She only needed to do what a maid should do. Ling Wei obviously froze for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed softly. Ha ha, this answer really fits my impression of you. It doesn't matter exactly what the reason is, as long as the result is good for your highness. Also, I can't even see through you a bit now. Kion, you, the peak of the transition realm, are surprisingly more unfathomable than an unusual saint realm in my eyes. The Holy Lord is right. You are the most suitable person to stay by His Highness' side. Much more suitable than I am. An imperceptible shimmer flashed in Zi Qingyin's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Senior sister Ling Wei is joking. Hey, I said a couple of things to make you happy, and little sister has started calling me senior sister? The largest bedchamber in the middle of the Liuli Palace. Su Chang'an had just walked in when he felt himself wrapped in a faint fragrance. This is not the smell of meditation incense, more like a woman's body odor. It was like that flirtatious and seductive ethereal fragrance from Su Junyao's body, but it's not flirty and seductive, just a normal clean scent. Before he could take a few steps inside, a stunningly beautiful young woman clad in a white emperor's robe with a red makeup gauze skirt on the inside walked out face to face. Who else could it be but Jiang Liuli? Jiang Liuli's aura was elegant and noble, and behind her, white imperial robes were scattered casually on the floor, dragging on the floor as she walked, but without a trace of dust. Cha Gan, come here and give mommy a hug. So familiar words. It always feels like I've heard it somewhere. Without waiting for Su Chang'an to speak, Jiang Liuli embraced him in her arms. It should be said or not, she and Su Jinwei are really mother and daughter. Even the hugs were actually the same. It didn't feel quite the same. At the very least, this time, Su Chang'an didn't feel stuffy, because Jiang Liuli didn't dare to push too hard. At the same time, the systems panel about Jiang Liuli was revealed. Name Jiang Liuli. Fate, Swire Dust Emperor. Cultivation level, Peak Great Tao Immortal Emperor. Root Bone, 10+1. Charisma, 10+1. Luck, 10+1. Verdict, the Immortal Emperor's mother, who is extremely doting on the host, fulfills almost everything the host wants, and is one of the few people in the Arakan continent who is currently deeply in love with the host. When Jiang Liuli released her hand, Su Chang'an hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Greetings, mother. You child, why are you still so polite with mother? Jiang Liuli pouted in dissatisfaction, making it seem as if you're not familiar with mother at all. At the same time, he also stretched out his white onion lipstick jade-like fingers and gently poked Su Chang'an's forehead. Got it, mother. That's right. Cha Gan. Ha? Jiang Liuli suddenly let out a light suspicion. You've stepped into the Cave Xian realm? Well, this is the result of these few days of closed-door cultivation. Su Chang'an likewise did not hide this matter from Jiang Liuli. In just 2.5 days, you've entered the Cave Xian realm from the transformation god realm? Jiang Liuli was somewhat surprised. Truly worthy of being my Jiang Liuli's son. At this rate, it will only be a matter of 1,000 years even if you outshine mother. You know your conceited and arrogant father. It took him 3 years to go from transformation spirit to Dongxian. That doesn't mean the heavenly emperor isn't awesome. The Celestial Emperor didn't have the cultivation resources to support him at that time, and his talent buff wasn't as perverse as Su Chang'an's. Not to mention, Su Chang'an also had the triple cultivation speed boost from the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. However, going from the Transformation God realm to the Cave Xian realm in 3 years was considered the fastest record known in the desolate ancient continent. Right, getting down to business. After Jiang Liuli was happy for a while, her stunningly beautiful face suddenly became serious. Chang'an, didn't mother say that she wanted you to hurry back? As a result, you still went to the Green Cloud sect? Su Chang'an nodded, not denying it. Indeed, I did go. Is mother angry? Jiang Liuli's brows furrowed when she heard this, but when she looked at Su Chang'an in front of her, the fire in her heart inexplicably subsided for the most part. It didn't help that she still couldn't stay mad at her own son, but in order to make him remember, Jiang Liuli deliberately said, "Mother can't afford to punish you, but Qingyin is surprisingly as unintelligent as you are, so she must be disciplined." Wait, Su Chang'an was slightly speechless. Mother, how can you do this? It's not like Kion can resist my orders. It's not her fault. If you don't want to punish him, you'll punish Zi Qingyin? What kind of sense is that? By all rights, one shouldn't care what happened to Zi Qingyin, but now there was actually a twinge of intolerance in his heart. Perhaps it was because he knew the miserable end of Zi Qingyin in the future and felt a trace of pity for her. Hearing this, Jiang Liuli's beautiful eyes condensed slightly as she glared at Su Chang'an. You also know that Qingyin couldn't resist your orders before you did this, right? Ugh, Chang'an, mother really doesn't understand. That holy maiden of the Qingyin sect is that pleasing to you? Even if you really like it, just leave it in mother's hands, and within a day she'll obediently kneel in front of you, begging to be allowed to accompany her. After all, Jiang Liuli did not say that sentence, begging for you to sleep with her. Being a mother is still about maintaining an image in front of your own son. Where's the need for you to go through all that trouble? Jiang Liuli's handling of the situation was even more unreasonable than Su Jinwei's tying back and sending to Su Chang'an's bed. Her methods were definitely no gentler than Su Jinwei's. Beautiful. Not bad for a woman who could give birth to Su Jinwei. When Su Chang'an heard this, he suddenly understood why the Celestial clan was the villainous clan. This one is so unreasonable because of him. It's a wonder they don't darken into villains if they die themselves. But sadly, this time he couldn't die. There's no way to advance the plot any further. Mother, I brought back Li Ningyue. Brought back? Where is she now? Jiang Liuli stared, waiting for Su Chang'an's next words. She should have been thrown into the middle of the celestial race's deathlands by now by Qingyin, and I did instruct Qingyin to make her death as slow as possible. Mother? What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because you think I'm not handling this well? Chapter 23, Touched, But, System, Bind. Hey, Jiang Liuli's expression was very similar to Su Jinwei's at that time. After a few breaths, Jiang Liuli returned to her senses and placed her palm on Su Chang'an's forehead. No fever. The divine soul is also normal. Nothing wrong with it. Chadan, can you repeat what you just said? Jiang Liuli's series of maneuvers looked surprisingly childish, devoid of the majesty that a great emperor should have. Su Chang'an had no choice but to repeat. I said that I had Qingyin send Li Ningyue to her death. Incidentally, it also wiped out the Green Cloud sect. I've had enough fun. After finally determining that she hadn't heard wrong, Jiang Liuli's red lips hooked up into a gentle arc. Well, mother thinks that's a good way to handle it. If it wasn't for you not allowing mother to use strong-arm tactics, she would have already suffered the punishment of the Liuli Holy Land. In fact, a few days ago, she knew that Su Chang'an had ordered the family behind Li Ningyue to be exterminated, because the one who went to exterminate the Li family was a slave of the Heavenly Clan, not Zi Qingyin. The news would naturally reach her. At the very beginning, Jiang Liuli also thought of this possibility. Could it be that Su Chang'an had run out of patience, tired of Li Ningyue? I didn't realize it was actually true. It's really great. If my son no longer clings to the holy maiden of that last-rate sect, I can find him a few more wives myself. At the very least, we have to find all the top few women on the Heaven's remarkable style list. Mother, going to the Green Cloud sect was my own idea. Qingyin advised me. It was me who ordered her not to come back. The chastisement will be waived. Su Chang'an knew that if he was the one to plead for mercy, Jiang Liuli would most likely let go. Who knew that Jiang Liuli's eyes became more and more gentle as she raised her hand and poked his brow? If Chang'an had said this earlier, where else would mother have used the name of punishing Qingyin to scare you? Don't worry, mother herself never had that kind of intention to begin with. It's bad, it's been set up, but there's nothing to be done about it. Who let Jiang Liuli know Su Chang'an? It was because she knew Su Chang'an's kind of protective personality that she deliberately said that. Even if it was his own maid, Su Chang'an liked to protect it. Even if Zi Qingyin really made any mistakes and needed to be chastised, it could only be chastised by him. and it was no one else's turn to intervene. Noticing that Su Chang'an's face became strange, Jiang Liuli hurriedly coaxed gently, "It's my mother's fault. I won't say it like that next time. Chang'an, don't be angry with my mother, okay? As compensation, mother has found you a beautiful fiancé. Again? This compensation, is it serious?" But Su Chang'an, who had expected this, didn't think it was a bad thing, because he would have ruthlessly exploit her, just like with Su Jiuya. Never stop until she's drained her little coffers. Besides, one is in a period of high energy. Ahem, know it all. Who is it? Su Chang'an asked curiously. The Holy Maiden of the Radiant Sanctuary. The Shining Sanctuary. Su Chang'an remembered that the Radiant Holy Land was a power in the immortal domain. There was an immortal emperor sitting within it. Although it was completely incomparable to the glazed sacred land, it was still considered a relatively forward immortal force in the immortal domain. There's still a bit of strength there. In the early stages of the original plot, the Radiant Holy Land did propose marriage to the celestial race, but at that time, it was flatly rejected by Su Chang'an, and then the matter was closed. As for the future of the Radiant Saintess, Su Chang'an didn't have much of an impression. It shouldn't be some kind of destined daughter. Some time ago, the Holy Lord of Radiance led their holy daughter to specifically come to Mother, talking about this very thing. That saint girl is pretty good looking. You can meet her if you have time. You might like it. Jiang Liuli spoke seriously, and it was obvious that she had a high opinion of the Radiant Saintess. Of course, it's only the looks that count. Speaking of which, Mother would like to ask, Chang'an, do you like that Jiu Yao girl? The last time Su Junyeo followed her mother to propose marriage to the Celestial clan, Su Chang'an still only had Li Ningyue in his eyes and wasn't interested in her at all. Now that Li Ningyue was already karma, Jiang Liuli was curious about Su Chang'an's evaluation of Su Jiuya. You didn't even bother with her last time she came. Have you forgotten what she looks like? Why don't Mother call her over again so you can meet her? Jiuya is smart and simple at the same time. Not much of a bad heart, and her cultivation talent is also good. Mother feels that she is very suitable to marry you. Jiang Liuli also spoke highly of Su Junyeo, even higher than the Radiant Virgin, because Jiang Liuli could tell that Su Junyeo truly wanted to marry Su Chang'an, and the Radiant Saintess, but not so much. Su Chang'an shook his head. No need. Mother, I've already met her. Seen? Well, I happened to run into it when I went to the fairy realm. Then how do you feel about her? Jiang Liuli looked at Su Chang'an expectantly. She was satisfied with Su Jiuya though, but if Su Chang'an didn't like it, she could only go and tell the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord that she was sorry. She only had two requirements for choosing a fiancé. One was that is Su Chang'an liked it, and the other was that she also saw eye to eye. The requirements are simple, but in the entire Draconic continent, there were few women who could fulfill both conditions. It's not bad. Su Chang'an thought for a moment after finishing his sentence and added, it just looks like it has a feeling of not being too smart. Saying something like taking the Heavenly Fox Clan Jade and being able to enter her sister's chambers. How smart could Su Junyeo be? But that's the kind of unintelligent he likes. Such little foxes. So coaxing. How can he exploit if he's too smart? Ha ha. Jiang Liuli laughs, the flower twigs trembling, without the usual dignified and noble appearance. But this is from the heart of the emotional outflow, without mixing any false within. Only in front of her closest relatives would Jiang Liuli display this stance. You really surprised me with that comment, but it's good that you don't hate it. In that case, I can tacitly agree to your engagement with her? Su Chang'an didn't refuse and nodded. Well, for now. Right. There's also this. Wear it well. Jiang Liuli stretched out her palm, and a white jade talisman then appeared in her hand. The white jade talisman was strung by a red string, and it was inscribed with obscure runes. However, Su Chang'an could sense that the power contained within it was definitely not lower than the Emperor level. This is a protective amulet refined by my mother. It contains one of my Emperor realm protective techniques. If you are in danger you can crush it and my mother will appear by your side as fast as she can. There's also a meet and greet gift from the Radiant Holy Land. All of it is in this storage bag. You take it too. Su Chang'an took the white jade talisman as well as the storage bag and said softly, thank you, Mother. You child. What kind of thanks are you saying to Mother? Jiang Liuli let out a slightly disgruntled pout. Su Chang'an hastily changed his words. I see. Then I won't thank you next time. Ha ha, just know how to be poor. Jiang Liuli laughed twice. By the way, I heard Jinwei say that you're going to follow her to the mixed sword sect? Yes. Alright, Jinwei said that you have a talent for practicing the sword Dao, and Mother has no problem with that. Remember what Mother told you before? Jiang Liuli's complexion took on a serious look for a few moments. Don't trust others so easily. Although unusual people are jealous of your identity, it's inevitable that there will still be people who have crooked thoughts about you. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Su Chang'an responded. He understood this kind of reasoning even if Jiang Liuli didn't say it. In the metaphysical world of deceit, the most taboo thing is to trust others at will. It can be simple, but not brainless. One can be kind, but not a saintly mother. Otherwise it will be eaten without any crumbs left. This could also show how rare it really was to have a maid like Zi Qingyin who was absolutely loyal to him. Well, there's nothing more to it. Mother. Jiang Liuli turned around and sat on a reclining chair not far away, holding her forehead with one hand as she quietly looked at Su Chang'an, her light blue autumn eyes filled with doting love. Su Chang'an was just about to say that he was fine too and was ready to leave when he abruptly remembered. Haven't bound it myself yet. Binding Su Jinwei both had the ancient flawless sword body. How good the reward would be for Jiang Liuli, who was bound to have already certified as an emperor. He didn't even dare to think about it. Mother, there's another most important thing I forgot. Su Chang'an sounded very serious. What is it? Jiang Liuli inquired with concern. But Su Chang'an didn't say anything, but walked straight towards her. This made Jiang Liuli even more curious. What is it? And you have to come over and say it? Could it be Chan'an's little secret? But it was good that Chan'an was so close, and he himself could hug him in the process, and then give him a light kiss at his forehead. Jiang Liuli thought that way in her heart, her complexion gentle to the extreme, as if she could drip water. Su Chang'an had already arrived in front of her. Say, Chang'an, what is it? Jiang Liuli's voice ended abruptly. This was because Su Chang'an suddenly stepped forward to hold her in his arms, while his face gently leaned against her shoulder. Just like when I was a kid. With a hint of pampering, Jiang Liuli subconsciously put her arm around Su Chang'an, her slender jade fingers gently rubbing between his long, ink-colored hair, her voice drowning. What's wrong? Chan'an, are you suffering from something? Don't be afraid. There's Mother. Talk to her. She'll back you up. Even if it was your father, Mother would dare to beat him up. As the same immortal emperor. Although Su Chang'an's father was slightly superior to Jiang Liuli in terms of hard power, but only if he dares to fight back. Su Chang'an shook his head. Mother, I'm not aggrieved. I just want to hug you now, and it feels like we won't be seeing each other for a while in the future. How? Jiang Liuli's heart was slightly relieved. It was good that her own son was not aggrieved. At the same time there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Even if you go to the mixed sword sect, you can always return to the Liuli sacred land to see Mother. If it's not possible, you can use a talisman to transmit your voice, and it's okay for Mother to go look for you. The desolate ancient continent currently doesn't have any places that Mother can't go to. To be honest, Su Chang'an had been touched by Jiang Liuli. But, system, bind Jiang Liuli. Chapter 24, Rewarding Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Need to choose your own path. System, bind Jiang Liuli. Please ask the host to make physical contact with the bound target. Detecting target's destiny, villainous fate, bindable. Testing for intimacy. Intimacy is up to standard. Binding in progress, binding successful. A series of system beeps sounded in Su Chang'an's mind, and then after a few seconds of silence, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for binding Jiang Liuli and obtaining the reward, Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Ha? What the hell are you talking about? Immortal Emperor? Just skip the effort and take it one step at a time? Ding! The system suggests that the Immortal Emperor realm is too special, and is a realm that needs to be certified in order to cross over. Therefore, although the Immortal Emperor's cultivation is hosted in the host's body, it will not be immediately apparent, and the host needs to choose the avenue that suits him or her on his or her own. The imperial way is not chosen by the system instead. If the host now chooses a suitable avenue, he can witness the way in place. Su Chang'an could probably understand what this meant. Those who have witnessed immortal emperors know that there are 3,000 great paths, and if you want to cross into that realm, you need to choose your own path. This is an avenue that the system will not choose for him. Instead, the immortal emperor cultivation was temporarily sealed within him, and when he chose his path, he could cultivate in place and climb all the way up, and then personally testify to become an emperor. If Su Chang'an didn't care what path he chose, he could have certified as an emperor by now, but the ceiling might be lower if it's not the right path for him. No pressure on the realm. To witness the way you must. The 3,000 great paths will be added to my body. That was the normal procedure for rewarding immortal emperor cultivation. Like those novels he read in his previous life, they directly gave immortal emperor cultivation without even mentioning what path he chose. The kind of authors that look like they've never practiced immortality. Chan'an, be good. Mommy is always there. Jiang Liuli gently stroked the back of Su Chang'an's head, still comforting him. When you are wronged outside, come back to Mother. If you're wronged in the Celestial Clan, you'll go to Mother's Liuli Holy Land. Keep in mind that you're not only the Celestial Clan's worldly son, you're also the only future master of the Liuli Sacred Land. Su Chang'an nodded heavily. Mother, I'll remember. Good boy. Then, under Jiang Liuli's strong request, Su Chang'an didn't leave and directly stayed inside her chambers. No way. Jiang Liuli had to put him to sleep like when he was a child. Su Chang'an knew her temperament very well. If he refused, she would definitely play tricks and not let himself go. Forget it. The Immortal Emperor cultivation reward is all swiped. So let's fulfill this small wish of Jiang Liuli. The next day, early morning, Su Chang'an returned to his Mirror Heaven Palace. Only a short while after he returned, a silhouette flying on a sword appeared in the air, coming from far away and quickly arriving in front of him. Who else could it be but Su Jinwei? Chang'an, come over here and give sister a hug. Su Jinwei had just put away her sword when she pounced towards Su Chang'an. Or familiar words. Su Chang'an was helpless. He had to get his face squeezed again. Ha! Su Jinwei had just hugged Su Chang'an when she realized something was wrong. Chang'an, you've stepped into the cave Xian realm? Well, just broke through yesterday. Su Chang'an was well aware that his cultivation speed was outrageous, but any individual who knew about it would ask the question all over again. Sister remembers that you were still at the early stage of the harmonized god realm a few days ago, and now you're at the Dongxian realm? Su Jinwei was a bit surprised. That's a bit too fast, isn't it? Taking advantage of her surprise, Su Chang'an quietly escaped from the parcel of ferocious chi, while whispering a flirtatious remark. Has sister forgotten? You said I was a genius a few days ago. That's no way to be a genius. Su Jinwei is already a genius enough, isn't she? In the entire desolate ancient continent, there were no more than 3 of her peers who could be compared to her. There was even none that could beat her in single combat. But it took her a full 2 years to go from transformation spirit to Dongxian. Chang'an, you're putting a lot of pressure on your sister like this. Su Jinwei skimmed her lips on the surface even though she was very happy. If your cultivation surpasses your sister's, isn't it true that you don't need your sister to protect you anymore? No. Su Chang'an shook his head sincerely. No matter what, I need my sister. Su Jinwei was a proper Woji sword immortal in the future. Or the strongest kind. In the later episodes, Su Jinwei was able to single-handedly take on the entire immortal domain. Besides, what's so bad about having a brother-controlling sword fairy sister? Aside from occasionally being a bit stuffy. Only after hearing this did Su Jinwei smile. That's more like it. Don't worry. Sister will also try to become stronger. After all, sister said she would protect you for the rest of your life. Although Su Jinwei's feel the pain buff didn't activate. It accidentally activated another buff. We affectionately call it the involution buff. Inside volume. Getting stronger. And then become a brother protector. By the way, sister came to tell you that we're going to the mixed sword sect. Su Chang'an was a bit surprised. That fast? Well, sister doesn't want to go back that early either. But that old man sent a message saying that there's something that makes me go back. Su Jinwei was also upset. But it couldn't be helped. Knowing her master, there must be something important before she would send a message for her to go back. Besides, she wasn't going back alone this time. Instead, he was with Su Chang'an. There would be no need to be upset. I see. Su Chang'an nodded. Good. Then we'll leave this afternoon. Su Jinwei came over after she finished speaking, wrapping her arms around Su Chang'an once again, and incidentally also kissing him on the cheek. Sister will wait for you outside. Only after doing so did Su Jinwei leave with satisfaction. Su Chang'an was rather helpless at this. Qingyin, go pack up and get ready to go. Yes. After Zi Qingyin bowed her head and answered yes, she went into Su Chang'an's bedchamber to tidy up. This time, when he went to the mixed sword sect, Su Chang'an didn't intend to bring too many people with him. Just the one with Zi Qingyin. Su Jinwei was even simpler. She chose to travel to the human domain alone, with a green-colored sword hanging from her waist and a covered frosty snow on her back. She was simply like a loose sword cultivator who was free from the world. Of course, she wasn't really alone. The Heavenly Clan's protector had been lurking in the shadows to follow. After the past few days, Su Jinwei and Frost Snow had established a deep connection. It's only a matter of time before we recognize the Lord. Zi Qingyin brought the dragon carriage over and curtsied to Su Chang'an. Young Lord, everything is packed. Okay, let's go. Normally, Su Jinwei liked to fly with her imperial sword, but this time, it was Su Chang'an who went with her. She just threw the sword away. Running inside the dragon carriage, he wrapped Su Chang'an in his arms with a smile on his face. The demon domain was neighboring the immortal domain and the demon domain, while it was slightly farther away from the human domain. But according to the speed of the dragon carriage, coupled with the teleportation array set up in the middle, it wouldn't take too long. Chapter 25, Li Changfeng, Sect Master of the Mixed Sword Sect. In less than 3 days Su Chang'an and the others arrived at the human domain. The biggest difference between the human domain and several other domains was that there was more of a mundane smoke and fire flavor. Most of the immortal cultivation forces in the other several domains existed in the form of sect sanctuaries. and the mortals resided in the cities attached to the sect sanctuaries. The human domain, on the other hand, had seen the emergence of things like imperial dynasties, and had also spawned many Jianghu legends. The mixed sword sect was already a ceiling in the human domain. The only other two sword sects that can be ranked alongside them are the Hearing Snowsword sect and the Tsongyan sword sect. One of them, the mixed sword sect, was situated in the southeast, and if Su Chang'an and the others wanted to go there, they would need to cross half of the human domain. Another 3 days passed. The dragon carriage visited the sky above the mixed sword sect. Mixed sword sect ahead. Stop anyone coming. If you are a guest visiting the mixed sword sect, please wait for me to inform the patriarchal elder. A man in green robes suddenly appeared in front of the dragon carriage, staring at the 9 Xian dragons with a grave expression. These Xian dragons were not beings from the human domain at first glance. Moreover, the aura from each Xianlong was clearly at the Mahayana realm. The Komer is not good. That was his initial judgment. Fortunately, there is also the protector sword formation. If the other party is hard to break in, they can also delay for a while. Just as he was thinking about these things, Su Jinwei's figure slowly stepped out from within the dragon carriage, saying nothing and merely throwing out a black and white token. That middle-aged sword cultivator revealed a surprised expression when he saw Su Jinwei come out of the dragon carriage. The Holy Virgin? When he reacted, he immediately clasped his fists and saluted. Greetings to the Holy Maiden. That token was naturally used to prove her identity, but now that this sect guardian disciple knew herself, there was no need for this. Su Jinwei retrieved the token and said in a faint voice, "These Xianlongs are mounts kept by my brother. They are not some great demon that has not yet opened its mind. Get out of the way." Yes, with Su Jinwei around, no one dared to stop the dragon carriage along the way. The door of the mixed sword sect was completely open to her. The occasional passing disciples within the sword sect, looking at the dragon carriage that covered the sky in the air, were all secretly guessing just who it was that actually had such a large formation. I don't know who said something as if the Holy Virgin had returned, and they blew up in a brainstorm. Hey, have you heard? The Holy Maiden brought the 9 Xian dragons she raised back to the sect. Where did you get this false information from? It was clearly the Holy Maiden who captured 9 Xian dragons back with her bare hands. The more you guys talk, the more you talk. The news I received is that the Holy Maiden traveled to the demon region alone with a solo sword and decimated an entire dragon clan, worthy of being our mixed sword sect's holy daughter. Su Jinwei didn't know what they were talking about. Of course, even if you knew, you wouldn't care. She brought Su Chang'an back to her residence, and Zi Qingying found a place to tether the 9 Xian dragons before asking her to stay behind to guard her home for the time being. Su Chang'an, on the other hand, followed Su Jinwei to meet the mixed sword sect's patriarch. There were several spirit sword peaks within the mixed sword sect. They made their way to a courtyard on the mountainside of some unassuming sword peak. This is the residence of the patriarch. Chadan, Master's image isn't that good, but he does have strength and doesn't hide things when he passes it on. If you can't see him, talk to sister, and sister will take you to the master. Before going in, Su Jinwei suddenly said something that baffled him. Su Chang'an nodded. I understand, sis. Afterward, Su Jinwei directly pushed the door and walked in without even knocking. When he saw the scene in the courtyard, Su Chang'an seemed to understand why Su Jinwei had given him a precaution, only to see a crane-haired old man, holding a broken wooden sword in his arms there, scrutinizing it with great interest, and every now and then he would also let out an indistinct sigh. This was the mixed sword sect patriarch, Li Changfeng. Needless to say, the image had that flavor to it, the unique aura of a reclusive powerhouse. Just by looking at the image, you can tell he's ridiculously strong. As Su Jinwei walked in, the old man directly dropped his wooden sword and snapped to his feet. Gah! Ouch! Twisted my back. Su Jinwei looked at all of this blandly, without any thought of trying to help. People are so old. What's with all the drama? Seeing Su Jinwei ignoring him, Li Changfeng smiled slightly awkwardly, while smoothly carrying a mahogany chair to Su Jinwei and placing it behind her. My good apprentice. Sit down. Why are you back so soon? Did you have fun these past few days? There's really no need to be in such a hurry. Master has missed you very much. Su Jinwei glanced at the chair with slight disdain and didn't sit down. Master, to business. Upon hearing the words master, Li Changfeng's casual expression from a moment ago changed, and he had the feeling of being in the presence of a great enemy. Bad. In the past, his own disciples used to call him old man, but this time, they actually called him master? Experience from living for tens of thousands of years told him that something's not right. There's a trick to this whole business. What business? Li Changfeng persuaded tentatively. I'm telling you, master really doesn't have an imperial sword, and you should stop hitting on your master ancestor's sword. When he passes away, it will still be yours sooner or later. Master definitely won't take it from you. Su Jinwei was speechless, true down to the head. He hadn't just casually said that Master Ancestor's sword was quite good looking. As for being so cautious? I don't care about that broken sword. Su Jinwei skimmed her mouth in disdain. You guys can just keep it for yourselves. Her brother had directly given an Imperial Frost Snow, and it hadn't even birthed a sword spirit, for the first time. Sure enough, it's better to have a younger brother. Li Changfeng was puzzled. What was that about? It's about my brother joining the sect. I told you before in a voice transmission. His sword Dao talent is even higher than mine. Su Jinwei stepped aside and pulled Su Chang'an to herself, her jade hand resting casually on his shoulder. Letting him come to the mixed sword sect as a holy son is purely as a bargain. Li Changfeng's expression finally became a bit more serious, and he turned his head to scowl at Su Chang'an. Your brother? Wouldn't that be the son of the Celestial clan? Su Jinwei nodded. Right. How can I, Li Changfeng, accept both the Heavenly clan's worldly son and worldly daughter piece as disciples? Li Changfeng wanted to cry. You alone are enough for me to worry. Actually, Su Jinwei's character was quite good. She was more humble and polite when Su Chang'an wasn't around, and rarely got into arguments with people. Plus, Li Changfeng had originally treated her as an inheritance, so fretting and happy at the same time. But Su Chang'an was different. Son of the Celestial clan. Just by hearing the name, I know that it must not be simple. If he was a bit of a playboy or something, plus the sister of his was also there, wouldn't he have made a mess of the mixed sword sect? Su Jinwei's brows furrowed. Old man, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Li Changfeng sighed lightly, somewhat helplessly. If your brother wants to worship me as his teacher, I definitely won't refuse. But you don't have to fool the old man me with the fact that he's even more talented in swordsmanship than you are. I, Li Changfeng, have lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen anyone whose sword Dao talent is half as high as you, my good disciple. Su Jinwei let out a deep breath. If it wasn't for the matter of Su Chang'an, she wouldn't bother to talk nonsense to this old dang. I'm serious. Chang'an's sword Dao talent is definitely not below mine, and it only took him 3 days to go from the early stage of the transformation spirit realm to the cave Xian realm. Su Jinwei repeated it again, causing Li Changfeng to almost believe it. The early stage of the spirit transformation realm to the cave Xian realm only took 3 days? The more one talks, the more outrageous it gets. Even the peak of the spirit transformation realm to the cave Xian realm would take a while. It seemed like it took all of 3 years for the Celestial Emperor at that time. Fine. Master doesn't believe in anyone but you, although Li Changfeng didn't believe it in his heart. On the surface, he still went along with what Su Jinwei was saying. Can you send your brother over here for a minute? Su Jinwei turned her head and glanced at Su Chang'an, who nodded and walked over to Li Changfeng. As soon as he got close, Li Changfeng sensed a different aura on Su Changsheng's body, giving him the feeling that the person in front of him was born for the sword. This was the buff that came with the ancient flawless sword body. This made him now actually believe a bit in what Su Jinwei had just said. How long have you been practicing the way of the sword? Su Chang'an thought back carefully. In the past few days of coming to the mixed sword sect, Su Jinwei would teach him some from time to time. And if he counted 6 days. 6 days? Aha! Su Chang'an nodded. Li Changfeng actually sighed with slight regret. Your body is indeed suitable for the sword path, but something like a sword is best practiced since childhood. And if you only start now, the results might be a bit worse. Can we condense the sword rhyme? Sword rhythm was the most basic thing in the introductory sword Dao, but most people were unable to condense it in their entire lives. The requirements for enlightenment are also high. Su Chang'an recalled the scene when he fought Xiao Chen. He was the one who had released something substantial at that time, allowing the power of the sword in his hand to be strengthened. That would be the sword rhyme. It should be fine, Su Chang'an whispered back, although he had never tried it before. He had the entirety of that immortal emperor's residual soul sword Dao comprehension from his life. It should be easy to condense sword rhythms. After all, that was the sword emperor's comprehension. And when you really counted, it was not even much worse than Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng's heart was slightly more expectant. Then try it and see. Su Chang'an nodded. Good. Chapter 26. If you can't find the son of heaven's destiny, look for his mother. Normally judging whether or not one had a talent for sword Dao was based on the thickness of their condensed sword rhythms, in addition to using the spirit sword pool to test it. For example, Su Jinwei. The sword rhythms she had condensed when she was at the spirit transformation realm were even thicker than certain elders in the sect, though that doesn't mean absolute wariness. However, it could show the high level of its enlightenment about the way of the sword. Judging by the fact that Su Chang'an had practiced the sword for 6 days, as long as he could condense a trace of sword rhythm, it would be enough to prove that he had a talent for the Dao of the sword. Chadan, sister will demonstrate it to you first. After Su Jinwei finished speaking, she gently rested her hand on the menu at her waist, and as the scabbard trembled with a humming sound, the aura around her quietly changed. Subtle sword rhythms slowly escaped from her surroundings, carrying endless sharpness and forming a domain. Immediately afterward, the range of the sword rhyme expanded extremely quickly, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard, wrapping both Li Changfeng and Su Chang'an within. Su Chang'an only felt that at this moment, he could not catch a single sword from Su Jinwei. She could easily kill herself. On the contrary, Li Changfeng, instead of being affected in the slightest, nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for half a month. My good disciple's sword Dao has refined a bit more. Su Jinwei simply ignored him, and after dispersing her sword rhythm, she turned her head to look at Su Chang'an and asked softly, Chang'an, did you see it clearly? If you didn't see it clearly, sister will demonstrate it again for you. Li Changfeng looked at this attitude of Su Jinwei as if he had seen a ghost. It made him wonder if this was really his disciple who hated trouble the most. Now that this look of patience was placed on her, Li Changfeng only felt unusually abrupt. Confirmed that it's the real brother. Sis, I've seen it clearly. Su Chang'an nodded, signaling that there was no problem. Okay, then try it. Su Jinwei finished and didn't forget to comfort. It's okay even if it doesn't coalesce. There's no need to feel any pressure. What could Li Changfeng on the side do? Nodding in agreement. Of course, your sister is right. No need to stress. Su Chang'an smiled humbly and politely, and then immediately took 2 steps backward to the center of the courtyard. Following the memories in his mind, he began to try to condense the sword rhyme. The condensation went much smoother than expected. It had even become an instinct, as if he had been drilling the Tao of the sword for tens of thousands of years. Buzz, an ear-piercing buzz emitted. Li Changfeng subconsciously widened his eyes, and in his heart, he vaguely expected Su Chang'an. It was just that the buzzing didn't seem to come from Su Chang'an's saber, as he didn't even have a sword on him. Rather, it came from within him. It was as if Su Chang'an himself was the sword. Immediately afterward, a pale white sword rhythm appeared in front of Su Chang'an. It was only as small as a hair, but it did coalesce. At this moment Li Changfeng decided, he wants to take Su Chang'an as his disciple. Su Jinwei was right. Su Chang'an's talent for swordsmanship was indeed very high, though it was still far from that compared to Su Jinwei. But that's enough. At least it was not a little bit stronger than the rest of the disciples in his clan. Chadan, alright, that's enough already. Take a rest for a while. Su Jinwei walked over to Su Chang'an, but just as she got closer she felt that something was wrong. Danger! She sensed a touch of danger, then dodged back out of instinct. The next moment, boom! Monstrous sword rhythms erupted from Su Chang'an's body, instantly covering the courtyard, and without the slightest sign of stopping, it continued to spread outwards. The mountainside was already wrapped, and it was even spreading to the foot of the mountain. The spread of the sword rhyme finally stopped when it was almost about to envelop this mountain peak. Immediately afterward, the pale white sword rhyme changed form under the control of Su Chang'an's intention, sharply contracted, then solidified. Eventually, it tightly surrounded Su Chang'an's circumference, and the sword rhythm was like liquid, causing ripples, obviously physical, yet inscrutable. Su Chang'an secretly uttered a cry of pity. He had already been condensing sword rhythms as much as he could, but limited by his cultivation at the Cave Xian realm, he could only do so much. If he had more spiritual energy, he could have reached the next realm of Sword Dao. Su Chang'an looked up at Li Changfeng, his posture humble as he asked, Senior, is this still okay? Li Changfeng was already too stunned to speak, and the first to speak was Su Jinwei. Chang'an, did you just completely transform the spiritual energy in your body into sword rhythms, and control the form so that it shrinks and solidifies? Su Chang'an nodded. That should be the case. It was my sister who underestimated you too much before. Su Jinwei murmured and whispered. Even the reincarnation realms me would find it difficult to achieve your level right now. Su Jinwei's pressure skyrocketed as she marveled. In this short half-month, Su Chang'an had already given her too many surprises and accidents. In that case, it wouldn't be long before it was her brother's turn to protect her. No way. She would never allow that to happen. Inside Scroll Buff, Ultimate Max Edition. Initiation. That being said, after all, Su Chang'an had all the comprehension of a sword emperor in his lifetime, and it was normal for him to be temporarily stronger than Su Jinwei in the Tao of the sword. But the future Su Jinwei would definitely surpass his current stage. It even reached a realm that had never been touched by anyone in the desolate ancient continent. Apprentice, sit down. Li Changfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly carried another mahogany chair over and placed it behind Su Chang'an. Isn't it just the position of the Saint Sun? As long as you worship me as your teacher and join my mixed sword sect, the sword sect Saint Sun is just a matter of passing by. At this moment, Li Changfeng's cloudy eyes revealed a strange excitement. Never in a million years did he expect that the rest of his life would really let him come across a sword Dao seedling whose enlightenment was not inferior to Su Jinwei's. Both of them in the future have the posture of a sword immortal. The children of the Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Lord of Lioli were truly more demonic than one another. In the future, the desolate ancient continent, not surprisingly, would still have to be suppressed horizontally by the celestial race. And then think about your own little granddaughter. She's only been practicing for 100 years and has only reached the cave Shin realm. This might qualify as heavenly pride to ordinary people, but it was too mediocre compared to Su Chang'an. Wait, Chahan, don't say yes yet. This time it was Su Jinwei's turn to be unhappy. Just now, she had said that she wanted Su Chang'an to become the sex saint's son, and Li Chanfeng was actually uneven. Now you're calling on the apprentice? Su Jinwei put her arm around Su Chang'an's shoulders and said with a light smile, Sister suddenly thinks that the Hearing Snow Sword sect and the Tsongyan Sword sect are quite good as well. Why don't we go to those two sects and take a look? My good disciple, did Master offend you in any way? Li Chanfeng knew that Su Jinwei had said that on purpose, but he just couldn't help but be anxious. Master didn't offend me. I just wanted to see what conditions the two major sword sects, San Yun and Hearing Snow, were willing to offer by virtue of my brother's talent. Meritocracy. The smile on Su Jinwei's face grew brighter and brighter, and in Li Changfeng's eyes it was the smile of a demon. It was the same smile as Su Chanan's exploitation of Su Jouyao. Hearing this, Li Changfeng instantly understood what she meant, and sighed helplessly. Alas, there's still a need to beat around the bush with Master? Just directly say what else you want. Su Jinwei smiled, not realizing that Master knew her quite well. Know that you are sitting on the fence. In addition to the position of Saint's son, there is also the qualification to use the spirit sword pool at will, a sword peak to use as a residence, and my brother doesn't have to bow to any of the elders, not restricted by the rules of the clan. In advance, if my brother is wronged in the mixed sword sect, no matter what I do then, you can't stop me. Without much hesitation, Li Changfeng agreed. No problem. As long as it's not a matter of principle, I'll make sure that your brother won't be wronged in any way in the mixed Yuan sword sect, but for the first few days, he'll have to practice kendo with me. Su Jinwei didn't agree on her behalf, but twisted her head to look at Su Chang'an. She reluctantly agreed when the latter nodded. Could be. It's a done deal. I will announce the matter of the saint's son within the clan tomorrow. Li Changfeng glanced at Su Jinwei after he finished speaking. Master actually had you come back for a bit of something else as well. Su Jinwei nodded and turned her head to whisper to Su Chang'an. Chang'an, you go back and rest first. Sister will return later. Good. Su Chang'an didn't say anything and turned around to leave the courtyard. He wasn't interested in matters within the mixed Yuan sword sect that had nothing to do with him. Besides, even if he really wanted to know, Su Jinwei would definitely tell him. His biggest goal in coming to the mixed sword sect was not to learn any sword Dao, but rather to find that heavenly destined son, while he's still growing. Nip it in the bud early. If he's not born by now, go to his mother. Chapter 27. After searching for half a day and not finding it, you ended up waiting at my door? After Su Chang'an left, Li Changfeng sat back on his recliner, picked up the teacup next to him and took a light sip, his expression gradually becoming serious. Getting down to business. The opening time of the human domain spirit sword mystic realm has been brought forward. That's why I asked you to come back as soon as possible. The spirit sword secret realm could be said to be the most valuable secret realm resource for the sword sect. Inside, one could find almost everything about the chances of sword cultivation, sword Dao inheritance, holy grade spirit swords, secret treasures of elixirs that aided in cultivation, materials for quenching swords. In the outside world, they are all rare resources. Of course, there are opportunities accompanied by the presence of danger. There were many extraterrestrial demons roaming in the spirit sword mystic realm, and the strength of these demons varied from high to low. And the strongest demons that had been discovered so far had even reached the battle power of the transition realm. The former saint daughter of the mixed sword sect had died in the middle of the spirit sword mysterious realm. As for whether they died at the hands of the extraterrestrial demons or other sword sect disciples, that was unknown. To enter the secret realm there are other restrictions, age limit and cultivation limit. Those whose bone age exceeded 100 years or whose cultivation had reached the transition realm and above would be rejected by the secret realm. If one were to force their way in, either the secret realm would shatter, or the person who forced their way in would die. From this, the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition was derived. The human domain's Heaven's Pride Competition, which only young cultivators under the age of 100 could participate in, aimed to select candidates who were qualified to enter the secret realm. The number of people who could enter each secret realm was limited, and for the weak to go in was to send them to their deaths. That's why it's important to select disciples who are fit to go in, so that resources aren't wasted and too fewer people die. The results of the Heaven's Pride competition directly affected the number of people from each clan that could enter the spirit sword mystic realm. The stronger the overall strength of the sword sect's disciples, and the more people who entered, the greater the advantage in the secret realm would be, and the more resources they could get would naturally be more. Moreover, even unusual loose cultivators without clans or sects were qualified to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition, and as long as their strength met the standard, they could enter the Spirit Sword mysterious realm. The Spirit Sword mystic realm resources were shared among the human domains, not something monopolized by the three great sword clans. This has been an unwritten rule in the human domain for 10,000 years. I see. Su Jinwei noticed Li Changfeng's concern and tapped her chin with her fingertips. Does Master think there's a chance I'll lose among my peers? Li Changfeng returned without hesitation. Master has never felt that you would lose, even if it was the Zongyun Sword Sect's peerless Heavenly Pride who was known to be hard to come by in 10,000 years. Master doesn't feel that he's a match for you, but this time, 10 disciples need to be sent to participate. Nowadays, the sect's saint's son is your younger brother, and although his talent is extremely demonic, he is ultimately a bit too young and has too little actual combat experience. The other elders' personal disciples are all mediocre as well, so the pressure of the mixed sword sect is all gathered on you. Maybe you'll be the only one to enter the secret realm this time. This time, the Spirit Sword mystic realm was so large that in addition to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, the rest needed to elect 8 disciples, or a total of 10 disciples, to participate together. This was the reason why Li Changfeng was so worried. Su Jinwei's azure-colored eyes did not produce any fluctuations. Don't worry, Master. Even if I enter the secret realm alone, I'll be fine. Moreover, Chang'an is very powerful and cannot be viewed at the unusual Dongxian realm. Furthermore, a cave Xian realm within 100 years of age. I'm afraid there aren't more than 5 in the entire human domain, right? He had already crushed most of them just by his cultivation alone, not to mention that Su Chang'an also had much more practical combat experience than those sect disciples, and it was still an 18-year-old cave Xian realm. What Su Jinwei didn't know was that soon, Su Chang'an would become an 18-year-old immortal emperor. Well, Li Changfeng nodded. Remember, resources are not important to us. When it matters, we have to prioritize preserving ourselves. Su Jinwei laughed softly. Old man, this kind of thing, even if you don't say it I know. She really thinks that she, the divine daughter of the celestial race, is a little cutie. What? But there are exceptions to everything. If it was Su Chang'an who was caught in the middle of danger, then Su Jinwei would definitely put her own safety aside first. On his way back, Su Chang'an purposely flew around the mixed sword sect. From the outer gate to the inner gate, all of them strolled around, even the places where the odd job disciples lived. It was well known that the miscellaneous disciples' living area was a dense concentration of Heaven's Mandate protagonists. But sadly, the system panel never popped up once. This means that the chosen one is not among them. Is it true that he hasn't been born yet? It's not like he really had to go to his mother himself, is it? The description of this Heaven's Mandate protagonist in the early stages of the original story was too little, leaving Su Chang'an with no way to find it. Forget it. It was better to return to Falling Ghost Peak first, which was where Su Jinwei lived. Upon returning, Su Chang'an found a young man in full white clothing and white robes with a sword at his waist standing at the entrance to Spirit Peak, seemingly waiting for someone. Immediately afterward, his pale blue eyes lit up abruptly, because the system panel popped up. Name, Chen Ming. Fate, reincarnation of the tragic immortal emperor, unawakened memories. Cultivation, late transformation realm. Talent, 7. Charisma, 0, tends to be negative. Chi luck, 7. Evaluation, reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Mediocre before awakening his memories. After awakening he opens the road of revenge. The reincarnation of the immortal emperor? Su Chang'an was familiar with this kind of routine. It was nothing more than being murdered and rounded up to death in his previous life by his wife in conjunction with the other immortal emperors, and then exhausting his cultivation at the last moment to beg for a chance to be reincarnated. Properly green and then backstabbed. Pure and simple clown protagonist. Still, it's pretty awesome after awakening his memories to the path of vengeance. According to the system prompted panel, he should not have awakened his memories by now, meaning that he was still an ordinary mixed sword sect disciple. This would also explain why Su Jinwei had no scenes about him at all when she was in the mixed sword sect. It should have been after Su Jinwei left that he awakened his memories to begin his rise to power. Su Chang'an was directly infuriated and laughed, running around all over the clan on his own, only to have the heaven's destined son voluntarily delivered to his doorstep? Karma is just so marvelous. However, now that he was still in the mixed sword sect, he couldn't take him out too blatantly. The mixed sword sect prohibits disciples of the same sect from fighting to the death. He needs to do it quietly. Let's figure out who he is first, then come up with a plausible reason to take him out. Left foot in the clan, how's that for a reason? After all, he now had the identity of a holy son, so it was convenient to do whatever he wanted to do. Thoughts falling, Su Chang'an stepped forward without haste, pretending that he was passing by. Chen Ming also discovered Su Chang'an's presence, and the moment he saw him, an inexplicable hostility rose from his heart. This is the sense of predestination that arises from the opposing chakras. Your Excellency, please stay. Chen Ming suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an turned around pretending to be surprised. Is something wrong? After taking a good look at Chen Ming's face, Su Chang'an suddenly understood why his charisma rating was 0. Indeed, it's rather inhuman looking. Chen Ming slightly cupped his fists. His movements were still polite, but his expression was unusually arrogant. You're a new disciple, aren't you? Ahead is the Falling Ghost Peak, the location of the Lord Holy Maiden's burial temple. The Lord Holy Maiden once said that she would behead anyone who dared to trespass on the Falling Ghost Peak. Are you sure you want to go in? If it's the wrong place, get the hell out of there. Su Jinwei's character was something that the disciples within the mixed sword sect knew very well. If you say chop, that's a real chop. Even Li Changfeng couldn't stop it. Last time, Lin Xiushui, the fifth elder of the mixed Yuan sword sect, had something to look for Su Jinwei, and she went straight in, relying on the fact that she was a woman and thinking that Su Jinwei shouldn't care. As a result, in less than half a pillar of incense, he was knocked out of Falling Ghost Peak by Su Jinwei's sword, and then she was chased and beaten by Su Jinwei. Lin Ruoshui of the Mahayana realm was forced to use her bottom card, while Su Jinwei of the reincarnation realm seemed to still have some strength left. Even if Lin Ruoshui was only at the early stage of the Mahayana realm, that was still a real battle across the border. In the end, it was only after the Patriarch showed up to stop it and made Lin Ruoshui bow her head in public and apologize that Su Jinwei reluctantly put away her sword. Since then, Falling Ghost Peak had become an absolute forbidden place in the hearts of the sect's disciples. Don't ever go wandering around there with nothing to do. Otherwise, it was possible that at some point, Su Jinwei would be chopped up by Su Jinwei with her sword. Chapter 28, What to Do? The saintly woman's persona has collapsed. In the human domain, Su Jinwei was the dual leader of the Fenghua ranking and the Heaven's Pride ranking. Cultivation talent is powerful at the same time. There is also a world of gorgeous face, whether it is the body or appearance, all perfect to pick any flaws. The most crucial thing was that she still had the aura of a sword fairy. It makes people unconsciously distance themselves from it. Don't dare approach. An existence like Su Jinwei wouldn't lack suitors no matter where she was. People who looked up to her existed within the mixed sword sect, the Hearing Snow sword sect, and the Tsong Yun sword sect. Among them, in the Hearing Snow sword sect, there was also a woman who was also on the Fenghua list, had also expressed her admiration for her. Chen Ming was one of those admirers. He had also appeared here because he had heard the news that Su Jinwei had returned, and thought to come to the foot of Falling Ghost Peak to try and see if he could meet Su Jinwei, drop by and say a few words or something. But unfortunately, amongst Su Jinwei's persona, she was the ultimate disciple controller, with only Su Chang'an in her eyes. After Su Chang'an's death, she directly blackened in place and took mad revenge on the desolate ancient continent. In the end, he almost overthrew the entire immortal realm with his own power. I didn't make a mistake, Su Chang'an said before turning around and walking inside. Stop! Chen Ming suddenly dodged in front of Su Chang'an and questioned in a cold voice. Why did your excellency not listen to advice? Why should I listen to you? Su Chang'an smiled with playful eyes. Chen Ming was speechless and let out a deep breath. I am third elder's personal disciple Chen Ming, as well as a saint's son candidate. The front is not a place where you can set foot. This is my advice to you. Now hurry up and leave this place. Chen Ming knew that he couldn't order him around, and instead chose to use his status to pressure people. Hopefully the other guy will be jealous of his status. A candidate for the hybrid sage? After hearing Chen Ming say that, the smile on Su Chang'an's face grew wider. Don't you think that's a coincidence? He happened to be the hybrid saint's son, and still the kind with many privileges. You just keep on candidating. And then what? And then? Yeah, Su Chang'an chuckled lowly. Your advice is good, but I don't listen. Chen Ming was furious, but he couldn't say anything to retort, because there was nothing wrong with what Su Chang'an said. Thanks for the advice, but I'm not listening. What's wrong with that? Since Chen Ming had the highest cultivation and talent amongst the clan's group of elders' personal disciples, the other disciples had basically defaulted to him being the next saint's son. Very few people within the clan could compete with him. He also felt that he was the next saint's son, the only existence that could stand at the same height as Su Jinwei. Now that he was being spoken to like this by Su Chang'an, it made him lose face. Well, Chen Ming said 3 times in a row, and immediately afterward, he waved his sleeve, and his own late-stage harmonized spirit realm aura was unleashed without reservation. Boom! He wanted to show Su Chang'an his strength. I believe that an ordinary disciple wouldn't even be able to stand up under the pressure of the goddess of transformation realm. Show. The surrounding space quietly fluctuated, and Chen Ming suddenly had a palpitating feeling. It was a strange feeling. like being locked out of life by some superior being. He subconsciously took a few steps backward, staring at Su Chang'an with a grave expression. Is it because of him? But no matter how Chen Ming probed, he just couldn't feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy within Su Chang'an's body. It was as if the other party had no cultivation. In fact, what caused Chen Ming to feel palpitations was the killing chance that Zi Qingyin had unintentionally released. After she sensed Su Chang'an's aura on the mountain, she thought to come down early to greet him and happened to run into the scene. Zi Qingyin's eyes went cold straight away. My young master had just come to the mixed sword sect, and someone dared to talk like this? Do you really think the young master has no temper? However, with Su Chang'an's advanced voice transmission, she didn't directly show herself, but instead, she concealed herself around and quietly watched all of this. That's it? Su Chang'an smiled contemptuously. If you don't dare to make a move, then I'll be on my way. He deliberately said that to provoke Chen Ming into making a move. As long as Chen Ming dared to launch an attack on himself, then he would have a reason to just finish him off. Chen Ming was nothing more than an elder's personal heirloom, and he was an actual saint's son. Plus he had the identity of the Heavenly Clan's sons. If the opponent made an attack and killed him himself, no one would be able to pick the slightest problem. How dare you nitpick? Go to the Celestial Clan and the Holy Land of Lioli and pick. Humph. Chen Ming snorted coldly. If it weren't for the clan's rules against infighting, I would definitely step in and teach you a lesson. I don't know which elder's protege you are. If you want to fight, I'll take the initiative to pick you as an opponent when the next clan assessment is held. Speaking here, coldness flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. When the time comes, I'll let you understand what the gap in strength is. What a lot of pussy talk. Su Chang'an secretly said a pity in his heart. Not expecting Chen Ming to still have some brains, actually did not make a direct move. But it didn't matter. As long as we found the person, killing him would be a matter of time. It's the mural. It's a little too much. Chen Ming was confused. He just thought he was being bossy by saying that. And then you give me a comparison of really much? It's too much. The Holy Maiden is here. I don't know who shouted. Chen Ming quickly gathered his aura and acted as if nothing had happened just now. Su Jinwei's figure then appeared in the air. Now that the Holy Maiden is here, there's no need for me to come out and teach you a lesson. The teasing in Chen Ming's eyes increased, and he had now imagined Su Chang'an's end. Su Jinwei was a little puzzled when she saw Su Chang'an standing under Spirit Peak. Hey, why hasn't Chang'an gone back yet? Couldn't have gotten lost in the middle of it, could you? Su Jinwei didn't know that Su Chang'an had wandered around the entire mixed element sword sect with great speed in order to find this son of heaven's destiny. Coming back is naturally slow. Chen Ming saw Su Jinwei's expression. Just know it's stable. Because Su Chang'an was already standing within the confines of Falling Ghost Peak at this point, Su Jinwei would definitely be angry. Third Elder's personal disciple Chen Ming. Meet the Holy Maiden. Chen Ming bowed to Su Jinwei and made a point of emphasizing his identity and name. There was a distinctly ingratiating tone in his demeanor. Only then did Su Jinwei see Chen Ming, and her pretty brows frowned lightly. Who is he? Do you know him? After a slight recollection, Su Jinwei was certain that she did not recognize him, so she had no intention of paying any attention to him, bypassing him and heading straight for Su Chang'an. There are more than enough people who greet and salute her every day. Do you still have to respond next to each other? Where's the free time? Chen Ming's expression became visibly stiff when he realized that he was being ignored, but his heart was relieved after he saw Su Jinwei heading straight for Su Chang'an. Su Jinwei surely couldn't wait to behead this unauthorized entrant into Falling Ghost Peak now, could she? Immediately afterward, Su Jinwei's voice rang out, neither cold nor indifferent, but rather with a hint of surprise. Chadan, come here, cuddle. Chen Ming subconsciously turned his head, and the next scene directly caused his brain to go down in place, only to see Su Jinwei walking over and wrapping Su Chang'an in her arms in one go. She even gave him a light kiss on his forehead. It wasn't just Chen Ming who froze. Any of the surrounding disciples who happened to see this scene were not petrified on the spot. Are you sure this is really their sword sect's holy daughter? Where did the previous holy maiden of the mixed sword sect who drew her sword at the drop of a hat go? And that youth in the gilded black robe? What exactly was his relationship with the holy maiden? Why does it seem so intimate? No one answered them, but their perceptions have taken a huge hit. Chapter 29, 6th grade pills? What garbage? Su Jinwei didn't care about their reactions at all. Wrapping her arms around Su Chang'an and tilting her head, she asked curiously, why did you just come back? Did you go somewhere to play? Well, I just wandered around. Su Chang'an replied casually. Then do you want to go shopping anywhere else now? Su Jinwei's face showed excitement. Sister will go shopping with you. No, I've just finished shopping. In that case, well then, by the way, your spirit peak hasn't been picked out yet. Until then you'll be living in the Falling Ghost Peak. You can sleep with your sister. Su Jinwei silently added in her heart. Su Chang'an nodded. Good. Afterward, Su Jinwei took Su Chanan's hand and, without avoiding suspicion, walked side by side towards Falling Ghost Peak. Your Highness, Holy Maiden, please wait. Chen Ming became anxious and shouted. Su Jinwei turned back in confusion. The moment she looked at Chen Ming, the gentleness on her face converged and she resumed her usual appearance. Anything? The tone was cold and impatient. It would be strange for Su Jinwei to be patient if she delayed her time with her brother. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth twitched as he could see the change in Su Jinwei's attitude, but he still said stiffly, I heard that the Holy Maiden has long since stepped into the peak of the reincarnation realm. This is the 6th grade concentration pill, so it might be helpful for your breakthrough. A small token of appreciation from Mr. Chen. Please accept it. Saying that, Chen Ming took out a white jade purity bottle and removed the cork from the mouth of the bottle, and a clear fragrance of the elixir came out. 6th grade elixir. The alchemists that existed in the desolate ancient continent were already scarce, and even in the mixed sword sect, the resources received by the elders' personal disciples were only 1 5th grade elixir per month. 6th grade pills were only qualified to be taken by elders. It seemed that Chen Ming was well liked by his master, and was actually able to obtain a 6th grade elixir. I wonder what the virgin will choose. Will it be a cold rejection, as usual, or will it be an acceptance? After all, that was a 6th grade elixir. Even for the cultivation of the reincarnation realm, it was very helpful. Chen Ming also thought that he had come up with a high level of sincerity. This 6th grade god condensing pill, he couldn't even afford to use it, and today he gave it to Su Jinwei, which would definitely make the other party notice him. As for Su Chang'an, if he's sensible, he should take the initiative to stay away from Su Jinwei. One will not trouble him again. If not, he would use his challenge opportunity in the next sect examination to ruthlessly humiliate him in public. I'm sorry for the kindness, but I'll take the stuff too. This kind of rubbish, pills, I don't need them, and even if I did I wouldn't accept gifts from strangers. If there's nothing else, get out of here. That's right. Instruct the clan's handyman maids to reclean in front of Falling Ghost Peak. Su Jinwei's cold voice interrupted Chen Ming's fantasies and pulled him back to reality. When he came back to his senses, Su Jinwei and Su Chang'an's figures had already appeared in the distance, gradually becoming blurred. Did you just hear that? The Virgin said she wouldn't accept gifts from strangers. Hear that? Didn't Chen Ming say that he and Lord Saintus knew each other a long time ago? They even frequently exchanged sword Dao comprehension. Now it seems that it's all one-sided. That is, does the Holy Maiden know that you know her well? TSK, let's go inform the handyman maids to come and clean up in front of Falling Ghost Peak. The Holy Maiden Lord has said that it's too dirty. Chen Ming's face flushed red, but he couldn't say a single word in retort, so he could only roar in a low voice. Get lost. None of your business. He carefully recalled Su Jinwei's words, and his eyes gradually became shadowy, looking a little creepy. Holy Maiden, Su Jinwei, although I admire you, you have insulted me in public, trampled my dignity underfoot, and trampled on it at will. When I become the sex saint's son, at that time, I will definitely double this humiliation back, as well as that youth in the gilded black robes. I myself will step on him and humiliate him fiercely. Chen Ming had already conceptualized the cool plot in his mind. But sadly, next he will understand what it means to have a harsh reality. Su Jinwei didn't care what Chen Ming would think. Zi Qingyin also manifested her form and followed behind Su Chan'an, saying nothing. Chang'an, did you stay in mother's bedchamber for a night earlier? Su Jinwei's autumn eyes stared slightly. Su Chang'an didn't deny it. Sister, you also know mother's temperament. She had to put me to sleep like when I was a child, and I couldn't refuse. Sister knows. Su Jinwei nodded, and for some reason, Su Chang'an actually felt a hint of jealousy from it. Then you can stay in sister's bedchamber tonight. Sister's bed is big enough for two. The last time my sister put you to bed was 3 years ago, wasn't it? Duh bah. Su Chang'an decisively chose to refuse. No, sister. Su Jinwei frowned lightly. What? Could it be that Chang'an is still afraid of elder sister? Su Chang'an helplessly explained. No, tonight I want to cultivate. It's not suitable for others to be present. Okay. Then you can stay in the bedchamber next door to your sister. By the way, Chang'an, it's the opening time of the human domain spirit sword mystic realm that's coming up soon. Do you want to go? After Su Jinwei asked, she was afraid that Su Chang'an wouldn't know what the spirit sword mystic realm meant, so she added a little more introduction. In fact, even if she didn't say anything, Su Chang'an knew what the spirit sword mystic realm was. After all, this was a holy place for the heaven's destined son to brush up on his chances. The appearance in the original movie is extremely high. When the chosen one is short of something, he takes a trip to the secret realm and just turns on the buffet, and then he has everything. 10 in all? After listening to Su Jinwei's introduction, Su Chang'an began to ponder inwardly. Based on his current realm, Chen Ming should be able to rank in the top 10 among the younger generation under the age of 100 in the mixed element sword sect. In other words, he would also go to the Heaven's Pride competition. In the entire human domain, although his strength wasn't considered strong, his fortune was there, and he should be able to take a good place in the Heaven's Pride competition. When he enters the Spirit Sword mysterious realm, isn't this the perfect opportunity to strike? The people in the secret realm all had cultivations below the transition realm. And who will be his opponent? Even if he was his opponent, could he still be Su Jinwei's opponent? Thoughts falling, Su Chang'an nodded his head in agreement. If sister goes, I'll go. Su Jinwei lightly froze for a moment as she sniffed, then giggled. Why is your mouth so sweet now? You just know how to say such things to make your sister happy. Bad. Sis wants to hug you again. Su Chang'an was once again forced into the midst of fragrant softness, but now Su Jinwei's movements were careful and cautious, afraid of suffocating her brother again like last time. After Su Jinwei left, Zi Qingyin stepped forward, her jade knees slowly bending as she obediently knelt in front of Su Cha'an. Slave girl went one step late. Please punish young lord. By the time Zi Qingyin arrived, Chen Ming had already exploded his aura, so she thought that she had gone a step too late and had almost given Su Chang'an a shock. There's no harm in that. Su Chang'an shook his head slightly. That would have been intentional on my part. And it's not your fault. Zi Qingyin's lowered head tilted up and asked softly, Young lord, do you need a slave girl to go kill him? No. Under the eyes of the immortal emperor, your strike will definitely be detected. I have other plans in this matter. Su Chang'an had to kill Chen Ming with his own hands in order to receive the reward. He didn't intend to let Zi Qingyin make a move. Unless he met a heaven's destiny that he couldn't handle, then he would have to give up on swiping the rewards and just let the cheap old dad of his go out. Finish it off early and clear the air. The slave girl understands. After Zi Qingyin finished speaking, she slowly got up and came before Su Chang'an. The slave girl will come and help you dress and bathe. Chapter 30 Mixed Sword Sect's New Saint's Son. Su Chang'an. The time for the sword sect examination arrived. In front of the mixed Yuan mountain range, all the peak elders and their disciples, as well as the inner disciples all gathered here. Patriarch Li Changfeng was seated at the top of the spirit platform. Changing from his casual stance in the courtyard that day, he looked extremely majestic, rather like the style of the lord of a clan. The elders of each peak were distributed left and right. Su Jinwei's position is then open independently, located on one side of the patriarch, and seated on the other side, were the supreme elders of the mixed sword sect. Dang! With a loud bell ringing, Patriarch Li Changfeng stood up. Everyone, there are two main things in the clan's assessment today. The first is to screen the disciples who will participate in the Human Domain Heaven's Pride competition, with the restriction that their bone age should not exceed 100 years and their cultivation level has not yet entered the transition realm. There are a total of 8 slots, and both inner disciples and each elder's personal heirloom are eligible to participate. Outer disciples need to be recommended by elders. As soon as these words came out, a murmur of discussion flooded the surroundings. Many of these elder pro-disciples were already rubbing their fists and preparing to show off their cultivation results. Silence! The great elder's loud voice fell, causing the area around the spirit platform to fall into silence once again. They all held their breath and waited for Li Changfeng's next words. Secondly, Li Changfeng paused briefly. Is the vacancy of the position of Saint Son of my mixed sword sect? Today, I will fill the vacancy. This time, even those elders couldn't sit still, filling in the gaps. The patriarch already has a candidate for the sacred son? Was it the third elder's personal disciple Chen Ming? Or the ninth elder's personal disciple Su Night? Or the great elder's close disciple Zhanglan? These three were the most outstanding of the group of pro-disciples. It's all possible. If I had to say, Chen Ming should be the most likely, because currently he had the highest cultivation level. Chen Ming was still immersed in yesterday's humiliation, and from time to time, he would glance in Su Jinwei's direction with shadowy eyes. As he heard Li Changfeng's words, he first froze for a moment and then rejoiced. Am I going to be a saint's son? But why didn't anyone inform him in advance? Chen Ming subconsciously looked to his left and realized that his master had shaken his head slightly at him, indicating that he had not received the news either. The rest of the elders reacted much the same way. It seems that none of them have gotten the message. Senior brother Chen Ming, congratulations. A young cultivator with a handsome face arched his hand and clasped his fist at him. You and I entered the mixed sword sect at the same time. And in just a few short decades you're already the sect's saint's son. While I'm still unchanged, I have not received news either. The matter has not yet been finalized. Although Chen Ming spoke modestly, the joy in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Senior brother Chen Ming is being modest. Among the younger generation, is there anyone else in the mixed element sword sect who is more suitable to become a saint's son than you? Ha ha! A crowd of disciples surrounded him and complimented him. Chen Ming's expression grew arrogant. A holy son should have the frame of a holy son. He looked up to where Su Jinwei was above the spirit platform, wanting to see what her reaction would be now. Expect to see a hint of regret and remorse. As a result, Su Jinwei was still sitting there lazily, her eyes slightly closed, looking just like she was asleep. Chen Ming gritted his teeth and secretly became ruthless. Humph. When I become a saint's son, I'll stand on the same level as you. Then let's see how you can still ignore me. This patriarch already has a candidate for the position of saint's son. Su Chang'an, bone age 18 years, cultivation at the early stage of the cave Xian realm, can cause the spirit sword pool to move differently. Excellent talent in the Tao of the sword. From today onwards he is the holy son of my mixed sword sect. If any of the elder disciples have any objections, feel free to raise them. As Li Changfeng's words fell, Su Chang'an appeared below the spirit platform in a black robe, a pair of pale blue eyes ancient well without waves. Look indifferent. Full head of ink hair scattered casually. Features are even better to see the extreme. Let a person lightly look at will fall into. Special reference to female disciples, Su Chang'an. It's a completely unfamiliar name. The disciples of the mixed sword sect were all hearing this name for the first time. However, listening to Li Changfeng's introduction, they were relieved. Bone age 18 years of Dongshan realm. There is absolutely no other among the human domains. Ah, it is a demon that is even more terrifying than the Holy Maiden. In a few more years, the top of the human domain heaven's remarkable ranking would, I'm afraid, change from Su Jinwei to him. Some of the elders with extensive knowledge had already connected Su Chang'an with Su Jinwei. The same surname Su, the same just came to give the holy son. He couldn't be the son of the celestial clan, could he? It wasn't enough to have a holy maiden. But now there's a holy son? This was the rhythm of occupying the mixed sword sect. People don't have the same sorrows and joys. Chen Ming's body, which had just stood up, abruptly stiffened there as he looked at Su Chang'an's figure, the shock in his eyes overflowing without concealment. Isn't this the same guy who lived at Falling Ghost Peak the other day? How did he become a holy son? What about what he said that day? Pre-saints? A personal disciple? Showing him his talent in the realm of transformation? It's a real clown in retrospect. Chen Ming's face flushed red. He wasn't convinced, but it was useless to be unconvinced. Su Chang'an was at the cave Xian realm, and he himself was merely at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. There is a huge disparity in strength. Even if he challenged himself, he had absolutely no chance of winning. After all, not everyone called Shao Dust felt that they could fight over levels. Su Chang'an, who was below the spirit platform, felt that the time was right, and his thin lips slightly opened. I am Su Chang'an, and as the patriarch has said, if any of you have any objections, feel free to launch a challenge. I will come to the rescue. Su Chang'an's tone and posture were humble and introverted, but the words that were spoken were filled with absolute undertones. Madness. It's crazy. But after 10 breaths, the martial arts observation spirit platform remained silent, without anyone initiating a challenge. The cave Xian realm, indeed, had the capital to be crazy. The only peer who could beat him was probably the holy maiden Su Jinwei, but Su Jinwei's head was hanging low, and from time to time, she even shrugged down a bit. Which was, falling asleep? Is it really that sleepy? One must know that Su Jinwei was a great power in the reincarnation realm, and had long since stopped needing such things as sleeping and resting. The only explanation is that she's tired or bored right now. Be honest. What the hell happened last night? Li Changfeng had long anticipated this scene and coughed softly. This patriarch declares Su Chang'an to be the saint son of my mixed sword sect, licensed to use the spirit sword pool at will with no need to salute when seeing fellow elders. In accordance with the rules of the mixed sword sect, if anyone misbehaves with our sect's saint son and intends to destroy the foundation of the mixed sword sect, we will pour out the entire sect and will definitely decapitate the enemy to prove the soul of the mixed sect. Li Changfeng's words fell. The nearly 10,000 surrounding sword sect disciples shouted at the same time. Yes, yes. Li Changfeng's words were not only addressed to those within the mixed Yuan sword sect, but also to the other sword sects in the human domain. This was the attitude of the mixed sword sect. If you dare to misbehave with the holy son of our clan, we will do everything in our power to thwart you. The attitude of the celestial race was even tougher. None of those who dared to take a shot at Su Chang'an were able to successfully enter reincarnation, and a 10,000 year forbidden curse was added, so that no living being may set foot in his clan's land for 10,000 years. The next thing is the second thing, Li Changfeng said in a solemn voice, screening disciples within the clan whose bone age is less than 100 years old to participate in the human domain heaven's pride competition. It's for 3 days, and it starts now. Chapter 31, this swordsmanship thing, isn't it just a glance? The 3-day selection test begins. Su Chang'an naturally didn't need to participate. He bailed out directly. Su Jinwei also coincidentally woke up from her sleep. With a light tap of her lotus steps, her figure flew out from above the spirit platform. heading straight for Su Chang'an. Chang'an, Master said that he wants you to follow him to cultivate, so I'll accompany you so that you won't be bullied by that old man. Aha! Su Jinwei pulled Su Chang'an without avoiding suspicion and flew towards the back of the mountain. Even though Li Changfeng was far away, he could hear what Su Jinwei was saying. The corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. Is this the image of yourself in Su Jinwei's eyes? Su Chang'an's talent was so high that he couldn't wait to treasure it. How could he possibly bully it? Li Changfeng didn't stay long and turned to leave. The assessment screening has the peak elders to supervise on the line. No need for him to be personally present, or to teach their new disciples sword skills is more important. Chen Ming's eyes were shadowy as he stared dead at Su Chang'an's departing back. How? On what grounds? On what grounds did he step into the cave Xian realm at the age of 18? And why Su Jinwei treated him that way? It's not fair. I obviously like you so much. What gives you the right to ignore me? Asterisk. Chen Ming returned to his room and frantically vented his inner emotions. The events of the past few days had caused his Tao to become unstable, and he was simply unable to settle down and cultivate an anger. Woohoo! Chen Ming violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, he fainted. An hour later, Chen Ming suddenly opened his eyes, covered his head, and rolled on the ground with a painful expression. Ahaha! Headache! The memories of his past life came flooding out of his mind in a frenzy, overwhelming his brain. Half an incense stick later, everything returned to calm. Chen Ming sat paralyzed on the ground, his mouth gasping for air, and his eyes had changed, no longer writing his emotions in them like before. I am the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Oh, the betrayal I suffered in my previous life, I will surely double it back in this life. And Su Jinwei, how dare you ignore me and humiliate me like that? I'm going to make you regret this. Let you know that we are not originally on the same level of heavenly pride. As for Su Chang'an, I will also definitely trample you under my feet and show you just how unbearable your pitiful heavenly pride status is in front of me. Once Chen Ming had regained his composure, he began to ponder what he should do next. Even though his memories had awakened, his cultivation was still stuck at the late stage of the transformation spirit realm, and nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was his perception and the secret techniques he had acquired for the immortal emperor in his previous life. The cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm is still too low, and even though this secret method can only be used once, I think now is the time to use it. First we raise our strength, then we steadily take back everything. Chen Ming first set up a boundary in the room, then sat cross-legged and mouthed the words, "Woohoo! Break!" As Chen Ming let out this low cry, the aura on his body changed extremely quickly. The peak of the spirit of transformation realm. Breaking. Early Dong Xian realm. Breaking. It wasn't until he came to the middle stage of the cave Xian realm that the aura around him gradually stabilized. In just half an incense burner's time, he had arrived at the middle stage of the cave Xian realm from the late stage of the transformation god realm. Originally, I thought that I could only reach the early stage of the cave Xian realm, but I didn't expect it to actually reach the middle stage. Chen Ming's face beamed with joy. Even though this is a secret technique that can only be used once, the rewards gained are more than enough. The current him was in the middle stage of the cave Xian realm, one small realm higher than Su Chang'an. He then had the backbone to compete with him. I will challenge you in tomorrow's examination. What should you do then? Do you choose to fight in cowardice and lose face? Or do you answer the battle and be crushed by him? Whatever he chooses, the position of Saint's son would all become his. Chen Ming's Mixed Yuan Mountain Range, a certain hidden dojo. Li Changfeng was explaining the fundamentals of swordsmanship to Su Chang'an. There are millions of sword techniques in the world, all of which have their similarities and are not fundamentally different. Today, my master will pass on to you the Mixed Yuan sword technique, which was created by the founding ancestor of the Mixed Yuan sword sect. The mixed sword technique doesn't have a specific form, but it's also divided into 4 realms based on how far the cultivator has reached: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. How fast or slow one comprehends a sword technique all depends on talent. The difference in battle power is mainly cultivation. The feats are merely the icing on the cake. But amongst the same realm, the degree of comprehension of the sword technique as well as the grade of the gongfu is the main reason for the gap. Li Changfeng even demonstrated as he spoke. The criterion for judging the introduction to the mixed sword technique is to condense the released sword rhythm into 2 strands and separate them around the body for its chaotic momentum. Is that so? Master teacher. Su Chang'an's flat voice rang out, interrupting him. Li Changfeng turned his head to look and realized that the sword rhythms around Su Chang'an's surroundings had condensed into several strands that crossed and twisted up, cumbersome but not disorganized. And there were also many strands separated and attached to that wooden sword. No, that wasn't an introduction to the mixed sword technique for you. You've become a minor success. To be honest, Li Changfeng was struck and began to have doubts about this world. The way of the sword. So it can still be cultivated like this? Take a look at it and then it melts away. No need for day-to-day drudgery at all. The master and disciple had been busy all afternoon and finally left with Li Chanfeng with a skeptical expression. You went against the grain, kid. Su Chanan felt equally bored. The ancient flawless sword body was already the ceiling of the sword Dao physique, and he still had all the sword Dao comprehension from the immortal emperor's previous life. For this kind of rudimentary swordsmanship, one look is enough. Of course, this rudeness was only for Su Chang'an. Many of the elder pro-disciples of the mixed sword sect have been cultivating for 100 years now and are still in the introductory stage. If you don't have enough enlightenment, you'll just have to grind it out over time. And the progress of grinding by time is too slow. Even if it is rolled again, it cannot be rolled by the existence of the born genius. Su Chang'an returned to Falling Ghost Peak alone and happened to see Su Jinwei cultivating as well. Unlike her usual casualness, Su Jinwei was extraordinarily focused and serious in her cultivation. Even when Su Chang'an came back, he merely revealed a smile and promptly plunged in again. The reason she had a tired feeling during the day. It's because, I practiced all night last night. That's right. In addition to practicing during the day, you have to pull an all-nighter at night. This is the inside-out buff, the ultimate max version. The speed at which Su Jinwei became stronger was second only to her when she had the feel the pain buff. Getting closer and closer to the infinite sword immortal, went back to his room. Zi Qingyin had long ago made him tranquilizing tea, and the hot water for bathing had also been put away. Young lord, slave girl come to serve you to bathe and change. Aha! Su Chang'an didn't refuse. Zi Qingyin was his personal attendant, which, as the name implied, meant to serve closely. It wasn't the first time she'd done something like that. Although she would absolutely obey her orders, Su Chang'an had never made excessive demands. Young lord, today, below the spiritual platform, that disciple from the day before showed his killing intent towards you, Zi Qingyin said softly during the bathing process. The disciple from the day before was naturally referring to Chen Ming. Su Chang'an smiled indifferently. There's no need to care. In the spirit sword mystic realm, I'll personally kill him. As for whether Su Chang'an would be countered in the secret realm, let's just say, absolutely not. With the true injury Dao rule in place, it would be able to turn Chen Ming into an ordinary person with no chi luck to shelter him. Plus Su Chang'an himself still had n-handed undercards. For example, a talisman that could unleash a strike from the Saint Realm, a protective amulet that could withstand a strike from an immortal emperor, a white jade talisman that could make Zhang Liuli come to his side when he pinched it. Even in the middle of the secret realm, Zhang Liuli had a way to collapse the secret realm to rescue Su Chang'an, or suppress your cultivation to fool the detection of the secret realm and rush straight in. Anyway, as long as Su Chang'an didn't want to die on his own, then there was absolutely no way he would be alright. Zi Qingyin thought for a moment and tilted her head, asking, then how about the slave girl scraps him before he enters the secret realm? This will make it much easier for the young lord to kill. Chapter 32 Battle of the Cave Shin Realm. The next day, early morning, the sect examination was still going on. Chen Ming is taking the test today. His first opponent was Ninth Elder's personal disciple, Su Yang. Both of them were at the same realm, all at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Su Yu was dressed in green clothes and robes, with a handsome appearance, holding a white jade spirit sword, and bowing to Chen Ming with an arch of his hand. Senior brother Chen, enlighten me. Senior brother is polite. Chen Ming similarly arched his hand in return. The two greeted each other, and with a command from the law enforcement pavilion elder, the two figures faded away at the same time, colliding into each other in the air. On the martial arts spirit platform, two figures kept interacting. Every time they collided, an overpowering sword chi would be set off around the spirit platform, and inner disciples with low cultivation were even somewhat unable to open their eyes. Fortunately, there was a boundary around the martial arts spirit platform, so that the attack inside could not reach the outside. At first, the two were indistinguishable, but as time passed, Su Yang realized that Chen Ming's realm was actually improving. It wasn't the feeling of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm at all. Instead, it was the peak of the realm of the transfigured god. Did he hide his strength before? The smile in Chen Ming's eyes gradually revealed itself, and it was this expression that knew of his powerful surprise. Cool. Within a short span of 2 breaths, the two struck out dozens of times again. Bing! The two longswords collided. The sound of crisp metal clashing followed. The white longsword in Su Yang's hand disengaged, and like a kite with broken strings, he flew backwards, smashing heavily on the verdant stone floor outside the spirit platform. Boo! Put! Immediately afterward, he got up and spat out a mouthful of blood, then said in a condensed voice, Senior brother Chen, it's senior brother who has lost. He didn't expect Chen Ming to hide his strength either. How do you fight one small realm higher? The law enforcement pavilion elder also announced the results. Third Elder's personal disciple Chen Ming wins. Chen Ming advances to 4th place in the mixed sword sect disciples, above the spiritual platform. The 9th Elder revealed a bitter smile. Senior brother, this disciple of yours can be with a bone age of just 80. He has actually reached the peak of the transformation god realm. The 3rd Elder, who was called senior brother, was also surprised. Actually, I didn't know that he's been hiding his strength, and I feel that his current aura is a bit unstable, like he's suddenly brought up with a secret technique. The 9th Elder was puzzled. Is there really a secret art in the world that can forcibly raise one's cultivation? Aha! In the desolate continent, anything is possible. They were only in the transition realm now, and in front of those immortal emperors, they were like ants. Griffin, and how can we get a glimpse of the entirety of the desolate continent? Performing martial arts spiritual platform. Chen Ming slightly slowed down his mind and turned his head to look at the elder in charge of determining the winner and said in a condensed voice, I still want to continue the challenge. The 3rd-ranked sword sect disciple, Immortal Monarch Li. Immortal Jun Li was the youngest granddaughter of Patriarch Li Changfeng. Nowadays, he was also already at the Cave Xian realm cultivation level. If Su Jinwei's talent hadn't been too heaven-defying, she would have reached the peak of the fault-line powerful reincarnation realm. The holy maiden of the mixed sword sect should be Immortal Monarch Li. The Immortal Lord Li, who had been named, leapt down from the spirit platform and came before Chen Ming, his eyes containing a faint hint of sulkiness. Although the sword Dao cultivates an unrelenting sword intent, the current you is only at the transformation spirit realm, and there is a large realm gap between you and me. You don't stand a chance against me. Immortal Lord Li's tone was slightly cold. She hoped that Chen Ming would be a bit more sensible and not think that beating Su Yang was a class leap. Besides, she already had a bad opinion of Chen Ming. It always seemed like he had a lot of crooked ideas. In normal times, communication with him was also deliberately avoided. Cave Xian realm? Chen Ming laughed disdainfully. Are you talking about this realm gap? As his words fell, the aura around him then changed drastically. After unlocking his limitations, the pressure of the Cave Xian realm was fully revealed. Even still in the middle stage, it was one small realm higher than Immortal Lord Li. How is this possible? The 3rd Elder on the stage was a bit unable to sit still. Yesterday, I was clear that Chen Ming's cultivation was still in the late harmonized spirit realm, but now how come it's in the middle stage of the Cave Xian realm? What exactly did he use to hide his cultivation? How could you even fool me? Under the stage, Immortal Monarch Li's expression finally became serious as she began to look squarely at Chen Ming and slowly drew her feather spirit sword. So you're hiding something else? Then come and fight. Although Chen Ming was one small realm higher than her, there was no fear in her eyes, only intense battle intent. For sword cultivators, once the heart was fearful, it was not far from the sword heartbreaking. Yes, enlighten me, senior immortal sister. Speak properly. Li Xianjuan's beautiful eyes glowed with a cold light. My relationship with you is merely that of a disciple of the same clan, and I am not familiar with you. When addressing, please bring the surname in front of you. Chen Ming's expression stiffened for a moment. It is I who have offended. Come and fight. As the elder of the law enforcement pavilion announced the start, both of them disappeared in place at the same time, flickering and colliding at extreme speeds. This time, it wasn't just a duel of sword Dao, but also a duel of spiritual arts. Immortal Lord Li's sword Dao enlightenment was quite good, and in less than 100 years he had already cultivated the mixed sword technique to a small degree of success, and had realized some of its true meaning. In this regard, she trumped Chen Ming. But this advantage was not enough to make up for a small realm gap, so from beginning to end, she was in a state of forced defense. Even if she took the time to counterattack, it would be easily blocked by Chen Ming. Senior sister, if you can't hold on, you can admit defeat as early as possible to preserve some face. Chen Ming had the advantage and was already getting on his mouth. Shut up! Immortal Lord Li gave a cold shout. She suddenly took 2 steps back, slowed her breathing, and stood with her sword in her negative hand, releasing the entirety of the sword rhythm within her body, which ranged to the size of a quarter of a spirit platform. It was even thicker than Chen Ming's sword rhythm. Then, she used the strongest move she could use at this stage. Hybrid Xian Chop. Chen Ming similarly went all out with a sword swing. I didn't want to use this move, but you deserve it. Ling Yin Chop. The 2 terrifying sword moves of the Cave Xian realm blasted together, scattering out spiritual power fluctuations that caused the floor of the spirit platform to crack by inches. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, air currents scattered, making the disciples watching the battle around them unable to see how it ended. Who really won? When the smoke cleared, they realized that neither of them had fallen. However, Chen Ming was merely in a sorry state, with no signs of injury, while Li Xianjun had bright red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. She had suffered internal injuries from the clash of sword strokes just now. No longer able to fight any longer. I lost. After dropping these words, Immortal Lord Li turned around and left. without the lost decadence of defeat. It's normal for pairs to win or lose. Just a win in the battle for survival would be. It also motivated her even more to cultivate hard in the future. The Supreme Elder sitting on the spirit platform flashed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Nice. This wasn't satisfaction with Chen Ming, but rather with immortal Lord Li. To battle Chen Ming, who was at the early stage of the Cave Xian realm, with Chen Ming, who was at the middle stage of the Cave Xian realm, to this extent was already quite good. As for Chen Ming, the Supreme Elder felt that something was fishy. It always felt like his breath was disorganized. The realm was a bit unstable, as if it had skipped the steps of cultivation and forcefully brought it up. Third Elder's personal disciple, Chen Ming wins. Chen Ming is now the third among the disciples of the Mixed Sword sect. The Law Enforcement Pavilion Elders also declared Chen Ming's victory. Chen Ming then revealed a slightly frantic smile. Disciple would like to continue challenging the second place, Saint's son, Su Chang'an. Chapter 33, Sword Rhythm? Is that what you're talking about? Challenging Saint's son Su Chang'an. This was Chen Ming's true purpose today, and the Su Knight and immortal Jun Li in front of him were merely padding. The purpose is to let them know. He, Chen Ming, was the true heavenly pride qualified to become the holy son of the Mixed Sword sect. The Law Enforcement Pavilion Elder had a difficult look on his face and turned his head to look at the Supreme Elder above the spirit platform, his eyes asking for advice. Now that Patriarch Li Changfeng was absent, the one with the most say was the Supreme Elder. The matter of launching a challenge to the Holy Son was about so many things. It would have been fine if Su Chang'an had won. Once Su Chang'an lost, then his reputation as a Holy Son would fall to the bottom. At that time, even if Li Changfeng resisted the pressure and continued to give the position of Saint's son to Su Chang'an, he wouldn't be convinced by the disciples of the Mixed Yuan sect. So, this made it difficult for the Law Enforcement Pavilion Elders. It was no longer something he could decide on his own. The Supreme Elder glanced at the Third Elder, who was unmoved, and he stood up, his slightly mellow voice resounding. According to the rules of the Mixed Sword sect, the third-ranked disciple is qualified to challenge the top-ranked. But today you have already experienced 2 tough sparring matches and are in poor condition, so it is not appropriate to challenge you again. This matter will be discussed at a later date. The Supreme Elder chose a compromise and politely refused Chen Ming's challenge request. And there's nothing wrong with what he said. After Chen Ming had experienced the battle with immortal Lord Li, his spiritual energy was indeed greatly depleted, and he was definitely unable to utilize his full strength. At that time, no matter what Su Chang'an won or lost, it wouldn't look good. There is no need for the Supreme Elder to worry. Disciple has his own way of recovering his state, Chen Ming said before taking out a nail-cap-sized blue-white crystal, clutching it in his hand and absorbing it with his eyes closed. That's spirit crystals. Cultivation resources like spirit crystals were already rare, especially in the not-so-wealthy human domain. Using it to recover from psychic loss is a waste. However, the effect was also remarkable, and it wasn't long before the shimmering spirit crystal dimmed. As for Chen Ming, after taking 2 fifth-grade elixirs, his state had already recovered to its peak. Quickly go and send a voice message to inform the Patriarch of this matter. Yes, the Supreme Elder didn't know how to answer, so he could only tell Li Changfeng about this matter first. After all, this was something that concerned the stability of the clan. It doesn't seem to be necessary. The Grand Elder next to him looked into the air. The Holy Sun is already here. The figure wrapped in gilded black robes slowly descended from the air and stood on the martial arts stage. This hall said yesterday that for any challenge that comes its way, if you want to fight, then fight. Su Chang'an's pale blue pupils were filled with indifference, his long ink-colored hair falling slightly and scattered behind his shoulders, his thin lips opening and closing slightly, his calm voice spreading throughout the entire dojo. When Chen Ming saw Su Chang'an, the resentment in his eyes was revealed without concealment. I didn't expect that you actually dared to come, just as I wished. Come and fight. The current Su Chang'an was still at the early stage of the Cave Xian realm. For the Cave Xian realm, the difference of a small realm could represent decades of cultivation feats. How can you just go over the top? Li Xianjun, who was at the same early stage of the Dongxian realm, had already lost, so no one thought Su Chang'an could win either. However, none of the disciples present were handsomely impressed by Su Chang'an's indifference in answering the battle. Yeah, right. This is the posture that the sword sect's Saint's son should have. So what if you're a realm above me? Just come and fight. The same is true for Xianjun Li. On the path of the sword path, one could lose, but one must never be fearful. Once you have that thought, you've already lost. Immortal Monarch Li had originally planned to leave, but when she saw Su Chang'an take the initiative to show up, she stopped and watched from afar, a flash of appreciation flashing through her beautiful eyes. As expected, those who could be favored by his grandfather were definitely not any simple heavenly pride. At the same time, she also wanted to see how far Su Chang'an could fight Chen Ming. Will it be better than yourself? At the same time, Su Jinwei quietly came behind Immortal Lordly. What? Senior sister is looking at my brother? Su Jinwei was younger than Li Xianjun in terms of age and seniority, so there was nothing wrong with calling her senior sister. That's not true, Li Xian denied softly. Still arrogant? Su Jinwei had an expression that saw through everything. It's not like it's something to be ashamed of. The threshold of the Heavenly Clan is now almost broken by people proposing marriage. Even if it's you, you'd have to line up if you want to marry my brother. There's still the Heavenly Fox 9 Fox Masters and the Radiant Holy Maiden in front of you. For Master's sake, I can let you interact with Chanan more. Well, heartened? Li Xianjun smiled slightly helplessly. Normally wasn't Su Jinwei not even talkative? Why are you talking so much today? Is it because of Su Chahan? Do you think Su Chang'an can win? Immortal Lordly asked softly. Of course, Su Jinwei replied without hesitation. And it's still a complete victory. If Su Chang'an would have lost, she would have stood up for him. There won't be any challenging plays at all. Why so sure? You'll see. On the martial arts stage, both sides were ready, and the law enforcement pavilion elder announced the start of the sparring match after receiving a signal from the Supreme Elder. Unlike the previous two battles, this time both figures remained in place, neither one moving. Take a good look. The current me is already in the middle stage of the Cave Xian realm. Chen Ming's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. To me, you are the challenger. Su Chang'an's expression did not change in the slightest as he slowly raised his palm, and a strand of sword rhyme condensed out with it. With this level of sword rhyme, I really don't know why the patriarch chose you to become a saint's son? Chen Ming mocked, then raised the sword in his hand and said in a cold voice, let me show you what true sword rhyme is. As his words fell, a large amount of sword rhythms then surged out from around him, nearly occupying 1/5 of the size of the spirit platform. For the Cave Xian realm to have this kind of sword rhythm, Chen Ming was considered an ordinary genius. See clearly? The thickness of sword rhythm between you and I is not even on the same level. Originally I thought it would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect it to be even easier than winning against Immortal Monarchly. The position of the Holy Sun is in vain. Stay away from the Holy Maiden while you can. You don't deserve to be around her. Upon hearing these words, Su Jinwei, who had originally taken a casual stance, had a steep flash of killing intent in her eyes. What did he just say? To keep Chanan away from himself? Does he realize that he's talking about something dangerous? But Su Jinwei wasn't impulsive. The rest of the people are not allowed to intervene in the clan's assessment battles when it has nothing to do with the life and death of the disciples. After Chen Ming finished speaking, he looked proudly at Su Chang'an. Then he realized that the expected look of panic from Su Chang'an did not appear. Instead he saw a touch of teasing. Boom! Monstrous sword rhythms surged out from within Su Chang'an's body, lifting all the surrounding air currents off the ground, and the overpowering sword rhythms instantly took over the entire spirit platform. That's not all. Even the lower part of the spirit platform was all filled with sword rhythms. If it wasn't for the protection of the boundary, it was feared that it would have covered the entire dojo. The dojo was plunged into a deathly silence. Chapter 34, the undercard is out. Finally a chance to admit defeat. This sword rhyme, is it serious? Why is it different from their sword rhythms? They all coalesce little by little, building up to barely cover the circumference. As a result, Su Chang'an's sword rhythms were just as damn good as no money, directly covering the entire field. Even Su Jinwei couldn't do this right now. Chen Ming was confused in place. The little bit of pathetic sword rhythm around him had long since been swallowed up, and there was no room for struggle at all. The most outrageous thing was that Su Chang'an's sword rhythms had also split into countless paths, yet they were tightly linked together, causing him to have an unreal feeling. It was as if Su Chang'an existed anywhere within the shroud of the sword's rhythm, without fully existing in it. It's a very subtle feeling. This is the great completion of the mixed sword technique? The Supreme Elder couldn't sit still. He could tell that the reason why Su Chanan's sword rhythm had produced this change was because of practicing the mixed sword technique. All the features match up. It had reached the realm of great accomplishment. You have to know that this thing called Gongfu, in addition to enlightenment, you also have to rely on cultivation and practice day in and day out. This kendo thing requires even more perseverance. There is no future to speak of without a good foundation. Su Chang'an had joined the sect 3 days ago, and as a result, he had already cultivated the mixed sword technique to its great completion by now? You're explaining it with a word of flair? I'll just smash you to death with a block of tofu. Although it's not convenient to do it here, it shouldn't be much of a problem to waste you. Su Chang'an looked towards Chen Ming and gave a slight gaze, and a sword chi appeared out of thin air and shot over at a rapid pace. The latter wanted to make a move, but realized he couldn't move at all. He was completely engulfed by this amazing sword rhythm. No way. Chen Ming could only mobilize his entire body's spiritual energy to harden against this sword chi. However, the spiritual barrier he had set up was as if it was paper mache. and the sword chi easily passed through, even without much reduction in power, and hit him. Pust! Chen Ming violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the wound at his shoulder, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared in his expression. It's the feeling of death. What? You're the challenger? He himself had been directly seconded by a move. His current cards were still left with the long-distance teleportation secret art and the heavenly jade pendant that could withstand a blow from the reincarnation realm. Should I use it now? But even if he used it, could he win? Or should we just admit defeat? Just as Chen Ming opened his mouth and wanted to admit defeat, Su Chang'an swung out another sword, and he had no choice but to mobilize his spiritual energy once again to resist, but this time it was still of little use. Woo! Whoa! Another mouthful of scarlet blood was spat out, and at this moment, his appearance was wretched to the extreme. Shall we see if I can finish you off before you cry out to admit defeat? Su Chang'an smiled teasingly, and several sword chi also appeared around him. Then they all shot at Chen Ming. Seeing this, Third Elder Lin Feng stood up at once. What the hell is Ming Chen doing? With this kind of strength gap, it was clear at first glance that there was absolutely no possibility of winning. Why don't you admit defeat? Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to get off the field to forcefully terminate the sparring match. However, he had just stepped out of the spirit platform into the air when a black-skirted woman suddenly appeared and blocked him. Stand still. The young lord is fighting and does not allow any interruptions. Zi Qingyin's tone was clear and cold. Several black forbidden runes surged around her non-stop, as if she would directly strike as long as the third elder dared to take another step forward. Third Elder Lin Feng frowned. He was at the same transition realm as Zi Qingyin, but at this moment, he felt a great pressure from the other party. It was as if he was unbeatable in front of the other. This is the mixed Yuan sword sect. Lin Feng shouted in a condensed voice. Is it possible that your excellency still wants to stop me here? I'm going to save my disciples. Zi Qingyin didn't say anything. She had already said everything she needed to say. As long as Lin Feng took one more step forward, she would directly kill him. After deciding in my mind, the light on those forbidden runes became a little brighter. After Lin Feng finished speaking, a few elders who had befriended him also came into the air to confront Zi Qingyin. The three were all transition realm powerhouses, but Zi Qingyin's eyes remained calm. Her only mood swing was pondering how to kill them all. Is it more brutal, or is it more efficient? Are you sure you don't want to get out of the way? Lin Feng asked in a cold voice. Now that Chen Ming could die at any moment, Lin Feng would naturally be anxious inside. After all, that was his most satisfied disciple. Zi Qingyin still didn't have any reaction, and at the same time, she didn't make any backward movements. The attitude is already obvious. Do it! Lin Feng made his decision and a heavenly longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. The other two elders also drew their swords at the same time. The mighty pressure of the three transitional succession realms was released without any reservation. Zi Qingyin's eyes grew cold as she slowly raised her hand, and behind her, the forbidden runes began to flicker with a bizarre light. How dare you! The Supreme Elder let out a cold shout, interrupting Lin Feng's movements. Have you all forgotten the rules of the sword sect? When disciples of the clan fight against each other, if they are not unconscious and unable to admit defeat of their own accord, the rest of the people are forbidden to intervene. Even if a disciple dies, it is his own choice. All of you come back and sit honestly, and when the examination is over, go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Lin Feng wanted to say something else. Chen Ming's voice also sounded immediately afterward. I concede. I lost. It was you who won. On the martial arts stage, Chen Ming collapsed in the middle of a pool of blood, and his breath around him had weakened to the extreme. Just now, he clearly felt that Su Chang'an really wanted to kill him. The feeling was the same as a hunter seeing his prey. I really don't know. What kind of grudge do I have with him? Do you know him well? If it wasn't for the heavenly jade pendant that could withstand a strike from the peak of the reincarnation realm, allowing him to have the leisure to shout to admit defeat, he himself would probably be dead by now. Not even a chance to admit defeat. Su Chang'an's face showed regret. What a pity that it wasn't killed outright. Then we'll have to wait until we go to the Heaven's Pride competition. It couldn't be helped. Chen Ming was after all the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, and did have some cards in his hand, and just now, his final attack was blocked by that heavenly grade jade pendant. However, right now, almost all of Chen Ming's bottom cards had been exhausted by him. See you next time. It's just a real one-trick pony. Holy Sun, Su Chang'an wins. The law enforcement pavilion elder announced the results, and after a brief moment of calm, violent cheers abruptly erupted within the dojo. No, that's cross-border seconds? Sure enough, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter are just different from ordinary prodisciples. Two classes altogether. Look guys, the Holy Son's expression is so gentle. I believe he doesn't want to take action against Chen Ming either. Our sword sect, we just need this kind of gentle saint son to lead. The Holy Sun is awesome. Chen Ming's face was ugly and scary. The gentle saint. How the hell do you know he's gentle? Can't you see the mess you're in? Chapter 35, still saying you don't have eyes for my brother? Chen Ming was seriously injured and unconscious, and was sent back to Spirit Peak for treatment. Are there any other challengers? Su Chang'an stood still, his eyes flat and indifferent. Hearing these words, several elder pro-disciples around the spirit platform glanced at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time. Chan Ming, who was at the early stage of the Cave Xian realm, had been killed in a single move. So what were they doing up there at the Goddess of Transformation realm? Is it enjoying the thrill of getting seconds? Cannon fodder is not that much. After waiting for a few breaths for no one to come up to the stage, Su Chang'an spoke in a faint voice. If there are no other challengers, this hall will leave. Above the spiritual platform, Su Jinwei sidestepped and bumped Li Xianjuan's shoulder, causing the latter to snap out of his daze, and say, no, you don't have eyes for my brother? It's all mesmerizing. In response to Su Jinwei's teasing, Xianjun Li wanted to retort, but was unable to do so, because she did look frozen. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing that level of sword rhyme? Being at the same early stage of the Cave Xian realm, how difficult it was for himself to fight with Chen Ming, while Su Chang'an had directly killed him in seconds. The difference is a bit too big, isn't it? For the first time, Immortal Monarch Li felt that his being called a heavenly pride by the outside world was a joke. Seeing that Immortal Jun Li didn't say anything, Su Jinwei continued. Do you want to come to Falling Ghost Peak? I'll introduce you to Chang'an, get acquainted with you earlier, and it's best if you can fall in love with each other over time. Thank you for your kindness. Xianjun Li shook her head. But no need. I need to go back to my cultivation early. Before, I thought that you were already the world's unparalleled heavenly pride, so when you were surpassing me, I didn't have too much of a fluctuation in my heart, but after your brother came, I realized that it was still my eyesight that was too low. Compared to you guys, I'm not qualified to be called a heavenly pride at all. At best, it's a slightly stronger average. The only thing we can do now is to cultivate harder. It could be seen that today, Li Xianjuan's young heart had been dealt a violent blow. This led to, among other things, the idea of her inward roll. When you practice immortality, you should roll up. Su Jinwei smiled gently and comforted. Senior sister doesn't have to be under too much pressure, because you won't be able to catch up with Chang'an even if you try any harder. Thank you. There is being comforted. Go torture my grandfather, please. Xianjun Li seemed to have long since adapted to this way of speaking from Su Jinwei. Su Jinwei was a holy maiden, and there wasn't much she could do about it, so she could only divert the trouble to the east and condescend to her grandfather. Ha ha. Su Jinwei laughed softly twice, and her complexion became slightly more serious. The talent that Chang'an has shown even surpasses my father's. If you can surpass him, that old man, Master Zun, will probably die of joy straight away. I'm going to find Shagan first. Goodbye, senior sister. Su Jinwei didn't care how Immortal Jun Li reacted, dodging and landing in front of Su Chang'an, pulling his arm without avoiding suspicion. Zi Qingyin also collected her forbidden runes and followed Su Chang'an as they left together. The only ones left were Lin Feng and the others, who were still under immense pressure. When Lin Feng had slowed down, he turned his head to look at the Supreme Elder. Senior brother, why did you stop me just now? The elders of the Law Enforcement Pavilion haven't even spoken yet. The several elders of the Mixed Sword sect, including Patriarch Li Changfeng, were all originally fellow disciples. It was also the disciple of the old ancestor of the Mixed Sword sect. However, due to the difference in strength and heart, each sat in a different position. Assholes! The Supreme Elder cursed angrily. If I had pretended not to see it just now, what would you have done? Going to fight the Holy Sun's maid? Don't you guys know that Su Chang'an is the Celestial clan's lineage son? What it means to make a move against that maid? You guys should know very well, right? If you guys want to die, go outside the Mixed Sword sect and make your move. Don't drag the Mixed Sword sect down with you. Even regardless of that, do you really think you can beat her? Lin Feng sniffed, and a few drops of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, which was covered in pale creases. He did get impulsive just now, forgetting Zi Qingyin's identity in the Heavenly Clan. She almost caused a great disaster for the Mixed Sword sect. Senior brother knows his mistakes, willingly accepting all punishments. Lin Feng admitted his mistake painfully. At the same time he was somewhat unconvinced. Although senior brother was having a palpitating feeling just now, there's no reason why the three of us from the transitional succession realm can't beat her when we go together. The Supreme Elder snorted coldly. Humph. Ignorance. Do you really think she's an ordinary transition realm? Just now, the old me was curious and wanted to probe her reality. But just as I made a move, I had the feeling that my soul was being spied on. Being in the Saint Realm old man can create such a great sense of crisis. How much better can you guys be? Unsurprisingly, you'll be seconds away from doing it. Those forbidden runes are definitely not a power you can understand. Hearing these words, Lin Feng was suddenly born with a wave of fear. Even the senior brother who was at the Saint Realm said that, so they really weren't an opponent. If he had insisted on making a move just now, I'm afraid that there was a real possibility that he might have died by now. And even if Si Qingying killed him, the mixed sword sect wouldn't say anything more. After all, he had brought this on himself. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt a wave of fear in his heart. Thanks for the reminder. Senior brother, you and I have been in the same sect for 1,000 years, so there's no need to say thank you for this, the Supreme Elder added after he finished speaking. But don't forget to collect the chastisement from the law enforcement pavilion. Senior brother understands. The sect examination that lasted for 3 days quickly came to an end. The final 8 disciples who would participate in the Human Domain Heaven's Pride competition had already been determined, with Su Yang, Chan Ming, and Immortal Jun Li all being included. Learning of this news, Su Chang'an laughed softly. Previously, he was worried that Chen Ming had been severely injured by him and would not go to the Heaven's Pride competition because of this. In that case, he would have to use some violent means to directly finish Chen Ming off, although it would affect the relationship between the Heavenly Clan and the Mixed Sword Sect. But it didn't matter. The Celestial race had quite a few enemies in the first place. It wasn't as bad as this one or two. The most important thing was that it would affect Su Jinwei's cultivation in the Mixed Sword Sect and change her future path. It would be a bit unworthy. What are you laughing at, Chanan? So happy? Su Jinwei pushed the door and walked in, coincidentally seeing Su Chang'an with a smile on his face, and casually asked. Su Chang'an naturally couldn't tell Su Jinwei what was on his mind, and casually made a perfunctory remark. Nothing, just thought of something happy. Su Jinwei came in front of Su Chang'an. Sister has a happy story too. Would Chanan like to hear it? Can I say no? Of course not. Su Chang'an smiled helplessly. Sister, say it. Ahem. Su Jinwei coughed gently and said seriously. Master old man has a granddaughter, and sister thinks she's the same age as you. Stop. Once Su Chang'an sensed that something was wrong, he hastily interrupted Su Jinwei. Jiang Liuli had found him enough fiancés, but now Su Jinwei was coming too? Is really not afraid of him being too busy. Chadan, could my sister ever harm you? Those who can be looked upon by sister are absolutely fine in heart. Moreover, Immortal Monarchy is also the 4th-ranked heavenly pride of the human domain's wind and flower ranking. Are you really not interested? Seeing that Su Chang'an still didn't say anything, Su Jinwei simply broke the pot. Forget it, whisper it to you. Immortal Monarchy will go with us to the Human Domain Heaven's Pride competition. At that time you'll see her even if you don't want to. If you have your eye on her, remember to say something to your sister. Sister will go and propose marriage to old Master Shifu for you. Chapter 36, Who's with you on the sword? Chen Ming was hurt badly. It was supposed to take a while to recover, but he knew how important the Spirit Sword Mystic Realm was to his current self. It was his only chance to turn himself around in a short period of time. Although he couldn't beat Su Chanan now, he had the experience of the Immortal Emperor from his previous life, and he could use his experience to find more opportunities in the middle of the secret realm. It's vital for him, so it has to go. In order for Chen Ming to be able to participate in the Heaven's remarkable grand competition normally, he had almost eaten all of the pills that he had previously saved up for his home base, and had only barely recovered to 70% of his peak state. Although I have lost my cultivation, my memories are all still there. With the mind techniques from my previous life, it's only a matter of time before I want to surpass Su Chang'an. Chen Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and concentrating as he operated the mental techniques in his mind. After all, it was an imperial-grade heart technique. The effects were definitely there. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy was now much faster than before. At this rate, it was estimated that it wouldn't even take 10 years to break through to the late stage of the Cave Xian realm. Don't think 10 years is a long time. This speed, when placed amongst the unusual Heaven's Pride, was considered fast. If we seek some more opportunities in the middle of the secret realm, the time will also be shortened. 7 years? No, 5 years will do. Thinking of this, Chen Ming couldn't help but sneer. Su Chang'an, although I don't know why you at the early stage of the Cave Xian realm have this kind of battle power, but if I were 2 small realms higher than you, how would you cope? 3 days later, the time to depart for the Heaven's Pride competition had arrived. The ones in charge of leading the group were 2 elders from the Law Enforcement Pavilion, both of whom were at the middle stage of the ferrying realm. The Holy Sun is here. I don't know who shouted, and the onlooker disciples all looked in one direction. Only Su Chang'an, dressed in a white immortal robe, walked over side by side with Su Jinwei, who was wearing a black and white immortal costume. Compared to the gilded black robes from before, he was now dusty and immaculate, more like a righteous sword immortal. Go Saint Sun, let Song Yun and Hearing Snow, those 2 major sword clans, know what it means to be a true heavenly pride, directly wrapping up the top 2 of the heavens pride ranking. In the end, it's still the Holy Maiden that's more powerful. The second place on the heavens remarkable ranking is only in the early stage of the reincarnation realm, while the Holy Maiden is the peak of the reincarnation realm. A complete descending blow. But the saint's son is more handsome, a female disciple muttered in a low voice. Hate dog licking, especially female dog licking. Su Chang'an ignored the surrounding murmurs and slowly walked over to the 2 law enforcement pavilion elders. It's been a long time. One of the law enforcement pavilion elders saw that people had arrived and casually instructed a couple of sentences. Although all of you are the Heaven's Pride of the Mixed Sword sect, Heaven's Pride is merely the threshold for entering the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. There are countless emperor clans in the human domain, and even more countless experts. So we should try to avoid conflicts outside. But we of the Mixed Sword sect neither cause nor fear trouble. We have to be notified first of any accidents, and the elders will resolve them for you. Now, let's go. The 8 disciples answered together. Yes. They then drew their spirit swords in unison and stepped on them in one leap, readying themselves. Royal sword flight. This was the most common way for sword cultivators to rush. Noticing that Su Chang'an made no movement and that he didn't have a sword on him, one of the elders asked curiously, Your Highness, the Holy Son, do you not have a spirit sword at the moment? Su Chang'an nodded. No, he really didn't have a spirit sword right now. It was also inconvenient to take out that emperor's phenomenon. It was because he knew very well that there were some old guys who really risked their lives against him for the sake of an emperor-grade immortal sword. Xian Junli, who was not far away, was a bit surprised to hear this. Su Chang'an didn't have a suitable spirit sword until now. After carefully recalling it, that day when he fought against Chen Ming, he had indeed not drawn his sword. But it doesn't make sense. Even if other people didn't know about it, she did. Su Chang'an is the son of the Celestial clan. If he wanted the spirit sword, the Heavenly clan was afraid that they would do everything in their power to find it for him, right? How demanding did Su Chang'an have to be to not have a suitable spirit sword until now? Never mind. One doesn't understand what he's thinking. If that's the case, the Holy Son can condescend and squeeze in with the other disciples. After that elder finished speaking, he looked at the 8 disciples behind him. Aside from Chen Ming who didn't react, the rest of them were willing to join Su Chang'an in the sword. Immortal Monarch Li even took the initiative to say, Saint's son, if you don't mind, you can ride the sword with me. Su Jinwei lightly grunted. Even if she had to squeeze, Chang'an would have to squeeze with her. It was no one else's turn. If you're a senior sister, you can let it go. Su Chang'an shook his head and smiled politely. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have other ways of traveling to the city, so I won't trouble you. Other ways to get there? Without waiting for Immortal Monarch Li and the others to continue pondering, the dragon carriage pulled by the 9 Xian dragons suddenly appeared in their field of vision, stopping behind Su Chang'an from afar. The Xianlong that was still wreaking havoc settled down honestly when it saw Su Chang'an. Zi Qingyin got down from the dragon carriage and came to stand obediently behind Su Chang'an. Immortal Lord Li let out a bitter laugh. So that's how it is. Well, excuse me, I almost forgot you're the son of the Celestial clan. Senior sister, elders and brothers, we will meet you at the Great Qin dynasty. After Su Chang'an finished speaking, he flashed into the dragon carriage. Su Jinwei didn't forget to flirt with Li Xianjun with her eyes before she left. Senior sister, do you want to join us? No, Xianjun Li decisively refused. She knew deep down that the dragon carriage with Su Jinwei in it was a ship of thieves. Once you're on, you can't get off. Fine. Su Jinwei didn't insist any longer, dodging into the dragon carriage. It was good that senior sister wasn't coming, so she could hug Chang'an with impunity. The 9 Xian dragons roared twice, and then flew towards the distance. Those 2 law enforcement pavilion elders glanced at each other, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. 9 Xian dragons of the Mahayana realm alone would be able to roam across the domains of the human domain except for the immortal forces. Not to mention the purple clear sound who couldn't see the depths. Their earlier reminder seemed a bit redundant. The onlooker disciples were all shocked by these 9 Xian dragons, except for Chen Ming, whose cynicism deepened in his eyes. On what grounds? He didn't even have this kind of Xianlong pulling carriage in his previous life. Why should Su Chang'an have it now? And Xianjun Li, why would she offer to join Chang'an Su in the sword? After this Heaven's Pride competition, I will let you all know who the real Heaven's Pride is. The Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition was located in the Great Qin dynasty and did not belong to any of the governing forces. That would be fair to all 3 major sword clans. The Great Qin dynasty belonged to the topmost dynasties in the human domain, of which there were 2 known to have stepped into the transition realm existence. I've heard that Emperor Qin has already reached the late stage of the transition realm. However, there was one thing that was more interesting. The current Qin emperor of the Great Qin dynasty was ranked 3rd on the human domain's manhwa ranking. It's a magnificent empress. Chapter 37, Forbidden Physique. 9 Xian Body. Human Domain. Great Qin Dynasty. The speed of the dragon carriage was much faster than the imperial sword flight, and Su Chang'an had to arrive much faster than them. The 9 Xian dragons descended and landed above the imperial palace. In an instant, several people dressed up like forbidden soldiers appeared above the void and confronted Qianlong. None of these forbidden soldiers were experts in the realm of transformation. At the head of the group was a general covered in black armor, whose cultivation had clearly reached the transition realm. Based on his outfit, it was not difficult to determine his identity. The Great Qin Dynasty's Jin Qin King, Qin Zhantian. Who is the visitor? The Great Qin Dynasty ahead. If you take one more step forward, don't blame this king for being impolite. Qin Zhantian was at the transition realm cultivation level. There should have been an irreparable gap between the ferrying realm and the Mahayana realm, but he actually felt a great sense of palpitations when facing these 9 Xian dragons. Moreover, demonic beasts inherently exceeded humans in terms of battle power. If it really came down to a fight, Qin Zhantian didn't even have the certainty of victory. Or maybe it's more likely that he'll fall. But luckily, Emperor Qin was still around. Emperor Qin was a strong person at the late stage of the transition realm, so he shouldn't have a problem dealing with these Xian dragons. This was not what worried Qin Zhantian the most right now. Rather, it was an existence that was in the interior of the dragon carriage. To be able to have 9 Xian dragons pulling a carriage, one must be at least a cultivator of the ferrying realm. It wasn't even certain that he had stepped into the holy realm. The prince of the celestial clan himself. Get out of the way. Zi Qingyin flashed out, her eyes calm, her voice carrying an undeniable meaning. The son of the celestial clan? In Qin Zhantian's memories, there was only one heavenly clan in the desolate ancient continent. That would be the Devil's Domain Sky Clan. After all, the legend of the heavenly emperor was something that almost no one within the desolate ancient continent did not know. Qin Zhantian hesitated. He didn't believe that anyone in the world would dare to impersonate the heavenly clan's son, which meant that the other party had a high probability of really being the heavenly clan's son. But even so, one can't let it be. It's the Great Qin Palace behind him. In addition to Emperor Qin, there were countless subjects of the Great Qin Dynasty. If the other party really messed up, the consequences will be unimaginable. The dynasty is like that, full of mundanity. If it was an unusual cultivator, I'm afraid it's not good to consider the life and death of ordinary people at all. Without waiting for Qin Zhantian to speak, another figure also appeared in the air. It was the woman in the red imperial robes of the Tao. The woman's face was covered by a veil containing magic spells, and although she couldn't see her exact appearance, she could sense her elegant and luxurious temperament. The body is slender and the skin is white as snow. Underneath the emperor's robe, the white frosty feet were uncovered and exposed in the air. The ankles were soft and smooth and white, like congealed white jade. Emperor Qin, Qin Yuerua, she who had always been high and mighty, but at this moment, she bowed slightly in the direction of the dragon carriage. Qin Yuerua meets His Highness the World Prince. The gesture wasn't humble, but it was close. Qin Zhantian froze for a moment. Was this really the niece he knew? But think about it. The other party was holding the name of the heavenly clan's son, even if it's Emperor Qin. So what? In their eyes it was nothing more than an ordinary fairy realm cultivator. Nothing special. After saluting, Qin Yuerua asked softly, I wonder what the celestial clan's world son is doing here in my Great Qin Dynasty. Zi Qingyin did not reply. Su Chang'an's flat voice came from within the dragon carriage. Come in. Get in? Where to? Inside the dragon carriage? Letting Qin Yuerua go in alone was no different than putting life and death in the other party's hands. But she didn't have a choice. In front of the celestial clan's worldly son, one didn't have the right to refuse at all. This emperor understands. As the words fell, Qin Yuerua walked towards the inside of the dragon carriage. Qin Zhantian wanted to block. Your Majesty, you can't go in there alone. Qin Yuerua interrupted in a cold voice. King Qin, if this emperor does not come out, the matters of the Great Qin Dynasty will be left to you to settle. Remember, no matter when, you must not make a move against the celestial clan's son. Qin Zhantian gritted his teeth and helplessly bowed his head. The humble servant obeys. Inside the dragon carriage, Zi Qingyin brought Qin Yuerua to Su Chang'an. At the same time, the system panel was revealed. Name Qin Yuerua. Destiny, Jiao Yin Xian Nu. Cultivation, half-step sacred realm, void. Root bone, 5. Charisma, -10. Chi luck, 5. Special physique, 9 in metaphysical body, not activated. Evaluation, was backfired by the cultivation, resulting in the destruction of his appearance, carrying the 9 in metaphysical body, but could not activate it for the rest of his life. Although the system didn't say anything about the activation method of the 9 in sacred body, Su Chang'an knew about it. It's about becoming a woman from a girl. In the original plot, Qin Yuerua belonged to the very miserable female supporting caste, and in the past, she was indeed worthy of the third place in the human domain's manhwa ranking. However, she suffered a cultivation backlash when she broke through the Saint realm at the transition realm because she was practicing a crippled technique. It leads to disfigurement, and the conditions for activating her Nine Xian body were harsh, requiring her to be married to someone. It kept her from turning on this hang-up of her own, and it went on like that for 100 years. Eventually, during the Nine Realms War, the Great Qin dynasty suffered the destruction of the dynasty, and Qin Yuerua forced a breakthrough to the Saint realm, eventually dying in the battle. To summarize, it's that she needs a husband to unseal her and put her on the path to rise. It was worth mentioning that this Nine Xian body also belonged to the forbidden body type. The last possessor of the Nine metaphysical body was still the demoness who had ravaged the desolate ancient continent 10,000 years ago, and in the end, it was the celestial emperor who had stepped in to kill her. When a generation of Nine Xian body fell, a new Nine Xian body would inevitably be born. Nowadays, the Nine metaphysical body has been recognized as a forbidden physique, and once it appears in the world, it will be hunted down and killed by the righteous sects. Thinking about this, Su Chang'an fell into deep thought. Qin Yuerua froze slightly as she looked at Su Chang'an with a gentle smile on his face. This was different from the image she expected of the heavenly clan Sana. Returning to her senses, Qin Yuerua bowed her head slightly. "Concubine has met your highness the world prince." Su Chang'an resumed his previous bland demeanor and pointed to the opposite side of the room. "Sit." Qin Yuerua didn't say anything and walked over to sit down. "Kion." Su Chang'an shouted again. Zi Qingyin understood and walked over to pour a cup of tea for Qin Yuerua as well. "Thank you, your highness." Qin Yuerua thanked him again. Something like the enlightened divine tea was something she would never normally have the chance to drink. "There's no need to be nervous." Su Chang'an explained the reason for his visit. "This hall has come to the Great Qin dynasty in order to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. Not specifically to exploit you. You don't have to be nervous." Qin Yuerua was slightly surprised. His Highness the World Sun is also participating in the human domain's Heaven's Pride competition? Su Chang'an nodded. "This hall is now also the holy son of the mixed sword sect. So naturally, I have to come." "So it is." Qin Yuerua nodded. Last time when the Heaven's Pride competition was held, she knew that heavenly clan goddess Su Jinwei was the holy daughter of the mixed sword sect. I didn't realize that even the heavenly clan's son had now entered the mixed sword sect to cultivate, and likewise became a saintly son. Chapter 38, Qin Emperor. "Do you wish to become this palace's slave?" Returning to her senses, Qin Yuerua bowed her head. "Concubine wishes your highness, the world's son, to take the top spot on the human domain heaven's remarkable ranking." In fact, with both sides going all out, Su Chang'an was definitely unable to defeat Su Jinwei right now, unless Su Chang'an certified as an emperor right now. Of course, if Su Chang'an wanted to, she, who was a fanatic about spoiling her younger brother, would definitely give up the top spot on the list as well. However, that kind of top of the list didn't interest Su Chang'an. "I don't really care about the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. I came here because of you, Emperor Qin, in addition to settling some necessary matters." Qin Yuerua looked up and found Su Chang'an with a playful smile on his face, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. "My concubine doesn't really understand what your highness means." "You don't need to understand." Su Chang'an lifted his teacup and took a light sip, followed by his next words, causing Qin Yuerua's face to change drastically. "Take the veil off." "How is that possible?" Qin Yuerua's heart was in denial. Taking the veil off, then wouldn't her secret be exposed? One's worst fears had finally come to pass. This title of third in the human domain manhwa ranking, sometimes it wasn't all good causing Su Chang'an to take an interest in himself as well. But I wonder how he would react if he knew that his appearance was now ruined? Is His Highness the World Prince interested in concubines? Qin Yuerua intended to change the topic, but Su Chang'an simply ignored it and repeated in a low voice, "Take off the veil." "Your Highness, Kion." Su Chang'an ran out of patience. Repeating it twice is enough. "If you don't want to pick it yourself, then I'll do it for you." Zi Qingyin raised her hand and released several forbidden runes that wrapped around Qin Yuerua's body, while slowly walking in front of her and reaching out to touch her veil. Qin Yuerua's face under the thin veil went cold. The world had rumored that Qin Di was in the late stage of the transition realm, but what no one else knew was that she had long since taken half a step into the saint realm, and the price for acquiring that strength is her looks. Her face had been destroyed beyond repair by the backlash of the cultivation of her mind. There is also the instability of the cultivation realm, but she thought they were worth it. In the desolate ancient continent, strength cultivation was king, empty appearance, but no self-protection ability, and ultimately can only become a strong person captive canary. That kind of ending wasn't what she wanted, not even if the other party was the son of the heavenly clan. Of course, she wouldn't make a move against Su Chang'an. But she didn't want Zi Qingyin to remove her veil either. She didn't want to expose the secret just yet. But when she was just about to mobilize her spiritual energy, she suddenly realized she had lost her connection to her spiritual energy. Not a single bit of spiritual energy present could be felt. It was as if she was now an ordinary person with no cultivation. Is it these forbidden runes that are the reason? She couldn't think of anything else but that. A flash passed through Qin Yueruo's eyes, not expecting that her half-step Saint Realm self would not even have the slightest bit of resistance. Is this the Sky Clan? Even the maidservants were all Saint Realm existences. Wow! The white muslin was ripped off by Zi Qingyin, and what was exposed wasn't some stunningly beautiful face, but rather a face corroded by countless black marks. Ugly? It's not that ugly. It's just very scary. It's the kind that can scare a child to tears. Qin Yueruo clenched her silver teeth. She could already imagine Su Chanan's lost as well as disgusted expression. Her heart was full of humiliation now. The humiliation of being at the mercy of others. Hey, it's much better than I thought it would be. Su Chang'an had thought it would still be creepy, but he hadn't expected it to be covered in strange black marks and many corroded places. Hearing these strange words, Qin Yueruo raised her head. She suddenly realized that Su Chang'an had a slight smile on his face, without the slightest hint of dislike as well as disgust. Much better than expected? What does that mean? Did he already know about himself? Come specifically to see how ugly it was? Oh, the son of the Celestial Clan, that's really bad taste. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Yueruo revealed a bitter smile. Is your highness shaming your concubine? Su Chang'an shook his head. No, this hall does not mean that. Then why is your highness laughing? Qin Yueruo behaved in an unassuming manner. Concubine doesn't feel that with this face of hers. She can get a smile from your highness. She didn't have any room for resistance now. Life and death were all in Su Chang'an's hands. How it would end she wasn't sure, but Su Chang'an was afraid that he wouldn't be interested in himself at all. I don't know if that's considered a good thing or a bad thing. Just feeling sorry for myself. Although Su Chang'an was sitting there, he had a condescending air. Pity? Isn't it pathetic to cultivate knowing that the Gonfu was crippled? Qin Yueruo revealed an expression that said it all. His Highness has known about my situation for a long time and came here specifically to find out? I wonder what you intend to do with the concubine. Is it to publicize the concubine's secret and make her leave the Fenghua list, or do you have something else in mind? Su Chang'an smiled gently. Emperor Qin, would you like to become a slave of this temple? Ha! Qin Yueruo seemed to have somewhat missed the point and subconsciously cocked her head. Why did Su Chang'an want himself to become his slave? Son of the Heavenly Clan, do you like the ugly ones? This was definitely impossible, but Qin Yueruo couldn't think of any other reason. Let's put it another way. Would you like to follow this palace and become its attendant? Or if you want, this palace can also give you a concubine position and allow you to enter the celestial race, but you need to sign a divine soul contract. In exchange, this temple will get you out of your current predicament. You should know that very well, shouldn't you? Continuing to cultivate the crippled technique will only result in stronger backlash, and sooner or later in the future, you will go off the rails and lose your self-consciousness. After Su Chang'an finished speaking, he once again took a sip of the tea in his cup and waited for Qin Yueruo's reply. Qin Yueruo was still really thinking hard. There were two reasons why she wanted to become stronger even though she had to cultivate the crippled technique. One was to gain the ability to defend herself, and the other was to have the ability to guard the great Qin dynasty. However, these 2 points would all disappear after agreeing to Su Chang'an's request. Does a concubine have the right to refuse? No. If Qin Yueruo refused, Su Chang'an would roughly kill her. After all, she's the female counterpart in the plot. Something might go wrong in the future and he'd be in trouble. Qin Yueruo lowered her head and pondered for a long time. Choose or die. The acting style of the Heavenly Clan's son was really exactly the same as the rumors, but this was for her. It's not a bad thing for the great Qin dynasty. Su Chang'an wasn't in a hurry, so he waited quietly. After a long time, Qin Yueruo raised her head and said in a condensed voice, "My concubine is willing to follow your highness, to be a slave and a concubine, and I beg your highness to fulfill a request of my concubine. The great Qin dynasty cannot leave my concubine at the moment, so I hope that your highness can give my concubine a little time, and then follow you out after I have taken care of the affairs of the great Qin dynasty." Chapter 39, Does your highness still like the look of your concubine? Su Chang'an agreed to Qin Yueruo's request. Could be. Concubine thanks your highness. Qin Yueruo bowed respectfully to Su Chang'an. Although she was, in the eyes of others, the Qin emperor of the high and mighty great Qin dynasty, it was considered a high climb to be able to follow in Su Chang'an. She believed that if the Celestial Clan released the news that they were going to take a concubine for their world son Su Chang'an, there would be countless people whose status and strength were stronger than hers, squeezing their way in. Not to mention, now that her appearance was ruined, She had long since lost the capital of the third in the manhwa ranking. Now, let go of the limitations of the divine soul. Concubine understands. Qin Yueroi nodded and obediently did as she was told, loosening her defense against her divine soul, allowing Su Chang'an to enter his body at will. Sea of Souls. Loyalty to my lord Su Chang'an forever. No hostility. Once violated, the heart of the Tao will be shattered, the divine soul annihilated, and you will not enter the cycle of reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes. The content of the contract had already been drawn up, and Qin Yueroi chose to sign it without hesitation. The deed is done. When Qin Yueroi looked at Su Chang'an again, there was an extra trace of a strange feeling in her heart. Can't say what it feels like, but she had the urge to get on her knees and submit. Alright, Su Chang'an retracted his thoughts. With the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, he wasn't afraid of being subjected to contract backlash. Next, it's time to fix your body. What technique are you practicing now? Qin Yueroi truthfully replied. It is a heart technique that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Great Qin dynasty, called the 10,000 Qin technique. As she spoke, she transmitted the contents of the 10,000 Qin decisions to Su Chang'an through her mind. The current her, even the person was already the other parties, and there was naturally no need to avoid the gong methods or anything else. Su Chang'an examined it carefully. This is indeed a crippled gongfu, and if complete, it should be able to reach a holy product, but a large portion of its back content was added artificially. The person added should not be of sufficient realm either. If you continue to cultivate, your limit will be the transition realm. If you forcefully break through to the saint realm, although you will reach the peak in a short period of time, you will soon be subjected to a backlash and die, and it will be very difficult to replenish this heart law. Throw it away. Su Chang'an raised his hand and gently tapped his fingertip on Qin Yueroi's forehead at the center of her eyebrows, giving her one of the heavenly clan's holy heart techniques, the Pure Heart Sanghai. Pure Heart Sanghai was not considered a very good heart technique in the celestial race. However, in the outside world, it is a sacred heart method that can be coaxed by countless cultivators, and it's great for women to practice, especially if it was also the possessor of the 9-in metaphysical body. It should be easier to cultivate. From now on, you'll follow this heart method to recultivate. After Su Chang'an finished speaking, he took out 2 more 7th grade pills and placed them in Qin Yueroi's hands. Take these 2 soul purification pills, and they should be able to eliminate most of the backlash in your body. But for the backlash on the foundation, it still needs to rely on time to recover a little bit. A 7th grade elixir would be able to eliminate most of the backlash. This may sound simple enough, but what about the 7th grade elixir that anyone can take out? Even the elders of the mixed sword sect received salaries that were only 6th grade pills. A dynasty empress of the human domain like her would not have had the qualifications to come into contact with 7th grade pills if she had not met Su Chang'an. My concubine thanks your highness. This time, Qin Yueroi came in front of Su Chang'an and reached out to gather up his red imperial robes, his rosy knees slowly bending as he respectfully knelt down. Regardless of whether the elixir was useful or not, the fact that the other party was able to give himself a 7th grade elixir said a lot. Not to mention a copy of the sacred heart technique. Although she was sort of forced to follow, it was still hard to avoid being grateful. Qin Yueroi's favoritism plus 10. Qin Yueroi's intimacy plus 10. Listening to the system's beep, Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Qin Yueroi, is that a villainous role? Come to think of it, once she activated the 9-in Xian body, even if she wanted to not become a villain, it would be impossible because the righteous sects would be chasing after her to kill her. This meant that after reaching a certain level of intimacy, Su Chang'an could also bind her to swipe the system rewards. Moreover, when Su Chang'an gave her something, the intimacy would get immediate feedback. It showed that she still appreciated herself inside. Thinking about Li Ningyue again. No matter how many elixirs and precious pills she gave her, no matter how much she paid for her, she would feel that it was deserved. And in turn, he'll chide him for not giving more. Why don't you give her the Chaos Demon pupil as well? Is it that you don't love her? Oh, by now, she should be living comfortably in the Heavenly Clan's Deathlands, right? Get up, Su Chang'an said in a faint voice. Thank you, Your Highness. After Qin Yueroi got up, she put the 2 soul-purifying pills into her mouth together and swallowed them. Zi Qingyin also withdrew the forbidden runes that restricted her cultivation. About 3 breaths later, the black corrosive mark on Qin Yueroi's face began to change. A little bit faded, a little bit became blurred, and eventually faded away completely. Her original face also surfaced. Fair skin, nose bridge is quite arched, red lips white, 2 strands of green silk falling in front of the eyebrows, adding a few points of charming flavor. A pair of phoenix eyes is enough to make all the people fall. Woe to the nation and the people. This was the first adjective that Su Chang'an thought of. It was worthy of being the 3rd in the human domain's manhwa ranking. But why? Su Jinwei was clearly number 1 on the human domain style ranking, yet he felt, there's nothing special about it? Your Highness, is it possible for a concubine's appearance to please you? Are you still satisfied? Qin Yuerua looked at Su Chang'an in the first moment after she recovered, expecting him to comment on herself. Su Chang'an's eyes were calm as he said softly, it's not bad. I can't really blame him for being discerning, mainly because there just isn't a woman around him who isn't gorgeous. Su Jiuyo, Zi Chang'in, Xian Junli, and his own sister, Su Jinwei. It's safe to say, she's just about average. Qin Yuerua smiled gently. To receive such an appraisal from your highness, my concubine is surprised and happy at the same time. The matter is now settled. Su Chang'an didn't intend to waste any time with her either, and said in a faint voice, alright, you go back first, and if there's anything, contact me through the voice transmission talisman. My concubine obeys. Qin Yuerua answered, got up and walked towards the outside, and when she was halfway there, she suddenly turned her head and hesitantly said, your highness, if you don't mind, you can temporarily stay amongst your concubine's bedchamber. Su Chang'an nodded. When it's later, this palace will go over. This was a necessary process to revive the 9-in Xian body. It should never be omitted. Well, my concubine will go back to prepare first and await your highness' arrival. After Qin Yuerua left, Su Jinwei walked out from within the side hall. She had just been concentrating on her cultivation and hadn't eavesdropped on Su Chang'an and Qin Yuerua's conversation. But it was inevitable to hear some of it. Chadan, I didn't realize you liked this type? Sister, think about it. Should I tie up that empress from the immortal region for you as well? Su Chang'an was somewhat helpless. Sister, that one is an immortal emperor. Why did you tie it up? Su Jinwei hummed lightly. As long as you want to. Elder sister has a way. Don't forget, there's still mother and father. Even if none of them work, then wouldn't it be fine to tie you up again after your sister is certified? Don't worry, sister won't keep you waiting too long. Chapter 40 Activation of the 9-in Metaphysical Body. Carrying a taboo name, the dragon carriage entered the Great Qin Palace. Su Chang'an also rightfully stayed in the middle of the bedchamber. Su Jinwei preferred the smell of mortal smoke and fire, and she excused herself to leave alone to go for a casual stroll. Since Qin Yuerua had now signed a divine soul contract, she was absolutely loyal to Su Chang'an and would never be hostile to him. So Zi Qingyin stayed in the middle of the side hall, didn't follow along inside. Su Chang'an arrived in front of Qin Yuerua's bedchamber and gently pushed the door and walked in. Concubine welcomes the arrival of His Highness, only to see that Qin Yuerua was dressed in a white silk bathrobe, respectfully kneeling on the ground, her tone sincere without being particularly humble. Even now, Qin Yuerua still had an imperial aura around him, high above, inviolable and profane. Yet, now it was obediently kneeling in front of him. It's kind of hard to top that contrast. Get up. Su Chang'an walked in, casually taking a look around, and found a sleeper couch to sit on. Qin Yuerua got up and closed the door behind her. The boundary around the bedchamber was also opened, making it impossible for the outside world to peek at what was happening inside. Your Highness, would you like to bathe and dress? No need. Concubine understands. Qin Yuerua responded softly, and immediately walked over to stand in front of Su Chang'an. Slender fingers reached around her body and unbuttoned the robe, then opened her arms so that the robe naturally slipped off and fell to the floor. The delicate body that had lost the cover of the bathrobe was unreservedly exposed in front of Su Chang'an's eyes. White flowers, a little shaky. Your Highness, ever since my concubine made the decision to follow you, my concubine has been your person. Whether as a slave or a concubine, it is the concubine's choice, and you have avoided the concubine's future death by backlash. Now, my concubine is ready to dump everything for your Highness. Su Chang'an didn't expect Qin Yuerua to be that direct. Straight to the point, no nonsense at all. Then naturally he had no reason to be pretentious. Qin Di, come here. Yes. Qin Yuerua softly smiled and answered, then slowly walked towards Su Chang'an. Rip. In a flash, the bedchamber was filled with fragrant sights. It's not going to air anyway. Qin Yuerua's intimacy plus 10. Qin Yuerua's intimacy plus 15. A bar of system alerts rang out, but eventually it also stopped at a degree that did not reach the threshold of bindable. The next day, when Su Chang'an woke up, he only felt the snuggling of the fragrant soft and delicate body in his arms. Who else could it be but Qin Yuerua? Good morning, Your Highness. After Qin Yuerua realized that Su Chang'an had woken up, she hurriedly got up and said in a low voice, Concubine has come to serve you to change your clothes. Su Chang'an gripped Qin Yuerua's smooth arm and fiercely exerted force, pulling it back into his arms. That sort of thing will come later. There are more important things right now. Qin Yuerua naturally understood what Su Chang'an meant, and her cheeks swished red as she protested in a small voice. Your Highness, it's still daytime. Moreover, My concubine has to go to the morning court. Protests are invalid. This kind of thing, just push it off. It wasn't until midday that Su Chang'an redressed in his white immortal robe and sat on the couch. Your Highness, I don't know why, but my concubine always feels that something is wrong with her body, and there's a feeling that something is about to be released at her dantian. It's just about overwhelming now. Shin Yuerua lightly bit her lips and spoke her feelings truthfully. Su Chang'an smiled gently. Since it can't be suppressed, then it won't be suppressed. Don't worry, it's fine. Take a deep breath. It's normal. Hearing Su Chang'an say that, the uneasiness in Shin Yuerua's heart then dissipated. She still had a lot of trust in Su Chang'an right now. After all, even people are given to each other. Concubine understands. Shin Yuerua relaxed her mind and let out a deep breath, no longer trying to deliberately suppress the impulse within her dantian. After several breaths had passed, Shin Yuerua suddenly let out a delicate cry. Ha! Ah! Immediately afterward, her complexion became grave, and the aura of spiritual energy around her body surged uncontrollably. Slowly, the starkness turned into pain. Your Highness! Ouch! As soon as she finished saying this word, she suddenly fell to her knees, panting heavily. A few drops of cold sweat seeped out from her white forehead, and the meridian channels on her body were revealed, and all of them were dark black, and when placed on her, they made her skin look even more snowy. This process lasted about half an incense stick. Then, an extremely cold aura steeply erupted from within Shin Yuerua's body. It was like a demonic evil in the middle of the abyss. Extremely ominous. Zi Qingyin, who was in the side hall, also rushed over. She also had a grave expression on her pretty face when she saw this scene. The ominous aura was just like her forbidden runes. It's still debilitating, but it's even more grim. Imitation of an evil thing. Qingyin, set up a boundary. Don't let what happened here leak out. As you wish, slave girl. Zi Qingyin waved her hand and set up a boundary, which prevented the aura around Shin Yuerua from continuing to spread out. If some old guy noticed that the Nining metaphysical body had reappeared, there would definitely be trouble. Although Su Chang'an won't be in trouble, but when the time came, he could only bring Shin Yuerua back to the Celestial clan in order to keep her safe. As for whether or not the Celestials will be under siege, the Celestial Emperor said, just come. Back then, when he fought 6 emperors alone in the abyss, it wasn't because he could only fight 6 immortal emperors, but because there were only 6 immortal emperors at that time. This continued for 2 hours before ending, after which he too passed out. At the same time, her panel changed. Name Shin Yuerua. Destiny, Jiuyin Xian Nu. Cultivation, Half-Step Sacred Realm, Void. Root Bone, 5-7. Charisma, -109. Chi Luck, 5-5. Special Physique, Nining Metaphysical Body, activated. Evaluation, by the Cultivation Backfire. The appearance, not destroyed, carrying the Nining Metaphysical Body, will not be for the rest of his life. Somehow it's already activated. In the future she will live with a forbidden name on her back. The system is highly rated. If Shin Yu did not die prematurely midway, he would definitely become a taboo-like existence in the desolate ancient continent in the future. A taboo that only submits to him. Chapter 41. My name is Chen Ming. If you're a brother, come hack me. Great Qin Dynasty. The Golden Palace. A host of courtiers waited in silence. In the past, Shin Yuerua has never been late for the morning court, and even if something happens temporarily, he will give notice for them to go back. A situation like today's has never happened before. What they didn't know was that originally, when Shin Yuerua was about to come to the morning court, she was left behind by Su Chang'an, because her Nining Xian body had not yet awakened. It would be a real surprise if there was an accident in the morning court. There was no need to even hide it. The entire human domain would know. King Jinqin, 9 Xian dragons appeared in the sky above the imperial capital yesterday, and you appeared with His Majesty. I wonder if you can reveal some inside information to us. The Prime Minister of the Great Qin Dynasty asked Qin Zhantian. Qin Zhantian pondered for a few seconds and said in a condensed voice, actually, this king is not sure, but His Majesty should have safely returned to the palace yesterday. Maybe there was some kind of delay. The Prime Minister asked again. I saw that the dragon carriage also entered the palace last night. I wonder which heavenly pride that is. Could it be the holy son of the Tsongyun sword sect? Qin Zhantian glanced at the Prime Minister and said in a faint voice, the one who has come is the Celestial clan's worldly son. The son of the Celestial clan? Hearing these words, the Prime Minister subconsciously exclaimed out in shock, causing all the surrounding courtiers to look towards him. Returning to his senses, the Prime Minister smiled slightly apologetically and then asked in a low voice, why did that highness come here? Qin Zhantian was puzzled. You don't know? The Prime Minister froze. Of course, the thoughts of that kind of existence are not something that this Prime Minister can know? Then why do you think the king would know? Seems to be that way, haha. Your Majesty was the only one who entered the dragon carriage at that time, and this king is not sure exactly what happened. Qin Zhantian recalled. However, the thin veil that covered Your Majesty's face seemed to have fallen off when she came out. The king didn't dare to look closely either. That's very thought-provoking. How could the tool fall off after a trip inside? Did His Majesty pick it of his own accord, or forced to drop it accidentally? Just as they were pondering these things, a person dressed like a palace maid of the imperial dynasty came to stand in front of the golden palace and took out a gold medal engraved with a fire-bathing phoenix, speaking aloud, proclaiming His Majesty's message. Hearing this, the ministers, including Qin Zhantian, all knelt on the ground and performed the courtier's salute. Seeing the emperor's license plate is like seeing the emperor of Qin. This is the rule of the great Qin dynasty. This emperor is not feeling well today. The morning court is cancelled, and I apologize for the inconvenience caused to all of you. Tomorrow's morning court is likewise cancelled. If you have something important to report, you may present the paperwork, and the emperor will give an answer. After that courtesan finished speaking, she curtsied and bowed, then turned to leave. Not feeling well? It was absolutely impossible for a cultivator at the late stage of the transition realm to get sick. Does that mean His Majesty is injured? And it's internal? There was a fight with the son of the celestial clan? A series of questions surfaced in Qin Zhantian's mind, but no one would answer him. Over the capital of Qin, 6 men and 5 women totaling 11 people flew with their swords. The young man at the head was dressed in green, with a handsome face and a black spirit sword at his feet. A black cloud symbol was also embroidered on the chest of the green coat. It was the disciples from the Songyun sword sect who had come to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. The elder who was traveling with him said, "Sacred son, the great Qin dynasty is ahead. Let's go find a place to rest first." The young man known as the Holy Son nodded his head gently. Aha! His name was Xian Yuan Yumu, the son of the Xian Yuan family of the immortal domain. While possessing the cloud sword saint body, he was hailed by the Songyun sword sect as a genius of the Tao of the sword that would be hard to come by in 10,000 years. Now that his bone age was only 50, he had already reached the harmonization realm. If it wasn't for Su Jinwei, he would, arguably, have been at the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. A group of 11 people, after presenting their sword sect tokens, entered the middle of the Qin capital. Find a random stagecoach stop and stay there. During the break, several disciples chatted with Xian Yuan Yumu at the center. Saint son, you are now at the harmonization realm, so it can be said that you have already booked the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. And in terms of average strength, our Songyun sword sect's disciples are also the strongest among the 3 major sword sections. The mixed sword sect is also green and yellow nowadays. I heard from others that the disciples they sent this time are almost all at the God transformation realm. There are very few even in the Dongxian realm. Hearing this disciple's statement, the other few disciples were greatly relieved in their hearts, and at the same time, they also followed suit and bragged a bit. Doesn't this mean that we are also the strongest in the spirit sword mysterious realm? That's for sure. With Lord Saint's son here, in the spirit sword mysterious realm, we can definitely walk sideways. Exclusive possession of the most valuable resource points in the spirit sword mystic realm. After hearing you guys talk like that, I feel like I can do it now. By the way, I heard that immortal monarchy is still the 3rd in the human domain's manhwa ranking. Is Lord Saint's son interested? What's this? Emperor Qin is still 4th on the manhwa ranking. A few of the female disciples sniffed sharply. What immortal monarchy? How could she possibly be worthy of our saint's son? And will you be worthy? Humph. What's that got to do with you? Stay out of this fairy's business. Fairies are like that, always self-centered. And let's not even talk about whether or not he was worthy. There was no way immortal Lord Li could even look at him. Listening to such boasting horse's ass, the corners of Xian Yuan Yumu's mouth subconsciously rose lightly. It was false, but he just suffered. How could it not be fun with all those dog lickers? Suddenly, the accompanying elder let out a low chortle. The most taboo thing in sword Tao cultivation is arrogance. We can have arrogance, but in the desolate ancient continent, if we dare to be arrogant, the end is not destined to be very good. Do you guys think it's been stabilized now? Don't forget that the mixed sword sect still has the Holy Maiden. And last time, that Holy Maiden beat through the 2 major sword sects, us and Hearing Snow, all by herself. And when she arrived in the middle of the secret realm, she also went straight to the deepest part of the realm. And although I don't know how the battle went, in the end, she left the secret realm unharmed, left with a saint-grade spirit sword. At that time, he also came as an accompanying elder. The shock Su Jinwei had given him at the Heaven's Pride competition was still fresh in his mind. Xian Yuan Yumu frowned. Grand Elder, you think Su Jinwei is above me? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. I don't know about talent, but in terms of battle power, at that time, she was the harmonization realm, and I'm afraid that she won't be lower than you now. Interesting. Regulus Yugi smiled. Originally, I thought that this Heaven's Pride competition would be very meaningless, but now it seems that it wasn't a wasted visit after all. I hope you'll give me all the pleasure. The Grand Elder looked at Xianyuan Yumu's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. That's how a heavenly pride should react. After hearing that the other celestial pride was not inferior to himself, he ignited an endless battle spirit. Immediately afterward, his complexion steepened, and a pair of cloudy eyes fiercely looked outside. What kind of youngster dares to come and explore the old man? What an ignorance! The Grand Elder's figure disappeared in place and went into the middle of space to find the master who spied on him. Swish! The rest of the disciples followed suit and drew their swords, but did not leave, instead guarding Xianyuan Yumu's side. Half an incense burner later, the Grand Elder's figure reappeared in the room. Humph! The other party ran away very quickly. The old man didn't catch him, and he left this behind. With that, the Grand Elder spread out his hand, and on top of it was a talisman of leaving words. After reading the words on it clearly, all the disciples, including Xianyuan Yumu, all gritted their teeth. Humph! Songyun Sword Sect, it's nothing more than an ant. I, Chan Ming, alone, am enough to punch through your ants. Remember, you are the challengers. Chapter 42, Emperor Qin, or a love brain? Outrageous! Just who is this Chen Ming? Actually so arrogant? If he dares to appear in front of me, I will definitely give him a sword. Xianyuan Yumu's expression also turned cold. When it comes to the Heaven's Pride competition, we'll be able to find out which power he belongs to. If you guys go up against him, remember not to hold back. At that time, even if he managed to enter the inner part of the Spirit Sword Mysteries, we'll find him too. And then a righteous cluster asterisk on him. If you dare to provoke the Songyun Sword Sect, then you must be prepared to pay the price. As for whether or not he could leave the Spirit Sword Mystic Realm alive, it would depend on Chen Ming's own strength. Over the capital of Qin, Su Chang'an and Zi Qingyin stood back and forth, their figures hidden in the middle of the void. With Zi Qingyin's strength, if she didn't want to be discovered, it would be absolutely impossible for the Songyun Sword Sect's Grand Elder to detect her. The reason why she was intentionally discovered was that she wanted to leave that talisman behind. It was all on Su Chang'an's orders. Young lord, the slave girl is a bit confused. Zi Qingyin asked softly, if you want to kill Chen Ming, just let the slave girl go directly. Why go through so much trouble? The Celestials have always been decisive and will not drag their feet. Su Chang'an laughed softly. You don't understand. It's the slave girl's stupidity. Zi Qingyin hastily bowed her head. If you were the one to do it, the Mixed Sword Sect would be able to see it more or less, and that would have an effect on Su Jinwei. Su Chang'an explained. If the one who made the move was the Songyun Sword Sect, there would be no such concerns, and it will be me who ends him in the end. Otherwise, you won't be able to swipe the system's rewards. In fact, one of the most important reasons was that he wanted to come and see if Xianyuan Yumu was also the son of Heaven's destiny. After all, he was also equipped with a sword Dao physique. Although it was trash compared to his ancient flawless sword body, it was certainly not an ordinary character. Sure enough, at the sight of Xianyuan Yugi, the systems panel popped up. Now there was a reason why he had to be killed. However, his chi was very low, and he should have been just an ordinary minor character in the original work, even less than a tenth of Shao Chen's. But an ant is meat even if it's small, and it wouldn't be a waste of time to take them out together in the Spirit Sword Mystic Realm by the way. And he was also feeling a little bored and wanted to have some fun. Just came to play this handful of hate. Otherwise, you can't stay with Qin Yuruwa every day, right? Ahem. Although that would be nice. Come on, let's go back. Su Chang'an collected his thoughts and said in a faint voice, go to Qin Yuruwa's chambers. Zi Qingyin responded softly, immediately casting the laws of space. They instantly returned to the middle of the palace. When Qin Yuruwa woke up, she realized that her body had changed a lot. The ears and eyes are clear, and the spiritual energy meridians are open. When practicing the Tsunghai Ming Heart Sutra, it also felt exceptionally smooth, with no sense of bottleneck obstruction. She told Su Chang'an about this change, and then learned about her being in the 9-in Xian body. Forbidden physique? 9-in metaphysical body? Qin Yuruwa was a bit disbelieving at first. As a generation of Qin emperor, she had more or less lived for nearly 1,000 years, and naturally knew a thing or two about the 9-in Xian body. This was a taboo that would be executed by countless sects once it was exposed. How could my concubine have this kind of physique? Why did it have to awaken at such a time? She didn't know the conditions for the awakening of the 9-in Xian body. After all, the body had been in a state of supreme yin, and it was certain that it would not be awakened without the barriers being broken. Your Highness, do you still want a concubine now? Qin Yuruwa asked cautiously, her Danfeng beauty eyes filled with expectations. Then she lowered her head in disappointment. That's right. How could your Highness want such a concubine? The current concubine is a burden to your highness, and I'm afraid that even the celestial clan will find it troublesome. If your highness were to abandon your concubine for this, I would not blame you. Shin Yuarawa would only blame this on fate. Obviously it was so hard to be brought out of a world where he couldn't see the future by Su Chang'an. But now he was about to fall into another greater despair. That's really unfair. But heaven is not fair. Who said I was going to throw you away? Su Chang'an's eyes were playful. Guess why I chose you in the first place? Shin Yuarawa lowered her head and pondered for a few seconds before tentatively asking, could it be that your highness already knew about my physique? What a smart woman. Much better than some little fox with no brains and no boobs. Su Chang'an was just about to compliment him, but Shin Yuarawa's next sentence directly caused him to choke. All of this was done on purpose by your highness? Knowing full well of my concubine's condition, yet you still chose my concubine. Hide the secret for the concubine, even if it means carrying the taboo of being wrathful for the world. What virtue or ability does my concubine deserve to have your highness do this? As Shin Yuarawa cried with pearly blossoms and uttered these words, the system's beeps kept ringing out. Shin Yuarawa, density plus 10. Shin Yuarawa, density plus 10. Shin Yuarawa, intimacy plus 20. Ah, is this Qin Emperor still a love brain? Stop brainstorming. I just want to leave behind your forbidden physique to achieve the invincible villain path more easily in the future. After all, in this side of the world, while there were many Heaven's Mandate protagonists, there were also many villains. He certainly couldn't kill it alone. Moreover, at that time, if Shin Yuarawa refused to follow him, he would be killed without hesitation. So don't dream about it. Where's the emotion in that? Even if it's a day-to-day thing, it's not even close to being a fire yet. Not long enough? It hasn't been long enough. However, Su Chang'an naturally wouldn't say these words out loud. According to Shin Yuarawa's growth rate of this affinity, it was estimated that it would soon reach the threshold of the system binding. Chapter 43, Binding Shin Yuarawa. Acquiring dozens of great Tao laws. A series of beeps fell, and Shin Yuarawa's intimacy directly reached the binding threshold. System, bind Shin Yuarawa. Detecting target fates, villainous fate. Detecting target affinity. Density reaches binding threshold. Bindable. Invite the host to make physical contact with the target. Su Chang'an was familiar with this process, and he had long since wrapped Shin Yuarawa's fragrant soft and delicate body in his arms. Binding in progress, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback rewards for the 3000 avenues, the avenue of force, the avenue of immortality, the avenue of magic, the avenue of life, the avenue of yin and yang, back and forth, totaling dozens, especially the avenue of force. That was the strongest of the 3000 avenues, and it was mastered by Pan Gu in the beginning, arguably the most powerful in the war. Cultivated to great completion, it can open up the sky and reach the realm of the Great Tao. Su Chang'an was a bit surprised. Although it only rewarded the Great Tao and did not reward the progress of cultivation, with his enlightenment and the bonus of the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, it was just like giving him the complete way directly, but it took a little bit of time to have an epiphany. It's true, a little bit. Now that he had more options for witnessing the Tao, perhaps, he can witness two great paths at the same time? Even more. 3000 avenues. All to my body? In the history of the desolate ancient continent, it wasn't as if there hadn't been an existence that witnessed two great Tao at the same time. But the ancient texts do not record their final outcome, whether it was a world of horizontal suppression, or a mediocre one, or whether it was backfired by the Great Tao and fell. But it didn't matter. When the time came, Su Chang'an would definitely choose the best path. I didn't expect that binding Shin Yuarawa would actually result in such a luxurious reward. Thinking of this, Su Chang'an's arms, which were embracing her, subconsciously tightened. Shin Yuarawa couldn't help but feel more sultry in those flavorful eyes. Your Highness, my concubine is right here and won't go anywhere. You don't have to push so hard. Concubines can hardly breathe. The disciples of the mixed sword sect were the second to come, while the hearing snow sword sect came the latest. The disciples of the other two sects were all more male than female. The hearing snow sword sect, on the other hand, there wasn't a single male, and even the elders who accompanied them to protect the path were all female cultivators. However, no one thinks they are weak because of that. The hearing snow sword sect was the third-ranked sword sect in the human domain. Not the bottom one. When you think about it like that, they really aren't that weak. There were still a few days before the human domain's Heaven's Pride competition, and the cultivators who had come to participate were all free to move around within the Qin capital. Some of the scattered cultivators without clans or sects were already secretly testing each other out. There were even casualties. Of course, the disciples of the three major sword sect were all very honest. Their attention was all on the other two major sword sect, and they didn't put those loose cultivators in their eyes at all. Because most of those loose cultivators were not talented enough. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the three great sword sect as outer disciples. Chen Ming chose to act alone as he arrived outside of the Qin capital and strolled around the places where the scattered cultivators gathered to see if he could probe for some news or seek out some opportunities. That's the way it is with Destiny's Child. Take a walk and the odds are falling from the sky. But unfortunately, today he had wandered around for a long time and ended up with nothing. Never mind. Wait until tomorrow. Chen Ming sighed helplessly and prepared to return to the Qin capital to meet up with the disciples of the mixed sword sect. Just then, two silhouettes blocked in front of him. Chen Ming raised his head, and a flash of doubt flashed across his eyes as he took a good look at the visitor's appearance. Those two people were wearing the same green-colored robes, and the sleeves and chest were all embroidered with black and white pale clouds. Song Yun Sword Sect? Chen Ming recognized it as the Dao robe of the Song Yun Sword Sect. The two people on the opposite side also recognized that the robes Chen Ming was wearing came from the mixed Yuan Sword Sect, which was the reason they also stopped Chen Ming's path. Two fellow Taoists. I wonder what I can do for you. Chen Ming arched his hand and clasped his fist. The two Song Yun Sword Sect disciples were quite polite. Fellow Taoists, there is no need to be nervous. We just want you to help convey a few words to one of the disciples of the mixed Yuan Sword Sect. They just wanted this mixed sword sect disciple in front of them to pass on a couple words to that arrogant Chen Ming. For example, wait to die. Sooner or later, I'll finish you off. It was direct, but it was the most urgent thought among their hearts. Please speak, two fellow Taoists, if you are able to speak. Mr. Chen will certainly not refuse. Chen Ming had been considered a human spirit who had lived for over 10,000 years in his previous life, and he knew very well in his heart how important it was for him to accumulate good karma now. Maybe in the future, it will be his connections. Well, it wasn't anything important. Wait, that Song Yun Sword Sect disciple suddenly sensed something was wrong and asked with a frown. Your surname is Chen? Chen Sip graciously nodded his head in acknowledgement. Yes, my surname is Chen. With one single word. Ming. Chan Ming. You two know of me? Chen Ming was slightly surprised. Could it be that his reputation as a heavenly pride had already spread to the Song Yun Sword Sect? It's amazing that the other person would react that way just by hearing the last name. Those two Song Yun Sword Sect disciples glanced at each other. All of them could see each other's surprise, and at the same time, they were exchanging something with their eyes. How dare he admit it? Is there some absolute bottom line? How dare you be so cocky? Well, more than just having heard of it? The disciple who had first spoken spoke back with a meaningful tone. There is no disciple from our Song Yun Sword Sect who has come this time that doesn't know this name. Chen Ming was shocked and delighted. Really? I'm that famous? Well, really. The two disciples simultaneously drew the spirit swords at their waists, followed by two Dongxian realm sword strokes swung over. Chen Ming dared to appear in front of them brightly. The strength must be unfathomable. That's why they put their best foot forward at the beginning. Never take it lightly. Now, you can go to hell. Chen Ming looked at the two sword strokes flying towards him and was directly confused in place. Why did they do it all of a sudden? Could it be that one's talent was already so high that they would rather risk tearing their faces apart with the mixed sword sect in order to kill them? How come he doesn't know he's that good? Chen Ming didn't understand it, but the sword strokes wouldn't stop. He subconsciously drew his sword to block. But how could he, a middle-stage Dongxian realm, be able to receive the attacks of two middle-stage Dongxian realm? Boo! Chen Ming flew directly backwards, dragging out a long and deep trail on the ground. The body tumbled twice when it reached the head. It's actually that weak? The Song Yun Sword Sect's disciple muttered to himself with some disbelief. Is he really Chen Ming? With this amount of strength, how did you dare to provoke our Song Yun Sword Sect? Another disciple sneered. It doesn't matter. Maybe he's hiding his strength to let us loose. Let's continue and see how long he can hide. Good. As soon as the two of them hit it off, they began to bombard Chen Ming with rounds of sword moves. And all of them are big moves that don't save a bit of spiritual energy. Chapter 44 Ring Keeping Mechanism. The great competition of Heaven's Pride draws to a close. Looking at the big moves that came head-on, Chen Ming had a bitter feeling in his heart. When exactly had he provoked the Song Yun Sword Sect? When else did you hide your strength? Wait, both of you let me explain. Boo! Bing! Nay! The Song Yun Sword Sect's disciples didn't listen at all, and continued to blast over with ferocious whole Xian realm sword moves. So Chen Ming could only flee, heading towards the Qin capital. As long as he reached the Qin capital, the other party should not dare to make another move against him. Live first. All of the surrounding unknown casual cultivators fled the scene at the first opportunity. After all, not many of them had even entered the Divine Void realm, so how could they intervene in a battle between Cave Xian realm powers? Even those watching the battle had to be far away, careful not to be caught by the aftershocks and accidentally fall here. This is the strength of the disciples of the three great sword sect. Compared to them, it seems like we came to the Heaven's Pride competition to make up the base. It's not easy to say, Isn't the 10th in the human domain's Heaven's Pride ranking today also a casual cultivator? Maybe you and I will be next. Don't dream about it. They come from a big family too. Not like you. The two disciples had been chasing Chen Ming to death, but unfortunately, this place was too close to the Qin capital. He eventually got away with it. It was forbidden for sword sect disciples to fight and kill each other within the Qin capital. This was a rule that the three major sword sects had jointly set. Sure enough, he's still a bit strong. This actually got away from him. Let's go back first and inform Lord Saint Sun of this matter. Well, the next time we meet again, we'll definitely have to kill him. Don't worry. In the spirit sword mystic realm, we'll have plenty of chances to kill him. Until he returned to the stagecoach, Chen Ming still had palpitations in his heart. So close. Almost planted it just now. It was unthinkable that he, the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, would one day be reduced to being hunted down. And what the hell is going on here? Why were the disciples of the Zhongyun sword sect so hostile to themselves? He always felt that something was wrong. Chen Ming, what's going on with you? The law enforcement pavilion elder frowned when he saw Chen Ming's wretched appearance and asked, had a conflict with someone? Not really. Chen Ming shook his head. It was from sparring with other sword sect disciples. He didn't tell the truth about the situation, because even saying it won't help. Outside of Chengdu City he was alone. There were no fellow disciples around. No one proved that he was the victimized party, and the other party only had to bite the bullet and say that he was the first to start the trouble. Then no one can say what's really going on. Even if the elders of the law enforcement pavilion stepped in, they wouldn't be able to get a claim for themselves. But he was not willing to be aggrieved just like that. With his character, he will definitely get his revenge back at some point in the future. In the blink of an eye, tens of days passed. It was time for the human domain Heaven's Pride competition. Qin Yuerhua was dressed in a ling-long red imperial robe, white muslin covering her face, bare feet, two jade legs folded together, sitting on the dragon chair on the high platform overlooking everything. She had reigned as Emperor Qin for 100 years, and she could still hold this imperial temperament. All of you are all the pride of heaven from the human domain. The rest of the nonsense this emperor will not say anymore. The final top 20 of the Heaven's Pride competition can be qualified to enter the Spirit Sword Mystic realm. The rules are not set by this emperor, but by all human domain cultivators. The Great Qin dynasty is also merely providing a venue for the Heaven's Pride competition. The conditions for determining the winner of the match are simple. Stay within the boundaries until one side voluntarily concedes defeat or loses the ability to fight, or be knocked out of the boundary. Being knocked out of the boundary like that is almost impossible. Because to be able to destroy a boundary set up by a transition realm cultivator, one must at least be touching the threshold of the transition realm. Bone age less than 100 years in the transition realm. It's not impossible, but it hasn't been out in the human domain for 10,000 years. This emperor has finished his words. Next, the results of the grand competition will be overseen by the elders of the three great sword clans. After Qin Yuerhua finished speaking, the forbidden troops scattered around the entire sparring platform knelt down in unison. At your majesty's command. The accompanying elders of the three great sword sect all bowed and saluted Qin Yuerhua as well. Although the identity of Emperor Qin had no gold content in their eyes, one must know that Qin Yuerhua was also a late-stage transition realm powerhouse on the surface. These explicit courtesies are still to be observed. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Yuerhua got up and left the dragon chair, coming to the one whose view was blocked by the spell. The Empress, who had been towering over the world a moment ago, was now like a little girl, clenching her hands tightly as she excitedly cheered Su Chanan on. Your Highness, my concubine wishes you the best of luck in achieving the top spot on the Heavens Remarkable ranking. Su Chang'an shook his head. The top of the Heavens Remarks ranking is now my sister. If I were to challenge her I would simply admit defeat. Qin Yuerhua drifted off. That's so, but in my concubine's heart, your Highness is already the strongest heavenly pride. That's what my concubine's heart says. Really, concubine definitely didn't mean to brag in any way. She had lived for 1,000 years and had never seen anyone with a talent above Su Chang'an's. Su Chang'an didn't say anything. After a while, Qin Yuerhua tentatively asked, Your Highness, would you like a concubine to come and rub your legs for you? Or a squeeze of the shoulders? Do you want some water? Concubine will feed you. Concubine hand feeding. No, hand feed. The Heaven's Pride competition in the outside world had already begun to take place. The ranking mechanism uses the challenge method. That is, the top 20 of the Heaven's Pride ranking is the defending party, and the challenger can challenge any of them. And the winning party can stay on the stage and replace the ranking of the person being challenged. If the defending party was successfully challenged, they would lose their ranking to become the challenger, and could only go and challenge the pride with a slightly lower ranking. The spiritual energy lost by the challenged heavenly pride would be replenished by the boundary-consuming spirit crystals for them, and even if they were injured, There were 6th grade healing elixirs that the 3 major sword clans had jointly raised for use. Until its condition returns to its peak, it will accept the challenge from others. The first to be challenged was a disciple of the Hearing Snowsword sect ranked 20th on the Heaven's Pride ranking, and his opponent was a loose sword cultivator. The result was without a doubt. The Hearing Snowsword sect disciple won 3 in a row, all of them. The next to take the field were the disciples of the Songyun sword sect. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he revealed his cultivation, which was clearly at the early stage of the Cave Xian realm. That Hearing Snow sword sect disciple, on the other hand, was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Big realm gap. You don't even have to fight to know what the outcome will be. But the woman on the stage chose to fight anyway. She wanted to try. A few seconds later, she was knocked out. He hit the edge of the boundary and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Songyun sword sect disciple Lu Haishang, currently ranked 20th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Songyun sword sect disciple Zheng Qianshang, currently ranked 17th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. The Songyun sword sect's overall strength was a bit stronger this time. In just 2 hours, 3 disciples had squeezed into the top 20 of the Heaven's Pride ranking. The ones who were replaced down were 2 Hearing Snow sword sect disciples, as well as a mixed sword sect disciple. Chapter 45, Challenging Su Jinwei? What do you say to getting your neck wiped out directly? The elder of the Hearing Snow sword sect was named Song Lin. It was a tall, full-figured young, several thousand years old, woman, plump in front and behind, with a look that could not be described as stunning, but with extremely well-maintained skin. Placed in a crowd of female cultivators, it was also considered an extremely conspicuous beauty. At the moment, she had a cold frost on her face and looked extremely unattractive. The overall strength of the Hearing Snow sword sect is the weakest among the 3 major sword sects, and the sect's disciples who are in the top 20 of the Heaven's Remarks list are even fewer. That's 2 squeezed out, and it's not going to look good on anyone's face. But there was nothing she could do about it, so she just watched. The mixed sword sect was in a similar situation. However, the mixed elements sword sect still had Immortal Monarchy and the girls to hold on to, and it wasn't as miserable as the Hearing Snow sword sect. Su Jinwei, in particular, stood casually on the sparring platform high up in the very center, her eyes closed in contemplation. There is a sense of invincible loneliness, but in reality, she was searching her memory for any other female emperors similar to Qin Yuerua in the desolate ancient continent. After she becomes an emperor, she will be tied up altogether and sent to her brother's bed. It's a bit immodest, though, but that's what's really going on inside her. I'm sure most metaphysical disciple control sisters think that way, don't they? Notable among them, Chen Ming's strength in the middle stage of the Cave Xian realm was originally qualified to enter the top 10 of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking, but he had been challenged by countless Songyun sword sect disciples ever since he had appeared on the stage. From 16th to 17th, 18th, anyway, wherever he was, the Songyun sword sect's disciples chased him, caught him ing. It's like there's some kind of father-killing feud going on. Xianyuan Yumu didn't participate in the Heaven's Pride competition last time, so he still didn't enter the Heaven's Pride ranking at the moment. His first challenge was the 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking. When Song Lin, an elder of the Hearing Snow sword sect, saw it, her beautiful eyes instantly went cold. It was because the 3rd on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking was precisely the disciple with the highest strength in their Hearing Snow sword sect at the moment. But even so, it was only at the late stage of the Cave Xian realm, and she could tell that Xianyuan Yumu had stepped into the harmonization realm at this point. Our Songyun sword sect isn't intentionally targeting you guys. Choosing an opponent is a disciple's freedom. The Grand Elder of the Songyun sword sect stood by the side and said with a face full of innocence. When Song Lin heard this, her fists clenched, and she hardened her throat to squeeze out the words, "This elder knows. Good to know." Alas, now you Hearing Snow sword sect is left with 3 disciples staying in the top 20 of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking. But it's not bad. We're only just 8. 2. It's going to be 9 soon. The Grand Elder grew more and more arrogant. Song Lin let out a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Humph, the winner has yet to be decided. Oh, it seems to have been divided." At the fall of these words from the Grand Elder, the disciple of the Hearing Snow sword sect was knocked off the stage. Xianyuan Yumu didn't even draw his sword. The gap between great realms was just so great that for an unusual person, crossing the level of challenge was something that was simply impossible. Songyun sword sect, Xianyuan Yumu Shang, now 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Xianyuan Yumu looked towards the highest sparring spirit platform, only to find that Su Jinwei was still contemplating with her eyes closed, not showing any signs of noticing him at all. Humph, still choosing to ignore it? When I come to you, let's see how you still ignore it. Immediately after that, Xianyuan Yumu went on to challenge the 2nd in the Heaven's Pride ranking. This time, the battle was a bit tougher, causing his breath to be a bit disorganized. In the end, though, he came out on top. Songyun Sword Sect. Shenyuan Yumu won and was promoted to the second place in the Heaven's remarkable ranking. The sound of the announcement resounded throughout the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition grounds through spiritual energy, causing everyone to look towards the second highest sparring platform. Shenyuan Yumu seems like the holy son of the Songyun Sword Sect. This stance, it looks a bit unstoppable. He's not going to continue to challenge the top of the list, is he? The top of the list is the holy daughter of the Mixed Sword Sect, the powerful existence of the last Heaven's remarks competition fault. I bet 10 extreme spirit stones that Shenyuan Yumu wins. I'll poke you $100. The Virgin wins. In the midst of a crowd of cries, Shenyuan Yumu's feet powered up and leapt onto the highest dueling spirit platform at once. It came in front of Su Jinwei. Su Jinwei, the world calls you the strongest contemporary heavenly pride of the human domain, and no one will be able to replace you at the top of the list until you reach 100 years of bone age. But I, Shenyuan Yumu, consider myself not beneath you. Today, it will be divided. Who is the strongest heavenly pride of the human domain? Su Jinwei finally opened her eyes, her azure-colored pupils filled with anger. That's add up. It actually interrupted her thoughts. After recalling so much just now, only a dozen empresses came to mind. There simply isn't enough for Longacre to choose from. This sword contains all of my decades of sword Dao comprehension. It is the strongest move I can use nowadays. Shenyuan Yumu raised his sword to permit Jinwei. The spiritual pressure of the harmonized realm was revealed. Come and fight. Boom! Shenyuan Yumu swung out his sword, and the huge sword shadow contained all of his sword rhythms as it chopped towards Su Jinwei. He knew that Su Jinwei was strong, and he also wanted to settle Su Jinwei in one move as a way to shock the human domain. So right off the bat, we zoomed in. It doesn't save the consumption of spiritual energy at all. It wasn't until the sword-carrying Endless Might was less than 3 inches from her face that Su Jinwei made a move. Drawing his sword, he casually chopped upwards. When the huge sword shadow touched the Min Moon, it was like glass, cracking and shattering inch by inch. How is that possible? Shenyuan Yumu let out a cry of surprise, and in the next instant, Su Jinwei had already arrived in front of him, lifting her sword and wiping his neck. Blood spurted out of his neck as if it didn't want money. Poof! As Shenyuan Yumu fell to the ground, he heard such an inexplicable sentence. Damn you for interrupting me from finding a wife for my brother. What kind of reason is that? Who the hell is bothering you to find your brother a wife? But any more questions? He couldn't say at this point, because his was struggling just to cover his neck. Unquestionably crushing. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Su Jinwei's sword did not have any spiritual power attached to it, or else his head would probably have exploded directly. Now then, it can be salvaged a little. The Grand Elder of the Songyun Sword Sect couldn't sit still, but there wasn't much he could do about it all the same. You can only watch. At this time, Song Lin's voice with a slight sneer and laughter rang out. Don't be in such a hurry. He's not dead yet. These are all opponents that he picked himself. Didn't you tell him before that he couldn't challenge Su Jinwei? We, the disciples of the Hearing Snow Sword Sect, have never thought of challenging her? How did you dare? Do you really think that just because you have a bit of talent, you can go and touch the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor? Just now, how arrogant the Grand Elder was, how dark his face was now. He grunted coldly, mind your own business. Ha ha, this is natural, but you have this time to talk tough. Why don't you hurry down and take a look, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to save it. The Holy Son of the Songyun Sword Sect. Chapter 46, your cultivation level is higher than mine? The power of the Dao rule will kill you in seconds. Regulus Yugi ended up surviving. It was because Su Chang'an had told her in advance that if she bumped into Shenyuan Yumu, she could let him live a little longer. Leave it to him to kill it himself. Otherwise, the reward for hunting a chosen one would be gone. That's why Su Jinwei stayed her hand a bit. A little bit of time passed. The top 20 positions of the Heaven's Pride ranking were almost finalized. Songyun Sword Sect entered 9. Mixed Yuan Sword Sect entered 5. Hearing Snow Sword Sect only had 4. And the rest were all family prides. Su Chang'an enjoyed Qin Yuerua's leg rubbing, shoulder pinching in the compartment, and other services, and also walked out. The originally haughty and cold Qin Empress was like a maid of honor at this moment, closely following behind Su Chang'an, with a happy smile on his face. One simply couldn't connect him with the Qin Emperor who was previously sitting on the dragon chair. The forbidden troops in the distance as well as Qin Zhantian and the others hurriedly turned their heads when they saw the scene. The holy face is hard to touch. There are some things that are better left unknown. It's easier to know more than to GA. But the others don't care that much. What's the situation? Who's that? Why would the Qin Emperor stoop behind him? Great Qin Empress? But this way, the Qin Emperor is clearly more like, hush, be careful what you say. Su Chang'an took a cursory glance at the people on the various spirit platforms. Li Xianjun is in the 8th position. Chen Ming is in the 19th and Su Jinwei is still in the first position. Thoughts falling. Su Chang'an walked straight towards the second spirit platform. Located at the top was none other than Xian Yuan Yumu. Cha Gan, come over here to sister. But just as he reached the air, he saw Su Jinwei waving at him. What's wrong? Su Chang'an's face was puzzled. Su Jinwei had a bad smile on her face. Come over here first. Sister will talk to you. Out of his trust in Su Jinwei, Su Chang'an ascended the spirit stage of the heavens' remarkable first match without much thought. Junction closed. Immediately afterward, Su Jinwei laughed softly and shouted, I admit defeat. You win. Su Chang'an instantly figured out the reason for this. So Su Jinwei was planning to give him the number 1 position on the heavens' remarkable ranking just now. But he didn't need it. Although he would inevitably lose to Su Jinwei with the power of the great Tao that he now mastered, he didn't want that. Did he go second to take out Regulus Yugi without a cent? Sis, didn't I say that it doesn't have to be like this? Su Chang'an was slightly helpless. Su Jinwei lightly grunted. I don't care. With my sister here, this first place is yours. No one can snatch it away. If you don't want it, I'll force it on you. Don't like it? Su Jinwei didn't care about that much. She would only put the best in front of Su Chahan. Moreover, Su Chang'an had been competitive since he was a child. What's wrong with giving him a first? After Su Jinwei left, she cast her gaze on the sparring spirit platform where Xian Yuan Yumu was. Without the first, it's natural to go to the second. Meeting Su Jinwei's line of sight, Xian Yuan Yumu's heart thumped. It's not, is it? Why are you still here? Step STH. By this time, Su Jinwei had already walked onto the sparring spirit platform. I concede. Xian Yuan Yumu admitted defeat and recognized it very dryly. No hesitation at all. Because, he really didn't want to experience the feeling of having his neck wiped again. Chill. But after he conceded defeat, he lost his qualification for the top 20 in the Heavens Pride ranking. Must choose another celestial challenge. He scanned the field, his eyes eventually landing on Su Chang'an at the top. He had heard all the conversation just now. Su Chang'an is Su Jinwei's younger brother. This number 1 position on the Heavens Pride ranking was something Su Jinwei had voluntarily conceded. Could this indicate that Su Chang'an is of average strength? Testing the fluctuation of spiritual energy, Su Chang'an seems to be in the Cave Xian realm? The plan is feasible. Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Yumu directly rushed towards the highest sparring spirit platform. If I can't beat your sister, I can't beat you? After standing still, he shouted in a loud voice. I am the saint son of the Tsongyan sword sect, Xian Yuan Yumu. Your excellency gives me instruction. Su Jinwei's azure-colored pupils flashed with a dangerous light. Dare to touch her brother under her nose? You're really brave. Su Chahan's expression was indifferent as he replied back in a faint voice. Holy son of the mixed sword sect. Su Chahan. The holy son of the mixed sword sect? The previous holy son of the mixed sword sect had died in the middle of the spirit sword mysterious realm. And now there's a new saintly son? As the boundary closed, the battle officially began. Xian Yuan Yumu said proudly, there is a large realm gap between you and me. Now admit defeat. Su Chang'an didn't answer him. Instead, he whispered softly, the way of the hour is Shang. Before Xian Yuan Yumu could react, a subtle change occurred around the sparring spirit platform. The space Tao, the Tao of killing, the way of force rule. A series of Tao rules were launched at the same time. To the outside world, Xian Yuan Yumu maintained that position without moving. Then Su Chang'an's figure flickered steeply and appeared in front of him, raised his sword, and chopped off his head. Swish! The blood didn't gush out. Because at this time, the blood in Xian Yuan Yumu's body didn't flow at all. Waiting until the effect of the Time Wei rule had passed, the scarlet only gushed out. In terms of cultivation, Su Chang'an was indeed inferior to Xian Yuan Yumu, but he now possessed dozens of great avenues. So what was wrong with a lower cultivation level? Could have taken him out in seconds just the same. After a brief silence, I don't know who said something. That's seconds? It seems so. Not only that, even Su Jinwei looked confused, while others didn't realize it. She could feel that just now, Su Chang'an had used a power she couldn't comprehend. The power of the Great Tao. This feeling she had seen in her father and mother. But didn't the power of the Great Tao require one to wait until they were certified as immortal emperors before they could use it skillfully? As a result, now Su Chang'an can use it? Just kidding. The several elders on the stands who were the overseers all froze in place as well. The first to react was the Grand Elder. How dare you kill my Songyun sword sect's holy son? You mixed sword sect must give us an explanation. Zhang Xian, an elder of the mixed sword sect, frowned. What explanation? Casualties in the Heavens Remarks competition is a normal thing. He had a high eye and directly went to challenge the top of the Heavens Remarks ranking. And who can be blamed for him being killed now? It's been said for a long time that arrogance is a taboo on the immortal road. The Grand Elder had lost his mind at this point. I don't care. You guys killed my clan's saint son. This matter must not end just like that. If you don't give me that explanation, I'll come and ask for it myself. I don't believe that you can protect him for the rest of his life. Xianyuan Yumu's corpse was separated from his head, and he was already sure to die. Even if he wanted to be resurrected, he had to go to the divine realm to find that reincarnation emperor who had disappeared for 1,000 years to have a chance of survival. Let's not talk about whether they find it or not. Even if they found it, the other party would definitely not be able to cast a secret technique to save someone who was not related to them. When he returned to the sect, the position of the Grand Elder would definitely be untenable, and there was even the possibility of a more severe punishment. A heavenly pride that had not been born in 10,000 years had actually died so prematurely. Just then, a forbidden rune appeared steeply and wrapped around the space around him. If the young master wants to kill someone, kill him. Why do you need any explanation? Chapter 47, Forbidden Pupil, Chaotic Immortal Eyes. After the forbidden rune manifested, the Grand Elder froze in place. Not that he didn't want to move. Rather, they can't move at all. He looked at the Tao runes that were entwined around him and instinctively developed a palpitation. Who are you? The Grand Elder asked in horror. Zi Qingyin did not reply, but instead looked towards Su Chang'an, and after receiving a nod from the latter, she slowly raised her hand. The forbidden runes then surged towards the Grand Elder's heart, easily penetrated. Pus, blood instantly gushed out, spilling down from the air and staining the originally clean sparring spirit platform. The Great Elder's vitality also began to fade a little bit along with the loss of his heart and veins. In the last moments of his life, the Grand Elder was still resigned. You, who the hell are you? The only thing that answered him was Zi Qingyin's cold eyes. Song Lin, who was under the stage, had a slightly sarcastic look in her eyes and was also a bit intimidated. The one who can make the first eldest daughter of the heavenly clan voluntarily give up the first position. Who else could it be? Hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately thought of a person. Son of the celestial clan, the only son of the heavenly emperor and the Liuli immortal emperor. So it is. In this case, it seems that one's death is not unfair. And Xianyuan Yumu is also destined to die prematurely. I only hope that it doesn't involve the Tsong Yun sword sect. Once his vitality had completely faded, Zi Qingyin converged on the forbidden runes, and the latter's body fell straight down from the air and smashed onto the floor. The disciples of the Tsong Yun sword sect rushed over. Then it was discovered that the great elder of the family was dead. How is this possible? Why did the Grand Elder die? Even the Holy Son is dead. Revenge. Tsong Yun sword sect, will not be afraid of any? That disciple had just drawn his sword when his voice came to an abrupt end, because a forbidden rune had passed through his chest. Poof! By the time he too fell to the ground, there was no other sound around him. The Qin capital's forbidden army, as well as Qin Zhantian, all stood guard from afar under Qin Yuerua's orders, without any intention of interfering. Zi Qingyin turned to face the world, her indifferent voice resounding. Those who have murderous intent towards my lord, die. If the Tsong Yun sword sect wants to explain, just come. We, for one, will explain everything for the young lord. The entire room was deathly silent, fearing that if they said a wrong word or something, they would be pierced through the chest by that forbidden rune. It was a good thing that Zi Qingyin didn't continue to drive all the remaining disciples of the Tsong Yun sword sect to extinction. Instead, he retreated to the side and quietly guarded Su Chang'an, because, even if the rest of the disciples were all killed, it would be impossible to hide this matter, unless annihilate the whole of Qindu. And it doesn't matter. Strength was the source of all backbone, and the Tsong Yun sword sect didn't dare to come to the heavenly clan's trouble even if they knew about it. You're all set to kill the celestial sons. Just be happy you didn't wipe out your entire clan. For a while, countless eyes fell on Su Chang'an at the highest place, secretly speculating, what exactly was his identity? Chan Ming, in particular, was the one who was most afraid at this time? Your maid has this kind of strength. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was planning to make a move on you in the secret world. In hindsight, forget it. Even if he succeeded, I'm afraid that if he came out, he would be killed by Zi Qingyin on all fronts. Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Xianyuan Yumu, and obtaining the reward, the Chaos Divine Pupil, Chaos Immortal Pupil, the pupil born at the time of the beginning of chaos, and the Chaos Demon Pupil is the same as the Hongmeng Companion Pupil, which can break through all illusions and evolve thousands of immortals and gods. The Chaos Immortal Pupil and the Chaos Demon Pupil are both unique. If the host does not fall, it will be impossible for new Hongmeng Companion Pupils to be born in the worlds of the heavens. Su Chang'an was aware of it. Chaotic Immortal Pupils and Chaotic Demon Pupils generally descend at the same time, and are bound to go against each other at the end of the Great Tao. Both sides are each other's strongest opponents. In the final showdown, one of the Immortal and Demon Pupils would fall. The one that survives will be the sole judge of the ages, and then after countless eons, he falls into the river of time. But now, Su Chanan possessed both immortal and demon pupils at the same time. This meant that there was no such thing as the strongest opponent for him in the future. That's a surprisingly good reward. As his thoughts fell, Su Chang'an subconsciously looked towards Chen Ming, a rather gentle smile on his face. Can't wait to kill you, my good protagonist. The elders of the mixed sword sect did recognize Zi Qingyin because they were present when she stood in front of the three sword sect elders. However, at that time, they didn't think that Zi Qingyin could win. It was nothing more than relying on the heavenly clan's backbone. Now it seems, luckily, the supreme elder stepped in to stop it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Lin Feng and the others wouldn't end up much better than the grand elder of the Tsongyan sword sect. Qin Yuerwa came into the air and said in a condensed voice, the great Qin dynasty will not intervene in the affairs of the three great sword sect, but the heavens' remarkable competition will still continue, and the spirit sword mystic realm will be opened on time. In fact, if Qin Yu wanted to say that, this emperor would stand firmly by your highness' side, but the words didn't come out. Right now, she's not qualified. When the Nining Xian body grows for a while longer, 2 disciples from the Tsongyan sword sect chose to abstain, and they were going to return to the sect to explain the situation to the sect leader. The rest were entering the spirit sword mystic realm to seek their chances. The Heaven's Pride competition has ended. The news of Su Chanan's early stage of the Dongxian realm killing the harmonization realm's Xianyuan Yumu in seconds quickly spread through the human domain. And the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. The most outrageous version is that Su Chanan stood there and directly scared Xianyuan Yumu to commit suicide. How did the great elder of the Tsongyan sword sect die? Don't ask. To ask is to be pissed off. Everyone thought that a heavenly pride even stronger than Su Jinwei had appeared. Su Jinwei was also satisfied with this result. Chang'an, what exactly was the tactic you used today at the Heaven's Pride competition? Su Jinwei blocked in front of Su Chang'an and asked with a skeptical face. Why does sister feel an aura of the great Tao in it? It's just like the mean's father as well as mother used to perform. The power that transcends levels. Su Chang'an wanted to casually gloss over it, but when he met Su Jinwei's long since convinced eyes, the words that had just come to his lips were retracted. That was an epiphany I had by chance, the way of time. At those words, Su Jinwei's azure-colored pupils shrunk slightly. An epiphany by chance? Is that really the power of the great Tao? You've touched that threshold now? Su Chang'an nodded. Aha! Just this one Tao? Why did I also catch a hint of the spatial Tao? Su Jinwei pursed her lips. And a hint of killing. Su Chang'an touched his nose awkwardly. There's actually the Tao of space, the Tao of killing, the Tao of yin and yang. He uttered dozens of Tao rules in a row. Hearing the latter, Su Jinwei's cherry lips opened slightly, and her entire body froze in place. Chapter 48 Zi Qingyin's Insurance Measures. In fact, she had recently touched a trace of the shadow of the Tao of the sword, but it was really just a trace of a shadow. To have an epiphany further down the line, you need to have a higher realm to support it. For her at the reincarnation realm to be able to achieve this level, she was already worthy of her identity as a divine maiden of the heavenly clan. Even, she was a little smug about it. As a result, his own brother had now touched the threshold of dozens of Tao rules when he was only in the cave Xian realm, and it can also be used in the field. Sis, are you okay? Su Chang'an reached out and waved his hand in front of Su Jinwei's eyes before the latter came back to her senses. Chang'an, you've really given your sister too many surprises. If things go on like this, I'm afraid that before sister can be certified, you'll be certified first. Sister won't be able to tie up your wife for you and bring her back. So Su Jinwei was worried about this? Sis, it's actually not as exaggerated as you think. Su Chang'an pondered over the words that comforted her. I'm just a bit lucky. Humph. Don't comfort your sister. Su Jinwei wrinkled her nose and wrapped Su Chang'an in her arms in one go, humming softly. When is it your turn to comfort sister? Don't worry, elder sister isn't as fragile as you think. Of course, it's not impossible if you want to comfort your sister. Do you want to sleep with your sister tonight? The map of Yen is a bit short, but Su Chang'an and Su Jinwei were siblings, and now that both of them had grown up, they naturally couldn't sleep together. Su Chang'an shook his head. No, I'll go to Qin Yuerwa's chambers. Okay then. When she heard that Su Chang'an was going to Qin Yuerwa's chambers, Su Jinwei didn't say anything more. She knew deep down that Su Chang'an had grown up. Freedom is needed. A sister's love is no reason for bondage. Go, by the way, when you enter the spirit sword mysterious realm, don't forget to follow your sister. Sister protects you. Su Chang'an nodded. Got it. Qin Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Qin Yuerwa was wearing a silk robe that barely covered her body, lying on her side on the bed in boredom, her bare feet constantly rocking. The two long legs were a little blindingly white in the candlelight. I wonder if His Highness is still coming tonight. Inexplicably, I kind of miss His Highness. My concubine even took a special bath, thinking that His Highness would come. Chin Yuerua whispered to himself, why don't I take the initiative and go to His Highness? But wouldn't that be overstepping the mark a bit and make His Highness think I'm unintelligent? Just then, the door to the bedchamber was pushed open. A flash of surprise flashed across Chin Yuerua's eyes as she hurriedly got up and came to the door, bending her jade knees and kneeling on the ground. The bedchamber was forbidden by her in advance. Other than her and Su Chang'an, no one could enter by pushing the door. Su Chang'an walked in. Concubine meets Your Highness. Chin Yuerua bowed respectfully, as if she was truly Su Chang'an's concubine. Get up. Yes. Su Chang'an took off the immortal robe he was wearing and handed it to Chin Yuerua, and then sat down on the reclining couch. After Chin Yuerua put away her immortal robe, she came up to Su Chang'an, her petite body entering her arms, exhaling her breath like orchids, her voice carrying an inexplicable flirtatiousness and grudge. Your Highness, my concubine thought that you wouldn't be coming tonight. Su Chang'an laughed softly. Miss me that much? Aha! Chin Yuerua moved around from Su Chang'an's arms, her entire body lying softly on his shoulders. Concubine is Your Highness's person. Of course I will miss Your Highness. I didn't see it before. Emperor Qin actually has such a side. Su Chang'an softly teased. It's completely different from the daytime. Chin Yuerua's red lips came to Su Chang'an's ear. Then such a concubine. Does Your Highness still like it? Su Chang'an didn't say anything as he prepared his own actions to answer. The next day, Chin Yuerua had again missed the morning court. To be addicted to series and not to think about the court is to speak of her situation. 10 days later, the Spirit Sword Mystic Realm would open. However, most people would arrive early and wait for the Secret Realm to open. Because of the limited opening time of the Secret Realm, being able to go in earlier would give you more time to look for resources. During this period of time, Su Chang'an basically stayed at the Qin capital palace to guide Chin Yuerua in practicing the Tsunghai Ming heart skill, as well as helping her to control the manifestation of her 9-in metaphysical body. Although Chin Yuerua's cultivation was only half a step into the Saint Realm, and her mind techniques were still cultivated from scratch, when combined with the 9-in Xian body it could be compared to the battle power of an ordinary Saint Realm. This was the evaluation given by Zi Qingyin after she had crushed her. Su Chang'an also didn't know what level of actual combat power Zi Qingyin could achieve. But so far, no matter what opponents she encountered, she had always killed them directly in seconds. Reasonable conjecture. This should have something to do with the forbidden runes she cultivated. However, it seemed that she was also stuck at the peak of the transition realm as a result, and was slow to break through to the Saint Realm. The Great Qin dynasty is still unable to leave my concubine at the moment, so I won't be able to accompany Your Highness to the Spirit Sword Mysterious Realm, Chin Yuerua said carefully. Su Chang'an laughed lightly. No harm done. Chin Yuerua bent her knees. Concubine respectfully sends off Your Highness. Su Chang'an turned around and entered the dragon carriage. The 9 Xian dragons hissed at the same time, then rose up in the air and flew towards the outside of the palace. Chin Yuerua stared blankly for a moment, then turned around. The gentleness on her face then gradually converged, and she resumed her old empress appearance. The Spirit Sword Mystic Realm that was open this time was located tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Qin capital. It's not too far. When Su Chang'an arrived, the rest of the Celestial Pride who were qualified to enter had basically already arrived. The Tsongyun Sword sect had a new elder. They already knew Su Chang'an's identity, and at the same time, they were well aware of what had happened. Shenyuan Yumu had challenged himself first, and the Grand Elder had even attempted to violate the rules by making a move against Su Chang'an. They can't get a leg up on this one. The most important point was still Su Chang'an's identity. If Su Chang'an didn't have the identity of the Heavenly Clan's son, then he would be retaliated against by the Tsongyun Sword sect regardless of whether or not he took advantage of the situation. Now they could only swallow their breath and retrain to select a new saint son. There will always be a new one for the Holy Son. There was only one Tsongyun Sword sect. If they really dared to make a move against Su Chang'an, afterward, even if they did it cleanly, the Liuli Immortal Emperor was afraid that the entire human domain would be directly overturned, and none of them would live. Young Lord, please keep this talisman with you. If you encounter danger, you can use this talisman to leave the secret realm, or the slave girl can go in and look for you. Zi Qingyin waved her hand and a rune was released. Unlike the forbidden rune, this rune didn't have that eerie aura. Su Chang'an knew that Zi Qingyin was absolutely uneasy about staying alone in the secret realm, even if he was accompanied by Su Jinwei. Aha! Su Chang'an reached out and allowed Zi Qingyin to affix the boundary-breaking rune to his wrist. Chapter 49, Su Jinwei's Corpse? A crowd of cultivators scattered around the entrance to the secret realm, or they were meditating with their eyes closed, or cultivating on their knees. All of them were preparing to enter the secret realm. Chan Ming, on the other hand, was pulling teammates around. It was because the disciples of the Songyun sword sect were now looking at him as if they wanted to eat each and every one of them. If you're alone in the secret realm and bump into them, absolutely hunted to death. Not a bit of life. But until the end. Aside from the disciples of the mixed sword sect, he had only managed to pull in one peak harmonization realm casual cultivator. It also cost him a 4th grade elixir. The only one at the early stage of the cave Xian realm, Immortal Monarch Li, also made it clear that he would not be accompanying him. Instead, they chose to go it alone. Although Xian Junli was calm on the surface, he was still a little nervous in his heart. Su Jinwei suddenly walked over to strike up a conversation. Senior sister, do you want to travel with us? Being in the secret realm can be dangerous. There are also abyssal demon evils. If you are traveling together, senior sister can protect you. Xian Junli looked up, a little puzzled. Didn't Su Jinwei like to act alone before? Why did you come to her companion this time? Intuition told her something was wrong. Then, Su Jinwei's next words let her know exactly why. By the way, Nagi will be with me when the time comes. Senior sister, I've been good to you, haven't I? That's my own brother. If I didn't know your heart, I would never have pushed Chang into you. Xian Junli looked at Su Jinwei, who was full of seriousness in front of him, and in the final analysis, he didn't utter any words of refusal. Thank you, holy maiden, for your kindness, but it's true that I don't mean anything of the sort for your brother. I'm afraid the same is true of your brother. Su Jinwei laughed. Fine, fine, senior sister will just keep her mouth shut. Xian Junli was helpless. I'm serious. Aha, I don't believe in anyone but senior sister. Su Jinwei made it clear that she didn't believe. Seeing that he couldn't explain it, Immortal Lord Li stopped talking. It was true that she didn't have that kind of intention towards Su Chang'an. The love of men and women. Is it so easy to produce? As time passes, high in the sky, starbursts began to coalesce. The ground, in contrast, also became like the surface of the water, causing ripples. Everything around them began to change as well, filling the air with a mysterious aura. This is the precursor to the opening of the spirit realm. The law enforcement pavilion elder was the first to shout. Disciples of the mixed sword sect, get ready. The spirit sword mystic realm is about to open. The elders of the remaining 2 clans reacted similarly, all of them telling their own disciples to get ready. Soon, the starburst coalesced into something similar to the Milky Way galaxy of the previous world, connecting with the bright mirror on the ground. The space ruptured and the entrance to the secret realm was revealed. Subsequently, the heavenly prides who were qualified to enter, all rushed in with their companions. Among them, there were a few loose cultivators who did not have the qualifications of heaven's pride, who were trying to fish in troubled waters, following and mixing into the secret realm, seeking some opportunities that did not belong to them. As a result, just as he arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, he was struck down by the elders of the Songyun sword sect. Those who are unqualified but intend to force their way in, die. If you have an opinion, come to it. After this, there are no more people who are thinking of fishing in troubled waters. Compared to the unrealistic resources of the secret realm, it was still more practical to save one's life. When you go in, you don't always seek out resources. Chadan, let's go in too. Aha. After Su Jinwei finished speaking, she flicked her lotus steps and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Immortal Lord Li and Su Chang'an followed closely behind. As soon as he touched the starlight portal, Su Chang'an felt that he was in an unrealistic space before a wave of dizziness hit him. Cage it. After his senses regained their clarity, Su Chang'an observed his surroundings and realized that he was in a confined space. The surrounding land was a barren silver-white color, with no signs of life existing. Su Jinwei and Xian Junli weren't around either. Did the secret world scatter us? In that case, the other disciples are probably in the same situation. Su Chang'an quickly analyzed the current situation. The first order of business is to find a way on how to leave this place. Hiss. Noticing the strange sound, Su Chang'an subconsciously turned his head and realized that behind him was an additional pitch black. Abyssal demon evil? Perhaps the creature should be called that. Hiss. That humanoid demonic evil kept making this strange sound, and it was also creeping on the ground at a weird angle, slowly approaching towards Su Chang'an. The space was confined and there was no possibility of escape. The only thing to do is to kill it. Su Chang'an didn't hesitate much. The Tao of time and space were cast together. His figure instantly appeared behind the demon evil, and the surprise appeared in his hand as he chopped out with a sword. Heaven-breaking sword rhythms poured down. As early as 10 days ago, he had asked the stunning honor to recognize its owner. Bang! The entire body of the demonic evil directly burst open. The remains of the body splattered onto the ground around them, then slowly dissipated until finally, not even a trace of its existence remained. Rumble. As the demonic evil dissipated, several road exits suddenly appeared in the enclosed space around them. Is this the end? Su Chang'an put away the stunner. The strength of the demonic evil just now wasn't that strong. It was only at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. I was a bit cautious myself before I just used stunning. A different kind of exit is now occurring. With his intuition, Su Chang'an could sense which path encountered a bit more danger. Different levels of difficulty. Moreover, after entering the secret realm, he and Su Jinwei and the girls were transported to a different confined space, and only after killing the demonic evils could they continue down the path. It's almost like playing a copy of a game in a previous life. It was completely different from the spirit sword mystic realm that Su Jinwei had described earlier. Perhaps this is a secret realm created by man? Su Chang'an gave birth to this conjecture in his heart. Then, with a shake of his head, he chose what he thought was the most dangerous path to walk in. There was no more fork in the road, and the strength of the demons and evils encountered was gradually increasing, with the strongest having even reached the late stage of the Cave Xian realm. After killing that late stage Dongxian realm demonic evil, Su Chang'an obtained a heavenly grade spirit sword. There are also some materials for forging swords. Nothing of value to Su Chang'an though, but this was already an extremely high resource in the spirit sword mysterious realm. Keep going forward. Su Chang'an arrived in front of a huge bronze door, the way of force rule. With the added strength of the Tao, Su Chang'an effortlessly pushed it away, but he couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he took a good look inside. There was a huge altar in the very center of it. There was no presence of any demonic evil around, but lying on the altar, some fragmented female body. Pupils tightened. Su Jinwei? Why is she here? Chapter 50, The Real Su Jinwei. It's only a fatal wound in the district. Lying on the altar, Su Jinwei's eyes were tightly closed. Her body was covered in blood around her, and her torso was already somewhat fragmented. The life left was almost non-existent. Why would Immortal Lord Li arrive faster than me? The demons and evils Su Chang'an encountered along the way were all one move seconds. Without wasting any time, it was reasonably impossible for anyone to be faster than him. Even if it was Su Jinwei, it was impossible. And it wasn't even mentioned in the original episode that Su Jinwei would go through something like this. She had a smooth ride growing up. It is to wait for Su Chang'an to die and then directly blacken and certify the Wuji sword immortal. But right now, he didn't have time to think about these things in detail. Instead, he dashed and rushed over. He just went in. The bronze door behind them then closed. Su Jinwei on the altar also slowly opened her eyes, still with azure-colored pupils. Chang'an. Sis. Su Chang'an arrived at the altar and was just about to step on it when he heard Su Jinwei's next words. Save sister. Come here quickly. Only you can save sister. Sister doesn't want to die yet. Please, save my sister. There are demons and evils. There are demons and evils of the transition realm. Quickly take my sister away. I know the way to leave the secret realm. Su Chang'an's movements came to a steep halt. In the eyes that were like an ink abyss, the color of worry gradually dissipated and was replaced by cruelty and teasing. Oh, Su Jinwei would never say such things to him. If she encountered a danger that even she couldn't handle, she would definitely yell at herself to hurry up and run. If he couldn't run away, Su Jinwei would blacken and become stronger to protect him. The ultimate disciple control. It's not something to talk about. Sister, do you still remember? When I was 10 years old, I accidentally broke your favorite comb, and you taught me a hard lesson. Su Chang'an said in a faint voice. The Su Jinwei on the altar froze for a moment, and then hurriedly replied. Of course I remember, but that time I was too angry, so you won't blame me for that, will you? No. Su Chang'an reached out his hand, and a shocking light manifested. Then he chopped at the Su Jinwei on the altar. Su Jinwei was startled, and then she quickly got up to dodge, revealing her original appearance, and her voice became low and hoarse. Did you just swindle me with that question? I clearly even changed her spiritual power fluctuation and even her breath. All of them. Not a minute too soon. How did you find out? Not only was Demon Evil surprised, Su Chang'an was also a bit surprised. I didn't realize that demons and evils actually had a spirit. He looked at the demonic evil hidden in the black mist in front of him and laughed in a low voice. Even if the means of transformation is superior, it's still just imitation after all. If it's really my sister lying here, then her first words must have been to tell me to run, instead of begging me to save her. My life, in her eyes, is more important than anything else. If it was really Su Jinwei, she would have absolutely stood up with bravado after seeing Su Chang'an arrive and said, it's just a district fatal wound. Chang'an, don't worry, sister is invincible. The demonic evil in the black mist laughed lowly. So it is, but I can only go through space to vaguely capture the person who enters the secret territory that means the most to you, and then take her form. And yet it is normal to be recognized when you are unable to access your memories. I was going to let you take me away and kill you when I got out, but now the order will have to change if I do. Kill you and then swallow your memories. When you go out, you will take on your identity and survive within the desolate continent. Su Chang'an remained calm. This secret realm, does it exist for this purpose of yours? GGG. The Black Mist Demon Evil let out the laughter of a Soul Temple Elder. The supreme omnipotent Lord of the Abyss broke the boundary and sent us into this secret realm. And then it took us 100 years to remodel this place. Chance is real in the original secret world. Our purpose is not just to leave the abyss, but to free my lord who is trapped in the abyss. The worlds of the heavens originally belonged to us, and it was you and other beings who encroached on our home. Forget it, there's no use talking to you that much. Transition realm and above are unable to enter this place, and my strength is almost equivalent to the peak of your Mahayana realm, which means that in this place, I am the strongest. Pust. The sound of the sword piercing into the silica gel rang out. The Black Mist Demon Evil subconsciously lowered his head and watched as Su Chang'an stabbed a spirit sword into himself. Moreover, it's still an imperial grade. An immortal sword? This is a demonic nemesis. Feeling the aura emanating from the surprising Hong that made its heart palpitate, the demon evil's entire body broke down. What's the situation? Why did it not even sense Su Chang'an making a move just now? It was as if a part of time had been taken away. The way of the hour? It thought of the possibility. Otherwise, the other party, an early stage of the Cave Xian realm, would not have been able to appear in front of it and give it a sword without it realizing it. Go to hell. The Black Mist Demon Evil's body contorted and opened its huge mouth, as if it wanted to devour Su Chang'an whole. It's fast. And there was also a demonic evil aura to aid in restricting Su Chang'an's movements. If it was an ordinary early stage of the Cave Xian realm, one would probably not be able to resist at all. But before the demonic evil could touch Su Chang'an, time was then stopped again. Su Chang'an then chopped it into pieces, while at the same time casting the Tao of killing to completely strangle its vitality. In Demon Evil's POV, it was when he was about to run into Su Chang'an. Consciousness is directly erased. Could never understand what was going on. Abyssal comeback? The beings in the extraterrestrial abyss had never been at peace, so Su Chang'an wasn't worried about anything. Dare to make a comeback? Just kill as many as come. As long as the Heavenly Emperor was still alive, the beings in the extraterrestrial abyss wouldn't dare to be too blatant. The most important thing now was to find Shen Ming. Taking him out was the purpose of Su Chang'an's trip. There's also the matter of finding Su Jinwei, who might have encountered a similar demonic evil. If the demonic evil transformed into his appearance, then there was a real possibility that Su Jinwei would be trapped. Su Jinwei encountered a similar scene. The most important person to her was naturally Su Chang'an, so the demonic evil transformed into Su Chang'an's appearance. At the sight of Su Chang'an collapsing on the altar covered in blood, her entire being fell into a strange state, extremely similar to the scene of blacking out in the anime of her previous life. She rushed to Su Chang'an at the first opportunity, picking him up and about to leave the secret realm. Then, he realized that something was wrong with Su Chang'an. Tone, attitude. It's not the same as before. Although there was only a subtle change, she, as an inquisitive disciple controller, was still able to notice it at first. Even at his wrist, the runes that Zi Qingyin had set for him were gone. Chapter 51, Inheritance? Taking over the body. Chadhan, do you remember? When you were 10 years old, you broke my favorite comb, and I taught you a lesson then. After trying through this question, Su Jinwei was certain that the Su Chang'an in front of her was a fake. The heart that had been hanging in the air fell instantly. Luckily, it's not the brother who's so miserable. Almost blacked out. Still, she subconsciously closed her eyes as she made her move to kill the demonic evil in front of her, even if she knew that the other party was a demonic evil. But it topped Su Chang'an's appearance. Su Jinwei really couldn't lay her hands on it. Su Chang'an is considered her only weakness. After finishing off the demonic evil, Su Jinwei didn't stay long and proceeded to look for Su Chang'an. Brush up on the secret areas at a very fast pace. She didn't even look at the resources along the way. Chen Ming's side was a bit tougher. He was in a bitter battle when he encountered the first middle-stage Cave Xian realm demonic evil. However, he was, after all, endowed with qi. In the end, he was able to realize the truth in the end, break through the limit, and survive. Chen Ming carefully put away the resources around him, now that he had reached the late stage of the Cave Xian realm. But in this secret realm, it was still difficult to walk. Moving on, instead of encountering a demonic evil similar to Su Chang'an's, he discovered a place similar to a mausoleum. In the very center was a transparent crystal coffin in which an old man with white hair lay. The body is extremely well preserved. There was also a slender spirit sword stuck in front of the spirit coffin. That's how it is with the sons of the air. Everyone else encountered abyssal demons and evils, but he was able to encounter a great chance. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, quickly walking towards the spirit coffin. But as soon as he got close, he realized that there was a special prohibition around the coffin, and touching the spirit sword would result in a backlash. At the same time, he found out The grade of that spirit sword seemed to be a holy product, a saint-grade spirit sword, but once it was released it would be madly snatched by countless top sword clans. Now, the holy spirit sword was right in front of his eyes, just waiting to break the ban to get it. Moreover, there is a legacy left by the deceased during their lifetime. With this saint-grade spirit sword and that inheritance infusion, he would be able to become stronger in a very short period of time. With great strength, everything changes after that. Thinking of this, Chen Ming's breathing became rapid. He couldn't wait to take this inheritance. Just as he was thinking how to break the prohibition, several conversations came from behind him. Senior brother Zhang, there won't be an abyssal demon evil in here as well, right? I don't know, but I don't think so. Now that Lord Saint's son isn't here, what should we do if we run into a demon evil of the harmonization realm? Die to it. Die to it? Well, if it dares to come, I dare to die. Wait, there seems to be someone inside. Someone beat us to it? Chen Ming turned his head back and stared wide-eyed at the three disciples of the Tsongyan sword sect, both of them freezing for a moment at the same time. He only felt as if time had stood still in this moment. Grass, is there that much of a coincidence? Don't tease me. Chen Ming, you're actually here. The leader, Zhang Yan, directly drew his sword and fiercely took a step forward, and his powerful moves poured out. Song Yun's second stance, ask for the sky. Unable to take a shot at the celestial clan's son, can't we still you up? By the looks of it, this seems to be the place where the opportunity lies, so it's just as well to kill him and our Tsongyun sword sect takes over this place. Chen Ming held on with a 1-on-3 and could only spare no effort in his defense, but sooner or later, his spiritual energy would run out. It will be his time to die. Why don't you guys leave your ghosts behind? How exactly did I provoke you guys? Chen Ming voiced out the questions in his heart, making you all so hostile towards me. Zhang Yan, the leader, grunted coldly. You mocked my Tsongyan sword sect's disciples as ants, claimed to be the one to fight through my Tsongyan sword sect, and you're going to pretend to be innocent? Chen Ming was bitter in his heart. I never said that. It doesn't matter anymore if it was said or not. You die here and that's it. Zhang Yan's siege of them became more and more compact. Just as Chen Ming was about to be unable to support himself, a remnant soul silhouette appeared from above the spirit coffin, and a majestic voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire space. Who is clamoring here? How dare you disturb the peace of this seat? Chen Ming reacted quickly, immediately kneeling down and bowing respectfully to the silhouette above the spirit coffin. Junior Chen Ming, meet Senior. The disciples of the Tsongyan sect, although they noticed the remnant soul shadow, did not have any intention of stopping their attacks. The remnant soul shadow gazed slightly. Bang! An arcane technique was released, sending 3 Tsongyun sword sect disciples flying out. This seat is here. How dare you continue to be reckless? Zhang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, then got up and knelt down towards the remnant soul shadow. It's the fault of the late generation. I shouldn't have disturbed Senior's peace, but it's about the dignity of my Tsongyan sword sect's disciples, so I definitely can't let him leave here alive. After a slight meditation, the remnant soul said in a deep voice, this seat is called Saint Sovereign of the Flowing Clouds, and now that it has fallen for 10,000 years, the only thing left behind is this remnant soul to guard the inheritance. This seat does not wish to interfere in your affairs, but once the residual soul of this seat is revealed, it will completely dissipate and the inheritance will be left unguarded. This seat is running out of time. Holy Father! Hearing these words, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Saint Elder was a realm that surpassed Saint, Saint King, and Saint Emperor. Further up, it was the Emperor realm. I didn't realize that this remnant soul was actually a Saint Eminence in his lifetime. Then the inheritance he left behind would definitely not be lower than a Saint Eminence. Their master, the Elder of the Immortal Sword Sect, was only at the transitional succession realm. One way or another, it's not even close. Even if Chen Ming was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, today's Saint Inheritance infusion was very attractive to him. Among you, both of your talents have reached the seat's criteria for accepting disciples. But the legacy left behind by this seat is only enough to be handed over to one person. Chen Ming and Zhang Yan, who had been named, glanced at each other, and they all saw the ambition in each other's eyes. The legacy of the Holy Father. There is no way that anyone can give up. Streaming Cloud Saint Sovereign continued. This seat also has a method of selection. The two of you, take turns to touch that streaming cloud, and if you can make the streaming cloud followers, you will naturally be qualified to receive this seat's inheritance. Me first. Zhang Yan was the first to step out, reaching out to grip the flowing cloud and exerting all his strength to pull it out. But the streaming clouds didn't move. Saint Sovereign Liu Yun's brows also furrowed, as if he was not very satisfied with Zhang Yan. With a bone age of less than 50, there were so many impurities in his body, which would have a great impact on the future proof of becoming a Dharma master. Not fit to be his disciple. Immediately, he placed his expectant gaze on Chen Ming. Expect him to be in good shape. Chapter 52, Old Man. I'll kill you first. In the Tsong Yun Sword sect, I'm the strongest heavenly pride besides the Saint Sun, and now that I'm only 50 bones old, I've already reached the late stage of the Cave Xian realm. Doesn't that even get you recognized? Zhang Yan roared with unwillingness, but when it's not recognized, it's not recognized. He could only step aside and let Chen Ming try. Chen Ming quickly stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yan with undisguised sarcasm in his eyes. He was an existence that had become an emperor in his previous life. It was not something that an ordinary heavenly pride like him could touch. Chen Ming confidently reached out and gripped the flowing cloud, fiercely exerting force, but the spirit sword still didn't move. Chen Ming's eyes widened. What's going on? Not even yourself? Ha ha, this is the heavenly pride that dared to taunt my Tsong Yun Sword sect's disciples as being mole crickets, and still hasn't been recognized by the spirit sword? It was Zhang Yan's turn to taunt. An imperceptible flash of loss flashed across the eyes of Saint Sovereign of the flowing clouds. I didn't realize that Chen Ming's body wasn't good either. Although there were fewer impurities, the realm was very unstable, just as if it had been brought up with a secret technique. But, he's still better than Zhang Yan in overall comparison. Forget it. This seat doesn't have much time left. Big deal. Pick a better vessel in the future and use this body of his for now. The thought fell, and the streaming cloud Saint Sovereign's mind moved slightly. The soul body began to gradually lean towards Chen Ming, and the originally motionless streaming clouds actually began to show signs of shaking at this time. There's a show. Seeing this, Chen Ming was overjoyed. With that, he communicated more reverently in his mind, trying to make the flowing cloud recognize him as soon as possible. Let's go first and leave the secret realm. Zhang Yan could do little even though he had so much unwillingness in his heart. Now, Chen Ming was about to receive the inheritance of a Saint Sovereign, as well as the added benefit of a Saint-grade spirit sword. They are not expected to be opponents, so leaving the secret realm now was the best option. Just as they had turned around, a voice indifferent to the extreme abruptly sounded. What chance did this temple think it was? So it was a trick to steal the beam. Chen Ming's heart was startled as he turned his head to look at the doorway, where the slender figure dressed in black gilt robes stood quietly. Su Chang'an? Why is he here too? Who are you? Saint Sovereign Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, but the moment he saw Su Chang'an, maddening joy suddenly surged in his heart. Sword Dao Holy Body, or the Hong Meng level? Isn't this the best boarding vessel for him? Just now, he was dissatisfied with Chen Ming, but it turned out to be a perfect. Heaven will not fail me. Saint Cloud's holiness. With the blessing of this Dao Saint body, even certifying as an immortal emperor would not be difficult. At that time, it would be Emperor Lu Yun. Just as Saint Sovereign of the Flowing Clouds was immersed in his fantasies, Su Chang'an had already arrived in front of Chen Ming. Your Holiness. Chen Ming reluctantly bowed and saluted. In the open his strength and status were all unlike Su Chang'an's, and this courtesy was inevitable. Pust. Zhang Yan? Saint Cloud Holy Father? Chen Ming froze for a moment. He felt a stabbing pain coming from his chest, and subconsciously looked down. A black and white spirit sword engraved with a shocking frosty water, deeply missing into his heart, gave him a penetrating cold. Why? He didn't notice Su Chanan's movements, and by the time he reacted, he was almost dead. Saint, what are you going to do? I am Chen Ming, a disciple of the mixed sword sect. Are you really not hitting the wrong person? The disciples of the Tsong Yun sword sect are over there. As things stood, Chen Ming still held a sliver of hope, and even if he wanted to fight back, he had more than he could handle. Oh, so, Su Chang'an had a gentle smile on his face as he slowly drew out the stunner and then handed it in again. Pust. Grass. Chen Ming cursed in his heart, then turned his head toward the air and asked for help from Saint Sovereign of the Flowing Clouds. Please, Elder, save me. Saint Sovereign Lu Yun waved his hand, and a spell containing endless power struck towards Su Chang'an. How dare you make a move against the inheritor the seat has its eye on? Looking for death. Su Chang'an's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Old thing, I wanted to kill you later, but since you want to die earlier, I'll fulfill you. Dozens of avenues were launched at the same time. At the same time, there were monstrous sword rhythms emerging. Su Chang'an drew his sword out and used his sword move for the first time. Deicide. This was a technique that the Hongmeng flawless sword body had come to an epiphany on its own. Endless sword rhythms carried a stern killing intent and attack towards the remnant soul of the Lu Yun Saint Sovereign, coupled with dozens of great Dao powers. Even the Flowing Cloud Saint Sovereign felt a palpitating pressure. He was only at the early stage of the Dongxian realm. To actually touch the threshold of the power of the great Dao? This body, I'll take it. Boom! The aftermath of the spell's mutual bombardment kicked up gusts of dust, making it difficult for Zhang Yan and the others to see what was going on inside. Chen Ming, who was at the very center, was even directly crumpled away. bouncing onto the silver-white rock wall and imprinting a human-shaped groove. It's already dying. He gradually realized at this point that he and Su Chang'an were simply not in existence of the same magnitude. Even if he had obtained the inheritance, even if he had crossed great realms to enter the harmonization realm, he would still be no match for Su Chang'an. This could be seen from the fact that he was blasting his art against the saint-exalted soul body. The dust clears. Su Chang'an was dressed in a gilded black robe without a speck of dust, and his eyes seemed to be filled with thousands of gods and demons fighting within them, surrounded by a circle of golden light. There was no change in the soul body of the streaming cloud saint sovereign, except for his expression, shocked beyond words. This is several great Tao paths being used at the same time? If I didn't also have some enlightenment about the great Tao, I'm afraid that I really might have been killed by you just now. And those eyes of yours? This seat always feels like I've seen it in some ancient book. After recalling for a moment, Saint Sovereign of the Flowing Cloud steeply exclaimed out in shock. Chaos Demon Pupil? Old thing. Actually seen it? All the more reason to keep you. Anyone who has seen those eyes, none of them are left behind, including Zhang'an and a few of them. Su Chang'an's eyes teased as he violently flung his arms, standing in front of the Flowing Cloud Saint Sovereign's shadow with a stunning hand, as if he were a true sword immortal. There was a way he could take out this soul body now, but that would take a lot of time. Unless he fused the dozens of great Tao in his body right now and certified as an immortal emperor, he would kill him in seconds. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain in the ass for sure. But what he wanted was to certify the Hongmeng. That is, the 3,000 paths, all of them added to my body. That's the real great emperor. Or rather, a realm that has not been reached since the beginning of time. He didn't want to waste his cap on something so inconsequential. Plus, he has another hand in his arsenal. Su Chang'an raised his hand, revealing at his wrist the complex runes that Zi Qingyin had reserved in advance. It's not a fight you can't beat. Instead, it calls for more value for money. Chapter 53, Enemies of the World? It is the world that I am destroying. Little friend, please wait. Seeing Su Chang'an raise his hand, Saint Cloud Saint Sovereign thought that he was going to make another move, so he hastily voiced his suggestion. This seat has long been seated. Let's not talk about whether or not you can defeat the seat's soul body. Even if you do, you won't be able to do any good. Why don't you have a chat with me? The longing in his heart reached its peak when he discovered Su Chang'an's chaotic demon pupil. That's a Hongmeng forbidden pupil. The only thing that could be compared to it was the chaos immortal pupil. The two are inherently opposed. Eventually there will be a showdown in the destiny of the way. The winner, alone, will rule the ages. If you lose, you die. It was impossible for anyone to resist this temptation of soloing the ages. Why don't you accept this inheritance from me and go pull out the flowing clouds? In which case this seat can also leave in peace. The streaming cloud saint sovereign was filled with confidence when he finished speaking. He believed that no one would refuse a saint's inheritance, especially a cultivator who was at the early stage of the cave Xian realm. Once Su Chang'an touched the flowing clouds, his own soul body would be able to pass through the spirit sword and enter his body, fighting with his divine soul for control of his body. He's also confident. A baby like Su Chang'an, whose bone age was only 18, could not have a soul strength higher than his own. Ha! Legacy? Su Chang'an's face showed amusement as he spat out a sentence in a low voice. The routine of taking over the body is still so old. There's nothing new at all, and you don't have to worry about the lack of benefits. It doesn't matter. The system will step in. When Saint Sovereign of the Flowing Clouds heard this, his heart and mind trembled in shock, and his brows tightly furrowed together. Shed. How did he know? What are you talking about? What's seizing the body? This seat was seated long ago, and this soul body is nothing more than a spell I set up in advance, and it will soon dissipate. What is there to take away? Saint Sovereign of the Flowing Clouds wanted to continue playing dumb. With a slight movement of his mind, Su Chang'an activated the rune at his wrist. Old thing. Even though I can directly finish you off even if you enter my soul sea, I don't want to waste time with you. After all, the control-free buff given to him by the Hongmeng Heart Sutra ignored everything, not to mention the divine soul of a holy father. Even the divine soul of an immortal emperor would have to be annihilated if it came in. Since you don't want to enter the wheel of reincarnation, you don't have to. Shang. As space produced ripple-like fluctuations, Zi Qingyin's silhouette appeared directly in front of Su Chang'an. At this moment, her entire body was wrapped in black forbidden runes. That's for shielding secret senses. In that case, she wouldn't have been ostracized from the secret world, but the time it could last was limited, less than 3 hours only. Zi Qingyin didn't talk nonsense. When he raised his hand, several forbidden runes appeared. With her forbidden runes, damage dealt to souls is automatically bludgeoned. And just by seeing the forbidden runes, Saint Sovereign Liu Yun's eyelids couldn't stop jumping, and at the same time, he also felt a palpitation. The palpitations of death. It was as if as soon as one touched those runes, they would instantly go up in smoke. Can't even enter the wheel. Wait. The flowing cloud saint sovereign wanted to say something else, but the only thing that answered him were the forbidden runes that came at him from all over the sky. The last thing Violet Chingyin was good at was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Humph. Even if it's death, this seat will definitely not let you rest in peace either. The flowing cloud saint sovereign gathered all the power of his soul body and made a strike that did not lose to the saint realm. After all, it was a soul state. It was already considered good to be able to use this level of attack. Zhang Yan and the others couldn't even withstand the pressure of this move and directly fell to their knees. And Ning Chen, he had just fallen off the wall when he was crumpled again. Another man-sized dent was smashed out. But who knows? This spell with unstoppable momentum collapsed inch by inch when it touched the forbidden rune, completely without any resistance. As if glass. How? Streaming Cloud Saint Sovereign's eyes widened as the color of despair surfaced on his words. I didn't expect that this seat would capsize in this secret realm. Perhaps this is fate. But you won't be able to keep the secret of this chaos demon pupil any longer. After today, the entire desolate ancient continent will know that you have chaotic demon pupils. And the owner of the immortal pupil is still hiding in the shadows. The only thing that awaits you is an endless pursuit. As the flowing cloud saint sovereign spoke, he was also activating a special technique to send a voice to the outside world through the secret realm. But the next moment, he was restricted by the forbidden runes. Bang! 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 As the runes entwined, the veins of the Luyun Saint Sovereign's soul body burst open one by one, and the connection of spiritual energy was severed. It was instantly nullified. Zi Qingyin's eyes had been indifferent since the beginning, and no fluctuations had occurred. No matter who it is, whoever has murderous intent towards our Lord, we will annihilate their divine souls, and they will not enter the cycle of reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes. There was only one situation that required Su Chang'an to personally face danger, and that was when she had long since fallen. Who are you? Streaming Cloud Saint Sovereign's soul body had fallen to the ground at this point due to its inability to communicate with spiritual energy, and raised its head in a wretched manner. This kind of power, it's definitely not something that someone at the peak of the transition realm can possess. What he waited for was not Zi Qingyin's reply, but Su Chang'an's slightly mocking laughter. Ha! The hunt of an immortal pupil possessor? As Su Chang'an laughed softly, another pair of white pupils underneath the chaos demon pupils also appeared, with a faint white halo surrounding the edges of the eye sockets. There seemed to be fairy gods dancing within the eyes. It makes you fall deeper and deeper into it with a light glance. It was the complete opposite of the chaos demon pupil. Heavy pupils? And the other pair of pupils, seems to be the pupils of a chaos immortal? Streaming Cloud Saint Sovereign was dumbfounded. Hongmeng forbidden double pupil. Born in one? This was something that had never happened before in billions of epochs. Does this mean that Su Chang'an has won? There's no need to face a predestined showdown at all. There must be a place for him in the future of those who will dictate the ages. In that case, how are you supposed to deliver the message? Saying that the Hongmeng taboo pupils, all gathered on me? Let the entire desolate ancient continent hunt me down? Do you think they'll do anything without profit? Even if it's really what you think, I, the Celestial Clan, am not afraid of it either. Enemies of the world? In the original plot, after Su Chang'an's death, everyone within the celestial race was an enemy of the world. But Zi Qingyin and the girls were all alone, not united. It was only in the future that the group of Sons of Qi would be broken down one by one. Now that Su Chang'an isn't dead, the future villainous bosses will be closely tied together with him at the center. He could also look for hidden villains like Qin Yuerua to form his own forces, definitely far beyond any existence in the heavens and the worlds. Besides, he still had the Tao of true injury, so he could directly strangle the Son of Qi in the cradle. Take for example Chen Ming, who was not far away, stuck to the wall and couldn't even buckle down. Ask him if he's played a little. Kion, annihilate. As you wish, slave girl. After Zi Qingyin received the order, her cold eyes slightly condensed, and those several forbidden runes then simultaneously flashed with a bizarre light. Bang! Immortal Emperor Liu Yun's soul body was directly stripped away inch by inch. At the last moment of his fading consciousness, his eyes sighed with emotion. The desolate ancient continent. I'm afraid that there will be a scene that has never been seen before in the ancient past. It's not even as simple as dictating the ages anymore. Chapter 54, Killing Chen Ming. The gentle smile on Su Chang'an's face. Within a few short breaths, the flowing cloud saint's sovereign soul body was then completely annihilated. Young lord, do you need your slave girl to kill them all? Zi Qingyin turned her head to look at Zhang Yan and the others, inquiring in a low voice. Zhang Yan and the others who were named had their hearts in their throats, but there was nothing they could do. Now that one's life and death were completely in Su Chang'an's hands, one could not resist a bit at all. No need. Su Chang'an shook his head. These people, he'll kill them himself. Yes. Zi Qingyin was obedient, neither asking why nor offering her opinion. simply bowed his head and returned a yes. She only needed the young lord to be safe and sound, and the rest was to unconditionally follow Su Chang'an's orders. You leave the secret realm first. If you stay here for too long, once the rune effect passes, you'll be subject to the secret realm's backlash as well. Zi Qingyin bowed her head. Slave servant understands. Shang. Space fluctuated for an instant, and Zi Qingyin's figure disappeared. And before she left, she set another rune on Su Chang'an's wrist. If you need her, just send her in again. The amount of time she could maintain it was fixed each time she came in anyway, and it was nice to go out and refresh the cooldown. After Zi Qingyin left, Su Chang'an then walked towards Chen Ming while lamenting. Worthy of being a son of fortune, this is actually still alive. Put. Chen Ming was just about to say something to beg for mercy when Su Chang'an raised his hand and gave him a sword. Don't talk. Take it easy. Dizziness is normal. In addition to despair in Chen Ming's heart, more than anything else, he wanted to curse his mother. Why don't you have any martial virtues? Come up here and stab me? It was completely different from the opponents he had encountered before. This doesn't fit your master's style of doing things. But Su Chang'an wasn't going to tell him that. Puncturing your heart chakra first works better than anything else. Su Chahan, I am the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. At the last moment, Chen Ming still wanted to struggle. If you let me go, in the future, when this emperor recaptures everything, he will return your favor. Reincarnation of the immortal emperor? Su Chang'an slowly drew out the surprising hung, and a glimmer of hope surfaced in Chen Ming's eyes. He was moved. Come up STH. Put. If you weren't the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, I wouldn't have killed you yet. The one I killed was the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Hearing this, Chen Ming seemed to know that he was bound to die today, but he still had a hard mouth. Su Chang'an, good for you. If this emperor can reincarnate in one life, he can reincarnate in a second. When this emperor reincarnates in his next life, this emperor will kill you. Su Chang'an's eyes were playful. The next reincarnation? I specifically asked the early clear sound for a forbidden technique to facilitate the annihilation of your divine soul along with it. If Chen Ming could still have his next reincarnation, then he would have to trouble his untalented father to help him. As the words fell, Su Chang'an took out a talisman. The talisman was inscribed with bizarre black runes, and it wasn't hard to see that it should be the same origin technique as the forbidden runes used by Zi Qingyin. Chen Ming was completely terrified at this moment. Had he known he wouldn't have been a mouth breather? This is great. The soul is annihilated, and you can't even enter the wheel of reincarnation. The only thing he couldn't figure out was, why was Su Chang'an's goal so clear? Thinking of killing himself from the start? How on earth did he know he was the reincarnation of the immortal emperor? No one answered him. First, his heart vein was completely pierced, and then he was bombarded by a series of great moves as well as that forbidden technique. Chen Ming completely disappeared. Not even a bit of dregs left. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for striking the son of Qi, Chan Ming, and obtaining the reward, 10,000 lifetimes of reincarnation. 10,000 lives reincarnation. The host possesses an ultimate destiny that far exceeds the strength of all the world's villains. So even if his body dies and his soul is annihilated, he can still reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes without perishing. The universal reincarnation will preserve everything about the host, including but not limited to memories. Cultivation. Hongmeng forbidden pupil. While this kind of accident can never happen, it's better to have this than not to have it at all. Thoughts turned back. Su Chang'an twisted his head to look at Zhang Yan and the others. Saint son of the mixed world, we will make an oath of the great Tao, and we will definitely not say what we just said out loud. Please leave us alive. Zhang Yan quickly took a stand. Although he didn't know what the Chaos Demon pupil stood for, it wasn't hard to guess from the reaction of the Flowing Cloud Saint Sovereign and the others that it must be some sort of pupil that would cause a huge shock once it was introduced. It's not even certain that it's related to taboos. Fine. Then you make the great Tao vow. Su Chang'an laughed softly, seemingly agreeing to this proposal of his. Zhang Yan's face showed surprise and he nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. Thank you for the mercy of the Holy Son of the Mixed Element. We will swear. You too hurry up as well. If you don't want to die, make an oath of the great Tao now. The other man and woman also began to swear at Zhang Yan's signal. Su Chang'an had a gentle smile on his face as he slowly walked towards the door, holding a stunning honor in his hand. It looks like it's ready to leave. Zhang Yan ignored it and swore with a face full of piety. My name is Zhang Yan, and I hereby make an oath of the great Tao today, never to mention what I have seen or heard today to any living being, and if I violate it, I will die. His voice came to a screeching halt, because as Su Chang'an passed by him, an extremely fast arc of light flashed by, and there was a slight chill at his neck. Immediately afterward, the feeling of weightlessness came. Zhang Yan's head slowly slipped and fell to the ground. In the moments before he lost consciousness, he only saw the smile on Su Chahan's face. so gentle and sunny, healing. Then his consciousness was completely lost. In his last hours, he also only remembered Su Chang'an's gentle smile. The other two are in a similar situation. Both heads slipped in unison and rolled to the ground. If you don't die, my heart will not be at peace. Su Chang'an was still relatively merciful. At least he didn't annihilate Zhangyan and their divine souls along with him. Gives them a chance to enter the wheelhouse. This is a response to their thank you. After cleaning up all of this, Su Chang'an took the masterless saint-grade spiritual sword Flowing Cloud along with him. As for the holy inheritance infusion, there was no such thing. It was all made up by the Lu Yun Holy Father himself. Next, it was time to find his sister. Sweep this secret world by the way. Chapter 55 Chen Ming's divine soul in the land of reincarnation will be grateful to you. Xian Junli's side was caught in a vicious battle. The enemy was a demonic evil in the middle stage of the cave Xian realm. The paper strength alone was already stronger than her. Luckily, the abyssal demons and evils were all relying on instincts to fight, while Xian Junli, with her decades of experience, and in addition, she had the mixed sword technique to add on, could use special techniques that the demons and evils didn't have. All the conditions stacked up and added up before she could barely fight against this demonic evil. But that's about it. Why is the spirit sword mystic realm like this time? The whole way is full of demons and evils with Dongshan realm strength. Moreover, the demonic evil's power is as if it's endless. It won't exhaust itself at all. And without the strength to kill it head-on, sooner or later, it will be consumed to death here. Li Xianjun was deeply helpless inside. Nowadays, she had already consumed most of her spiritual energy, and in a little while, her own spiritual energy would be completely depleted, and she wouldn't even be able to condense the sword rhyme. Was she really going to die in this secret place? Mixed four styles, T on Yuan. The demonic evil easily illuminated his form and blocked her powerful sword move. When immortal Monarch Li saw this, her slightly messy face revealed a hint of relief. Never mind, it's fate. This is the end. Originally, Grandpa taught me this move to use to guard what I want to guard. And now, let's use it to kill you demonic evil. Think of it as guarding the desolate continent. Xian Junli comforted herself that much. Then she held her spirit sword in one hand, her eyes resolute. The other hand was grabbing the corner of his robe, and with a fierce force, he completely ripped off the green-colored sword robe, revealing the white shirt inside. The hidden surging strength was also perfectly revealed after the robe was removed. However, it wasn't seen by anyone. Immediately afterward, she condensed the remaining spiritual energy in her entire body at her dantian. With a click, some seal inside her seemed to have been lifted. Next, it was necessary for her to burn out her essence blood and use up all her life force to wield the strongest sword of her life. At the same time it was her last sword, Kenshu's last dance. But just then, the unexpected appeared. A sword chi suddenly appeared and chopped solidly at the demonic evil's body. The demonic evil had no expression, but its movements were dull. It was as if he didn't notice the sword energy. And although the sword chi looked bland, and even the spiritual power fluctuations within were not as high as immortal Lord Li's, when it touched the demonic evil's body, straight away it blew the whole thing up. Boo! Black unidentified liquid resembling blood flew in all directions. Some of it even splashed onto Xian Junli's shirt and cheeks. But it didn't matter. Once these demons and evils lost their vitality, their remaining bodies would quickly fade away. No need to clean it up. At this moment, immortal Lord Li didn't care about this, but instead, he hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction where the sword chi was chopping from. Who is it? He actually took out a mid-stage Dongxian realm demon evil with a single sword. It couldn't be Su Jinwei, could it? The first thing to appear in the field of vision was a somewhat familiar black gilt robe, as well as a pair of pale blue eyes that bore a 7% resemblance to Su Jinwei's. Su Chang'an's face still held a gentle smile. Very healing. Senior sister. What a coincidence. Holy Son? Xian Junli could not believe his eyes for a bit. That sword just now. Did he swing it? Wasn't Su Chang'an's cultivation level at the early stage of the cave Xian realm, just like his own? Why did he second the demonic evil that had cornered him with a single sword? Xian Junli felt his perceptions being shocked. It was even more shocking than the sense of impact Su Chang'an had created when he had crossed the line and seconded Chen Ming. Compared to him, his own so-called exhausting strongest sword was like a child's trick. Elder sister, are you okay? Su Chang'an casually expressed his concern. Immortal Monarch Li nodded. Well, there is no need for the Holy Son to worry. I'm not injured. It's merely that the loss of spiritual energy is a bit great, though she is a daughter. But there's nothing soft or ankless about talking or doing anything. And there's no pretending to be pathetic or to gain sympathy. Senior sister will swallow this elixir. It will quickly restore the lost spiritual energy in your body. Su Chang'an flung her 2 6th-grade spirit recovery pills. At first, Li Xianjun didn't want to accept it. Not that she was a fake pretender. But she didn't want to owe Su Chang'an too much. She didn't know how to repay just one life-saving favor. Plus these 2 elixirs. She just couldn't take it with a grain of salt. Su Chang'an could naturally see what was going on in Li Xianjuan's mind, while knowing what kind of personality she had. Then he had to add that the big deal for Xianjun Li was to wait until later to return it to him. Immortal Monarch Li nodded his head vigorously, his tone serious. I will definitely repay Holy Sun's kindness today in the future. Anyway, her grandfather is Li Changfeng. 2 6th-grade elixirs would still be able to pay it off. Immortal Lord Li swallowed the 2 spirit recovery pills into his stomach, and after resting for a little while, nearly half of the spiritual energy in his body had been restored. Senior sister, are you still able to keep up with the speed now? Could be. That's good. Su Chang'an said softly, I'm going to look for my sister. Why don't you move with me? Senior sister? But be careful to keep up. Xianjun Li froze for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he hastily nodded his head. Good. Obviously, she was the senior sister, but she now actually had a subconscious trust. The feeling was very foreign to her, because ever since she remembered, she had never felt trust in anyone other than her own grandfather, Li Changfeng. Even disciples from the same sect, even Su Jinwei, she had never experienced this feeling before. In the course of traveling together, Su Chang'an casually asked, what did senior sister encounter after entering the secret realm? Immortal Monarch Li truthfully replied, after entering the secret realm, I was transported to a confined space, along with the abyssal demon evil, and after killing them, I picked a path and kept going forward. Then I arrived here. The strength of the abyssal demons and evils among them varies, but most of them exceed the Cave Shin realm, which is completely different from the previous description of the Spirit Sword Mystic realm. Su Chang'an's heart was clear. It seemed that all those who entered the Spirit Sword Mysterious realm encountered the same situation. Then Su Yang and the others who were still in the Transformation God realm were afraid that there was basically no possibility of survival. This time, the Spirit Sword Mystic realm was indeed different from the past. After all, it had been transformed by a spiritually intelligent abyssal demon, and it was the venue used to summon the My Lord it spoke of. So naturally the difficulty was different from before. At the same time, Su Chang'an was slightly more relieved. This was because it was still easy for Su Jinwei to deal with this level of demonic evil. Senior sister, I met Chen Ming and the others on the way here, Su Chang'an said suddenly. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of a demonic evil. Xianjun Li's eyes didn't fluctuate too much. There wasn't even any lamentation over the death of a fellow disciple. Her feelings towards Chen Ming were not good in the first place, and she always felt that he was not in his right mind. Besides, her relationship with Chen Ming was merely practicing in a sect. Nothing fluctuates reasonably well. So, Su Chang'an's eyes were lowered, looking as if he was being sentimental. But I killed all the demons and evils that ate him. It's a shame I didn't save him from that. Xianjun Li sniffed and softly comforted. It doesn't matter, Saint's son. You've already killed those demons and evils. Chen Ming's divine soul that entered the land of reincarnation will definitely be grateful to you when it learns about it. Chapter 56, The 2 Disciples of the Hearing Snowsword Sect. None of them are human beings. Chen Ming's divine soul in the land of reincarnation will surely be grateful to you. Su Chang'an nodded his head, hiding the smirk at the bottom of his eyes. Perhaps, if he still has a divine soul in existence. That's a rather profound statement, but Xianjun Li couldn't possibly understand the true meaning of it, and only took it to mean that Su Chang'an was blaming himself. Holy Son, you and your sister are really something different. Immortal Lord Li subconsciously sighed. Su Jinwei's personality was indifferent beyond words. As far as she knew, Su Jinwei only displayed a gentle smile when she was in front of Su Chang'an. Patience seems to be inexhaustible, and words become plentiful. Immortal Lord Li believed that even if more disciples from the same clan died in front of Su Jinwei, her heart would not produce any fluctuations, and her brother was different. Even to Chen Ming, who had provoked him with his words, he would regret that he had not saved him. The worry in Su Jinwei's azure-colored eyes faded vaguely after she saw that Su Chang'an was safe and sound. Along the way she killed demons and evils was even simpler and rougher than Su Chang'an. The purpose was to find Su Chang'an quickly. Chadan, you're okay. Come here, show your sister. Are you hurt? Su Chang'an's face was almost squeezed out of shape as he was held tightly in Su Jinwei's arms. Chang'an, sister didn't expect that this time, the secret realm would actually separate us. My sister is really getting worried. Good thing you're okay. Otherwise you will meet a completely blackened Su Jinwei. Well, tell your sister what you met on the way? Is there anything dangerous going on? As Su Jinwei spoke, she glanced meaningfully at Xianjun Li. Also, why would Chang'an be with senior sister Li? Su Chang'an roughly explained what had happened. Of course, there was no mention of the matter of the illusory demonic evil turning into her likeness to deceive herself as well as Chen Ming and the others. Go back and elaborate on these things. Happened to run into it? Su Jinwei was pleasantly surprised after hearing this. This is your destiny. Otherwise, Chang'an, how come you can't meet anyone but elder sister? Well now, there's no need for my sister to go through the trouble of getting you acquainted. It's just as well that you guys are taking this opportunity to still have an in-depth exchange. If there's anything you need sister to avoid, just say it directly. Sister understands everything, and is definitely not going to disturb you guys. Su Chang'an sighed helplessly. He really couldn't do anything about his own sister, who was a disciple controller. Xian Junli was a change of pace. A gentle nod. Good. Su Jinwei was naturally able to notice this, and she shot a slightly grudging glance towards Su Chang'an. Chahan, you're good. Sister went through all the trouble of trying to abduct Li Xianjun home to be your wife, but it turns out you've been acting in secret for a long time? Besides, you're making more progress here than my sister thought. It made even Xianjun Li start to take the initiative. So worthy of being my Su Jinwei's brother. Master old man, this little granddaughter of yours, my brother will accept as his wife. The bride price is not necessary. The dowry remember to compensate for your mixed sword sect. All the demons and evils they encountered afterward were then all taken care of by Su Jinwei. Even if Su Chang'an wanted to help, he would be stopped. Something about danger. However, Su Jinwei's cultivation at the peak of the reincarnation realm was a pure and simple hyperdimensional existence in this secret realm. There was simply no demonic evil that could resist her sword. Within a few days, the time for the opening of the secret realm was over. Su Jinwei had taken almost no resources, and Su Chang'an had only left behind a Saint Great Spirit Sword, Flowing Cloud, and Xian Junli left behind so much more. Spirit crystals, sword forging materials, sword art charts, and so on. The rarest of them all was a heavenly grade spirit sword. These resources, Xian Junli was initially thinking of distributing them among the three. After all, she knew that she hadn't put in much effort, so she couldn't take up the lion's share of the resources. As a result, Su Jinwei couldn't look at these things and bluntly said that this kind of thing was just taking up space when left inside the storage spirit bag. Su Chang'an naturally couldn't see it either, so it was all given over to Immortal Li. After leaving the secret world, Su Chang'an realized that out of the 20 that had originally gone in, only 6 had now walked out alive. Except for Su Chang'an and the 3 of them. There were also 2 disciples from the Hearing Snowsword sect and 1 disciple from the Tsongyun Sword sect. Moreover, the only living disciple of the Tsongyun Sword sect seemed to be a bit mentally unbalanced, saying one after another that some evil spirit had turned into the appearance of the eldest senior brother. Not surprisingly, it's silly, but fortunately, he wasn't killed by the illusionary demonic evil, much less was he disguised by the demonic evil and lived as him. Merely, it's just stupid. The Tsongyun Sword sect's elders' minds directly exploded. On this trip to the Spirit Sword mysterious realm, not only did they not obtain any resources, but they also buried all of the Heaven's Pride saints and new generation disciples that were rare in 10,000 years. 100 years from now the Tsongyun Sword sect is afraid that there will be a situation where there will not be enough green and yellow. In contrast, this wave of Song Lin is numb with laughter, because although they had fewer disciples going in, the Hearing Snow Sword sect had come out alive with 2 disciples, although there weren't much resources is all. Wait, you guys? Look at the smile on the face of that Hearing Snow Sword sect disciple. Why do I always feel that it's a bit weird? It's as if it's not human. Holy, don't smile at me. Underneath her skin, she was imprinted with blackness, as if she were an abyssal demonic evil. Su Chang'an watched this quietly. Although the disciples of the Tsongyun Sword sect hadn't been disguised by demons, the 2 female disciples who came out of the Hearing Snow Sword sect, none of them were human. This, too, Song Lin quickly realized. Because although the demonic evil disguise was but after all, it was the first time, it was inevitable that it would reveal the cracks. Zi Qingyin also came behind him at this time, and after softly shouting young lord, she obediently stood still. Come on, let's go back. Su Chang'an dodged and stepped into the dragon carriage, heading straight to the capital of Qin, preparing to have a good, in-depth exchange with Qin Yuerhua, talking about hearts and ideals and such. Xian Junli and the girls, on the other hand, returned to the Mixed Sword sect under the leadership of the Law Enforcement Pavilion Elders. Chapter 57 Visitor from the Radiant Holy Land. Su Jiuyo is also there? Your Highness, can you be gentle? It hurts a little. Bear with me. No good. It's coming out. Qin Yuerhua frowned, her expression somewhat pained. Su Chang'an, on the other hand, was behind her, his palms pressed firmly against her smooth back. Don't get me wrong. This was Su Chang'an using his spiritual energy to force out the Yin poison that had accumulated in her body. The Yin poison was created by the repulsion between the 9 Yin Xian body and her original body, and if she didn't use external force to force it out, it would even affect her life. Of course, the above was all made up by Su Chang'an. the real situation. He didn't know. However, getting toxins out of your body is never a bad thing. Don't say things like that. I'll get distracted. Yes, concubine knows. After the business was done, Su Chang'an bathed and dressed under Qin Yuerua's service and stayed in the bedchamber to rest for the night. Your Highness, although the Great Qin dynasty is basically properly arranged, the dynasty cannot be mastered in a single day, and my concubine does not yet have a new candidate who can take charge of the Great Qin dynasty. After Qin Yuerua finished her bath, she nestled softly in Su Chang'an's arms in her silk pajamas, looking slightly worried, her fingers nervously pinching the corner of the quilt. She was afraid that Su Chang'an would think that she didn't want to leave with him. It's fine, Su Chang'an murmured for a few seconds before saying in a low voice. Actually, it's fine for you to stay here. You don't have to leave after me. I'll tell you if something happens. Keep these sound transmission talismans, and remember to contact me at any time when you encounter any accidents or things that are difficult to determine. Qin Yuerua nodded gratefully, carefully storing the voice transmission talisman Su Chang'an had given her. My concubine thanks your highness. Su Chang'an's eyes were calm. Also, the fact that you have the Nining metaphysical body must not be told to anyone. Can you understand this? Concubine understands. Remember to notify me first if anything really unexpected is exposed. Aha! After accounting for these, Qin Yuerua moved closer to Su Chang'an, her entire body snuggling up to him, her breath exhaling like orchids. Your Highness, I can't bear to part with you, although it was a bit unintelligent to say that, but please can you not forget about my concubine? No it won't. Obey. Aha! It wasn't until noon that Su Chang'an walked out of the bedchamber. Qin Yuerua, on the other hand, had once again put off the morning court on the grounds that she was not feeling well. When Su Chang'an was around, she basically couldn't make it to this morning court. Don't ask. The question is about physical discomfort, headache, wind chill, and so on. Su Jinwei did not travel with Su Chang'an. Instead, he returned to the mixed sword sect early, saying that he was going to go talk to the old master about some dowry conditions or something like that. At the end of the day, the only one who stayed by Su Chang'an's side was Zi Qingyin. Young lord, the sacred lord sent a message saying that you should return to the heavenly clan sometime, and that the holy maiden of the radiant holy land is here, and it seems to be about your marriage to the holy maiden of radiance. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an thought briefly before softly replying, well, then let's return to the heavenly clan first. Yes, in fact, even if Su Chang'an had said that he didn't want to return, Zi Qingyin would have followed his orders to the letter. As for the holy lord's orders, I'm sorry, Qingyin is now the young master's maid. It would take close to 10 days to travel from the human domain to the celestial race. During this period of time Su Chang'an had been seriously cultivating, and now he was no longer attached to cultivation. It was because he already had immortal emperor cultivation stored within him. It is up to him to decide when to witness. Solely, he focused his cultivation on the Hongmeng Heart Sutra as well as comprehending the 3000 Great Tao. His enlightenment was already ridiculously high, and after a little bit of delving, he began to come into contact with the essence of the Tao. At the same time, after this period of time, he had eventually cultivated the Hongmeng Heart Sutra to the second layer. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, second level. The host's Tao heart coexists with Hongmeng, allowing him to ignore any attacks on the spiritual as well as soul levels, and increasing his enlightenment tenfold from the original base. Name, Su Chang'an. Fate, unknown. Cultivation, early Dongshan realm, immortal emperor. Root bone, 10 plus N. Charisma, 10 plus N. Luck, minus 99, child. You're invincible. Special, Chaos Demon Pupil, Chaos Immortal Pupil, Hongmeng Immaculate Sword Body, Hongmeng Heart Sutra, second level. Verdict, huh? How come you're not dead? Looking at the panel given by the system about himself, Su Chang'an was more or less speechless in his heart. What do you mean? Why aren't you dead? So I'm not dead, and that's still an irrational thing to do, right? But his own panel values were truly outrageous, and a whopping minus 99 chakra alone was enough to defy the odds. This meant that he would never be able to get involved with the righteous path in his life. Thinking about it in another way, how is this not another kind of son of Qi? Thoughts retracted. Su Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. Kion, the slave girl is in. Zi Qingyin's figure instantly appeared in front of him, her jade knees bending as she slowly knelt on the floor. How long will it take to get to the Sky Clan? 2 days. Su Chang'an mused, tilting his head to look at Zi Qingyin in front of him, suddenly noticing that he seemed to have overlooked something all along. How come Kion looks better and better? At first, Su Chang'an thought about killing Li Ningyue as well as Xiao Chun earlier. Not noticing, idle now. After observing it carefully, I realized that this full-value charisma of Zi Qingyin really didn't have a bit of moisture mixed in. Her features were stunningly beautiful, her cherry lips were pink, and her skin was fair without any blemishes. Since she was inside the dragon carriage, The black dress she wore was so thin that the long white legs covered underneath it could be vaguely seen. There was also a black ribbon wrapped around the center of the left leg. The skirt is very short. Even when she was on her knees, she could barely cover her knees. This maid of honor of his own seems to smell a bit good. And again, Zi Qingyin was originally his. Not just a simple master-servant relationship. That wouldn't change no matter what happened. And in Zi Qingyin's eyes herself was her only my lord. To put it bluntly, it's the owner. The original ending of Purple Qingyin could be said to be quite miserable. Now Su Chang'an has changed all that, causing her to not blacken at the original point in time. I wonder what will become of Purple Kion's ending. It should end well. Qingyin, Su Chang'an suddenly shouted. What's wrong, young lord? Nothing, it's just that something else suddenly came to mind. Su Chang'an smiled gently. Is it a low mood thing? No. Su Chang'an shook his head. It's something to be happy about. Hearing these words, Zi Qingyin quietly sighed in relief in her heart, while a hint of laughter was added to her clear and cold eyes. Somewhat tired, Su Chang'an got up and slowly walked towards the side room. I'm going to bathe and change. Zi Qingyin also followed suit and rose. Slave girl has come to serve you. In the past, Su Chang'an would have told her to avoid it, but this time, Su Chang'an didn't ask her to leave. Zi Qingyin was also a bit surprised. She raised her head and was subconsciously stunned for a moment after meeting Su Chang'an's slightly gentle eyes. It doesn't matter. One only needs to carry out the young lord's orders. The Devil's Domain Heavenly Clan. Clan Land. The Heavenly Emperor wasn't in the clan now, so the one with the most say in the Heavenly Clan was Zhang Lioli. In fact, even if the Heavenly Emperor was present, Zhang Lioli's power of speech seemed to be a bit higher. Of course, that's in the dark. On the bright side, naturally the Heavenly Emperor was the strongest. However, in the aspect of Su Chang'an's marriage, Zhang Lioli forcefully controlled all of it, and she wouldn't listen to anyone's opinion except Su Chang'an's. In the hall of meeting, Zhang Lioli was dressed in a white imperial robe, sitting on the upper seat with a slightly lethargic expression, and below them stood nearly a dozen people scattered about. The men were roughly divided into two waves, stand apart left and right. Several people on the left wore similar yellow and white robes with the totem representing the shining Holy Land embroidered in the center of the robes. Standing at the front was a young woman dressed in flawless immortal clothes. The woman's appearance was as beautiful as her immortal clothes, so beautiful that one would be amazed at the first glance. The aura is sacred and not to be desecrated. The brilliant golden eyes had even more condescension written all over them, easily arousing the desire of the opposite sex to conquer. No one dared to think that about her, though, at least, not anymore among the living, because she was the holy maiden of the radiant Holy Land. Yi Mu Ning. Just by the name, you can tell she's strong. After all, it was surnamed Yi. In the world of metaphysics, there aren't many simple ones. On the other hand, the leader of the several people on the right was a small fox lady with 2 animal ears, and the 9 white tails behind her were wagging nervously at the moment. Who else could it be but Su Jouyao? Su Jouyao looked as if she was facing an enemy and stared at Yi Yun vigilantly. It's broken, and the woman is good looking. You're not going to be robbed of your position as the first wife, are you? Chapter 58, The Monastery? It doesn't exist. An old crone beside Yi Yun bowed to Zhang Lioli. Holy Lord Lioli, I believe you have seen the sincerity of my radiant Holy Land, and the Holy Maiden has long been an admirer of His Highness, the world's son. I wonder if the marriage, can you finalize it? Zhang Lioli's beautiful eyes flicked up. Can't. There are only 2 conditions for this emperor to choose a daughter-in-law. First, a clean mind, and second, Chang'an likes it. Putting aside the first point, the second point alone, now that Chang'an hasn't returned, even I, as a mother, can't just agree for him. Zhang Lioli's words seemed to carry a deep meaning. The old woman lowered her head in thought for a few seconds before raising her head again, subconsciously staggering away from Zhang Lioli's line of sight. In that case, we'll just hang around for a few days, and wait for Shitzi to come back before letting Shitzi finalize the matter. Aha! Zhang Lioli responded casually. Right at this moment, Su Junyeo also opened her mouth unwillingly. Sacred Lord, Junyeo's mind is very clean. She definitely doesn't have any other thoughts, and she genuinely wants to marry husband. Moreover, husband doesn't seem to hate Junyeo either. After seeing Su Jouyao, Zhang Lioli's gaze softened a few points. Well, that much the emperor knows. You little ninny does have a simple mind. It's normal that Chang'an would like you. When Su Junyeo heard this, her scarlet eyes lit up. Then when can Junyeo get married to her husband? Get married early, then she's Su Chang'an's rightful wife. In that case, she wouldn't be bullied casually in the future when she lived in the Celestial Clan. She was merely holding on to the idea. The exact time this emperor will discuss with your mother. It shouldn't be delayed for too long. Su Jouyao nodded her head repeatedly. Aha! Many thanks, Holy Lord. There is no need for words of thanks. Jiang Liuli Holy Land gently smiled. In the future, when you marry into the celestial race, then addressing the sacred lord can be a bit of a raw deal. So remember to change your mouth at that time. Jiao Yao knows. After Su Junyeo finished speaking, she pursed her red lips and looked at Jin Yun with some pride. See, the Holy Lord likes Junyeo, and so does my husband. As the later, you are to call her sister from now on. If you want to hug your husband, you'll have to wait until she's done first, or hugging at the same time is fine. Whatever your husband wants. Kissing, naturally, is the same. Of course, Su Joya was not a petty fox. As long as Yin Yunai did not take the initiative to provoke her, she herself would never deliberately make things difficult for her. Yi Muning's face was calm, but in her heart, she was trying her best to suppress her sulk. If it weren't for some special reason she would never have married someone she didn't know. Now she agrees, and it turns out she wants her to be a concubine? What a concubine was, she knew very well in her heart. Her status was just a bit higher than a maid or something like that. Is this to use her as a bed warmer? Will she also be used as a tool when she reaches the celestial clan? This fate, Yin Yun, who had always been arrogant, was absolutely unable to accept this point. But she wasn't insensitive. Knew I couldn't have a seizure here. Aunt Jin, Yi Mu Ning whispered to the old crone next to her, who naturally knew what she wanted to say. Holy Lord Lioli, the holy maiden's body seems to be a bit uncomfortable. The old crone's posture was placed very low, and there was even a hint of requesting in her tone. Can we leave first, and bring the holy maiden over when the world sun returns? Jiang Lioli nodded slightly. Yes, remember to take care of your health, and if there's anything you can't solve, you can also speak with this emperor. After all, Mu Ning is also likely to become this emperor's daughter-in-law. Yi Mu Ning respectfully bowed her head and saluted. Mu Ning thanks Holy Lord Lioli for her concern. Yi Mu Ning followed the old crone away. It wasn't until they had returned to the bedchamber where they were resting, and the old crone known as Aunt Chin had set up a boundary, that she turned her head to look at Yi Mu Ning. The demeanor was completely devoid of the deference that he had in the Great Hall. Say, what's your opinion on this? Yi Mu Ning's eyes changed for a few moments and whispered back. I am unable to accept the status of concubine. And do you have a choice? The old crone's cloudy eyes were filled with mockery. But don't really think of yourself as a radiant holy maiden. Remember your identity and your mission to marry into the heavenly clan. If you dare to betray the shining holy land or fail in your mission, you should know very well what the consequences will be, and accepting your fate honestly is the best choice for you. Yi Mu Ning bit her lips tightly, and until the end, she didn't say anything to retort. That's right, she doesn't have a choice. I know. The old woman snorted coldly. Humph, it's good to know. Right now, you'd better think about how to please the celestial clan's world son. It'll all be over by then if he doesn't like you. 2 days later, Su Chang'an returned to the heavenly clan. He had just come out from within the dragon carriage when he saw Su Junyeo in a red gauze dress, with bare frosty feet, flying towards him, her 9 snow-white tails still wagging. Husband. Su Jiogao's voice was fluffy and soft, very seductive. You're back? Before Su Chang'an could understand what was happening, his delicate soft body flung itself into his arms. Husband is tired from the road, isn't he? Mother said that when husband is tired, let Joyo hug husband, and husband won't be tired, and so on. Didn't Jian Lioli say that the one who came was the radiant holy maiden? How did it turn into this little fox? Soon, Su Chang'an saw Yi Yun standing not far away, wearing white immortal clothes. Both of them? Shura? This is naturally impossible. Do you see a hint of jealousy in Su Joyao's eyes? This silly fox was probably planning in her mind how to become Su Chang'an's proper wife. As for why Su Chahan knew Yi Yun's name, it was because the systems panel popped up. Named Yi Mu Ning. Cultivation, late reincarnation realm. Root bone, 8. Charisma, 9.5. She luck, 8. Verdict, trapped for life in the shining sanctuary, not free. The chi is positive. This is the same as Su Chanan's understanding as well. In the original plot, there was no marriage between the radiant holy land and the celestial race due to Su Chang'an's early death. And Yi Mu Ning also belongs to a very strong female lead in the original story. Her soul had been set up by the Holy Lord of the Radiant Holy Land, and she had completely become a tool of the Radiant Holy Land. In the back, she relied on her own chi, plus the assistance of multiple forces. Eventually, he personally engineered and killed the Radiant Holy Lord, overthrowing the Shining Sanctuary. However, she also suffered a divine soul revolt and died in the Radiant Holy Land. This is why the system says she will not be free for the rest of her life. It belongs to be the sad protagonist. What is the husband looking at? Su Joyao followed Su Chang'an's line of sight and saw Yin Yun, her scarlet eyes blinking as she wondered to herself, could it be that husband likes this style? Jiao Yao will go back and change into a sarong now. Su Chang'an subconsciously reached out and tugged on her. But Su Joyo had already turned around, so Su Chang'an accidentally grabbed her tail. Aha! Su Junyeo's delicate body lightly trembled, subconsciously let out a delicate cry. A layer of water mist filled the bottom of her eyes, looking like she was about to cry. Does husband like Joyo's tail that much? But, can husband talk to Junyeo before making a move? Chapter 59. It's a bad feeling to be used as a tool, isn't it? Su Joyo was aggravated, but at the same time she was happy in her heart. At least her husband liked her. I didn't mean to. Su Chang'an quickly let go of his hand. This time he had really pulled it by accident. It's okay. Su Joyo froze for a moment first. She didn't expect Su Chang'an to say such words. After returning to her senses, she came back up to Su Chang'an, her scarlet eyes carrying a special flirtatiousness, causing a surge of evil fire to rise in Su Chang'an. Even if husband is doing it on purpose, it's fine, because Jiu Yao was originally husband's, and husband can do whatever he wants. The 9 snow-white tails kept wagging around Su Chang'an, and one of them even rubbed against his hand. Fluffy and kinda hot. Being so close, Su Chang'an could clearly smell her body odor faint, with a hint of milky scent. At the same time, the system's beeps sounded one after another. Su Joyo, intimacy +5. Su Joyo, intimacy +5. Much more efficient than pulling her tail herself before. Husband, you should agree to marry Joyo now, right? Su Junyeo tilted her small face, and the snow-white beast ears on both sides of her head even accidentally brushed against Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an nodded his head with a light smile as an acknowledgement. Although the Heavenly Fox clan had come with the purpose of marrying with the Heavenly clan, Su Junyeo, the little fox, really didn't have any bad intentions, and was genuinely treating herself as her husband. At the very least, the mind was much more upright than Yin Yun. Look still dull. Great. Joyo likes husband. Su Junyeo cried out excitedly, and immediately buried her little face in Su Chang'an's arms, hugging him tightly without letting go. It's the same as being pampered. Not far away, Yin Yunai couldn't help herself and walked quickly towards Su Chang'an. Holy Maiden of the Radiant Holy Land, Yi Mu Ning, meet His Highness, the worldly son of the Heavenly Clan. Su Chang'an looked at Yin Yun, who bowed low to himself, and gently nodded. Well, there's no need to be polite. Yi Mu Ning was proud of her heart. Even though he bowed his head and saluted, his posture did not have any feeling of humility, and his white immortal clothes were dusty and unblemished. The look is also one of those misanthropic faces. It's easy to evoke a desire for conquest in others. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Mu Ning did not follow up after saying this, but stood there looking at Su Chang'an, and the atmosphere became awkward all of a sudden. Wanting her to take the initiative to go up and hug Su Chang'an like Su Joyo, even if it killed her, she couldn't do it. Moreover, Su Chang'an didn't look like a casual person. If he really did that, I'm afraid that he would cause him to be disgusted instead, right? Things like pleasing others, she's not very good at it, but she has to do that if she wants to be free. In the entire desolate ancient continent, other than the Heavenly Clan, she couldn't think of any other power that could unlock the restrictions on her divine soul. While agreeing to the plans of the Radiant Holy Land, she entered the celestial race to contact Su Chang'an, slowly showing her worth. Then, after gaining Su Chang'an's trust, he told him about the divine soul binding. Then the divine soul binding will be lifted with the power of the celestial race, or directly allow Su Chang'an to intervene and force the Radiant Saint Master to voluntarily remove his bindings. If she has fallen in love with Su Chang'an halfway through, she will remain by his side after regaining her freedom. If not, she will make it clear to him. At that time, it was up to Su Chang'an to decide whether to stay or go. Su Chang'an was actually pondering in his mind what to do with Yi Mu Ning. Will it be killed outright? Or will it lead it down the path of villainous blackness? Or, utilize Yin Yun to directly swallow the Radiant Holy Land that harbors ill intentions towards the celestial race? Those are roughly the options. Want to take a walk together? Su Chang'an took the initiative to open his mouth, while not forgetting the little fox in his own arms, gently pinching her ears. And you, listen to your husband. Su Joyo answered dryly. Yi Mu Ning nodded. This is Mu Ning's honor. Su Chang'an walked leisurely on the road paved with starstones. The slaves and maids that they encountered on the road all kneeled respectfully and saluted when they saw Su Chang'an. Su Junyeo was like a curious baby along the way, constantly observing the surroundings, and from time to time, she opened her mouth wide to let out 2 exclamations similar to "This is so beautiful, this is really pretty." Yi Mu Ning, on the other hand, followed behind Su Chang'an with her head lowered, speechless the entire time. Coming to a garden in a remote location, Su Chang'an suddenly stopped in his tracks. Very few slaves or maids pass through here, and it's quiet, perfect for doing something secretive. Husband, so you like being outside? Su Joyo surveyed the surroundings, seemingly picking out a suitable place. and nodding in satisfaction every now and then, with a naive smile on her face. Luckily, when Joyao went back, she asked some questions to her mother, so that she didn't fail to understand her husband's mind. Although Joyao is indifferent, as long as husband likes it. But will the Lady of Light be willing? Yi Mu-ning, who was named, froze for a moment. She seemed to understand what Su Junyeo was saying and didn't seem to understand. And Su Chang'an, being an outstanding young man with 9 years of compulsory education, it's straight up seconds. If only high math could be like this. Joyao, shut up. Oh, good. Su Junyeo obediently came next to Su Chang'an. Her appearance was like that of a small child who had done something wrong. Husband doesn't like to drive. Su Chang'an was slightly helpless, while turning his head to look at Yi Mu-ning. Mu-ning, is it alright for me to address you like this? Your Highness is at liberty. Why did you marry into the Sky Clan? The Radiant Holy Land needs me to do that. Yi Nyun replied directly, and indeed it was. Su Chang'an pondered for a moment before asking again. What is the purpose of the Radiant Holy Land? Yi Mu-ning's expression was slightly stunned. Why does His Highness ask that? The marriage is naturally to seek a firm ally or an exchange of benefits. You should know better than me, being in the Celestial Clan. As for what the Radiant Holy Land is really about, this Mu-ning is not clear either. Su Chang'an smiled. No, you know. Mu-ning didn't lie to you. I really don't know. The Holy Lord didn't tell me about these things. Yi Nyun was still trying to explain, but was interrupted by Su Chang'an. Could it be that you are also unaware of the bindings that exist in your divine soul? Ha! Yi Mu-ning stared in disbelief and subconsciously began to mobilize the spiritual energy in her body. At the same time, Zi Qingyin's figure also appeared in the void. Several forbidden runes deadlocked Yi Mu-ning. Once she made any move to attack, she would be killed in a flash. Although she had the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Holy Land, but it didn't matter. As long as she dared to make a move against Su Chang'an, killing was enough. The Shining Sanctuary has a problem with that? Then destroy them all together. What is His Highness the World Prince talking about? I can't understand some of it. Yi Mu-ning forced herself to act calmly. There is nothing bound in my divine soul. Su Joyo also listened in confusion. However, she could also sense that Yi Mu seemed to have mobilized the spiritual energy in her body at a certain moment, as if she was about to strike out and attack. She tilted her head and stared at Yi Mu vigilantly, while the 9 tails behind her began to reveal themselves. She was also ready to fight Yi Mu. Joyo's husband, Joyo personally came to his defense. Yes? Su Chang'an didn't persist in asking this question anymore, but instead asked, if I drive you out of the celestial race and you return to the Radiant Holy Land, what punishment will you receive? Have you ever experienced that kind of punishment? By the look on your face, it should be painful, and losing your freedom and being used as a tool should feel bad, right? Chapter 60, there's a price to be paid for being high-mouthed. Su Chang'an's words were like sharp steel needles, piercing straight into Yi Mu-ning's heart. Rip away all her pretenses of self-respect. All of them. For a brief moment she lost the ability to think. This matter, besides her, was only known to a few die-hard loyalists of the Radiant Saint Lord. How did the son of the Celestial Clan learn about this? What the hell does he know? Yi Mu-ning bit her lips tightly, and due to her nervousness, the corners of her mouth had even been seeped out with traces of blood. Su Joyo cocked her head. What loss of freedom? What is being used as a tool? Why didn't she understand anything? Is it because Joyao is stupid? Promise. No, I can't let husband find out about this. In that case, husband will not like himself. Thoughts fall. A trace of understanding flashed through Su Joyo's pair of scarlet eyes while she gently nodded her head, acting as if she knew what Su Chang'an and Yi Nyun were talking about. She heard it all, but she doesn't speak. Playing the master. Your Highness. Yi Mu-ning's voice was trembling a little. It was obvious that Su Chang'an knew about her situation, and it definitely wouldn't work if she wanted to continue playing dumb herself. How did you know? Su Chang'an spoke in a calm tone. Out of politeness, I think you should answer my question first. What is the purpose of the Radiant Holy Land? A flash of difficulty flashed in Yi Nyun's eyes. Your Highness, before coming here, the Radiant Saint Lord had already forced me to make a great Tao oath that I must not reveal this matter to anyone. Even if I force myself to say it, I will suffer a backlash the moment before I say it, and die with a shattered divine soul. Hearing this, Su Chang'an didn't push her any further. So, the priority of the great Tao oath was the highest among the many oaths. As long as you practice the way, make a vow and you will be supervised by the avenue, unless you can transcend the avenue, or completely control it. So tell me, what is your purpose? Yi Mu-ning smiled to herself. Your Highness should have known this a long time ago. I want to break away from the control of the Radiant Holy Land, and I also want to completely get rid of the fate of becoming a tool. This is the only purpose of me coming to the celestial race. She's smart, knowing that she would be discovered even if she lied in front of Su Chang'an. Her only hope of regaining her freedom would be dashed when she was kicked out of the heavenly clan. There is no way to carry out one's own plans. In that case, Su Chang'an's eyes were playful. Then what value will you bring to me? I will do my best to assist you when you are at the side of His Highness, the Prince of the world, and strive to keep you free of worries and on a higher path. After Yi Morning finished the sentence, she added another sentence for fear that Su Chang'an would think she was incapable. The destruction of the Silver Snow Holy Land was masterminded by Mu Ning. So is the Cookie Pond incident. Decades ago, the Holy Lord of the Silver Snow Holy Land disappeared out of thin air, while at the same time, the Holy Son of the clan was exposed to be colluding with the Abyssal Demons. The Silver Snow Holy Land, which resulted in the existence of no emperors, was besieged by a group of righteous sects. Eventually, it was completely removed from the Immortal region. As for the Radiant Pool incident, it was an internal matter within the Radiant Holy Land, the specific details of which Su Chang'an was not aware of, but it was Yi Muning's lineage that was ultimately in power. It had to be said that Yi Muning was able to overthrow the Radiant Holy Land in the future with her own scheming. Her scheming ability was definitely there, and her means were very ruthless. But her kind of mind, it's really not easy to control. Su Chang'an bowed his head and fell into deep thought. It seemed to be pondering the pros and cons of leaving Yi Munai behind. But in reality, he had long had a decision in his heart, and the look he was putting on now was a deliberate performance to show Yi Mun. The ones that weren't good to control, he didn't intend to trust, but he could use a little. Overwhelm the glorious sanctuary that harbors ill intentions. There should be a protagonist appearing midway through the game, so when the time comes, kill them all together and brush up on your system rewards. Yi Muning waited nervously inside. In order to divert her attention, she looked at Su Jiuya next to her. After Su Junyeo realized that Yi Mun was looking at herself, she proudly straightened her chest, her red lips pursed lightly, and her demonic eyes flickered with a shimmering light, responding to Yi Mun's provocation. Even though Yi Mun hadn't been provocative to her, Yi Muning really didn't understand why this little fox obviously didn't know anything, but pretended to know everything? You asked how she knew Su Jiuya didn't know? Just by looking at her clear eyes. I can tell she's stupidly lovely. Maybe it should be put that way. After all, it was the little fox that His Highness the World Sunlight, and to say that she was cute was a sign of high emotion. I agree. Su Chang'an's tone was flat. I'll talk to mother and say, agree to the marriage with the Radiant Holy Land. When Yi Mun heard this, she was relieved in her heart. Thank you, Your Highness. In that case, Yi Mun would also stay in the Celestial Clan and become Su Chanan's fiancé. Su Jiuyao didn't feel anything. Besides, in the conception of the demon race, the more women one's husband has, the more it proves that he is powerful. As long as she is the rightful wife, the least you can do is to have a higher status to avoid being bullied. With her sisters not around, the only ones who could protect Junyeo were herself and her husband. Husband, let's go play. Seeing that Su Chanan seemed to have finished his business, Su Junyeo came into his arms and asked in a soft voice, now that Junyeo is already husband's, does husband really not want to? What don't want to? Su Chang'an subconsciously asked, and immediately he reacted. Nice guy. I can't believe I didn't get a second this time myself. He really wanted to see what was in this little fox's head, obviously looking dopey. Yet it was much more seductive than Qin Yuerua. On the contrary, Yi Muning's expression was a bit bewildered. Aren't you both hugging each other now? What else is there to miss? If you really miss it, just hold it longer. Right, do you want to come along? Su Junyeo raised her chin towards Yi Mun, extending an invitation. Junyeo is very generous. Together? Hearing this question, Yi Mun narrowed her eyes and thought hard. What's the meaning of this coming together? It didn't seem like a bad thing to look at the expression on this little fox's face. How about agreeing to it yourself? Just as well she was curious. Just go over and take a look. All of her biggest secrets had already been known by Su Chang'an, so it was good to learn more about him while she could. Facilitate your own future actions. And so on. Looking at the expression on His Highness the World Prince's face, it's a bit scary. It's obvious that she absolutely cannot agree. Shut up. Su Chanan reached out and covered Su Jiuyao's mouth. Ooh-hoo. Mu Ning. You can go back now. Just ask the maid if you don't recognize the way. This temple has some business to attend to now. Yi Muning subconsciously nodded. Mu Ning understands. After Su Chang'an finished saying this, he led Su Junyeo towards the depths of the garden. Su Jiuyao blinked her eyes dumbfounded. Although her mouth was covered causing her voice to be somewhat slurred, she could barely understand what she was saying. Husband, where are you taking Junyeo? Su Chang'an didn't reply and continued walking forward. When he stopped, Su Jiuyao looked up and spotted a palace building, or a private palace deep in the garden. What? Husband wants to play for real? After realizing this, Su Jiuyao's little face shriveled up at once. Wait, husband, Zhou Yao was just joking. I'm not ready yet. It's going to be a night at the very least. While there was nothing wrong with her being the wife of her husband, it wasn't appropriate right now, was it? There's a price to pay for getting high. With a wave of his hand, Su Chang'an opened the boundary of this palace, shielding it from outside perception. Then, he led Su Jinyeo, who was dressed in a red gauze, inside. Chapter 61. It was given for nothing a long time ago, so don't worry about it. Yi Muning watched Su Chang'an and Su Jiuyao leave, then combined it with Su Jiuyao's words just now. She seems to have figured it out a bit. After thinking clearly about the original reason, a touch of redness surfaced in Yi Muning's white face. Foxes, humph, as expected of a demon race? Their thoughts are just nasty. However, after marrying His Highness, that would be considered a duty I should fulfill, even if I don't love you, Yi Muning whispered to herself, and after she finished speaking, she looked at Zi Qingyin in the air, who had an icy gaze without the slightest emotion. Is he afraid he'll make a move on Su Chang'an? To make a move against the Heavenly Clan's son in the Heavenly Clan? The desolate ancient continent was afraid that there was no existence that dared to do so. Su Chang'an went to Zhang Liuli's chambers and told her that he felt quite good about Yin Yun. It is possible to agree to a union with the Shining Sanctuary. Hearing this, Zhang Liuli was naturally happy. Mother didn't lie to you, did she? Zhang Liuli's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. The fiancés I found for you are all good looking. However, Mother needs to remind you, Yi Muning's mind is very complicated. Even Mother couldn't see through what she was thinking at a glance. You have to be careful with that. If she had any ill intentions toward you, Mother would have cleaned them up herself. By then, if you still like her, Mother will abolish her and stay by your side as a serving maid. The corner of Su Chang'an's mouth twitched unnaturally. Mother, I know. Zhang Liuli was worthy of being an immortal emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The control of the mind is frighteningly precise. Even if Yi Muning means to disguise herself again, she was still seen at a glance. Chang'an, don't mind my mother's nagging. Zhang Liuli smiled, her eyes full of visible doting color. My mother is also doing this for your own good. By the way, did you go to the bedchamber in the back garden last night? The elders on Jiu Yao's side also said that Jiu Yao didn't go back to her bedchamber yesterday. Chang'an wouldn't have taken that Jiu Yao girl along to the back garden, right? Ahem. Su Chang'an coughed twice in embarrassment and hastily changed the topic. Mother, let's not talk about this. Seeing this, Zhang Liuli raised her hand to lightly cover her cherry lips and giggled out loud. You child, what else can't you say to your mother? I don't suppose you're being told by Mother that you're shy? Su Chang'an was helpless. Mother, all right. It is if Mother doesn't say it. Zhang Liuli hurriedly went to coax Su Chang'an, her warm fingers gently caressing his cheeks. If we say any more, Mother's Chang'an will ignore Mother. But this girl Jiu Yao is quite simple-minded. She should be able to become a wife you can trust in the future. Mother is only doing this in the hope that you won't suddenly realize one day in the future that there isn't anyone trustworthy around, and Mama won't be able to be by your side anymore. As Zhang Liuli spoke, her glazed pupils actually flashed with tears. The only time she had shed tears so easily in these 10,000 years was when she faced Su Chang'an as well as Su Jinwei. As for the Heavenly Emperor, Zhang Liuli's meeting was to give him an emperor-level move. Couldn't kill him anyway. Yes, it's good that the Celestial Clan's son agrees. The old crone smiled sorrowfully after hearing Yi Munii say that Su Chang'an agreed to the marriage with the Radiant Holy Land. It also made the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes more pronounced, and with her already cloudy eyes, it looked surprisingly creepy. I knew that with looks like yours, the Celestial Clan's world son most likely wouldn't refuse. The old crone looked at Yi Muning as if she was scrutinizing an ordinary object. It made Yi Muning feel a little nauseous in her heart. In that case, you will stay in the Celestial Clan and gain Su Chang'an's trust early on, and in the meantime, you will figure out those few things. What the Shining Holy Land wanted to know was simple. First, why would a certain immortal emperor clan of the immortal region risk being driven to extinction by the Celestial Clan to take Su Chang'an captive back then? Secondly, what exactly does Su Chang'an possess? Whether or not it was really the present world holder of the Hongmeng Forbidden Pupil is rumored. If that was the case, then the Radiant Saint Lord should have fallen into a frenzy and made Ji Myun go out of his way to seize his pair of eyes. The gold content of the Hongmeng Forbidden Pupil should be known to anyone who has read the ancient books. Once acquired, it is equivalent to having the opportunity to dictate the ages. The Forbidden Pupil can break the ages. Yi Muning lowered her head, forcibly holding back the discomfort in her heart and said, Auntie Qin, Muning understands. Well, that's right. The crone nodded in satisfaction. You're more obedient than anyone else. That's why the Holy Lord trusts you so much. When this is over, the Radiant Holy Land won't treat you badly. Trust? Ha, you call soul limitation trust? That's really nice to say. A touch of mockery flashed through Yi Muning's lowered eyes, but she still lightly answered on the surface. Well, Auntie Chin, I have a bit of a headache, so I'll go back to rest first. What a pain in the ass. Never mind, you go back first. The old crone had an air of superiority, and the master-servant relationship was completely reversed. But in front of that one, curb these faults of yours, use this face of yours to gain his trust earlier, and don't forget to blow more pillow talk during coitus. Get some resources for the shining Holy Land. If you dare to have any other thoughts, don't blame the old woman for me playing by the rules. Playing by the rules means punishment, or punishment that strikes straight to the soul. That kind of pain, even Yi Nun's heart would not be able to withstand it. Mu Ning understands. After Yi Mu Ning finished speaking, she turned around and left the place. The moment she brought the door closed, her expression turned abruptly cold, and those brilliant golden eyes were now covered with killing intent. On the day the radiant Holy Land is destroyed, I will personally send you on your way. Auntie Jin, be good in your next life. No, almost forgot. I won't let you have another life. Su Joyo was now following Su Chanan around every day. This made the elders, who came with her on the trip, a little unsure of what to do. Nine Fox Lord, you are slightly, be a little more reserved. Su Li couldn't help but remind, my mission is to protect you. I won't be able to see you if you follow the Celestial Clan's son every day. Su Junyeo sniffed, skimming her lips. Little auntie, I already have a husband now, so I naturally want to follow my husband. As for safety, could it be that you're still not at ease in the Celestial Clan? Little aunt? Su Li was slightly helpless. What I'm worried about is not the danger from the outside world. But, as you know, you're not married to His Highness the World Prince yet. So logically, you shouldn't be that close. Su Joyo sniffed and came to a realization. So auntie is worried about being eaten up by her husband? Don't worry little auntie. Su Li raised her head. Jiao Yao, it's good that you know in your heart. No, I'm saying that what you're worried about, auntie, has already happened a long time ago, so there's no need to worry about it anymore. Ha. Chapter 62, using each other? Doesn't exist. The old crone from the Radiant Holy Land and the rest of her entourage all left, leaving Yi Nun alone. Because the Celestial Clan couldn't tolerate slaves from foreign powers, even a holy maid who married over couldn't bring a companion made from the original power. Yi Mu Ning couldn't wait to show her worth and wanted to do something for Su Chanan. She first went to observe if Su Chang'an had any trouble within the Celestial Clan, like a collateral lineage fighting for power or something, but when she really got to know it, she realized that the truth was nothing like what she thought it was. In her preconceived notions, the internal relationship of an immortal power like the Heavenly Clan that had suppressed the desolate ancient continent horizontally should have been very complicated, and different small groups would have formed to constrain each other. At least Chanan Su was sure to face a lot of competition. For example, the young masters of the sidelines of the various veins spying on his position as the son of the Celestial Clan, or whatever small group of elders had formed to make things difficult for him, or something like that. All Yi Mu Ning had to do was to advise Su Chang'an on how to solve these things. Let Su Chang'an know what he's worth. After the past 2 days of silent observation, however, she realized that the truth was not at all what she had thought. Su Chang'an possessed absolute status in the Celestial Clan. There is no opposing force in the entire clan. Even powerful people who had stepped into the Saint Realm, when they saw Su Chang'an, they similarly kneeled respectfully and bowed as if they were ordinary slaves. As for the young lord of the sideline who was spying on the position of the son of the world, there was simply no existence of collateral lines within the Heavenly Clan, and Su Chang'an was the sole successor. This made for a complete lack of strife within the Celestial Clan. There's nothing broken. The only one whose status was higher than Su Chang'an's, Zhang Liuli, was still an ultimate pampering fiend, doting on Su Chang'an to the extreme. The Celestial Emperor is not in the clan. Su Chang'an was the master of the Heavenly Clan. If the Heavenly Emperor was there, Su Chang'an, his master, would have an additional great emperor protector? How are you going to get her to show her worth with this? Yi Mu Ning's mind slightly collapsed. In the end, she chose to take the initiative to find Su Chang'an and inquire, Your Highness, is there something bothering you right now? If it's not something to avoid, you can talk to Mu Ning about it. Morning wants to show you her worth. Yi Mu Ning treated her marriage to Su Chang'an as a complete deal. She was sure that Su Chang'an felt the same way. Neither side carried emotions. Su Chang'an used her, and she relied on the power of the celestial race to lift the restrictions on her divine soul. But what Yi Nun didn't know was that this was a one-sided exploit, and it wasn't to use her to solve the Silver Moon Wolf clan, but to use it to solve the Radiant Holy Land. Su Chang'an pondered for a moment. It was true that he didn't have anything bothering him right now, but the Skyfox clan that Su Junyeo was a part of seemed to still be facing a danger of extinction. It was also the Skyfox's nemesis, the Silver Moon Wolf clan. When the lifespan of the Heavenly Fox clan lord runs out, they will show their fangs and drive the Heavenly Fox clan to extinction. Before that, Su Chang'an might not have interfered, because Sky Fox has nothing to do with him. But now Su Junyeo was shouting so affectionately with a mouthful of husband, and at the same time, she was also considered her explicit wife. The little fox's clan was going to be exterminated, so he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Really think the Sky Clan hasn't been doing much lately. You guys are good? Besides, there were quite a few cheap protagonists in the demon domain. You can take the opportunity to sweep the wave. Harvest rewards hard. The lifespan of the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord is nearing, and when she falls, the Heavenly Fox Clan will fall into a situation where there is no Demon Emperor to sit on the sidelines. And it's no surprise that the Silver Moon Wolf Clan will kill the Heavenly Fox to the point of extinction. The Sky Fox Clan, Su Jioyao's Demon Clan? Sure enough, just as she thought, all marriages are more or less with a little bit of interest. Yi Mu-ning understood and asked softly, Your Highness is trying to protect the Heavenly Fox Clan? Aha! I wonder what method Your Highness would like to use, and what is the desired result? Naturally, it's with the simplest method. Su Chang'an paused for a moment. We'll first exterminate the Silver Moon Wolf Clan, in which case the Heavenly Fox Clan will be safe. Makes a lot of sense. Kill you first and you won't kill me again. It was also thanks to Su Jiuyao not being here. If she was there, she would definitely come and make a very cuddly comment. Husband is so smart. The corners of Yi Mu-ning's mouth twitched unnaturally twice, and she wanted to tell Su Chanan that she was a strategist, not a combatant. She only had a reincarnation realm cultivation now, which wasn't considered a very high level of battle power when placed amongst the immortal forces. You're directly trying to exterminate a demon clan with a demon emperor in existence. How can you make her strategize? After a moment of silence, Yi Mun raised her head and tentatively asked, I wonder how many available strong men Your Highness has. Su Chang'an laughed softly, Just you and me. Ha, Your Highness. I don't think you're teasing Mu-ning, are you? Do I look like I'm teasing you? Su Chang'an's eyes were gentle and calm. That expression, it was clearly serious. Yi Mu-ning regained her previous expression, lowered her head and began to think seriously. She knew that Su Chang'an had said that because he didn't want to involve the celestial race. Once the Heavenly Clan entered the picture, then the vast majority of the immortal forces in the 9 domains of the desolate ancient continent would be unable to calm down. After all, the desolate ancient continent had been calm for too long. Anyone who is a little ambitious is not satisfied with the resources available. After a long time had passed, Yi Mu-ning straightened up. Your Highness, if you don't want the Heavenly Clan to get involved, we need to use the power of the Heavenly Fox Clan. At the very least, if we want to take care of that Demon Emperor, we'll also need the Immortal Emperor powerhouse that corresponds to it, as well as creating a siege. The Silver Moon Wolf Clan resides in the northern part of the Demon Domain. Their clan prefers the cold, and every year, an extremely large number of them will travel to the icy land to spend some time, which should be the key for us to break through them. As long as the commotion is big enough, it should be able to attract the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor's attention and make him leave the clanland. However, even if the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord can defeat the Demon Emperor of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill him. Empyreans, it's hard to fall. We need 2 immortal emperors at the very least to make sure we kill it. And more specifically, I need to personally travel to the demon region in order to lay out the situation. After Yi Mu-ning finished speaking, she nervously looked at Su Chanan, waiting for his response. She was worried that Su Chang'an would not be satisfied with her plan. Clear thoughts indeed. Su Chang'an first complimented her. I'll find a way to solve this for the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. You don't need to worry. If you're traveling to the demon region, I'll send a few slaves to accompany you, to ensure your safety. Yi Mu-ning's eyes were lowered. She knew very well in her heart that these slaves were responsible for monitoring her actions in addition to ensuring her safety. But thinking about it, there was no reason for Su Chang'an to trust himself nowadays. But there's one thing you have to remember. You absolutely cannot involve the Heavenly Clan. The celestial race is different from the other forces. Once the celestial race also enters the picture, the nature will change and it will no longer be a power struggle within the demon domain. At that time, it won't be something that 2 immortal emperors can solve. Yi Mu-ning bowed her head. I understand. How long do you need? Conservative estimate. 3 months. Yi Mu-ning finished and then felt that it was a bit too long, so she changed her words. No, 2 months. Only 2 months should be enough to complete the general layout. Enough to create a siege to kill him. Su Chang'an's eyes were flat from the beginning, causing Yi Mu-ning to not be able to see the hidden emotions within them at all. Yes, just let me know when it's time. Mu-ning understands. Chapter 63, The 9 Lives of the Fox. After Yi Mu left, Su Chanan came to Su Junyeo's bed hall and told her about this matter. Husband, will this cause you trouble? Su Jiudao's first concern upon hearing that Su Chang'an was going to exterminate the Silver Moon Wolf Clan in turn was whether or not it would bring trouble to Su Chang'an. After all, Su Chang'an was the son of the celestial clan. Every word and action represented the attitude of the heavenly clan. Su Jouyao was dumb, not stupid. Naturally, he knew the consequences that Su Chang'an's entry would trigger. It's not really troublesome. Su Chang'an shook his head. We just need to be careful not to involve the celestial race. My mother's initial intention was merely to pull on the relationship with the heavenly clan to deter the Silver Moon Wolf clan so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Su Junyeo pursed her red lips, her tail drooping behind her. Actually, husband doesn't have to go to this extent. What Su Jouyao didn't know was, in the original plot, they hadn't been sheltered by the heavenly clan and had been slaughtered by the Silver Moon Wolf clan. The demon domain is just that. The fights between the forces within it are so immovable that they are destroying clans. After all, they were all demons. Without the crowning glory of the human race, there was no need to pretend to be a righteous clan. Ha! Su Chang'an laughed softly. Not to mention your relationship with me. Even if you're a dog in my heavenly clan's captivity, you won't allow anyone else to touch it. If you dare to spy, be prepared to be exterminated. When Su Jouyao heard this, she couldn't stop being touched in her heart. She pounced on Su Chang'an, her 9 tails wagging excitedly behind her, and said in a soft voice, that Jouyao is husband's little fox. Mother said that Jouyao is husband's when she marries him. At the same time, the system's beeps were ringing out. Su Jouyao, intimacy plus 10. Su Jouyao, intimacy plus 10. Perhaps this little fox was truly touched. I didn't realize that besides her sisters, there were husbands who were so protective of her. If it wasn't for the fear of her husband's disdain, she would be wailing right now. The intimacy was growing a little too fast, and it didn't take long to reach the threshold that bound her. The little fox can finally pop gold coins. Su Chang'an murmured in his mind. Bound. Su Jouyao. Ding. Detecting Su Junyeo's destiny. No fixed destiny. Testing for intimacy. Intimacy is up to standard. Invite the host to make physical contact with the target. Su Chang'an didn't even need to take the initiative to hug her, because Su Junyeo was now glued to him and couldn't even shake her off. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bound reward, the 9 lives of the Foxborn. Foxborn 9 lives. After the host has suffered an accidental death, he or she can select any place he or she has visited in his or her memories and resurrect himself or herself here in full blood. Note, a limited technique that can only be used 9 times. There is no conflict with the universal reincarnation, which is a resurrection in itself, not a reincarnation. Off the charts. This was the first thought within Su Chang'an's heart. He had been unable to play with the son of Qi when he had 1 life, and now he had 9 lives, and after dying once, he could teleport to any location in his memory. How do you expect him to lose? Husband, where are we going today? Su Jouyao's voice interrupted Su Chang'an's thoughts. He came back to his senses and subconsciously asked, where's what going? Su Junyeo's scarlet eyes carried a demonic sense of flirtation as she exhaled. Is it the palace in the back garden? Or here, or perhaps, husband take Junyeo away? Jouyao is indifferent. As long as husband likes it. Bad. Right now, Su Chang'an was feeling like he was somewhat unable to keep up with Su Jouyao. It's too fast. Su Chang'an was slightly helpless, rubbing Su Junyeo's soft and bouncy little face. I really want to see what's loaded in this brain of yours, Su Jouyao blurted out without even thinking. It's loaded with husbands. Chanan Su. Although Su Jouyao was his explicit fiancé, it was okay to stay here by himself. But tonight Su Chang'an had something else to do. To inform Jiang Lioli of this matter in advance. Don't really let the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor kill you back then. Hearing Su Chang'an say that something was wrong, Su Junyeo didn't say any more, but obediently nodded her head. Husband, just go and get busy. There's no need to mind Junyeo's. Mother said that Junyeo can't cause trouble for husband. What else did your mother say exactly? Mother said a lot of things. That Junyeo should listen to her husband and not fool around. And that if I was driven back to my mother's house, mother would have to punish me for sweeping the clan shrine. Su Jouyao said a whole lot of things in a ola ola. But to summarize one point, it is to listen to Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an went to Jiang Lioli's bedchamber and told her about his intention to resolve the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor. The latter sniffed, her beautiful eyes slightly condensing. If Chang'an had such thoughts, mother would have just gone directly to the demon region and slaughtered that wolfhound. Why bother? Mother knows you're worried that the Celestial Clan is too involved. But the Celestial Clan won't be afraid of that. Besides, there's mother's glazed sanctuary. When Jiang Lioli said this, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly turned grave. In fact, ever since you were born with Chaos Demon pupils, mother has been prepared to be the enemy of the world. And the Celestial Clan is more than just 2 emperors? Your father is now in the extraterrestrial abyss, risking death to keep pursuing the realm above the Great Tao for the same reason. So you don't have to worry. Even if the sky collapses, you'll have your mother to carry it for you. Su Chang'an's heart was touched when he heard this. Familiar with the plot, he knew very well how deep Jiang Liuli's love for him was, and how many schemes she had laid for him. Thank you, mother. Jiang Liuli raised her jade finger and lightly tapped Su Chang'an's forehead, pouting. You child, what kind of thanks are you saying to mother? What mother is most worried about is that the whereabouts of the chaotic immortal pupil has not yet been found out, and if it cannot be snuffed out in the cradle earlier, the battle that you are destined to fight in the future. Mother, don't worry, that battle won't happen. Su Chang'an interrupted Jiang Liuli in a low voice, and with a slight movement of his mind, a pair of forbidden pupils became visible. The original pale blue eyes had also turned into heavy pupils. One pair had a dark golden glow to them, the other was white to the core. In the middle of his eyes, billions of immortal and demon shadows overlapped, as if the battle wouldn't stop until the great Tao collapsed. Even Jiang Liuli, a great emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years, couldn't help but freeze when he saw this scene. This is chaotic immortal pupil? The forbidden double pupils are all in your possession now? Su Chang'an nodded. Jiang Liuli's face showed surprise, but within a few seconds, her expression became more grave. Although the ancient books have never recorded a situation where the forbidden twin pupils are gathered in one person, it is not as if such a situation has never occurred. However, even if it appears, it will somehow die young, and the only one who survived, the forbidden twin pupil, overthrew 90% of the living beings in the heavens and the worlds by virtue of his own strength, causing the ancient books to break down before they were recorded. Chapter 64, Traveling to the Demon Region. Because of the overthrow of 90% of the living beings in the heavens and the worlds, the ancient records were broken, and only then were they not passed down. As for why Jiang Liuli knew, Su Chang'an asked after. The explanation she gave was, when certified as a great emperor, he was able to touch the long river of time and peep into some scenes from the past, and then combined with the records of the ancient books, he speculated about it. But don't worry too much, everything's covered by mother. Jiang Liuli comforted Su Chang'an. But you can't let anyone else know about this matter. If it accidentally leaks out, send a message to mother, especially Yi Mu-ning. If she knows about this matter, mother will have no choice but to kill her. You have to be prepared for no heartache. Su Chang'an nodded his head and assured, I know. At night, Su Chang'an was forcefully pulled by Jiang Liuli and slapped in the middle of her bedchamber. Don't ask. The question is that Jiang Liuli has to put him to sleep like when he was a child. Sometimes she's kinda naive when you think about it. It's all been a few 100,000 years. The next day, early morning, Su Chang'an had Zi Qingyin find a few slaves who were completely loyal to the celestial race to accompany Immune to the demon region. The leader was a plump woman named White Lotus. The cultivation level had reached the Saint Emperor realm. White Lotus, the slave girl is in. White Lotus knelt respectfully towards Su Chang'an. From today onwards, you will be responsible for Yi Mune's safety, and if any uncontrollable accidents occur, you will also bring back her corpse. Yes. This uncontrollable accident means that Yi Mu-ning betrayed the heavenly clan midway or something like that. In that case, White Lotus had the power to kill her, then bring her body back to resume her duties. Yi Mu-ning could naturally understand the tone in Su Chang'an's words, but she didn't say anything. Bai Lian got up and walked to Yi Mu-ning, bowing slightly, her tone respectful but not humble. Your Highness, the Quasi-Shitsi consort, if there are no special circumstances, please do not leave the slave girl's line of sight. Okay. Su Chang'an pointed to several slaves standing in unison not far away. Aside from White Lotus, who will be following you at all times, they are all at your disposal and can be used to carry out your layout. Mu-ning thanks your highness for your trust. 2 months later, we welcome your highness to the demon region. Yi Mu-ning's tone was very serious, as if she was laying down a guarantee. I'll wait for your results. Su Chang'an laughed softly. Remember, you only have this one chance. Mu-ning understands. Compared to the radiant Holy Land, Su Chang'an's attitude was still a bit too good. At the very least, it's not completely used as a slave, even if they are all being used as tools. But by becoming Su Chang'an's tool, she has the possibility of regaining her freedom, to escape the fate that has accompanied her all her life. After Yi Mu-ning left, Su Chang'an immediately followed up by instructing Zi Qingyin. Qingyin, prepare for the preparations. Tomorrow we'll head to the demon region as well. You have to know that the demon domain has a Qiluk protagonist in existence. If they really let Yi Mu-ning go by herself, something would definitely go terribly wrong. Of course, he had to stagger his time with Yi Mune. In the evening, he came to Su Junyeo's bedchamber and exchanged some in-depth information with her, discussing the fox life. Husband is going to the demon region? Su Junyeo's face was full of excitement. Junyeo knows what's fun in the demon domain. Junyeo will go and lead the way for husband. Su Chang'an was helpless. I'm not there to play. Not going to play? Su Junyeo pursed her red lips. Then will Junyeo go and make trouble? Forget it, Jiao Yao better not go. I happen to still have to pay a visit to the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord, and I need you to lead the way. Follow along. He secretly sensed that the Heavenly Fox Clan Jade that could enter and exit the cave of Su Junyao's mother as well as her sisters at will was still lying quietly in the storage ring at this moment. Finally it has its have use. Yay! Great! Su Junyao pounced over, her petite body completely pressed against Su Chanan, her red lips imprinting on his face. Jiao Yao will also be able to go back to see her mother and sisters, and introduce them to her husband in the process. Let sisters know how good Jiao Yao's husband is. Thank you, husband. Su Chang'an felt his face itch a little, and when he looked sideways, it was two snow-white tails with smooth fur. Be honest. Su Junyao wasn't listening to what Su Chanan was saying, still immersed in the joy of being able to return to her clan. Having no choice but to do so, Su Chang'an could only move his hands and squash the two tails in front of him, but just as he had squashed those two, the other two slapped at him dishonestly. Su Chanan only had 2 hands, while Su Junyao had 9 tails. No matter how you do the math, you can't stop her. Be honest. What will husband do if Jiao Yao is not honest? Su Junyao blinked her eyes. Her tone carried an indescribable flirtatiousness. Will he eat Junyao? Su Chanan looked at Su Junyao, who wasn't afraid of anything, and brought her face to his mouth. The scarlet eyes were still full of anticipation. Provoke STH. This is a total provocation. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Su Chang'an directly took a bite, biting down. Ha! Su Junyao let out a cry in pain. Her originally fair little face had 2 more red marks at the moment, and her eyes had more doubts and helplessness in them. Jiao Yao let you eat, not bite. Is the husband that stupid? Or was it not obvious what Jiao Yao was hinting at? A day after Yi Niu left, Su Chang'an also set off for the demon region. There were almost no cities in the demon domain, and most of them were secluded in deep mountains and old forests. Of course there are specific venues used for trading. It is known as the demon market. However, due to the fact that there were no demons to maintain order, this place was very chaotic, and there were often scenes of blackmail as well as fights over some elixirs. Following Su Jiaoyao's guidance, Su Chang'an and the others arrived at a demon market known as Rain Mountain. In order to avoid attracting attention and being known by Yin Yunai that he had also come to the demon domain. So for this trip, he didn't take the dragon carriage. The 3 walked side by side in the middle of the demon market. The appearance of Su Chang'an and Zi Qingyin quickly attracted a great deal of attention. Any demon that passed by had to turn their heads to look at them one more time. No way. Who made the 2 of them the only people in the entire demon market? In the eyes of certain demon races, the human races were all fragile existences that could be plundered at will. 2 of the dog demons at the god transformation realm moved to have such thoughts, but when they saw Su Junyao following Su Chanan, they immediately gathered themselves. 9 tails, animal ears standing up, snow-white fur. This is the 9-tailed fox of the polar regions? Can't afford to mess with it. Slips away. Demon clans were all very sensitive to bloodline suppression, and they sensed at a glance that Su Junyao was definitely not an existence they could mess with. Chapter 65, From now on, you are my husband's slave. Su Chang'an and the others arrived in front of a tall building. The decorations of the high-rise look very luxurious compared to the rest of the place. Standing in front of the door were 2 young girls with beast ears, and they all smiled warmly when they saw Su Chang'an. Su Jiaoyao dodged in front of Su Chahan. Dangerous arcs flashed in his eyes, as if he was warning the 2 beast-eared girls. More accurately, it was as if they were afraid that Su Chang'an would be snatched away. When those 2 young girls saw the tail behind Su Junyao, they immediately collected themselves and stopped looking at Su Chahan. Seeing this, Su Junyao turned her head at ease. The dangerous arc light in her eyes disappeared, and was replaced by a warm, soft and charming, husband, let's not go inside to play, okay? It's dirty in there. Jiao Yao doesn't like it inside. Originally, Su Chang'an didn't know what this place was, but seeing this reaction of Su Junyao, combined with the young woman on the 2nd floor who poked her head out of the window from time to time, banshee, even, there were demonic women. Not surprisingly, it would be the chimera. Anyone who walked out of it, whether they were human or demon, had a mostly vapid pace. You can tell it's hard work. There are even hookahs and greenhouses in the demon region? Sure enough, where there's life, there's a jungle, and with it comes color, whether human or demon. All of them. After Su Chang'an thought about all this, he laughed softly. Jiao Yao, don't worry about that. I'm not so bad as to come to a place like this. With that, he continued to walk forward. Su Jiaoyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It wasn't that she was jealous, but she genuinely felt dirty in a place like this. Can't you see that all the people coming in and out of here are disgusting-looking yellow dog demons, bear demons, and creeps? Respect these ladies' choices, but it should be dirty or not. And again, there's still her by her husband's side. Jojo will feed your husband if he is hungry. Husband is so nice. More and more like the husband. Su Junyeo, dressed in a red gauze, held Su Chanan's arm in her arms, putting her surging strength on full display. Granted, she was stepping on the ground with bare feet, but the little Geo is still smooth and white and unblemished. Don't be poor. Jojo is not being poor. What Jojo said is all true. Zi Qingyin always followed behind Su Chang'an without saying anything. A group of 3 people were just wandering around the demon market. It wasn't until they arrived at a modestly decorated store that Su Chang'an was stopped by a middle-aged man. Guest, would you like to come in and take a look? This batch is all good stuff. And it's not expensive. Dahan is also human. He could tell that Su Chang'an's outfit wasn't cheap. Moreover, the fox demon that followed by his side still seemed to be a heavenly fox. This meant that Su Chang'an was definitely rich. Can afford to spend a lot. Seeing Su Chang'an frown, Su Junyeo softly explained from the side. Husband, this is the store that sells slaves in the demon market. The ones captured in there are small demons, sold here, usually waiting for their clansmen to redeem them. If no one wants them, they are sold to the greenhouse just now, or send it to a few other domains. Su Chang'an understood. The demon region is just like the rumors. Without the existence of the righteous sects, it becomes disorderly. Does husband want to go in? Su Junyeo asked softly. It's cleaner than a greenhouse in here. Well, go in and take a look. When that big man heard that, he immediately smiled with joy and turned around to lead the way for Su Chang'an. Okay, guests, come with me. There are several good-looking ones in this lot, so maybe you'll like them. Follow the big man into the store's cul-de-sac. Inside, it was similar to an ancient prison, with a different banshee in each cage, and there was also a spirit ceiling formation set up around the cage, although it only worked on those below the Yuaning realm, but this was enough. After all, most of the small demons that could be captured and used as slaves were at the cultivation level of Foundation Establishment or Jiadan. Su Chang'an looked all the way around and realized that all of them were very ordinary demons. Nothing special exists. The only one that was slightly special was a white crow that had just recently transformed into a form, and it seemed to be tainted with a bit of phoenix bloodline. But this was a bit less than adequate for Su Chang'an. Isn't that the phoenix? He could even use a xianlong as a mount. How could he still care less about a white raven tainted with the bloodline of a phoenix? Besides, she doesn't sell well. Blood was all over his arms and thighs, and messy white feathers were scattered around him as he lay on the ground, not even knowing if he was dead or alive. But just as Su Chang'an was about to leave, the systems panel popped up abruptly. Name, Ji Yingying. Fate, 10 turns of rebirth. Cultivation, late foundation stage. Charisma, 6. Root bone, 1. True, 7. Chi luck, 11. Verdict, she has a secret that no one knows. She's transmogrified. Su Chang'an looked at the various data. Charisma and roots are mediocre, but this chi was truly heaven-defying, actually higher than all the chi protagonists he had encountered in the past. That is to say, if one leaves here today, the future Ji Yingying would definitely become a giant on one side. Recall it carefully. The original plot didn't tell the story of Ji Yingying's rise to power, but in the future there was a demon emperor who mastered the way of reincarnation and came out of nowhere. And as soon as it came out, it launched a frantic retaliation against the various domains, especially the human race. There is no clear-cut good and evil. Unfortunately, she ended up standing in front of Su Jinwei and was chopped off with a sword. However, having mastered the way of reincarnation, she had also caused Su Jinwei quite a bit of trouble. Thinking about this, Su Chang'an was already thinking about the way to kill her off. In a cage, Ji Yingying slowly positively opened her eyes. She looked at the scene around her and the chains binding her wrists and ankles with bewilderment in her eyes. The last reincarnation experience. I've been reborn as a demon? And it seems to be a demon race with a miserable end? Where is this place? Prison? The inmates around her seem to be similar to herself. She's not being traded as a slave, is she? It's almost more taut than the beggar's opening in the last world. Clang. When Ji Yingying heard the noise, she looked up and found that a big man had already opened the cage. Hey! Ji Yingying looked down, glancing at her appearance. I'm so miserable and I'm being looked at? Or is it just this face I have in this life that's so pretty? Unfortunately, there was no mirror now, and Ji Yingying had no way to see her appearance. Guessed, this white raven was injured when it was captured, plus its own quality isn't high, so you can just give 3 lower-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man couldn't figure out why Su Chang'an would pick a slave like this though, but also respected his choice. Maybe that's what people like. Ji Yingying inwardly, huh? I'm worth 3 lower-grade spirit stones now? Is it a bit too cheap? Yingying Mia. There's a secret that no one knows. She's a transmogrifier. At the end of the 10 turns of the wheel experience, one can become very awesome, but exactly how powerful, she didn't know. If the other side knew the secret, they could definitely sell her for a very high price. Something doesn't seem right. Forget it. Whatever. A young woman in red gauze, swaying 9 snow-white foxtails, slowly walked in front of her, and then a cold voice rang out. From now on, you are husband's slave. Chapter 66 Dignity and All That Can Be Given Up. From now on, you are husband's slave. Su Jiuyao's voice fell. Click. The chains binding the cubs at Ji Yingying's wrists and ankles snapped with a sound. Before Ji Yingying could return to her senses, another black ribbon wrapped around her neck. Ha! What's the situation? Is this leashing her like a dog? She's a noble. It doesn't seem noble, because she's a crow now. It is now the 10th generation. It wasn't as if she wasn't the 9th reincarnation of the Valley Emperor anymore. But even if it's bolting crows, shouldn't it be bolting feet? It's like a dove or an eagle. Now this tethering of the dog is an insult to her. Outrageous. She subconsciously reached out to tug, but just as her hand touched the ribbon, she felt a stabbing pain that instantly traveled throughout her body. Ah! Ji Yingying cried out in shock and collapsed to the ground at once. Don't move, oh! Although you and I are of the same demon race, you should know very well the relationship between the demon races. There was basically a strict hierarchical relationship within the demon clan, and feelings had to come second. Without hierarchy, the allocation of resources would be unorganized. This is the basic rule of survival for the demon race. It was the same within the Sky Fox clan. The existence of the Fox Lord was just more noble than the other clansmen by birth. However, the affection between the clansmen within the Sky Fox clan was considered to be one of the highest amongst the demon clans. Sisters, sister-in-laws, aunts and such to each other. Not so stiff. If you dare disobey your husband's orders, this ribbon will tighten instantly and take your life. Su Junyeo's voice was cold, vaguely with a slightly demonic feeling. Of course, if your cultivation exceeds mine, you might be able to survive. But with Ji Yingying's current cultivation at the Foundation Establishment realm, it was completely impossible to surpass her. After some contemplation, Ji Yingying hung her head and accepted her slave status by default. A slave is a slave. This buyer seems pretty mild-mannered, so it might be a good thing to be bought by him? At least get out of the cage to the outside for a while, and who knows what creature the next buyer will be. Su Chang'an's dusty temperament, coupled with the fact that his features were already perfect and he had a smile on his face if anything, was what gave Ji Yingying the illusion that he was gentle. Zi Qingyin stepped forward and placed 3 lower-grade spirit stones on the table next to her. When you go out to buy something, it's naturally not the young lord's turn to pay for such things. And again, Su Chang'an only had spirit crystals on him, not spirit stones. The middle-aged man cheerfully collected the spirit stones. Guest, do you want to pick a few more slaves? There are a few snake demons of excellent quality up ahead. No need. Su Chang'an interrupted in a faint voice. This is enough. The rest of the slaves, even if he bought them all, would not be worth a single transformation god realm made within the heavenly clan. Useless things that he didn't really want to do. But the middle-aged man was clearly dissatisfied that Su Chang'an, who looked like a big customer, had actually bought such a cheap, low-level slave. Are you sure you don't want to take another look? I'm sure you're not a bad moneymaker. Bang! The torso of the middle-aged man who was still speaking anxiously just now suddenly flew backwards before exploding out of thin air at a great distance away. The filthy blood that splattered out stayed exactly a foot in front of Su Chang'an's feet. Not a single trace of it staining him. My lord has already said that it is no longer necessary. Zi Qingyin's eyes were cold as she murmured in a low voice. Su Chang'an had long been accustomed to this situation. The other party didn't know his identity, but it didn't matter. It didn't affect Zi Qingyin's ability to kill him. Su Jiuyao didn't have much fluctuation inside. Wasn't it just the death of a human cultivator at the Yuaning realm? The husband hasn't even said anything yet. Where's Jiuyao's turn to talk? Perhaps the one who had the most inner turmoil on the field was Ji Yingying. It's not. Didn't you guys have a nice chat just now? Did the other guy just pop him because he said the wrong thing? And, judging by the reaction of the owner who bought him, he seems to be used to this kind of thing? Still with a gentle smile on his face. Bad. It feels like Yingying me. I don't have long to live. I guess it won't take 2 days to end up in a miserable death. Thinking of this, Ji Yingying braced her weakened body and stood up, trying her best to act like she was being obedient. Don't let Su Chang'an one look at it and directly slaughter it. Husband, if he's dead, what about the rest of the demons locked up here? Never mind. Let's go. Su Chang'an could release them all at will and let them return to freedom. But there's no need for that. If they are lucky enough to survive, they are lucky. And if they don't, they can't blame anyone else. Aha! Husband, wait for Jiuyao. Su Jiuyao nodded her light steps and ran over, wrapping her arms around Su Chang'an in one go. The sticker is very tight. And although the red dress she was wearing was tightly covered, it was actually very thin, just like some little balloon from a previous life. Ji Yingying, on the other hand, was forced by the threat of death on her neck and could only force herself to follow. With that, they left the store, continued to hang out at the demon market. In fact, right now, Su Chang'an could just kill Ji Yingying. After all, her chi is positive. You can't bind it yourself. But now he had another bold idea. A natural-born child of chi. Was it possible to make her chi negative by special means, altering the way of heaven to the path of the villain? Forget it. Guess not. It's better to just kill it. Ding! The system prompts that the last reincarnation adventure in the 10,000 reincarnations is not Ji Yingying's original body. Even if the host kills this white raven, he won't be able to fully kill Ji Yingying to obtain the reward, because the host didn't exactly kill her. There's more of that? That means Ji Yingying's main body is in another continent? Her 10 lifetimes of reincarnation adventures just happened to land on the desolate ancient continent? Then what Su Jinwei killed with a sword in the future shouldn't have been the main body either? No wonder. Her chi can reach 11. I'm sure it's not as fragile as it seems. That won't help. Su Chang'an could only experiment to see if he could lead through his transformation and turn her into the shape of a villain. Even if it doesn't work, stay in your hand and try to find out what she's made of. As the thoughts fell, Su Chang'an and the others happened to arrive at a remote place. Ji Yingying, hearing Su Chahan's voice, Ji Yingying's eyelids subconsciously jumped. How did she know her own name? Seeing Ji Yingying's silly face, Su Junyeo pursed her lips somewhat helplessly. This is the name bestowed upon you by your husband. What's with the stupidity of the slave that the husband is looking at? Can't even understand such words? Although Joyao sometimes couldn't understand what her husband was saying, Joyao would pretend that she understood everything. Seeing Su Chang'an nodded, Ji Yingying drifted off. So this is a coincidence? Immediately afterward, she feigned a cowardly bow of her head. Thank you, master. There is an old saying in the human domain that those who practice Western affairs are handsome. The current bowing down is only temporary. For me, Ying, dignity and all that can just be given up. She only needed to wait for her last life experience to be certified, and then she would be able to complete her own reincarnation avenue, truly crossing over the cycle of reincarnation and ruling a side of the avenue. P.S. Even if Ji Yingying's main body came, she wouldn't be able to beat Su Jinwei, who is the sword immortal Wuji setting that buries all beings. Strength belongs to no upper limit. Chapter 67 Heavenly Fox Clan Master Su Yunshi. The beginning of the plan. The experience of 9 reincarnations allowed her to quickly differentiate between the situations of the moment. Therefore, Ji Yingying's address to Su Chang'an directly changed to master. Dignity and all that, just let her drop it. Su Junyeo raised an eyebrow. Worthy of being a husband, this demon picked was actually so obedient. No need to reteach the rules like the other slaves. With a light smile in his eyes, Su Chang'an didn't pay any attention to Su Junyeo, but instead whispered to himself, I won't kill you for now. I hope that the final result won't disappoint me. Su Joya couldn't understand, and Ji Yingying couldn't hear. Zi Qingyin accurately captured the keyword not kill you for the time being. Could it be that the young master is planning to kill Ji Yingying? It was impossible to guess what was in the young lord's mind, but it was better to label Ji Yingying as someone to be killed first. At the very least, use the forbidden runes to secretly lock her down. Su Chang'an and the others continued to set off towards the northern part of the demon region, taking it easy along the way, just as if they were touring the mountains. Every once in a while, you'll accidentally trespass into some great demon's territory, and then it's just the right time to add to your meal. Among them, tiger meat should be considered the best. When Su Junyeo sometimes saw Su Chang'an eating favorably, she would snuggle into his arms and ask in a soft voice, if husband is full, can he still eat Junyeo? Whenever this happened, Su Chang'an would wave his hand and lay down a boundary. Ji Yingying was also craved and drooled. After all, she had never seen a barbecue before. But as a slave, how was she qualified to eat her master's food? Just have to watch. Is he, the master, going to starve her to death? Bought slaves and not fed? She had only just built her foundation. It was a real possibility that she would starve to death. When she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it, Su Chanan appeared in front of her with a roasted leg of lamb. Hungry? Su Chang'an asked in a faint voice. Hearing this, Ji Yingying subconsciously nodded her head vigorously. Talk. Hungry. Slaves should have the posture of slaves. Su Chang'an spoke in a calm tone. Kneel down and speak. Ji Yingying sniffed, and without much hesitation, she bent her knees and knelt on the ground. Oh, so obedient. Su Chang'an laughed softly, tossing the leg of lamb in front of her. Eat? Worthy of being a woman who had become an emperor in all 9 lifetimes. Such a thing as dignity was dispensable for her. The heart is hardened to such an extent that I'm afraid there's no way to get at it from the dignity side. How about a different approach? Lead her to blackness? A slightly evil plan was born in Su Chang'an's mind. The place where the Heavenly Fox Clan land was located was called the Qingqiu Mountain Range. The Qingqiu Mountain Range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with no less than 1,000 mountain peaks and caves, large and small. The most central peak, the main peak of Qingqiu, that's where the lord of the Skyfox clan is, with Su Jiuyou leading the way. Su Chang'an and the others arrived directly here without being stopped in any way during the process. Husband, mother is right up there. Jiuyou has already told her in advance that husband will be coming, so we can just go straight up. Aha! Ji Yingying was then temporarily handed over to Su Shui to look after her. After all, she was going to meet the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord. Bringing a slave with her would be too much of a hindrance. Moreover, within the Heavenly Fox Clan lands, the Heavenly Fox Clan Lord was more afraid of something happening to Su Chang'an than anyone else. Coupled with the existence of the Forbidden Rune, Zi Qingyin could teleport to Su Chang'an's side at any time, so she didn't need to follow her up. It didn't take long for Su Chang'an to arrive at the peak. There was a cave-like entrance here, and Su Junyeo took Su Chang'an's arm and walked straight in. The scene inside the cave was very different from the outside. To be precise, this was not a cave, but another small world of space created later in life. Immortal grasses abound, and spiritual springs meet. A luscious figure stood in front of her, and upon closer inspection, one would realize that she was wearing a similar red dress as Su Junyeo, with the same bare feet. Looking at this familiar image, one didn't need to guess to know that she was Su Jiuyao's mother and also the Heavenly Fox's clan master, Su Yunshi. But she had a very different aura from Su Jiuyao. Su Jiuyao was the flirtatious and seductive young girl, while Su Yunshi was obviously much more mature. In particular, the front of that red dress had been tightened to the point where it seemed as if it would fall apart at any moment, and the eyes carried a different kind of flavor, with the beauty of an innate undead saintly body. Prime Minister, I've come to my senses. Ahem. Unfortunately, she's her own mother-in-law. Moreover, she and Zhang Liuli still seem to be good friends, similar to the BFF relationship in her previous life. That's all the more reason not to have ideas. Otherwise, the generations will get messy. Su Yunshi stood still and sized up Su Chang'an. I didn't even see you when I went to the Celestial Clan before. The last time I saw you was when you were just born. In the blink of an eye, I've already grown so big. Sometimes it really feels like time flies so fast. As handsome as Ruri too. Su Jiuyao agreed with Su Yunshi's words and quietly nodded her head. Husband is indeed handsome. By the way, you shouldn't know me. Su Yunshi looked back and smiled slightly apologetically. Just call me Auntie Su. Of course, in a few days, I might have to become half of your mother as well. Su Chang'an softly shouted. Auntie Su. Hey, the more Auntie looks at you the more satisfied she really is. Su Yunshi couldn't stop nodding her head. It's really cheap for this girl Jiuyao. This child, Junyeo, has been stupid since she was a child. If she does something wrong or makes a mistake, you come and talk to Auntie Su, and Auntie Su will come and teach her a lesson. At the very least, punish her for sweeping the clan grounds 3 times. Su Jiuyao also heard this, and her little face instantly collapsed. Jiuyao had hidden something for so long, and mother actually said it directly in front of her husband? Didn't mother always praise her for her intelligence before? Mother, how can you say that? Where is Jiuyao stupid? Su Junyeo's red lips pursed lightly, complaining to Su Yunshi in a petulant tone. You child, Chang'an is still here. Su Yunshi snapped. Change your habits when you get to the Celestial Clan. Become mature and stable. You can't be like this anymore. Su Jiuyao skimmed her mouth in defiance and glanced down at the red clothes bulging in front of her. Is Jiuyao not mature enough? After Su Yunshi finished lecturing Su Junyeo, she turned her head to look at Su Chang'an, the anger on her cheeks turning into a smile. Chang'an, did you come to the demon region this time for something? How she was also a demon emperor. Experience was still relatively rich, and her intuition told her that for Su Chang'an to come here in person, it was definitely not just as simple as bringing Su Jiuyao back to her mother's home. Definitely because of something important. Su Chang'an didn't bother with any more nonsense and asked directly, Aunt Su, have you ever fought with the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor? Su Yunshi revealed a hint of surprise, but still answered Su Chang'an's question. Well, the most recent battle was 100 years ago, when he was on par with me, but before that it was me who slightly beat him. So, Su Chang'an laughed softly. That means the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor shouldn't be able to hold up to a single move from my mother? Chapter 68, The Great Tao Immortal Emperor. Although the Emperor realm did not have a clear division of realms, it could produce a huge gap depending on its level of comprehension of the Great Tao and its roots, and after fully comprehending the Tao that one walks, one would metamorphose from an ordinary immortal emperor into a Great Tao Immortal Emperor. What Ji Yingying was pursuing was also precisely the Great Tao Immortal Emperor. 9 lifetimes of witnesses, all of them immortal emperors. It was only when the 10 reincarnations were perfected that one could fully comprehend the Tao of reincarnation and metamorphose into a Great Tao Immortal Emperor. If Su Yunshi could fight the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor 50-50, it would mean that they were of similar cultivation, both being the most ordinary immortal emperors, merely stepping into the great Tao and not comprehending it to perfection. While Jiang Liuli was a solid de Tao immortal emperor, the opponent would definitely not be able to catch a single move from Jiang Liuli. When Su Yunshi heard this, she was first stunned, then she laughed softly. Chang'an, you talk like your mother is really similar it. All the same, straight. Su Chang'an slightly lowered his eyes. Aunt Su, Chang'an definitely did not mean to look down on you, just stating the facts. Aunt Su knows. Su Yunshi finished, then said with some concern, but Liuli is now the mistress of the heavenly clan, and her rash actions will involve too many troublesome things. This was also the reason why Su Yunshi chose to marry the heavenly clan. For one, it gave the Sky Fox clan a legitimate reason to get involved with the celestial clan. Secondly, to give Jiang Liuli a daughter-in-law. It's okay, Su Chang'an shook his head. My mother won't do it in the open. Therefore, it is necessary for Aunt Su to step in. Su Yunshi understood Su Chang'an's meaning in a flash. It was for Jiang Liuli to make a move to kill the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor, and then she stepped in and pretended that she had made the move. But the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor has been hiding in the north. Even if Liuli has the means to penetrate deep into his clan's land to find him and then kill him silently. But Aunt Su can't. After all, those few great demon clans in the demon domain all know that Aunt Su and I have similar cultivation levels to that Silver Moon Wolf Emperor, both at the middle stage of the Emperor realm. No one will believe that Auntie Su has this kind of strength. This line of thought had long since occurred to Jiang Liuli, but in order to ensure the stability of the desolate ancient continent and not to affect the heavenly emperor's cultivation in the extraterrestrial abyss, he had ultimately given up on this intention. Aunt Su, you don't have to worry about that. The Silver Moon Wolf Emperor will leave the clan lands by then, and in the eyes of the world you're the one who single-handedly killed it, Su Chang'an said softly. Generally speaking, demon emperors would choose to cultivate in seclusion deep within their clan lands. There's nothing special about it. It's not going to leave. But Su Yunshi looked at Su Chang'an's confident expression and subconsciously believed him. Good. When the time comes that you need Aunt Su to step in, just come here and look for me directly. By the way, there's something else I forgot to give you. Immediately afterward, Su Yunshi took out a piece of spirit jade and placed it into Su Chang'an's hands. Spirit jade is warm and delicate to the touch, and a bit soft. Su Yunshi drew her hand back. This piece of jade was refined by my own hands. It has the secret seal of my Sky Fox clan on it. The Sky Fox clan sees this jade as if they see me. Aunt Su doesn't have anything to give. Those holy spirit treasures are probably not something you can look at, so I can only give you this. This piece of spirit jade was very similar to the one Su Joyo had given her earlier. However, this spirit jade seemed to be a bit more powerful, representing Su Yunshi in person. Su Chang'an thanked. Thank you, Auntie Su. Su Yunshi laughed lightly. A family doesn't say thank you. Aunt Su still thinks this gift is too bad. Aunt Su is joking. Su Chang'an planned to retreat. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Aha. Jiao Yao. You have to be good when you follow Chang'an. You can't cause any trouble or play with your little temper. I'll really punish you if you don't know what you're doing. Su Junyeo softly said. Mother, even if you don't say it, Junyeo still knows about this kind of thing. After leaving the main peak of Qingqiu, Su Junyeo proposed to take Su Chang'an to soak in the spiritual springs of the Qingqiu mountain range. Thinking that there was nothing else to do, Su Chang'an agreed. Then they came to a more secluded place, and there was even a boundary restriction in the middle of it. Husband, through these woods is the spirit spring of the Qingqiu mountain range. Aha! Su Chang'an then let Su Joyo pull himself along. However, the aura did get thicker and thicker. It was almost even half as much as the spiritual spring in the back garden of his temple. Until the last tree's cover was also crossed, Su Chang'an finally got a clear view of this spiritual spring. In the first moment after seeing it clearly, Su Chang'an's expression was slightly stunned for a moment. Spirit Springs is huge. Instead of a spring, this is a lake. The azure-colored spring water is clear and flawless, without any turbidity. But that wasn't what surprised Su Chang'an. The most important thing was that in the center of the lake, at that moment, there was a woman with fair skin and no inches on her body, looking at him with the same astonished eyes. The woman's face was well-defined, her collarbone exquisite, and the northern hemisphere above the water, enough to rival Su Joyao. Those eyes with anger were also red, similar to Su Joyao's, but Su Joyao was a demonic scarlet, while that woman was a light red. It's a little less flirty and a little more serious, not as seductive, but more sophisticated. Big sister, you're here too? Just so we can soak together. Su Junyeo made a surprised sound, but soon she realized that something was wrong and stood in place not knowing what to do. Finished, forgetting that husband is his own husband, and not big sister's husband. How can we soak in the spirit springs together? Jiao Yao, who is he? As soon as Su Ningmu raised her hand and waved it, She put on a blue and white fairy dress and walked out of the water barefoot. But although she had summoned clothing out of thin air, she had not dried the residual moisture on her body in the first place, resulting in the dress all clinging to her, completely accentuates its luscious figure. Aha! Compared to Su Joyo, it was still almost interesting. Su Ningmu looked at Su Chanan's flat eyes, and the anger in her eyes intensified. Doesn't he feel weak? Not to mention normal people. Even hypocrites should pretend to be embarrassed and close their eyes not to look at her at this moment, right? As a result, Su Chang'an was good. In addition to some surprises at the very beginning, the rest of the time the eyes since are very plain. No surprise, no greed, as if they were admiring. Evaluation. Pissed off. Big sister. Wait. Su Joyao dodged and blocked in front of Su Chan'an, as she saw the posture of the six tails behind Su Ningmu, already ready to attack. Then she definitely had to stand in front of her husband. Husband protecting crazy foxes are not just words. Even if she faced her big sister who had a higher cultivation level than her, Su Joyo had no intention of wimping out. Big sister, this is my husband. Originally I thought I wanted to soak in the spirit spring here with my husband, but I didn't realize that big sister was already here. My husband didn't see anything. Joyo promise. Su Ningmu was exasperated by Su Joyao's words, but she was more concerned about the fact that this human race was ninth sister's husband? Wouldn't that be, son of the celestial clan? Chapter 69, Silver Moon Mountain Range. Plan ahead. Su Ningmu didn't expect that this denizen in front of her was actually the son of the heavenly clan, or the first choice of her future husband who was highly rated in her mother's mouth. Su Yuncher had even said before that if Su Junyeo was driven back, then she would be the next one to go to the heavenly clan. Agreed myself. Certainly agreed to it with the intention of joining forces, but now it seems she's not needed. Jiu Yao was favored by the heavenly clan. Or rather, Jiu Yao was favored by Su Chang'an. Su Ningmu stammered. She wouldn't dare to say that the heavenly clan's son was a denizen, and just now she was a bit angry. Her tone was really a bit bad, but the good thing is, doesn't Su Chang'an look angry? I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was Ningmu who took offense just now, not realizing that it was you who had come. Even if Su Chan'an wasn't angry, Su Ningmu's attitude still had to be there, and after she finished speaking, she lightly reprimanded Su Junyeo. Junyeo, pay attention next time. Don't be so reckless. Got it. Big sis. Su Junyeo was still quite well behaved, and after seeing Su Ningmu's tail relax, she wasn't so nervous. If we don't make a move on our husband, we'll still be good sisters. Humph. Su Ningmu nodded, then turned to Su Chang'an and bent down, saluting. Your Highness, since you're here, then Ningmu will leave first. I won't disturb your business with the ninth sister. After saying that, Su Ningmu fled as if she had left the place. Su Chang'an could see that the originally pure anger on her face had a trace of shameful red color at this moment. But come to think of it, anyone would be ashamed to be seen in a hot spring without an inch of clothing, wouldn't they? Not to mention, the other party was also his sister's husband. It's a wonder she didn't run. After Su Ningmu left, Su Jiuyao cocked her head and closed the boundary back up. Then she looked at Su Chang'an and spat out her tongue with a smile. Husband, big sister has already left. Let's go soak in the spirit spring. After she said this, her red sari slowly slid down her shoulders and fell to the floor. Su Chang'an only felt surrounded by a familiar fragrance. Spinning around, he was pulled towards the spirit spring, the northern part of the demon domain. In the past few days, Yimu Ning had killed 3 young lord-level existences of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan one after another, and had roughly interrogated them about the pattern of their travel to the icy sky pole. Of course this was all possible by relying on the power of the White Lotus girls. Recently, the Silver Moon Wolf Clan that traveled to the icy sky polar region has obviously become much less, and they seem to have sensed our presence. White Lotus's voice was flat, and there wasn't much subordination in his tone. Su Chanan's order was for her to spy on Yi Mun, not become Yi Mun's slave. So there's nothing wrong with this attitude of hers. Yi Mu Ning lowered her head and contemplated for a moment. She wasn't surprised by this situation. Just wait. Next, they should send out a great demon of the Saint Realm to scout the situation. Make sure to kill all the Saint Realm great demons they sent out. The way is best to be cruel. After the Sacred Realm great demons die, that demon emperor should not be able to sit still. White Lotus nodded. I'll make the arrangements. But I'm not sure if the rest of you can kill a great demon of the Saint Exalted Realm. After all, I can't leave your side. Yi Mu Ning's eyes flickered slightly, as if she was considering something. After a long time had passed, she asked softly, do you have the strength to kill a great demon of the Saint Exalted Realm? White Lotus shook her head. I don't know. There should be, right? After all, she had killed Saint Exalted Realm cultivators before. Yeah, I see. His Highness the Seiji gave you orders to keep me safe in addition to spying on me, right? I don't know. Right. I remember there is another clause. If I make a move similar to betraying the heavenly clan, you also have the power to directly kill me. Yi Myun smiled with a playfulness. I went to single-handedly challenge a Saint Zun realm great demon. It shouldn't be considered betraying the heavenly clan, right? I don't know. As long as it was a question that had nothing to do with the Silver Moon Wolf clan of the demon domain, White Lotus's answer would only be that he didn't know. She would only act according to the orders given by Su Chang'an. Okay. Yi Muning was slightly helpless. But what I said, I will show value to His Highness the World Prince. By whatever means. Silver Moon Mountain Range. What did you say? Xiao Tian is missing too? A lanky man with a head full of white hair roared angrily. His name was Silver Battleground, and he was the current clan leader of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, with his cultivation having reached the early Saint Exalted realm. At the moment, he was filled with anger. This was his third missing son, and his favorite youngest. Anyone can't calm down right now. The first two disappearances could be described as accidents, and the appearance of a third, it's that there are forces working against them in secret. Who the hell is it? The first thing he thought of was the Skyfox clan, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The other party doesn't have the strength to take the initiative to provoke the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Moreover, Su Yunshur had almost exhausted her lifespan due to her repeated use of secret arts, and was now at the end of her strength, and was no match for their old ancestor in terms of battle power. Could it be? Su Yunshur knows that her lifespan is coming to an end and is planning to fight the Silver Moon Wolf clan to the death at the end? There is no shortage of possibilities. Thinking of this, he turned around and headed towards the back of the mountain, preparing to inform the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor of this matter. Then he intended to probe the situation himself. He believed that as long as an old ancestor of a certified demon emperor made a move, no matter what kind of scheme, it would be crushed in the face of absolute strength. These past few days, Su Chang'an's life was extremely nourishing. Day after day, she was dragged around by Su Junyeo to swim and play in the mountains, and occasionally, she would even bump into one of her sisters and play together. The wounds on Ji Yingying's original body had almost recovered. The mold has also become much cleaner. Not exactly pretty, but durable. Su Chang'an didn't make a sudden change in his attitude towards her, but instead chose to take a gradual approach, getting better little by little. From the details, this also caused a trace of doubt to appear in Ji Yingying's eyes. It's not right. Why was this master of his looking at himself strangely? Even if she had been an emperor for 9 lifetimes, she couldn't see what was going on in Su Chang'an's mind. The gaze was gentle and the sight was not aggressive, but she just had a very uncomfortable feeling. It's like the bottoms are being looked at. But that's impossible, because Yingying have a secret that no one knows. Just as Ji Yingying was thinking about these things, Zi Qingyin suddenly appeared behind her, her voice line clear and cold. Slaves are not allowed to look directly at their masters. In the Celestial Clan, according to the rules you have to gouge out these eyes of yours. Yingying knows her mistake. When Ji Yingying heard this, she hurriedly knelt down and admitted her mistake. No hesitation at all. It was because after this period of time, she understood Zi Qingyin's character very well. She usually never spoke, and once she did, it wasn't a simple matter. If you say you'll gouge out your eyes, you'll definitely do it for real. Last time, she almost got wasted and turned into 2 Ji Yingyings because she knelt slightly slower. Kion, get ready, we're leaving. Hearing Su Chang'an's words, Zi Qingyin instantly bowed her head and withdrew the finger that was placed on Ji Yingying's face. Slave servant obeys the order. White Lotus had just sent him a message, saying that Yi Muning's plan was a bit earlier than expected. It was possible that the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor had already been startled. Chances are we'll run into it the next time we cross paths. In that case, Su Chang'an would have to go ahead and take his place as well. Otherwise the White Lotus girls would have been wiped out. Chapter 70 All are tools without feelings. A few days ago, the Immortal Domain's Lili Holy Land announced to the public the wedding of Saint Sun Su Chang'an and Su Junyeo, and all of the immortal forces within the Immortal Domain were all invited. At that time, Zhang Lioli would definitely be present. As for whether or not they'll see it with their own eyes, that's a moot point. Night shrouded the icy sky in polar regions. A group of 4 people, from the distance, slowly walked towards this place. At the head was a man with a demonic face. He was the most outstanding young scion of the Silver Moon Wolf clan nowadays, and was expected to be able to inherit the position of Silver Wars clan master. The icy sky poles are just ahead, and we still haven't been attacked in any way. A servant-like man behind Silver Shun came forward. Can it be that the other party has already sensed the presence of the clan lord? No way. Silver Shun categorically denied. My father, he is already at the Saint Exalted realm, in the event that he deliberately hides it. Unless the other party steps into the Emperor realm, it is absolutely impossible to detect it. Ha ha, isn't it obvious? The other woman smiled with a fawning face. The other party must have fled in fear when they saw that it was the young lord who came. Humph. Zhenshun grunted coldly, sort of accepting the ass. Remember to come to my cave at night when you arrive within the icy sky polar region. The woman smiled delicately as she heard this, and her body kept coming closer to Inshun. Slave obeyed. When you become the clan master, don't forget my slave. Don't worry, it won't. Just when they thought they were going to enter the icy pole without any problems, a stern killing chance quietly approached. Swish! Bang! Unseen jutsu filled with overwhelming power attacked towards Zhenshun. The wolf slave who spoke first was quite loyal, and he dodged right in front of Inshun, attempting to protect his master with his physical body. And then, he just burst into flames, splattering blood all over Zhenshun. The woman who was leaning on Gunshuan's side didn't want to die, but Zhenshun just threw her out. Young lord, don't! She exploded in place before she could finish her sentence. In the end, Silver Shun didn't avoid it either, but he had pre-prepared magic treasures on him that could withstand a Saint Exalt realm strike, so he survived. At the same time, another cold voice rang out. Seek death. Silver Battle appeared and slammed his palm into the void. The pressure of the Saint Exalted realm revealed itself without reservation. Boo! A woman whose appearance could not be seen was knocked out while spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking slightly distressed. She is a slave of the Celestials. It's also one of White Lotus's direct henchmen. Ha, just a mere Saint King realm, and you dare to make a move against my Silver Moon Wolf clan? Silver War snorted coldly. Say, where are you from? To what end? The woman stood her body still and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The target is not dead. The mission continues. Silver War frowned, and before he could continue speaking, several silhouettes appeared one after another around him. They wore similar clothes and skirts, and their cultivation levels had all reached the Saint King realm. A dozen Saint King realms? Silver Battle's mind was stunned. The other side is from the human race. Even if the immortal sects in the immortal domain were to add up, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find these dozen or so Saint King realms. What kind of power would target the Silver Moon Wolf clan with such a large amount of money? Who the hell are you guys? Silver War whispered angrily. You should know very well the difference between the Saint King realm and the Saint Exalted realm. Numbers won't change anything. It won't take the seat long to kill all of you. The other party had more than a dozen Saint King realms, and he definitely didn't believe it when he said that there wasn't a stronger presence behind him. Holy Emperor, or even a Holy Father. It was possible that the other party was trying to use these dozen or so Saint King realms to sap his strength before killing him with a sneak attack. He had used this method before to take out a great demon of the same realm as himself. Thinking of this, Silver Battle became even more careful. However, he received no response. A dozen or so Saint King realms made a move at the same time. Dodging towards, Silver Shun rushed towards him. Their mission was to kill Zhenshun. Until Zhenshun was dead, it would be absolutely impossible for them to leave unless they received a retreat order from White Lotus or fell here. Father, help me. Silver Shun's mind became blank as he watched a dozen Saint Kings rush towards him without any regard. Moved? He really didn't dare to move at all. What the hell for? Why would a bunch of holy kings go after him? You guys go kill my father. He's a saint. I'm in the Mahayana realm. I'm no threat to you guys at all. But he couldn't say this out loud. And once he did, it was expected that Silver War would even give him a slap first. Let him die on the spot. Shun. Silver Battle urged with all his might and flew towards Silver Shun. It's fast as hell. He also didn't expect that the other party's target wasn't actually himself, but Inshun. Do you guys really think the seat doesn't exist? Silver War waved his hand to block the moves of a dozen Saint Kings, and then he swung his palm out with an unstoppable might, instantly dispersing their station. However, it did not cause the Saint King to fall. The cooperation of the dozen or so Saint Kings was flawless, with every move showing killing opportunities. Moreover, Silver Battle had to watch out for sneak attacks from the powerhouses behind them while protecting Silver Shun. As a result, the situation was not as one-sided as expected. At least, the end wasn't as quick. But a Holy Father is a Holy Father after all. The gap with a Saint King was insurmountable by sheer numbers. It didn't take long before some of the heavenly race's slaves fell straight down from the air, collapsing to the ground never to get up again. Far away in the void, Yimu Ning and White Lotus were hidden in the midst of it, quietly watching all of this. Aren't you going to help? Yimu Ning was a bit anxious, seeing that the slaves of the heavenly clan were about to be routed. White Lotus, who had the strongest battle prowess, surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of making a move. Bai Lian's eyes were calm and without fluctuation. My task is to keep Mizyas out of my sight, not to follow your orders. But they'll die. So what? White Lotus asked softly in return. Isn't that your order? Or rather, they are carrying out my lord's orders. To die for my lord. It was meant to be something we looked forward to in our hearts. As a slave, What kind of slave is it if you can't fully carry out your master's orders when he gives them? Yi Mu-ning didn't speak again. After a few breaths, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ha, I clearly guessed that you were answering this way, yet I was still curious enough to ask. The last few days of contact, she had long ago discovered that all of these people from the Celestial clan were all centered around Su Chang'an, without the slightest bit of emotion. Tools. This is how Ye Mu-ning compared it. She hates tools, also like to use everything but yourself as a tool. But this Saint Realm wolf demon could not be let go no matter what. Otherwise all efforts will be lost. Since you're not willing to take the initiative, then I'll help you, Yi Mun said before directly crossing the void concealment formation and rushing towards Silver Battle. She's betting on. Bet White Lotus has the strength to save himself. The bet is that this behavior of his is not considered betrayal and that the latter will not kill him. Chapter 71 White Lotus vs Silver War. The moment Yi Morning appeared, Silver Battle detected her presence, and a flash of coldness flashed across his heart. So here it is. Come to battle. Wait. Just the reincarnation realm? Without waiting for Silver War to be surprised, Yi Nun's body stopped in the air. Her movements were bound by the White Lotus. It couldn't be helped. This kind of action by Yi Nuni I really didn't count as betraying the Heavenly Clan. And one couldn't kill her directly. Just have to keep protecting her. I didn't realize that even I had been counted. However, White Lotus still had no intention of engaging Silver Battle. She restricted Yi Mu-ning's entire body from moving, then carried her behind herself and fled towards the void. Silver War frowned. That ran? The woman beside that woman in white immortal clothes had clearly reached the Saint Emperor realm. Could this mean that the woman is the one behind the curtain? How could one let her go? Silver Battle gritted his teeth, and after quickly laying down a holy realm boundary, he turned into streams of light and chased after White Lotus in the direction he had fled. Shunner, take care. This sacred realm boundary should be able to keep you unharmed for 2 hours, and my father will rush back as soon as possible. Silver Shun sat paralyzed on the ground and held his tongue after a long period of silence. You're really my real dad. This boundary would naturally not be a problem for an ordinary Saint King to resist for 2 hours, but they were slaves of the Heavenly Clan. The number of means could not be compared to the ordinary Saint King realm. White Lotus was merely at the Saint Emperor realm, plus she had to bring the reincarnation mirrors Yi Mun along with her to escape. Her speed was definitely no match for Silver Battle. Soon, Silver War caught up with her. A casual palm strike was the terrifying might of the Saint Exalt realm. White Lotus could only barely dodge. After the chase lasted for some time, Silver Battle arrived in front of White Lotus and blocked her path. Your Excellency, if you've come, don't go. White Lotus let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Still can't avoid it? But I really didn't think that you would abandon your son and choose to catch up. Then it's just a war. Kill Silver War, or be killed. However, one should kill Yi Mun before being killed. The master had said he would make her a corpse even if he couldn't bring her back. It should never be allowed to break away from the Heavenly Clan's control. Yi Mu-ning followed suit and tensed up. If White Lotus dies, it won't end well for her. Maybe they'll be killed in passing. But if she couldn't kill Silver Battle, all of her later schemes would cease to exist. She had no use for Su Chang'an, so she wouldn't be able to gain his trust, much less use the power of the celestial race to lift the divine soul restriction. Even if you survive, you can't escape the fate of being a tool. Not much difference from being dead. This clan lord has not given up on my child. I have set up a holy realm boundary. With those few Saint Kings, it's impossible to break through without 2 hours. Silver War looked like he had a plan. White Lotus laughed softly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. A Saint King realm that hasn't been killed by a Saint Sovereign in a single second. Do you feel that it would be unable to break through a Saint realm boundary? What do you mean by that? Silver War asked in a stern voice. Of course, White Lotus would certainly not answer. Humph, making a fool of yourself. Although Silver War was panicked in his heart, he thought that after careful consideration he still felt that it would be fine. So he continued to ask, which forces are you from? Why are you targeting my Silver Moon Wolf clan? White Lotus remained silent. She hid Yi Mun behind her, stood still, and a mysterious pattern slowly emerged from her white neck. At the same time the aura around her was climbing. Saint Emperor stage, peak Saint Emperor. It didn't stop until it reached the early stage of the Saint Emperor realm. One must know that an unusual Saint Emperor realm going one-on-one against a Saint Exalted realm would definitely be directly killed in seconds. If you wanted to fight at a higher level, you had to rely on external forces. This was her bottom card, a forbidden seal that burned her lifespan and gained cultivation in a short period of time. The amount of longevity consumed is directly proportional to the amount of time it takes to unseal the seal. Guess this battle is over. In less than 10,000 years, she'll be dead. It's... Silver Battle's expression became grave. This kind of directly raising one's cultivation level by a large realm was definitely not the means of any righteous sect. Cultist. This is definitely the tactics of evil cultivators. Mirror lotus flower. As White Lotus's plaintive words fell, a number of enlightenment green lotuses arose beneath his feet, dazzling people a bit, and at the very bottom was a huge white lotus flower. This is a domain-type spell. Silver War was also enveloped in it. The only one who was isolated was Yin Yun, in which case the battle between the Saint Exalted wouldn't affect him. Humph. With this means, you want to take down this seat? Delusional. Silver Battle shouted angrily, and immediately after that, he also manifested his own body. The demon race manifested their original bodies in order to utilize their full power. It was a wolf with silvery gray fur and a crescent-like mark on the forehead of its head. A wolf and a man fought within the Mirror Lotus's art field. White Lotus had more means compared to Silver Battle, but Silver Battle had ultimately stepped into Saint Exalt for a long time. It's impossible to tell the difference in a short period of time. Yi Mu-ning stood outside and didn't flee, but anxiously wanted to activate the sound transmission talisman Su Chang'an had given her to report the current situation to Su Chang'an. Although the message was passed on, no response was ever received. Please, Your Highness, respond to it. I've done all I can do, but in front of the disparity of strength, all plans seem so powerless. Just then, a bland voice came out. Yi Mu-ning, I'm curious, if White Lotus can't beat the Silver Moon Wolf Clan's clan chief, what should you do? Yi Mu-ning jerked her head up when she heard this voice, and a familiar gilt black robe came into her eyes. Beside the gilded black robe, there was a woman in a red sarong. It wasn't Su Jiuyao. Instead, it's an extremely charming woman, like Su Jiuyao's mom. Su Chang'an's expression was slightly playful. He didn't expect Yin Yun to be that playful. Even calculating his own orders to White Lotus perfectly fits the persona of using everything as a tool. No emotion at all. With such a meticulous mind, it didn't seem so unreasonable for her to break away from the control of the Radiant Holy Land in the future. Yi Mu-ning's brilliant golden eyes lit up, impatient to explain the current situation. Your Highness, the world's son, White Lotus is now. Can't you understand this hall's question? Su Chang'an interrupted her in a cold voice. Answer this hall's question first. Yes. Yi Mu-ning lowered her head, her posture humble. If White Lotus dies, Mu-ning will naturally die as well. But Mu-ning said that she would prove her worth to you. When he goes back and passes the information to the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor, we'll have even less of a chance. Chapter 72 Transitioning to a second Saint Exalt. It's not too much, is it? Yi Mu-ning's performance was pretty much what Su Chang'an had expected. Emotionless exploitation of everything. A tool like her whose emotions had been dulled since childhood was different from both Su Jiuyao and Ji Yingying, unable to trust and hard to lead her to blackness. In that case, there were only two endings that awaited Yin Yun. First, become his tool. Second, go to hell. Of course, the two endings can be stacked. That would be the third scenario. First, use her as a tool to drain her value. Then kill her to get the system reward. After resolving the Silver Moon Wolf Clan, it was time to put the destruction of the Radiant Holy Land on the agenda. Su Chang'an looked teasing. Good calculation. When Yi Mu-ning heard this, she didn't have any joy. Instead, she became more nervous. It was because Su Chang'an's tone didn't mean to be complimentary. It was blaming her for going AWOL. She was not a little cutie. Could sense the dissimilarity under Su Chang'an's calm countenance. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Mu lightly bit her lips and knelt straight down. Your Highness. This time it was Mu-ning who took the liberty. Please chastise Your Highness, but for you there is absolutely no intention of counting. What Mu-ning wanted, since the beginning, was only to unlock the restrictions of the divine soul. Yi Mu-ning's tone was sincere. Su Chang'an laughed lowly, his smile playful. Deduct one if you don't believe her. Buckle your brain. What she said was true, of course, but she would not hesitate to use and give up everything, including Su Chang'an as well as the Celestial Clan, in order to achieve her goal. Who the hell would dare to keep such a person? I know. Your Highness, is there any way we can help White Lotus? The Mirror Lotus flower is a move of the Lioli sacred ground, and although it can be forced in from the outside, that would cause irreparable damage to the White Lotus, and once she's distracted, she'll be killed outright by the other side. Su Chang'an paused here. Besides, it's not like White Lotus is going to lose. Yi Mu-ning wanted to say something else. Just then, Mirror Lotus's domain suddenly changed, slowly dispersing from its closed state. That means the fight is over. Either White Lotus was incapable of maintaining the field, or Silver War had been killed. The scene inside unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. Only White Lotus's breath was failing, his face was pale, and his figure was unsteady, with a shaky feeling. The same was true for the Silver War not far away. The two fought to the limit in a very short period of time. Mutual damage, neither fatal. The math should be even now. However, White Lotus could once again use forbidden means and burn her lifespan to gain power. And if Su Chang'an didn't come, she should be the one to win in the end. It's just a matter of consuming more lifespan. Su Yunshur? Silver War narrowed his eyes when he saw the pretty red-clothed figure standing beside Su Chang'an. There really is a shadow of the Heavenly Fox clan behind this matter. But did you think that this seat would be unprepared? Silver War smiled coldly and spoke respectfully towards the void. Old ancestor, please take your shot next. As Silver Battle's words fell, an old man filled with the vicissitudes of life tore through space and appeared in front of the crowd. Heavenly Fox Clan Lord. I didn't expect it to really be you. This emperor originally planned to wait for you to fall before making a move on Skyfox. But since you're in such a hurry, I'll kill you here. A light smile appeared on Su Yunshur's cheeks when she saw this figure. No surprises, but rather some. Originally, he had planned to kill Silver Battle before alerting the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor. But he didn't expect people to come directly. Save yourself the trouble. Silver Jin frowned as he watched Su Yunshur's reaction. And the might of the Demon Emperor poured out unreservedly at this moment. Humph. Your Skyfox clan has taken up too many resources. It's time to remove you from the demon domain. Next is the Battle of the Emperor Realm. Silver Battle, you will step back first. Silver Battle arched his hand. Yes, old ancestor, be careful. Immediately after that, he ruptured the space about to drill in, ready to retrieve his son, who he had left where he was. Just then, several figures appeared in the distance. After taking a good look at their clothing appearance, Silver Battle's pupils directly quaked. What are you guys doing here? Where's Shun? Was it unable to break that boundary and chose to come here for support? Several Saint Kings ignored him and quickly came before Su Chang'an, kneeling down to resume their orders. Master, the target is dead. His divine soul dissipated. Su Chang'an wasn't sure what the mission they had received was. A mere nod. White Lotus. White Lotus had already regained some of her chi, and she respectfully knelt in front of Su Chang'an. The slave girl is here. You guys take Yi Mu Ning and leave first. Yes, after all, Jian Liuli would appear in a while, and this situation naturally couldn't be seen by Yi Mu Ning. White Lotus got up and came to Yi Mun, whispering, Miss Yi, please close your eyes. Yi Mu Ning's eyes were a little complicated as she looked at White Lotus. In fact, she didn't want to leave. She wanted to see what method Su Chang'an would use to kill Yin Zhen. But she only hesitated for a split second before she lost consciousness. In the moment she closed her eyes, she saw White Lotus carrying herself away from here. You obviously could have just done it. Why the word please? This was of course because Yi Mu Ning was still staying by Su Chang'an's side on the surface, and as a slave, she had to respect her master. Not far away, Silver War was able to hear Su Chang'an's side of the conversation. Is Shun's soul dissipated? After a brief moment of daze, Silver War's eyes were filled with endless killing intent as he roared at Su Chang'an. All of you, go and bury my son with me. But before he could make a move, it felt like a stabbing pain came from his heart, as if he had been penetrated by something. Silver War bowed his head, only to see a black forbidden rune directly give him a heart attack. Bright red blood spurted out. Zi Qingyin's figure abruptly appeared behind him, and several forbidden runes came out in unison, directly making Silver War's body become a bloody mess. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't mobilize his spiritual energy at all, just as if his cultivation was directly blocked. White Lotus, who was indistinguishable from White Lotus, who had forced his way into the sacred exaltation, was directly seconded by the transition realm's Zi Qingyin. That makes sense, doesn't it? Warp doesn't collapse at all. Conviction. Forbidden runes explained later. The transitional realm? How is this possible? Silver Battle detected Zi Qingyin's cultivation and his tone was thick with disbelief. Are the methods of evil cultivators all that outrageous? To dare to say such words as letting my lord be buried with you. Zi Qingyin's eyes were cold. No matter what method I use to kill you, I feel it's too much of a mercy. In those few short seconds, Zi Qingyin thought of all the cruel ways to die, but none of them were satisfactory. In the end, it was decided to use several means together. You guys, too, what in the world? Silver Battle had already realized that something was wrong, and he placed his sight on the youth wearing a gilded black robe in the distance. The my lord that Zi Qingyin spoke of as well as the master that White Lotus spoke of should be him. Who the hell is he? You are not worthy to know the identity of my lord. Zi Qingyin directly wrapped him in forbidden runes and began to torment him little by little from the deepest part of his soul. This time she was really angry. When it came to anything, Zi Qingyin was able to ignore it. The only thing she could never touch was her master. A taboo that cannot even be mentioned. Chapter 73, Killing Su Yunshur is just fine. But you want to move Chang'an? Silver Jin noticed the movement on Silver War's side, but his heart was too full to be distracted to help him. After all, there was Su Yunshur staring at him in front of him. Su Yunshur, what kind of forces has your Skyfox clan united? Silver Jin's voice was vicissitude, trying to extract some useful information from Su Yunshur. This kind of tactic, I believe you can also see that it's definitely not a normal cultivator. Beware of uniting with evil cultivators and ending up being swallowed together. At the very least, he had to first figure out which power Su Chang'an came from and whether or not there was an immortal emperor behind him. Su Yunshi smiled lightly and shallowly. I don't need you, the Wolf Dog clan, to worry about the affairs of my Skyfox clan, and this emperor is not interested in giving another fight with you. If there wasn't a large power gap between the emperor realms, it would be easy to separate victory and defeat, but difficult to separate life and death. This was also the reason why Su Yunshi had failed to kill Silver Shock several times. My Silver Moon Wolf clan has even taken the clan master on board. And you want to leave just like that? Silver Jin's tone was icy cold. Aren't you thinking a little too well? Not just you. Everyone who came today, all must die here. When Zi Qingyin heard this, she turned her head to stare at Yin Zhen with a deadly stare, the forbidden runes surging around her. It was as if she was going to strike the next moment. But the current her couldn't beat an immortal emperor. Not even if she put her best foot forward. After all, that was a realm that touched the great Tao. It wasn't something she could resist with her forbidden runes. But so what if you can't win? The other party was about to kill her master. Even if it was a great Tao immortal emperor, she would not hesitate to rush up and use a forbidden means that cost more than the White Lotus, fighting for her life. Qingyin, no impulsiveness, Su Chang'an reminded gently. The slave girl understands. Zi Qingyin immediately restrained her aura and came to stand in front of Su Chang'an, those cold eyes still staring deathly at Yin Jin. This contrasting feeling caused Su Chang'an to resist wanting to pinch Zi Qingyi's face. Forget it, let's wait until we get back. Auntie Su, you don't have to do anything this time. Well, Aunt Su knows. Su Yunshi answered and also took a few steps backward, a hint of anticipation surfacing in her beautiful eyes. Although Jiang Liuli's mouth was poisonous, but she does have a power that she has never been able to reach in this life. Silver Jin was directly exasperated and laughed after watching Su Yunshi retreat to the side and give his place to Su Chang'an. He could tell what Su Yunshi meant. Su Yunshi, are you trying to hide behind this cave Xian realm mole cricket? Or do you think that this emperor will be afraid of the forces behind this brat? I'll tell you what, even if he's the divine son of whichever immortal emperor clan, no one will know about this if this emperor kills him here. Speaking here, Silver Jin suddenly raised his hand, and a terrifying emperor realm move coalesced, locking onto Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an could feel this absolute power disparity, simply unresistible. At the same time, there was also a huge force deep within him that was restless and agitated. That was the immortal emperor cultivation sealed within him. The presence of the crisis is now perceived to spurt out uncontrollably. Let him witness in place. Su Chang'an crushed a piece of the voice transmission talisman at his fingertips, and his thin lips lightly opened, spitting out two clear words. Mother. Pith. As these two words fell, hidden fluctuations appeared in space for tens of thousands of miles in a radius, as if they were under the control of a high-level existence. It was as if this place was completely isolated from the desolate ancient continent and had become a small world. Jiang Liuli arrived from the immortal realm instantly after receiving the message of the broken talisman, and then looked at the recent events through the Tao of time. Then I heard the words from Silver Shock. Killing Chang'an? Who doesn't know about this? It would have been fine if you killed Su Yunshi, but it turns out you're going to make a move on Chang'an? Now even if the world knew she was there was absolutely no way she would let the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor leave this place alive. You want to kill this emperor's son? Jiang Liuli didn't control her emotions in the slightest, and her azure pupils were filled with killing intent. Su Chang'an had never seen Jiang Liuli so angry anyway. So did Su Yunshi, but when she thought of her best friend as a child protector, she didn't think it was strange. Just by listening to Jiang Liuli's voice, Yin Jin had a feeling that his body was in tatters, and he couldn't give birth to a single thought of resistance. This can't be the great Tao immortal emperor, can it? There was also a gap between the emperor realms. There were only 4 Avenue immortal emperors in the desolate ancient continent in plain sight. The Heavenly Emperor, the Holy Lord of Lioli, and the Underworld Emperor. One more should have died in the abyss. And of these 4, only the Holy Lord of Lioli could be identified as a woman, the child of the Holy Lord of Luri. Isn't that the scion of the Celestial clan? Hoping that the power standing behind the Sky Fox was the Heavenly clan? Thinking of this, Injin felt a chill run down his spine and directly bowed towards the ethereal and dignified figure in the air and conceded. Sacred Lord Lioli, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know that he was your son. It doesn't matter. Jiang Lioli interrupted him in a cold voice. However, she didn't do anything immediately, but turned her head to look at Su Chang'an, the cold color in her eyes replaced by favor. Chang'an, is there anything else you need to do? No. Su Chang'an shook his head. Silver Shock didn't pop up a system panel, so even if Su Chang'an killed him with his own hands, he wouldn't be rewarded. Good. Jiang Lioli slightly gazed at her eyes. and a bland to the extreme spiritual energy coalesced above Injin's head. Silverquake was in a panic like never before. Although that spiritual power looked plain and ordinary, he smelled the flavor of death from it, and he couldn't move at all right now. Wait! Holy Lord Lioli! You can't do this! You are also a member of the Heavenly Clan now, and what you do all represents the will of the Heavenly Clan. Do you want to plunge the desolate ancient continent into chaos? Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the Heavenly Emperor when he finds out? Hearing this, Jiang Lioli gently raised her eyebrows. Blamed by the Heavenly Emperor? You ask the Heavenly Emperor to come over and see if he dares to speak up in front of you. Silvergen looked at the disdain in Jiang Lioli's eyes and knew that it was useless to say anything. This emperor has been seeking the Tao for hundreds of thousands of years, and I thought that having come to this point today, I was already in existence at the top in the desolate ancient continent. But I didn't expect. But what about the great Tao immortal emperor? The emperor fall era is going to fall after all. After Injin said these words, a flash of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes as he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to reverse the flow, chose to blow himself up. The damage caused by an immortal emperor's self-detonation was devastating. Even if Su Yunshi could not get it right, she would be injured. There was even less to say about Su Chang'an. If he were to use his physical body to carry it hard, it's probably going to open up the next life. Self-destruct? Jiang Lioli raised her arm to aim at him, and her fingers, which looked like curdled jade, slowly clenched. This emperor obliges. Then, Silver Shock was directly pinched and exploded. At the same time, it was accompanied by his self-detonation, but the range of self-detonation was only limited to his circumference. It's like taking a full charge of explosives and setting it off in a confined space. It's kinda creepy how he explodes himself though. Chapter 74 I take you as my sister. You want to be my mom? Silverquake's self-detonation was dead confined to a cramped space, causing no damage to the outside world. Jiang Lioli smoothly crushed his divine soul as well. Crushing from the level of the great Tao would cause him to completely disappear from this world. So far, the immortal emperor whom heaven and earth can hardly bury, has fallen here. After doing so, Jiang Lioli's silhouette landed in front of Su Chang'an, and without any further ado, she reached out and wrapped her arms around him. Chadan, mommy hug. You're not scared, are you? Remember, with mother here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Chang'an struggled out of Jiang Lioli's arms and reminded rather helplessly. Mother, Aunt Su is still here. Watch your persona a little bit. Don't fall apart too much. Aunt Su? A smirk surfaced in Jiang Lioli's azure-colored eyes, looking sideways at Su Yunshi who was not far away, softly teasing. Yunshi, my son is calling you aunt. Isn't it not quite enough for you to just send Joyo over here? I hear you have a couple other daughters. Why don't you send them all to the Lioli Holy Land? And this emperor will come and take care of them for you. Su Yunshi's expression stuttered as she sniffed. Send it to the Lioli Holy Land so you can look after it for me? I believe you. You still don't think it's enough? Su Yunshi's beautiful eyes contained anger. Zhou Yao is my favorite child. She is also the most intelligent and pleasing among the several fox masters. I let her through because I trusted you. And it turns out you have thoughts about my other daughters? Jiang Lioli laughed lightly. This emperor has more than just thoughts about your daughter. What do you mean? Su Yunshi felt puzzled, and when she felt Jiang Lioli's gaze filled with prying eyes, she suddenly understood something. I treat you like a sister and you want to be my mom? Ruri, you've really gone too far. Hey, it was Jiang Lioli's turn to feel puzzled. She meant that apart from Su Yunshi's daughter, she also had thoughts about the holy daughters of other imperial clans. After all, a daughter-in-law can't have too many. But why was Su Yunshi so, ashamed? The humongous red color on her face was clearly visible. Since Su Chang'an was still present, Su Yunshi didn't continue with this matter. She is the boy's Aunt Su. I'm sure Chang'an couldn't understand what Jiang Lioli meant by what she said. Su Yunshi took a deep breath. Her palms lightly pressed against her cheeks to calm herself down a little. Let's get down to business. The matter of killing the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor is definitely going to be counted on my head. You should never be brought into this. But what about the remaining clansmen of the Silver Moon Wolf clan? Jiang Lioli said without even thinking. Of course it's a complete extermination, preferably along with the rest of the wolf clan of impure bloodline. Things like exterminating clans were very common in the demon domain. After all, without the justice of the famous school, the grudges are cleared up on the spot. Su Yunshi agreed with this. Well, I'll go over there now and do it myself. Go on, go on. Jiang Lioli waved her hand perfunctorily, as if she resented her. The corners of Su Yunshi's lips that were flushed with red twitched. Then why don't you unseal this space? Do I have to fly over little by little? Oh, forgot about that. She had sealed this space when she arrived, and it was impossible to tear through space and teleport over long distances under a great Tao immortal emperor. Now that the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor had been crushed, The sealing was naturally unnecessary. After lifting the seal, Zhang Liuli didn't forget to add, I almost forgot. You've only just stepped into the Emperor realm now, so it's really embarrassing that you can't even ignore this kind of seal. It was an awkward apology, but the mockery in the statement was pulled straight through. Su Yunshi, Zhang Liuli's speech, as usual, is poisonous. It's impossible to stay here. Chang'an, if you have time you can stay in the Qingqiu mountain range for a few more days. Aunt Su still has things to do, so she will leave first. Zhang Liuli also nodded at the side. Yes, stay in the Qingqiu mountain range for some more days, and bring a few more fox masters along with you when you return home. The Heavenly Clan's clan land is so big that no matter how many people there are, they can all live there. Ruri. Su Yunshi clenched her fists. What kind of person discusses how to bring her daughter home in front of her? Zhang Liuli raised her eyebrows. Hey, what's wrong? Do you also want to come? Su Yunshi was not able to do anything with Zhang Liuli, and finally sighed helplessly and turned around to enter the teleportation formation without a bit of lingering. She was really afraid she was going to be pissed off if she stayed any longer. After Su Yunshi left, Zhang Liuli then hugged Su Chang'an once again. After all, she was going to return to the immortal realm in a little while, and if she didn't hug now, she wouldn't have the chance to do so. Chang'an, Jinwei even asked me a few days ago when you were going to the mixed sword sect, and if you don't go, she's going to come back for you. Jinwei is good everywhere. It's just that it's not good to argue with mother about that about you. When Zhang Liuli said this, there was a gentle smile in her eyes. She wasn't angry with Su Jinwei. On the contrary, her feelings for her only daughter were equally deep. But whether Su Jinwei was angry with Zhang Liuli or not was unknown. Mother, if it's convenient for you, talk to my sister. I'll go to the mixed sword sect after a while. Su Chang'an whispered back. Zhang Liuli pouted, her cool fingers gently tapping Su Chang'an's forehead. You still need to use you to talk to mother? It's just like that. Is Chang'an going to be estranged from mother? Zhang Liuli was like a little kid with this current appearance. No way. You still have to coax your own mom. Mother, I won't next time. Hearing this, Zhang Liuli immediately collected her sad look and smiled lightly. That's more like it. After a while, Su Chang'an suddenly remembered about Yin Yun. Does mother know anything about the Holy Lord of the Radiant Holy Land? Zhang Liuli shook her head. Not really an understanding, just having seen one side. So, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Nothing. Alright. Zhang Liuli didn't ask any more questions, but softly instructed. Remember to look for mother if there's something. There's nothing in this world that mother can't solve. Thank you, mother. No need to thank me with mother. Aha. Zhang Liuli couldn't stay long after all. She also had to return to the immortal realm to show her face and keep herself out of this. Su Chang'an, on the other hand, returned to the Qingqiu mountain range. Ji Yingying was so well behaved now that she knelt on the ground as soon as she saw Su Chang'an, as if she was completely loyal to him. Every time this happened, Su Chang'an would reveal a restrained look of heartache. It's not that obvious, yet it could be easily detected by Ji Yingying. This led, straight away, to a dry burning of her already small brain. It's not right. The look in the master's eyes. Ah shucks. There was something wrong with Su Chang'an's eyes. He must know something. Chapter 75 next. Over to your brain. Yi Muning felt like she was trusted by Su Chang'an. At least the way he looked at himself was no longer purely strange and flat, but took on some mild. She was so understanding of the smirk in Su Chang'an's eyes. If any, Su Chang'an stayed in the Qingqiu mountain range for a few days, getting ready to leave the night before. He pretended to pass by Ji Yingying's place, and after realizing that she was asleep, he slowly walked in. Prepare for the end and come to a play. Ji Yingying's residence wasn't considered luxurious, but it was quite clean, much better than the average slave. She lay quietly on the bed, her thin, black sarong clinging to her skin, the quilt half covering her thighs, of which there was a deep red strangulation mark on the ankle of her left foot. I think it was from when I was chained up earlier. Su Chang'an stood in front of the bed, slightly lost in thought as he looked at her, a flash of realization surfacing in the bottom of his eyes. Sure enough, it was pretending to be asleep. Since you're pretending to be asleep, I'm going to start the show. Su Chang'an first walked over to the bedside and reached out to touch the red strangulation marks at her ankles. At the moment of touch, Ji Yingying's petite body subconsciously tightened, forcing herself not to make a sound. It's a little itchy, but what shocked Ji Yingying the most was that Lord Su Chang'an actually came over in the middle of the night to take advantage of her? It doesn't make sense. Though, one's own appearance in this world was obviously very ordinary, at least compared to Su Junyeo. It was considered very ugly. There's no reason for him to look at himself. Immediately afterward, Su Chang'an's low murmuring voice reached her ears. It should hurt, right? Blame me for not finding you sooner in this life. Hearing this, Ji Yingying's heart set off shockwaves. This life? Did he know he was a transmigrant? And from what he said, he seemed to have crossed paths with himself in previous lives? After Su Chang'an gently touched her, he pulled over the quilt to cover her up. Then he came to the head of the bed and reached out to touch her cheek. But as if he was afraid of waking her, his palm hung in the air and never dropped. In the end, Su Chang'an bowed his head and looked sad. Ying, you shouldn't remember me, right? Ying, of course I don't remember. Even though you changed your appearance, I recognized you at once because I had acquired a secret art in my previous life that allowed me to observe the essence of the other person's soul. The cost, forget about the price. It doesn't matter to me what it takes to recognize you. Ying? She was a bit confused by what she heard. Because of the events of her previous lives, she couldn't quite remember them, but she's so sure. He has not made a love connection in his own 9 reincarnations. All other causes and effects are also paid off. The only thing that could be considered a love affair was that there was a patriarch of the Acacia sect who had some strange ideas about her. But that was a woman. And, eventually, she ran away. Didn't let get away with it. Actually, originally I thought you'd recognize me too. Because of what you said. That you would never forget me. And that even after 9 reincarnations, you would still remember me. Don't worry. In this life, I will still guard you. When you have proven yourself to be an emperor, I will be able to leave in peace. When Su Chang'an said this, a slight hint of regret was brought to his tone. But the more this happened, the more anxious Ying became. She really couldn't remember. But she could now understand why Su Chang'an looked at herself with such restraint. Turns out he knew himself from previous lives. But is that what this is all about? Wouldn't it be better to just tell her the truth? Ying, I should go. Sleep in peace. I will always stay far away and watch over you. After Su Chang'an said these words, he turned around and left, leaving only Ying, whose thoughts were confused in her mind, lying on the bed. In fact, all these things are all made up by him. Even if he had read the original, he didn't know the exact plot of Ying, but Ying was in existence with Qi over 10, so surely he could be right on point. As for whether Ying would believe it or not, that would depend on her brainstorming ability. It was only half an hour after Su Chang'an left that Ying pretended to wake up from her sleep in a daze, preparing to go to the restroom. She then saw a bottle of elixir sitting on a nearby table. It's... Ying picked it up and looked at it. Even if she didn't know exactly what kind of elixir it was, she could guess that it should be a treatment for trauma. She glanced again at the red strangulation marks on her ankles. I don't know why, but a flash of strange emotions suddenly arose in my heart. In her own memories, there was no love karma in all the 9 lives, and there was no one who helped her, basically relying on herself to prove her path step by step. However, at certain times of danger, one could always turn the danger into a blessing, and it went excessively well, and the spiritual treasure opportunities came one after another. Does this have anything to do with Su Chang'an? No. It must have some kind of relationship. Ying thought back to something, her pupils trembling in shock. The extraterrestrial demon that almost killed him in his last life was killed by the mysterious powerhouse that suddenly appeared. In my last life, I accidentally cultivated into the devil and lost my cultivation. And within a few days, I came across the Chamber of Commerce that was auctioning off the spirit recovery pill. Previous. Everything went excessively well, which can never be explained by a word of luck. But if this is all being deliberately organized by someone, it all makes sense. Who the hell are you? Why are you helping me like this? And I can't remember you at all. Was your memory erased? But there's no way I can't find out. But there was just something about her memories of her first life that felt vacant, and it was likely that this was where things went wrong. Now, Ying's mind was really messed up. She really couldn't accept that she had actually relied on other people's help all this way? That's absolutely impossible. But once this seed is planted, how can it be easily erased? Ying, density +1. Ying, density +1. The corners of Su Chang'an's mouth involuntarily raised as he listened to the system's beeps in his head. Seems to work. A few words of her own nonsense actually made her brainstorm something. It's just that the intimacy grows a little slow. But this is also normal. After all, she is a 9th immortal emperor. The degree of mental toughness is far from the stream of Yi I can compare. Can make her heart fluctuation is already very good. It also says one thing. Even if the chi is positive, there are things that can be done to make a difference. Now he was already looking forward to what Ying would look like after she blacked out. Surely that alone is not enough to blacken it. This rundown will take a bit of time to lay out. The highest priority right now was to dispose of Yi and the Radiant Holy Land. Chapter 76, she prefers to be active than passive. The news that the Silver Moon Wolf clan had been exterminated had also spread from the demon domain to several other domains on the desolate ancient continent. The Immortal Domain sect condemned Su Yunshi's actions. Even if the other party was their enemy in life and death, were their people not innocent? How can they all be slaughtered? The devil domain, on the other hand, felt that Su Yunshur was too merciful and actually didn't refine and annihilate their divine souls along with them. And for this reason, the two domain clan forces even had a big fight. The strongest heavenly clan as well as the Lioli sacred land all did not express their opinions. The remaining forces didn't dare to really fight. The human domain's perception of the demon domain wasn't too good in the first place. A few other domains were fairly quiet. Of course, there were those who sensed something was wrong. Why did Su Yunshur and Injin not share life and death for 1,000 years? But now they had directly wiped out someone's entire clan? Does it have something to do with the marriage between the Sky Foxes and the Sky Clan? But without substantial evidence, no one dared to be the first to speak up and pick on the Heavenly Clan, so they could only secretly send people into the demon region to explore the situation. On the surface of the windy and calm desolate ancient continent, in reality, it had long been surging with dark currents. After all, it had been too long since there had been a war. Yi Mu-ning received a transmission from the Radiant Holy Land, roughly asking her if there was a celestial race meddling behind the matter of the Silver Moon Wolf race in the demon domain. Think about it for a long time. In the end, she replied that Mu-ning hadn't fully gained the trust of the Heavenly Clan's World Sun yet, and didn't know the cause and effect of this matter. Right now she was still more partial to choosing the Celestials. After 2 more days, she received a reply from the Radiant Holy Lord. Waste. A few months have passed, and you still haven't gained his trust? If you really can't, you'll carry the bloodline of the celestial race. You should understand the reasoning that a mother is as important as her child. Yi Mu-ning subconsciously clenched her fists when she heard this, and her pink and white nails were about to seep into her flesh. Carrying the bloodline of the Celestials? Oh, what does she think she is? To say something like that in such an indifferent tone, it was a feeling that really made her sick. One day, I will break free of this cage and kill all of you. But for people like her, if the need arose, one could also use oneself without hesitation to carry the bloodline of the Celestial Clan. That's already the case with the Union. If Su Chang'an wanted to touch herself, she was in no position to refuse. As opposed to being forced to accept it, Yi Mu-ning preferred to take the initiative herself. Therefore, tonight, she planned to go to Su Chang'an's chambers. Ms. Yi, are you in there, please? Yi Mu-ning slowed down and returned in a faint voice. Well, I'm here. Come in. The door was pushed open and in walked a maid-like girl with 2 ice silk nightgowns in her hands. Ms. Yi, what you asked for? Her name was Xiao Chang. The personal maid Su Chang'an had arranged for her, and she could be approached for any of her own needs. But Yi Mu-ning knew in her heart, Little Green should be here to spy on him, just like White Lotus. Trouble? Yi Mu nodded gently and pointed to the table next to her. Put it over there. Xiao Qing bowed her head slightly after placing the items on the table. Miss Yi is the fiancée of His Highness the World Prince. There is no need to say this to Xiao Qing. Yi Mu-ning was first stunned, then laughed lightly. Right now I'm not, and the fact that His Highness the World Prince has asked you to come to my side isn't all about taking care of my life and living, is it? Who would look for a Saint Realm powerhouse to act as a maid? Even the Heavenly Clan couldn't reach this level. Xiao Qing was not humble. Miss Yi is overstating the case. His Highness the Son of the World's Mind. The slave girl does not dare to speculate. But no matter what, you are still His Highness's fiancé now, and Xiao Qing is just a slave girl. Yi Mu-ning fell into silence. I don't know what's going on in my mind. Xiao Qing didn't say anything when she saw this, but spread her divine sense and went to explore what kind of unusual aura was inside Yi Mu-ning's bedchamber. She had set up a hidden boundary in her bedchamber early. If Yi Mu-ning had used any secret method to send a message outward, it was possible to trace a little trace. After a while, Yi Mu-ning came back to her senses and didn't continue to think about it in detail. Xiao Qing, take me to bathe and change. Yes. Mirror Heaven Palace. Main Hall. Su Junyeo directly relied on this place. Every day with Su Chang'an inseparable. In addition to husband hugging, is husband kissing. But Su Chang'an had his own business. He then made up an excuse that he had to practice and told her to go back to his chambers first. As a result, Su Jiuyo became even more excited, saying that he could help Su Chang'an cultivate. Because Su Yunshur said that she was born with 9 tails and possessed a special physique that could help her husband enhance his root bones. Halfway through her words, Su Junyeo was interrupted by Su Chahan. That's your mother coaxing you, whether it was useful or not. Could Su Chang'an still not know? On his panel attributes, there was no change in the root bone column. Okay. Su Jiuyo pursed her lips, looking a little lost. In truth, she marveled inwardly. Worthy of being a husband, he really is smarter than Jian Yao. At a glance, I can tell that this is Jiu Yao lying to husband. It looks like we have to wait until husband finishes practicing. Before Su Junyeo left, she lowered her head and admitted her mistake in a small voice. Husband, I'm sorry, it was Junyeo who lied just now. It's okay, just go. Thank you husband. After Su Jiuyo left, Su Chang'an didn't start cultivating either, because it's a complete waste for him. Although he was at the Cave Xian realm, his actual battle power was already able to match that of the Saint realm, and he could break through to a mortal emperor at any time. The top priority now was to resolve the Radiant Holy Land as well as Yi Munii. Thoughts fall. Su Chang'an was just about to leave when Zi Qingyan's voice sounded outside the door. Young lord, Yi Mun is here. Su Chang'an couldn't help but laugh lightly at his words. He was just about to go to her himself, and then she came of her own accord? Let her in. Yes. Yi Muning was draped in a loose robe, and her body smelled of the 1,000-flower dew used for bathing in addition to her own body scent. Walk into the bedchamber. Yi Muning bowed to Su Chang'an. Muning has met His Highness the World Prince. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow with interest. What is it you came to see me about? Yi Muning did not say anything. She reached up and unbuttoned her robe, and the loose garment slipped down her shoulders and fell to the floor. It also completely exposed the view beneath her robes. Yi Morning was only wearing a thin as cicada silk nightgown. The neckline in front of her body was opened very low, leaving her delicate collarbone completely bare. The arms were not covered by any clothing. The hem of the skirt could only cover half of the thighs, and the two long slender legs were white and flawless, just like an absolutely beautiful work of art. The sight could be described as so luscious that one couldn't help but feel the blood rushing up in one's veins. Yi Muning's look was still dignified, with an unspeakable condescension that made the heart retreat and dare not blaspheme. At all times, she hadn't even changed this look on her face. Right at this moment, Yi Mun's knees slowly bent and she knelt on the floor. Chapter 77 Admired, but destined not to stay. Yi Muning knelt down like that. Although she was kneeling, her head was still raised high, her brilliant golden eyes looking straight at Su Chang'an. Submit sth, but not willing to be at the mercy of others. There wasn't the slightest hint of humility, still maintaining the cold arrogance and holiness of the radiant holy maiden. Your Highness, as you said before, I have value that is worthy of your continued use, and Muning is also your fiancé by marriage in the clear sense. So, please let Muning fulfill her obligations as a wife. Su Chang'an raised his hand, signaling Zi Qingyan to go out first. When the door was closed again, Su Chang'an got up and walked over to Yi Muning, reaching out to cover the top of her head and gently rubbing it. It felt like petting your own pet. Yi Muning felt humiliated in her heart, but she didn't make any movement to resist. Doesn't matter. If she couldn't endure this level, who was she to overthrow the radiant Holy Land? Head held high. Recognize the reality that you're the one begging me. You're the one who begged me to keep you in the first place. Not that I feel the need for you. Su Chang'an's arm exerted a fierce force, pressing Yi Mun's tilted head down violently, just a hair's breadth away from letting her forehead hit the floor. Your Highness. Yi Muning stared at the golden Nanma floor that was extremely close to her, lightly biting her pink lips as two lines of clear tears unconsciously slid down. Muning understands. That's a good boy? Su Chang'an took his hand back, his face playful. Crying? No. Didn't White Lotus teach you the rules? Within the Celestial clan, she was not qualified to lie to Su Chang'an about anything. Ask something. Answer something. Even if you are asked how many hairs you have, count them as fast as you can. Please, Your Highness. Don't care about this. It is Muning who is pretentious and weak-minded. Heads up. Yi Muning could only raise her head again, the dignified and cold color in her eyes a few points less. The alternative is humiliation and helplessness. Your heart isn't soft. Su Chang'an reached out, his fingertips gently rubbing against her cheeks. In the radiant Holy Land, would you have cried like this as well? No. Then why here? Muning doesn't know. Yi Muning shook her head and repeated again. Muning really doesn't know. Perhaps in her subconscious, she thought Su Chang'an would be heartbroken to see her cry, and then just comfort her, trust her, or maybe she feels like she can let out her emotions here? Either way, she couldn't hold back. For the first time in nearly a decade, she shed tears in front of people. Su Chang'an closed his hand and turned around, heading deeper into the hall. Nothing was said. Yi Muning slowed down for a while and wiped the remaining tear tracks on her face with her hand. Then she got up and followed. At the same time, he also picked up the robe that had fallen to the ground and draped it over his body. 10,000 words omitted. Inside the bedchamber, Su Chang'an was lazily lying on the bed, while Yi Mun was obediently snuggling next to him, her cold and arrogant face carrying a slightly unusual blush. You've been in contact with the Shining Sanctuary lately? Yes. Yi Muning replied without hesitation. What was said? The Sacred Lord asked if the extermination of the Silver Moon Wolf clan was related to the Heavenly Clan, and Muning replied that he didn't know. Then, Yi Muning paused slightly. He asked me to carry the bloodline of the Heavenly Clan, and with that to gain the trust of His Highness as soon as possible. Su Chang'an's tone was flat. What about when trust is gained? Scouting the temple. Yi Mu-ning had just uttered these 3 words when she felt a heart palpitation coming from the depths of her soul, followed by a twinge of pain at her heart. Hiss. Ah! Yi Mu-ning's arm covered the area of her heart, and she looked pained as she let out a muffled grunt. This is the great Tao oath backfiring. If she dared to say 2 more words, she would definitely die here on the spot. After a slight reprieve, Yi Mun's tone took on a hint of pleading. Your Highness, if I really can't say it, I'll just die here. Su Chang'an nodded and didn't continue to give her a hard time. After that, Yi Mu-ning spoke again. Your Highness, now that what Mu-ning should do has been done, can you fulfill your words from the beginning? Unlock the restrictions of the divine soul for Mu-ning, please. Your Highness, even without the restrictions of the radiant Holy Land, Mu-ning will remain in the heavenly clan to serve you for at least 1,000 years. Afraid that Su Chang'an wouldn't believe herself, Yi Mun added, if your Highness doesn't believe me, Mun can make a great Tao vow. No need. Su Chang'an interrupted her with a faint voice. There is nothing this temple can do about your divine soul restriction, and the same goes for Mother. My father is not in the clan, but I imagine that it would be difficult for him to have a solution as well. Yi Mu-ning's heart sank as she heard this. Even Holy Lord Lioli and the Heavenly Emperor couldn't do anything about it? Wouldn't this mean that she would always be used as a tool until the fall of the Radiant Saint Lord? In fact, Su Chang'an didn't even ask. If it was truly necessary, Zhang Lioli would definitely not be helpless against the divine soul restrictions set by the Immortal Emperor, but it would have to take a while to do so. That won't be necessary. Your Highness, Yi Morning had a cold look on her face. If the Radiant Holy Lord dies, will the divine soul restriction be lifted? Su Chang'an laughed softly. I don't know, maybe. Yi Mu-ning fell into silence. What? Su Chang'an smiled teasingly. Want to kill the Radiant Holy Lord? Hearing Su Chang'an's words, a chill flashed across Yi Mun's eyes. Mun wanted to kill the Radiant Saint Lord. Not all because she wanted to undo the restriction. It's more because I want him to die. Ha! What a great idea. Su Chang'an gave her a rare compliment. He really appreciated Yi Mun. Appreciated this style of acting and her audacity to calculate everything. It's just a shame that someone as uncontrollable as her is not destined to stay by his side. Even if one were to impose a slave brand on her at that time and make her act completely according to one's orders, I'm afraid that one wouldn't be able to achieve any good results. After all, that's what she set up to do. Spent his whole life trying to get out of the cage and ended up being a slave to freedom. Don't worry. One day you'll be free. This is my promise to you. Yi Mu-ning got up and sat on her knees on the bed, bowing her head deeply at Su Chang'an. Her tone unprecedentedly sincere. Mu-ning thanks your highness. She was now completely naked, but she didn't care about that. After all, she had long been looked over by Su Chang'an. It didn't matter if she looked at her 2 more times. With this thought in mind, Yi Mu-ning was relieved. But who knew? She suddenly felt a strong force coming from her shoulder, and then her entire body lost its balance and fell onto the bed. Can you just push it down? Why would I want to watch it there? Again. 10,000 words omitted. Chapter 78, The Imperial Race Overwhelmed by the Celestial Race. Immortal Domain. Radiant Holy Land. What did you say? You're a member of the clan of the Qin Imperial clan that was overthrown in the first place? How is this possible? A clan that was destroyed by the Celestial clan has never been known to have a clan member survive. Radiant Saint Lord Chen Wuji's eyes were cold as he looked at the youth in front of him. The youth's name was Qin Yun. Just by listening to his name, one could tell that he was not ordinary. Or else it would be impossible for him to happen to be absent from the desolate ancient continent when the Celestial clan overthrew the Ling clan's Imperial clan, escaped the total removal of the Sky clan. How do you expect this holy lord to trust you? Feng Wuji's face was skeptical. Naturally, he would not believe it on the basis of Ling Yun's words. Qin Yun slowly raised his hand, and the aura of an immortal emperor was then quietly released. Although he was a first-time immortal emperor, Feng Wuji, a late immortal emperor, still had the feeling of facing a strong enemy. Feng Wuji murmured, "This is Ling-style imperial law?" Back then, he had seen the Ling family's old ancestor strike, using a technique extremely similar to this one. Now it seems that he really is a member of the Ling family. Qin Yun's face was calm. Right now, those who can still recognize my Ling clan's emperor's laws are feared to be more than a handful in the entire desolate ancient continent. I wonder if, now, you can believe what I have said? Feng Wuji nodded his head. What is your name? Qin Yun. Qin Yun. Feng Wuji pondered for a few seconds. In his memory, the Ling clan did not have a heavenly pride named Qin Yun. But think about it. If it was some kind of supreme heavenly pride, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape the heavenly clan's pursuit. That's a nice name. But then again, what do you mean by coming to this Saint Lord? Feng Wuji's gaze was wary. The Radiant Holy Land doesn't seem to have any relationship with the Ling clan. Does it? If you want to take revenge for the clan, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. This is the immortal realm, not the demon realm. Qingyun let out a loud laugh at his words. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. The Radiant Saint Lord also knows that this is the immortal realm, and still speaks in such a veiled manner. Is the deterrent power of the celestial race that great? Feng Wuji frowned. What do you mean? Humph. Since the Holy Lord chooses to continue to act confused, then I will be the one to speak. Qingyun had arranged a boundary around the sanctuary, making it impossible for the outside world to peer into what was happening inside the sanctuary. I don't think it was unintentional for you to send a controlled holy maiden to join with the celestial race, was it? What exactly do you want to do besides getting involved with the heavenly race? Scouting the celestial suns? Curious as to why my Ling clan was destroyed? Want to know what secrets are hidden in the sun of the celestial clan? Or, with greater ambitions? With each of Qingyun's words that fell, Feng Wuji's expression became heavier. What exactly is your honor trying to say? Sacred Lord Radiance, do you want to know the reason why the Qin clan incurred the wrath of the heavenly clan and was completely exterminated back then? Qingyun's eyes were as calm as water. Feng Wuji said in a cold voice, this emperor is not interested in this. It's alright, I'll say mine. Qingyun smiled gently. The celestial clan's son Su Chang'an. He is the possessor of the chaos demon pupil in this world. Chaos demon pupil. Hearing those 4 words, Feng Wuji's pupils trembled in shock. Did Su Chang'an really possess the chaotic demon pupil? Immediately after, an endless throb surfaced in Feng Wuji's heart. It seemed that it was time to change Yi Mun's plan of action. Even if the other party was the son of the heavenly clan, he still had the idea of seizing these eyes. This is a chance that has the potential to uniquely break the ages. Qingyun couldn't stop sneering in his heart as he watched Feng Wuji's reaction. Your purpose of allowing the holy maiden to marry the celestial race is indeed not simple. Back then, my father had the same idea you did after learning this piece of news, and he set up an ambush at the edge of the demon realm, wanting to seize Su Chang'an's eyes and graft them onto me. Several saint exalted ones and an immortal emperor supreme elder were dispatched for this purpose, only to be completely annihilated by her attendants as well as her Dao protectors. You know what? That time, aside from the Qin clan's old ancestor, we sent out almost our entire reserves. Oh, and yet we couldn't withstand a single one of his lineage's protectors and attendants. Who's a good person to have an immortal emperor act as a protector? There's also a maid who can second a holy father. Feng Wuji realized. Your Excellency came here to persuade me to stop? No. Endless hatred flashed in Qingyun's eyes. I'm here to help you kill Su Chang'an. Immortal emperors might be strong in the desolate ancient continent, but in front of the celestial race, it was nothing. By himself, he was absolutely powerless to take Su Chang'an. But Feng Wuji was different, as he had placed the holy maiden by Su Chang'an's side. There are just so many more means that can be used. I heard that Su Chang'an had once been a lickspittle, falling in love at first sight with the saintly daughter of a certain bottom-ranked sect in the immortal region, obeying his words and responding to his requests. Now, it was possible that he was doing the same to Yi Mun. Thinking of this, Feng Wuji's heart felt a little more certain. That chaos demon pupil. Don't worry, after killing Su Chang'an, the chaos demon pupil will belong to you. Qingyun seemed to know what Feng Wuji was scrupulous about in his heart. I know very well in my heart that if it really comes down to a deadly battle, I'm not a match for you. Although the Ling clan's imperial law was an imperial grade heart law, he had only just been certified not long ago, and he definitely couldn't defeat Feng Wuji, who was in the late immortal emperor stage. Doesn't say he can't grab the chaos demon pupil and run away. This emperor trusts you for the time being. You can stay in the radiant holy land for this period of time, and before you make your move, this emperor will inform you in advance. Feng Wuji chose to cooperate with Ling Yun, knowing that the other party was the celestial race, an existence that could easily overthrow an imperial race. Even if there were a few more immortal emperors, he would not be absolutely confident. But, isn't that what seeking immortality is all about? No fighting? Why do you ask for immortality? I await the good news of the radiant holy lord. Qingyun arched his hand and bowed his head slightly, unable to see the emotions in his eyes. The devil's domain, the celestial race. Yi Muning hadn't taken half a step away from the Mirror Sky Palace in the past few days. The reason is simple. It's just a matter of mobility. When Su Junyeo came to look for Su Chang'an, she happened to bump into Yi Mun who was walking out. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she blew right up. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? This is His Highness's bedchamber, and I am His Highness's unmarried wife. No, Su Junyeo pursed her lips. Why didn't you call me when you came here? Junyeo also wanted to come and accompany husband. Yi Muning mouth corner twitching. She came to be a serious matter to do. Called on you together also how to give off or nothing? Forget it, it doesn't matter. You're not allowed to badmouth Joyo in front of husband. But Joyo has never said anything bad about you. When Su Junyeo said this, The 9 white foxtails behind her swayed uneasily. Husband wouldn't dislike Junyeo, would he? Su Joyo wasn't jealous. After all, she had long been prepared for Su Chang'an to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, or rather, it was abnormal for the husband to have only himself. She was just worried that her husband wouldn't need her anymore after he had Ji Myun. Your worries are unwarranted. Yi Mu-ning didn't want to pay too much attention to this silly fox. Bypassing her and walking straight towards the outside, His Highness is inside the study. If you want to go, go ahead. I'll leave first. The things they cared about in their hearts were completely different. And when she left the heavenly clan, no one would steal His Highness from you, stupid fox lady. Chapter 79. It's the betrayal of trust that hurts. Su Joyao didn't care about that much. She had been in an apprehensive mood until she walked into the study. It was only when she tentatively opened her arms and hugged Su Chang'an without being rejected that the stunningly beautiful and charming little face blossomed into a smile again. Husband. Hug. Joyo likes husband. Favorite. Su Chang'an touched the furry fox ears that stood up on both sides of her head and said with a light smile, "Got it. You don't need to say this kind of thing every day. Use. I'm afraid that husband has forgotten Joyao. It won't. Does husband like Yi Myun? Why do you ask?" It's because Yi Myun told Joyao that she's been staying here at husband's place for a long time. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. The little fox is jealous? Joyao didn't. Su Joyao hurriedly shook her head. It's just that Joyao also wants to be liked by husband, and would like to know what husband likes about Yi Mu-ning. Joyao learn. In some aspects, Su Junyeo was still very confident. Under Yi Mu-ning's white immortal clothes, although it wasn't plain, it wasn't that stunning. It was ordinary. Su Joyao was different. She totally called it raging. What should have been a brain is now growing somewhere else. With such a perfect figure, plus the fact that she herself was a 9-tailed sky fox, which came with the attribute of flirtatiousness, how could she possibly be inferior to Yi Mu-ning? What do you want to learn? Su Chang'an reached out and pinched Su Junyeo's ear, gently tugging it to himself. I really can't figure out the brain circuit of this little fox of yours. At the expense of Aunt Su still saying that you're the most intelligent of her several daughters. It's hard to imagine how dumb a few others must be. Joyao really isn't stupid. Well, it's just a little unintelligent. Being told by Su Chang'an that he wasn't smart, Su Junyeo's little face fell with a brush. How in the world can Joyao prove that she's not stupid? Thinking about waiting. It's urgent. Just as she returned to her bedroom palace, Yi Myun received an order from Feng Wuji. You find a way to make Su Chang'an leave the celestial race and create an opportunity for a siege. Time is of the essence. The quicker the better. Yi Mu-ning's fingers subconsciously trembled. Surrounding Su Chang'an? This meant that Feng Wuji had determined that Su Chang'an was harboring something worth his risk. As with the previous guesses, is Su Chang'an the owner of the chaos demon pupil in this world? Yi Mu-ning let out a deep breath, slowed down her mind, and invoked the secret technique. The current me can't do this to this extent. Not a moment later, a shadowy voice exploded in Yi Mu-ning's ears. Oh, I know your methods best. Even if the other party is the son of the heavenly clan, this sacred lord doesn't believe that you'll be unable to do anything about it. You're not having a crush on him and thinking thoughts you shouldn't, are you? Don't forget that there is a slave brand of the radiant Holy Land engraved in the depths of your divine soul. This holy lord can take your life at any time, and you don't have any room for resistance. By the way, I'll tell you that this brand was left behind by the first holy lord of the radiant Holy Land, in order to be able to allow successive generations of holy lords to have diehards to use it. Even if it's the Lioli Holy Lord and the Heavenly Emperor, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to break it. You'd better give up your undeserved ideas. Hearing this, Yi Mu-ning's eyes dimmed. Indeed, just like Su Chang'an said, even Jian Lioli might not have a way. Is killing Feng Wuji the only way? Feng Wuji's voice continued to ring out. This sacred lord knows very well in his heart that you've always wanted to be free. Complete the things I've explained to you and this sacred lord will return your freedom. Yi Mu-ning sneered. That kind of talk is better used to coax a little cutie. Right. If you don't believe me, this holy lord can make an oath of the great Tao right now. I, Feng Wuji, swear by the heart of the great Tao to lift the restrictions on Yi Myun's divine soul and return her to her free body after obtaining Su Chang'an's eyes. Yi Mu-ning was somewhat in disbelief that Feng Wuji had actually made a great Tao vow. You can't fake this kind of avenue oath. As long as the exit mentions the great Tao, the subsequent vows will be supervised by the great Tao. It was true that no one in this world could resist the temptation of forbidden pupils. But then, she needed to turn around and betray Su Chang'an, destroying what she had promised before. Yi Mu-ning fell into deep thought. Normally, she should not hesitate to choose the situation that was most favorable to her, that is, doing what Feng Wuji said to ensure that she could regain her freedom. For some reason, she actually hesitated, and even developed a hint of intolerance. She and Su Chang'an were only meant to be husband and wife, not husband and wife. shouldn't have hesitated like that. After a long time had passed, she sealed the secret passageway and no longer contacted Fengwoji. Fengwoji, no matter what, this point that I want to kill you will never change. Yi Mu-ning whispered to herself, but this requires borrowing the power of the heavenly clan. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Decision made. She wouldn't do what Fengwoji said. She would draw up a plan that could kill Fengwoji and at the same time allow her to break free from her cage. As for whether Su Chang'an would blame himself in the end, it doesn't matter, as long as the result is good. Mirror Heaven Palace. Hall of Discussion. Su Chang'an turned sideways, holding his forehead with one hand as he casually sat on the highest reclining chair. Zi Qingyin, on the other hand, stood quietly on the side. Not far ahead, the figure of White Lotus appeared, her knees together and her posture respectful. Young Lord, Miss Yi used a secret method to get in touch with the forces of the immortal region this afternoon, and was unable to fully spy on the exchange of messages. But what is certain is, they mentioned that they want to take your eyes. When he said the last few words, the atmosphere in the hall steeply dropped below freezing point, especially Zi Qingyin. The killing intent in those clear and cold eyes spilled outward without any concealment. It was as if it had condensed into substance. To take the eyes of the young lord? They knew that the young lord was carrying chaos demon pupils? The shining Holy Land definitely can't stay. As for Yi Mu-ning, according to Zi Qingyin's thoughts, I, naturally, should also be killed together. Su Chang'an's reaction wasn't that big. He nodded and returned in a faint voice. I see. This temple has its own plans. Don't take action against Yi Mun without my orders. White Lotus bowed her head and answered. Slave servant. So did Violet Qingyin. Even though she wanted to kill Yi Morning even more now, she forced herself to calm down when she heard Su Chang'an's words. If there's nothing else, you can go home now. As you wish, slave girl. After White Lotus left, Su Chang'an closed his eyes and his body fell backwards, sinking into Zi Qingyin's arms. Zi Qingyin's fingers gently rubbed and pressed on Su Chang'an's temples. Young lord, you're tired. Is it because of Yi Mun? If you need it, the slave girl will bring her over now. In addition to figuring out what happened in her conspiracy with the Radiant Holy Land, it would also allow the young lord to vent his emotions and torture her with the cruelty of the celestial race. Right now, Li Ningyue is probably still enjoying the Deadlands. It was just the right time to send Ye Mu-ning over there together. No, Su Chang'an's thin lips flicked out. There's no need for that. According to my understanding, she won't do exactly what the Radiant Sanctuary commands, but she shouldn't follow my orders either. Not to mention, her end was already predetermined a long time ago. Now all she's doing is hastening the end. People only feel pain when they are betrayed by someone they trust and think about keeping it. Since the beginning, Su Chang'an had been using Yi Mu-ning with the idea of utilizing her. Therefore, there was no fluctuation in his heart. Just then, Ling Wei's voice sounded outside the hall. Your Highness, the sage wants you to come over. The Heavenly Emperor has returned. Chapter 80, Ancient True Immortal, unable to return to the ancient continent. Ling Wei was still wearing her black and white Lolita dress, her arms crossed in front of her, and she bowed after seeing Su Chang'an come out. Slave girl Ling Wei, meet the world's son. Aha! Su Chang'an nodded lightly. You just said that it was my father who returned? Ling Wei bowed and whispered back. This is the meaning that the Holy Lord asked the slave girl to convey on his behalf. The specifics of the situation are not clear to the slave girl, so please go to the Holy Lord's chambers in person. World's son. Without much thought, Su Chang'an followed Ling Wei all the way to the Heavenly Clan's main hall of deliberation. Above the main hall, there was just Jiang Liuli sitting here, and there was no figure of the Heavenly Emperor from memory. Chang'an, come over here. Jiang Liuli's tone was still doting as she got up and walked over to Su Chang'an. After being forcefully hugged, Su Chang'an drew back without a trace and helplessly asked, Mother, my father has returned? Does it matter? When Jiang Liuli said this, there was a clear hint of dissatisfaction in her clear blue eyes. Even if he comes back, is it possible that mother can't still hug you? You're a mama's boy. Make him wait a little longer. Jiang Liuli's acting style was already strong, coupled with her identity. I'm afraid that in the entire desolate ancient continent, she was the only one who dared to spray the Heavenly Emperor like this. After a while, Jiang Liuli slowly raised her hand, and a teleportation vortex appeared in front of Su Chang'an. Your father is waiting inside. He has some special circumstances and is unable to appear in the desolate continent right now. Su Chang'an nodded, signaling that he understood. Then it was a quick walk in. The place that the teleportation vortex led to was a barren land full of clean white. The sky was white, and so was the ground. Chahan. Su Chang'an turned to look around following the neutral voice, and a figure dressed in green and black imperial robes slowly descended from the air. The middle-aged man's pair of ink-colored eyes were sharp and incomparable, seemingly able to see through everything. Looking at the face that bore a 7-point resemblance to his own, Su Chang'an identified the other party's identity, his own father, Heavenly Emperor Su Mo Yuan. Greetings, father. Su Chang'an just wanted to bow his head, but was stopped by Su Mo Yuan raising his hand. You and I are the only father and son here. No need for these manners. Just then, the system panel popped up as well. Name, Su Mo Yuan. Fate, Swire Sky Emperor. Cultivation level, Taiku True Immortal. Root bone, 10+N. Charisma, all Hongmeng True Immortals in front of the screen -1. Luck, undecided. Evaluation, looking forward to the father to become a dragon. In this day, with this immortal father, you do not lie flat swing. What are you waiting for? Archaic True Immortal. There are actually masters? Su Chang'an was inevitably taken aback for a moment as he read the words clearly. Ancient True Immortals simply did not exist among the cultivation system of the desolate ancient continent. Could it be the realm above the great Tao Immortal Emperors? The original text also did mention Su Mo Yuan feathering his way into immortality, but it wasn't until the eve of the grand finale that Su Mo Yuan appeared, and when he appeared, his cultivation was suppressed on its own at the peak of the great Tao Immortal Emperor. I didn't realize that he had become immortal so early. Chang'an, I'm sorry, your bar mitzvah was something my father couldn't make it back for. Su Mo Yuan looked at Su Chang'an with a guilty expression. Su Chang'an shook his head indifferently. I know father has more important matters. The ferocity of the extraterrestrial abyss was far beyond what the beings of the desolate ancient continent could imagine. And even Su Mo Yuan was afraid that he would need to take it seriously. Chang'an, you've really grown up, Su Mo Yuan sighed. And then he said with a straight face, my father came back this time because he has something to tell you. The abyssal seal boundary is extremely unstable. I'm afraid that the next extraterrestrial heavenly demon invasion will have to be brought forward. During these nearly 10,000 years, I have been pursuing the end of the immortal path, constantly putting myself in desperate situations, then breaking through the realm again, until some time ago, when my father finally took that step. But it's not as simple as I thought. After stepping into that realm of nothingness, my true body will no longer be able to appear in this desolate continent, and once it does, it will cause the Tao of this world to crumble, causing irreparable consequences. Right now, I haven't found a way to break it, which means, I can no longer guard the heavenly clan. Your mother, you and Jinwei, the only thing I can do is to guard the abyss. Speaking here, Su Mo Yuan's voice began to tremble a little. He saw some fragments of Su Jinwei and Zhang Liuli's future scenes in the long river of time, completely different from the smoothness he had expected. The future desolate continent was chaotic. His own daughter and wife's eyes had become extremely dim, as if they had lost something important, and most importantly, he couldn't see Su Chang'an's future. I don't know if it's obscured, or not at all. If it was the latter, it meant that in the near future Su Chang'an will die. The Ling clan has been destroyed. Who else would dare to do this? If Zhang Liuli knew about this, she might do something impulsive, and it might be even more raw than the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. This was also the reason why Su Mo Yuan talked to Su Chang'an alone and didn't let Zhang Liuli come in with him. Su Chang'an seemed to understand what Su Mo Yuan was worrying about and whispered a comforting sentence. Father, you don't need to worry too much. Both mother and sister will be fine. I assure you. Su Jinwei and Zhang Liuli all love him deeply, affectionate love. There is no reason not to care about them. Su Mo Yuan's eyes gleamed. Chang'an, my father has always believed that your talent is above mine, and the upper limit of what you can achieve in the future will also surpass me. I have a feeling that in the near future, the heavenly clan will be handed over to you. There's nothing I can do for my father to help you. This dozen or so imperial immortal artifacts will be taken as your belated coming-of-age gift. It's a bit perfunctory, but I can't think of anything else I could give you. Su Chang'an couldn't stop being moved in his heart as he looked at the dozens of immortal artifacts in front of him that were radiating imperial might. Emperor's Lin, Emperor Quality Protective Gear, can withstand one strike from a great Tao Immortal Emperor and dozens of strikes from ordinary Immortal Emperors, and after shattering, sends out an Emperor Realm Backlash to the attacker. Water Linglong, an Emperor Quality Magic Weapon that can release an Emperor Realm Imprisonment spell, and within the range of the spell, control the opponent at will. Heavenly Dying Waves, an Emperor Quality Magic Weapon that can mask the breath of living beings and is undetectable to non-Tao Immortal Emperors. All of them were top-tier Imperial Immortal weapons, and their practical effectiveness was directly pulled full circle. Thank you, Father. Well, as long as you don't mind, to an existence of Su Mo Yuan's level, Imperial Immortal weapons were no longer that important. Of course, there's one more important thing. Su Chang'an stepped forward and gave Su Mo Yuan a man-to-man bear hug, while chanting in his mind. System, Bind Su Mo Yuan. Chapter 81, Epiphany of the 3000 Tao Rules. The Long River of Time. System, Bind Su Mo Yuan. Detecting target's fates. Villain fate. Detecting target's affinity for host. Bindable. Request host to make physical contact with target. Binding in progress, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the feedback reward, the 3000 Tao rules of Hongmeng. The 3000 principles of Hongmeng, the 3000 supreme laws that existed in the midst of the chaos before it began. As the beginning of the world's Tao. Even Su Chang'an was inevitably surprised when he heard this reward. 3000 avenues. And this is for me? Wouldn't that mean that he would be able to certify as an emperor right now? And it would be the kind of immortal emperor that crossed dimensions. Chahan, protect yourself. Don't tell your mother about this matter. I don't want her to worry. Sumo Yuan's tone had some tenderness in it when he finished saying this. Even though every time we meet, your mother gives greetings to me with an emperor realm technique. She must have been worried about me in her heart to do so. Test me with a big move to see if I'm hurt. Moreover, she didn't even use her bottom card. It's enough to see that she's worried about me. Su Chang'an looked serious and nodded cooperatively. Father, you're right. Mother is indeed worried about you. Really? Really? Like what? Anyway, it's just worrying. Yes. Hearing Su Chang'an say that, the corners of Su Mo Yuan's smooth mouth lifted uncontrollably. Now that you haven't grown up yet, there are still some things you should listen to your mother. She is after all a great Tao immortal emperor who has lived for tens of thousands of years, and has more experience than you. I see. Well, there's nothing else for father. Su Chang'an lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, Father, take care. Well, so are you. After being expelled by the teleportation space, Su Chang'an saw Jiang Liuli, who was in a daze. Mother, Chang'an, you're back? Jiang Liuli returned to her senses. Where is your father? Gone? Su Chang'an nodded. Well, it should be. That's so. Jiang Liuli hummed softly, but it's also quite good, so that he won't get in the way and affect me from hugging my son again. Mother, father says he misses you. When Jiang Liuli heard this, she froze for a moment, then twisted her head and giggled out. I don't believe he can say such words, and if you really want to, why don't you say it to my face? Instead, we need Chagan to convey it? Is it possible that you are trying to make mother happy, and that's why you say such things? It had to be said that Jiang Liuli's mind was indeed sharp, and she instantly detected Su Chang'an's meaning, but she was actually happy inside. After all, Su Mo Yuan was her husband whom she had known for 10,000 years, and he was unexpectedly devoted and affectionate. Apart from her, not a single member of the opposite sex was left around. Even the mounts they keep are males. Otherwise, Jiang Liuli would probably have opened up big already. No, father really said that. Good. Mother believes in Chang'an. Next time we meet, we'll reward him with 2 moves of the great Tao Immortal Emperor's techniques. Su Chang'an shook his head and said softly, I feel like I can make 3 moves because father is quite strong right now. Just listen to Chahan. Back to the Mirror Heaven Palace. Su Chang'an ordered Zi Qingyin to set up a boundary around the area, and no one was allowed to enter without his order. Such an order was given. Even if Jiang Liuli wanted to go in, she would be intercepted by Zi Qingyin, not to mention an existence like Yi Mu Ning. System, received the 3000 Tao rules of Hongmeng. At the fall of these words from Su Chang'an, the entire space was enveloped by an extremely mysterious aura. The Tao of the Sword, Epiphany. The way of the fist rule, Epiphany. The way of killing rule, Epiphany. Other than the dozen or so laws that Su Chang'an had come to an epiphany at the very beginning, the remaining 2,000 or so roots of the laws were displayed in his mind. The speed of the epiphany was extremely fast, which had something to do with Su Chang'an's own enlightenment. In this moment, time seemed to be stopped. Su Chang'an had also entered a special state, a pure, immersed state in the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Zi Qingyin had been guarding the outside of the Mirror Sky Palace. Due to the existence of the special boundary, the outside world was unable to peer into the fluctuations of the Mirror Heavenly Palace's great Tao. Yi Mu Ning and Su Jiao had both come to look for Su Chang'an during this period, and without any surprise, they were all stopped by Zi Qingyin. Su Jiao was well behaved. After she and Zi Qingyin made some one-sided small talk, that is, she talked by herself and then Zi Qingyin ignored it. She returned to her place. Yi Mu Ning was different. She has a mind of her own. At first, she said that she had an important request to see His Highness and hoped that Zi Qingyin would inform her. However, there was no response. She then had the idea of breaking in. His Highness shouldn't kill me now. Even if I force my way in, I'll be punished at most. Yi Mu Ning observed the change in Zi Qingyin's expression as she spoke, wanting to see if she could force her way in. For the punishment, I should be able to withstand it. But what surprised her was that Zi Qingyin's expression did not undergo any changes and remained cold to the extreme. It's like saying, try breaking in. So that's how it is. Yi Mu Ning lowered her head and sighed softly. You are different from White Lotus. You have the right to kill me. Then Mu Ning will wait for your highness to finish her work. She judged that Zi Qingyin would really kill herself as long as any part of her body dared to transgress the boundaries of the Mirror Heavenly Palace. I only hoped that Su Chang'an would be able to get out of the gate earlier. Because this thing, it's really important. The 3000 Great Tao had all the epiphanies, but Su Chang'an's consciousness still hadn't recovered. Instead, they were dragged into another world. Where is this place? Su Chang'an looked around. The scene here was like a galactic universe, with a long white river flowing with stars at the highest point. When you look closely, you can see some images in it. For example, when he killed Shao Chen himself, and the future site of the desolate ancient continent's living souls. A long river of time? Su Chang'an's mind moved slightly, and his body slowly walked towards the river of time. In theory, the long river of time was untouchable, and could only be seen when one had an epiphany of the Great Tao, glimpsing some of the future as well as the past. However, just as Su Chang'an approached, the stars flowing in the long river of time stirred. Some of them were even about to jump out of the river of time and surge towards him. Seeing that the long river of time didn't reject him, Su Chang'an simply walked straight in and entered the flowing white galaxy. Turning to the left is remembering the past. Turning to the right is a peek into the future. One by one, time segments flashed past in front of Su Chang'an, and there was one of them that Su Chang'an came to be a bit interested in when he saw it. Exactly, the site of Yi Mu Ning's tragic death. Chapter 82, Immortal Emperor Thunder Tribulation. It's the 3000 Great Tao. This clip of Yi Mu Ning was interesting, but Su Chang'an only glanced lightly at it before skimming over it. Looking further back, he saw many fragments of himself. Nothing particularly surprised him. Wait, Su Chang'an keenly captured a piece of not-so-obvious star. It's Qingyin? The little one next to her couldn't be her child, could it? When am I? The scene revealed by the River of Time is not something that happened absolutely, but the future without making changes. That is, it is possible to change it by external forces. There is no such thing as a set destiny. Until finally, the tedious nothingness all faded away, revealing a sight that surprised even Su Chang'an. Among the images, the sky was filled with a forest of immortal gods, while Su Chang'an was blandly indifferent to everything. The same uncountable figures followed around him, a few of which were instantly recognizable. Zi Qingyin, Su Jinwei, Su Jiuyo, a few more unfamiliar faces too. This is Su Jiuyo? Su Chang'an murmured in a low voice. How come it doesn't look dumb at all? Even a little handsome. If it weren't for the 9 white fox tails, Su Chang'an wouldn't even be able to recognize her at a glance, because Su Junyo was whispering in that condensed voice. So what if this emperor's husband, that is, goes against the Great Tao? Big deal. This emperor will annihilate this Great Tao. Okay, still a little nerdy. The image disperses. Su Chang'an suddenly turned around, and at some point, he had already fallen deeply into the river of time, located in the very center of the bustling white river. One must know that ordinary immortal emperors who had witnessed the Tao were only able to view the long river of time from afar. Even Jiang Liuli didn't go too far into it. Those immortal god figures are clearly not the existence of the desolate ancient continent, the enemies of the world. So that's what it refers to? Except for the Arakanese continent. The outside world of the heavens is also all-encompassed. Fair enough. After all, the Divine Order protagonist by no means exists only in the Arakan continent, and so do the villains. Here, the concept of time no longer exists. I don't know how much time has passed. The images revealed by the long river of time also began to become more and more blurred, with little useful information. Already at the limit? Su Chang'an returned to his senses, looked around, and smiled lightly and indifferently. When we return, we should be able to witness the Tao directly. Immediately afterward, his figure began to gradually fade, and in the blink of an eye, he completely faded into the river of time. Su Chang'an's consciousness returned. At this moment, he was carrying the 3000 Tao rules of Hongmeng, and if he certified the Tao now, he should be able to reach an emperor realm that had never been seen before. Didn't waste any more time. Su Chang'an unlocked the immortal emperor cultivation that had been systematically sealed within his dantian. In the next moment, a terrifying aura of might rushed out directly from within him, and that boundary of Zi Qing'in's was vaguely a bit unstable. In the sky above the mirror heavenly palace, Tao visions appeared. The aura in the heavens and earth was like a tidal wave surging towards the mirror sky palace. Not long after, a pillar of light through the sky and through the earth rushed out from the middle of the bedchamber, and a figure could be seen flickering in the center of the pillar of light. Among Zi Qing'in's cold eyes, a hint of surprise flashed, then waved her hand, and several more forbidden boundaries were set up, which barely concealed it. Of course, there was no way to cover up the vision of the Great Tao. However, it was possible for others to not know that it was coming from within the mirror heavenly palace. Next to her, Yi Nune frowned, staring blankly at the light pillar above the mirror sky palace. not knowing what she was pondering in her mind. Next moment, she then realized that a forbidden rune had wrapped itself around her neck. Purple. Not a word has been said. Yi Mu-ning directly fainted. Although I also don't understand what this vision is exactly. It's better to keep the young lord's matter as far away from you as possible. Purple clear voice whispered to herself. After she finished speaking, she placed her slender jade hand on Yi Morning's forehead, and black runes surged out, start erasing her memories of the last incense burn. Jiang Liuli was also startled by the vision and left her chambers. This is Immortal Emperor's tribulation? She looked at the silhouette in the pillar of light in the air, and a touch of worry surfaced from among her beautiful eyes. Is it Chang'an? Next to her, Ling Wei nodded. This is extremely similar to the lightning tribulation that the slave girl experienced at that time. This is indeed the lightning tribulation produced by certifying an immortal emperor. But the slave girl is very certain that some time ago, young lord was still in the cave Xian realm. I don't know. It could be Chang'an's own chance. Jiang Liuli shook her head slightly, but I'm more worried that his foundation is unstable, making it difficult for him to cross the immortal emperor thunder tribulation. Everything is possible for the forbidden pupil. But immortal emperors need to undergo the baptism of thunderbolt corresponding to the cultivation avenue in order to transmigrate. Generally speaking, 10,000 does not exist. The cultivation rewarded by the system, on the other hand, would ensure that he would be able to cross the thunder tribulation without any risk of falling. That doesn't sound like a problem. But the point was, Su Chang'an was carrying 3,000 great paths. This meant that he needed to be baptized by the 3,000 great Tao thunder tribulations. This was why immortal emperors hardly ever witnessed dual paths at the same time. Of course, the battle power of an immortal emperor who had witnessed the dual paths was not in the same dimension as an ordinary immortal emperor's battle power at all. This was how the gap between immortal emperors was opened. It was rumored that the heavenly emperor was the one who certified all 4 paths at the same time at that time, and hardened himself against 4 waves of great Tao lightning tribulation. This was the main reason why he was able to suppress the desolate ancient continent for 10,000 years without falling. The first wave of thunder tribulation corresponded to what seemed to be the Tao of the sword. Boom! The thunder, which was like a giant pillar in the sky, came from the middle of the firmament and landed on Su Chang'an with unerring precision. The thunder dissipated and went away. Su Chang'an was unharmed, and even his hair hadn't changed in any way. That's it? Is this thunder all special effects? How can you even feel anything at all? He also remembered that in the novel's description, one of the heavenly fate protagonists had become moribund after resisting just one thunderbolt. Why is there nothing wrong with you at all? It doesn't even hurt? This hang is so cool. Su Chang'an's indifferent attitude seemed to have angered the great Tao, and the 108 thunderbolts of the Tao of the sword began to fall at extreme speed. Boom! Boom! Each thunderbolt was more terrifying than the previous one, and the last one was even close to covering the light pillar. The thunder of the Tao of the sword ended, and Jiang Liuli, who was watching from afar, breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, although she believed that Su Chang'an would be fine. But still, you can't stop worrying. Her heart tightened with each thunderclap that fell. Ling Wei, go prepare the heavenly mountain spiritual liquid. Jiang Liuli smiled gently. For Chang'an's bath later. Slave servant obeys. Boom! Before Ling Wei could finish her words, she was interrupted by another voice of thunder descending. She quickly turned her head to look at the pillar of light. It was discovered that instead of the thunderbolts stopping outside, the number had increased several times. It's 10 channels. No! This terrifying number of lightning tribulations are at least 100 in unison. Has the young lord gone mad? Ling Wei instantly realized that what she had said was truly offensive. But Jiang Liuli didn't have the slightest intention of blaming her, because at that moment, Jiang Liuli was also staring at the light pillar with a deadly stare, her body trembling slightly, as if she would strike out at any time to interfere with the thunderbolt. Chang'an, mother always thought she knew you well enough, but why is it that now I feel a sense of strangeness towards you that I've never felt before? Chi Dori, to witness 1,000 paths at the same time. Chapter 83, The Immortal Emperor has become a man. The liquidation begins. Countless thunderbolts scrambled to fall, as if they couldn't wait to annihilate Su Chang'an. 3,000 thunders. The sheer number of them was more than the column of light could hold. Even if the system rewards cultivation, Su Chang'an's appearance also looked more than a little wretched after hardening himself against nearly 10,000 robberies, mainly because the Tao thunder had soiled his gilded black robe. However, his breath was not the slightest bit decayed, but instead became more and more powerful and strong. Jiang Liuli in the distance couldn't see the scene within the pillar of light and didn't know the exact situation of Su Chang'an. Therefore, she mobilized the Tao rules in secret, and the emperor rhythm around her body began to slowly unfold, as if she was trying to rush in to interfere with the thunder tribulation. The cost of doing so is naturally severe. Perhaps she would suffer a backlash that would affect her foundation, perhaps she wouldn't be able to carry the lightning tribulation either and would simply fall. But compared to the fact that Su Chang'an would die, what was the price that she couldn't bear? Sacred Lord, the thunder tribulation cannot be interfered with. Even if you go in, the thunderbolt will not stop, but will instead become more severe. Ling Wei was a bit anxious on the side. It's dangerous for you. This emperor has his own plans in mind. Jiang Liuli's voice was unexpectedly calm. Normally, these are things that Chang'an must go through, but if you really want to take Chang'an away from me, even if it's the great Tao, this emperor will not be afraid. Su Chang'an's upbringing since childhood was not a hothouse. Although Jiang Liuli doted on him, she did not deliberately restrict his growth, because she knew very well in her heart that sooner or later, the heavenly clan would be handed over to Su Chang'an, and she herself would exhaust her lifespan and fall, unable to accompany him for the rest of his life. There are some things you can only grow from experiencing them yourself. The bottom line is, Su Chang'an can't die, even though she was a great Tao immortal emperor. It was difficult for her to grasp the cycle of life and death of others. If Su Chang'an died, he would be truly dead. The anxiety in Zi Qingyin's eyes increased. Although she couldn't figure out the exact situation, she could tell that her own young master was experiencing the baptism of a thunderbolt. It's not the transition realm thunderbolt. It also didn't look like the lightning tribulation of the sacred realm, the emperor's realm. But right now, she didn't have the heart to think about that. The only thing she was worried about was Su Chang'an's safety. Young lord, please don't be okay. Zi Qingyin's battle power was indeed high. However, his cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the transition realm, and he was simply unable to make a move to interfere with the thunderbolt. Rush in. It might even trigger the wrath of the great Tao. For the first time, she felt her impotence. How could such a weak self talk about guarding the young lord? Zi Qingyin clenched her fists tightly, and there was a suffocatingly dark and depressing feeling in those clear and cold eyes. Anyone who watches anime regularly knows it well. It's a precursor to blacking out. There was no doubt that if something happened to Su Chang'an this time, she would black out in the next second. But the target will be changed from the ancient continent to the Great Way. There were now more than dozens of thunderbolts falling in a single moment alone. An ordinary immortal emperor would probably have been annihilated into dust long ago. But Su Chang'an remained unharmed. The main reason was that he had an extremely deep understanding of the 3000 Great Tao, and the power of the Tao in his body could cancel each other out with the Tao thunder, which, coupled with the cultivation rewarded by the system, made the foundation flawless. It was only then that the scene of him carrying 3000 thunderbolts hard appeared. The thunderbolt over the Mirror Sky Palace lasted for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Jiang Liuli also watched for 3 days and 3 nights. Until finally, the thunder fades. The dimly lit firmament began to unfold with shimmering light, and the columns of light began to escape outward, showing some signs of fading. Is it over? Jiang Liuli was relieved and laughed softly. Worthy of being my Jiang Liuli's son. According to her observations, Su Chang'an had endured a full 2,700 different kinds of thunder. That is to say, Su Chang'an witnessed more than 2,700 paths at the same time. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it was possible. Ha ha, I'm really looking forward to how Jinwei will react when she finds out about this. Will she be so anxious that she'll cry? She won't be qualified to protect Chang'an in the future. Jiang Liuli was extremely happy. She couldn't wait to hold Su Chang'an in her arms now, and at the same time, there were many things she wanted to ask him. Holy Lord, the slave girl always feels that something is wrong. Ling Wei's voice interrupted Jiang Liuli's thoughts. Something wrong? Jiang Liuli raised her eyes, and after only a few breaths, her soft brows furrowed. Why hasn't the pillar of light faded? Shaman's not out yet? Boom! As if responding to Jiang Liuli's question, a thunderbolt once again fell from the sky, charging straight toward Su Chang'an. This thunder was somewhat slender. It looks harmless. However, Su Chang'an sensed an aura of danger in it. It was the robbing thunder that belonged to the Tao of reincarnation. No, it's a mixture of robberies and lightning. Among them are also the illusory demon Tao Rule, the Tao of the Heart Sea. Knowing that it's useless to come one by one, have you started blending together? Su Chang'an violently stretched his arms, facing the firmament directly. Then come, let's see if your avenues have the qualifications to annihilate me. The next robbing thunder was completely different from the previous one. Every blow that landed could cause Su Chang'an to suffer some injuries to a greater or lesser extent. Of course, Su Chang'an wasn't idle either. What with the 8th and 9th grade spirit elixirs, he directly flaunted them into his mouth. As the final thunderbolt representing reincarnation fell, the 3,000 robberies of thunder are completely over. The dome of the sky was restored to its original state, and the pillars of light rushing up to the sky began to gradually fade, and the long roar of the great Tao echoed throughout the entire desolate ancient continent. The rain of the word fell in the air. No living being touched is without gratitude. The immortal emperor's gift. Endless Tao rhythms surged towards Su Chang'an, and in the blink of an eye, his breath was restored to its peak, and the impurities that had been deposited in his body were also expelled. The great Tao infusion was over. Su Chang'an was already an immortal emperor. After everything is calm again, Su Chang'an returned to the Mirror Sky Palace. The slave girl greets my lord. Zi Qingyin appeared in front of him at the first opportunity and knelt down with her knees together. The head was also deeply bowed. Su Chang'an laughed lightly. Qingyin, get up. It was only after stepping into the emperor realm that he was able to clearly feel just how strong Zi Qingyin was. Perhaps it was the difference in her practicing the taboo. Su Chang'an felt that she could completely slaughter an immortal emperor alive. As you wish, slave girl. Zi Qingyin obediently got up, and in a whirlwind, she threw the fainted Yi Mun behind her in front of Su Chang'an. Young lord, during your closed-door cultivation period, Yi Mun had come to seek an audience with you, saying that she had something important to say. The slave girl knocked her out to prevent her from influencing you. Zi Qingyin's tone carried a slight hint of admitting her mistake. After Su Chang'an understood, he directly walked over, his palm covering the top of her head, gently rubbing it. Well done. Send her back. Yes, servant obeys. Zi Qingyin's figure visibly trembled for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Su Chang'an watched Zi Qingyin leave with Yi Mun, and a touch of playfulness flashed across his eyes. It's a bit faster than expected to witness the Tao. So let's take the Radiant Saint Lord first to try out the difference between the 3,000 great paths. Chapter 84, Your Highness Trust? Yi Mu Ning's illusion. Chang'an, honestly, when did you cultivate to the Emperor realm? Has it been suppressing the realm? Wait until the great Tao has been perfected before you begin to testify to it? Do you know how worried Mother was? Next time there's something like this, can you tell Mother a little bit in advance so that she can be prepared in her heart? Jiang Liuli gently stroked Su Chang'an's cheeks, her beautiful eyes filled with a heartfelt complaint. Su Chang'an could only lower his head and accept the reprimand. I know Mother, it's my fault this time, causing you to worry. Humph. Every time you admit your mistakes like this, but which time have you changed? Jiang Liuli lightly hummed. If you do this again next time, believe it or not, Mother will punish you. Penalty. She paused slightly, finally came up with what I thought was a heavy punishment. Punish you for not being allowed to leave the door of the Mirror Heaven Palace? Su Chang'an cried and laughed a little as he took the initiative to get up and hug Jiang Liuli. Mother, this time I really know I'm wrong. Hearing this slightly aggrieved voice, Jiang Liuli's heart instantly softened. Alright, Mommy's scaring you for fun. How could Mother really want to punish you? Since childhood, no matter what mistakes Su Chang'an had made or what he had done, the most he could get was a light reprimand from Jiang Liuli. Granted, he's basically never made a mistake. Mother is so nice. If Mother isn't good, who else is? As for explaining how he became an immortal emperor, Su Chang'an said that he got it from his own hard cultivation. 3,000 Tao rules are perfunctorily passed over with a sentence of high enlightenment. Upon careful recollection, the immortal emperor cultivation seemed to still be a reward obtained by binding Jiang Liuli. This boomerang, isn't it coming? Your father had only certified 10 paths at that time, and now he's already able to become a heavenly emperor who has been suppressing the desolate ancient continent. The future you are destined to stand taller than him. As for the heavenly clan and the Liuli Holy Land, Mother doesn't care about those, and doesn't want to impose that responsibility on you. Chadan, remember, no matter when or where, no matter what choice you end up making, Mother will support you unswervingly. Su Chang'an's heart was touched. In this other world, it is really very happy to have a mother who loves you deeply. Much better than that classic two parents, the Hall of Heavenly Concentration. This is Yi Mu Ning's chambers. At this moment, she stood in the middle of the great hall, lightly biting her lips with a cautious expression. It's like making a mistake and waiting to be punished. The current her, the memories in her mind about when Su Chang'an had witnessed the Tao had already been erased. However, she could still feel that the aura Su Chang'an revealed was completely different from before. She was at the cultivation level of the reincarnation realm, but this time, she didn't even dare to make any probes on Su Chang'an, as if she would die in the next second if she dared to do that. Su Chang'an, on the other hand, sat casually on his reclining couch with a playful expression. I heard Qingyin say that you attempted to force your way into the Mirror Heaven Palace? Yes. Yi Mu Ning nodded truthfully. In the end, then, why didn't you break in? Su Chang'an continued to ask. Because Mu Ning knows that once she breaks in, she will be killed by Zi Qingyin. Yi Mu Ning said what was on her mind. Su Chang'an got up, walked over to her, and reached out to hook her chin. I have to say, you are indeed very smart, but you seem to have confused one thing. It is you who begged to be used by me, not me who needs you. A tool that cannot be fully controlled is of no value to me. Yi Mu Ning sniffed, and there was a trace of a different emotion in her brilliant golden eyes, like huffing and puffing in helplessness. After all, in the end, she still spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, Mu Ning knows her mistake and is willing to accept all punishments. Ha, even if you're not willing, what can you do? Yi Mu Ning was dumbfounded. Right now, her life and death could be said to be completely in Su Chang'an's hands. Even the Radiant Saint Lord couldn't interfere. Su Chang'an loosened the fingers that were hooked under her chin, gently rubbing them over her slender snowy neck as well as her cheeks. It was as if he was calming his pet. Yi Mu Ning's mind had no fluctuations. After all, one had already been Su Chang'an's for a long time. Say, what's the matter? Mu Ning has learned that a new masterless spirit pool has appeared in the immortal realm. Yi Mu Ning spoke out the lie she had constructed earlier. The Radiant Holy Land has decided to seize it, and when the time comes, the Holy Land's Supreme Elder will surely show up. If your Highness wants to overthrow the Radiant Holy Land, Mu Ning thinks this is a suitable opportunity. Masterless spirit pools do exist, but the one who would go then was not the Supreme Elder, but Feng Wuji. Their goal was to kill Su Chang'an and seize the Chaos Demon pupil, but with Jiang Liuli around, Feng Wuji had almost no chance of success. Once Feng Wuji died, his own divine soul restriction would be lifted, but she wasn't satisfied with that. As far as she was concerned, the Shining Sanctuary was a yoke that enslaved her. She would use the wrath of the celestial race to destroy it completely. Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows. You mean, want me to kill the Supreme Elder of the Radiant Holy Land? Yi Mu Ning bowed her head. Yes. After a brief moment of thought, Su Chang'an nodded gently. What about time? 7 days later. Yes, just do as you say. Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. Hearing this, a flash of mockery flashed across Su Chang'an's eyes. I hope that you'll still be able to say such words by then. Business is done. Just about to say something immodest. This hall is tired. Go prepare the bath. Su Chang'an's tone carried an unquestionable implication. Yi Mu Ning first froze for a moment, then obediently answered. Mu Ning understands. After all, she was considered a world consort. One of them. Although there was no explicit marriage, the union was already an established fact. It didn't take long for the side bathroom to be filled with fragrant sights. After bathing, Su Chang'an wore a loose robe and lay comfortably on his side in the bed, while Yi Mun pressed her face against his chest. After Su Chang'an was tired and closed his eyes to fall asleep, Yi Mu Ning began to scrutinize Su Chang'an's cheeks. An inexplicable guilt grew in her heart. Su Chang'an clearly trusted herself, but she still spared no effort to count him out. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Mu Ning will apologize to you afterward. When Su Junyeo arrived at the Mirror Sky Palace, she happened to pounce. Ha, the husband is not here? Didn't husband just come out of seclusion? I didn't expect that Jiu Yao would still come a step too late. It couldn't have been to Yi Nun's bedchamber, could it? Does Jiu Yao want to go too? If it was an unusual situation, Su Junyeo would probably still be able to obediently wait for Su Chang'an to return, but she hadn't hugged her husband in a long time. There was a vague sense of foreboding in her heart, fearing that Su Chang'an would no longer like her. Perhaps Yi Nun would even badmouth her in front of her husband, like calling her stupid, calling her dull, or something like that. No way. Jiu Yao is going to find her husband. With this thought settled, Su Jiu Yao gathered her red sarong. With bare frosty feet, he flew towards the condensed sky hall. Humph. Yamu Ning. Let's have a fight. Whoever wins is on top. Specific reference to status. Don't get me wrong. Chapter 85, 3 Immortal Emperors. Yi Mu Ning used a secret technique to transmit her voice, informing Feng Wuji that Su Chang'an would be visiting the Immortal Domain Spirit Pool 7 days later. Feng Wuji quickly set about preparing himself. He hadn't thought for a second that he would be counted by Yi Morning. After all, with the limitations of the Great Tao Oath, Yi Mun couldn't reveal her purpose of sending her to the Heavenly Clan to join the marriage, and the subsequent reckoning would be impossible. The Qin clan had once deployed all of its battle forces except for its old ancestor, only to be killed by all of Su Chang'an's attendants as well as the Tao protectors. Naturally, he didn't dare to take it lightly. This time, he would definitely pour everything he had in the Radiant Holy Land to kill Su Chang'an, and he couldn't let anyone suspect the Radiant Holy Land's head. In that case Yi Mu Ning must die as well. Besides, at that time, the great Tao vow he had made was merely to lift the restrictions on her divine soul. I didn't say I wouldn't kill her. It had to be said that Su Joyo was a bit of a tiger. She had really gone to Yi Muni's heavenly condensation hall. Luckily, her maid, Xiao Cheng, told her that Su Chang'an wasn't here. Su Joyo could only leave with a resigned little face. I miss my husband so much, but what if I can't find it? A few days passed. Su Chang'an was already preparing to leave for the immortal region, but this time, it wasn't Zi Qingyin who followed him, but Ling Wei. Young lord, Qingyin is not here now, so the slave girl will accompany you to the immortal region on your behalf. Is that alright? Although Ling Wei's tone was respectful, She was not as humble as Zi Qingyin. Su Chang'an didn't care. Nodding lightly, aha. Ling Wei bowed her head and saluted. Thank you, young lord. Zi Qingyin was in closed-door cultivation, although she is already strong enough, but now Su Chang'an has already certified as an emperor. The peak of the transition realm, she feels unworthy to continue to guard the master, and she practiced something rather special. Forbidden runes are not to be revealed to the world. Thus she went to the secret place Jiang Liuli had prepared for her to dive into cultivation after receiving Su Chang'an's permission. Knowing the original plot, he was well aware of the strong power as well as the special nature of the forbidden runes. Meeting again, Zi Qingyin should give him a surprise, right? This time, Su Chang'an didn't intend to bring Su Jiuyao with him. Told her about it last night. Although Su Jiuyao nodded her head on the surface, she could still feel some loss in her heart, so Su Chang'an patiently coaxed her. I guess the little fox is sleeping soundly now. Greetings, your highness. Yi Mu-ning was wearing a blue and white fairy clothes at this time. Her temperament was dusty and sacred. Her body revealed the feeling of being uninviting, and her pair of brilliant golden eyes were even cleaner and excessive. Only from a distance. Of course, all of this is just for everyone else. In front of Su Chahan, Yi Mu-ning has long converged on the dignified and arrogant, and replaced it with another gentle and virtuous appearance. He would even voluntarily snuggle into his arms to please him. Go! A group of 3 people got into the dragon carriage. Destination: Immortal Domain, Dusk Mountain Range. Your Highness, is it just the 3 of us? Yi Mu-ning glanced at Ling Wei and asked in a small voice. Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows. What? Don't think it's enough? No, as far as Mu-ning knows, it's highly likely that a second immortal emperor exists in the Radiant Holy Land besides Fengwuji. Yi Mu-ning was a little anxious. She was hoping that Su Chang'an would go and kill Fengwuji, instead of going to Dia. The Radiant Holy Land could be different from the Silver Moon Wolf Clan. They were preparing and setting up ambushes in advance, and there was even more than one immortal emperor. Any accidents were possible. You're worried about me? Su Chang'an teasingly laughed softly. Or are you worried that you yourself will die? Yi Mu-ning's petite body visibly paused for a moment. Both. All of them? Aha. Don't worry. It's not something you should worry about. As long as you're at peace, it should be fine. I'm sorry. It's Murning who overstepped the mark. Yi Mu-ning lowered her head after she finished speaking, and among her lowered eyes, complex emotions flickered. I hope Su Chang'an won't be too arrogant and cocky. Otherwise, he could really die. That's not true. Obviously he was dead, and he himself had the perfect plan to break out of his cage and regain his freedom, and could more easily use the Celestials to get revenge on the Radiant Sanctuary. Why should one worry about that? It's not possible, really, to have feelings for him, is it? No, it shouldn't. Preferably not. For her, all the rest can be given up except for herself. There are several teleportation arrays from the Devil's Domain to the Immortal Domain, so in less than 3 days, the Dragon Chariot arrived at the Dusk Mountain Range, where the Masterless Spirit Pool is located. Spirit pools are used to aid in cultivation. The water in the pool is condensed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Once this kind of resource came out, it would be fought over by all the major powers. A group of 3 people, out of the Dragon Carriage. This spirit pond was located deep within the Dusk Mountain Range, but just as he reached the edge of the mountain range, he could feel the majestic and thick spiritual chi. If one cultivated in the spirit pool, one would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Ling Wei frowned, a little puzzled. This kind of masterless spirit pool would actually have no one fighting for it? Yi Mu-ning explained in a low voice. This masterless spirit pond is within the territorial boundaries of the affiliated sects of the Radiant Holy Land. So the other forces have defaulted to it being a resource belonging to the Radiant Holy Land. The resources of the Immortal Realm are almost always divided that way. It was Ling Wei's turn to not understand. I can't believe it wasn't a direct robbery. The things of the magic domain, no matter whose territory it is in the middle of, grabbing it into their own hands is their own. Yi Mu-ning glanced at Ling Wei and continued to explain. In the Immortal Domain, other than the Liuli Holy Land, the rest of the Holy Land Emperors are all constrained by each other. And none of them are willing to be the one to be the first to topple the rules, because the first to topple the rules are generally the first to overthrow them. It's all said and done. It's general. The 2 transcendent forces, the Heavenly Clan and the Glazed Holy Land, naturally didn't count. Come deeper into the mountains. They finally saw the spirit pool. To be honest, this spirit pond was a bit small, not even a third as big as the 2 spirit ponds in the backyard of the Mirror Sky Palace. It's a little chilling to bring it back for a fish. Just then, Ling Wei suddenly dodged and arrived in front of Su Chang'an, her eyes calmly looking into the void. Young lord, it seems that someone has arrived before us. Yi Mu-ning sniffed, and her eyes quickly swept over her surroundings. But how could she of the reincarnation realm detect the Emperor realm's concealment methods? Su Chang'an's expression was flat, without the slightest hint of panic. It seemed to anticipate everything. Ha ha ha, Yin Yun. I didn't expect you to really bring the Heavenly Clan's worldly son here. This emperor knew you had the means to do so. It hasn't failed this emperor. Along with this loud laugh, Feng Wuji's figure appeared in the middle of the void. The retreat at the back was blocked by Qin Yun. Two immortal emperors? Not. Another old man appeared in front of Ling Wei. The old man's entire body was shrouded under a black robe. And the other party was clearly an immortal emperor as well. Chapter 86, Senior Sister's Transition Kills Saint Exalt in Seconds. How simple is Senior Sister? 3 immortal emperors. A trace of astonishment flashed across the bottom of Yi Morning's eyes. She had thought that there was more than one immortal emperor in the radiant Holy Land, but she hadn't expected that Feng Wuji would be able to gather 3 immortal emperors to surround and kill Su Chang'an. Yi Mu Ning. Well done. Feng Wuji laughed uncontrollably, and his saying so was tantamount to explicitly telling Su Chang'an. It was Yi Mu Ning who betrayed him. According to the acting style of the Celestial Clan's son, I'm afraid that he would directly slaughter Yi Mun to vent his hatred. Yi Mu Ning also subconsciously looked at Su Chang'an, wanting to explain when the latter questioned. Oh, that's not how it was planned. Who knew that Su Chang'an's thin lips slightly opened? His tone was calm, and he said in the same way, Mu Ning, well done. What this palace promised you will be done likewise. An extra question mark appeared on top of Yi Mu Ning's head. Your Highnesses, trusting yourself? Promising her things, referring to giving her freedom. Naturally, it added to the guilt in her heart. Yi Mu Ning's silver teeth clenched. She wanted to say that she had actually lied to His Highness as well. Forget it. Let's wait until afterward and confess to your Highness. At the same time, she was even more worried about Su Chang'an's well-being, with Saint Liuli Lord not here. Could Ling Wei alone really fight the 3 Emperor realms alone? Feng Wuji froze for a moment, then sneered out. I didn't expect the Heavenly Clan's son to be so simple. Until now, he still trusts Yi Mu Ning? And you deserve to end up like this. Su Chang'an was silent, his pale blue eyes blandly sweeping over the 3 people in front of him. Black-robed old man. No system panel popped up. Identified as pure and simple roadkill. Feng Wuji, on the contrary, popped up the panel and had the same negative chi. The same can be done with a smooth kill. As for Qin Yun, the system panel popped up. Name, Qin Yun. Destiny, innate vengeful holy body. Root bone, 7.5. Chi luck, 7. Cultivation, early imperial realm. Evaluation, the failure to seize the forbidden pupil eyes, resulting in the destruction of the family. Hidden for a few years, after the return of the witness on the road to revenge to the celestial race. That's probably the only thing of value today. Just as well. It doesn't matter. Feng Wuji shook his head. It wasn't too late to kill Yin Yun later. The most important thing now was to see Su Chang'an's forbidden pupil. This holy lord has come today because he wants to borrow the chaos demon pupil of the Heavenly Clan's worldly son to get that one line of chance that will uniquely cut off the ages. I still hope that the world son will not reject this holy lord. Old red name ancestor. I'll leave Su Chang'an's maid to you to stall. The black-robed old man known as the red name ancestor sighed quietly. I didn't want to get involved in matters concerning the Heavenly Clan, but Feng Wuji was gracious to me earlier, and according to the Heavenly Clan's style of behavior, it's already too late for me to leave now. It's just, as the red-named old ancestor's words fell, a terrifyingly overpowering might erupted around him. It was clearly the peak of the Emperor realm. It had vaguely reached a half-step of the Great Tao Immortal Emperor. If the Great Tao Immortal Emperor does not come out, no one can make him fall. I didn't realize that there was such a loose cultivator in the world. Ling Wei looked grave. Although she was also at the Emperor realm, she was still a bit short of the red name ancestor. Young master, facing them, I'm afraid that the slave girl will not be able to spare the energy to take care of it for you. It will dirty your hands. Is there a need to send a message to the Holy Lord? Qin Yun's cold laugh interrupted Ling Wei. Did you guys think I wouldn't expect this situation? In front of my Qin clan's secret method, all transmissions will be cut off. No one will ever know what really happened in the Dusk Mountains. Back then, the Qin clan also relied on this secret method to dare to make a move against Su Chang'an with impunity. But unexpectedly, there was no need for the Holy Lord of Liuli as well as the Heavenly Emperor to make a move. And just the Tao protectors following Su Chang'an finished killing for them. Now it seems like that maid should be Ling Wei. To have an Emperor realm powerhouse serve as a maid, I'm afraid only the celestial race could do such a thing. It's a good thing old man Red Name was there. Even if she was stronger, she couldn't fight 1 against 3. Especially with the red name ancestor who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Su Chang'an laughed out lowly. We can't trouble mother to take action every time. For ants like you, crushing them to death is all. Qin Yun shouted angrily. Who are you calling a mole? Back then, When my Qin clan was overthrown by your celestial clan, I was indeed as defenseless as a mole cricket. But it's different now. So take a good look at the situation. Old Red Name Ancestor is at the peak of the Emperor realm. Enough to delay your protector. So how are you going to deal with this Emperor? Killing you would be just the thing to avenge the hatred of my Qin clan. Monstrous Imperial might manifested and surged towards Su Chanan. But to Qin Yun's surprise, Su Chanan's face still held a playful smile. Qin Yun only thought that Su Chanan had some kind of spiritual treasure on him, just in time to kill him and take it all in one go. Yi Muning's complexion was not so calm. If not for Ling Wei blocking in front of her, I'm afraid she would have been directly shocked into a shattered Dao heart. Your Highness, if you want to escape, then escape. Su Chang'an turned his back to Yi Morning. It's best to escape farther away and hide in a place you think is safe. Anyway, she had long been marked by Ling Wei, and no matter where she escaped to, Su Chang'an would be able to find and kill her, reaping her righteous qi. Letting her go was to fulfill a promise he had made that one day, he would set her free. Yi Muning pondered 1,000 thoughts in her heart. Su Chang'an's words meant that she had already given up in her eyes, so tell her to hurry up and run. This was just what she had planned. Su Chang'an's death. The celestial race would definitely take revenge on the radiant Holy Land. Feng Wuji died tragically. His own divine soul restriction was lifted, and then he died and left the immortal and demon realms. But now, she had a twinge of intolerance. Perhaps a hint of emotion really did arise. No way. Breaking free from the prison of her tools is what she wants in this life. And again, even if she didn't want to, there was nothing she could do, and the only thing she could do was to accompany Su Chang'an to his death. Yi Muning's eyes were moist. The inner mist was hazy. Her tone choked. Your Highness, it is Mu Ning who owes you. If there is an afterlife, we will follow each other in life and death. She wasn't afraid of death, but who wants to die if they can live? After saying this, Yi Moning turned around and flew towards the outside of the Dusk Mountain range as a stream of light. Want to leave? This Saint Lord has no intention of letting you go. Feng Wuji snorted coldly. An Emperor Realm mana struck out towards Yi Yun, but it was covered and blocked by a white haze. It was Ling Wei who struck. Old Red Name Ancestor. What are you waiting for? Feng Wuji questioned in a loud voice. Stall her. This fellow Daoist. Your opponent is the old man. The red-named old ancestor raised his hand as terrifying Dao spiritual energy gathered. I'm offended. Ling Wei's eyes were cold. Similarly, he responded with Imperial Realm Dao spiritual power. Two Emperor Realm powerhouses fought. The dome of the sky was dim. The sky and the earth were devoid of light, and the space around them had become extremely unstable. For a while there was no winner. The red name ancestor was surprised. He was clearly one small realm above her, but as a result, he had the feeling of being suppressed? Ling Wei sneered. Senior sister Qingyin was able to kill a Saint Exalt in seconds with the transition realm. So how could she be an ordinary late stage of the Emperor realm? As for the young lord, Ling Wei had no worries in her heart and even found it funny. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Liuli could come at any time, just by virtue of the fact that the young lord had certified the 3,000 paths and achieved the perfection Emperor realm. Nor was it something that their two Emperor realms could come to dip their hands in. Chapter 87, it's very simple. Won't I just become an emperor? Su Chang'an, die. Seeing Ling Wei and the red name ancestor battling together, Qin Tian raised his hand and condensed a supreme strike of the Emperor realm, blasting it towards Su Chang'an. Father, mother, my child can finally avenge you. What can you do without the shelter of the protector? Boom! Smoke and dust floated up from the sky. The place where Su Chang'an was instantly turned into nothingness. The forbidden pupil eyes belonged to something that could not die or be destroyed, so it should be able to be preserved intact. And what? A bland and calm voice interrupted Feng Wuji and Qin Yun's thoughts. It's simple. Won't I just become an emperor? The smoke cleared. Gilded black robes rose with the wind. Su Chang'an's body was surrounded by imperial rhythms, and billions of demonic shadows flickered in his forbidden pupil eyes. Just a light glance gave him an unspeakable palpitation. The Emperor realm. Feng Wuji froze. Didn't the celestial clan's son only come of age for his crown ceremony a few days ago? Bone age 18? You've become a ING emperor? Cam. Impossible. How can you be certified? A heavenly pride that came out 18 years ago. Oh, and now it's certified. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun looked maniacal. This must be due to the Chaos Demon pupil. Ha ha ha. When I get the Chaos Demon pupil. Feng Wuji, if you don't want to die, come and help me. Feng Wuji had long guessed that Qin Yun harbored ill intentions towards the Chaos Demon pupil, but now that they were grasshoppers on the same rope, it wasn't appropriate for them to fight internally. Just as well. Let's get the demon pupil in our hands first. Both of them sacrificed their own origin Dharma treasures at the same time. The sacred mirror of radiance. Qin Clan Spirit Rhinoceros. Su Chang'an's eyes stared slightly. Ka. After a crunching sound, The two supreme treasures in the void all showed cracks before shattering with a loud bang. What? Not waiting for Qin Yun to be shocked, Su Chang'an raised his hand, his fingers slowly clenching, his eyes not containing a single emotion. Die! Qin Yun and Feng Wuji wanted to resist, but realized that they couldn't move at all, and they couldn't even condense their Tao laws. What is the situation? Why can't I condense light when I've witnessed the Radiant Avenue? It's still ing light out. This Emperor's way of killing shall be unstoppable. In the next instant, they both shut up at the same time. As Su Chang'an's fingers tightened, they felt an irresistible force of the great Tao squeezing their bodies and even their souls. There are also creepy reincarnation dashas in it. If they died here, they would have no reincarnation and be completely annihilated. At this moment, they all felt the fear of death. It's not easy to cultivate for 10,000 years and die like that? How does that make anyone happy? But it's no use to be more reluctant. Boom! Boom! Feng Wuji and Qin Yun's bodies exploded out of thin air, blood staining the sky. In the last moment before their consciousness dissipated, Su Chang'an was heard murmuring to himself, "So, an emperor realm that only certifies one path is that weak? With just 3,000 Tao rules, he could completely crush it." The twin emperors fell. On the other side, when the red name ancestor saw that the situation was not right, he turned around and prepared to flee. Although he couldn't beat Ling Wei, but if he wanted to leave, Ling Wei couldn't stop him. But in the next instant, his figure steeply fixed, and his cloudy eyes were filled with panic among them. Why? Why can you deprive me of my Tao? He was different from Feng Wuji and Qin Yun. It was the peak of the emperor realm that had lived for tens of thousands of years. One could sense that he was unable to condense Tao rule because the power of Tao rule had been stripped away by Su Chang'an. It's very simple. Su Chang'an raised his hand, and in his line of sight the red-named old ancestor was in the center of his index finger and thumb. My Tao is more complete than yours. Won't that do? My Tao is more complete than yours? The red-name elder ancestor froze for a moment and smiled bitterly after thinking clearly. What Master said was indeed correct. All the way to seek the Tao. Effort only accounts for 10%. 10% of 100 million%. Old me regrets not agreeing to Feng Wuji. Boo! The red-name ancestor's torso exploded. Su Chang'an similarly used the Tao of reincarnation to cut off the possibility of his reincarnation. 3 emperor realms fell together. The heavens showered down a pattering red rain as a sign of regret. Su Chang'an raised his hand to the firmament. Soon the rain stopped. Ling Wei returned behind Su Chang'an, her lavender pupils covered in shock visible to the naked eye. She knew the young lord would not lose, but I didn't think it would be that much of a stretch. Just lifting his hand like that and crushing it, he probably couldn't hold up the young lord's big means. No wonder even senior sister Qin Yin had temporarily left the young lord and chose to dive into cultivation. Ling Wei, the slave girl is here. The shining Holy Land, there is no need for it to exist. The slave girl understands. Ling Wei bowed, then turned into streams of light and vanished in the direction of the radiant Holy Land. Next, Su Chang'an dispersed his divine sense and locked onto Yin Yun's location. Although you and I are an unmarried couple, we are still married, so this hall will give you one last ride. Yi Muning fled towards the outside of the Dusk Mountain range in a panic. With Ling Wei blocking for her, Feng Wuji was not able to catch up. Boom! When she reached the edge of the Dusk Mountain range, she stopped and looked back at the center of where Su Chang'an was, eyes red and sobbing. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Muning didn't think that Feng Wuji had found 3 emperor realms, nor did he think that theirs would still have the secret method of blocking voice transmission. The talisman given by Jiang Liuli ignores this secret method. As long as you crush it, your own mother will come to protect your calf. But I really, never felt free. If it was in the past, Yin Yun would definitely not feel guilty because of this kind of thing. Maybe, a long time ago? No, there is still a chance. If we leave the boundaries range now, we can still ask for help from Holy Lord Lioli. Maybe we can make it. The thought fell, and Yin Yunai once again sprinted away. Finally, tens of thousands of miles away from the Dusk Mountain range, she sensed that her secret art was ready to be used. Put! Just then, she leaned over violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her vision became blurry, and she staggered twice before collapsing to the ground. This is boundary backlash? Beings who forcefully leave the boundary will suffer a backlash. Although the killing power was not strong, it was already very lethal to Yin Yun of the reincarnation realm. Is it going to die? Yi Muning had a complicated look on her face, and at the last moment, she cast the secret technique of the Radiant Holy Land and sent a message to the Demon Region Heavenly Clan. Dusk Mountain Range, Your Highness is in trouble. After doing so, she breathed a long sigh of relief, resigned but unable to do anything about it. Forget it. It's fate, isn't it? However, in the instant before closing her eyes, a familiar gilt black robe suddenly appeared in Yi Muning's line of sight. Ha! she forced her eyes open again, trying to get a better look at the visitor. Your Highness? Is this a hallucination? Su Chang'an walked up to her, his eyes calm, slowly leaning down, his fingertips lightly tapping on her forehead. Yi Mu-ning only felt that the shackles that had been binding her faded away. Now she's no longer in control, no longer a tool in someone else's hands. This palace said that one day it would give you freedom. Feng Wuji died, and originally, the divine soul restriction would take a while to be lifted. So this palace lifted it ahead of time. Now you are free. Yi Mu-ning fell into silence, and after a long time had passed, she murmured in a low voice, perhaps the expectations were too high, and the feeling of freedom wasn't as good as I thought it would be. But, thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 88 Heaven Opening Sacred Artifact. Chaos Bell. Su Chang'an gently waved his hand, and a water wave glazed mirror appeared in the air. Yi Mu-ning could tell at a glance that the scene reflected in the mirror was none other than the radiant Holy Land, the Shining Sanctuary, ranked as one of the 4 holy places in the immortal domain. It was known that there was an Emperor Realm Saint Lord sitting at the helm, a proper immortal level power. If the Emperor Realm does not fall, the Holy Land will not be destroyed. However, right at this moment, above the Holy Land, a huge black formation suddenly appeared, and at the eye of the formation, a slender figure wearing a purple and white Lolita dress stood there. The Illumination Holy Lord presumptuously attempted to strike at His Highness the Worldly Sun. The crime should be punished by the execution of his 9 clans, and this is to proclaim that the Illumination Holy Land, extinguished, all living beings in the Holy Land of Radiance, die, all forces related to the Radiant Holy Land shall be destroyed. Ling Wei's emotionless voice resounded through the Radiant Holy Land and even the entire immortal region. There is no cover-up at all. If you dare to make a move against my Siegen Highness, I will kill your 9 clans in a fair and square manner. Let the entire immortal realm know. Anyone come to the rescue? Just in time. Extinguish them all together. The black spell formation flickered with a haunting light, and in the blink of an eye the radiant Holy Land was covered. Boom! A single breath passed, and there were no more than 10 disciples left in the radiant Holy Land. None of the buildings are even remotely preserved. An oozing aura of death permeated the entire Holy Land. The celestial race has bullied people too much. What the Holy Lord does have to do with us? Aren't you and the others afraid of arousing the wrath of the immortal region by acting like this? One day, you'll get what's coming to you. One of them was an old crone, the very same elder who had accompanied Yi Mun to the Heavenly Clan before, and Ling Wei had taken care of her for a while. That's why her death was extraordinarily tragic. The disciples of the Radiant Holy Land all let out roars of unwillingness, but that didn't change anything. Ling Wei's eyes were calm as she murmured in a low voice, if something were to really happen to the young lord, it wouldn't just be as simple as overthrowing a Radiant Holy Land. In the meantime, several first-rate and second-rate forces in the immortal region were also exterminated. The son of your clan is a direct disciple of the Radiant Holy Land. The daughter of your clan, who is the second concubine of the Radiant Holy Lord, has been ordered by my lord to overthrow you. Any power that could get involved with the Radiant Holy Land would invariably end up in extinction. Think it's too cruel? It wasn't possible that one day a Heaven's Pride son would pop out of one of these small clans and start taking revenge on the Heavenly Clan. This is the most basic process of extermination. Besides, the immortal region was vast. Destroying these small clans wouldn't have much of an impact. Yi Mu-ning looked at the scene in the mirror, and her eyes were gradually occupied by tears, within which flashed a brilliant golden light. It was what her heart asked for. Overwhelm the shining Holy Land, and destroy this cage that has been binding you for so long. Now what he had asked for had all been realized by Su Chang'an. So easily realized. Thank you, Your Highness. This hall originally intended to overthrow the Radiant Holy Land. This was not done for you. Su Chang'an's appearance of Yi Mun in front of him gradually matched the scene he had seen in the long river of time. You and I are already married. This temple can fulfill one more request of yours. Yi Mu-ning stared blankly at the slightly dim sky, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Chang'an wasn't in a hurry, so he waited on the sidelines. After a while, Yi Mu-ning inclined her head. The clarity in her eyes that she used to disguise had faded, revealing her most original emotions. Your Highness, can you hug Mu-ning again? Su Chang'an squatted down and held Yi Mun in his arms, just as he had done in the Heavenly Clan's chambers. Yi Mu-ning's vitality was slowly fading. With great effort, she pressed her face against Su Chang'an's chest so that she could clearly hear the latter's powerful heartbeat. That's nice. His Highness is not dead. She was set free and the Shining Sanctuary was overthrown. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Mu-ning has been counting on you all along. 2 lines of tears ran down her eyelids, but her mouth was curved in a gentle smile. Su Chang'an, I know. Yi Mu-ning was not surprised by this reply. If I may, ahem. Morning wishes, hope, to die at the hands of Your Highness. Could be. After hearing this answer, Yi Myun released a light smile and then closed her eyes. Thank you, Your Highness. Memories of the past began to attack her. Nothing good to remember. Regarding the Radiant Sanctuary, she could only think of the people she must have killed. Come to think of it, the good memories were all in the Sky Clan. The maid, Xiaoqing, although she was here to spy on herself, was genuinely considerate of her in the details of her life. Sorry, White Lotus, almost got you killed. 2. That stupid fox, yelling every day that His Highness was her husband, was tired of hearing it, even approached privately and offered a fight, the condition that whoever loses will be a concubine. Doesn't she know there's such a thing as a partial consort? That's good. The stupid fox doesn't have to worry about me stealing your husband anymore. When His Highness has his next fiancée, Su Joyo should still be worried, right? The more she reminisced, the more obvious the smirk on her face became. Su Chang'an reached out to converge the loose strands of hair in front of his forehead behind his ear, and Yi Muning quietly enjoyed this gentleness. Actually, becoming a tool of His Highness, there's nothing wrong with that. Those who pursue freedom will eventually wear chains and become slaves to it. I don't know if there was a wind. Su Chang'an's head full of ink hair slowly floated up, and the person in her arms had already lost her life, but her face still had a faint smile on it. Yi Muning didn't feel any pain when she died. She didn't even feel when she died. Young lord, it is confirmed that no survivors were left behind. Ling Wei's voice broke the silence of the place. Got it. Su Chanan slowly got up, and Yi Myun's corpse disappeared along with him. He was going to bury her somewhere else. Go back to the Celestials. Yes, in the dragon carriage. Congratulations to the host for killing the daughter of Heaven's destiny, Yi Myun, and obtaining the reward, the Chaos Bell. Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Heaven's destiny, Xin Yun, and obtaining the reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. Chaos Bell, one of the 3 sacred weapons at the beginning of the Great Beyond, capable of attacking and defending, reversing the time and space of the heavens and deducing the mysterious ways of all worlds. 1,000 years of cultivation is also a nice bonus, but compared to the Chaos Bell, it was a bit too chickenish. Su Chang'an's mind moved slightly. A palm-sized bell then appeared in front of him. The body of the clock became the color of chaos and metaphysical yellow, which was covered with countless subtle runes, and was filled with chaotic holy might. This is one of the sacred artifacts of the opening of heaven, the Chaos Bell. It was completely not comparable to any imperial immortal weapon in the desolate ancient continent. It's like, a traveler manhandles Pangu's blood, supermodel presence. As soon as his fingertips touched the body of the bell, Su Chang'an could sense where the deeper mysteries of the Chaos Bell lay. Topped on the head, first to stand? However, its power was also limited by the strength of the user's cultivation, and if one didn't have enough cultivation, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to activate it. Just like Su Chang'an, I'm afraid that at this moment, he couldn't exert even 1/10,000th of his power. However, this was also able to be compared to a top-tier imperial immortal artifact. Without a big map, it will still be in the desolate continent. The battle power won't collapse, and the Emperor realm will still belong to the ceiling. Chapter 89, Can I Destroy You? The Forbidden Land of the Heavenly Clan. Su Chang'an buried Yi Muning in a glazed ice coffin, in which case, he could preserve his body for 10,000 years. After that, he went to see Jiang Liuli, mother, Chadan, cuddle. After being held in his arms, Su Chang'an could feel that Jiang Liuli was a bit cautious, like a mother who didn't know how to coax her child. Chanan, be good. There's still mommy. If you have any difficult emotions, you can let them out in front of mother. Su Chang'an shook his head and smiled softly in comfort. Mother, I'm fine. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay. Will exterminating the Radiant Holy Land like this have any effect on Mother's Holy Land? Su Chang'an was more worried about this. Don't worry. Jiang Liuli gently rubbed Su Chang'an's inked hair, her beautiful eyes full of doting love. Even if you destroy all the holy places in the immortal region, nothing will happen. If the other few domains had opinions, they would come to the Holy Land of Liuli to mention them. The pack won't let you enter the wheelhouse. Outside the Mirror Sky Palace, Su Joyo has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Su Chanan's figure, all 9 white fox tails behind her began to shake excitedly. Husband, Su Chang'an nodded lightly. Why here? Waiting for my husband. Su Joyo blurted out, her petite body coming a little closer towards Su Chanan, her expression slightly naive. It was completely at odds with the intelligence that a sky fox should have. Come on, let's go back. Good. Zi Qingyin wasn't there, and Ling Wei had returned to Jiang Liuli's side, which left only Su Junyeo by Su Chang'an's side. Of course, the rest of the maids and attendants are not counted. Su Junyeo seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned her head and asked, Husband, where is Yi Myun? She shouldn't have said anything bad about Junyeo, right? Last time, we agreed to have a fight. but it turned out that she just didn't agree. Humph. It's clear that you're already at the peak of the reincarnation realm, and it turned out to be so scary. This time, make sure to split the difference with her. Su Chanan looked at Su Joyo, who was talking to herself in front of him, raised his hand, and gently patted her head. Snap. Ah. Mooning can't come back for the last while. Before she left she said, didn't want to fight with you stupid fox. Su Joyo froze for a moment first. After reacting, the 9 foxtails behind him opened steeply, and the dull hair in the center of his 2 furry ears exploded in anger. Sure enough, Yi Mooning was talking bad about herself. Ah! How dare you call Jiu Yao stupid? Husband, don't believe her words. Mother herself said it. Jojo is the most intelligent of the 9 fox masters of the Skyfox clan. Otherwise, mother wouldn't have let Jojo marry her husband. Su Jojo looked slightly nervous. She was afraid that her husband would really realize that she was actually stupid, and she was also worried that Su Chang'an would dislike her because of this. Is there a possibility? Su Chang'an found her interesting solely because she was dull. Of course, you're the smartest. Su Chang'an patted the top of her head with a very serious expression. This palace has always thought so. This time, the little fox was outright delighted. Jojo likes husband the most. With Yi Moon not around, Jojo can stay in husband's chambers all the time. He. Su Jojo had always stayed in the demon region. She didn't hear the extermination proclamation in the immortal domain, and thus didn't know that the radiant Holy Land had been exterminated. Just walked into the bedchamber. Su Junyeo then removed her silk gauze red dress, retaining only the most basic intimate clothing. Her body was already perfect to the point of being foul. Now that it had lost the cover of the silk gauze red dress, it had been completely displayed in front of Su Chang'an. Husband, want to bathe? Xingyin is not here right now, so let Jiu Yao serve husband. Su Joyao's voice was warm and soft. Her exhale was like orchids, and Su Chang'an could clearly smell the fragrance of her body. It smells good. It's also a little creamy. Flirtation was all over that pair of demonic scarlet eyes. Moreover, Su Joyo had already stuck to his body, tilting her small face, her fingertips gently drawing circles on his chest. No one can say no, can they? Su Chang'an might be able to, but why did he refuse? In no time at all, the bathing side hall was taken over by the aroma. Omit 10,000 words here. In the last few days, Su Chang'an had been studying the chaos spell intensely. Occasionally, I would go and give Ji Yingying some hard drugs. The immortal questioning sacred land, Taiji sacred land, and Xian Tian sacred land together gave pressure to the Liuli sacred land, demanding that Jian Liuli give the immortal domain a statement. At the end of the day, it's all about them wanting favors. Yet, they didn't dare to mess with the glazed sacred land from the open. To this, Jiang Liuli's response was simple. If you want an argument, then come to the holy land of Liuli and this emperor will personally give you an argument. Or, will this emperor let you and others feel what it's like to lose a holy son or daughter? It was the radiant holy land that had struck out against Su Chang'an first in the first place, and it was only right that they were exterminated. Now, the Taiji Holy Land and the Xian Tian Holy Land silenced their silence in silence. The questioning immortal Holy Land, which was on good terms with the radiant Holy Land, was still indicated by head iron. Even if the radiant Holy Land had struck out at the celestial clan sons, they shouldn't have directly exterminated their entire clan. There were even many ordinary people without cultivation among them, which is against humane. Jian Liuli didn't spoil them anymore and went to the immortal region on the same day, with her honors visiting the immortal questioning Holy Land. The immortal questioning sacred land was likewise an immortal force, with a full 2 emperor realms sitting within it. Among the 4 holy places, the strength ranked at the forefront. Holy Lord Liuli, what do you mean by this? An elder of the immortal questioning sacred land, bottoming out, blocked in front of Jian Liuli. He was pretty sure that Jian Liuli wouldn't do anything to himself, because once they did it, it would mean that the Liuli sacred ground and the immortal questioning sacred ground had completely torn their faces apart, and at that time, the remaining 2 great sacred grounds would also join the battlefield. Even if the Liuli sacred land was strong, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to face the 3 great sacred lands at the same time. Boo! That elder directly exploded out of thin air, bursting into a field of gold fragments. Jiang Liuli, you, the holy lord of the inquiring immortal, who had rushed over on hearing the news, was instantly anxious when he first saw his own family's supreme elder blown up into pieces all over the ground. I ask the immortal sanctuary for nothing more than a statement. All you need to do is give up some resources and we definitely won't say anything. Now do you want to be immortal with me, the immortal questioning Holy Land? Jiang Liuli raised her hand indifferently. The might of the great Tao immortal emperor swept across the entire immortal questioning Holy Land, and the suffocating oppression caused the aura of the immortal questioning Holy Land to stop flowing. Swish! In this moment, the The questioning immortal Saint Lord suddenly understood why the celestial race had the courage to exterminate the radiant Holy Land at will. This emperor has come today. 1. To give you a statement, and 2. To tell you that this emperor's son, whoever touches him dies. Ask the immortal Holy Land. It's time to leave the boundaries of the immortal forces. Chapter 90 Ghost Domain. Underworld Emperor. The Holy Lord of the Inquiring Immortal was directly dumbfounded. No wonder the Taiji Holy Land and Xiantian Holy Land stopped squeaking after the Lioli Holy Land made a strong response. So, Zhang Lioli was strong to this extent, is being counted. Inside the Ask the Immortals Holy Land, the old immortal questioning ancestor, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, didn't hesitate to choose to come out of the gate after sensing the aura of this great Tao immortal emperor and appeared to come in front of Zhang Lioli. Its cultivation had already reached the terrifying peak of the emperor realm. What's the situation? I'm asking if the immortal Holy Land is going to be destroyed? The old ancestor who had just come out didn't understand the situation clearly and asked the immortal questioning sacred lord with a grave expression. Holy Lord Lioli, how could it be here? Could it be that the questioning immortal Holy Land and the Lioli Holy Land are at war? The Holy Lord of the questioning immortal briefly spoke about what happened, and the old ancestor of the questioning immortal nodded after hearing this. Sanctuary interests at odds shouldn't be too much of a problem. Sacred Lord Lioli, I believe that this matter cannot be blamed entirely on the immortal questioning sacred land, and that both sides should take a step back. A hint of coldness flashed through Zhang Lioli's azure-colored eyes. Doesn't matter. It's enough that this emperor thinks it's your fault. The terrifying power of the great Tao locked the Holy Lord of the questioning immortal and the old ancestor of the questioning immortal in a deadlock. They couldn't move at all under this pressure. Unable to condense spiritual energy or communicate with the great Tao, the intrinsic magic treasure had also lost its connection. Until now. It was only then that old man questioning immortal realized the seriousness of the problem. Old ancestor, I've already broken through to the peak of the emperor realm. Why am I still being struck by a descending dimension? Surprisingly, none of them could afford to resist. Holy Lord Lioli. Wait, old me thinks. Old ancestor asked Xian wanted to say something else, but his voice abruptly stopped, and like a drowning man, he struggled up with great effort, and a thick despair welled up in that pair of cloudy eyes. Boo! Zhang Lioli slightly concentrated, and the body of the old immortal questioning ancestor exploded out of thin air, and the divine soul that remained outside was extremely weak. That divine soul Zhang Lioli also had no intention of letting go. Immediately afterward, the palpitating force of forbidden obliteration directly submerged it, causing it to dissipate a little bit. The emperor's realm is hard to extinguish. That's true. Even Zhang Lioli took a full 3 breaths to completely obliterate the divine soul of old man questioning immortal. The Holy Lord of the Inquiring Immortal on the side had his legs softened in fear. A peak Emperor realm ancestor. And this bursts into pieces? You let him in the middle of the Emperor realm. What should he do? Sacred Lord Lioli, it was my fault a few days ago, and the immortal questioning sacred ground is willing to pay any price for this. The treasure pavilion of the immortal questioning Holy Land can also be completely delivered to you. The Holy Lord of the questioning immortals began to beg for mercy, but Zhang Lioli knew that the premise of all this all stemmed from her strength. If she was merely at the ordinary Emperor realm, the ending would have been very different from now, and she wouldn't even have been able to protect her son. Just as Zhang Lioli was about to make her move, a hollow voice suddenly rang out, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate uncontrollably. Holy Lord Lioli, listen to this emperor. The voice was hollow and void, as if it came from the land of the underworld. Zhang Lioli's brows furrowed as she said in a cold voice, Underworld Emperor, you can't intervene in the matters of the immortal realm yet. There was only one person in the desolate ancient continent who could allow Zhang Lioli to address the Underworld Emperor, the Underworld Lord of the Underworld Domain, similarly certified as a great Tao Immortal Emperor. The Underworld Emperor did not appear, he merely transmitted an out-of-body incarnation. This emperor did not intend to meddle in the affairs of the immortal region. He just wanted to advise that even though the Lioli Holy Land is powerful, acting in this manner will sooner or later cause the immortal region to fall into the midst of chaos. When the immortal realm is reshuffled at that time, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing for the Lioli Holy Land. Furthermore, the old ancestor of the questioning immortal has already fallen, and the Holy Land of the questioning immortal has paid its due price. So why don't you sell this emperor a thin line? And how about this matter is over? The Holy Lord of the Inquiring Immortal let out a sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart when he heard this. The Underworld Emperor was the ruler of the Underworld Land. Both in terms of strength and power should not lose to Zhang Lioli, the same existence that stood at the top of the desolate ancient continent. I don't know why he stepped in to save himself, but he should have survived. He wouldn't believe it. Zhang Lioli didn't even give face to the Underworld Emperor. What's more, the celestial race already had countless enemies, and with another land of the underworld, They were afraid that they would not be able to cope. But before he could even begin to enjoy the joy of surviving the calamity, he saw Jiang Liuli raise her hand once again. "This face of yours? This emperor can't give it. Boo!" With the fall of these words, the body of the immortal questioning Holy Lord instantly turned into nothingness, and he didn't even react to what was going on until his divine soul was wiped clean. "I was just so dead? Why?" There was a slight huff in the Hades Emperor's tone. As a fellow great Tao immortal emperor, he had originally thought that this bit of face would be given to him by Jiang Liuli. It turned out to be so in your face. Anyone would be angry. The aura around Jiang Liuli grew stronger and stronger, as if she was ready to fight the underworld emperor. This emperor has said that it's time for the immortal questioning sacred land to leave the ranks of the immortal forces. In that case, naturally not a single person from the emperor realm will be left behind. Likewise, the saint realm this emperor has no intention of keeping. Pith. The space where the immortal questioning holy land was located had long been blocked by Jiang Liuli. At this moment, her divine sense was secretly locking onto one of the few saint realm existences in the immortal questioning holy land. As long as she wants to, the next instant could take their lives. The underworld emperor rebuked in a cold voice. "Holy Lord Liuli, you've gone a bit too far. This emperor doesn't think so at all." Jiang Liuli acted extremely strong. "Even if it's you, the underworld emperor, if you dare to say those words, this emperor will personally make a trip to your spectral domain. At the very least, got to knock out half of the Undertaker's life. She's sure to pay a serious price as well." But it didn't matter. If she was hurt, she could still go and shake the celestial emperor over. The underworld emperor, who was far away in the 9 springs of the spectral domain, was directly speechless when he heard this. "Who the hell has nothing to do and dares to mess with your son's son? The Sun Protector. This emperor has absolutely no such intention. But if you wipe out all of the holy realms of the immortal questioning Holy Land, they won't even have the fundamentals to establish a clan. Even if you don't overthrow the immortal questioning Holy Land, their former enemies will still partake of it." Jiang Liuli keenly sensed the meaning of the underworld emperor's words. He doesn't want the immortal's holy land to be destroyed? Give this emperor a reason not to let the questioning immortal holy land be destroyed. The abyss fluctuates. The extraterrestrial ban is unstable. The desolate ancient continent shouldn't be infighting. This emperor doesn't listen to nonsense. The founding ancestor of the questioning immortal holy land was once a friend in distress with me. The tone of the underworld emperor was slightly sentimental. This emperor promised him that if the questioning immortal holy land was in trouble in the future, he would do his best to keep the questioning immortal holy land from being destroyed. "What is your affliction to me? On your terms. The water of the 9 springs of the underworld." This emperor wants 1,000 drops. "Not so much. How many more?" "Up to 100 drops. By the way, didn't the Psy clan produce an extremely gifted flawless Psy body a few years ago? It seems like it was still a female child, and was accepted by you as a disciple." Chapter 91, Su Jinwei, never gets high. Jiang Liuli's words caused the underworld emperor to freeze. "Sacred Lord Liuli, even though she has reached adulthood, she is devoid of any way of dealing with people, so I'm afraid she won't be able to join the heavenly clan." The underworld emperor almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth. "Why don't we just forget about it?" Who would have thought that Jiang Liuli would have smiled even more when she heard this? "It's fine. This emperor can also help you take care of your little disciple. Is definitely not going to let her suffer in the heavenly clan. A favorite is a simple-minded daughter-in-law. If it's as stupid as Su Jiuyao, no, it's the same simple-mindedness that likes Shangan. Wouldn't it be better?" In the end, the underworld emperor sighed softly, and allowed this emperor to find time to ask for her opinion. "Yes." Jiang Liuli nodded, with no intention of continuing. It is true that the holy land of the questioning immortals has not been extinguished. However, the 2 emperor realms within it had both fallen, and nearly half of the saint realms had also fallen, with no more qualifications to be called immortal. Right now, the other holy lands in the immortal region as well as the immortal forces had yet to know about this, which gave the immortal questioning holy land the chance to live on. The celestial clan, the center of the clan. Su Chang'an hadn't been getting tired of Su Junyeo every day during this period of time, but was instead submerging himself in closed-door cultivation. Now his Hongmeng Heart Sutra had reached the 3rd layer. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, 3rd level, ignores all mental attacks. Emperor's heart is undying, and the speed of cultivation is increased by 100 times from the original base. With the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, coupled with his forbidden pupil eyes to boost it, it caused his cultivation speed to reach a heaven-defying level. But he was, after all, in possession of the 3,000 paths. The Tao rhythm needed to advance an inch in cultivation was far beyond what could be found in the ordinary emperor realm. But even so, Su Chang'an had easily broken through to the middle stage of the emperor realm. 2 months had passed since the destruction of the radiant Holy Land, and Zi Qingyin was still in a state of seclusion. "Your Highness, There has been progress in the matter you instructed the slave girl to investigate. White Lotus knelt respectfully in front of Su Chang'an with her knees together, her tone humble and without the slightest hint of transgression. In the divine realm, the Luanjia divine hall does have a divine son whose divine vein was abolished, and as the young lord said, he was withdrawn from the family he was married to, but recently, his divine vein seems to have recovered, and awakened a divine body, a leap to the top of the divine realm heaven's pride list. The central region has also seen the emergence of heavenly prides that were never known in the past, and the heaven's pride ranking is changing rapidly. The delusionless sacred body that appeared within the spectral domain a few years ago hasn't been heard from since it was accepted by the underworld emperor as a disciple. Some time ago, Su Chang'an had asked White Lotus to go ahead and investigate the clans where the Sons of Heaven's destiny had come forth, as per his memory. In the original plotline, now is the time for the collective rise of the Sons of Destiny. All kinds of heavenly destined children began to reveal themselves. Well done, Su Chang'an casually complimented. The slave girl wouldn't dare. White Lotus bowed her head. Fulfilling your highness's orders is what the slave girl should be doing. Su Chang'an casually threw over a white elixir bottle and said in a flat tone, last time, you used up a lot of your lifespan by performing a secret technique, didn't you? This is the Saint Grade Mirror Breaking Pill. It will help you break through to Saint Exaltation early. The lifespan of a Saint Elder was more than several times that of a Saint Emperor, and at the very least, it would allow White Lotus to live for an additional 100,000 years, provided that she uses less of her secret arts. The slave girl is terrified. Although White Lotus was terrified, she didn't dare to refuse. This was a gift from His Highness, not to mention the realm-breaking pill. Even if she was told to die, it's still considered a gift. One is in no position to refuse. No harm done. You deserve it. Kneel down and thank you. Slave girl. Su Chang'an nodded, then turned around and returned to the Mirror Heavenly Palace. White Lotus had long ago offered her loyalty to herself, and would not hesitate to perform life-draining secret techniques to carry out her orders. One certainly doesn't treat her poorly. And again, he had already certified to become an emperor, and he didn't need a holy grade realm-breaking pill. Just before arriving at the front door of the main hall of his chambers, Su Chang'an smelled an unfamiliar fragrance. This was definitely not the smell of Su Joyao's body. Strange. Does anyone dare to trespass into the Mirror Sky Palace without authorization? Su Chang'an's eyes steeply chilled. The Emperor Realm's aura quietly spread out. At the same time, the maids who were busy around the Mirror Sky Palace panicked and knelt on the ground. Who is it? How dare you make His Highness so angry? Has anyone been inside? The maid closest to Su Chang'an hurriedly replied. The slave girl's divine sense did not detect that any outsiders had gone in. Except, another Your Highness. Another Your Highness? The only person in the Celestial clan who could be called Your Highness, besides Su Chang'an, was Su Jinwei. Sister? Hearing this, Su Chang'an's tone eased slightly, but the spiritual energy scent of the living beings inside, as well as this strange fragrance, didn't look like Su Jinwei. Haven't seen you for a while. Have you changed that much? Forget it. Let's go inside and see what happens. Push the door in. Without taking a few steps, Su Chang'an froze. All that could be seen was a woman with purple hair and black clothes, her hands and feet bound, crouching in a pitiful huddle in the corner of the room. The woman in black was not human. That was evident just from the horn that grew out of her forehead. Demons? In the devil region, besides the heavenly race, there was a devil race that existed. Seeing Su Chang'an come in, the demonic woman's eyes flashed with a flash of murderous intent, then quickly lowered her head again. The body shrank towards the corner once more. It was as if this way, Su Chang'an wouldn't be able to see her. Seeing this, Su Chang'an's heart was clear. No need to guess. I knew it was Su Jinwei's doing. Last time, she said she would tie back the witch of the demon realm and send her to his bed. And now, here, isn't that what it's all about? Su Jinwei never gets high, only play for real. That strange ethereal fragrance was naturally from this demonic woman as well. What's your name? Su Chang'an slowly walked over, his eyes calmly looking at her. The demonic woman's body was devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, so she thought that she should have been restricted by some kind of spell. Come to think of it, Su Jinwei wouldn't be able to send a dangerous demon race to his bedside temple. The woman looked up at Su Chang'an as if she was wondering why the other party was talking more nonsense to her. Pressured, she answered the question anyway. Lin An, why did you come here? I don't know. I just felt dizzy and woke up tied up here. Lin An didn't actually tell the truth. In fact, it was Su Jinwei who used the threat of misdemeanors. You don't want your demon clan to be exterminated, do you? This kind of threat made her come here. What demon race are you from? Long bones. Identity? Which? Lin safely answered all of Su Chang'an's questions honestly, because even if she didn't say it, Su Jinwei knew. Su Chang'an sniffed and sighed softly. It was really a devil's witch of the Devil Clan. Chapter 92, Ascending the Immortal Gate. True Dimensional Descending Strike. The devil's demonesses were not the same as the human race's holy and divine daughters. The only way for a demon clan member to become a demoness is to be born with an awakened bloodline. Most of the human race is artificially sealed. Not absolutely fair. When one dies, the next heavenly pride tops it. You cannot cultivate hard. But you should know that the last thing this sect lacks is geniuses. You're not doing it. There are people who do it. And a demon girl of the demon race who had awakened her bloodline was not necessarily one with a strong cultivation talent, but was certainly the strongest demon race in the future. Su Chang'an made a mistake. For a moment, he didn't know what to do with Lin An. You can't really do that, can you? No way. He wasn't afraid of the demon clan behind him, but he was worried that if things really went according to Su Jinwei's expectations, she'll have to do this kind of thing more often in the future. Send a witch today, a demon girl tomorrow. Wouldn't it smell better? No, it's more trouble. Forget it, Su Chang'an cried out, letting the maids guarding the outside of the hall come in and commanding, take her out of here first. Yes. Lin An once again wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't that the point of kidnapping her? One can be ready to pay all the price for the peace and stability of the demon race. Perhaps he wanted to use himself as sacrificial material? That's the way the devils think. Either to sleep with her or to sacrifice her. Or to eat her. The flesh and blood of a witch is still valuable. Lin An thought that in her mind, the emotion in her eyes growing more and more tragic. After that maid left with Lin An, she didn't know how to arrange her, so she went to find Su Jinwei. Not a moment too soon. Su Jinwei then rode her sword to the Mirror Sky Palace. Cha Gan. Su Chang'an had just stepped out when he felt his eyes suddenly covered by raging immortal clothes. It was Su Jinwei who had cradled his head in her arms. Did you miss your sister? Su Chang'an quietly broke free and nodded. Aha. Su Jinwei didn't care about this, but instead feigned anger and said, Chang'an wants to know why sister doesn't go to the mixed sword sect? Do you know how much sister misses you? You have to make sister come back to see you. Besides cultivation, there are some other things delayed. So, Su Jinwei wasn't really angry. And even if Su Chang'an's explanation had been perfunctory, she would have easily forgiven him. However, when it came to cultivation, Su Jinwei's blue eyes flashed with a touch of confidence. She had just broken through the Mahayana realm the other day, and had even come to the middle stage, so it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for her to cross the threshold. By that time, she would be qualified to become a brother protector demon. Is your recent training going well? Su Chang'an pondered for a few seconds. It should. It's not too bad. The first thing he noticed was that Su Jinwei had already broken through to the Mahayana realm, and her cultivation during this period of time should have been very hard. You can't just say that you've just been certified without giving face, right? Then she's afraid her mind will blow up. That's good. Su Jinwei smiled warmly and said in a slightly forceful manner, but even if the cultivation doesn't go well, it's okay, everything is there with elder sister. Got it, sis. After saying that, Su Jinwei started talking about business. Chang'an, are you not a fan of demonic witches? Even though it's not an empress, it's a lofty existence in the demon race, so it's about the same by all accounts. Sister thought you'd like it. She had gone to great lengths to tie the witch back. After all, magical girls of the demon race were few and far between, probably not even one in 1,000 years. And you have to coax and threaten. No, sis. Su Chang'an looked helpless. Have you forgotten how mother punished you last time? Su Jinwei recalled slightly. Last time, she had done something similar, tying up a freshly ordained goddess of an immortal emperor clan before being reprimanded by Zhang Liuli, saying something about Chang'an not liking. No, it's about respecting the other imperial's ideas. In the end, she was punished by being grounded for 3 days, sending the kidnapped goddess back to the imperial clan where she was from, plus personally visiting the door to make amends. Sorry, my brother doesn't like you. Next time I won't tie you up. That was Su Jinwei's apology. Even so, the immortal emperor race that was in the demon region didn't dare to not give face to the heavenly race. Their clan master even said something like, if the heavenly clan's worldly son is interested in our clan's goddess, he can also be joined in marriage or something like that. It's fine. Isn't it just a 3-day grounding? Su Jinwei's azure eyes were filled with doting. If Chang'an likes it, does sister still care about this? Hearing Su Jinwei say this, Su Chang'an's heart was touched. In fact, sister really doesn't need to be like this. There are enough marriages arranged by mother alone. Okay, next time sister pick your favorite. That's not what I meant. What do you think of that female emperor of the immortal domain? Su Jinwei whispered to herself. But sister can't beat her yet. May have to wait a few more years. Sis, are you even listening to me? Listen. Su Jinwei smiled lightly, but not all of the ones arranged by mother may be to your liking. Maybe there are still missing ones. Su Chang'an pondered for a moment. Sister, let's put it this way. If I have a favorite, I'll tell you. If I don't, forget it, okay? Okay. Su Jinwei reluctantly agreed. However, the long-established female emperor of the immortal region was still within the scope of what she wanted to tie back. What about the witch of the long-bone demon clan? Should I ask my sister to send her back again? Su Chang'an thought this would work. Well, just say that the witch is lost and send her home. Lol. Su Jinwei couldn't help but be amused, letting out a laugh that sounded like a silver bell. Sister thinks that's a good way of putting it. Lin and scares well anyway. All it takes is one sentence, Ms. Witch. You don't want the demon clan you're a part of to suffer an unwarranted disaster, do you? That's alright. That's right. I almost forgot there's one more thing. Su Jinwei suddenly straightened up. The time for the descent of the immortal ascension gate is about to arrive. And at that time, all the celestial prides in the 7 domains with a bone age of less than 100 years will head to the central domain's outer heavens to compete for the immortal ascension gate. The gate of ascension is the key to becoming an emperor. Rumor had it that only after one had walked the heavenly path of asking, crossed the immortal ascension gate, and received recognition from the great Tao, would one be qualified to peek into the realm above the emperor realm. In the entire desolate ancient continent, there must be 40 or 50 emperor realms, not to mention 100. Every immortal force has at least one emperor, and there were only 4 great Tao immortal emperors. The heavenly emperor, the holy lord of Lioli, the underworld emperor of the underworld domain. There was also the black and white immortal lord who hadn't shown up since entering the abyss 10,000 years ago. The immortal ascension gate is very important. Su Jinwei smiled reassuringly as she noticed that she seemed to be a bit too serious. But you don't have to worry too much. You've got your sister. Su Chang'an wasn't the least bit worried. There was even a bit of a chuckle. The celestial prides competing with him this time around had a bone age of less than 100 years, while the likes of Su Jinwei were already at the peak of celestial prides when they reached the Mahayana realm. But he's already certified as an immortal emperor. The emperor realm hits the Mahayana. Worried? Just kidding. I believe sister. Su Chang'an didn't show her inner thoughts, but I'll work hard too. Hearing Su Chang'an say that he believed in himself, a soft place deep inside Su Jinwei was touched. It's best to be believed by your brother or something. She didn't hold back from embracing Su Chang'an once again. Chang'an, sister really likes you more and more. Su Chang'an always felt that something was wrong. And yet, I can't tell you exactly what's wrong. Sister swears that she will absolutely protect you for the rest of your life. Whoever touches you dies. Chapter 93, Son of Luck? Just crush him to death. Although Su Jinwei hadn't blackened out, she had awakened the inner scroll buff because Su Chang'an was just too strong. Now that he had stepped into the middle stage of the Mahayana realm, he was even faster than the heavenly emperor. She possessed absolute confidence. Until she went to Jiang Liuli's bedchamber. Mother, what did you say? Chang'an was certified some time ago? If someone else had said that, Su Jinwei definitely wouldn't have believed it. But Jiang Liuli wouldn't have gone so far as to tease her with such a thing. Why? It was a good thing that her own brother had witnessed the Tao, and Su Jinwei was definitely happy for him from the bottom of her heart. But on second thought, he was only in the Mahayana realm now. How can you still be a fanatic about your brother? It became instantly afflicted. Jiang Liuli looked at Su Jinwei's expression, revealing a light smile like a little girl's mind getting the better of her. You can't protect it, but mother can be qualified to protect it. Actually, I was going to ask. Why? Mother doesn't even know why Chang'an is certified? Jiang Liuli nodded softly. Well, it was just kinda sudden. With a brush, the thunderbolt came. With a brush, his own son was in the emperor realm. Perhaps, it's the forbidden pupils? Su Jinwei guessed. After all, both pupils are on Chang'an. It is possible for such outrageous things to occur. Or perhaps, Chang'an really was a heavenly pride that transcended their perceptions. At a bone age of 18, he directly witnessed the Tao. Mother isn't sure, Jiang Liuli said and also began to worry. The forbidden twin pupils are both on Chang'an, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for him. Enemies of the world. It was still easy in the Arakan continent. If they counted the heavens and the worlds, even the celestial race and the Liuli Holy Land, I'm afraid that they would need to deal with them carefully. Doesn't matter. Su Jinwei's voice interrupted Jiang Liuli's thoughts. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to Chahan. Jiang Liuli's eyes were filled with the same doting love when she looked at Su Jinwei, but she'd still tease a little bit about that sort of thing. LOL, Chang'an is obviously my son. Why do you need to worry so much? Shouldn't I, the mother, be the one to worry? Su Jinwei's tone was serious, emphasizing, Chang'an is my brother. Alright, mommy was just kidding you. Come here and cuddle? Jiang Liuli wrapped Su Jinwei in her arms like she was hugging Su Chang'an, and the latter didn't avoid it even though she was very disgusted. This is for the sake of Chahan. Although Su Junyeo was the most talented Nine-Fox Lord in the Skyfox clan, she was somewhat inadequate in front of Su Chang'an and Su Jinwei. The talent seems mediocre. Right now, it was only just the peak of the reincarnation realm. However, in the desolate ancient continent, the reincarnation realm was enough for her to be called a demonic pride. Jiao Yao, be honest. No moving around. Okay day. Husband. Su Jiao was spoken to. Holding Su Chanan's hand instantly settled down. It's this clingy energy of hers, not a hint of heavenly pride. At that time in the immortal realm, when Su Chang'an first met Su Junyeo, he still felt that this was a cold demon fox, but he didn't expect it to be the naive little fox lady. Su Jiaodao's bone age was less than 100 years. This time when the immortal ascension sect descended, she would naturally be there as well. Su Chang'an had originally wanted to bring along Zi Qingyin, but Jiang Liuli said that she was now in the critical period of forbidden fusion, and that she absolutely couldn't be disturbed for non-essential matters. No way. Su Chang'an could only go ahead and go first. According to Jiang Liuli, after Zi Qingyin released from the gate, she should also be able to catch up with the opening time of the immortal ascension gate. Qingyin was absent, and Ling Wei once again acted as his maid. A group of 4 people entered the dragon carriage. The 9 Xian dragons raised their voices to the sky and immediately rose up into the air, flying towards the sky. This time when the immortal ascension sect descended, all of the heaven's destiny sons from the desolate ancient continent should be heading to the central region to fight for their chances. Thus, Su Chang'an didn't bother to clean up one domain at a time, solely settled together in the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Domain was just like its name, located at the very center of the desolate ancient continent, with the rest of the 6 domains spread around it. The construction of the Middle Domain is also very special. Unlike the other domains, which are large tracts of land, it is made up of 9 huge floating islands, guarding the heaven beyond heaven. On each floating island, there is an immortal city. The lords of the immortal city, all of them are at the Emperor realm. The dragon chariot descended on Jun Tian Island at the southern edge. Young lord, this should be Yen Tian Island. Ling Wei came to the central domain 1,000 years ago and was very clear about the composition of the islands. The central domain consists of a total of 9 heavens, which are the Tsong heaven, the changing heaven, the Xian heaven, the pixie heaven, the Hao heaven, the Zhu heaven, the Yang heaven, and the Jun heaven. In the air above the central Juntian Island, there is the independent realm known as Heaven Beyond Heaven, and the immortal ascension sect descends there. Su Chang'an nodded gently. Su Jiao looked around with slight curiosity. Su Jinwei, on the other hand, was pondering, is there any immortal city whose city lord is some kind of empress or something? Let Ling Wei tie it up. Ahem, please go to the heavenly clan. Come on, let's go into the city first. Yen Tian City Gate. The guards who guarded the gates here were all experts at the God Transformation realm. I've already reached the Divine Void realm, but I can't even detect the depths of the guards guarding the gate. Old man, people are in the realm of transformation. Spirit transformation realm? Within the old man's clan, it's already in existence that can become a patriarch. This is the Yen Tian Immortal City. A single city is enough to withstand immortal forces, don't you think? Looking at the material used for this city gate, it seems to be 1,000-year-old white wood, rumored to be able to harden against transformation spirit realm attacks. The middle domain, terrifying as it is. Many cultivators from other realms couldn't help but let out this exclamation as they entered the city. But what they don't know is this. In the celestial clan, any maid that could get close to the mirror heavenly palace would be at the minimum of the peak of the transitional tribulation. Of course, Zi Qingyin belonged to the exception. As for a material like 1,000-year-old white wood, it's too cumbersome to be used for paving. The dragon carriage was guarded by the other slaves of the heavenly clan. Entering inside the Yen Tian Immortal City, the light inside the city at first glance looked and felt similar to a city in the human domain. Inn, tavern, hookah. There was likewise a beggar on the street, still a reincarnation realm beggar. After not walking for a while, the system panel popped up. Name Yuan Meg. Cultivation level, pre-reincarnation realm. Root bone, 7. Chi luck, 3. Evaluation, classic genius flow protagonist. Now with the identity of beggars mixed into the Yen Tian Xian city, spying on the opportunity to ascend the immortal door. Not only this one, there were also a man and a woman with a fortune value of 1, sitting in a tea house not far away, drinking tea. It seems to be a dog couple as well? Then this will have to kill them. Su Chang'an smiled gently and softly, his thoughts moving slightly. The three instantly lost their vitality, and their torsos staggered to the ground at the same time. A few muffled sounds were made, with the true injury Dao rule added to it. You can ignore the opponent's chi. Crushing these few sons of heavenly destiny was no different than crushing an ordinary person. Poof, poof. Dead man. Get the guards. Holy, I just gave this beggar a piece of lower grade spirit stone and he died? Bad luck. Who is so bold as to make a move within the Yantian immortal city? Su Chang'an watched everything blandly. It was as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Even Ling Wei, who was following behind her, did not notice when Su Chang'an had moved. Chapter 94 Rules are the playthings of the weak. The current young lord was becoming more and more unfathomable. As Ling Wei sighed in her heart, she also pondered why Su Chang'an had killed these three people. Forget it. How the young master acted was not something she could guess. The Emperor Realm's Ling Wei hadn't even discovered it, and the Mahayana Realm's Su Jinwei would be even more difficult to detect. But she could more or less guess that it was somewhat related to Su Chang'an. Is it true what mother said? Shang'an really has certified to the Emperor Realm. Ha! Su Jodio on the other side was much more innocent. Not a care in the world about the three men who had suddenly fallen. She leaned tightly next to Su Chang'an, her head just thinking about how to stick it to her husband tonight. A few breaths later, several guards showed up. The leader of the general probed the three corpses, looked grave, and said to himself, the heart veins are severed, and the divine souls seem to have all faded away. This kind of tactic would be difficult for this general to do. Even he at the Saint Realm thought that it was difficult to do so, and the person who struck out was at the very least at the Saint Emperor Realm. Coldness flashed in the general's eyes as he thought of this. How dare you make a move in Yantian Immortal City? If you violate the rules here, no matter if you are a Saint Emperor or a Saint Exalt, there will be no exceptions to what happens. The general's eyes swept around. I am the captain of the Forbidden Army of Yantian Immortal City, and since these three people died in the area under this general's jurisdiction, I will give them a statement. They were killed by an outside force. Unsurprisingly, the perpetrators should not have gotten far. As a fellow immortal roadseeker, if you take the initiative to come forward and admit it, you may be able to stay alive. If this general finds out, you will only end up dead. Those who were swept by the lieutenant's line of sight all subconsciously bowed their heads. It's not me. I'm only at the Yuaning realm. How could I possibly have such means? Even less likely to be me? I'm a physical cultivator. It can't be me, can it? There are only three kinds of people who dare to go so far as to do such a thing in the Yantian Immortal City. One is one who is absolutely confident in his own strength. The other is one who is confident in the power behind him, or a person with a crippled spirit. Spiritually crippled. In layman's terms, it's brain dead. When that lieutenant swept around, he didn't find a single existence whose cultivation level exceeded the transitional succession realm, not to mention the holy realm. He suddenly saw four silhouettes not far away, walking unhurriedly. Two of the women, their cultivation levels were in the Mahayana realm and reincarnation realm. The other two, on the other hand, were simply impenetrable. Especially the man in the center in the gilt and black robes had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations just by trying to probe. There are questions. A few people in front. Stop. The lieutenant chided and dodged to stop in front of Su Chang'an. The remaining few guards didn't figure out the situation, but they followed and surrounded Su Chang'an's few people. Why did you leave when the matter has not yet been ascertained? But a weak heart? Su Chang'an was slightly surprised that such a stealthy move would be suspected. Is this the villain's aura? Good things don't get a turn. Bad things don't get away. When things go wrong, you're always the first to be suspected. Su Jinwei's azure-colored eyes stared slightly. She glanced sideways at Su Chang'an. As long as her own brother showed a hint of displeasure, just cut them up. It didn't matter if she couldn't beat them, she still had her protector. Su Joyo was even more angry to explode. Under the cuffs of the red gown, the slender jade hand subconsciously clenched up into a fist. Three people just died. What does that have to do with her husband? Even if there is a connection. So what? Ling Wei's eyes grew cold. Do you really think that the Central Region Immortal City can stop your own young lord? But even if they were angry, in the end, they still had to see what Su Chang'an planned to do. Why can't you leave? Su Chang'an smiled playfully, his eyes teasing. This is a matter for your Yantian Immortal City. What does it have to do with this hall? The lieutenant's heart flinched when he saw Su Chang'an's gesture. So bottom line, could it be that there are immortal forces standing behind him? But even if it was an immortal force, it wasn't enough to look at in front of Yantian Immortal City, because the 9 immortal cities of the central region are not separated. It's unanimous. Invoking the Yantian Immortal City was equivalent to invoking 9 immortal cities that could rival immortal forces all at once. Thoughts turned back. The lieutenant had a bottom in his heart and said in a gruff voice, "This is Yantian Immortal City. No matter what forces you have behind you, since you've entered Yantian Immortal City, you have to abide by the rules of Yantian Immortal City. Even if this has nothing to do with you, you can't leave. Besides, you were the only ones present. Rules are the playthings of the weak." Su Chang'an's voice was indifferent and seemed to carry a hint of mockery. This palace is not interested in such things. ********. Do you know who you're talking to? One of the forbidden soldiers next to him reacted quickly, directly drawing the sword at his waist and aiming it at Su Chang'an. This is the Yantian immortal city. Really think it's still in the realm before you? Pust. A line of blood soared out from the forbidden soldier's neck. Immediately after that, his entire body shook twice before he fell to the ground helplessly. Even if it's dead, his eyes were still wide open, as if he couldn't believe that Ling Wei really dared to make a move in Yantian immortal city. If it wasn't for the fear of blood spatters dirtying Su Chang'an's imperial robes, Ling Wei was afraid that she would kill him in a more direct way. Like, for example, just blowing up in place. My lord has already said that he is not interested in the rules of the Yantian immortal city. Ling Wei's indifferent voice broke the deathly silence around her. If there are any more questions, I will respond for my lord. The lieutenant was outright stupid. Emperor realm. Why would a great power of the Emperor realm appear here? The remaining few forbidden soldiers, neither advancing nor retreating, just stared at each other. Didn't you hear what the lieutenant just said? People are in the Emperor realm, an existence on the same level as the Yantian city lord. Did they want them, the dregs of the spirit transformation realm, to rush up and deliver it? Right at this moment, a voice that was not angry came from the firmament. Even if it's the Emperor realm, coming to my Yantian immortal city to cause trouble, it's not like you can just come and go as you please. The figure of the Yantian immortal emperor slowly coalesced in the void. A middle-aged man with the appearance of a middle-aged man. He stared at Ling Wei, his gaze like a torch. Your Excellency, please give this emperor, as well as Yantian immortal city, a statement. Ling Wei's lotus steps moved lightly, and in the next instant, she abruptly appeared in the air as monstrous imperial rhythms poured out. Boo! The lieutenant who had just questioned Su Chang'an directly exploded. Ling Wei was a bit like Zi Qingyin, just holding a grudge. Even if I don't kill you now, I'm sure I'll find a chance to kill you later. The Yantian immortal city of the central region really thinks that it can stand in the way of my clan's young lord? Although Ling Wei's might was not as thick as the Yantian immortal emperor's, it was much more severe. The Yantian immortal emperor also recognized Ling Wei at this time. You were the first of the immortal ascension sect 1,000 years ago? Immortal Emperor Shunwei of the Lioli Holy Land? No. The Yantian immortal emperor shook his head. You were just talking about my clan's young lord. The Holy Lord of Lioli and the Heavenly Emperor are husband and wife. The only one who could be referred to as our clan's young lord by Ling Wei was the celestial clan's worldly son. Think about it. The eyes of the Yantian immortal emperor suddenly cleared. Chapter 95, mainly, to take out the anger for Chanan. Other forces, he could do without fear. Only the celestial race, the holy land of Lioli, and the underworld land of the spectral domain could not. This is a supreme transcendent power. It's really capable of stiffening the 9 immortal cities of the central region. But now, within the Yantian immortal city, hundreds of millions of people as well as cultivators from the outer regions were all watching themselves. If he shows weakness, wouldn't it cause the prestige of Yantian immortal city to fall to the bottom? A few moments of contemplation. The Yantian immortal emperor said in a condensed voice, if it was a son of the heavenly clan, this emperor would have personally received him with the highest etiquette of Yantian immortal city. But after something like this, I need to give an explanation to the hundreds of millions of people of Yantian immortal city. He had it all figured out. As long as Su Chang'an casually said some words of honor and gave a step, this matter would be over. An explanation? Ling Wei coldly muttered to herself. I will give Yantian immortal city an explanation on behalf of my clan's young lord. The Yantian immortal city's forbidden army, intending to strike at our clan's young lord. This crime is punishable by the death of all 9 clans. Above the firmament, a black and white spirit formation faintly emerged, the size of which could almost cover a third of Yantian immortal city. There was no way around it. The Yantian immortal city was indeed a bit big. Within a short period of time, Ling Wei was also unable to condense a spirit formation that would completely cover it. But a third of the size of a spirit formation was enough of an exaggeration. This time, Yantian immortal city would definitely not be able to carry it. How dare you? When the Yantian immortal emperor saw this, he directly became anxious. Even if you are immortal Emperor Shunwei, I can gather the city lords of the 9 immortal cities right now. 1 emperor against 9. You have no chance of winning. Ling Wei hesitated in her movements for a split second. Not that she was afraid. Rather, they were worried about whether or not they would hurt Su Chang'an. She wasn't aware of Su Chang'an's true battle prowess, and it was only natural that she would be worried about 2 emperors against 9. Seeing this, Su Chang'an was prepared to step in and reason with immortal Emperor Yantian. Right at this moment, a calm and dignified female voice, however, snatched a step ahead of him and abruptly resounded through the Yantian immortal city. Yantian immortal city is really a great gesture. Come to think of it, this emperor hasn't been to the central domain for 1,000 years, and would like to see the strength of the 9 emperors of the central domain nowadays. And whether or not they have the qualifications to say this, who else could it be but Jiang Lioli? The Yen Tian immortal emperor was horrified in his heart. Saint Lioli's lord has been keeping an eye on things here? It's confirmed. It's the real son. The people who were watching the situation here from afar were all secretly guessing the identity of the owner of this voice. What is the celestial race? Where is the imperial race? You actually don't know about the heavenly clan. I have reason to suspect that you're not a living being from the desolate ancient continent, but a spy sent by the other heavenly worlds, right? The celestial race doesn't know, but the celestial emperor always knows, right? Could it be that the heavenly emperor is female? Unsurprisingly, that should be Sacred Lord Lioli. The city lords of the other immortal cities were naturally startled by the commotion in Yin Tian Immortal City. They were raging, ready to back up their own allied city lord. But as soon as they heard that it was the Lioli Sacred Lord who had come, they all went into hiding and waited to see what would happen. The Yen Tian Immortal Emperor has yet to ask for help, so let's wait for a while. Back above the firmament, Immortal Emperor Yen Tian, you can now summon the city lords of the 9 immortal cities. Jiang Lioli said politely but with an unquestionable undertone. It just so happens that this emperor has nothing to do lately, so I'll ask for a few lessons from you and the others. If you accidentally collapse the 9 heavens, don't blame this emperor. The corners of the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor's mouth twitched as he arched his hand into the void and saluted. Holy Lord Lioli is joking. You are already at the top of the desolate ancient continent, so don't make fun of our humble strength. Right at this moment, a mysterious technique steeply appeared in the air, striking straight at the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor. It's a small matter to ask for advice. The main thing is to take the heat for my son and daughter. The daughter of Kong Lioli. The daughter of the celestial race who the mixed sword emperor said would surely become a sword immortal in the future? Think about it. The gate of ascension descended. The pride of the entire desolate ancient continent would gather in the central region. The latter tried to dodge, but realized that it was simply too late. One could only harden his head and fight hard with his strongest strike. Boom! Instead of seeing the aftermath of the might, only a loud roar could be heard. In the end, Immortal Emperor Yen Tian's body remained intact. In fact, his mouth was now filled with blood and his meridians were traumatized, but he did it for his own face, still holding back and pretending nothing happened. The other city lords also listen well. This emperor only has 2 children in his life. If something happens to the son and daughter of mine, in the central region, there will be no need for the 9 heavens to exist. If you don't believe me, this emperor will personally walk through the central region. The remaining 8 immortal city lords were all silent. By not speaking, others can't tell if they're wimpy or not. No loss of face, all good. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian bowed his hand and said, Yen Tian Immortal City is already on good terms with the celestial race, and there is absolutely no way that this emperor will allow any problems to arise for the celestial race's worldly sons and daughters in Yen Tian Immortal City. I won't trouble Holy Lord Lioli to make the trip herself. After a few breaths, Jiang Lioli didn't speak again either. Think it should be gone. The Yen Tian Immortal Emperor glanced at Ling Wei, sighed softly, and said in a consultative tone, the other subjects of Yen Tian Immortal City are innocent, and those who have offended the heavenly clan's worldly son will be dealt with personally by this emperor. Ling Wei turned back to look at Su Chang'an. It was only after receiving a nod of approval from his own young master that he withdrew the spirit formation in the dome. The few forbidden soldiers who had blocked Su Chang'an's path earlier all revealed looks of despair when they heard these words. No way. In the desolate ancient continent, strength determined everything. Su Chang'an was not a person who was addicted to killing. It wouldn't be because of a few forbidden soldiers that the entire Yen Tian Immortal City had to be destroyed. Moreover, he had to be in the central region, waiting for the Immortal Ascension sect to descend. There's no need to take things too far, giving a favor to the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor, with the help of the Immortal City's forces. Next, it would be much easier for him to act in the central domain. And, in the original Denjinman storyline, there was an Immortal City Lord, but he occupied a very crucial role. Just the right opportunity to take advantage of this. Approach early and make your own plans. Thank you, Seiji of the Sky Clan. The Yen Tian Immortal Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. If Ling Wei insisted on destroying a third of Yen Tian Immortal City, he was afraid that he wouldn't know what to do. Battle. The Lioli Immortal Emperor himself. Endure. Billions of innocent people died. World son of the Celestial Clan. If you don't mind, come to my city lord's mansion. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian issued an invitation. Su Chang'an nodded his head in agreement after a little thought. Good. With the matter over, Immortal Emperor Yen Tian took the lead and returned to his city lord's mansion. Just as he stepped into the door of the mansion, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was so crooked that he nearly fell. It's a bad feeling to be hardwired. Don't look at Jiang Lioli as if she didn't move much. In fact, he's half dead. The fact that it could make him an immortal emperor, barely able to stand on his feet, was enough to say a lot. Looking at this appearance, without recuperating for dozens of hundreds of years, I'm afraid that I won't be able to heal and regain my peak fighting strength. At this time, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a mature flavor walked out of the mansion in a flustered manner. Master, how did you get hurt so badly? Chapter 96, Mrs. Yen. You don't want anything to happen to your daughter, do you? The beautiful woman's name was Jinruo, and she was the married couple of the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor, as well as a powerful person at the peak of the Saint Exalted Realm. Even though she was at the peak of the Saint Realm, she was still unable to participate in an Emperor Realm battle. One can only watch from the shadows. When she saw that Immortal Emperor Yen Tian had taken Zhang Liuli's move without any problems, she thought that he had gotten stronger. I didn't realize that it was showing off. The body meridian damage half. Breath decadence weak. Not 1,000 years for fear is unable to fully recover. Jinruo's beautiful eyes were full of heartache. Saint Liuli's Holy Lord's hand was really a bit ruthless, but it was the following people who stopped the Heavenly Clan's worldly son. Caution! Immortal Emperor Yen Tian interrupted Jinruo with a voice. This matter has already passed. Right or wrong doesn't matter. If Holy Lord Liuli really wanted to make a move, I would have already died just now. Above the Emperor realm, there is also a gap. Jinruo had no choice but to nod helplessly and assisted the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor into the house. Good. You should first regulate your breath and recover from your injuries, while my concubine goes to prepare for the reception of the Heavenly Clan's son. Hard work. It's a family thing to say. It's just a raw deal. Half an hour passed. Su Chang'an arrived at the city lord's mansion, where Jinruo and a group of maids and servants were waiting at the door in advance. Concubine Jinruo, welcome your highness, the worldly son of the Heavenly Clan, to the Yen Tian city lord's mansion. Jinruo placed her hands in front of her body and bowed on bended knees, unassuming and courteous. Su Chang'an nodded bashfully. There is no need to be polite. Mrs. Jin. Su Joyo cocked her head, her scarlet eyes staring tightly at Jinruo's body, her mouth subconsciously slightly open. Seems to be exclaiming something, so powerful. Su Jinwei's eyes directly lit up. Mrs. Jin, this mature flavor as well as temperament, slightly changed. I am afraid that it is not much worse than those female emperors. Will my own brother like it? The only pity is that Jinruo is already a married woman. I'm afraid mother wouldn't approve. Jinruo raised her head and crashed into Su Jinwei's line of sight, subconsciously taking half a step back as a wave of uneasiness vaguely rose in her heart. She maintained her composure though. This should be, Her Highness, the world daughter of the Heavenly Clan? May I ask? Jinruo glanced down at her long skirt. Is there something wrong with my concubine? Su Jinwei shook her head with a light smile. No, it's fine. By the way, is Immortal Emperor Yen Tian's body alright? Is there any chance of an untimely death? If you don't have it, you can have Mother Nature do it again. Jinruo's expression was slightly stunned and somewhat touched. She didn't expect Su Jinwei to care about this. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. The old master's body should not be in any serious trouble, and he will recover after a while. Hey, it's a shame. Jinruo? It's okay. Su Jinwei didn't continue to say anything more, and in her heart, she thought of finding a chance to ask Su Chang'an sideways if he had any thoughts about Jinruo's type. If so, it was her turn to play. My sister is really worried about her brother's life. Enter the city lord's mansion. The style of this place was similar to that of an ancient royal residence, with gardens, ponds, and moon viewing platforms. Although it's a bit simple compared to the celestial race, it's cozy enough. Main hall. Your Highness, please take the throne. In addition to her own cultivation at the peak of Saint Exaltation, Jinruo was also the city lord's wife, so she still knew her place when it came to this kind of thing. Su Chang'an didn't push back and naturally sat in the main seat. Su Jinwei didn't place any importance on this, picking a seat at random and finding a topic of conversation to chat with Jinruo. The questions asked were straightforward. For example, is Mrs. Yen having a baby? Jinruo behaved decently and basically responded politely. Su Joyao also knew that this was business, pursed her lips, and kept a little distance from Su Chang'an, but really only a little bit. Soon, and the Immortal Emperor Yen Tian came. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The old man delayed some time in adjusting his meridians. Making you wait. No harm done. Su Chang'an didn't care. In his heart, he knew very well that Zhang Liuli's strike would definitely not make it as easy as Yen Tian Immortal Emperor appeared to be. I'll have my say. I have found out what happened in the city today. Something has happened in the city, and I didn't realize that the forbidden soldiers maintaining order would dare to speculate wildly, and even suspect you. As an indemnity, this, please, Your Highness, take it. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian handed over a storage spirit bag, and Ling Wei stepped forward and took it on his behalf. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian is polite. Su Chang'an laughed softly playfully. However, having me come over, it shouldn't just be for this matter, right? Worthy of His Highness, the world's son. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian first complimented. Then his expression became serious. You've come to the central region. I assume it's also for the Immortal Ascension sect? Aha. Su Chang'an nodded. At those words, a flash of realization flashed in the eyes of the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Ascension sect is located on the central Juntian floating islands heavens beyond. At this time there is still a period of time before it descends. During this period you have any needs, as long as it is something that I can do, I will never excuse myself, including the other 8 floating islands. Likewise, honestly, Immortal Emperor Yen Tian was acting a bit too attentive. Even with Jiang Liuli shocking him, he didn't have to do this to this extent at all. Su Chang'an stared slightly. Is that all? Say what you have to say. I don't like to waste time. Actually, Mr. Yen has a small request. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian spoke awkwardly. My daughter will also participate in this Immortal Ascension Gate descent. If she is fortunate enough to walk through the heavenly path of asking and enter the heavenly beyond, at that time, I implore your highness the world's son. He had also traveled the heavenly path of asking and knew just how brutal the competition at the Immortal Ascension Gate was. He and Jinrua had no children in their lives. The only other birth was a daughter a few decades ago. It can be said that they have poured their entire life's work into this daughter. This time, the central region was in turmoil, and even the most demonic heavenly wizard could not guarantee anything before the Immortal Ascension Gate. And Su Chang'an was the son of the Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Lord of Liuli, the future Emperor of the Chins. Su Jinwei even possessed the posture of a sword immortal. Unsurprisingly, the Immortal Ascension sect will have a place for their siblings. It is rumored that the son of the Celestial clan is temperamental and cold in nature, and is very likely to have accidents. Bow down to Su Chang'an first while you can. He and Jinrua could also feel more at ease at home. Ha! Su Chang'an smiled. If she doesn't get in the way of this temple, it won't take the initiative to kill her. Other than that, this temple doesn't have the heart to care about anything else. Immortal Emperor Yen Tian hurriedly said, Mr. Yen guarantees that my daughter will definitely not compete with His Highness the World Prince for any. It better be. Thank you, Your Highness, and congratulations, Your Highness, on your immortal path. In the end, under the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor's warm invitation, Su Chang'an temporarily stayed at the city lord's mansion during the time he was in Yen Tian Immortal City. The living environment, absolutely top-notch. Su Chang'an and Su Jiuyo left, Ling Wei followed closely behind, and Su Jinwei walked silently at the end. It came up next to Jinrua. Jinrua turned her head sideways and smiled warmly. Your Highness, is there anything else you want? Mrs. Jin. Su Jinwei's eyes were wanton, and she uttered those words with a light smile. You don't want your daughter to have an accident at the Immortal Deng sect either, do you, Jinrua? Chapter 97, Shu Tian Immortal City. I seek the sword. Jinrua is a smart woman. She could sense that Su Jinwei's words were hiding another meaning. Did Su Jinwei have any special favorites? Thinking about this, Jinrua's mind had already begun to involuntarily show images. Her neck to her cheeks, brushed red. No, it's too humiliating. Your Highness, Saya, please allow my concubine to think about it. Su Jinwei didn't expect the progress to go so smoothly, and she smiled lightly. Be my guest, Mrs. Jin. I'm always available. After she finished speaking, she quickly caught up with Su Chang'an. Chang'an, are you sleeping with Jiu Yao tonight? Without waiting for Su Chang'an to reply, Su Junyeo jumped the gun and spoke. Aha, Junyeo is husband's wife. Of course we should sleep together at night. And now that Yi Nyun is gone, she's Su Chang'an's only wife. There's no one to steal her husband from. Su Chang'an also asked. Sister, is something wrong? It's fine. Su Jinwei explained slightly sheepishly. Sis just casually asked. Late night, after a difficult struggle, Jinrua was finally mentally prepared and convinced herself, and after she showered and dressed, she went to Su Jinwei's residence. Then, Su Jinwei and Jinrua looked at each other awkwardly. Mrs. Jin, what brings you here? Wasn't it Her Highness the World Daughter's intention? Jinrua reddened her cheeks and bowed her head back. It was a bit humiliating, but for the sake of his daughter, Su Jinwei's head was even more full of questions. When did you mean it yourself? That, Su Jinwei thought for a moment and finally sighed. Mrs. Jin, I think you should have misunderstood something. When Jinrua heard this, she instantly looked up, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Was it a misunderstanding on the part of the concubine? You are not interested in concubines? Su Jinwei sniffed and the corner of her mouth twitched. Aha! Jinrua wept with joy, actually bending her knees and kneeling on the ground. Your Highness the World Daughter. It was my concubine's presumptuous speculation that treated you as that kind of person. It's just that my concubine is still a bit confused as to what your highness she meant by what she said in the daytime. If my concubine can do it, I will certainly not refuse. Su Jinwei felt slightly guilty in her heart. She couldn't say that she actually wanted Jinruo to go to Chang'an's room. Could she? Forget it. Nagan has not said anything, so he will not make an unauthorized decision for him, lest I bore my own brother. It's actually nothing much. Su Jinwei helped Jinruo up, showing a rare smile to the others. Mrs. Jin can go back to rest now. Really? Jinruo will be skeptical. Really? By the way, does your daughter have the temperament to become an empress? Empress? Yeah, it's similar to that female emperor in the immortal domain. Jinruo's mind conjured up her own daughter's appearance, only to feel a headache. My daughter should not have this blessing. Gee, that's a shame. Su Jinwei lamented a sentence. When this fell in Jinruo's eyes, Su Jinwei was thinking of her daughter, hoping that her daughter would become an empress. Her highness, the world daughter, was so good that it felt a little unreal to her. Su Chang'an naturally didn't know about these things. He was pondering whether there were any troubles that needed to be resolved in advance before the immortal densification gate descended. The city lord of Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City, but in the late stage of the plot, an extremely crucial existence. There was also the White Tiger Divine Hall's divine son, who was supposed to be the most dazzling heavenly pride of the divine realm in the next 1,000 years, as well as one of the righteous powerhouses who had finally surrounded Zi Qingyin. Solely killed it early. Thoughts fall. Su Chang'an gently pinched the tail that was waving back and forth in front of his eyes. Eat Jack, husband? Su Jiuyao tilted her small face. Those scarlet eyes were clear and translucent, not containing a single impurity. At this point, she was only covered by a thin quilt. The two long, white, tight legs curled up, the whole thing shrinking into a tiny ball, nestled in Su Chang'an's arms. There was actually a slight sense of exhaustion on her little face, which was usually very rowdy. I could tell she was tired now. Su Chang'an laughed lightly and rubbed her little head. Jiu Yao, you stay here for now and be good. I've got some things to do and I'm going to be gone for a while. Su Junyeo obediently nodded her head, while carrying, husband, pay attention to safety. As for whether her husband had gone to look for other little foxes or had some serious business to attend to, Jiu Yao would not ask. Su Chang'an quietly left the city lord's mansion. Ling Wei traveled with him. Su Jinwei and Su Junyeo were then guarded by the Heavenly Clan slaves and Dao protectors hidden in the shadows. Vermilion Sky Immortal City. Su Chang'an's silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. The gilded black robe was closely followed by the figure of a maid of honor in a long black and white Lolita dress. Young lord, we seem to have been discovered. Ling Wei looked grave. She could detect a ripple in the great Tao in the firmament just now. Unexpectedly, among the city lords of the Nine Heavens Immortal City, there was really an uncomplicated existence. That's fine. Su Chang'an was not surprised. There was no intention to act quietly. I wonder what your highness, the worldly son of the celestial clan, is visiting Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City for? An ethereal female voice echoed in the ears of the two. Ling Wei's expression grew more and more grave. The imperial rhythm around her body gradually spread out, but she still hadn't found the other party's location either. Su Chang'an didn't try, because he knew that he couldn't lock it down either. Su Chang'an flattened himself and saluted. Seek the sword. The air steeply fell into a deathly silence, and after a few breaths, that ethereal voice sounded again. Your highness, the world prince of the heavenly clan, is joking. The three major sword clans of the desolate ancient continent are all in the human domain. Seeking a sword should also go there. Within the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City, I'm afraid there are no swords that can match your highness. Su Chang'an's eyes were calm. Since this hall has come, it has no intention of leaving empty-handed. Your highness, please take a look overhead. As these words fell, Su Chang'an's figure flickered and entered the firmament. Ling Wei was just about to follow when she heard Su Chang'an's order. Ling Wei, you stay for now. No way. Ling Wei could only give in. Slave girl obeys. Su Chang'an entered the middle of a separate small thousand world at this moment. The clouds around them should still be in the air. Right at this moment, an ink-colored longsword slashed across the sky, stopping smoothly in front of Su Chang'an, the tip of the sword pointing downward, its body swaying slightly. Immediately afterward, a shadow emerged beside the sword and slowly solidified. Eventually the vapors transformed into a woman. The woman was wearing a long white dress, with a delicate figure and an ethereal and absolutely beautiful temperament, and on the exposed wrist of her left hand, a sword figure was engraved. Su Chang'an knew. She was the city lord of Vermilion Sky Immortal City. At the same time, it was also the sword spirit evolved from the first ray of sword rhyme at the beginning of the Hongmeng. In other words, she was not a human, but a sword spirit. Chapter 98 A Battle. Mo Jior's strength is a bit strong. Your highness, before we get down to business, can you allow me to ask a question? Mo Jior's voice was very ethereal, and it wasn't full of scorn like the Yen Tian Immortal Emperor. Su Chang'an nodded. Yes. How did your highness know my identity? Avenue deduction. Even if it's a great Tao deduction, it's impossible to deduce my existence. Mo Jior was very certain of this. That's just the way it is. If one has read the original episode, it also counts as an avenue projection. Mo Jior knew that Su Chang'an had no thoughts of explaining further, so she did not continue to ask either. Your highness can address me as Mo Jior. Merger was not supposed to have a name. However, she became the city lord of the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City by chance, and she also gave herself a red dust name. I have existed in the world for several epochs and have seen too many heavenly wonders, yet I have to admit that in seeing you with my own eyes, I still find it astonishing. The ancient flawless sword body, to have already attained the Emperor realm at the age of 18, and to have the forbidden pupil in one piece is a situation that has never occurred before. I'm afraid that in the next several epochs, no figure comparable to you will be able to appear. However, I cannot recognize you as my master. Mo Jior said half a day, and finally came with a sentence that he could not recognize the owner. There's a sort of you're nice, but I refuse. Vestigial feeling. Why? A flash of coldness flashed across the bottom of Su Chang'an's eyes. He didn't expect that the things he was carrying couldn't be hidden at all in front of Mo Jior, and they were all told. What's more, he didn't expect that the ancient flawless sword body would also be rejected by Mo Jior to recognize its owner. It seems this sword spirit, it's more special than one would expect. However, since she already knew all of this, if she refused to recognize herself as her lord, then Su Chang'an definitely wouldn't let her continue to live. There is no reason, Mo Jior said dryly, in recognizing the master. I don't look at the talent of the sword Tao or the heart. I only rely on my intuition. Intuition tells me that my being in your hands is not a good ending. Su Chang'an abruptly burst out laughing. Ha! What an irrefutable reason. Mo Jior bowed and softly explained. In the past, I wandered through the heavens and the worlds, and did not want to get caught in the middle of any fights. And regarding your highness, I will definitely not mention it to a third person. If your highness has no other business, please return. Boom! The monstrous demonic rhythm centered on Su Chang'an and dispersed outwards like ripples, and the Emperor Realm's pressure rushed towards Mo Jior without reservation. What if I'm prepared to take you by force? Although Su Chang'an was inquiring, his tone carried a meaning that could not be refused. Mo Jior sighed lightly. There was no fear in her eyes. Then Mo Jior, we'll have to do a battle with your highness. 3,000 Tao rules coalesce, blocked off the space where Mo Jior was. Mo Jior's left hand formed a palm, and with a gentle print toward the front, a sound of a mirror breaking rang out. Immediately after that, she gripped the sword in her right hand and rotated it. Boom! The demonic rhythms that surrounded her were then dispersed in full. Then, her figure disappeared in place, and in the next instant, she appeared behind Su Chang'an, swung his sword and chopped it down. However, her movements abruptly stopped, and in the gap between the stops, Su Chang'an turned around and struck her in the chest with a palm strike. Boo! Mo Jior flew backwards. When he stabilized his stance again, his expression did not change, as if Su Chang'an's attack just now had done no harm. The Tao of space, the Tao of time, the Tao of the sword, and Mo Jior felt the Tao rhythm released by Su Chang'an in detail, releasing a light smile. Your highness has witnessed the 3,000 great Tao? I didn't even notice it just now. However, even if she had witnessed the 3,000 paths, she still had the power to fight. Mo Jior's strength has exceeded the Emperor realm. That's why she has the power to fight. Thoughts retracted. Mo Jior held her sword and swung it twice at Su Chang'an. Two sword chi shot out. She also followed closely behind, charging straight towards Su Chang'an, and in the middle of the way, for the strange Tao blockades, they all shattered instantly. The two fought furiously. It hits from the firmament to the ground and back to the firmament again. Various colors of might roamed the sky. Su Chang'an had almost used his full strength, and his forbidden pupils were also displayed, yet he was still unable to take down Mo Jior in a short period of time. Mo Jior was not in the Emperor realm, or rather, she did not have a cultivation system. The battle power far exceeded the Emperor realm, yet it was not enough to be a great Tao immortal emperor. Lies somewhere in between. Finally it was 2 days later. Both sides had pretty much exhausted their spiritual energy. No more throwing all kinds of big moves. Moving into the close-range battle, Su Chang'an also touched out his own emperor's sword. Shocking. Mo Jior is indeed strong. Even in the competition of swordsmanship, she was not at all inferior to Su Chang'an. A little bit of time passes. Finally, as both sides reached their limits, Mo Jior's sword became illusory, steepening in speed as it chopped at Su Chang'an's arm. Not fatal, but enough to split the difference. Your Highness, obliged. In the anticipation of merger, Su Chang'an would definitely block with the surprising hung, and it would end with the surprising hung shattering, and then he himself receiving a heavy blow. Eventually there was no way to fight again. Even if it was an emperor's sword, there was still a huge gap between it and the sword in one's hand, and things can come to an end. However, Su Chang'an didn't use surprise to parry her attack as she had thought. Instead, it chopped at her. What's he thinking? A life for a life? You don't know if you're going to die yourself. But she was very certain that if Su Chang'an took a solid hit from her sword, it would be impossible to survive. Crazy. She couldn't kill the celestial seer herself. That was what her instincts told her. But at this distance, it was too late for her to stop. Dang! A crisp collision sounded, and the sword did not land on Su Chang'an as expected. It was blocked as if it had touched some barrier. Mo spotted the small yellow clock above Su Chang'an's head. It seemed to be the might it emitted that shielded Su Chang'an. A spirit weapon? There was actually a spirit weapon in the desolate ancient continent that could withstand her sword? Swish! Without waiting for her to think further, her body was chopped off by the shocking sharpness, and not a drop of blood was shed. However, Mo also dissipated and returned to the body of the sword. The Chaos Bell. If you take it out at the beginning, I'm afraid it might not be able to carry her sword. Su Chang'an was also exhausted at this point. After feeling out a few pills and throwing them into his mouth to recover some of his chi, he reached out to touch the sword hanging in the air. Buzz! The sword shook with a buzz. Mo's figure reappeared. This time, however, her body was extremely illusory, as if it would fall apart if she touched it. Your Highness has won, but even if you take me away, I will not recognize you as Lord. The worst outcome would be that Mo would be forever silenced in the body of the sword, annihilated along with the sword. Of course, the sword was afraid of annihilation. Even if Jiang Lioli made a move, she wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy it. Su Chang'an knew that what Mo said was true. In the original, she was unusually tough in nature and always stood up for her principles, like her own sword. Su Chang'an mused, and after a few breaths, he said softly, "This hall has a sister." Chapter 99, Disowning the Master? It's still not held in your hands. Your sister? Mo had naturally heard the rumors of Su Jinwei. It's that heavenly clan's worldly daughter who has the qualifications of a sword immortal? As I said, I don't recognize masters based on qualifications or hardiness, only intuition. Even if your sister has a stronger sword Dao talent than you. Not waiting for Mo to continue, Su Chang'an waved his hand, and a glazed water mirror appeared. The Dao of time surges. Images then appeared in the mirror, of Su Jinwei's usual life as well as sword practice. Humble, introspective and clean. Occasionally, she would still flash back to the scene where she had forcefully wrapped Su Chang'an in her arms. At this point, the mirror images all go black. After all, this was an image generated from Su Chang'an's perspective. And when the line of sight was obscured, it would definitely turn black. Mo only felt her breath catch. An inexplicable stirring surfaced, something she had never felt before. She very much wanted to meet Su Jinwei in person. This is this hall's sister. Su Chang'an had long anticipated that Mo would react this way. In the original timeline, Su Jinwei's blackening and decimation of half of the immortal realm drew the ire of the desolate ancient continent, and countless powerful men came out in unison, wanting to kill her in the name of the righteous path. At that time, it was also the first time Mo met Su Jinwei. Then, Mo found her, saying something about recognizing her as her master. Unfortunately, the Su Jinwei of that time couldn't listen to anyone else. Directly, he made a move and knocked Mo back. But for some reason, Su Jinwei, at that time, actually didn't kill Mo. Perhaps it is because she has long been on the opposite side of the ancient continent. But there are still sword spirits who want to recognize her as their master. So it is interesting in her heart, isn't it? And then Su Jinwei, one person and one sword, stood at the top of the dome of the sky, nearly exterminating the entire high-end battle force of the desolate ancient continent. This also made the desolate ancient continent's strength break down. And when the extraterrestrial heavenly demons invaded, there was no resistance at all. Irony. In the end, it was Su Jinwei who repelled the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, making it possible for the desolate ancient continent to not disappear. Of course, this is all an afterthought. Mo's first choice was Su Jinwei. Originally, Su Chang'an had thought that Su Jinwei had been chosen because her sword Dao talent was too high, thinking that with his own sword Dao talent, he would test to see if he could subdue her. Now it seems that this is not the case. Had he known that this was the case, Su Chang'an would never have said that she should recognize herself as her master. After all, recognizing Su Jinwei as the master was the same. The ultimate disciple control sister. Those who get it get it. Your sister, like you, is one of the only heavenly wonders in the world. Mo sighed from her heart. followed by a slightly pleading tone. Can I go and meet your sister in person? Su Chang'an laughed softly. This hall had this idea in mind. After that, Su Chang'an condensed the Tao of prohibition and placed a prohibition on Mo Joer's body, cutting off her connection to her spiritual energy. But I didn't expect that Mo Joer merely moved in a small way. The prohibition then shattered with a bang. Seeing this, Mo Joer explained in a low voice. Your Highness, this is not me actively shattering, but a defense mechanism that the sword body already had. Su Chang'an knew that Mo Joer was telling the truth, but he was still a little surprised. Your spirit body is obviously already very weak, so why are you still able to easily break free from the forbidden Tao rules? The sword, originally, can cut through everything. Mo Joer said it as a matter of course, yet she couldn't pick any faults. As long as the condensed sword intent is sufficient, even the strongest Tao can be chopped up. And on this sword of Mo Joer, the condensed sword intent was afraid that it was incomparable to any sword in the desolate ancient continent. Su Chang'an's cultivation of the Forbidden Way rule wasn't deep enough either. A combination of factors, and that created the current situation. However, while Su Chang'an was unable to take the initiative to increase the ban, Mo Joer was able to make her own oath. She was eager to see Su Jinwei. In order to make Su Chang'an believe her for the time being, Mo Joer directly swore with her own body. Mo Joer swears that before recognizing her master, she will never do another battle with your highness. After recognizing my master's thoughts will prevail. The sword spirit's oath cannot be made false. Su Chang'an was also completely at ease. In fact, Mo Joer's spirit body had already been beaten into an extremely weak state by him. Even without this oath, it could not pose any threat to him. But yes, it's better than no. Being careful is definitely the right thing to do. Afterwards, Mo Joer's spirit body returned to the sword. Su Chang'an raised his hand to the hilt of the sword, and although the latter resisted, it ultimately lay obediently in his hand, leaving this separate space. But Su Chang'an just came out inside slightly helplessly after seeing the outside world clearly, only to see the vermilion heavenly immortal city completely covered by a death formation. Ling Wei stood in the void, confronting the three emperor realm existences. Immortal Emperor Shun Wei, please calm down. This city lord believes that Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian must have some important matters to discuss with his highness, the world's son of the heavenly clan. Yes, we know the Zhu Tian Immortal Emperor inside out. She definitely won't have any ill will towards his highness the world's son. These three emperor realms were the northwestern Yu Tian Immortal Emperor, the western Haodian Immortal Emperor, and the northern Xian Tian Immortal Emperor. They sensed the disturbance in Vermilion Sky Immortal City and came over to check the situation. As a result, he ran into Ling Wei, who was on the verge of extreme tension. The young lord has been gone for 3 days. If you do not want the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City to be annihilated, go and find the space where the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal Emperor is located. Ling Wei's eyes were cold. Otherwise, if you stop again, you will be regarded as the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal Emperor's accomplices. Just a short while ago, Su Chang'an's life talisman suddenly dimmed for a brief moment. This means that the young lord has experienced combat, and, most likely, injured. Even with Jiang Liuli's amulet, Ling Wei was still a bit uneasy. After all, there were too many strange means on the immortal road, and no one could guarantee that Su Chang'an would be fine. Wait, the Xian Tian Immortal Emperor hastily waved his hand. We're already contacting the Vermilion Sky City Lord, but we can't receive a response at all. The living beings of Vermilion Sky Immortal City all trembled. There was no shortage of divine sons of emperor clans and holy sons of Dao sects from other realms, but the Dao protectors they brought with them were only at the Saint Exaltation realm, and they were simply unable to participate in the exchanges between the Emperor Realm Greats, and their biggest backbone, their immortal power background. It's also completely underutilized. This was because at the very beginning, there was a saint son of an immortal domain immortal sect who directly revealed his identity, thinking that Ling Wei would be afraid of the forces behind him. Outcome. The puddle of blood and flesh at the edge of the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City was the last ripple of that saint son. Then there's nothing more to say. Ling Wei didn't want to wait any longer. For others it was nothing more than the extermination of their clan, while she was taking the risk of the young lord being injured. The dead formation in the air flashed dazzlingly. A huge black rose appeared, carrying endless pressure as it fell towards the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City. After this move, Vermilion Sky Immortal City would cease to exist. Even the Xian Tian Immortal Emperor and the others, who were also at the Emperor Realm, would have to put in some effort if they wanted to resist this move. It's over. Holy, I don't want to die. We have cultivated for 10,000 years and managed to reach the transition realm. And in the end, we will only end up being destroyed with our hands? The immortal path. Oh, it's just a joke. The living beings of Vermilion Sky Immortal City were in complete despair. They couldn't resist at all. Right at this moment, A voice that was flat to the core suddenly rang out, causing the cold-eyed Ling Wei to instantly become clear. Ling Wei, it's over. We should go. Chapter 100, The Celestial Clan's Worldly Son. What exactly did he do to the Zhu Tian Immortal Emperor? Ling Wei steeply returned to her senses, turned her head, and looked towards the direction from which the voice came, and after seeing the familiar gilded black robes, she released a light smile in her heart. Young Lord, Su Chang'an's figure fell, and as he looked around, he could guess what had happened without having to ask. It was fortunate that the one who came wasn't Zi Qingyin. If not, the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City might not have completely disappeared by now. Immortal Emperor Xian Tian slightly arched his hand. His attitude was not considered groveling, but he was also jealous of Jian Liuli's words that day, and his words were extremely polite. Your Highness, the worldly son of the Heavenly Clan, this seat is the city lord of Xian Tian Immortal City. I wonder where, right now, the Zhu Tian Immortal Emperor is? I don't suppose she has offended you? Su Chang'an pondered slightly and said in a flat tone. No, Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian has just exchanged in-depth words with this hall and discussed the Tao. So he should be physically and mentally exhausted by now and go back to his seclusion to rest. That's good. The Xian Tian Immortal Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian didn't make a mistake and find death to strike at Su Chang'an. As for polemics and whatnot, although Su Chang'an was the strongest heavenly pride in the demon region, it was impossible for him to discuss and exchange words on an equal footing with Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian no matter what. It was probably because Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian had played with him for a while, or he had suppressed his realm and fought with him. It's kind of a polemic, and so on. Immortal Emperor Xuantian's afterimage accidentally swept the spirit sword at Su Chang'an's waist. This sword, why does it look so familiar? Cyan pattern, red-white sword body, and the hilt of the sword faintly flickering with golden light. This seemed to be the sword that the Zhu Tian Immortal Emperor usually didn't leave his body. Immortal Emperor Xian Tian recognized the sword. When the 9 city lords gathered before, Mo Jior was holding this sword tightly, and when the other few city lords came slightly closer, she was on guard. Now, how did it get into Su Chang'an's hands? How is Mo Jior doing now? Which one of them actually argued? Rode. Many questions surfaced, but they were words that he couldn't ask to his face. Let's go back. Sister is probably worried too. Su Chang'an ignored Xian Tian Immortal Emperor's subtle change in demeanor. Right now, he had to hurry to Yen Tian Immortal City to check out the situation. Ling Wei followed closely behind. Immortal Emperor Shun Wei, please wait a moment. Immortal Emperor Yu Tian pointed to the deadly formation that was shrouding the sky above Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, isn't it possible for this formation to be removed? This? Ling Wei said casually, why don't you guys just tear it down? The Immortal Emperor of the Sky. He couldn't say that he didn't have the strength to tear it down. Could he? How humiliating that would be. Luckily, in the end, Ling Wei was able to remove the dead formation with her own hands, which made the living beings within the Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City feel as if they were being pardoned. In the Yen Tian Immortal City, unlike what Su Chang'an had expected, Su Jinwei did not have any overreaction, because in her perspective, Su Chang'an had his own things to do and was very safe. Ling Wei did not tell her the actual situation. However, Jiao Yao, the little fox, was suffering. With her husband not here, she simply didn't know what she should do, so she could only cultivate in boredom. His Highness is back. After Su Jinwei received a report from the Heavenly Clan slave hidden in the shadows, she hurriedly ran out with quick steps. Incidentally, he also called out to Su Jiaoya. After all, his own brother usually liked this girl. Su Chang'an had just landed on the ground when Su Jinwei's embrace greeted him. Chang'an, you don't know to tell sister when something happens? Do you know how worried sister is? Come on, sister, let's see if you're hurt anywhere. Hey, Su Jinwei had just cradled Su Chang'an's head in her arms when she saw Emojor following behind. The movement hesitated for a split second, then whirled around. Is this the wife Chang'an picked out for himself? She was quite good looking, with a dusty temperament, but she doesn't look like an empress. Chang'an, this is... Phew! Su Chang'an finally pulled his face out of Su Jinwei's arms and took 2 breaths of fresh air, but before he could introduce them, Emojor bowed slightly towards Su Jinwei. Emojor, meet your highness, the Heavenly Clan's worldly daughter. The tone was agitated and respectful. This was a completely different attitude from when she had met Su Chang'an. She had already determined that the woman in front of her, although she looked immodest, was the most suitable person to hold her sword. Looking rather understanding, Su Jinwei let go of Su Chang'an and looked towards Emojor, nodding her head in satisfaction. There's no need to be courteous. From now on we'll be a family. Just address me as elder sister. Muriel? Things seemed a little different than she thought they would be. It's still a little off. It's a little too fast, isn't it? He hadn't even mentioned the matter of recognizing his master yet. And then he turned into a family? Right at this moment, Su Jiuyo also walked over. Husband, cuddle. Ing Chuel looked over curiously, only to see a dignified woman with white hair and red pupils, with stunningly beautiful and charming features, wearing a red gauze dress. She jumped straight into Su Chang'an's arms. Well, it doesn't seem very dignified either. Looking at the 2 beast ears on its head and the 9 white fox tails behind it, it should be from the Demon Domain Skyfox clan. Su Jiuyo naturally saw Emojior as well. She and Su Jinwei had similar thoughts, both thinking that this was Su Chang'an's fiancé. Emojior, you came later than Jiu Yao. You should also call out to Jiu Yao's sister. Su Junyeo thought about it and added, if you can't, you can fight one-on-one, and if you beat Junyeo, it's not impossible to call you sister. Emojior didn't know how to respond. Although the peak of the reincarnation mirror was already very strong, her current strength should have already exceeded the Emperor realm. Su Chang'an raised his hand and patted the top of Su Junyeo's head. Be good, but don't think of going one-on-one with her. Now if it's a real fight, come 10,000 Su Jiuyo. Also not enough emoji or a sword cut. Aha! Su Jiuyo obediently nodded her head, while secretly paralyzing herself in her heart. Jiu Yao, for the sake of her husband's face, will not have to use a violent way to share the victory with Emojior, so as not to scare her. Emojior had a sharp mind and could almost guess that they were misunderstanding something. However, it doesn't matter. Su Chang'an came to Su Junyeo's ear and whispered, Junyeo, let's go cultivate? But, husband, Su Junyeo sniffed, a touch of shy scarlet appearing on her fair cheeks. It's still daytime. Think about what? I'm talking about cultivation. You're now at the peak of the reincarnation realm. Although very few demons in the demon domain can match you, in front of the central domain immortal ascension platform opportunity, it's still a bit too low. Su Jiuyo nodded naively. Well, if husband says it's cultivation, then it's cultivation. Su Chang'an laughed out softly before directly picking him up by the waist, creating a separate space and walking in. Before going in, he returned the sword to Emojior. After all, Emojior couldn't get too far away from the sword. Hey, that's it? Su Jinwei bristled, slightly irritated. Sister hasn't hugged enough yet, and even if you go to practice, you still bring Emojior. What's the point of leaving people here? It's like a fiancé for me. Chapter 101, as long as the master likes it. Emojior, is it okay if I call you Jior? Su Jinwei's eyes were smiling. She was still very satisfied with this sister-in-law. Chang'an's nature is like that. Panicky. I guess he has something important to do. He'll be back later. Tell you what. Why don't you come and talk with me first? Tell me, how did you meet Chang'an? Emojior looked at Su Jinwei with a curious and affectionate look, and was somewhat unable to bear to tell the truth. It couldn't be said that he had done a battle with Su Chang'an with a sword, fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally lost before coming here. Could it? But she's going to say it anyway. He had come here to recognize his master. Emojior held the sword flat and slowly let go, so the sword floated in the air. Afterwards, she knelt on one knee and placed her right hand in front of her chest, performing the ritual of a sword spirit recognizing its owner. Emojior is not an acquired spirit, but a sword spirit derived from this sword. Su Jinwei was first stunned, then softly consoled. It's fine. I don't care if you're a sword spirit or whatever, as long as Chang'an likes it. Ingchuel, Your Highness, that is not what I meant. What does that mean? Emojior thought for a moment and began to tell Su Jinwei one by one about Su Chang'an's trip to Vermilion Heavenly Immortal City. Emojior is not in that kind of relationship with His Highness. His Highness just brought me here to see you with his own eyes. Now I want to recognize you as my master and become the sword in your hand. Su Jinwei was slightly disappointed after hearing this. What the hell? So it's not the woman Chang'an has his eye on. However, my brother's attainments in the Tao of the sword are clearly no less than mine. So why do you recognize me as your master? Emojior repeated that speech again. Just by intuition? Su Jinwei found it interesting. If you recognize me as your master, it means you won't disobey my orders? Merger nodded her head. To a sword spirit, the master's orders truly cannot be disobeyed. Hearing this reply, Su Jinwei's azure-colored eyes flashed with laughter, as if she had thought of something interesting. If that's the case, I agree. Emojior's heart was a little weak, but Su Jinwei's consent was not a bad thing for herself after all. Maybe, Your Highness, could you take a drop of your essence blood and attach it to the blade of this sword? Also let your sword intent fill the sword. In that case, Nujer will never forget your scent and is bound to your heart chakra. If something bad happens to you, Emojior will also crumble. Without much hesitation, Su Jinwei condensed a drop of essence blood and gently wiped it on the sword's body. At the same time, Emojior's body changed. Her entire body was shrouded in red mist, her expression slightly pained. After all, Su Jinwei had already attached her own sword intent to the sword, and she needed to slowly adapt to Su Jinwei's sword intent, a process that was painful. At least, it hurts. After Mo had completely adapted, behind her, Su Jinwei's silhouette slowly emerged, though only for a split second before it disappeared. Master. Recognition complete. The current Su Jinwei was already the owner of this sword, and naturally, she was also the owner of her Mo. Well, get up. Su Jinwei carefully observed the sword, her eyes flashing with amazement from time to time. What kind of grade of sword is this? Mojoel shook her head. I don't know, but compared to the imperial immortal sword of the desolate ancient continent, it should be quite a bit stronger. Actually, Mojoer's words were a bit too modest. She had nothing to compare her sword to in the future worlds of the heavens. After all, if the sword spirit alone could reach this level, the upper limit of what this sword could achieve was simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, at that time, Su Jinwei did not accept Mojoer's recognition, and in the end, slightly short of a trace, with hatred was buried by the 10,000 immortal sword. Now the extras belonging to her have arrived. That's true. You were able to fight Chang'an back and forth, so you at least have the strength of the Emperor realm, right? Su Jinwei's tone was relaxed, but Mojoer could sense that she was actually a bit down. It's because it's not as good as your own brother. No, is it because you don't feel qualified to protect your brother? Master, His Highness is indeed very strong, but Joer thinks that you will soon catch up in the future. After Mojoer finished, she added another sentence. Nine's intuition is very accurate. Su Jinwei was amused. LOL, you're right, I'll definitely catch up. Even if I'm not as powerful as Chang'an, I can't drag my feet. What kind of sister drags her brother down? Especially a pedophile. Seemingly thinking of something, she suddenly stretched out her hand, and an emperor-grade immortal sword appeared in her hand. The frosty sword is condensed white and spotless, with a blue pendant hanging from the hilt. If Su Chang'an were here, he would be able to recognize that it was a small gift he had given to Su Jinwei when she was a child. She wouldn't think that frost snow was dispensable just because she had a sword that was more than an emperor's item. Instead, she continues to love it. It was like loving the trinkets Su Chang'an had once given her, brought back from the Red World. It was all a gift from my brother, Mojoel, sort of. Here, this is also the sword Chang'an gave me. Su Jinwei looked proud, showing off towards Mojoer. Mojoer could tell that she loved this emperor's sword very much. Master, this is an emperor's sword of perfect quality, and it has already given birth to a sword spirit. It's just that the spirit is not complete enough. It is estimated that after some more time, a complete sword spirit will be birthed. Su Jinwei put frost snow away carefully. As long as it's Chang'an's heart, even if it's a wooden sword, I'll be very happy. So, I'll take you as long as you want to, okay? Mojoer, it's good that the master likes it. On the other side, separate spaces. Husband, is this really okay? Really, it seems to hurt a little. Fear not. Take a deep breath. It's normal for it to hurt. What kind of immortal cultivation doesn't hurt? Phew, husband, Jiao Yao is a bit tired. Su Junyeo's cultivation progress was slightly slow. After all, she had already reached the peak of the reincarnation realm now, and if she wanted to become stronger again she would need to break through the Great Realm. Thus, Su Chang'an had just fed her the white, 7th grade realm breaking pill. It led to the expansion of the soul sea in her body, a breakthrough in her realm, and soreness in her meridians. Tired? You can rest a bit first. Without the need for Su Chang'an to say anything, Su Junyeo flopped down in Su Chang'an's embrace, her delicate soft body curling up as a whole and falling asleep with her eyes closed. Chapter 102, The Flamboyant Su Chang'an? This hall shall be obliged. With Su Chang'an's help, Su Junyeo managed to break through to the Mahayana realm, and with Mojoer, the sword spirit, around, Su Jinwei didn't fall behind in her cultivation, and in just a few days, her sword Dao was once again refined. In the meantime, several other major fairy cities are also bustling with activity, especially in the center Song Tian Immortal City. There was already talk about who was the strongest heavenly pride of the desolate ancient continent. Have you heard? Yesterday, the White Tiger Divine Hall's Divine Son argued with the Hearing Snow Sword Sex Holy Maiden, and rumor has it that he only used one move to beat the Hearing Snow Holy Maiden to the point of vomiting blood. It's a pity. Listen to the Snow Holy Maiden's appearance is truly magnificent. Just a few days ago, the Divine Son of the White Tiger Divine Hall won several heavenly prides of immortal forces in a row. Even the immortal domain's personal heir to that female emperor is no match for him. Holy, this White Tiger Godchild is a bit fierce. Quickly, the White Tiger Divine Son and the personal disciple of the Lord of the Underworld are bumping into each other on the Tsong Heavenly Spirit platform. There's a buzz. These two are big men. Cthulhu Terrace. A man in a white robe with a handsome face stood proudly. It was none other than the White Tiger Divine Hall's divine son, Ji Wuxi. On the opposite side of him, there was the same black figure, which was slender and should be a woman. The woman's face was obscured by the spell, so she couldn't see her appearance clearly. However, the ethereal aura emanating from her body was enough to explain her identity, the only disciple of the Lord of the Underworld. Disciple of the Lord of the Underworld. Ha ha, come on, fight with this godson. Ji Wuxia's eyes were filled with wariness and his tone was as arrogant as it could be. Let's see how many moves a disciple who can be favored by the Lord of the Underworld can last through this godson. Master said that we should try to avoid unnecessary conflicts in the middle domain. The woman's voice was slightly childish, somewhat at odds with her temperament. However, you are indeed annoying, and this conflict should not be unnecessary. The moment her words fell, the entire Song Tian spirit platform was covered by the breath of the underworld, making it impossible for the outside world to see the situation inside clearly. This is the realm of the underworld, a jutsu that prevents the opponent from escaping. About an incense stick later, the breath of the underworld slowly dispersed. Ji Wuxia's long hair was disheveled, and there was bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been injured during the battle just now. However, his aura was getting stronger and more powerful, and there was no sign of decadence at all. Ha ha ha, Ji Wuxia laughed recklessly and casually wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that there would be an existence like you in the same age group of the desolate ancient continent. Unfortunately, there is still an insurmountable gap between you and this divine son. The eyes of the onlookers all turned to the black figure opposite to him, only to see that the latter's breath was weakened, and he should have suffered a considerable amount of injuries. The woman said nothing and turned away. Before coming here, her own master had instructed her on 3 things. First, try to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Second, do not easily show your cards until the critical moment. It is not a bad thing to show weakness in front of people. If she fought with all her might, victory or defeat was unknown. As the sole disciple of the Lord of the Underworld, there was no reason for her to lose to a divine son of a divine temple. But there's no need for that. The wind will destroy a wood that is too strong for the forest, and it is easy to break it. One only needed to get the chance that should belong to him when the immortal ascension gate descended. And the third thing the master instructed, also the one she understood the least. If you come across the heavenly clan's son Su Chang'an, don't hesitate to run. Get as far away as possible, and never get involved with him. The son of the celestial clan, is he that scary? It actually made the master so scornful, and acted as if his disciple was going to be snatched away. Would love to meet him sometime. On the other side, Ji Wuxia was standing on the Song Tian spiritual platform, overlooking the surroundings. The spectral domain is also over. And next, the demonic domain. Come to think of it, there aren't any famous heavenly prides in the demon region, are there? Other than the flashy, recklessly boasted, son of the heavenly clan. Ji Wuxia said this. Neat sounds of cold air being sucked in were heard all around. Hiss, White Tiger divine son. A bit fierce, daring to provoke the heavenly clan's son like this. Is that really something that can be said? Among them, there was also a demon region's heavenly pride present, who angrily retorted, Humph, when our demon region's worldly son's palace comes down, you'll understand what it means to be a true heavenly pride. And sword immortal Senui, beheading you like a dog. The divine realm heaven's pride similarly disliked it. Don't blow it off. What kind of heavenly pride does your demon region have? However, the celestial clan's son might not be as strong as rumored. If not, it's impossible that he hasn't made a single wave in the central region. No movement at all. Exactly. If you have the ability, let the heavenly clan's son show himself to prove it. Opinion in the room was almost lopsided. This was justifiable. After all, the things Su Chang'an had come to the central domain to do were all on the level of directly destroying an immortal city. The news was all blocked by the immortal city's city lord. Even if there were also a few informed people present, they wouldn't dare to speak up in this situation. On someone's turf, saying they were almost exterminated. Isn't it nothing to worry about? Ji Wuxia's expression was condescending. In his opinion, Su Chang'an was just vain. With the background of the celestial clan and the Liuli sacred ground, it was hard to blow it out of the water. There was a reasonable reason for him to have such thoughts, because regarding Su Chang'an's deeds, there were no more rumors about him other than becoming the holy girl-licking dog of some last-rate sect. And he, the divine son of the White Tiger Temple, at the age of 10, you can cross the level to challenge Yuaning. At the age of 18, he hunted and killed a spirit transformation realm augur alone. Now, at only 30 years old, he was already a strong person at the peak of the Mahayana realm, almost touching the threshold of the transition realm. In the divine realm, it was the undisputed strongest heavenly pride, never lost a battle in his life. As his name suggests, walks the path of invincibility. But Su Chang'an's reputation was far superior to his. How could he accept this? Today, let's take this opportunity to tear apart Su Chang'an's disguise. Let the world see clearly who is the true pride of heaven. As his thoughts fell, Ji Wuxia opened his arms and shouted in a dashing manner, I, Ji Invincible, hereby place a letter of war against the son of the heavenly clan. If you are not afraid, come to Tsungtian Immortal City and answer the war. As these words fell, the divine realm's prides all had their blood boiling. Yes, worthy of being the white tiger divine son. My god domain is so damn honorable. Demon domain. Speak, if you're capable. Hurry up and let your Seiji answer the battle. White tiger divine son. Simply my dream Daoist. Fellow Daoist, you're a ing male. Even the protectors of certain heaven's pride were secretly nodding their heads. White tiger divine son, with the stature of a great emperor, and all of the demon region's prides were silent. They didn't believe that Su Chang'an and Su Jinwei would lose to Ji Wufei, just like the people of the divine realm didn't believe that Ji Wufei would lose, but they had no idea where Su Chang'an was, so they could only let the divine realm's people bark at them. Just then, an emotionally indifferent voice came from the air. It's not big, but it's extremely penetrating. Divine Realm, White Tiger Divine Hall. Your challenge is answered by this hall. Chapter 103, focusing on killing the little ones. I forgot that there are old ones too. The gilded black-robed figure slowly landed on the Tsungtian spirit platform, and high in the air, Su Jinwei quietly watched it all. Originally, she wanted to behead Ji Wuxia with her own hands, but think about it. It's better to let Chanan do it himself. It was also good to let the world see whether his brother, or not, was the vain name they spoke of. After Su Chang'an appeared, a full 3 breaths passed before the onlookers of the heavenly pride reacted. What's the plot? His Highness is really here. Now we can see if the white tiger godchild is being tough-talking or not. Whoever wins between these two will be the strongest heavenly pride in Desolate Ancient, right? Not necessarily. There are quite a few heavenly prides in the demon domain as well, such as the 9 fox lords of the heavenly fox clan. Divine domain. Speak, don't play dumb. Although the people of the divine realm were shocked by Su Chang'an's aura of calmly responding to the battle, they still disliked them back unwillingly after regaining their senses. What's the rush? The fight hasn't even started yet. Taking a step back, even if the white tiger godchild loses, is it all his fault? After all, the white tiger divine son's bone age is only 30, and he still needs a chance to grow. It seems like the celestial clan's world son has just passed 18. Shut up. Didn't ask you. Cthulhu spiritual platform. Ji Wuxia was a bit flustered in his heart at first. Su Chang'an's aura was simply too strong. Plus there was a female sword fairy with a sword in her arms in the vault of heaven, looking at him coldly. However, thinking that Su Chang'an's bone age was only 18, there must be a considerable gap between his cultivation and his own. He wasn't so flustered again. As for just how much of a gap there was, he was somewhat unable to see through Su Chang'an's cultivation. If it's spelling background, the White Tiger Divine Hall might not be as good as the Heavenly Clan, but right now he was representing the face of the Divine Realm's heavenly pride. Just win it yourself. The celestial race was afraid that they wouldn't dare to go to war with the entire Divine Realm, right? Thoughts retracted. Ji Wuxia hummed lightly and said in a deep voice, Humph. Since His Highness the World Son has answered this Divine Son's challenge, let's fight here. By the 7 domains of heaven, witnessed together. Let's see if His Highness the World Son actually has the rumored. Boo! Ji Wuxia's voice came to an abrupt end before he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The muffled sound just now came from within his body. What a lot of crap! Su Chang'an's eyes stared slightly, his smile teasing. If we fight, we fight. This temple does not like to waste time. Ji Wuxia's heart and mind trembled. Why? He was now at the peak of the Mahayana realm, yet he couldn't even detect when Su Chang'an had made his move. Not to mention him, even the Grand Elder sent by the White Tiger Divine Hall to protect him hadn't seen Su Chang'an's methods. Ji Wuxia staggered and fell to his knees, and just as he raised his head, he met Su Chang'an's deep eyes. White Tiger Divine Son? Not standing up? The son of the Heavenly Clan is too deceitful. It was just a sneak attack by you just now. Ji Wuxia pushed his spiritual energy with all his might and quickly got up, swinging a palm at Su Chang'an. White Tiger Heaven Sealing Palm. The terrifying palm print surged towards Su Chang'an, who knew that it would inexplicably dissipate in mid-air, as if it had never appeared. Pith. Ji Wuxia only felt a tingling pain coming from his left arm, followed by the feeling of emptiness. His arm, as if it had been forcibly ripped off, collapsed and broke off. Bright red blood spurted out, and he couldn't move his body at all. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Ji Wuxia was surprised while casting the White Tiger Divine Hall's secret technique. A white tiger silhouette slowly coalesced behind him. The white tiger's silhouette was enormous and attached itself behind him. staring at Su Chang'an in death. It was as if he would rush up and tear Su Chang'an apart at any moment. Divine Beast, White Tiger Condensation Technique. This was Ji Wuxie's bottom card. Although he couldn't see through Su Chang'an's bizarre tactics, he also believed that his own move Su Chang'an would never be able to catch. This is a display of absolute attack. The only way to fight it is with real strength. The White Tiger Divine Hall Elder, who was hidden in the void, was also secretly nodding his head. This move of the God's Son, even an ordinary transition realm would have to be careful in dealing with it. And even though the Celestial Clan's World Sun has strange methods, I'm afraid that he won't be able to receive this move. As for the Divine Sun's injuries, with the Divine Hall's heritage, it's simple to recover. The onlooker's pride couldn't understand the battle between these two at all, only to see that Su Chang'an didn't make any movement at all. Ji Wao Enemy knelt on the ground, and then, Ji Wao Enemy retaliated with his palm, resulting in his arm being directly ripped off. Finally a huge white tiger coalesced. This white tiger was extremely oppressive. Su Chang'an was almost the size of a white tiger's pupil. However, his eyes remained calm and playful, and his gilded black robe shook gently. I thought it was a real divine beast, but it turned out to be just his shadow. Almost even got the idea of keeping one. Boo! The moment Su Chang'an's words fell, the entire body of the white tiger exploded, the remaining spiritual energy dissipating into the air. It was as if it had never existed. Ji Wuxia was directly dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that he would lose, much less that he would be crushed. The strength of both sides. This was not in a dimension at all. I concede. It is I who have lost. Your Highness. Ji Wuxia's entire body was instantly deflated and collapsed to the ground. Although this was humiliating, he would definitely die if the fight continued. One can't just fall like that. He still had a bright future. There's still the future of the Emperor's road to travel. Su Chang'an smiled even more willfully as he heard this. Oh, admitting defeat doesn't affect this palace's ability to kill you, does it? Ji Wuxia only felt a threat of death enveloping him. It was obvious that Su Chang'an wasn't going to stop. No, I conceded? You're going to kill me again? I'm just saying a few words about you. Grand Elder, save me. Ji Wuxia looked flustered and shouted. At the same time, a crane-haired old man steeply appeared and blocked in front of him. Your Highness, I am the Grand Elder of the White Tiger Divine Hall. The competition between juniors can be done point to point. There is no need to divide life and death. Whispers also began to be heard among the onlookers of the Heavenly Pride. The Grand Elder of the Divine Hall has shown up. So next, the protector of the Celestial Clan seed will come out as well, right? That's for sure. The Grand Elder of the Divine Hall is at the very least a Saint Realm existence, stronger than even our clan's ancestors. But, the Celestial Clan's son is too strong. He's completely crushed. I don't know if the Heavenly Clan still lacks a world consort. Concubine is fine, as long as there is a chance to share a room. This holy maiden will have a chance to mother her son. Don't dream. When people look for concubines, at the very least, they are daughters of the Imperial Clan. Everyone thought that Su Chang'an wouldn't continue, or that a protector of the Heavenly Clan had come out to back him up, except for Su Jinwei who was watching from the air. Saint Realm? Also worthy of coming to touch. Even Mo Joer can't beat Chang'an. The sword in her arms hummed softly in agreement with its owner. Ji Wuxia also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Su Chang'an's indifferent voice coming from him. I was so focused on killing the little ones, I forgot there were old ones. Old man, who likes to be on point. Is the Divine Realm too peaceful lately? The Holy Realm? Calling him a junior in the Emperor Realm? Chapter 104, Celestial Race, Declaration of War. The White Tiger Divine Hall's Grand Elder glared angrily as he returned to his senses. At the very least, he was a saint-exalted realm powerhouse, sitting at the Emperor Realm of the immortal forces not being out. He was the ceiling of the battle power of the desolate ancient continent. I didn't realize that Su Chang'an was so unforgiving, and talk about God's domain being too peaceful. There were dozens of immortal forces in the Divine Realm. Even if Jian Liuli was here, she wouldn't dare to fire a map cannon at the Divine Realm like this, right? But he never dared to take a shot at Su Chang'an. This is what the Temple Master had specifically instructed before he left. Under the Saint Realm, all are ants. Your Highness, the Heavenly Clan's worldly prince. You can make your protector show up. There are some things that you don't understand yet. Su Chang'an laughed lightly as the shocking manifested, casually slashing out a sword at the Divine Hall's Grand Elder. You're right, but above the Sacred Realm, aren't they mole crickets? The Grand Elder of the Divine Hall didn't expect Su Chang'an to dare to strike out at himself. He immediately let out a cold laugh and casually raised his hand about to block the sword, in the process giving Su Chang'an a little lesson in not knowing the heights of heaven. Su Chang'an moved first. As long as one's hand was lighter, even the Celestial Clan would have no reason to find fault with him, but his figure stopped abruptly. Aha! What's that? Why? Can't you move your body? The entire body's meridians were inexplicably clogged. One could not feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, and even a trace of the Tao force that he had just comprehended some time ago had disappeared. He once again looked up at the sword that Su Chang'an had casually chopped out, only to feel the overpowering sword intent in it, and a suffocating sense of death enveloping him. This power, it had exceeded his cognizance. Above the Holy Land, the Emperor's realm. How is this possible? Su Chang'an's bone age is only 18, and he's already certified as an immortal emperor? Being gifted isn't that high. All the emotions in the Grand Elder's cloudy eyes dissipated, and the only thing left was the fear of death. He had cultivated for 10,000 years and had endured countless life and death trials and tribulations of competing for opportunities before becoming the current Grand Elder of the White Tiger Divine Hall. How can you just die? The Grand Elder of the Divine Hall fought a lot in his mind, but the reality only passed for a short moment. Pith! The sword chopped down on him. The Grand Elder of the Divine Hall was directly sliced into two halves diagonally, and the remaining sword intent caused his torso to blast into powder and dissipate into the air. The aftershocks hit the Tsong Tian spirit platform, causing the floor made of special materials to drag out a large pit. The corners of Ji Wuxie's crooked smile froze directly. No, where's my great elder? What kind of stance is this? Illusion? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. We were all fighting back and forth in the reincarnation realm and the Mahayana realm, and you ended up directly beheading the sacred realm's divine hall elder with a single sword? The air seemed dead silent. Not a single person spoke. All of them were gazing closely at the gilded black-robed figure on the Tsong Tian spirit platform. The desolate ancient continent had truly produced a heavenly pride that exceeded their perceptions. Seriously, I have a low cultivation level, so don't you guys trick me with illusions. The heavenly clan sun seems to be different from the heavenly pride I imagined. This time, for the immortal ascension gate, I'm afraid that my desolate ancient continent is not going to occupy the first place. The last time the desolate ancient continent occupied the top spot was during the time of the Heavenly Emperor, right? This time it's the son of the Heavenly Emperor. It's true. On the immortal road, there are 3 points for providence, 3 points for talent, and 3 points for background, and 1 point for effort. And Su Chang'an, besides having a good father, has a good mom. The only young masters of 2 supreme and transcendent powers. The talent is also top-notch. The point is that people are still low-key and hardworking. After a short period of silence, the heavenly pride of the demon region shouted in unison. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! God's domain! Why don't you call it? Ji Wuxie's eyes were dull and he sat on the ground in a daze, clearly having had his Tao heart shattered by the scene just now. He couldn't believe that Su Chang'an had killed the Saint Exalted Realm's Grand Elder with a single sword. But, the Great Elder, how come it's gone? Su Chang'an's expression remained unchanged as he swung his sword out once more towards Ji Wuyo. Oh, my path to invincibility. Ji Wuxie smiled bitterly. Pith, there is the addition of the true injury Tao rule. Su Chang'an's sword, without any surprise, chopped Ji Wao enemy into pieces, incidentally annihilating him along with his divine soul. Name, Ji Wu Di. Fate, invincible true god. Root bone, 10. Chi luck, 10. Cultivation level, peak of Mahayana realm. Evaluation, backed by immortal forces. Talent and chi are both excellent. If not encountered the open, destined to become invincible true body. Congratulations to the host for killing the son of heaven's destiny, Ji Wu Fei, and obtaining the reward, the supreme root bone. Supreme roots and bones, the host will be automatically boosted to ceiling +1 at any time when the talent and roots and bones are needed. And this talent can be used in conjunction with the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. This is a good one to understand. For example, some sects would have spirit orbs that tested physical qualities, and if Su Chang'an went to test it, no matter which attribute it was, it would directly explode. There was also something about a spirit sword recognizing its owner and needing to look at the talent of the sword seeker, which Su Chang'an had also directly maximized. Except, of course, for Mo Jior. She's not normal. It was the kind of chance that was arranged for Su Jinwei by the setting, the kind that couldn't be changed later in life. Su Chang'an was rather satisfied with this reward. Enhancing the root bones meant that the cultivation speed could be increased. The current him urgently needed to reach the peak of the Emperor realm and then break through to the great Tao Immortal Emperor. Thoughts turned back. With a slight movement of his mind, Su Chang'an's figure slowly soared up to the sky above the Tsungtian spirit platform, looking blandly at the countless celestial pride gathered around him. The White Tiger Divine Hall, Divine Son Ji Wuxi, provoked me in the central region's Tsong Tian Immortal City. The latter White Tiger Divine Hall Elder spoke out against this hall, and even had the intention of striking out at this hall, and had no choice but to kill him. Now, the celestial race has declared full war on the Divine Realm's White Tiger Divine Hall. No death, no rest. Su Chang'an's declaration of war speech ended, and it was instantly echoed by countless Devil Realm and Immortal Realm celestial pride. The reason he was the holy son of the mixed sword sect was similarly echoed by the heavenly pride of the human domain. The demon domain had Su Jiuyao, and there were no discordant voices. However, among them, it was the divine realm's heavenly pride that shouted the loudest. Well said, Your Highness. I've long been displeased with Ji Wao Xie. I can testify that it was the White Tiger Divine Hall Elder who first glared at His Highness before His Highness was forced to kill him. Yes, that's it. Reasonable. Humph. How dare you provoke His Highness? I, the divine son of the Xuanwu Divine Hall, support you with my real name. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's that God's domain is too peaceful. There were also quite a few divine realm goddesses that began to fawn over Su Chang'an. Does your highness still lack concubines? I have many skills, and I can learn the ones I don't know. How can a hooker woman be worthy of saying such things? Trying to compete with this emperor for this concubine's position. Asterisk. The illusory spirit empress is here too. The divine realm heaven's pride also very much didn't want this, but it couldn't be helped. The celestial race had already declared war on the White Tiger Divine Hall, and if they said something untimely again, they might be affected as well. Say it's a declaration of war. In actuality, it was a disguised way of saying to exterminate the White Tiger Divine Hall. After all the forces that had been declared war by the Heavenly Clan were now all removed from the map of the desolate ancient continent. The acting style of the Heavenly Clan's son was really just like the rumors. Understated and introverted, humble and gentle. But if you really want to kill, it's in terms of immortal forces. Chapter 105, White Tiger Divine Hall destroyed. Villainous imminence. God's domain. Several terrifying auras poured in at once. A voice like thunder exploded steeply in the sky above the White Tiger Divine Hall, spreading throughout the entire divine realm. By order of His Imperial Highness, the celestial race has declared war on the White Tiger Divine Hall, and the celestial race will not rest until the divine hall is destroyed. Any other forces in the divine realm that stand in the way will be considered to have declared war on the celestial race. Not much longer. Another gentle female voice resounded in the sky above the divine realm. By the Holy Lord's word, the Liuli Holy Land has declared war on the White Tiger Divine Hall. We'll pour out everything to overthrow the White Tiger Divine Hall. The Emperor of Heaven is not there. The Liuli Sacred Land and the Celestial Clan were both now under Jiang Liuli's rule, declaring war on the immortal forces. It was natural to take a stand together. The White Tiger Divine Hall's domain occupied almost a tenth of the divine realm, and even though it was basically filled with smaller subordinate forces, it was still large enough. It was impossible to directly annihilate it with a dead formation like the Radiant Holy Land. It would require the strong men sent by the Celestial Clan and the Liuli Holy Land to flatten them out a little bit from the periphery, push all the way to the center to where the White Tiger Temple was. Several saint-exalted powers surrounded this place with death. The space blocked off, not allowing any living beings to leave. At the very front, there were two Emperor realms sitting in the middle. One of them, an old man with gray hair, and the other, a young woman with a voluptuous figure. They were from the Heavenly Clan and the Liuli Holy Land respectively. And in the sky above the White Tiger Divine Hall, the Divine Hall Master and the Divine Hall Supreme Elder stood side by side, their eyes like torches as they stared at them dead on. Sacred Lord Liuli, is there really no room for things to maneuver? My White Tiger Divine Hall's Divine Son has already died in the central region, and the Grand Elder has similarly fallen. Isn't this enough? The White Tiger Hall Master was named Su Shenyan. It was a middle-aged man with stern features, but at the moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked physically and mentally exhausted. At first, he didn't fear the celestial race's declaration of war. It wasn't until one Saint Realm fell and one affiliated force was destroyed. It was only when the other party completely blockaded the White Tiger Divine Hall that he realized why the celestial race had become a transcendent power in the desolate ancient continent. Why would Jiang Liuli dare to say such a thing? One does not know one's insignificance until one enters the Emperor Realm. Entering the Emperor Realm, only to realize, one was even smaller. The White Tiger Divine Hall's ally, the Vermilion Bird Divine Hall, should also be tired of dealing with the Heavenly Clan at this moment, right? This time the White Tiger Divine Hall will be isolated. It wasn't as if the Divine Realm didn't understand the reasoning behind the loss of lips and teeth. It was just that no immortal power was willing to take the lead and risk offending both the Heavenly Clan and the Liuli Holy Land to help the White Tiger Divine Hall, which had nothing to do with them. Because the first to come out on top must be the worst. The only thing he could hope for now was to beg Jiang Liuli to see if there was any room for maneuver. Pity. Su Shenyan's words received no reply. That plump woman instead had a mocking look in her eyes and laughed out softly. The little master is the Holy Lord's held in the heart of growing up, and now that he's been wronged, what more room for maneuver do you want? Has Su Chang'an been wronged? The news that came back was not at all aggravating. But Su Shenyan couldn't refute it. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, there's nothing I can say. Su Shenyan laughed up to the sky, then shouted in an awe-inspiring voice, White Tiger Divine Hall disciples, where are they? A word of caution. Countless elders and disciples in the Divine Hall answered together, their aura rising straight into the sky. Su Shenyan let out a deep breath. The Emperor Realm's pressure unreservedly released, and the Taishang elders beside him, seeing this, similarly prepared to fight with all their might. Now that the White Tiger Divine Hall has been pushed to its end, there's no turning back. This emperor lives and dies with the Divine Hall. Die fighting. This voice of Su Shenyan's fell, directly causing the White Tiger Divine Hall's disciples to be demoralized and shout together, if we don't fall, the Divine Hall will not be destroyed. Die fighting. Die fighting. Ha! The plump woman burst out laughing, as if the strong scorned the weak, or as if she had heard some joke. There was no intention of letting you live. What difference does it make if you die or not in battle? The Heavenly Clan slave old man didn't say anything. He dodged out, his imperial rhythm catalyzing around him as he fought straight against the Supreme Elder of the White Tiger Divine Hall. Female child of the Lioli Holy Land. The White Tiger Hall master over there is all yours. The plump woman sniffed and frowned lightly. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous implication. Old man. Growing old is not a reason for you to be able to speak in the tone of a senior. When it comes to real age, it's not necessarily who's older. Of course, if it's the young master here, call it whatever you want. Not putting this emperor in your eyes? Su Shenyan's aura flared as the fierce beast Dao was diffused, raising his hand and striking a palm straight over. Be careful of the gutter. The plump woman similarly raised her hand, a terrifying Emperor Realm technique striking out, her eyes cold. Old thing, I'll kill you first. Take it out on my little master. Afterward, the four Emperor Realms battled together, fighting until the vault of the sky became dim and the space became somewhat unstable. It's hard to fall in the Emperor Realm. Even if there was a gap in strength, it would be difficult to end the fight in a short period of time. But the remaining White Tiger Divine Hall disciples were different. They started out with a strong will to fight, shouting words like we will not fall, the Divine Temple will not be destroyed. But as soon as we started fighting, we suddenly realized that something was wrong. The disciples and elders of the White Tiger Divine Hall fell one by one, while the Heavenly Clan slaves and the disciples of the Lioli Sacred Ground barely suffered any casualties. No way! The number of Saint Realm powerhouses of the Heavenly Clan and the Lioli Holy Land far exceeded that of the White Tiger Divine Hall, and they were good at coordinating their battles, resulting in both sides' battle strengths not being on the same level at all. The White Tiger Divine Hall was directly leveled. In less than an incense stick of time, the White Tiger Divine Hall had completely fallen, and all that was left was to clear out the remaining remnants, in the truest sense of the word, decimated, and the battle for the Emperor Realm and the Vault of Heaven had just begun. You are too deceitful. Su Shenyan's eyes turned red when he saw the tragic state of the White Tiger Divine Hall, and he began to blast out spells at the plump woman in front of him in a desperate manner. The latter is a tour de force. Temple Master, don't be impulsive. The Divine Hall Supreme Elder sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly advised, you should leave the Divine Realm first. Even though I'm old, I can still manage to drag them for a while with these old bones. It is only when we leave the Green Mountains behind that the White Tiger Divine Hall can be revived. Su Shenyan interrupted in a gruff voice. No, this emperor has said that he will live and die with the Divine Hall, and besides, they won't let this emperor leave so easily. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, the Divine Hall Supreme Elder sighed lightly. Then his expression became firm. Just as well, let me, with my old bones, accompany you in one last battle. As the words fell, he pushed the spiritual energy in his body with all his might, and he even began to burn his essence blood to bring out his limits. It's a completely desperate play. The battle at the Emperor Realm lasted for 3 whole days and 3 nights. In the end, Su Shenyan fought to the limit at the edge of the Divine Realm and chose to blow himself up with hatred, while the Divine Hall Supreme Elder was directly beheaded. To this point, the White Tiger Temple no longer exists. Chapter 106 Wind and Snow Pavilion. Sacred Realm Flower Leader? What Su Chang'an was doing now was proper villainy. One word. Just kill the divine son of some immortal power and then destroy the power behind them as well. Eventually, resentment builds up and causes anger. Unfortunately, it was not the same as before. Su Chang'an was still alive. Su Jinwei and the girls had not blackened, and he could still snuff out all of the heaven's destiny children in the cradle. Plus, he's closing in on the villainous forces as well. Su Jinwei and Zi Qingyin. They scattered already diffused stars, if they gathered together with him as the center. So what if you are the enemy of the world? Central Region. Songtian Immortal City. Su Chang'an scanned the heavenly pride present and didn't find any destined sons that caught his eye. Slightly saddened, he shook his head. It would still take some time before the Immortal Ascension Gate descended. so he simply stayed in that Songtian immortal city. During these few days, the friction between the heavenly prides of all domains was constant, and the rankings of the heavenly prides of the desolate ancient continent changed. However, the first place has been locked by Su Chang'an. No one came to challenge it at all. Su Jinwei had been challenged a few times, but unfortunately, without exception, they were all resolved by her sword. This also further solidified her name as the future Sword Immortal. Someone who was watching the fun and arching a fire from the sidelines for Su Jinwei to challenge Su Chang'an was killed with a single sword strike and walked away peacefully. Ranked third was a disciple of the Lord of the Underworld, whose name was unknown. The fourth was the personal disciple from the Immortal Realm's Gothic Fall Empress, Phoenix Dancing Sky. The fifth was the divine son of the divine realm's Xuanwu Divine Hall. The sixth is the little fox lady Su Junyeo. No, outside we have to address Lord Nine Foxes. For the rest, the strength is about the same. In order to make Su Chang'an think that she was powerful, Su Junyeo even entertained the idea of secretly going one-on-one with a disciple of the Lord of the Underworld, trying to take the third spot. Unfortunately, the other side was not found. As for why not make the challenge public? Winning the fight is okay. If you lose the fight, how embarrassing for your husband. And her husband will find her stupid. As the Immortal Ascension Gate descended, the city lords of the 9 immortal cities gathered at the Songtian Immortal City and began to discuss matters regarding the heavenly path of asking. Mo Jior received Su Jinwei's consent, so she came to the Songtian City Lord's mansion alone. Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian, just waiting for you. The Xian Tian Immortal Emperor greeted her, his eyes unconsciously landing on the immortal sword in her arms. Strange, wasn't the sword in Su Chang'an's hand? Are there two swords? Mo Jior ignored it and closed her eyes to meditate after she landed in her position with the immortal sword in her arms. The rest of the few people were also used to Mo Jior's appearance and didn't care about anything. The meeting of the 9 emperors began without incident. It should be clear to all of you, the outer heaven is independent of the desolate ancient continent. At that time, the celestial pride of other continents will also participate, competing together for the heavenly path of asking and the immortal ascension gate opportunity. Although our desolate ancient continent is not considered a world of ceilings, but it is still midstream to the top. Back then, the heavenly emperor even took the first place in the immortal ascension sect with his invincibility. This time, the celestial clan's world son even vaguely surpassed the celestial emperor back then. It's not impossible for our desolate ancient continent to take the top spot in the immortal ascension sect once again. All we have to do is to maintain the smoothness of the outer heaven. Immortal Emperor Songtian was concise. If a celestial pride takes the first place in the immortal ascension gate, the great Tao will rain down a reward of opportunity on his continent that is equal for all beings and accessible to all, thus enhancing the overall strength of the continental beings. This was one of the reasons why they were so focused on the immortal denizens gate. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other 8 immortal emperors, wanting to hear any different opinions. Well, that's it. The emperor has no opinion. This emperor agrees. Just listen to Brother Cthulhu. Mo Jior nodded her head gently, but she added one more sentence. This emperor believes that Her Highness, the heavenly clan's worldly daughter, is likewise in existence not inferior to the heavenly emperor, and may not be unable to take the top spot. The rest of them didn't know why Mo Jior spoke so highly of Su Jinwei. It even sounds higher than Su Chahan, but in the way, he nodded in agreement. Maybe, it's a disciple that people are looking at? The relationship between the 9 emperors of the central domain was extremely solidified, and would not start an argument over such insignificant matters. Indeed, Your Highness, the heavenly clan's worldly daughter is a heavenly prodigy that doesn't come out in 10,000 years, and has every chance of taking the first place in the immortal ascension sect. Yes, the descendants of heavenly emperors are all demonic and terrifying. Old Me also thinks that what immortal Emperor Zhu Tian said is not unreasonable. Only when she heard this did Mo Jior reveal a faintly imperceptible smile and nodded with satisfaction. She didn't want her master to be degraded. Su Chang'an had nothing to do recently, so he wandered around the Songtian immortal city. As for listening to music on the hook, Su Joyo was a bit more curious. Husband, look, there are a lot of people gathered there. Su Chang'an looked in the direction of Su Joyo's finger, only to see countless young men and women all gathered in front of a luxuriously decorated white high-rise, snow moon penthouse. To put it bluntly, it's a greenhouse. That place, not good. It's similar to, Su Chang'an thought for a moment, the place you once called dirty in the Demon City. They're all just women of the world. Hey, is that so? Su Joyo tilted her head. That's really not good. She is not jealous that her husband has other legitimate wives, but she didn't want Su Chang'an to enter such a dirty place either. Su Jinwei added from the side. There are also women in such places who only sell their art and not their bodies. So if Chang'an is interested, it's fine to go and take a look. Some Yeji's zither skills are still good. I've seen Yaji in the human domain who used the zither to enter the red dust Dao and step above the transition realm. But even if you have a fancy, just stay outside. It's best not to bring it back to the heavenly clan. Mother would be angry if she knew. Su Chang'an nodded. The celestial clan cannot tolerate a woman of this origin. He can't see it either. Ling Wei's divine sense dispersed, and after a few seconds, she said respectfully towards Su Chang'an, "It seems to be a certain flower leader artiste, who has revealed herself today and is preparing to sell herself out. However, there seems to be something wrong with the other party. There is a Saint Realm presence on the top floor. The Saint Realm was not said to walk sideways in Song Tian Immortal City. That was also a former great power that could be ranked. At the very least, it wouldn't be reduced to becoming a red dust artiste, ready to sell herself out. The Holy Land is short of money? Lack of cultivation resources? If she wanted to, she could casually enter some immortal power and become a guest elder. And she wouldn't even have to worry about something like spirit stones. Yes?" Su Chang'an carefully recalled that the original did not recall that there was any heavenly destined daughter in the central region that was disguised as a greenhouse flower girl. Let's go over there. In the end, he decided to see for himself. Whether or not it's the chosen one, you just have to look at the pop-up system panel to see if it pops up. Good. Su Jinwei had an inexplicable smile in her eyes. Listen to your husband. Su Joyo didn't have any opinions either. A group of 4 people arrived in front of the Snow Moon Pavilion building. His Highness is here. I don't know who shouted, but the cultivators gathered here all looked this way. Sword Fairy Su Jinwei, Heavenly Fox 9 Fox Master Su Junyeo, there's also Phoenix Dancing Sky who just entered. All of them are the top 10 prides of the desolate ancient continent. I didn't expect that a mere flower girl of the Wind and Snow Pavilion house would interest so many bigwigs. Or maybe they're just here to gain the red dirt. After all, the Celestial Clan's son should not have seen this kind of red dust stuff on a regular basis. And Su Joyo is even more so. The demon domain has nothing. Chapter 107, What bad thoughts could Her Highness have? Wind and Snow Penthouse, top floor. A woman sits at her dresser, quietly viewing her appearance. The woman's skin was like curdled fat, her 3,000 green silk was delicately bundled up, and her pair of eyes were like autumn water with ripples, making people unable to extricate themselves after a light look. The silk robe that covered its body was regular. There's nothing revealing about it. Behind her, a maid-like woman was grooming her. Little Lord, the Celestial Clan's world son is also here. Oh, the woman known as Little Lord showed some interest and lightly questioned. He's also interested in the women of the Wind and Snow Greenhouse? The slave girl doesn't know. The maid behind her answered softly. Along with the Heavenly Clan's world son, there is Su Jinwei, the Heavenly Fox 9 Fox Master Su Joyo, and one of their servants. Ji Rushue's eyes shimmered. After a moment she sighed softly. Originally, in my expectations, I was just trying to attract Phoenix Dancing Sky here. But I didn't expect to see an additional son of the Heavenly Clan's lineage, so it's a bit troublesome. The maid asked softly, then do we need the slave girl to go? Do you want to die? Ji Rushue knew what she wanted to say, but striking out at Su Chang'an here was looking for death, and no one could tell if there was an Emperor Realm Protector behind him. If you want to die, when it's over, you can try to find the Celestial Clan's son, and my concubine will never stop you. The maid sniffed and hastily knelt on the ground. It was the slave girl who spoke too much. Get up. Ji Rushue shook her head slightly. When dealing with the celestial race, we can't use our past thinking. Their heritage is far beyond the other immortal forces in the desolate ancient continent. Getting too involved with him won't do us much good. Ji Rushue spoke and asked softly. You said, if he were to buy me and ask my concubine to accompany him to bed, what should I do? A drop of cold sweat oozed from the forehead of the kneeling maid. It snapped and hit the floor. In the quiet attic, the sound of water drops falling on the alabaster floor were extraordinarily clear. How dare you do this to the young master? With Ji Rushue's character, even if the other party was the son of the Celestial Clan, I'm afraid he would die a miserable death. Right? The slave girl swore to defend Little Lord to the death. Well, there's no need for that. Ji Rushue stared at her flawless self in the mirror and abruptly smiled. However, my concubine happens to want to meet this heaven's pride of the desolate ancient continent as well. Let's see if he's as good as the rumors. Interesting. Greetings to His Highness, the World Prince. The owner of the Wind and Snow Pavilion, the mother of these greenhouse women, was an old crone whose cultivation had reached the God Transformation realm. She bowed respectfully towards Su Chang'an. Ling Wei answered on her behalf. Get out of the way. That's kind of a response for now. Just not that polite. AI. Okay, the old woman will dodge away. The old crone rose in a panic and retreated to the side. Su Chang'an didn't say much either. That's what villains are like. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. I don't know if the two highnesses come to Wind and Snow Pavilion house for any needs. The old crone was careful. afraid of where to provoke Su Chang'an. Wifey, so I can make arrangements in advance. Our women here are all absolutely beautiful, skilled in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and very obedient. If you need anything else, shut up. Ling Wei released a slight hint of her aura and scared the old crone into kneeling directly on the ground. Bring over the flower girl who is going to sell herself today. The crone shivered inside. The son of the heavenly clan is not to be trifled with. But that Miss Ji, is she to be trifled with? Some time ago, this Miss Ji found herself and said that she wanted to become some kind of flower leader of the Wind and Snow Pavilion, and that it had to be known throughout the entire Xangtian Immortal City. She's starting to put up a front. The next second, the knife was at his neck. The opponent's cultivation far exceeded that of her, the little Karami of the God Transformation realm. Just as the crone didn't know what to do, another calm voice came through. Your Highness may not know that the flower girl of the Wind and Snow Pavilion House is a Qin girl, famous for her Qin skills, and her appearance is afraid to fall short of your expectations. Besides, the Celestial Clan can't look at a woman from a place like this, can they? The crowd followed the sound. All of them were a bit curious as to who dared to say such words in front of Su Chang'an. After getting a good look at the owner of the voice, all of them were relieved again. Phoenix Dancing Sky, the only disciple of that female emperor of the immortal domain. Feng Wutian was wearing a loose red dress with a slender figure, her robe trailing on the ground, while the two long white legs in front of her were only covered by a thin layer of silk veil. But the rest of them all dared not look at it. Once discovered, the best that can happen is to have both pupils plucked out. Of course, Su Jinwei and the others didn't count. Su Jinwei sized up Feng Maotian carefully, a meaningful smile flashing in her eyes as if she was planning something. Su Junyeo glanced at Feng Wutian's body in front of her, and then looked down at her own strength. After a while, she revealed a victor's smile. The crone saw this and retreated in good humor. Now she was in no position to talk anymore. Ling Wei's expression remained unchanged, her eyes indifferent. How does the young lord act? Need you to ask? Besides, the young master is originally the son of the heavenly clan. Every word and action represents the heavenly clan. Is it your turn to judge whether you can see it or not? I didn't mean that. Feng Daitian gently shook her head. A pot she couldn't take. I heard that the flower girl of the Wind and Snow Pavilion House is well versed in the art of the zither, so I just wanted to come and see her. If His Highness the World Prince lets that flower girl down now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. I implore His Highness to wait a little longer. When she reveals herself, if His Highness the World Prince likes it, I will definitely not say anything more. Consider it a favor that Dancing Sky owes you. May I? An ordinary greenhouse girl. If she was really spotted by Su Chang'an, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to dance the zither today. After all, the business of serving the bed is too physically demanding, especially since the other party is also most likely a mortal with no cultivation. Something will happen. He himself would not be able to see this zither girl who was rumored to be a god. Ling Wei didn't speak again, but looked at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an's tone was flat. Unfortunately, this palace has no interest in what you have to say. Feng Maotian sniffed and clenched his teeth darkly. Your Highness is not even willing to give my master's face? No way. She could only bring out her master's father, expecting Su Chang'an to make concessions in consideration of the family's interests. She's nothing more than a flower girl in a greenhouse. Wasn't the sentiment of a world-renowned empress worth it? Su Chang'an laughed lightly. You can represent your master? Feng Maotian just wanted to say that he could. Master said that he could move her out when he encountered something he couldn't solve. As a result, he heard the second half of Su Chang'an's sentence. Even if I could. So what? What this temple is interested in has never been let go. Feng Maotian's face was extremely unsightly. But having her stand in front of Su Chang'an, thinking about the rumors about the Celestial Clan's son, she subconsciously took half a step back, fearful that he would be eaten as well. Su Jinwei instead revealed a gentle smile. How has your master's health been lately? Some time ago, this hall still wanted to personally visit the door to greet Senior. Feng Daitian's face eased a bit when he heard this. Her Highness, the world daughter of the heavenly clan, was also as modest and courteous as rumors had it, low-key and introverted. Quite the sword immortal. It would be nice if the Celestial Clan's son was like this. Thank you, Your Highness the World Daughter. For your concern, everything is fine with Master. Su Jinwei's smile widened. It's good to be at peace. It's good to be at peace. For some reason, Feng Wutian always felt that Su Jinwei's smile carried a few strange emotions. It made her feel vaguely uneasy inside. Never mind. Her Highness is so nice. How could she have bad intentions? Guess it's his own fault. Chapter 108 Visitors from Other Continents. Ji Ru Xue. Feng Maotian was torn between whether he should stand in front of Su Chang'an or not. The master should support her choice. Though, but most importantly, could she hinder Su Chang'an? Considering the recent rumors about Su Chang'an, coupled with the white tiger divine hall that had just been destroyed not long ago. Feng Maotian's delicate body trembled lightly. But soon, she steadied her mind and her gaze was firm as if she was going to study for the exam. The path of immortality follows the heart. If she is afraid today, she will surely give birth to demons in the future. It seems that you want to stop this hall? Su Chang'an's voice was calm, and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of sulkiness in it. Feng Maotian was silent, but the meaning is clear enough. She wasn't going to let. Su Chang'an glanced at Feng Maotian's panel. Name Fengmation. Fate, vague. Cultivation level, pre-Mahayana realm. Root bone, 8. Chi luck, 0. Special attribute, extremely fond of the lyre. Perhaps because her deceased mother, as a child, used to play the lyre in front of her. The zither that moved her heart could inspire her second form. Verdict, the standard Feng Ao Tian template, with a zither to the point of obsession. A player with no chi was destined to be a stepping stone for the Son of Heaven's destiny in the future, and Su Chang'an had no particular desire to kill her. Ling Wei, Su Chang'an shouted in a low voice. Ling Wei turned her head to look at Feng Maotian, ready to let her sober up a little. The latter was like a great enemy. The aura of the Mahayana realm was revealed without any concealment. Just then, a maid-like woman appeared and blocked the middle between Feng Maotian and Ling Wei, bowing towards Su Chang'an. Your Highness, the young lady unfortunately contracted wind cold yesterday and is not feeling well, so it is really difficult for her to come down to greet you personally. I hope your Highness will pardon me. Su Chang'an looked playful. A maid of the Holy Spirit realm? This should be the holy realm that Ling Wei had probed. The flower leader of the Wind and Snow Pavilion is really something. The woman, on the other hand, felt appalled in her heart, now that she was so close to Su Chang'an, but he still couldn't see through his reality. Like an abyss, the divine sense that penetrated and did not ripple. Instead, it felt like it was going to be swallowed up. Is there some kind of imperial magic treasure that conceals cultivation? Not only that, the maid wearing a long purple and white dress couldn't even detect a specific cultivation level. Next to this little fox. Well, pre-Mahayana realm. Nothing special. You mean, not seeing this temple? Su Chang'an didn't use a single ounce of spiritual energy when he spoke. However, that maid had a feeling of sweating. Even more so than the little lord's sense of oppression. Nearly fell to his knees. The tone. It's so much like the young lord. There was a real chance she wouldn't have been able to tell who was who if not for the difference in vocals. This lofty, contemptuous aura could not be faked, but seeped out of his bones. Although the young lord's status within the clan is not exactly high. It is not so, the maid said stiffly. The young lady knows that His Highness has arrived in person, and is now waiting upstairs in the elegant pavilion. And please, Your Highness, move. This was exactly what Su Chang'an had in mind. Ling Wei received a signal and collected her breath. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, the maid let out a sigh of relief in her heart before turning around and walking towards the upper floors. Your Highness, and follow the slave girl. A group of 4 people went to the upper floors, leaving Feng Wutian alone and messy. She clenched her palms and eventually sighed helplessly. One could only hope that Su Chang'an wasn't interested in that Qin girl. At the very least, save your breath. Come to a green paper door. The room is surrounded by a sanctuary restriction, though it is hidden from view. The maid turned her head, bowed towards Su Chang'an, and said, Your Highness, the young lady is inside, so the slave girl won't go in. Chadan, sister won't be going in. Su Jinwei put her arm around Su Chang'an's shoulders and smiled meaningfully. Sister hasn't been to a place like this before. She's a bit curious. Go look elsewhere. Su Joyo carefully came over. A look of fear that Su Chang'an would be snatched away. Joyo is not interested in this place. Joyo wants to follow husband inside. Hey, sister sure maiden. What's wrong? Oh, Su Jinwei yanked Su Junyeo over in one fell swoop, reaching out to cover her mouth. Little girl Jiao Yao, I'm too bored to be alone. Is it okay if you come and accompany me? No, Jiao Yao want husband. What? You said okay? Thanks. I knew you would. Ooh, no way. Su Junyeo ended up obediently being held in Su Jinwei's arms, her head drooping, her small face full of aggression. Ling Wei bowed her head. The slave girl guards here. Aha. Su Chang'an answered, then pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, the strange, ethereal scent hit him, so good that he wanted to close his eyes in place and sleep. Immediately afterward, the sound of a leisurely and deep zither came. In the center of the room, a green-clothed woman was sitting on her knees in front of a long white jade zither, her slender vein fingers gently ruffling the strings. At the wrist of his left hand, there was a red scar that stood out against his white skin. Ji Rushue's face was covered by a thin veil, with a slender neck and delicate collarbones. She wore a thin purple necklace that made her skin look even whiter and smoother. Even without looking at the face, It was enough to get on the Central Region style ranking. Although Su Chang'an couldn't see her face, the system panel popped up. Name Ji Ruxue. Numerology, Lone Emperor. Root bone, 9. Chakra, 11, -11, transformable. Cultivation level, peak of transition realm. Verdict, a destined daughter from another realm. Or maybe a destined villain? But either way, destined to be alone. Seeing the name, Su Chang'an remembered what kind of character this was. Ji Ruxue was not a native of the desolate ancient continent, but had entered it through a teleportation channel. The world she was in should be called Floating Yuan Continent. As for the reason she came to the desolate ancient continent, it was also very simple. Ji Ruxue was the second daughter born to the concubine of the clan master in the original imperial clan, with a humble background and ostracized at every turn. Even though her natural talent far exceeded that of her firstborn son, she still couldn't get her own father's approval. He was even asked, when the immortal ascension gate descended, to give up himself and give his full attention to helping his firstborn son get qualified. The first daughter, who was a few years younger than her, also used her mother's death to insult her, saying that she was some lowly bastard who couldn't become the heir to the imperial clan. According to her character, she would certainly not hold back. So, that first daughter, who was a few years younger than her, accidentally disappeared during an outing, and was found a few days later, already with her entire body's meridians severed, and a terrified look on her face. The death was exceptionally tragic. Ji Ruxue also left without saying goodbye and came to the desolate ancient continent through the boundary-breaking teleportation, preparing to seize the immortal ascension gate opportunity by her own strength, ascending to the first place of immortality, and making known to all the worlds. Will the Imperials still accept her in the end? It doesn't matter. Her mother was gone, so naturally she wouldn't stay with that kind of trashy family. Unable to accept it, she stayed in the other realms. Unfortunately, when she had just arrived in the heavenly beyond, her identity was discovered by the original Imperial clan. The Emperor realm stepped in and forcefully brought it back, resulting in the final Denzin gate not having her part at all. It was not until the late stage of the extraterrestrial invasion that she gradually became the shape of the lone emperor in her destiny. Chapter 109, Ji Ruxue, everything is my layout. Su Chang'an walked to the side and sat down, his eyes flat as he quietly watched Ji Ruxue perform. A song falls. Ji Ruxue lifted her skirt and rose, bowed slightly and said in an unassuming manner, "Concubine Ji Ruxue, welcome to the arrival of His Highness the World's Son." Su Chang'an was silent, waiting for her to follow. Ji Ruxue raised her head, her voice soft and calm, causing one's mind to subconsciously relax. This also belongs to a kind of zither path, similar to an illusion. Unfortunately, Su Chang'an was completely immune to such things, so it just feels like a very light vocal line. The world has rumored that Your Highness's natural talent is unmatched throughout the ages, and that he will be able to take over the authority of the Heavenly Emperor in the future and become the new Heavenly Emperor of the desolate ancient kingdom. But after my concubine saw His Highness the World's Son with her own eyes, she felt that this statement was still too conservative. My concubine believes that Your Highness' stature is far beyond what Arakan can tolerate, and even more so, it is not merely the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. That's a total lick. But Ji Ruxue was also very good at talking, even when she was licking, so that others did not feel much repulsion towards her, and she already had a high opinion of Su Chang'an, one of the few people who didn't want to get too involved in Drakengard. Perhaps there was also an option to follow him into the heavenly beyond? Heh, Su Chang'an laughed softly. Far beyond what the desolate ancient can accommodate? Meaning you've seen other realms with your own eyes? Aha! Ji Ruxue's heart and mind trembled in shock, but she soon regained her composure and snickered in a warm voice. Your Highness is joking. Even though my concubine's cultivation is weak, she understands that only existences above the Emperor realm can cross the realm. Above the Emperor realm, the great Tao immortal Emperor, Su Chang'an added, there are also formations that allow cultivators at the Emperor realm or even below the Emperor realm to cross boundaries. So there is still this saying? Ji Ruxue's demeanor remained unchanged, a flirtatious but not charming smile hanging on her face. My concubine has never heard of it, but since Your Highness said that there is, then there should be. And your cultivation at the peak of the ferrying realm, even in the immortal sect, is not considered weak? Su Chang'an's voice resounded once more. Ji Ruxue was not surprised that Su Chang'an knew that she had hidden her cultivation. One must know that he was able to easily kill the White Tiger Divine Hall's Saint Realm Elder, and his cultivation must have exceeded the transition realm as well. This is also divided into who to compare it with. My concubine's cultivation does seem weak in front of Your Highness. Su Chang'an didn't speak again. After a while, Ji Ruxue sat back down again. What surprises my concubine is that I didn't expect a being like His Highness, the World Prince, to personally come here, which really makes my concubine somewhat flattered. I wonder, is Your Highness interested in the concubine's zither skills, Or in the concubine? If it is the former, my concubine can continue to offer songs for your highness until your highness gets tired of hearing them. If it is the latter, for my concubine, it would also be a favor from his highness. It's just that since my concubine joined the Wind and Snow Pavilion, she has only been selling her art and not her body. So the matter of betting may not satisfy your highness, and I hope to forgive you if I have offended your highness. Concubine, I am grateful. Ji Rushue was waiting for Su Chang'an's choice, but she didn't expect Su Chang'an's words to nearly cause her to restrain her spiritual energy and almost make a move. I'm curious as to how you want to convince Phoenix Dancing Sky to take you to the heavenly beyond. These words completely disrupted Ji Rushue's thoughts. Su Chang'an had come here with a strong sense of purpose, plus the question he had just asked. It was very likely that he knew that he was from the floating Yuan continent. The heavenly clan might have some special means to detect this, and Ji Rushue could accept this. But why did he know that he was preparing to follow Feng Wutian into the heavenly beyond? This thing, she was also merely planning it in her mind. It hasn't been put into action yet. Mind reading? Immortalism only has soul searching. There is no such thing as seeing through the heart. Could it be the Tao of time? Even so, in order to deduce the future, one would have to be above an immortal emperor at the very least. An ordinary emperor realm couldn't do such a thing. What is His Highness the World Prince talking about? My concubine is somewhat. This hall's patience is limited. Su Chang'an interrupted her. His tone, though still bland, carried an unquestionable undertone. You just answer this hall's questions. Ji Rushue had originally wanted to play dumb and see if she could muddle through, but Su Chang'an clearly didn't intend to bull asterisk her, so she had no choice but to reveal her anticipated plan. I have investigated in secret. The reason why Feng Maitian loves the zither so much is because when her mother was alive, she only taught her to dance the zither, leaving behind only a long zither that was not of good quality. These factors led her to reach a level of madness about the piano. Speaking of which, Ji Rushue's complex expression under her veil, her eyes flowing. In a sense, there were still some similarities between her and Feng Daitian. Both were born with their mothers as their only relatives. That may have been one of the reasons for choosing her. It's easier to be trusted when you have a common touch. Concubine happens to have some attainments in the Tao of the zither, and knows what kind of tune Phoenix Dancing Heaven wants to hear. If your highness is in the future, the concubine should be bought by her. And the next thing you know, you'll say that you've used the zither to enter the Tao, and that you want to ask for a chance at the immortal path. With her character, she shouldn't reject the concubine. After all, in Feng Wutian's eyes, Ji Rushue's entry into the heavenly beyond wasn't a bad thing for her, but instead, it could also help her compete for the immortal ascension gate. That was the original idea of the concubine, but it has not yet been put into action. After Ji Rushue finished speaking, her pair of autumn water eyes quietly stared at Su Chang'an, wanting to see what his reaction would be. Then he saw Su Chang'an's brows slowly furrow, seemingly a little disappointed. That's it? Su Chang'an asked. Ji Rushue didn't know how to take that. Su Chang'an laughed lightly inwardly. Not bad for Feng Aotian, who has zero chi, and in the end will only be reduced to a tool on the path of rise for such heavenly destined sons as Ji Rushue. At the same time, he was thinking about what to do with Ji Rushue. The lone emperor destiny was not simple. Doomed to be alone, fits perfectly into the villain path, but she was likewise very uncomplicated. Just like, Yi Mu Ning is the same, too smart to control. Compared to that, Su Chang'an still preferred Su Junyeo, who was stupid but didn't have any bad intentions. Just as Su Chang'an was thinking about these things, Ji Rushue reared up and reached out to remove her veil, coming in front of Su Chang'an and bowing slightly with her hands folded. A humble stance, but there is no humility in his eyes. Instead, he looks a bit arrogant, but it's time to say no. Ji Rushue's appearance was indeed impeccable, and even Su Chang'an felt a little stunned at first glance. And this world is different from the 1001 hextechs of the previous world. There is also a great deal of diversity among the greats. Not up or down, just preferences. Since your highness knows the concubine's identity, what do you want to do with the concubine afterward? Will you send your concubine back according to the rules of the realm, or are you prepared to keep her with you? Or, alternatively, any other ideas? Ji Rushue was at the peak of the transition realm, and her hidden aura was still somewhat oppressive. Sure, this bit of aura had absolutely no effect on Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an's expression hadn't changed much since the beginning. A slight movement of the mind. The Emperor Realm's spatial blockade had already been activated, and the current Ji Rushue couldn't feel the presence of spiritual energy at all. Truly a regular Jinji. Ji Rushue was flustered for just a moment when she realized it, and then regained her composure. Doesn't matter. The moment Su Chang'an stepped into this room, her layout had already begun. Chapter 110. I didn't start the hanging, so why ask me? Ji Rushua's cultivation had been sealed, but she didn't show any panic, as if nothing had happened. Your Highness, my concubine is curious as to what realm you have reached now. Holy Emperor? Saint Elder? Or, she didn't say the word Emperor realm. After all, this is just too much. Even if the other party's natural talent was strong, Ji Rushue couldn't believe that someone could certify to the Emperor realm at the age of 18, touching one of the 3,000 great Dao of the Hongmeng. That's not important. Su Cheng'an stood up, reached out and pinched Ji Rushue's white neck, pulling it to his eyes in one fell swoop and questioning in a low voice. What's important is that you were trying to make a move against this temple just now? The latter tried to resist. Ji Rushue struggled and pushed hard to push Su Chang'an, but now that she had lost her spiritual power, her physical resistance alone had no effect at all. Su Chang'an moved forcefully. It made her originally pure white face instantly turn red, and even breathing was a bit difficult. A dull hatred flashed in Ji Rushue's eyes, and she couldn't wait to directly give Su Chang'an a knife right now. Unfortunately, it can only be thought of in the mind. Concubine didn't. No such thoughts. Su Chang'an let go of his hand. Ji Rushue panted heavily, and before she could slow down, she immediately felt the surrounding Dao condense into substance, directly causing her to fall to her knees. The forehead was less than an inch from the floor, and the scattered strands of green hair at the back of his head were in disarray. It looked extremely lousy. Go on. Concubine understands. Ji Rushue clenched her silver teeth, feeling a humiliation she had never felt before. There's still a little bit of time left for the spell to take effect, so as long as I can drag it through these few breaths, wait. I'm going to return this humiliation completely. My concubine's desire to enter that heavenly beyond does not necessarily mean that she has to follow Phoenix Dance Heaven. But she can also stay by your Highness' side and become your Highness' zither mistress, in exchange for this opportunity. Su Chang'an froze, then laughed softly. You think this palace will keep you around? Similar such words had been spoken to him by a former deceased person. At that time, Su Chang'an agreed. He had left Yi Munyi by his side, but now he did not intend to leave Ji Rushue behind. These two are fundamentally different. Yi Muning was trying to use him to lift the divine soul restriction and restore her free body, while Ji Rushue, I'm afraid she's already planning how to get back at herself. Her characterization is set up to be quite dark. Later in life, they don't hesitate to exterminate other people's clans. Just then, Ji Rushue's lowly face hooked up a playful smile. Your Highness can't say anything. Although she was still kneeling on the ground, her aura had returned, as the spell formation she had set up earlier had taken effect, and the initiative was now in her hands. Soul-turning illusion. Unleashed. Su Chang'an frowned. What's she doing here? Kneeling stupid? Or are you schizophrenic? Your Highness, are you puzzled right now? Why is it that you are similarly unable to condense spiritual energy, and you find it difficult to even try to move? Ji Rushue spoke with great confidence. Although she didn't know why she still couldn't raise her head right now, she was sure that Su Chang'an couldn't move at this point, and the look on her face must be very panicked. The Emperor-ranked soul transformation technique that was laid down through the scroll seal was coupled with the immortal herb scattered god that she had brought over from the floating Yuan continent. Even if Su Chang'an was in the Emperor realm, he couldn't resist. Seeing Su Chang'an's lack of reaction, Ji Rushue thought that he had been frightened and panicked by the unknown means. Then the explanation continues. When your Highness stepped into the room, did you smell a very strange and ethereal fragrance? That is the immortal herb scattering god that my concubine brought over from the floating Yuan continent and burned into an incense that serves to loosen the divine soul defenses of living beings. It's a way for living beings to voluntarily remove their defenses without being detected. Theoretically, even an existence in the Emperor realm would be struck. Su Chang'an thought carefully. It does seem to have a very distinctive aroma. But that's about it. This is just the first step. When my concubine knew of your Highness's arrival, she topologized the soul transformation illusion technique that she had occasionally obtained in the secret realm, and placed it in the room. The soul transformation illusion technique is an Emperor-ranked technique that serves to allow for the alteration of the other party's perceptions. Once struck, it's an insurmountable illusion. Although there is only one scroll, which means that you can only use the jutsu this one time. I think that your Highness deserves to use it this one and only time. As long as she had Su Chang'an's support, she could be said to have no worries in the desolate ancient continent. Stay completely in the Arakan continent. However, there are limitations to this jutsu. It can only change perceptions, but it can't force the temple to do anything. But that's enough. I believe that the concubine now has become the most important person in the eyes of your Highness, right? So, let's just ask your Highness to unlock the concubine's restraints first. After Ji Rushue finished speaking, she quietly waited for Su Chang'an to lift his restraints. Then it was time for her to pay back the humiliation. Su Chang'an, no feeling at all. After the silence passed, He leaned down and entwined his fingers in Ji Rushue's hair. The latter felt the pain of her hair being pulled and coldly grunted in dissatisfaction and disgust. Your Highness, don't touch my concubine like this. Bang! Su Chang'an pressed her head and knocked it violently to the floor. Bleeding. Ah! Ji Rushue man was dumbfounded. She reached up to cover the bleeding spot on her forehead, unable to gather her spiritual energy to ease the pain. And at that moment, she only felt a splitting headache and a foggy head. It was like passing out the next second. What's going on here? Immediately afterward, her body floated uncontrollably and stopped in front of Su Chang'an. Originally, this temple was hesitant, but now it seems unnecessary. Su Chang'an was exasperated and laughed as he lifted his finger to focus heavily on Ji Rushue's belly area. And with a slight movement of his mind, a strand of the Tao of the sword seeped in, until it filled the entire dantian. The outside world pours into the Taoist rule, and it was still the Tao of the sword of the most vigorous. This would cause a violent rejection reaction in the dantian, producing pain that was tantamount to being wasted. Ji Rushue only felt as if her meridians had been ripped open, cold sweat falling down drop by drop, her brows locked and her face full of pain. But still, he stubbornly held on without letting out a scream. Just a few muffled grunts. Aha! After a while, Ji Rushue collapsed to the ground. Her restraints had been lifted, but she didn't feel the slightest bit at ease. He's in a terrible state. Those eyes as clear as water waves were occupied by hatred. Why? Ji Rushue naturally didn't believe that Su Chang'an could undo an emperor rank illusion. But the facts are right in front of us. She had to believe it. Where's the why? Su Chang'an didn't know why either. You go ask the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. What's it got to do with me if it's open? A Chinji has to behave like a Chinji, and since she has made a choice, she has to pay the price accordingly. Su Chang'an's thoughts moved slightly, and the magic rhythms surged around his body as the power of the Tao began to engrave runes. At the same time, the green clothes on Ji Rushue's body gradually broke apart, revealing her snow-white jade-like skin, and the runes engraved by the power of the Tao went straight into the depths of her divine soul. What's this about? Ji Rushue finally panicked. Wait, don't. What kind of rune mark is this? Please, Your Highness. Chapter 111. Do you really think it's a compliment? Half an hour later, Su Chang'an walked out of the room. Ling Wei and that servant girl of Ji Rushue's all guarded the doorway. Go. Yes. Ling Wei followed Su Chang'an away while the maid hurried back to her room. However, the next scene directly caused her Tao heart to tremble. Only Ji Rushue curled up her body and squatted on the ground. Her eyes were red and there were still undried tears on her face. The expression was scared, and his shoulders were still shaking gently. It looked as if she had experienced something horrible. Moreover, the green clothes she was wearing seemed to be a bit messy. The maid thought of something. Little lord, how are you? Did the celestial Sijin do something to you? Ji Rushue didn't answer, still curled up in the corner, her delicate body trembling unceasingly. Seeing this, the maid's eyes instantly went cold and she fumed. The slave girl will go kill him now. When she finished, she headed out the door. Even if it's the Holy Realm, so what? If you dare to insult little lord, even if you are in the Emperor realm, she will not be afraid. Hearing these words, Ji Rushue snapped back to her senses and said in a cold voice, How dare you, maid, little lord, slave girl, wasn't it the celestial clan's son who made you like this? And defiled your innocence? Ji Rushue clenched her fists and finally sighed. No, it's not what you think. He didn't taint my innocence. He was merely. Anyway, don't take a shot at him. The maid nodded and walked over to help Ji Rushue up. And then she knew why the green clothes on Ji Rushue's body were messy. 4. The little lord himself changed a. One must know that Ji Rushue's daily grooming and dressing was served by her close to her. And the one Ji Rushue was wearing now was not the one from the morning. This, she was no longer afraid to continue thinking about it. But since the young lord said that her innocence had not been tarnished, it was not. It's not your turn to speculate here. Little lord, let me freshen up for you. Ji Rushue wanted to let her go and be alone, but after 2 hesitations, she finally nodded. That's it. She had just stood up, when she steeply felt soreness all over her body, and subconsciously frowned. The pain of her whole body's meridians tearing apart was really not something that an ordinary person could endure. Of course, it didn't really tear. It just had that pain. Su Chang'an, you bastard! Ji Rushue secretly cursed in her heart, and the hatred in her eyes increased. But she could only think like this. After all, deep within his own divine soul, there was an additional prohibition. Su Chang'an had a gentle smile on his face, as if he had just experienced something fun. He didn't do anything to Ji Rushue. Simply in the depths of her soul, she had utilized the power of the Tao of Prohibition to set up a prohibition that said, never show enmity towards Su Chang'an as well as never disobey Su Chang'an's orders. The method of disarming, Su Chang'an doesn't know either. It's unresolved at the moment. However, Ji Rushua's situation in the primordial emperor clan was indeed not good, with fine scars on her wrists, back, and also her thighs. Some of it was her own doing, and some of it came from the chastisement of the original Imperials. Her escape from the floating Yuan continent was also in evidence. Husband, Su Chang'an's thoughts were interrupted, and before he had time to think more, he felt the familiar warmth and softness pounce on his arms, and his arms were completely surrounded by unknown softness. The little fox still has some strength. Husband finished? Su Joyo tightly wrapped her arms around Su Chang'an, tilting her head to come over, afraid of being left behind again. Well, Su Chang'an asked casually, how was it? Is it fun here? Not fun. Su Joyo shook her head without even thinking about it. It's going to be about still preferring to stay with my husband. That said, how could a hooker greenhouse be interesting to her? Su Jinwei, who came over later, saw Su Chang'an and softly joked, hey, why don't you see that Qin Ji? Could it be that Shan'an didn't like it? It seems that the flower girl of this wind and snow pavilion is just that. It's not as pleasing as Jiu Yao. When the crone on the side heard this, she directly fell to her knees in fear. Your Highness, the wife's wind and snow pavilion is a small place. Even if it's a flower girl, it's certainly not as good as the imperial divine maidens on the wind and flower rankings of the other realms, and it won't be able to catch your highness's eye. After Su Joyo was complimented, she simply couldn't hide the smile under her eyes and looked naive. Su Chang'an laughed lightly and patted the top of Su Joyo's head. Joyo, wouldn't think that was a compliment, right? Su Joyo's eyes blinked twice. Isn't it? Sister, there was a little accident, Su Chang'an casually explained, then turned his head again to look at Feng Wutian, whose face was not exactly good at the side. Feng Aotian, you can go up now. No, it's best to wait for another half an incense stick, or else you'll easily see things you shouldn't see. Feng Maotian responded in a cold tone. Your Highness, my name is Phoenix Dancing Sky. Oh, sorry, get used to saying that. Is that zither girl still alive? Of course, this temple never kills just anyone. Su Chang'an had a gentle demeanor and looked humble and polite. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just destroyed the White Tiger Divine Hall a few days ago, Feng Wutian might have really believed his words. Many thanks, Your Highness. Feng Maotian finally said his thanks before turning around and walking towards the upper floors, incidentally letting one of the maids lead the way. As for the crone, she had been kneeling on the ground, her head pressed tightly against the floor, not daring to raise it. It wasn't until Su Jinwei had left for a while that a woman whispered to remind her. Mom, Her Highness the Siriitii is gone. Humph, can a son of the celestial clan scorn others? To think that he even remembered my name wrong. But Master said that on the immortal path, maintaining a sense of reverence is most important. Feng Wutian was still a bit indignant at Su Chang'an calling her by the wrong name at this point. However, the name Feng Aotian is quite catchy. When she came to the green door, Ji Rushua's lady-in-waiting had been waiting here for a long time, bowing slightly and saying, Guest, Mrs. Inside, waiting for you for a long time. Right now, Ji Rushua was still the flower girl. The way to address Feng Maotian was as a guest. By the time Feng Wutian stepped into the room, Ji Rushua had long since returned to her previous appearance. Both of them didn't gab, just simply said a couple of words and went straight to the point. In the end, Ji Rushua's song fell, directly making Feng Wutian's eyes red. This is Mother's favorite tune, Onping Red Dust. Playing also feels exactly like Mother. You actually know this song? Feng Daitian murmured in a low voice. When she came back to her senses, she came to Ji Rushua at once, holding her hand and shouting excitedly, Is it okay to play it again? Ji Rushua's face was calm as she nodded her head and responded, If the guest likes it, my concubine will naturally not refuse. However, my concubine has recently contracted a wind cold, so please pay some attention. In truth, Ji Rushua was already cursing in her mind. She's still sore all over. Being yanked by Feng Daitian like that, he almost cried out in pain, but luckily he was able to hold it back. Chapter 112, Beyond the Heavens and the Worlds. Today is the time to enter the heavenly beyond. With the stacking of various cultivation buffs, Su Chang'an had easily reached the late imperial realm during this time. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long to arrive at the peak, and then one would need to seek the opportunity to break through to the great Tao Immortal Emperor. And it is this chance that the Gate of Ascension bestows. At this moment, all the celestial pride of the central region were all gathered in the sky above the Tsongtian Immortal City waiting. Su Chang'an stood at the front. Su Junyeo was dressed in red, with 9 white tails swaying. Her body's temperament was cold and demonic. Su Jinwei, on the other hand, was carrying Mo-Jor in her arms as she surveyed a figure wrapped in a ghostly aura in front of her. The disciple of the Lord of the Underworld. She always felt that Su Jinwei's eyes were unkind. Recalling her master's instructions, She silently concealed her figure backwards. It's better to be less involved. The master is only this one disciple of his own. It's gone. It's really gone. Feng Maotian was similarly located at the forefront, and behind her was a green-clothed woman whose face was hidden by a thin veil. The woman in green had a red scar on her wrist. The woman trembled twice in fear at the sight of Su Chang'an and hurriedly hid behind Feng Maotian, her thinly veiled eyes tinged with hatred and fear. Su Chang'an, asshole, I can't kill you. Can't I hate you? I hate you every time I see you. Denizens, immortal scum, don't look my way. Look again and I'll curse you to death. Ji Rushua was venting fiercely in her heart when she realized that Su Chang'an had suddenly looked over to her side, and she instantly lowered her head sheepishly. I didn't do anything. I don't think he can read minds. Can he? Goons are also real goons. It couldn't be helped. Once those two prohibitions were set up, she would never be able to turn over in front of Su Chang'an again, unless she also became an Avenue Immortal Emperor. There might be a slight chance of lifting this ban. Feng Wutian noticed Ji Rushua's abnormality behind him and inquired with concern. Rushua, is there anything wrong? After these few days together, Ji Rushua's relationship with Feng Wutian had reached a point where they could call each other by their first names. Otherwise, Feng Maotian wouldn't have brought her here. No, it's fine. Ji Rushua shook her head. Concubine just recalled something bad. When Feng Wutian heard this, he only thought it was because she recalled her past life as a Qin girl in a greenhouse, and comforted her in a low voice. It's okay, everything has already passed, and now you are my servant. No longer a Qin girl who sells her art. The divine son of the Xuanwu Divine Hall and the sacred son of the Cloudy Sky Sacred Land were similarly the top-ranked prides of the desolate ancients. They were also star-studded and surrounded by a crowd of heavenly prides to brag about them. This time, the Xuanwu Divine Son will definitely be able to walk through the 100 steps of the heavenly path of asking. Less. I'd say at least 200 steps. The Cloudy Sky Saint's son is also ridiculously strong. This time there are also less than 100 steps. The Immortal Ascension sect will have a place. What are the other continents going to do to compete with us? If there's anything at that time, Godson, feel free to command. I definitely won't refuse. Which of those present were not the pride of the forces they belonged to? But for the entire Arakanese continent, becoming a Heaven's Pride was nothing more than being qualified to stand here and brag about a Heaven's Pride that was stronger than oneself. The younger generation of my desolate ancient continent should be united in their fight against the other continent's celestial pride, and strive for more opportunities for desolate ancient. After the Xuanwu Divine Son said these words, he turned his head in fawn towards Su Chang'an. Your Highness, what do you think? The rest of the crowd. Seeking immortality is like that. There will always be those who are stronger than you. A demon in one's own eyes, in the eyes of an even more demonic existence, was nothing more than a mole cricket that cultivated harder. Ling Wei's expression was cold. The young lord is resting. Well, it's really my offense. Xuanwu Divine Son laughed awkwardly, not producing the slightest bit of resentment at being treated coldly. I wish your highness, the world's son, to crush the other continent's heavenly prides and obtain the first place in the Immortal Ascension sect. Ling Wei hummed softly and didn't say anything else. Right at this moment, the city lords of the 9 immortal cities in the central region appeared in unison, slowly falling from the air. At the very center was the city lord of Tsang Tian Immortal City. After his figure settled down, he opened his mouth thickly and said, all of you proud sons of heaven, the spirit door leading to the heavenly beyond is about to open. Please get ready, and I wish you all the best of luck in obtaining the chance to ascend to the immortal gate. Strengthen me desolate. As these words of his fell, the 9 emperors simultaneously condensed their formations. There was a huge vortex above that emerged and eventually slowly coalesced into the spirit gate. The breath pouring out of it was empty and unfamiliar. Makes you want to back off. This is the spirit gate to the heavenly beyond. The spirit door had already surfaced, but none of the people present made a move, casting their eyes towards Su Chang'an and the others. If you fellow Taoists are unwilling to enter, I will go ahead. After the disciple of the Lord of the Underworld said this, he dashed into the spirit gate, his figure instantly disappearing without a trace. Ji Rushua said in a low voice, Dancing Sky, there shouldn't be any problems if we go in now. Feng Maotian nodded, and then the two of them rushed into the spirit gate as well. Seeing that the disciples of the Lord of the Underworld had all left, Su Jinwei felt bored and turned around to ask, Chang'an, go? Aha. Su Chang'an lightly responded, his figure flickering as he entered the spirit gate. Su Zhouyao followed closely behind. The many celestial prides saw that the big brothers had all gone in, and also rushed towards the spirit door, fearing that if they were a step late, they wouldn't be able to snatch the opportunity. Days beyond days, Su Chang'an surveyed the scene around him. There weren't any buildings here. It was an endless expanse of flat land. The floor was laid by some kind of special alabaster. Su Jinwei belongs to the action faction. She directly used Frost Snow and swung a sword move at the ground at the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. Boom! The smoke cleared. The ground was intact. Not even a subtle trace left behind. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The ground here can withstand up to a Saint Realm's attack. And for someone with a bone age of less than 100 years, it's the equivalent of an indestructible building. A snicker came. Su Chang'an followed the sound and saw two men and a woman walking side by side. The one who spoke was the man standing at the front. And looking at his cultivation, he had already reached the early stage of the Mahayana realm. There was a strong sneer in his eyes as he looked at Su Jinwei. Totally has "I'm better than you" written all over it. Su Jinwei's eyes instantly went cold, silently gripping Frost Snow tightly as the sword rhythms began to coalesce. That look, TSK, funny. The man didn't realize the danger in the slightest, because he felt that no one would dare to make a move without knowing the strength of the other party. What's more, the three of them had all reached the Mahayana realm, so they wouldn't be afraid in a real fight. We're from the Wuxian Holy Land in the Qiming continent, a continent that ranked in the top 10 of the immortal denizens sect last time. I wonder where you're from. Dystopia. Su Jinwei's expression was indifferent, and a terrifying sword rhythm had already coalesced above the frost and snow, though the other party still hadn't noticed this. The desolate continent? Oh, the only woman scoffed in a low voice. Senior brother. I remember that last time. The desolate ancient continent didn't even enter the top 30, right? Chapter 113 Accidentally, a sword cuts out an abyss. The desolate ancient continent wasn't ranked very high in the outside world of the heavens. In the original plot, this Dengxianmen descent was a chaotic killing game prepared for the blackened version of Su Jinwei to take the top spot in the Dengxianmen with a crushing defeat. But now Su Jinwei didn't darken. Cultivation didn't reach a very unorthodox level. However, if Su Chang'an wasn't there, she should still be able to get the top spot this time. Of course, this is all yet to happen. In the eyes of the three people from the Qiming continent in front of them, the pride of the desolate ancient continent was just a step weaker than the pride of their continent. Su Jinwei's expression went cold. Frost Snow seemed to sense something, and all the lines on the sword began to shimmer with a faint light. However, she was just about to make her move when a loud rumbling sound came from behind her. Boo! It doesn't seem as hard as I thought it would be, either. Su Chang'an gripped the surprise and looked at the chasm in front of him that had been blasted out by the sword chi. Whispering to himself, he just wanted to try the strength of the building here. Thought it would be hard. Just a slight use of spiritual energy resulted in a crack that big. It's strangely embarrassing. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it not a rift, but an abyss. It's endless and deep. It's really like an abyss. It's kind of a man-made building in a flat area paved entirely with alabaster. The three people from the enlightened continent were directly petrified in place. The way they looked at Su Chang'an was as if they were looking at some kind of monster. No, this white jade is resistant to Saint Realm attacks. With your sword, you cut it straight in half? They wouldn't think that there was something wrong with the architecture of heavens beyond. The only possibility was that Su Chang'an's sword had the might of the Saint Realm? How is that possible? The top heavenly pride of the Qiming continent was only at the peak of the Mahayana realm at the highest. You came to a holy realm? After a few breaths, the woman whispered. Senior brother, isn't it true that Master remembered wrongly? This white jade no isn't actually that hard. Shut up. The man at the head of the group let out a low rebuke. If it were truly false, wouldn't the heavenly prides of all the heavens and worlds be constantly battling each other? And wouldn't they have smashed the heavenly beyond? As a result, not a single trace of damage could be found in the current heavens beyond. They've, this time, hit an iron plate. Noticing that they were all looking at him, Su Chang'an smiled apologetically towards Su Jinwei. Sister, it's fine. You play your game. I'll try the strength here. Well, be careful, Su Jinwei habitually instructed, then turned around and coldly looked at the three people from the Qiming continent. Without waiting for them to react, they directly chopped up with their swords. The man in the lead backed up at a rapid pace, not daring to slack off, and came up to offer up his own lifeblood spiritual treasure, plus a clan spell. Bang! After hardening himself against this sword chi, he only felt that his internal organs were shocked with raw pain. Same as the Mahayana realm. Is the gap that big? As the smoke and dust cleared, he hurriedly spoke out. Your Excellency. Wait. There should be some misunderstanding between us. I apologize to Your Excellency for my earlier offense. Then, another sword chi surged up. Su Jinwei's personality was such that once she decided to make a move, she had no intention of letting them leave alive. Although in the same Mahayana realm, Su Jinwei, however, was the one pressing the three of them to fight. Su Chang'an then stood on the sidelines with Su Jiudiao and watched the battle. Husband, do we really not need to go help? No need. Sister can win the fight. And there's still Mo Jor. It'll be fine. Su Chang'an said so. Yet, they were also keeping a close eye on the battle. He also quietly added a layer of time Dao rule buff to Su Jinwei. Once a problem arises, time back, rematch. Okay, listen to your husband. The most Su Jouyao could do was to listen, and no matter what Su Chanan said, she would follow it. Slowly, there were quite a few heavenly prides attracted over by the commotion over here. I wonder which two continents heavenly pride are fighting. The three of them should be from the Qiming continent, a continent that ranked in the top 30 last time. It's actually a 1-2 punch, and it was dominant. To be able to achieve this level, that sword cultivator must at the very least be a heavenly pride from the top 10 continents, right? It could even be a top 3 continent. Wait, what's the deal with that rift? What great power is going to split that heaven beyond heaven? And those two watching the battle, they can't be that sword cultivator's companions, right? The crowd spoke up. All of his attention was focused on the rift that had been cut open by Su Chang'an's sword. This was definitely a spectacle in the heavenly beyond. It was important to know that in the entire heavenly beyond, there was no place that had even the slightest trace of a battle. Complete outrageous. Just then, an angry shout came from the distance. Humph. In the absence of this saint's son, he dares to take action against my disciples from the Wuxian Holy Land? A young man wearing a green-colored Taoist robe came from the distance with a sword, heading straight towards Su Jinwei. He was the holy son of the Wuxuan Holy Land, Chen Wuji. A moment ago, he was still discussing the Tao with a heavenly pride from the top 10 continents, and then he received the news that his clan's disciple was fighting with someone else here, and it's still 3-1. Being chased. This pissed him off. Directly Imperial Sword, rushed over with the fastest speed. Moreover, as a fellow sword cultivator, he also wanted to try how strong Su Jinwei, who could fight 3 battles with one, was. Su Chang'an looked up. The system panel popped right up. Name, Chen Wuji. Fate, one of the 300 Demon Slayer sword cultivators. Cultivation level, Late Mahayana Realm. Root Bone, 7. Chi Luck, 4. Verdict, a little bit of Chi, but not much. All the heavens and all the worlds have existed sons of Chi, and likewise there are relative villains. That is, there are high and low Chi. Look at the situation. He seemed to be trying to take a shot at Su Jinwei. Although Su Jinwei could fight 4 of them, there was no need for that. And it was best for him to kill the son of Qi himself. A mosquito is still meat. As his thoughts fell, Su Chang'an's mind moved slightly, and the vast power of the Tao condensed, directly causing Chen Wuji's figure to stagnate in the air. The spirit sword under his feet fell straight down due to the loss of spiritual power to maintain it. What's the situation? Immediately afterward, Chen Wuji saw Su Chang'an's gentle and calm smile. The smile was gentle and calm though, but he was finding it a little creepy. Who is your excellency? Chen Wuji forced himself to calm down. What have you done to me? No response was received. The only response was that the Tao force around him slowly solidified. And then, pith, the void Tao that had no solidity ran it through. Chen Wuji then slowly dissipated into the air like smoke and dust, not even uttering a single miserable scream. It was as if he had never been here at all. The only evidence that could prove that it wasn't a hallucination was probably just a spirit sword that had fallen to the ground. Void dogs. It would turn his soul into nothingness along with his god, a son of Qi just Ga. Su Jouyao had been watching the entire time, and although she couldn't see how Su Chang'an had killed Chen Wuji, she could pretend that she knew. The little fox came to Su Chang'an's ear and said in a very cuddly soft voice, "Husband, that's awesome." Chapter 114, Late Emperor Realm. Sword Tao Perfection. I'm sure you're all well aware of how hard it is to kill the Destiny's Child. Every time the villain is about to get it, either he temporarily breaks out of his realm or some old grandpa comes out to help him. What's even more outrageous is the ability to come back to life after dying. Unfortunately, Su Chang'an could simply ignore Chi Luck when facing them, so it was just a very easy kill. Unless he could beat Su Chahan, in which case Su Chahan would have to call out for his mom and a dad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of Qi, Chen Wuji, and obtaining the rewards, 100 years of cultivation and 1,000 years of sword Tao epiphany. Immediately afterward, Su Chang'an felt a warmth deep within his body spread throughout his body, followed by a full body relief, and his realm broke through in response. 3,000 paths in one. Late Imperial Realm. Simple and without bottlenecks. 100 years of cultivation might not be much to an unusual Emperor realm, but to Su Chang'an, it was a leap in level. 1,000 years of sword Tao comprehension had also brought Su Chang'an's Tao of the sword to perfection. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need to deduce his own sword path. That is, the great Tao Immortal Emperor. This all happened in a matter of a few breaths. When Su Chang'an came back to his senses, Su Junyao's exquisite little face was still lying on his shoulder, exhaling like orchids, her voice soft and seductive, especially those scarlet demonic eyes with a clear stupid flirtation. Naive, but very seductive. Su Jinwei wasn't distracted. She had long anticipated that Su Chang'an would kill this whatever saint son with a single move. But the same could not be said for the three who fought against her. They all wore shocked expressions when they saw Chen Wuji dissipate in place. The Holy Sun is so, karma? It should be known that before Chen Wuji had crossed the level against the transitional heist realm elders, and held up dozens of moves without showing any decline, and was crowned as a heavenly wizard that had not been seen for 10,000 years in the Wushuan sacred ground. This time, it was even more of a run to the top of the Deng Xian gate. As a result, it dissipated into dust? If you don't know, ask, is this becoming a true immortal? How dare you get distracted? Su Jinwei's expression was icy cold. The frost and snow in her hands flickered with cold light, and she even used the arts of the Liuli Holy Land. She had studied under the mixed sword sect, along with Jiang Liuli's personal preaching. The sword strokes and arts were all ridiculously strong. They were already being pressed by Su Jinwei, and with this daze, the situation of the battle, which was still at a standstill, instantly became clear. Outrageous. Senior brother. Senior sister. Burn essence blood. The man at the head of the group shouted. In the next instant, the shadow of the sword reflecting the cold light cut through, his movements abruptly stopped, and then his body and head were separated. Scarlet blood spurted from his headless neck. Senior brother. Seeing this, the other man's eyes turned red, his forehead veins rippled, and without hesitation, he began to burn his own essence blood, ready to fight Su Jinwei to the death. However, a glazed mirror slowly emerged above his head. The glazed mirror was like an invisible boundary. He couldn't leave the range covered by the glazed mirror no matter what he used. Moreover, the spells he struck and the spiritual energy he released would be transmitted back through the mirror above his head and hit his own body. That is, you can only consume yourself. This spell was beyond the realm of the Mahayana realm. He had no recourse but to burn his essence blood for nothing, and eventually collapsed on the ground, dying with hatred. As for the only woman, she was desperately trying to escape from the place at the moment. Even the sacred sun is dead. How could they possibly be a heavenly pride of the desolate ancient continent? I don't want to die. I want to live. The woman frantically escaped while using her divine sense to probe. Great. They didn't catch up. After realizing that Su Jinwei and Su Chang'an all stood still and did not move, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Great. They don't want to kill me. Didn't want to waste time chasing me. Sister, Su Chang'an asked, slightly puzzled. Don't we kill them all together? Or is there something else in mind? Su Jinwei raised her hand, tapping it in front of herself, and a vortex of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air. Does my sister look like someone who could do such a thing? Don't forget that when you were a child, it was your sister, in addition to your mother, who taught you how to treat your enemies. But it's too much trouble to go after her in person. It's better to settle it here. After she finished speaking, she gripped Frost Snow and stabbed her sword into the spiritual vortex. White sword in, white sword out. Frost and Snow are unblemished. Then she casually flung it around, as if trying to shake off the blood that wasn't even there on the sword in the first place. Well, she accidentally hit Frosty when she was running away and killed herself. Frostbite buzzed softly, as if in agreement with that statement. Afterwards, Su Jinwei put away the frosty snow and naturally walked over and wrapped her arm around Su Chanan's shoulders before tucking Su Junyo towards Su Chanan's arms. How can Joya not be sticky? It's my sister's first time in the heavenly beyond. She's a bit curious, so it just so happens that she has nothing to do. So let's take a look around, shall we? Let's see if there are any empresses in other continents. That's probably what she's really after. Su Chang'an, speechless ing. Su Joyao, foxtail moves twice ing. Su Jinwei's expression was as if she was saying, if Chang'an has her eye on any empress, feel free to talk to sister and she'll go and snatch her up. Of course, it's possible that's what she had in mind, and dozens of miles away, that female celestial pride from the Enlightenment continent had fled here, thinking that she was safe. Spin stopped. Start thinking about what to do next. But within a few seconds, a vortex of spiritual energy suddenly coalesced in front of her. Could this be? She hesitated slightly and then rejoiced. Is it my chance to come back from the dead? I had long heard that the outer heaven was full of opportunities, but I didn't expect to really let her bump into it. Then when she took another step forward, a sword that was as white as snow suddenly stabbed out and went straight through her chest. Damage to the heart chakra. It's already certain death. Ha! So, at all, never intended to let me go. The desolate ancient continent. And her corpse was eventually discovered by a few passing celestial pride. And then, there was no more. Back to Su Chang'an's side. The three of them walked side by side and began to walk in a random direction. Ask for the heavenly path has not yet appeared. The time now was dedicated for the heavenly pride of each continent to fight, or to find the heavenly pride of their own continent and act together. But Su Chang'an didn't need them. Su Jinwei and Su Joyao were both there. And as for the rest of the desolate ancient pride, he didn't care that much. Solely, he followed Su Jinwei and looked around. Maybe, it's possible to run into some rising sun of Qi. Chapter 115, Descent of the Heavenly Path of Questioning. Only after Su Chang'an's few people left did the celestial pride who had just been spectating from afar dare to come forward to observe. No, did Chen Wuji really die just like that? Which continent are those heavenly prides from? Why are they so fierce? I'm not sure, but I'm certain that they're definitely not the pride of the top 10 ranked continents. Otherwise, there's no way that Chen Wuji from the Enlightenment continent would have gone up to provoke them. You guys are missing the point. In an inconspicuous corner, a man with a feminine temperament spoke out eerily. They were able to kill Chen Wuji. It's nothing more than a stronger heavenly pride. What could possibly make this kind of crack appear in the ground of the heaven beyond the sky could represent much more behind it. Throughout the ages, this is the first time, with a bone age of less than 100 years, he could execute an attack that surpassed the Saint Realm. What will the pride of the rest of the continent compete with? Fellow Daoist means that they reached above the transition realm? The feminine man brayed and laughed a few times. Who knows? After saying that, his figure disappeared in place. I don't know where it went. Are you so unscrupulous just because you're a heavenly pride from the top 10 continents? No matter what, I'm going to go ahead and inform the disciples of this clan that they should definitely not be provoked. Fellow Daoist has a point. I'm also leaving ahead of you. After their efforts, the reputation of Su Chang'an's trio spread to half of heavens beyond heaven within a few hours. The key also gets more and more rumored. The man in the lead was covered in demonic chi, and all he performed were unseen demonic cultivation techniques, killing a late-stage Mahayana realm heaven's pride just by looking at him. The other sword-wielding female sword cultivator was a complete and utter demon sword immortal. Cultivation is high, crossing the level to take on 3, and cut down as many as possible. The last one is a demonic beast, transformed into a woman's human form, a demonic red robe, 9 white fox tails swaying, fierce appearance, a trio of proper villains. Even the pride of the top 10 continents wouldn't dare to mess with them easily. So please be very careful after a few fellow Daoists come across them. As Su Chang'an listened to the narration of the pride in front of him, who didn't know which continent he came from, he subconsciously glanced at Su Junyeo next to him. Su Jiao saw Su Chang'an looking at herself and revealed a shallow smile. Husband? Demonic beasts. He didn't see any fierce gods, but there were quite a few naive and dull senses. There was also Su Jinwei, who was holding a sword in her arms and had a dusty temperament, and with that white dress, how could she look like a righteous sword fairy? Where was there a bit of the feeling of a magic sword fairy? As for myself, I've never even made a move, right? The magic rhyme was never released at all. The Tao of Void can also be called a demonic cultivation technique? Perhaps. These 3 were not talking about them? Of course this is unlikely. Well, Su Chang'an hesitated for a moment, but still answered in a faint voice. Many thanks for the reminder. Fellow Daoist. There's no harm in it. The celestial pride waved his hand and continued to speak eloquently. I heard that the number 1 celestial pride of the transcendent Xian continent, which is ranked 3rd, has already put out word that he will be decapitating these 3 evil cultivators for the outside world of the heavens. So I guess we'll have news in another period of time. To say that this transcendent Xian continent's number 1 celestial pride, that is really when it should be described by 4 words. Do you guys want to know which 2 words are? Hey, where is everyone? Su Chang'an had no thoughts of continuing to listen. If he had to come up with 4 words to describe them, it would be experience, baby. All of your chi will eventually turn into pieces of Su Chang'an's invincible path. That's what villains do. Though, even if you're not doing anything, you're somehow pulling hate. But the rumors are outrageous. The image is so skewed that it doesn't even match them. Even if Su Chang'an stood in front of their eyes, they would only think that he was an exiled immortal who descended from the sky. He had long since taken off his gilded black robe in favor of a white one. Su Junyeo's eyes were firm as she moved slightly closer towards Su Chang'an. If we really run into them, Junyeo will stand in front and protect husband. Su Chang'an sniffed and was amused out loud. Ha ha, can't you hear that the ferocious demonic beast they're talking about is you? Su Jiao, 0.0? Hey, really? Do you really look mean? Although Jiao is stupid, but husband can't lie to Jiao like this. Mother and sisters all said that Jiao was incredibly magnificent and was the most beautiful fox master in the entire Skyfox clan. Su Jinwei, on the other hand, was looking at her Chang'an and Su Jiao conversing, her face full of anti-smiles, and her feet couldn't help but move a little faster. That's so nice. As a sister, she expected nothing more than to see this scene. When Chang'an was happy, she was happy. After Su Chang'an's explanation, Su Jiao finally figured out what was going on. Humph, Jiao doesn't care. Su Jiao lightly hummed. Anyway, she only cared about her husband's opinion now, as long as her husband likes her. In fact, She still very much regretted not slaughtering that unknown heavenly pride just now. Is it too late to go back? Su Chang'an seemed to be able to tell what was going on in Su Jiudiao's mind, and gently touched her forehead, counting it as a soothing gesture. The little fox lady still needs to be coaxed. Just then, a great Tao transmission voice fell steeply from the firmament, resounding throughout the entire heaven beyond heaven. The heavenly path of asking will descend in the center of that outer heaven. Please go there and walk through the heavenly path of asking to obtain the chance to ascend to immortality and bestow blessings. For 15 days, as this great Tao transmission voice fell, a pillar of light in the sky above lit up steeply, slowly condensing into a heavenly road from the top down. That should be the center of the entire outer heaven. Although it was very far away, one could still feel this heavenly road Tao permeating the area leading to it, as if it was the peak at the end of the immortal road. For a time, the celestial pride located in that outer heaven all surged towards the location of the light pillar. It was as if one step slower and the immortal path opportunity was gone from them. Su Jinwei seemed a bit disgruntled. It's too fast. She hadn't even run into a few decent empresses, and so on. In the ask the heavenly path, wouldn't she not even have to look for it? Delivered straight to the door, just waiting for Negan to pick it. Thinking of this, Su Jinwei nodded to herself and smiled in satisfaction. Sister, Jiu Yao, let's go over there too. Aha! Listen to your husband. On the other side, Feng Daitian and Ji Rushue stayed together. Feng Maotian's cultivation at the early stage of the Mahayana realm wasn't considered low in that outer heaven. Plus there was also Ji Rushue at the transition realm. They didn't encounter much trouble. An unusually smooth ride. Moreover, Feng Maotian had also stumbled upon a chance to slightly increase his strength. In reality, these were all opportunities that Ji Rushue deserved, but they were given up to Feng Daitian by her. She had utilized Feng Wutian after all, so it was fine to give some compensation. Right after the avenue transmission fell, they were also ready to head to the place where the heavenly path of questioning was located. But at that moment, 2 men and 2 women suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Your Excellency, please stay. We come from the floating Yuan continent's immortal emperor clan, the Ji clan. Chapter 116, The Mantis Catching the Cicada. The yellow bird in the back. We come from the Ji clan, the imperial clan of the floating Yuan continent. Your Excellency may address me as Ji Xian. Ji Rushue's mind trembled. A sense of foreboding slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Even if she was no longer treated well in the Ji family, she was still considered a direct descendant of the Ji family, so she naturally knew Ji Xian. How big was heaven beyond heaven? How did he find himself? Feng Maotian hummed lightly. I don't remember having any dealings with the floating Yuan continent's emperor clan. The youth who called himself Ji Xian continued. Your Excellency, the third young master of my Ji family's direct lineage has recently disappeared, and after investigating, I was able to affirm that she has left the floating element continent and gone to other continents in the heavens. What does this have to do with us? Feng Maotian had a strong attitude. Perhaps it was influenced by her master's character. Even if the other party held the advantage in numbers as well as cultivation, she didn't have a single thought of retreating. This really has nothing to do with your Excellency. Ji Xian looked towards Ji Rushue behind Feng Wutian. What we are looking for is the person hiding behind your Excellency. She looks a lot like my cousin, the missing full-fledged young master of my Ji clan. When Ji Rushue heard this, she knew that her identity had been exposed. I don't know how she was exposed, but she was. Perhaps, the Ji family had some secret method that she didn't know about, and even if she hid her face, she would still be recognized. However, she wasn't going to give up on it. To go back to the Ji family and continue to accept their fate at a glance? How is that possible? If it came to a fight, it would be fine if it was only Ji Xian, but there wasn't more than one transition realm among the other 4. She quickly made the judgment that she had no chance of winning. Ha! Feng Wutian snorted in a low voice. Because it looks like your cousin. You're going to take her away? I am not simply skeptical. Ji Xian stretched out his hand. A life talisman with a shimmering light lying on its palm. Anyone who is a member of the Ji family's bloodline will draw out a drop of source blood since birth, dropping it into the life talisman and becoming a longevity talisman for the firstborn descendants of the Ji family. And the longevity talisman reacts when it is near the master it represents. We have pursued all the way to come before you too. Feng Daitian glanced back and asked Ji Rushue what exactly was going on. Ji Rushue's complexion was tangled and she did not say anything. Seeing this, Feng Wutian was certain that the missing direct descendant of the Ji clan in Ji Xian's words was Ji Rushue. She is not a zither girl selling her skills in a greenhouse, nor does she have a miserable past. I didn't realize that I was being lied to, but that's okay. What one sees in her is simply her piano skills. Besides, even if Ji Rushue had deceived her, then she should give herself another explanation afterwards, instead of being taken away somehow. Feng Daitian's expression fell for a moment, then returned to normal, no matter what. She is now my consort. So unless she says she wants to go with you guys on her own, then come and fight me. Even if you can't beat them, you can't lose the momentum. Ji Xian sniffed and his eyes fell on Ji Rushue. Cousin, the clan master said that if we do meet you in that outer heaven, let us bring you back. You owe your life to the Ji family. Your talent also belongs to the Ji family, and you deserve to follow the family's arrangements. Don't forget, your mother is nothing more than. Shut up, Ji Rushue steeply and coldly shouted. What does it have to do with you as to how my mother is doing? Without you people, how could my mother have killed herself? If it weren't for my mother's suicide note, Ji Rushue couldn't figure out how her mother, who obviously had no feelings for the Ji family, would leave a suicide note with such content as let her listen well to the Ji family after committing suicide. If it wasn't for this suicide note, she probably would have left the Ji family a long time ago. Is this your way of admitting who you are? Ji Xian laughed softly, his tone carrying an undeniable undertone. The clan lord's order is for us to take you back. Until then, you'll follow me. Humph, try it then. Ji Rushue converged on the thin veil covering her face, and the might of the transition realm was unreservedly displayed. You think you're so proud of your emperor bloodline, but you can't even compare to a lowly bloodline like mine. Ha, it's really laughable. The corners of Ji Xian's mouth twitched twice, and there was more than a hint of sulking under his eyes, and the few Ji clan children next to him directly sat down when they heard this. What did you say? Didn't your mother teach you to respect your older brother? Humph, lowly person, no education at all. Even if your cultivation is high, so what? The foundation is unstable, but it's just a mere formality. It had been said that Ji Rushue was the heir of a concubine. Moreover, the Ji clan master was born to mortals from the red dust with no spiritual roots. Because of this, the clan master of the Ji clan was even reprimanded by his old ancestor. As a result, she had endured many grievances that shouldn't have been imposed on her at birth, and was destined to be much worse than the heirs of those imperial marriages. Even if there was talent, it wouldn't be very high. However, when a full-fledged heavenly pride like Ji Xian and the others had just built their foundations, Ji Rushue had reached Jiedan, even with her pitifully low resources. But in the entire Ji family, no one could catch up with her. Some children who were jealous began to slander Ji Rushue for stealing the Ji family's resources and secretly cultivating. And then, Ji Rushue was punished. It sounds brain-dead. After all, Ji Rushue merely cultivated faster and didn't have any innate holy body or bloodline. Can't get the attention of the Ji family. Plus, the Ji family was already in a mess internally. But since then, Ji Rushue had learned to hide herself. Patience in the open, revenge in the shadows. What did I say that was wrong? Ji Rushue dashed forward, resolutely facing Ji Xian and the other four alone. Dancing Sky, you should leave first. They have a transition realm presence. So after I finish them off, I'll look for you at the heavenly path of asking. Without waiting for Feng Wutian to reply, Ji Rushue fought with Ji Xian's men. For a while, the spells roamed the sky. With 1 against 2, it was actually difficult to see the winner in a short period of time. Feng Wutian clenched her teeth tightly. She knew that even if she didn't leave, she wouldn't be able to help much here. Those two Mahayana realms on the other side didn't participate in the fight either. The gap between the transition realm and the Mahayana realm was simply too great. In the middle of the void, Su Chang'an and the others were quietly hidden away. Su Jiuyo muttered in a small voice. Husband already knew that they would fight? Aha! Su Jinwei also spoke up and asked, are we going to help? There's no hurry first. Su Chang'an laughed softly while converging on his concealment means, and the silhouettes of the three of them were revealed. For a child of Qi like Ji Rushue, it was necessary to first plunge her into despair before giving her a little bit of hope. This will make it easier to lead her to blackness. Right. And the truth about her mother's death. There's some anticipation of how she'll react when the time comes. Chapter 117 Ask my lord to make a move. The sudden appearance of Su Chang'an caused Ji Xian and Ji Rushue to freeze for a moment, especially Ji Rushue, whose eyes flashed with intense hatred after she froze again. Though only for a moment. Did he come to see his joke? No, the heavenly clan's son shouldn't be that boring. Who is your honor? Ji Xian looked at Su Chang'an warily. He couldn't see through Su Chang'an, and the woman holding the sword in her arms by his side as well. As for the other demon clan member, his breath was obscured. You guys fight yourselves. This hall just wants to see how the newly accepted slaves' means are. Su Chang'an took on the stance of a theatergoer, and didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Ji Xian couldn't understand what that meant, but Ji Rushue was listening. She couldn't help but bite her teeth. Su Chang'an was treating herself like a slave? It's not far off, but it's so insulting. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine soul was now restricted and he was unable to give birth to the thought of resistance, he would definitely give him a stab. but when she met Su Chang'an's line of sight, she subconsciously shivered again, and certain unpleasant memories came flooding back to her mind. Forget it. It's better to give him a stab in the heart. In that case, Your Excellency, please stay away. This is my Ji family's family matter, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere. If you do so without authorization, Ji Xian will consider Your Excellency to be provoking our clan. As Ji Xian said this, a hint of killing intent flashed across Su Chang'an's eyes, but there was no movement. Then, Ji Xian fought Ji Rushue once again. The cultivation level of the transition realm was not low in the first place, especially in the heaven beyond heaven, a place where the transition realm was already the ceiling. The might that 3 transition realms erupted was terrifying. This also forced Feng Maotian and those 2 Mahayana realms from the Ji clan to retreat backward a distance. Your Highness, Dancing Heaven begs you. Step in and save Ji Rushue. Feng Dancing Heaven hesitated in place for half a day, and finally decided to come and beg Su Chang'an after Ji Rushue began to show her decline. I can tell that Ji Rushue is filled with hatred for her imperial clan. If I let her go back, her fate will definitely be miserable. Seeing that Su Chang'an didn't say anything, Feng Daitian was a bit anxious and began to throw out his chips. In exchange, any request Your Highness has, as long as it's something I can do, I will absolutely not refuse. Su Jinwei laughed softly. If your master was here, perhaps you could consider it. Feng Maotian was silent for an instant. If Master Teacher was here, why would she need to come and beg Su Chang'an? Wouldn't it be better to just let the master make a move? This hall has said it before, right? She's my slave, and it's up to this palace to decide whether she lives or dies. Su Chang'an's tone was playful. However, she's not obedient right now. She needs to be made obedient. What? Now Feng Daitian didn't know what to say. When did Ji Rushue become Su Chang'an's slave? In that case, what is oneself? Ji Rushue was clearly bought by herself to be right. If His Highness the World Prince is interested in Ji Rushue right now, when the matter is over, Dancing Heaven will ask her what she thinks, and if she chooses to leave with His Highness, Dancing Heaven will never say anything more. If you don't want to, please respect her. Your Highness. Su Chang'an nodded gently, counting it as an agreement. When Feng Maotian saw this, he was also secretly relieved in his heart. As things stood now, Su Chang'an shouldn't let Ji Rushue be taken away. And as for afterward, she also believed that Ji Rushue would choose herself. After all, one side was the son of the heavenly clan who was not easy to deal with and could lose his life at any time. On the other side, there is herself, who treats her as her own sister. Anyone knows what to choose, right? Thinking of this, Feng Maotian revealed a shallow smile. This was agreed to by His Highness, the Prince of the World. I hope that His Highness the World Prince won't back out then. The situation on Ji Rushue's side was also clear. From being neck and neck in the beginning, they were now barely able to play passive defense. Truly one-on-one, she was able to win against Ji Xian. Unfortunately, this slight advantage was not enough to make up for the difference in numbers. Boom! Ji Rushue and Ji Xian once again blasted a move against each other's arts. This time, Ji Rushue understood that she had reached her limit, and with the next move, she would be seriously injured, and then taken away. There's no need for unnecessary resistance. Honestly, return to the Ji clan with me, and according to the clan rules, you shouldn't be chastised for anything too serious, provided fourth sister's death has nothing to do with you. Ji Rushue smiled to herself. Oh, even if I die here, I'll never go back to that place. You should be glad that my mother left a suicide note. Otherwise, she would have already taken revenge on the Ji family. Although it sounded quite ridiculous for a transitional realm to take revenge on that kind of emperor clan, she could grow, and it wouldn't be too late for her to take revenge when she reached above the emperor realm in the future. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Ji Xian had already raised his hand to coalesce a boundary spell as he spoke. Unless you have the vigor to commit suicide, it's not up to you to decide whether or not to go back. This spell would not fatally injure Ji Rushue while restricting her movements. Ji Rushue was powerless to resist anymore at this point. At the last minute, she shouted towards Su Chang'an, who was watching from the firmament. Your Highness, didn't you say that the concubine is your slave? Now that the concubine is about to be taken away, this is a provocation to you. Surely His Highness, in his position, would not allow such a thing to happen? Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. A slave should have the posture of a slave. Do you still need this palace to teach you what to call yourself? Ji Rushue froze. She knew, of course, what slaves called their masters. But let yourself open this mouth. Ji Xian's technique had already been struck, and a terrifying spiritual power was about to envelop Ji Rushue. Once fully caged, she would be disconnected from the outside world. Master! Just as the boundary was about to take shape, Ji Rushue's knees bent and she knelt down towards Su Chang'an, her expression thick with humiliation. Ji Rushue, Implore my lord, save the slave girl. This temple shall. Su Chang'an had succeeded in his aim and did not delay any longer. His figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he arrived in front of Ji Rushue, blocking the boundary. A white dress, just like an immortal coming. In the meantime, the spell Jixian had struck disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. All of you should have heard it, right? Ji Rushue is a slave of this hall. Life and death should be decided by this hall. If you have nothing to do, you may leave. In the original plot, Ji Rushue was brought back by Ji Xian and the others, so Su Chang'an didn't intend to kill all of Ji Xian and the others. At the very least, you have to leave one to go back and report. Otherwise, the Ji family wouldn't have known that Ji Rushue was still alive. Without the Ji family, it's not good to guide her to blackness yourself. Ji Xian couldn't see through Su Chang'an's reality, and forced down the anger in his heart. Do you know the status of my Ji family in the floating Yuan continent? Do you really want to turn against my Ji family for her? Don't want to leave? Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow, and with a slight movement of his mind, a strand of void Dao penetrated Ji Xian's arm. Pith! Ji Xian's left arm directly turned into nothingness. This, Ji Xian steeply retreated dozens of meters, his expression filled with awe. This is the kind of tactic that one has never seen before. Could it be that he had already reached the Saint Realm? Even the number 1 ranked continent? I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to reach this level. Chapter 118, I've long been His Highness's person. Ji Xian and the others had already felt a sense of withdrawal, but he didn't dare to act rashly, in case he made the other party angry and killed them all with that unseen means. I wonder which continent your honor comes from. Su Chang'an returned in a faint voice. Desolate ancient. Dystopia? Is there such a continent in all the worlds? Ji Xian was inwardly puzzled, but soon, he remembered what his old ancestor had once told them about the desolate ancient celestial emperor who had emerged from the immortal ascension sect across the sky. Is this Drakengard? The other Drakengard? It's really a great flood that has destroyed the Dragon King's temple, Ji Xian said in a low voice with a smile. My floating Yuan continent and the desolate ancient have had no conflicts in the recent epochs. It's not bad for Ji Rushue to stay there. If your excellency has nothing else to do, we'll leave first. Want to go now? It's a little late, isn't it? Ji Xian touched out his storage ring and handed it to Su Chang'an through the air, saying with a face of fleshly pain, there are 2 saint stage life-protecting spiritual treasures inside, counting it as an indemnity gift for the offense Ji Xian had just committed. The sacred order was of no help to Su Chang'an. 2 saint ranks and you want to trade away 4 of your lives? Ji Xian clenched his teeth, his voice almost squeezing out from between his teeth. What more does your excellency want? Su Chang'an fell into a deep thought, and after a few breaths, as if he had thought of something amusing, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Tell you what, if all of you can disappear from my sight before this hall counts to 1, I'll let you leave alive. Without waiting for Ji Xian to speak, Su Chang'an had already started counting down. 5. Ji Xian froze, then reacted, turning around and fleeing in a direction away from Su Chang'an. You 3, follow. The other 3 also reacted and started to run away with the fastest speed in their lives. 4. Only 2 breaths had passed. Ji Xian was on the verge of disappearing from his field of vision, and the other 3 were in a similar situation. So, 1. At the same time Su Chang'an's voice fell, 3 strands of void Dao shot out, directly penetrating the bodies of the 3. The 3 people from the Ji clan dissipated in thin air as if they had never appeared. Only Ji Xian was left behind to escape. His eyes reddened as he felt the fading of his 3 brother and sister's breath, then ran faster. Desolate. Wait for the floating Yuan continent Ji family to descend. When I return to the Ji clan, it will be the time of desolate ancient's downfall. What he didn't know was that Su Chang'an had also secretly inflicted a Dao of death on him. It's a delayed trigger though. It won't kill him outright. The floating Yuan Ji family had long been on Su Chang'an's list for destruction, and it was going to be Ji Rushue's hand to exterminate it. Your Highness, there's still Ji Xian who isn't dead. Ji Rushue was anxious when she saw that Su Chang'an had let Ji Xian go. Aren't you going to kill him altogether? Originally, she thought that since Su Chang'an had dared to reveal the continent he was in, he would definitely silence Ji Xian and the others, or else the follow-up would be very troublesome. Besides, the Heim family knew she was alive that way, and it's right here in the Arakan continent. Is this how slaves talk to their masters? Su Chang'an laughed lightly. Ji Rushue immediately felt an irresistible force coming from the depths of her soul, causing her to lower her head. Hiss! She sucked in a breath of cold air and forced herself to steady herself. The slave girl knows her mistake. My lord, forgive me. It had to be said that Ji Rushue's identity changed very quickly, and there was no sense of incongruity when she said this. On the side, Feng Daitian walked over. She first arched her hand at Su Chang'an and thanked him. Many thanks, Your Highness. This time it's dancing heaven that owes you a favor. In the future if there's any need, as long as Dancing Heaven is able to do it, she'll never refuse. She then reached out and tried to pull Ji Rushue away. Rushue, the Ji family's people have all left. You don't need to pretend you're His Highness the World Prince's slave anymore. Get up. But when she pulled twice, Ji Rushue didn't even move. Kiju, what's wrong with you? Ji Rushue's face wasn't very pretty and she didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Su Chang'an. It seems to be waiting for orders. Your Highness, Rushue has already been bought by me, Feng Wutian said in a deep voice, and you have promised that if Rushue doesn't want to stay, you won't force her, so why don't you let Rushue speak now? Su Chang'an snorted twice. When did this hall not allow her to speak? Feng Wutian looked at Ji Rushue, who nodded. The signal was that he had not spoken. Instead, it was Chang'an Su who limited her power of speech. Then your Highness should fulfill your promise and let Rushue follow me out. Fine. You can ask her right now if she wants to go with you or if she wants to stay with this temple as a slave. Su Chang'an added one more sentence after he finished. By the way, this temple is now giving you the order to follow your heart and answer. Seeing Su Chang'an loosen his lips, Feng Wutian showed joy and gently pulled on Ji Rushue's wrist. Rushue, now you can talk. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Rushue, when you're done, we can go. Will you come with me? Or will you become His Highness's slave? Kiju, say something. Rushue, you can't be. Just as Feng Wutian urged her over and over again, Ji Rushue lightly bit her lips and uttered a reply that followed her heart. Meitin, when I was in the Central Region's Tsungtian city, I was the one who was already His Highness's maid. Your Highness is the one I will serve eternally. Master. Ha! Feng Maotian froze in place. She just felt a bolt of lightning fall on her head, making her head buzz so much that she was beginning to wonder if it was a hallucination. You've been Su Chang'an's maid for a long time? What does that make me? How is it possible? Feng Maotian shook his head. Do you have something difficult to say? Ji Rushue had a complicated look on her face as she gently removed Feng Wutian's hand that was pulling on her wrist and slowly walked behind Su Chang'an. Not really. The concubine did it of her own free will. I volunteer a hammer. If it wasn't for that damned divine soul prohibition that made her willingly serve Su Chang'an, how could she possibly answer that? Dancing Sky. Believe me, I do hate Su Chang'an. Ji Rushue was already starting to break down inside. Even more devastated than her was Phoenix Dancing Sky. In that case, Feng Wutian looked despondent. Forget it, it's just your own choice. It's okay with me. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, there are just as many tough-talking existences. If her voice hadn't choked up, Su Chang'an might have really believed it. Of course, Su Joyo had already believed it. Rushue, could you play that song for me again at the end? Feng Daitian asked for something very humble. Ji Rushue looked at Su Chang'an, who nodded. Su Jinwei thought for a moment and opened her mouth at the right time to propose. Why don't you travel with us? You're going to ask for the heavenly path anyway, and it just so happens that there are still some things I want to ask you, such as where your master has been practicing lately. Chapter 119, is this heavenly path so difficult to climb? At Su Jinwei's suggestion, Feng Maotian chose to travel with Su Chang'an, as he was going to ask for the heavenly path anyway. It doesn't matter how it goes. However, why was Su Jinwei so attached to her master? And ask where you've been practicing lately. What's even more outrageous is that she actually asked her master how old he was. Hey, how can this be said? Actually, she didn't know. Although Feng Maotian felt that something was wrong, he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Perhaps the Heavenly Clan's worldly daughter really knew her own master? It's really not a sure thing. Let's wait until we get back and ask the master. When Su Chang'an arrived at the center of the outer heaven, the heavenly road of questioning had just coalesced into shape. The heavenly road was endless. With the divine sense range of the Emperor realm, it couldn't be probed to the end. Each layer of steps on it were clearly divided, and the width was even able to allow thousands of heavenly prides to ascend at the same time. There were quite a few heavenly prides that couldn't wait to walk onto the heavenly road of asking and start ascending the steps. However, none of them more than 10 orders of. No, it's horrible. 9 steps is my limit. I feel like I'll die up there if I go one more step. The 7th step is all sword shadows, and in my line of sight, 1 step forward is going to be cut off at the waist. Guess what I see? My grandma is smiling at me. Ha ha, the prohibitions are too strong. I can't walk when I reach the 8th step. Each step of the heavenly path of questioning had a layer of prohibitions that were used to test the ascender's heart, talent, and so on. These prohibitions would stack up and increase in strength exponentially, and the farther one traveled on the heavenly road of questioning, the greater the chances one would obtain. The difficulty is equally so. However, the heavenly prides of all the heavens and worlds gathered here, and soon there were heavenly prides who rushed up to the 10th step, then the 20th step, 30 steps, finally, A heavenly pride from the top 10 continents broke through the 100th step, worthy of being a heavenly pride of the Dusty Edge continent. Senior brother Chen. So handsome. My Dusty Edge continent. This time it will finally stand up. I wonder what the chances of the 100th step are. One after another. There were also other continents' prides that broke through the 100th step, and even came to the 300th step at one point. However, 300 steps were still pitifully short for the endless Ask the Sky road. No one knew exactly how many steps there were on the heavenly path of asking. Just then, an empty space suddenly appeared in the crowd. A young man appeared in the center of the void. The young man's face was handsome, arrogant, with a dusty temperament around him. In a crowd of heavenly prides there was even a feeling of stars holding the moon. It's Ouyang Xuanzi of the transcendent Xian continent. Someone spoke up and identified him. The most demonic pride of the transcendent Xian continent today. Ouyang Xuanzi. With a bone age of just 100 years. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the transition realm and was about to touch the saint realm. How many steps do you guys guess Ouyang Xuanzi can climb? Starting at 300 steps. 400 is not out of the question. Low, at least 500. 500 is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Isn't that a direct lock for the top spot in the Immortal Denizen sect? Don't forget, there's also the one from the first continent. Ouyang Xuanzi secretly sneered in his heart as he listened to the comments around him. Oh, 500 steps? A frog at the bottom of a well can't see the whole of the firmament after all. He himself possessed the top 3 ranked Qingdian divine body in the ancient texts, and he even possessed a trace of Tao power bestowed by the old ancestor, as well as a drop of immortal emperor's essence blood. These add up to enough to lock down the top spot in the Deng Xiamen. Thoughts retracted. The corner of Ouyang Xuanzi's mouth quirked with an evil smile as he flashed to the Ask the Sky road. I, Ouyang Xuanzi, shall be the number 1 heavenly pride of the heavens and the worlds, and shall do justice to the transcendent Xian continent. Prove yourself today by asking for the heavenly path. As the words fell, Ouyang Xuanzi turned around and walked onto the heavenly path of asking, rushing to the 10th step in an instant. The other onlookers, the other celestial pride, all stared intently at Ouyang Xuanzi's figure, wanted to see just how many steps he could punch. Ouyang Xuanzi felt the countless lines of sight gathered on his body, and the smile in his eyes grew more and more evil. One is born into this world. In the blink of an eye, he came to the 500th step. At this point, he was already feeling some pressure, and the scene in front of him became more and more blurry, and even began to appear as a mind demon illusion. But for the sake of pretense, he remained in a breezy manner. Until the 600th step, the intensity of the prohibition increased by leaps and bounds. Ouyang Xuanzi's figure paused for a moment and continued to walk upwards. His pace was now starting to get heavy. His divine soul felt a tingling pain, and every step he took required an enormous amount of qi. His heart as well as his talent had arrived at the limit. Finally, at the 698th step, he collapsed to the ground, no longer able to take a step forward. In the meantime, a golden holy light, falling from the firmament, enveloped him in a bath. This is the chance to ask for the heavenly path. It's a pity that it's only 698 steps. I'm afraid it's already the limit of the heavens and the worlds. Ouyang Xuanzi was still satisfied with the result. In particular, the chances that descended from the heavenly path of asking would be of great benefit to his future. On the other hand, Su Chang'an and the others' attention was completely absent from the heavenly road of questioning, except for when the system panel popped up at the very beginning. Su Chang'an glanced at Ouyang Xuanzi twice more. Name, Ouyang Xuanzi. Fate, the great emperor of the green underworld. Cultivation level, peak of transition realm. Root bone, 10. Qi luck, 10. Evaluation, a son of Qi with perfect attributes, but unfortunately appears in front of the host, has already taken the way of death. There is no second end for such a son of Qi. It's just a straight-up kill. However, he had already walked on the heavenly path of asking, and those outside the heavenly path would not be able to launch an attack on him. It'll just have to wait. Chang'an, sister goes first? Su Jinwei said in a slightly casual manner. Well, good luck to sister as she walks to the end of the heavenly road of asking. Su Chang'an nodded his head while giving a word of cheer. Hearing this, Su Jinwei smiled even more brightly. Chang'an, just be good and watch here. Sister will go first. Since her brother had said that, she would try slightly to see if she could walk to the end of the heavenly path of asking. I really don't know. Is this heavenly path so difficult to climb? Su Jinwei muttered as she walked up the heavenly road of questioning, not deliberately lowering her voice, which happened to be able to be heard by the surrounding celestial pride. Who is it? How dare you say such arrogant things? One of the sharp-eyed celestial pride pointed at Su Jinwei's back and said, where is it? She has already walked up the heavenly road of asking. Good. I'd like to see how many steps she can ascend. Which continent's heavenly pride is she? How come I haven't heard of this before? There doesn't seem to be any female sword cultivators among the heavenly pride of the top 10 continents, right? However, in the next moment, these heavens pride who were still discussing, all stared in disbelief, because Su Jinwei had already reached the 400th step. Chapter 120, Ouyang Xuanzi, I'm the most novice? The heavenly prides who were still discussing just now all looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. 400 steps a breath, and the speed didn't change at all. It felt like it was about to overtake Ouyang Xuanzi. So much for a comparison. Ouyang Xuanzi is worthy of being called the number one heavenly pride of the heavens? The crowd all began to wonder about Su Jinwei's identity, followed by turning their attention to Su Chang'an, who was traveling with Su Jinwei. He can't be that fierce, can he? Ouyang Xuanzi, who was located on the heavenly steps and preparing to head down, saw Su Jinwei, who was sprinting towards him, and his brain went down for a moment. This seems to be asking for the heavenly path, right? How does it feel like she's in a hurry when she's taken it all step by difficult step herself? It's like you can't wait to go through the process. Young man, it's better to be calm. Just as his brain went down, a stream of air quickly flashed past him. Su Jinwei had already crossed over to him. Not a single extra glance was left. 700 steps, 800 steps. Ouyang Xuanzi mechanically turned his head and looked at the gradually fading figure, finally reacting. How is that possible? Even though he was burdened with the green underworld divine body and had only managed to walk here, what made her able to cross over so easily? It's on. Definitely open. Ouyang Xuanzi was unconvinced in his heart, but it was useless to be unconvinced. It's not like he's capable of catching up, can only be unconvinced here. In the original plot, Su Jinwei was supposed to have traveled thousands of steps and asked for the chance to ask for the end of the heavenly path as a glimmer of hope for her to resurrect Su Chang'an. It's a shame though, until the very end, no such chance appeared. And now, although Su Chang'an was still alive, according to Su Jinwei's talent and chi, it shouldn't be much of a problem to walk through the 1,000 steps. Jiao Yao, let's go too. Well, Su Junyao's small face was slightly worried. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to walk too far and disgrace her husband. It's like facing an exam. Come to the Ask the Sky road. Su Jiao suddenly felt her ear being pinched and turned her head in confusion. Husband? Su Chang'an could see what she was worried about and said softly, don't worry about it. Just walk as if it's your usual path. It doesn't matter no matter how far you go. Su Jiao's expression froze slightly. When she came back to her senses, her heart was touched and she nodded her head vigorously. Well, listen to your husband. Su Chang'an and Su Junyao boarded the heavenly road of asking together. With Su Jinwei's precedent, the crowd of celestial pride all stared closely at Su Chang'an and Su Jiao this time. As Su Jinwei's peers, they should be strong too, right? It's not certain that it's stronger than Su Jinwei. However, to their surprise, Su Chang'an walked unhurriedly and did not take a breath of 100 steps as expected. The first 100 steps, Su Jiao easily walked through. The 200th step, and there's no pressure. By the time she reached the 300th step, her breathing was slightly disorganized, but she was able to walk smoothly through it. On the 400th step, she saw the sight of her mother, Su Yunshi, falling, and stopped for a full 100 breaths before she barely made it across. At the 500th step, the divine soul began to tingle, and the illusionary mind demon could not be controlled. Just when she couldn't go on, Su Chang'an shouted her name a few times from the side, allowing her to recover her mind and come to the 600th step. Then, she saw the sight of Su Chang'an's fall, stopping short. A total of 603 steps were traveled. In the original plot, Su Junyao had only walked through 500 steps. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to come to the 600th step now. Perhaps it was because she had married into the celestial race and lived there for a while, coupled with the fact that Su Chang'an had taught her cultivation from time to time, giving her some elixirs and precious medicines, allowing her talent and heart as well as her cultivation to all improve. But this really exceeded Su Chang'an's expectations. Husband, Jiao can't go on. Su Jiao lowered her head and whispered. It seemed that there was some guilt, and at the same time, he was worried that his husband would think that he was useless, and actually didn't even surpass that Ouyang Xuanzi of the transcendental Xian continent. Su Chang'an touched the top of her head in the air. It's alright, Junyao is much more powerful than last time. This was because on the heavenly steps of asking, the ascenders were unable to make physical contact. This counts as a protection mechanism. Last time, Su Jiao cocked her head, somewhat not understanding what that meant. Wasn't this the first time he had come to the outer heaven? Don't worry about it. Su Chang'an turned around. Next, obediently wait here for husband to return. Soon. Aha. Su Jiao nodded her head obediently. Her husband told her not to care, so she didn't. Su Chang'an let out a light laugh, then turned around and began to use his own speed to start walking the heavenly road of questioning. He likewise met Ouyang Xuanzi. As he passed by, Su Chang'an even gave him a gentle smile. Fellow Daoist, after leaving the heavenly path of asking, please also have a catch-up. When he finished, he headed straight up. Only a dumbfounded Ouyang Xuanzi was left behind, staring blankly at Su Chang'an's back. What do I have to talk to you about? Do we know each other well? Moreover, he always felt that Su Chang'an's smile just now meant something. Something. Dude, you smell good. It's kind of creepy to think about. However, he was also curious as to which continent Su Chang'an actually came from, and why he felt even more relaxed than Su Jinwei. Could it be the top-ranked Purple Sky continent? In fact, by the time he reached the 1000th step, Su Chang'an didn't even feel any pressure. It's just like regular walking. Soon, he met Su Jinwei. Right now Su Jinwei was at the 1742nd step. It's already going slow. But upon seeing Su Chang'an, she coughed lightly and pretended to be relaxed. Sister, Chang'an, sister knew you were better than sister. Su Jinwei praised unabashedly, worthy of being my brother. That, you go first. Sister walks a little slower, so you don't have to wait for her. Su Chang'an shook his head, not intending to go by himself. Sister, I'd better join you? Su Jinwei's blue eyes slightly condensed, pretending to be angry. Chadan, don't you even listen to your sister? Listen, if you wait for sister, it will slow down your progress. Sister is really fine. Or is it that Chanan doesn't trust his sister? Su Chang'an. There was no way around it. Su Jinwei had said so Su Chang'an had to give up on the idea of going with her. Okay, sis. See you at the end. Well, go on. Only after Su Chang'an left did Su Jinwei let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking about what Su Chang'an had just said, she couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. Silly brother, how can sister have the ability to go all the way to the end? However, sister still has the ability to protect you. Sister has thought it over. To protect you, she doesn't need to be stronger than you, it only needs to be stronger than all the other beings in the heavens and the earth. Let's set a small goal first. Certify to the Emperor realm, and then beat up that female emperor from the immortal domain. Chapter 121, Chopping Short the Heavenly Path. This is the end. In the blink of an eye, Su Chang'an had already arrived at the 2000th step, and he still didn't feel any pressure. Perhaps, was his own cultivation level in the Emperor realm slightly too high? The heart demon illusion, on the contrary, has also appeared. However, after Su Chang'an manifested his forbidden pupils, everything dissipated again and there was only the truest world. Su Chang'an continued to increase his speed. 3,000 steps, 4,000 steps. After an unknown amount of time, when Su Chang'an turned back again, he realized that he was already located in the middle of the firmament. Apart from the endless staircase, there was nothing but clouds filling the air. 10,000 steps already? Su Chang'an murmured in a low voice. Then he continued to walk towards the front, and after another 1,000 steps, the phantom image of an immortal god appeared steeply in the center of the heavenly steps, blocking his way. The immortal god illusion launched a direct attack without any further ado. In the heavenly path of questioning, the spiritual energy in the body was like a pool of stagnant water that could not be condensed. If you wanted to fight, you could only use the power of the Tao. The opponent was using the Inferno Fire Tao Rule. The Inflaming Fire Tao Rule was the power of the Tao Rule that was materialized. The sky-covering inflammatory flames coalesced steeply, coming towards Su Chang'an. With the inflammatory fire here, an ordinary cultivator of the transitional realm would be scorched to ashes just by dabbing on it. Su Chang'an raised his head indifferently, looking at the inferno flame that was about to devour his own. Fighting for the power of the Tao? Sorry, he just happens to have the Tao of attaining perfection. This was also equivalent to the fact that Su Chang'an had no chance of losing against this kind of illusion, and it was a tie at best. With a slight movement of his mind, the Tao of the sword that had reached perfection chopped out. Pith! A blank area suddenly appeared since the center of the roiling inflammatory light, as if it had been cut off by something. The rest of the inflammatory flames fell around Su Chang'an. Immediately after that, another Tao of swords chopped out, this time targeting the immortal god phantom that was blocking his front. No different from an inflamed fire, the phantom image was likewise neatly chopped off sideways upon contact with the Tao of the sword, and then it fell apart. A heavy and unsettling question was issued before he disappeared completely. Thou, why do you have both immortal and demon forbidden pupils? Why do you have two pairs of forbidden pupils at the same time? Because, of course, I'm handsome. Hanging is given by the system. Don't ask me. The immortal god illusion couldn't understand what Su Chang'an meant by this, but he knew that it must be the reason why he couldn't understand it. After resolving this phantom image, Su Chang'an continued to walk forward. Every 1,000 steps, he would come across a phantom statue blocking his way, or fairy, or devil. They were all wondering at the end of their branching off why Su Chang'an had two pairs of forbidden pupils at the same time. The phantom image of one of the demon gods even asked, "Which of my former Dao friends are you the reincarnation of?" In response, Su Chang'an made up a name. Swire. His father Su Moyuan is now a Taiku true immortal, and making up a name according to Taiku is basically about the same. Who knew that the demon god phantom revealed a look of relief after hearing that name? Bull ***** is right. Ha ha, so that's it. Although it is unclear how you managed to have two pairs of chaos pupils at the same time. I wish you success. Then he simply dissipated. Su Chang'an was depressed, so angry that he cursed twice in his heart. The Riddler is disgusting. Talking is not all it's cracked up to be. Are readers expected to guess? However, when Su Chang'an encountered the next demon god phantom image again, he directly registered himself. I am the reincarnation of Taiku, but in the process of reincarnation, my memories dissipated, and I somewhat cannot remember my past. That demon god had just condensed his Dao and froze for a moment when he heard Su Chang'an's words. Really? Really? Su Chang'an immediately revealed his chaos demon pupil. That demon god converged his Dao rules at the sight. A flash of memories flashing through his eyes. Taiku, this is a long time ago name for me. Taiku seems to be the first demon god to fall in the immortal demon war. Su Chang'an probably heard it. It is the two paths derived from immortals and demons for Hongmeng in the ancient times. Immortals and demons are in constant conflict. Eventually a war between immortals and demons breaks out. Then, almost all of the 3,000 demon gods fell, and the ones that didn't fall could only hide in the extraterrestrial abyss and languish. That battle was considered a crushing victory for Xian. As a result, the orthodox devil Dao is almost invisible in the 10,000 realms of the heavens now, with only the immortal Dao, which has been diffused in thousands of ways. At that time, all the demon gods felt it was a pity that Thou had fallen. I didn't expect that you would have predicted the end of the immortal demon battle and have laid out your plans to this extent in advance. The battle between immortals and demons is far from over. As our physical bodies do not survive, we cannot give you much help, so we will give you the power of the great Tao that we have accumulated over these 10,000 years. Su Chang'an, huh? In the next moment, pure power of the great Tao surged out, encircling Su Chang'an in its entirety. This was different from the system rewards infusion, which was an external force of the great Tao that Su Chang'an needed to comprehend and absorb on his own. But with his talent, it was just a matter of a few breaths. The Li Shui Taoist rule. Consummated. Ancient demon god. When I revive, that's when the immortal gods will fall. Aha! Su Chang'an answered perfunctorily. The demon god of the Li water. After his phantom image shattered, Su Chang'an continued to walk forward, and all the demonic god phantoms he encountered along the way had to catch up with him. Then he was given a different chance. There were now dozens of Dao rules that had reached perfection. As for the immortal god illusion, Su Chang'an had tried the same method, but unfortunately failed. There's nothing to say. Directly chopped with the Dao of the sword. Now Su Chang'an couldn't remember how many steps he had traveled. There were no longer any illusions blocking the way ahead. But the heavenly path of questioning was as if it had no end. No matter how far he went, there would always be the next step waiting for him. There really is no end to it. Su Chang'an stopped in his tracks and looked at the white steps for a few seconds. In that case, I'll cut the heavenly road of questioning off from here. This place will become the end. As the saying goes, if you can't find the answer, create it. That's how it works. Say it and do it. A sword condensed from the Tao of the sword appeared, and Su Chang'an gripped it tightly and chopped down at the white steps in front of him. This sword contained 3,000 great roads. Pith. At this moment, the surrounding space became extremely unstable. 3,000 Dao rules flowed outside the heavenly road, with the perfected Dao of the sword leading the way, and on the heavenly steps, a tiny scratch appeared. It's small, but it still works. It seems to work. Seeing this, Su Chang'an swung a few more swords at the scratch, using his full strength on each one. Other than beating Emojor, this was the first time he had used his full strength. Pith. Pith. I don't know how many swords were swung, but the Dao rules near the heavenly path were extremely disorganized, all blending together in a disorderly manner. There is a sense of chasm and chaos. This also made the effect of Su Chang'an's Hongmeng Heart Sutra even stronger. Make each sword more powerful. Boom! Right at this moment, the heavenly road of asking collapsed with a bang, and the space completely shattered along with it. Su Chang'an's entire body was in the middle of a chaos. If he didn't have the Dao to protect his body, he would have crumbled along with the space. Chapter 122, I should really reflect on what makes me look like a good person. The heavenly path of asking disappeared completely. Su Chang'an was in the middle of chaos, surrounded by 3,000 Dao rules, and his divine sense was unable to seep out. He sacrificed the chaos bell and stood it above his head to ensure that he would not be suddenly annihilated by an unknown attack. Here's Su Chang'an murmured in a low voice. A response came from the chaos. Ask for the end of the heavenly road. Chaos? That's where you're looking. The voice was extremely hoarse, connoting complex emotions that tended to be void. It was hard to imagine what kind of being could make such an unpleasant sound. Who are you? My name? I have no name. I am the will that asks for the heavenly path. Su Chang'an wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the other party first. Now it's my turn to ask you. Why art thou here? Without even thinking about it, Su Chang'an returned. It was just a whim. Okay, your turn. Don't say it. The will of this asked the heavenly path was quite fair. That is, one person asked one question. Su Chang'an, ask why the heavenly path exists. As you can see, one is to rain down opportunities to test the qualifications of the heavenly pride of the heavens, and the other is to let me wait for the first one to come to the end. Now, I will wait. This was not mentioned in the original episode. After all, Su Chang'an was the first heavenly pride to walk to the end of the Ask the Immortal road. My next question, and I ask you to follow your heart in answering it. Why do you want to become immortal? Why do you want to be immortal? I'm the most villainous villain in the heavens and the earth. I don't become immortal. Do we wait for the chosen one to become immortal? Su Chang'an pondered for a few seconds, then slowly raised his head and looked somewhere in the chaos. I'll end up with enemies all over the world. The Celestial Clan, my parents and sister as well as Jiu Yao, and the people who are genuinely interested in me likewise. Cultivation is meant to be a struggle with others. If I don't become immortal, those who do are enemies. In that case, why don't I become immortal? Furthermore, immortality is not my essential pursuit. What I need is the power to be able to cut down immortals and kill demons. The voice in the chaos fell silent for a few moments. I don't know how long it took, but the hoarse voice sounded again. Your turn. Su Chang'an pondered briefly and asked in a condensed voice, will the 3,000 demon gods revive in the future? They never really fall. Demon gods and immortal gods originally belonged to a Tao, and unless the Tao they are in annihilates, neither will truly fall, and at most, they will be silent for tens of thousands of epochs, as they are now. Tens of thousands of epochs. The ancient records of the heavens and the worlds are only tens of epochs. That is to say, it is not certain whether the worlds of the heavens will exist or not by then. Next, the will in chaos asked another question that caused Su Chang'an to stifle his laughter. If your enemy were to coerce you with the countless living beings of the heavens and the worlds, what would you choose? My enemy is the villain. So what am I? Still, Su Chang'an looked grave, with a tangled and hesitant look. Then I'll have to reflect on what I've done to make my enemies think that I'll care about the other beings in the heavens and the worlds. Will in chaos? Silence is my wordless roar. I'm sorry, I had a preconceived notion that you would choose the path of immortality. You're still more suited to becoming a demon. No, the devil probably couldn't even tolerate him. It's a questionnaire now, and it's really good for him to just say it without hiding it at all. In that case, I'm done asking. You can now go back the way you came, and the chances belonging to the end of the heavenly path of asking will descend on their own. As this voice fell, the dark chaos steeply erupted into a point of light, followed by the point of light spreading and instantly covering the surrounding area. Chaos dissipates. He rejoined the sky steps of asking, and everything returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. However, the heavenly path turned into an abyss in front of him, and he could only return by following the heavenly steps he had come from. During the process of returning, his cultivation grew rapidly. It quickly reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Even the great Tao that had not been consummated began to have epiphanies at an incredible speed, and before he even met Su Jinwei, he had consummated nearly 100 great Tao. Chapter 123, I just love your confidence. On the vault of the sky, there is a big road list publicized. However, the above also only publicized the top 10 who had traveled the number of steps of the heavenly path of asking, and the continent where the other party was located. Among them, Su Jinwei ranked first, 3,400 steps, and it's still one that I've never heard the name of before, the Desolate Continent. The pride of the back-ranked continent crushing the top 10 continents was something that had never happened in the last 10,000 years. At this moment, countless celestial pride were waiting to see just how many steps Su Chang'an could walk. And is he also from the Desolate Continent? However, Su Jinwei, a demonic heavenly pride who had traveled thousands of steps, had come down, yet he still hadn't seen Su Chang'an. This caused a crowd of celestials to resist speculating. He wouldn't have gone to the 10,000th step, would he? It's very much a possibility. If not, he would have been back a long time ago. Why? Yang Xuanzi looked dumbfounded, writing skepticism on his face. Even his maidservant can walk 1,000 steps, while I, as the number one heavenly pride of the transcendent Xin continent, actually only have less than 700 steps. Who the hell is he? Her maid, naturally, referred to Ji Rushue. Ji Rushue had walked through 1,000 steps, higher than both Su Joyo and Feng Maitian, and it was such a celestial pride that addressed Su Chang'an as her master. Some celestial pride has overheard it. The most puzzling thing was that Ji Rushue was from the floating Yuan continent and Su Jinwei was from the desolate ancient continent. So how did Su Chang'an get closely involved with both at the same time? It couldn't be possible that Su Chang'an could cross the border, could it? Ji Rushue stood not far away, hearing Ouyang Xuanzi's unwilling complaints. Her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes filled with anger, wishing to tear his mouth apart right now. He himself was merely yielding to him for the time being. Restricted by the divine soul prohibition, he was forced to call him master. In fact, she had long wanted to stab. Just as Ji Rushue had given birth to this thought, she felt a stabbing pain coming from her divine soul, causing the corners of her mouth to twitch unnaturally and she nearly cried out in pain. Asshole! Su Chang'an, you're a... As Ji Rushue was frantically outputting in her heart, she inadvertently met Su Jinwei's eyes, and instantly had the feeling of being seen through her bottom. Then she bowed her head sheepishly. Su Jinwei narrowed her eyes slightly and asked softly, "Are you worried about Chang'an?" Ha! Ji Rushue froze for half a second, and after reacting, she nodded her head repeatedly. Right. I'm a bit worried about Su, master's safety. Don't worry. Su Jinwei's face softened slightly. Chang'an will be fine. That's great. Ji Rushue barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Without realizing it, Chang'an has already stood at the top of the heavenly prides of all the heavens, and his ideas on many things have surpassed me as a sister. Obviously in memory. He was a little kid a couple years ago. Time flies. Su Jinwei first sighed in a low voice for a few moments before her tone became serious. He must have his own plans for keeping you around. Chang'an has long since passed his adult coronation and should have his own confidant, but he doesn't need disobedient confidants around him. If you have thoughts about Chang'an that you shouldn't have, even if you cause him to loathe me as his sister, I will definitely not let you stay in the world. Su Jinwei always felt that Ji Rushue had a strange hatred in her eyes, so she took advantage of this time to give her a good beating, even though he was still in the Mahayana realm, while Ji Rushue had long been in the transition realm, but she still had the nerve to say so. After all, she still had the protector of the way, and her mother. At that time, she only needed to say to Zhang Liuli that Ji Rushue was harboring ill intentions towards Chang'an, and with her mother's character, she would probably react similarly to her. There may be gaps in practice, but if Ji Rushue had murderous intentions towards Su Chang'an, just like Li Ningyue before her, with the intention of seizing the Chaos Demon pupil, then Zhang Liuli definitely wouldn't be soft. Your Highness Shiyu, please also rest assured that my concubine will not have thoughts that I shouldn't have. Ji Rushue maintained her calmness on the surface, but in reality, she had already begun to spit inside. She would have liked to give Su Chang'an a cut, but look what your good brother did to me. Next they just wait for Su Chang'an to come back, and at this time, a plain-clothed woman, holding an oil paper umbrella slowly walked from the distance. Oil paper umbrella under the woman's face calm. Cannot see the slightest fluctuation of emotions? Features correct, although not absolutely beautiful, but the combination together but also extremely good-looking. And it's the kind that gets more durable the more you look at it. She walked on hurriedly and murmured in a low voice when she saw the heavenly path of asking. It doesn't seem to be too late. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation around the woman, but those celestial pride all subconsciously moved out of the way. I don't know who shouted. It seems to be the one from the violet sky continent. The purple sky continent was the #1 ranked continent in the 10,000 realms of the heavens nowadays, and the celestial pride within it that entered the heaven beyond the heavens was at the very least at the Mahayana realm. This was how the gap between the violet sky continent and the other continents could be seen. That, is that famous? How come I've never heard of it before? I haven't heard of it either, but rumor has it that she started off by clashing with 3 transition realm celestials before killing them in one direct move. Holy, then she has to be at the very least a big shot in the late or even peak of the transition realm. How else can we say that people are the pride of the first continent? Nightbringer walked straight towards the entrance of the heavenly path of inquiry, and everyone along the way actively stepped back a large distance until she arrived in front of Su Jinwei. Coincidentally, she happened to be about to pass by Su Jinwei. However, Su Jinwei merely raised her eyes and glanced lightly before continuing to chat with Su Joyo all about the topic of Su Chang'an. Of course, the proud celestials watching from afar also began to talk. These two bigots are touching. How exciting. Do you guess they'll fight? I don't think so. Strong people shouldn't fight each other easily. Instead they will sympathize with each other. No, I don't feel like either of these two are going to sympathize with each other. Maybe if they don't see eye to eye, they'll fight on the spot. Night Brightening naturally noticed Su Jinwei, and a hint of curiosity was added to her bland eyes. During her walk, She had already Su Jinwei walked more than 3,000 steps on the heavenly path of questioning just by listening to the discussions around her, as well as the great Tao list on the firmament. She stopped, and after a few breaths of silence, she spoke in a faint voice. Sword immortal from the desolate ancients, the look in your eyes gives me a familiar feeling, as if you are looking at myself, disdainful of everything in the outside world. Su Jinwei raised her eyebrows, and then, I just like this kind of confidence of yours. Night Elegy looked towards the sword Su Jinwei was holding in her arms and smiled gently. This sword is so pretty, and it would be even better if the sword spirit within it didn't unleash its killing intent on me. Chapter 124, He can't be Su Jinwei's brother, right? Nightbender could sense that the sword Su Jinwei was holding in her arms was an imperial product to begin with. Moreover, the sword spirit derived within it was extremely self-aware, and could even determine that it was a threat to its master and actively release its killing intent. To be able to make this kind of sword spirit recognize its owner, Su Jinwei was perhaps even more uncomplicated than he had expected. What are you trying to say? Su Jinwei frowned. Nightblood, no need to be nervous. I'm just a little curious about this sword in your arms. Nervous? Heh, Su Jinwei laughed in a low gimlet voice. If you want a challenge, it's best to start now. After a while my brother will be back and won't have time to waste with you guys. You have a brother? The Night Salutatorian's line of sight swept over, without a trace, the celestial pride that was still staying on the heavenly road of asking. The one at the top was only 400 steps. It seemed that Su Jinwei's younger brother's talent wasn't as demonic as hers. The corners of the eyes of the Night Elegance rose slightly. You seem to care about this younger brother of yours? But he's probably going to have a hard time catching up with you in the future. And sooner or later he'll become a burden to you. Su Jinwei, whose posture was still casual, heard these words and her face instantly turned cold. What does this have to do with you? At the same time, Su Jinwei's aura quietly coalesced, firmly locking onto the other party. There was no doubt that she would do it the next instant. There was still not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy around Night Elegy. She smiled only slightly apologetically. If my words just now have offended you, then I apologize. I'm sorry, but you should be clear that the apex of the heavens and the worlds changes all the time. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and the path of immortality should be walked with humility and reverence. The current you is not a match for me yet. When you grow a bit more, I look forward to your challenge. Su Jinwei was infuriated and laughed. However, she knew that Night Banshee was right. She really wasn't her match right now. But so what? When did you ever see Su Jinwei being a wimp? Especially since the other person also said her brother couldn't keep up with her. Oh, I guess I'll realize how ridiculous I am for saying that when I actually meet Nagi. Su Jinwei laughed coldly and swung her sword to point directly at Night Byug, the blade stopping when it was less than a finger's distance from her neck. Facing the sword blade, Night Bleacher's expression remained unchanged, but her hand, which was holding the oil paper umbrella, quietly tightened a bit. I send you the same words. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and the so-called humility and reverence in your mouth is nothing more than the confidence of not standing at the top. After Su Jinwei finished speaking, she put her sword away. When you finish walking the path of asking heaven, let's see if you can still say such words. She did originally want to fight with Night Banshee. However, after thinking about it, it would be more practical for Night Banshee to personally ascend the heavenly road of asking and then bump into Chang'an. After all, it's not like you can beat her yourself. If Chang'an came back before he had finished his fight with her, it would become Chang'an protecting her in turn. This was not a situation she wanted to see. The fingers holding the oil paper umbrella loosened, and the blue and white patterns on the umbrella surface followed suit. Good. I'm also looking forward to it. Apart from you, are there any other celestial pride in the worlds of the heavens that I can find interesting? Su Jinwei ignored her and turned around to calm down Su Junyeo, who was about to blow up. Jiao Yao, be good, wait for Chang'an to come back. Hearing these words, Su Junyeo, who was still baring her teeth just a moment ago, instantly settled down again. However, those demonic scarlet eyes were still dead set on Night Banshee. It's better to stay out of trouble while your husband is away. Night Boring Song didn't care about Su Joyao's line of sight. Instead, she even smiled gently at her. Afterward, she turned around and walked towards the heavenly road of questioning. One man, one umbrella, slowly ascend the heavenly steps. Just looking at the back, there was actually some loneliness. Night Elegy walked just as fast, though the speed hadn't changed since the beginning. At the level of the 100 steps, she couldn't feel the pressure in the slightest. Before long, she surpassed the frontmost heavenly pride and arrived at the 400th step. At that moment, she glanced at the celestial pride that she had just surpassed, resulting in the other party carefully greeting herself. In the Qinghui continent, Li Qi, so it's not Su Jinwei's brother? Nightblood's mind was in turmoil for a moment. On the heavenly road of questioning, her divine sense could spread to an entire 10,000 steps. Yet she herself did not sense any aura of living beings ahead of her. Could it be that Su Jinwei's brother wasn't on the heavenly road of questioning? By come back, she actually meant to go somewhere else. It's possible. Nightblood stabilized her mind and continued to walk forward. For now, let's finish our own ascent first. Overtake Su Jinwei and then see what her expression would turn into? Her steps unconsciously quickened a bit at the thought. From the original 3 breaths and 1 step, it became 1 breath and 10 steps. But even though her speed had increased a lot, she still maintained her calm and elegant stance. Even the silk threads on the edge of the oil paper umbrella were not messed up. A little bit of time passed. In the end, Night Elegy paused for 10 breaths at the 2000th step, and for a quarter of an hour at the 3000th step. It then came to the 3400th step, this location where Su Jinwei had arrived. She's also nearing her limit, but it's still okay to go a few steps further. 3450, 3500, 3501 steps. Night Elegy stopped in her tracks. She raised her hand and wiped away an imperceptible bead of sweat from her forehead. This is as far as it goes. It's a bit lower than expected, but it's okay. A few steps above her at the very least. Nightblood slowly turned around. Towards Su Jinwei below, she revealed a smile with deep meaning. How's it going? Sword immortal from the desolate continent. I stood at the top, empty around me. Was I in a position to say that kind of thing now? Who knows? Su Jinwei didn't have a surprised expression at all, and among those azure-colored eyes, there was even a sneer if anything. It's like saying, sure enough, you're not as good as my brother. Right at this moment, Su Jinwei raised her eyes steeply, her eyes brightening up, her mouth tinged with an undisguised smile. What's the situation? Is it smiling at me? Before Night Brightening could figure out the situation, a white-clothed figure slowly passed by her and headed downwards. Aha! Night Bleacher's heart trembled, and her pupils shrunk slightly. In just half a breath of stunned silence, the white-clothed youth was already far away from himself. The youth's ink hair was scattered casually. His white clothes were spotless, and although he could only see the side of his face from this angle, it was flawless. If you were not in the path of asking for heaven, the Night Bingo would really think that he had encountered an exiled immortal in the world. Nope, that's not the point. The point is, where did he come from? And he hadn't even noticed a thing when he walked past him. Could it be that he had already surpassed the transition realm? Reached the holy realm? The bottom line, he can't be Su Jinwei's brother. Chapter 125 is not. You've come to the end of the heavenly road? Wait. Nightblood messed up her mind, subconsciously reached out, and shouted, is something the matter? Su Chang'an turned back, his voice as warm as jade, and his eyes, though plain, carried a sense of looking out of the world. That, Night Elegy didn't know how to open her mouth, so she simply asked directly, you're a heavenly pride of the heavens and the earth? Naturally. The desolate continent? Su Chang'an was slightly puzzled and frowned. Seeing this reaction, Night Bleacher was almost certain that he was a heavenly pride from the desolate ancient continent. So you're the brother Su Jinwei spoke of. Due to the existence of the Great Tao public list, Night Banshee knew Su Jinwei's name. No wonder. Night Elegy gently shook her head, as if she was mocking herself. She would say those words to me. Her brother, it turned out, was even more gifted than she was. Likewise, it surpasses itself. You know my sister? Su Chang'an asked in a suspicious voice. Due to the existence of the system panel, in fact, at the first glance, Su Chang'an was certain of Night Banshee's identity. Name Night Elegy. Destiny, Lord of the Purple Sky. Chi luck, 0. Root bone, 0. Cultivation, mortal. Verdict, the value panel is all zeros. But it's awfully strong. Purple Sky Continent. The little Lord of the Purple Sky Pavilion. The current Night Banshee had taken the initiative to seal her cultivation and discard her original destiny and fortune. Want to experience in the Red World? Find the Red Dust Avenue that is uniquely yours outside of the 3000 Dao rules. In the original storyline, Night Bingwa has walked through the heavenly path of questioning at a slightly higher level than Xu Jinwei. But in the competition for the Gate of Immortality, she was defeated by the completely blackened Xu Jinwei. He had no choice but to give up the first place in the door of the Dengen Gate. In the later stages, Night Banshee rightfully became a pushy big boss and took a neutral stance, not getting involved in the battles of the heavens and the worlds. At first, Su Chang'an didn't care, thinking of skimming right over it, because there was no reward even for killing her, and it was extremely difficult to guide her to stay with her. After all, she needed to experience the red dust in order to find her own path. It's no use staying with him at all. But I didn't expect it. She actually got involved with Su Jinwei? Yes. I had a good conversation with your sister, Night Bleacher, which wasn't a lie. She didn't make a move in her conversation with Su Jinwei at the very least. She told me that when I meet you, I will change my original mind. Yes? Su Chang'an laughed lightly. However, Night Elegy's words turned. I still haven't changed my mind. The path of the immortal road. There is always a need to be in awe with the heart. Even if it's a celestial genius standing at the apex, it's difficult to raise the world as an enemy. She thought to herself that she was right. A stronger heavenly pride. It's fine to let him oppress a certain continent for a lifetime, but to let him be the enemy of the heavens and the worlds. Who has the vigor to dare say such words? Su Chang'an's expression gave way to a meaningful smile. Yes, it is indeed difficult to raise an enemy in the world. However, this is something that is set in stone for the future. Who let him, the villain who should have been dead a long time ago to drive the plot, live to tell the tale? The rest of the villains are not blacked out, but the other righteous protagonists continue to grow. It was necessary for Su Chang'an to make up for this lack with his own means. Can I ask a question? Sure. Just how many steps have you traveled to? Knight Elegy asked curiously. Before, my divine sense didn't detect your presence at all, which means you're at least above the 10,000th rank. The end. Su Chang'an was honest. Night brightness froze, then lowered her head and laughed softly. You're even funnier to talk to than your sister. Others aren't clear about it, but I do know that there's no such thing as the end of the heavenly path of asking, because the heavenly path of asking leads to the end of the great Tao. Walking to the end meant that Su Chang'an had also reached the end of the immortal road. What does that mean? All the cultivators who chased after the immortal road came to the end of it and all they saw was Su Chang'an's back. It's funny to hear. It's a completely metaphysical version of a pie in the sky. There's no end to it. Wouldn't there be an end to it if you cut off the road ahead yourself? Su Chang'an said casually. Nightblood's smile froze. She pondered over Su Chang'an's words. Who in their right mind would think of cutting off the path to immortality and creating an end to it themselves? It's more of a stretch than lifting the world. After a few breaths passed, Nightbriar reared her head to look at Su Chang'an, and this time, her expression became extremely solemn, and even her grip on the umbrella handle tightened. So you did? Or what? So, Night Elegy released a smile, then introduced herself. My name is Night Elegy. I come from the Violet Sky continent, and I look forward to meeting you at the Immortal Ascension Gate. Su Chang'an. What a great name. Su Chang'an, dressed in white, continued to walk downward, his figure flowing like a true immortal walking through the world's experiences. This is exactly the path that Night Elegy is pursuing, with a height of 3,000 steps. It didn't take more than a few breaths for Su Chang'an to return to the ground. Just as it landed, the Avenue public list changed. Su Jinwei's name dropped one place. The first place, on the other hand, turned out to be Su Chang'an, again from the desolate ancient continent. As for the number of steps, what the hell is the end of the road? It's not. The heavenly prides of all the heavens and all the worlds. After seeing the words on the Great Tao formula list, all of them didn't understand what was going on. End of the road. Literally, the kind that goes to the end of the line and can't be counted in steps. It's a bit outrageous. I'd rather believe that it's a phantom test of my Tao heart from heaven beyond heaven. Humph, my Tao heart is tough. It won't crumble that easily. I knew he was stronger than that female sword fairy, but I didn't expect it to be that much stronger. Being the same heavenly pride, I have the illusion that I'm trash. Fellow Daoist, that's not an illusion. That's true. Whoever can come to the heavens beyond heaven isn't a heavenly pride? The celestial pride is merely qualified to witness this. Su Chang'an had just come down when Su Junyeo pounced over, her entire delicate body embracing her own husband at once, all the while mouthfuls of cudgels. Husband is awesome, but not to mention, this little fox lady is really powerful, all over the body, except for the brain, which doesn't grow. Not a bit of it has fallen off, voluptuous and slender at the same time. Su Chang'an gently patted the top of her head. Is this the first day you know about this? No. Su Junyeo shook her head seriously. When Junyeo first came to the Heavenly Clan, she knew about this matter. Husband is really good. The corner of Su Chang'an's mouth twitched, but looking at Su Joyao's serious face, he just assumed that he had thought wrongly. Su Jinwei likewise didn't mince her words of praise. Worthy of being my sister's brother, Chang'an has actually walked to the end of the heavenly road. If father and mother knew about this, they would probably be surprised as well. Not to mention Zhang Liuli. Even if it was any living being in the heavens and the worlds, I'm afraid that when they heard such a thing, their minds wouldn't be at peace. Su Moyuan, who had walked through 10,000 steps, had pressed across the heavens for a generation. How about the future of Su Chang'an, who had come to the end of his journey, didn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 126, We're not the young master, so it's okay to take offense. Su Chang'an smiled helplessly. In fact, even if he had walked through one step, Su Jinwei would have complimented him like this. As for the ridicule of the other celestial pride, try mocking one. Let's see which is harder, her frosty snow or their mouths. After Su Joyo swooped over and hugged her, Su Jinwei came over and forcefully wrapped Su Chang'an in her arms again. Come here and give your sister a hug. Tell my sister. What's the expression of that Nightbringer? It must be wonderful? Su Jinwei was quite unhappy with Night Byaga, who looked like she was looking down on no one. Now that she saw her brother, straight away, being hard controlled in place for a quarter of an hour, she was in a much more relaxed mood. Su Chang'an was confused for a moment. Then he reacted that Night Bugle had lied to herself. She and Su Jinwei seemed to have a little friction. Well, it was wonderful. That's good. Su Jinwei was satisfied. Slightly provocative glanced at the still heavenly steps, looking at the night bingo that froze here. Now there is no time. At the time of the immortal ascension gate and then clean you up. How dare you so arrogantly disparage my brother? Sister, do you need my help? Su Chang'an interjected at the right time and asked. No need. Su Jinwei grunted lightly. Sister will beat her up herself. Okay. For all of this, Su Chang'an didn't have any opinions. Anyway, in the original plot, Night Banshee just couldn't beat the blackened Su Jinwei now. What? You're saying Su Jinwei hasn't darkened? But she's inwardly curled. On the 3,000 steps, Nightblood was still immersed in what Su Chang'an had just said. If there is no end, cut your own way forward. But if there were no other avenues outside of the 3,000 avenues, then could she create one herself? A red dust path of your own. This kind of thing had never occurred to her before. And now that she thought about it, being limited by the avenue, she would never be able to get out of her own way. With this in mind, the corners of Night Brightening's mouth hooked up into a smile as she looked at the figure that was cradled in Su Jinwei's arms and murmured to herself, Su Chang'an, after seeing you, I suddenly felt that all those heavenly pride demons in the transcendent Xian continent have all become eclipsed. If I can thus find my own path, and attain the realm above the Emperor realm, I will surely descend into the desolate ancient world. Till then, do over with you again. The path of asking for heaven had already been traveled, and the next step was to compete for the immortal ascension gate. This is a chance that is directly related to the source of life of each continent. The pride that competes for the first place, the continent where it is located, will become the next transcendental Xian continent. After a while, the great Tao list in the sky steeply lit up with golden light. Several golden lists also appeared one after another on both sides of it, showing the same rankings of the heavenly path of asking, the 100th to 200th. The 200th to 300th. There are 30 sides. That is, there were a total of 3,000 heavenly prides on the list. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao sounded. Asking for the heavenly path dissipates. The 3,000 celestial pride nominated on the great Tao list may continue to compete for the immortal ascension gate. For those who have not been nominated, the 3,000 great roads will eventually have a place for you. A crowd of celestial pride began to search for their names on the 30 Tao golden list. The ones that are found are full of excitement, expecting to be that one in a million genius. Those who didn't find it, regretfully resigned. But there is nothing that can be done. This represented the end of their only trip to the outer heaven in this life. In this world where the strong are honored, the cruelty of cultivating immortals is much more than that. Among them, some of the celestial pride who knew each other had already begun to bid farewell to each other. Senior brother, please strengthen my Tao sect. I wish your highness, the princess, an unhindered ascent to immortality. Brother Lin Xian. If you can obtain a sliver of the immortal ascension sect's chance, the position of the Dechen dynasty's crown prince will be secure. Don't worry, Linger, I will definitely make you the Dechen crown princess. Well, brother Lin Xian, go for it. These kinds of dog and pony scenes still haven't gone away. There were too few like Su Chang'an and the others, where all their companions were qualified to compete for the chance to ascend the immortal sect. A golden spatial portal appeared in front of all the celestials who were qualified to compete for a seat at the immortal ascension sect. All of whom were qualified to compete for a seat at the immortal ascension sect. Each person has one in front of them. It looks like a one-to-one correspondence. Right at this moment, Night Banshee walked over and said towards Su Jinwei, I take back my previous words. If you still want to have a fight with me, do your best to come find me during the fight for the immortal ascension gate. Su Jinwei laughed softly. I would have done the same if you hadn't said so. Night Banshee seemed to have guessed that this would be her answer, and after laughing silently twice, she immediately looked at Su Chang'an again. This younger brother of yours, even though I don't think I can beat him, I'm eager to try. After all, she hadn't lost in a long time. With my brother? Su Jinwei snorted. If you lose a fight with Chang'an, you won't be able to leave. Night Bugle was a bit puzzled by this. What can't go away? Is it going to die? Or is it that the others can't walk? For example, can't walk. Sure, Nightblood didn't think that way in her mind. But when Su Jiuyao heard this, that was the first thing that came to mind. What's in that little head of yours? Maybe. Su Jinwei's answer was vague. Night Elegy didn't continue to ask any more questions. She turned around and walked towards her own portals. Before going in, she suddenly looked back with a light smile in her eyes. I'll be waiting for you at the end. The portal closed right after she walked in. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jinwei's aura flared as her sword intent surged uncontrollably, and she whispered angrily, to think that she's still speaking in such a tone of voice. If Chang'an is fine with it, sister will just behead her with a single stroke of her sword. In response, Su Chang'an merely smiled. Whatever, just make your sister happy. Subsequently, Su Chang'an, Ji Ruxue, and the others each entered their own teleportation portals as well. Less than a quarter of an hour after Su Chang'an went in, a woman with a slender figure, wearing a long black dress, sprinted towards this side. Young lord. Strange. It clearly felt like the young lord was over here just now, but now he's suddenly lost contact. Is it into another dimension? Zi Qingyin looked around at the still open teleportation portals and once again used the forbidden runes to feel them, certain that Su Chang'an was the one who had entered the other dimensions. Immediately, she didn't hesitate any longer, and casually found a portal that hadn't been closed yet, and was about to enter. Who are you? A cultivator in green robes tried to speak out to stop it. Zi Qingyin glanced at him coldly, and the latter immediately had the feeling that he was being stared at by some terrifying existence, frightening his spine, then added in a whisper, "This is a portal that belongs to me. If you enter it rashly, you will violate the Great Tao." Zi Qingyin glanced at the portal. No names. It's hers now. Besides, even if she had written her name, she would have just changed it. As for offending the Avenue, oh, it's okay. It's not like the Avenue is a lesser lord, so offense is offense. Besides, what she was practicing was a forbidden rune, which was not something that the 3000 Great Tao could tolerate in the first place. Chapter 127 The strongest is the greatest fairness. Zi Qingyin ignored this dissuasion and continued to walk towards the teleportation portal. Seeing this, the green-clothed man fiercely gritted his teeth, and the might of the Mahayana realm steeply erupted around him. In that case, then your excellency, don't blame me for being impolite. For people who cultivate immortality, robbing a chance is like killing one's parents. If it wasn't for the unopposed strength gap, no one would have endured it in silence. Zi Qingyin's expression did not fluctuate, and she did not even give him an extra look. A forbidden rune emanating unspeakable power appeared, and just by touching the man in green, the latter's body visibly stagnated, and immediately afterward, it lost its vitality, turning into ashes that slowly dissipated. Then Zi Qingyin slowly stepped into the teleportation portal. Portal relationships. There were no surprises. Is this also okay? There were quite a few Heaven's Pride who noticed what was going on over here. Their attention at the moment was not at all focused on the means used by Zi Qingyin, but rather, they were surprised that other people could enter the portal as well. Even surprise? Does this mean, those of them who are not on the list of Heavenly Prides also have a chance to compete for the Immortal Ascension Gate? Thinking of this, the eyes of the group of Celestial Pride all revealed a light of hope, and the reacting in the list of Heavenly Pride also quickly rushed towards the teleportation door, fearing that it would be snatched away by someone else if they were a second late. Fellow disciples, help me. It's time to raise my Qingyin Dao sect. You and the others follow this imperial prince to grab this teleportation portal in front of you. There is no Luangia continent of the fellow demon race. This king for the Scorpion Tiger clan's young master. This time to help this king grab a chance to grab the door to the immortal ascension. Our clan will definitely send a heavy thanks. I, a member of the demon race, deserve to have a place as well. The gate of the ascended immortals. It has a connection with my ghostland. For a time, countless celestial pride fought in order to grab the portal. Although the heavenly pride on the list was the top 3000, it could not withstand the siege of other cohesive heavenly prides. After the defeat of the undefeated, the only way to save yourself is to give up the location of the portal. But what they didn't expect was that those heavenly prides who weren't on the list all looked like they had been hit hard when they tried to enter the immortal ascension gate. He retreated violently, spitting blood from his mouth. Some headstrong celestial pride, forcing their way in, ended up causing their fleshly bodies to crumble and their divine souls to be damaged. Not only was it spit out, but the portal was closed. What's going on? Why should she be allowed to enter and we not? Bull ****** avenue to the top. I'm not convinced. She hasn't even taken the heavenly path of asking. She's actually qualified to compete for the immortal ascension gate. Under the attempts of countless heavenly prides, they realized that they simply could not enter the teleportation portal in place of those on the list. All of them let out an unwilling roar. Right at this moment, a woman whose entire body was shrouded in the underworld silently appeared in front of a teleportation door. Is there a possibility that asking for heaven's path is merely a test? Even if you don't take the test, as long as you have enough natural talent, you can still enter the teleportation gate instead of those on the list. If you all do not enter, I will leave first. The woman's voice was husky, with an unspeakably airy quality, not unlike something a woman could produce. After she said this, she turned and walked into the portal. After a few seconds, the portal closed. That means, she went in. The nearby celestial pride who heard these words stared at this scene in stunned silence, and after an unknown amount of time, someone released a smile. Ha ha, there is no such thing as an unfair avenue. The strongest are honored. It is the greatest fairness. A heavenly pride with insufficient qualifications would be rejected by the great Tao even if they seized the opportunity to enter the portal by virtue of external forces. And the pride of the heavens with sufficient qualifications was unimpeded. Su Chang'an stepped out of the portal and observed his surroundings. This appears to be the top of some mountain. Clouds and mists surrounded the area, and a few steps ahead were deep cliffs with other towering peaks farther down the road. In the meantime, on top of this mountain, 4 other teleportation portals appeared. The first person to come out of the first portal was a woman holding an oil paper umbrella. What's the coincidence? The first time Night Elegy saw Su Chang'an, she also froze for a moment. After a few seconds, she took the lead and laughed softly. What a coincidence! I didn't realize that my previous expectations had come so soon. Su Chang'an nodded back. A coincidence indeed. Nightblood asked immediately afterward. Why don't we do over one while we're at it? Could be. It was naturally impossible for Su Chang'an to refuse this request. It's useless to kill, but it's okay to take a beating first. Night Bugle slowly bundled up her oil paper umbrella. She knew very well that she had no chance of winning against Su Chang'an without giving it her all. She had abolished her own spiritual vein and was without cultivation. Practice on your own terms. The actual battle power should be above the peak of the transition realm, barely reaching the saint realm. Please teach me. After Night Elegy finished saying this, she slowly took a step forward. The next instant, she appeared in front of Su Chang'an, the tip of her nose less than a palm's distance from Su Chang'an's cheek. The bundled-up oil paper umbrella formed into a sword shape and stabbed it in a flat thrust. Plain and simple moves. Su Chang'an could sense that he was restricted by an invisible blockade. Although this point of blockade for him is close to nothing, but the ordinary transition realm will not be able to move at all. Boo! The oil paper umbrella stopped 2 fingers in front of Su Chang'an, as if it had been blocked by some invisible barrier. A ripple went through the air. Su Chang'an raised his hand and pinched Nightbright's neck in one go. Then, just pinch it off. Gabba! The Nightblood in front of me is dead. The body fell very peacefully to the ground. Then, the oil paper umbrella flew up and slowly opened, and another Night Banshee holding the handle of the umbrella slowly coalesced out. What died just now was not her original body, merely a piece of her consciousness cultivated in the red dust. Can't fight back at all, and the band doesn't seem to be of any use to you. Night Elegy sighed in a low voice. Then she held the oil paper umbrella with one hand and held the other hand flat to Grant Chang'an. Now it seems that maybe this is the only move that has a chance. A pure and unfamiliar source of Tao appeared in her palm. The source became huge in a very short period of time until it was able to cover half of her body before it shot out with a bang. This was a power that did not belong to the realm of the 3,000 paths. Not quite yet, though, and it is far less than the 3,000 paths. But the fact that she can do this right now is very impressive indeed. As long as you can't touch the open ones, she's just invincible. The Tao force emitted by Night Banshee carried an aura that was going to annihilate everything as it blasted straight at Su Chang'an. Unfortunately, the white pillars of light scattered in both directions after touching Su Chang'an. This caused a vacuum area to appear behind Su Chang'an. The sides, on the other hand, were leveled without distinction. And that doesn't work? With a frown, Night Elegy was ready to use the next method. Then she suddenly realized Su Chang'an had disappeared. Before she could regain her senses, she abruptly felt her neck being cupped by a warm palm. Gabba. Chapter 128. Do you want my corpse? As a souvenir? Gah! Nightblood is dead. Gah! Nightblood is dead again. Shang! Nightblood again and again. Dead. However, no matter how many times she died, she was still able to gather her physical body and reappear under the oil paper umbrella. Then let Su Chang'an kill again. This resulted in Su Chang'an killing her nearly 10 times in just less than a dozen breaths. Nearly a dozen bodies identical to hers were scattered nearby as well. The residual temperature is not dissipated until Su Chang'an killed her for the 9th time. The second portal lit up for a moment, and the celestial pride that stepped out from it was a slender figure whose entire body was hidden under the underworld. Nandong Wenyan's brain went down for a split second when he saw the scene in front of him. Only Su Chang'an, dressed in white, was seen standing not far away. In front of it, Nightbriar's arms were naturally hanging down, and her chest was empty, as if she had been penetrated by something. The oil paper umbrella was tossed aside. Night Elegy's expression was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. But she's dead. The most outrageous thing was that besides Nightblood, there were other bodies lying peacefully nearby. Is this all Su Chang'an's doing? Why would he do that? Next, is it your turn? No wonder Master said to keep himself away from the Heavenly Clan's son. If he wasn't careful, he might die. It's you. Su Chang'an turned around and smiled gently at her. If Nangong Wenyan hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he might have felt that this smile was gentle. But now, she couldn't help but shiver. Has been honest and begged to be spared. Your Highness. Nangong Wenyan forced herself to be calm. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Although she was puzzled as to why Su Chang'an would recognize her, it didn't matter. Perhaps it happened to be bumped into by Su Chang'an during one of his appearances. A disciple of the Underworld Emperor? Yes. Nangong Wenyan nodded. Su Chang'an asked again. How do I call out to you? Nangong Wenyan. Nangong Wenyan's voice was still hoarse. It was camouflaged and hidden by a special technique, but one could feel that her tone was very cautious. Afraid of saying something wrong somewhere. Avoiding Su Chang'an getting angry and giving himself a heart attack as well. Your Highness Sijin. You continue. I didn't see anything and won't disturb you. When she finished, she turned her head away. It's like I don't know anything about it, so you go about your business and I'll just look at the scenery. But when she turned her head to the other side, her mouth fell open, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Only the oil paper umbrella unfolded steeply. Levitation rises. It probably rose to the height of being propped up. Below it, Night Banshee's body coalesced once again. Having died 9 times already and completely unable to find a way to beat you, I admit defeat. Nightblood sighed helplessly. Just now, she had tried all her means, but without exception, they were all useless, and the way Su Chang'an killed himself was simple. Sneak up on her, then reach out and crush her neck, or perhaps run through herself with the irresistible Tao of Void. She couldn't find a way to respond at all. It's an absolute power differential. At the very least, it was impossible for her to be Su Chang'an's opponent until she completed her own Red Dust Avenue. You wouldn't have reached the Saint Exalted Realm by now, would you? Su Chang'an laughed softly. Pretty much. It was only the peak of the Emperor Realm where the 3,000 great roads tended to be perfected. It was slightly stronger than the Saint Exalted Realm. So it's going to be higher? Night Elegy narrowed her eyes and joked. It can't be to the Emperor Realm, can it? Ha ha, I'm joking. Aha. Su Chang'an pointed to the Night Elegies scattered nearby and asked, what do you do with these? What should I do with my body? Normally, I would destroy it myself. Night Elegy walked over to one of her own corpses and crouched down, her palm pressed against the corpse's face. Technically speaking, these bodies are the original me, and even after death, they won't decay. It's all still warm. Well, are you guys interested? You can have it as a souvenir. Nangong Wenyan, huh? I appreciate the kindness, but I really don't need it. Even Su Chang'an was choked up by Night Brightener's sudden words. Who's a good person to ask someone if they want their body? Ahem. Not interested. Nangong Wenyan weakly returned. I don't need it either. None of them are interested? Night Banshee looked as if she was a bit disappointed. She raised her umbrella and waved it at the neighborhood. The scattered selves gradually dissipated. Then I'll just destroy them all. Too bad. It could all be me. I can't believe you guys aren't interested. Su Chang'an looked at the murmuring Night Brightening and unexpectedly developed a feeling that he had met a pervert. That doesn't fit with the persona in the episode. Avalanche. Blade. Got it? Nangong Wenyan, on the other hand, was trembling and stood aside, not daring to say a word. Could one even drill back through the portal now? However, what concerned her more was that Su Chang'an had now reached the Saint Exalt realm. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Night Elegy's words, there seems to be more to it than that. Match yourself to 2 fish fry players? After Night Bugle finished cleaning up her body, she once again looked at Nangong Wenyan. This girl is also your deceased? Nangong Wenyan's heart was shocked. She didn't use her original voice to speak, and based on outside senses alone, she should not be seen as male or female by the other party. Moreover, the technique he used to conceal his voice was set up by his master personally, so it was impossible for the other party to see through it. Then why does she know she's female? Seemingly seeing Nangong Wenyan's doubts, Nightbringer smiled meaningfully. My intuition has always been very accurate. After all, he's surrounded by confidants all around him, so I have a feeling you shouldn't be an exception. Chanan Su. Apart from Su Jiuyo, where else does he have a confidant by his side? Your own sister certainly doesn't count. As for Ji Rushue, she was now her own servant. Phoenix Dancing Sky was even less familiar. It's not like that. Nangong Wenyan hurriedly shook his head to explain. I'm not considered a deceased person of your highness, but I'm from the same continent, and I've had a one-sided relationship with your highness. I understand. Nightblood nodded. Obviously, she didn't believe her words. Nangong Wenyan was a bit anxious and wanted to continue explaining again, but at that moment, the other 2 portals also lit up. two young celestials walked out from it, a man and a woman. Both of them froze for a moment upon seeing Su Chang'an as well as Night Banshee, and then revealed expressions of surprise. No matter what, being able to meet the top two heavenly prides of the Great Tao ranking here wasn't a bad thing after all. If the sky is falling, they have the roof. Only Nangong Wenyan had an expression of looking at a little cutie. Expression. Looking at the two of them. No, how can you laugh when you run into these two? Get out of here alive. All of you are counting on your unparalleled luck. Chapter 129. Okay, now for the 10th time. After all 5 portals disappeared, the clouds around the top of the mountain began to dissipate, revealing a more distant view. Countless peaks that stand around. On the top of each mountain range, there were 5 celestial prides standing on it. Soon, Su Chang'an locked onto the location of the mountaintop where Su Junyeo was, because she was waving her hand towards this side from a long distance away. Have to say, the little fox was still sharp. It wasn't long after the cloud of concealment had dissipated that he was spotted. Su Jinwei was a bit far apart, and Ji Rushue was standing right next to her, standing so close that they were almost shoulder to shoulder. It looked like they were getting along quite well. At the very least, there won't be a fight. After a while, the sound of the great Tao containing endless Tao rhythms suddenly rang out, the source of the sound seeming to be in everyone's ears, and as if it was above the unknown end of the firmament. The trial of immortal ascension, about to begin. Defeat the enemies of the trial at the top of each mountain, and if you cannot, you may leap off the mountain and return to the heavenly beyond. At that time, it would be equivalent to giving up the immortal ascension gate contention. The Great Tao transmission was only 3 sentences long, and the information about the immortal ascension calendar was even less. Just say that there is the trial of ascension, and take your time to guess the rest. Su Chang'an's expression was calm, and he knew the contents of the immortal ascension trial very well. Other than the second trial being a bit difficult, it was not interesting. There was no mood swing in Night Bleeder either. She was extremely confident in herself. Nangong Wenyan was also only nervous for a moment at the very beginning, after which she regained her composure. As for the other 2 celestial pride, they were inevitably nervous, because they were the 2,999th as well as the 3,000th on the Great Tao list. The cultivation level was only at the early stage of the reincarnation realm. Guess that's why they're ranked in the top 2 on the Avenue list. Equalize the strength. This reinforces the fact that each mountaintop is a whole, and they will face the trials together. Think about it. The man's mind relaxed a little. As for the woman, she took the initiative to come in front of Su Chang'an, bowing slightly, her demeanor humble, her tone tinged with a pleasing sensation. Concubine Li Chunhua, meet your highness. She had heard Feng Wu Tian address Su Chang'an as your highness. It makes sense to yell that way yourself. At the very least it won't offend. Concubine is from the Green Rock continent, and is currently at the pre-reincarnation realm cultivation level. Although my strength is weak, I know some spells to restore my spiritual power, so I might be able to help you some in the next trial. So please feel free to order my concubine. It was obvious what she meant by that. It was to curry favor with Su Chang'an and get his patronage. In that case, even if she was located at the bottom of the Great Tao list, she would still have a chance to pass the Immortal Ascension trial. Plus, she was self-conscious that she wasn't bad-looking, not to say that she was a beauty, but she still had delicate features. This palace doesn't need waists. Su Chang'an's tone was flat, as if he was telling something that everyone knew. Even as a vase, she wasn't qualified. After all, Su Chang'an was surrounded by seductive little fox ladies like Su Jouyao. There is no comparison at all for Chunhua Li. Thanks a lot. Ha! Li Chunhua was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect to get this kind of answer. Even if you refuse, you don't have to say it so directly, do you? Granted. It's the truth. Night Elegy's silver eyes widened a bit, raised his hand and covered his mouth giggle. Not bad for a man who can kill me 9 times. Nangong Wanyan, on the other hand, didn't say anything and just watched quietly from the sidelines. Li Chunhua looked up again and realized that Su Chang'an was staring at the distant mountaintops in a trance, not even looking at himself squarely. A huff rose from her heart. When had she ever been ignored like this in the Green Rock continent? Master, senior brothers and sisters, and those elders, which one of them didn't regard her as a treasure in the palm of his hand? Now it's being outright called a waste. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Su Chang'an was at the top of the Great Tao ranking, and the two sides were not on the same level. She could only hold back even if she was angry. If not, he was afraid that he would die before the trial started. Are you joking? Ha ha. Li Chunhua barely managed to squeeze out a smile. This time Su Chang'an didn't say anything. Nightblood walked over. What do you think? Is that a joke? I don't know. Li Chunhua subconsciously took half a step back, her intuition telling her to stay away from Night Banshee, even if Night Banshee was smiling and talking to her. No. Nightblood shook her head. You should know very well that you are trash. Li Chunhua sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally. Is that what you came to talk to me about? Of course not. It's just a small inconsequential thing that matters. Night Banshee suddenly paused, then moved closer towards her and said in a voice that only two people could hear. You should know that I'm an old acquaintance of his, and at the same time, you should also be clear what kind of relationship I have with him. What relationship? Of course it's okay. If you really want to talk about it, it's the close relationship where Su Chang'an killed her 9 times. However, Li Chunhua was obviously thinking the wrong way. Could it be Daoist couple? Hearing this, Night Bleacher nearly failed to tense up. In fact, she wanted to say that she was now interested in Su Chang'an and told Li Chunhua to get away from her. Mainly, she could tell that Su Chang'an had no interest in Li Chunhua, and really hate trouble. In that case, with her stepping in to solve the trouble, Su Chang'an would be considered to owe her a small favor. As a result, Li Chunhua suddenly came with a phrase of Dao couple, directly giving the Night Bingo won't be able to make it. Seeing that Night Boring didn't react, Li Chunhua thought that he was right, and immediately took 2 more steps back in fear. Lean. She had just actually said that kind of thing to the Dao couple of the second proudest person on the Great Dao ranking. Blatant trolling. It was also thanks to the fact that Night Briar was able to hold back and not make a move. Li Chunhua was suddenly glad. However, she was also a little puzzled. In the Great Dao rankings publicized rankings, Su Chang'an and Night Banshee were clearly from different continents. A purple sky continent and a desolate ancient continent. Why would a pride from a different continent become a Dao couple? Forget it. Maybe they knew each other before. Between immortal forces, anything is possible. My concubine is not aware of these things. I have no intention of offending. I hope your excellency will forgive me. Li Chunhua hurriedly apologized. Ahem. After slowing her mind, Night Elegy threatened in a low voice. From now on, stay away from here and say less than you shouldn't. Or else, you'll die. Concubine understands. By the way, this matter, don't say it out in front of outsiders. Nightblood's expression was slightly unnatural. I'm referring to the matter of the Dao couple. She was indeed interested in Su Chang'an, but it wasn't to the extent of being a Daoist couple. Not to mention, Su Chang'an had killed her 9 times without mercy. 9 whole times. Li Chunhua then nodded his head vigorously. Yes. Night Elegy walked back up next to Su Chang'an and snickered softly. Which confidant are you thinking about again? So lost in thought. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Chang'an always felt that her words carried a hint of a different flavor. Kind of a sour feeling. What did you say to her? Su Chang'an asked a rhetorical question. Didn't say much, just told her how many confidants you have all around you. Told her to be careful not to get torn apart alive. And then she got scared. Su Chang'an's thoughts moved slightly, and a strand of void Dao directly penetrated through Night Banshee's heart. Next time, if you don't tell the truth, don't say it. Chapter 130. You weren't worthy, were you? Nightblood is dead again. This time, it was the heart chakra that was annihilated into nothingness, and the body was not even left intact. Ugh, you're so full of it. What's with the one word? Under the oil paper umbrella, Night Banshee's figure recoalesced, her tone slightly helpless. And I'm not exactly lying to you. At least the meaning is right. Su Chang'an is in the dark void of the Taoist rule. Night Elegy seemed to feel that she was going to die again, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Wait, alright, I'm really scared of you. Although I won't die, the pain before death is real. It hurts? Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Didn't he instantly kill Night Banshee every time, but he could still feel pain? It doesn't hurt when you die. Nightblood pursed her lips, but when you recast your body, you will slowly feel the process of death. At that time, it hurts very much. Not only does it hurt, but it's very painful. Do you really think I can just die without a price? Thinking too highly of me. Night Elegy herself hadn't even realized that the tone in which she spoke to Su Chang'an right now was more casual than to anyone else. It's like, they know each other well. However, they have only known each other for less than a day. Not even for a day. Su Chang'an said seriously. Well, I did think so. After all, I think you're very strong. Even if you did such a thing, it's normal. Hearing this, the corners of Night Elegy's lips slightly hooked. That's true. If I hadn't run into a demonic monster like you, I really don't think that there's any peer in the heavens and the worlds that can be compared to me. With a proud tone, Night Bleacher thoughtfully added another sentence after saying this. Your sister doesn't count for now. As much as she hated to admit it, Su Jinwei really did have potential that wasn't much inferior to her. Nangong Wenyan didn't have much of a reaction to this maneuver by Night Banshee. After all, she'd seen it several times, but Li Chunhua and the other man were different. They were seeing it for the first time and looked directly dumbfounded. It's not. You can still play like this? Looking at the situation, Night Banshee had indeed died once just now. The bodies are all still lying there. However, Night's blood recast her body so easily again. Su Chang'an and Nangong Wenyan didn't even have much of an expression of surprise, as if this was a normal situation. Were the means of the top demonic prides all that outrageous? Not waiting for Li Chunhua and the others to be surprised, the trial of ascension then began. A huge spatial rift appeared in the sky above the top of each mountain. Immediately afterward, several dark shadows filled with darkness and strange-looking figures fell from it. Abyssal demon evil. Nangong Wenyan recognized the black shadow in front of him as the demonic evil that existed in the extraterrestrial abyss. She had once accompanied her master to the extraterrestrial abyss. He also killed a couple of big demons and evils with his own hands. This is the demon evil. Li Chunhua exclaimed in shock. She had entered the abyssal secret realm and had seen demonic evils. Could it be that the demonic evils are the enemies we're going to defeat? The other man nodded his head, looking grave. That should be it. Demonic evils are extremely dangerous and not easy to deal with. We'd better think of a good countermeasure. Afterward, he turned toward the direction where Su Chang'an and Nightbringer were, arching his hand in a salute. I don't know what a few of you have. Seriously? They only saw Su Chang'an and Nightdrawer looking casual, still chatting about something, not caring in the slightest about the appearance of the demonic evil. And the demonic evils that attempted to get close to their nearest were all reduced to pieces. This was the tactic of the Night Banshee. Against this kind of demonic evil that couldn't even reach the threshold of the Saint Realm, she didn't need to be distracted at all. Nangong Wenyan was comparatively much simpler and rougher, directly activating her magic, dragging all the demons and evils close to her into the underworld. In the land of the underworld, she was the absolute superior being. As for Su Chang'an, he's lying down. The Great Tao's precise matching mechanism allowed Su Chang'an and their mountaintop to run into a few demonic evils that were comparable to the peak of the transition realm. It is also the highest combatant in the first Immortal Ascension trial. Of course, it had already been seconded by Night Banshee. The dozen or so demonic evils that had come out of the spatial rift were left with two relatively weak demonic evils in the blink of an eye. But the relative weakness was only relative to Night Banshee and Su Chang'an. For other celestial pride, they were all powerful demonic evils at the peak of the reincarnation realm. They didn't go any further toward Su Chang'an out of the instincts of living beings. Instead, he stared at the two Li Chunhua on the side. That young heavenly pride's complexion was austere, and the might of the early stage of the reincarnation mirror erupted out, clearly ready to face the battle. Intuition told him that those three would not strike again. Li Chunhua, on the other hand, was not, as she looked at Nangong Wenyan and put on a pitiful appearance. Elder, can you help me? This is a peak reincarnation realm demonic evil. There's no way we can be opponents. Though, there are no elders on the immortal path, and the strongest are honored. One could use a senior to address a heavenly pride of one's own generation, and it would be humiliating if it was spread to the outside world. But there was nothing she could do about it now. Even if the demon evil didn't have any cultivation techniques and only had a strong physical body, facing the peak reincarnation realm demon evil, she could die if she made a single careless move. She didn't want to risk. Why would she take a chance when she could have Nangong Wenyan step in and take care of it on her behalf? In the Immortal Ascension trial, since they were at the top of the same mountain, it was only right for them to help each other. Who's to say that there won't be times when she's needed back there? When the thought reached this point, Li Chunhua suddenly developed the illusion that this was deserved. However, Nangong Wenyan didn't make any movements. Although the disciple of the underworld emperor hadn't entered the human world, he wasn't some silly white sweetie. Just ask her to help? How is that possible? Kindness isn't so kind. Li Chunhua only felt that under the thick ethereal aura. There seemed to be a pair of indifferent eyes staring at her. On what grounds? I can't believe she isn't going to help me? Li Chunhua opened his mouth. The words of questioning never dared to come out. At this moment, the young heavenly pride had already fought with a demonic evil. For a while, it was hard to tell the winner from the loser. The fight was hilarious. However, they all tacitly did not approach Su Chang'an's side. One is afraid of death. The other, too, is afraid of death. The other demonic evil was staring at Li Chunhua, slowly approaching. Li Chunhua subconsciously stepped back. Although she was the most gifted and cultivated holy maiden within her own clan, she did not have the guts to face the demonic evil alone. Empty cultivation, but cannot play out. Her shoulders shivered twice, and she put her eyes back on Su Chang'an. This time, she directly knelt down and humbly begged, "Your Highness, it was my offense just now. Please help me. I can do anything." Seeing that Su Chang'an didn't respond, Li Chunhua turned his head and went back to begging Night Banshee. "The heavenly pride of the Violet Sky Continent all say that you are merciful. Surely you won't let me die at the hands of a demonic evil, right?" Nightblood said as if nothing had happened. "Wouldn't you just leap straight down to the top of the mountain? But then, I'll lose my qualification to ascend the immortal sector," Li Chunhua anxiously returned. You never deserved it in the first place, did you? Chapter 131, Fame? I'm from the magic realm. Li Chunhua opened his mouth and froze without uttering a single word of retort. Nightblood was right. Avenue list of Heavenly Pride ranked 3000. If there is no chi addition is pure pad number of people, there is no possibility of any counterattack. Of course, if Su Chang'an was willing to shelter her, it would allow her to go through 2 more rounds. But according to Su Chang'an's character, not to mention sheltering her, not taking the initiative to kill her would already be considered merciful. But, we are on top of the same mountain. Isn't it right to help each other? Li Chunhua rightfully said. And killing this kind of evil spirits is just a matter of moving your fingers for you guys. Nangong Wenyan was unresponsive, her eyes that were covered by her ethereal aura. At this moment, it was as if she was looking at a little cutie. Like, quietly watching Li Chunhua having a seizure, playing moralizing with these two beings who can't get a corpse out of the ground. Could it be that you will also be resurrected? Su Chang'an's eyes were playful, and he was curious as to what Night Banshee would do. Night Elegy raised her hand to lightly cover her red lips and laughed in a low voice. The laughter was as clear as a silver bell. You got it. Killing this kind of evil spirit is indeed a matter of moving my fingers for me. But you're forgetting one thing. It's easier to kill you than this evil spirit. Upon hearing the last sentence, the hope that had just surfaced in Li Chuanhua's eyes froze. The whole thing froze stiffly in place. You're going to kill me? Do that if you ever scream again. But, ha ha ha, I don't believe it. Li Chunhua suddenly stood up and laughed shrilly. What existences like yours care about the most is reputation. The corner of Nangong Wenyan's mouth twitched. If Su Chang'an really cared about reputation, he wouldn't be so scorned by his master, right? Heavenly prides like you who stand at the apex of the 10,000 races all pay great attention to their reputation. If you let your fellow disciples in your continent know that you saw your fellow disciples die in the Immortal Ascension sect, and even went so far as to kill them, your prestige will instantly collapse, and there will be no more fellow sect members who will trust you. Li Chunhua is actually right. In the 10,000 realms of the heavens, there were few heavenly prides that could gain a foothold with their own strength. In addition to needing a backer who could shelter them before they grew up, they also needed to cultivate their followers to facilitate taking over the immortal forces in the future. But how can a heavenly pride who casually sees death to his fellow officers cultivate a completely loyal beloved? Therefore, she concluded that Su Chang'an and the others would definitely not leave themselves alone. At the very least, he'd have to disguise himself here. Night Brightening twisted her head to look at Su Chang'an, seemingly asking if she wanted to make a move to save her. I'm from the demon realm. Su Chang'an didn't answer positively, but when Night Elegy heard this, she laughed easily. Then it doesn't matter. In the Violet Sky continent, something like fame isn't qualified enough to affect me. That, Nangong Wenyan. What about you? Nangong Wenyan's tone was emotionless. Almost no one knows me. I only follow my master. Perfect. Night Bleacher turned around and resumed her seat next to Su Chang'an, clenching her fist at Li Chunhua. Cheer up. If you say any more nonsense, you're going to die. Li Chunhua, on the other hand, was furious. No, you guys really don't care about fame? Not afraid of being isolated by your fellow disciples? Aren't you afraid of becoming a target in all the worlds? You heartless. Li Chuanhua's voice came to an abrupt end, as she hadn't noticed that the evil spirit had already arrived behind her while she was talking just now. The demonic evil's pitch-black claws directly pierced through Li Chuanhua's chest. Immediately after that, several other tentacle-like claws of the demonic evil reached in, again all penetrating and looking a bit creepy. Then, Li Chuanhua's upper body was torn to shreds. Then again, the demonic evil began to eat. Until the last moment of her dissipating consciousness, she realized that Su Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. Indifferent, calm, deep eyes filled with exaltation. From the beginning to the end, he did not care about what was happening around him, as if it had nothing to do with him. Turn out STH. Was he ever even in his sights himself? P.S. Sorry, Papas. I've been unwell lately and took 2 days off. Chapter 132, Next time you kill me, say so in advance. Even to his death, Li Chunhua never expected he would die, because she had always felt in her heart that Su Chang'an and Night Banshee and the others would care about reputation and would not save her from death, causing the demonic evil that she originally had a chance to defeat to eat her without any effort. And even if she couldn't beat them, at least she could still leap off the top of the mountain and get out of here, saving her life. The absolute pride of a continent could touch the Emperor realm at worst. Doesn't it smell good when it lives for tens of thousands of more years? But Li Chunhua chose wrong. The price is, reopen. On the other side, the battle between the young celestial and the demonic evil was also divided into results. Facing a gap of an entire large realm, he had little chance of victory in the first place, and even if he tried with all his might, he couldn't change anything. In the end, he gritted his teeth, looked regretful, and leapt down to the top of the mountain. This meant that he had voluntarily given up the fight for the immortal ascension gate. However, compared to Li Chunhua, he had at least preserved his life, and still had the opportunity to witness the Tao in the future and become the mainstay of a continent. After he left, only Su Chang'an, Night Elegy, and Nangong Wenyan were left on top of this mountain. Those two demonic evils hesitated in place for half a day, and in the end, the instinct to kill overcame fear. He was born to kill. Afterwards, they used the fastest speed in their lives to rush towards Night Banshee. Night Elegy's eyes flinched, and the fingers holding the oil paper umbrella clenched slightly tighter. Pith, swish, the two black shadows that flew in midair stagnated, and then they turned into countless fragments. No, more accurately, they turned into fragments. With a gentle breeze, it dissipated into the air. The first trial, even if they passed. Is it easy? If it's even remotely difficult, it doesn't even count as it's remotely difficult no more. The other mountaintops were not so peaceful. Though, there were mountaintops where all 5 celestial pride were doing their best to barely kill a few demonic evils. More than that, it's a straight-up regiment. Of course, this didn't include the top-ranked celestial pride, like Ji Ruxue and Feng Maotian. They were similarly descending strikes against these few reincarnation realm demonic evils. Boom! Not far from where Su Chang'an was on top of a mountain. A loud, hollow thud abruptly came from it. Young lord, we seem to be pretty good? Night Elegy raised her eyebrows in feigned surprise. To actually pass the first trial so easily. Su Chang'an was slightly speechless. Well, you're right. It's amazing. Killing 2 reincarnation realm demons and evils. And you want to brag about yourself? It's more or less dripping with awkward blowing. Even if Su Chang'an responded so perfunctorily, and with a bit of eccentricity, but it was as if Night Elegy didn't feel it. A faint smile still hanging on her white cheeks. Thank you. I didn't expect that. You also think I'm strong. Su Chang'an laughed softly and moved his mind slightly. Then, Night Banshee died. No. After resurrecting, Night Elegy, rather furious, came to Su Chang'an and said angrily, next time, can you say something in advance before killing me? So suddenly, anyone would feel uncomfortable, right? Su Chang'an ignored it. Feeling self-conscious and bored, Night Elegy slowly sat down, and after a while, asked with some curiosity, say, do you know how to completely kill me? Su Chang'an glanced at the oil paper umbrella in her hand, and the latter instantly misplaced her eyes in a vain manner. The meaning is obvious. Dismantle this oil paper umbrella of yours and see if you can still come back to life. How did you know? Nightblood was a bit puzzled. How did Su Chang'an know that this oil paper umbrella was the key to her resurrection? Above the oil paper umbrellas, she carries her red dust road. As long as she was still in the state of shedding her cultivation and the red dust Tao did not dissipate, she would never die. Guess? Aha. But you didn't quite guess right. Night Bleacher turned her words around and smiled with a flourish. Actually, even if you destroy this oil paper umbrella, I still won't die. Su Chang'an abruptly turned his head, his eyes flat. This hall also wants to know, compared to your red dust Tao in the way of asking for heaven, which one is more resistant to hacking? Night Elegy. Thanks, I don't want to know. Night Banshee's red dust Tao theoretically wouldn't die out, but against this bug-like existence of Su Chang'an, she was no longer confident. After all, he was even able to cut down the heavenly path of asking, and entering the wheel of reincarnation to cut down one more red dust path beyond the 3,000 great paths sounded reasonable. Night Bleeder wilted and slowly walked over to retrieve herself lying on the ground. He was really angry and couldn't help but whisper, even if I can't die, the feeling is still there, so won't you kill me in a different way? It hurts. What a pain in the ass to have to clean up the bodies afterward. Su Chang'an thought for a moment and apologized slightly. I'll try to move faster next time, and I'll also expand the range of the Tao of Annihilation so as not to leave any corpses behind. Night Elegy first froze for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled. I really can't figure out why you have so many confidants around you? Su Chang'an didn't respond. Nangong Wanyan, who was on the side, quietly watched this. As a bystander, she couldn't figure it out. However, it seemed that the only confidant besides Su Chang'an right now was Night Banshee. As for Nangong Wanyan, she was not daring to approach Su Chang'an at all. The top of a mountain that was extremely far away from the top of the mountain where Su Chang'an was. Zi Qingyin had been searching for the figure in her mind ever since she came out of the portal. Finally, she saw Su Chang'an. Young lord. Su Chang'an similarly saw her, and there was more of a warm smile in his eyes. Without hesitation, Zi Qingyin charged towards Su Chang'an. She misses the young lord. Of course, just the maid's thoughts about the young lord. She dared not think of crossing the line for the moment. During these days of closed-door cultivation, there was not a moment when she did not want to return to Su Chang'an's side again and serve her young master as she had done before. But no sooner had she left the top of the mountain than she felt herself descending uncontrollably. It is the will of the way that makes it so. Anyone who left the top of the mountain at the first trial would be considered to be giving up on the Immortal Ascension Gate trial. There is the power of the Great Tao that allows her to descend and return to the heavenly beyond. Zi Qingyin's eyes went cold. If she could slaughter the avenue, she would probably do it now. It's a good thing the young lord still has the rune she left on his wrist. She could always teleport there. It wasn't until Violet Qingying disappeared that the Celestials on the same mountaintop as her came back to their senses. No, this big guy just left? Didn't she directly second the demon evil just now? Why would she voluntarily abstain? That one's strength is definitely above the ferrying realm. Saint realm? No, it's most likely the Saint Emperor realm. Because I have a Saint Emperor realm senior brother whose aura around him isn't even as suffocating as hers. I also can't fathom that anyone would give up the chance to ascend to the immortal sect. Wait, you guys, look at the top of that mountain. Isn't that woman the bigot from earlier? The remaining three Celestial Pride followed the direction of the speaking Celestial Pride's finger and immediately saw a scene that made them even more incomprehensible, only to see Zi Qingying slowly kneeling down towards a young man wearing a white coat. 4. Chapter 133, Mind Your Maid. The Celestials who saw this scene were all confused. They can't understand it at all. With Zi Qingying's talent, even in the top 10 ranked continents, she was a supreme heavenly pride above the world. Why would such a demonic existence face others in such a humble manner? Could this be the second trial of the Immortal Ascension Gate? What a strong illusion. It's worthy of being the Immortal Ascension Gate trial. I didn't even detect the slightest trace. Can't understand it. They treat it as if they're under an illusion. Wait, does he look like the desolate ancient Celestial Clan's son who was ranked number 1 on the Great Tao Golden ranking? A Celestial Pride sensed that something was wrong. The main thing was that the conspicuous white clothes and a pair of pale blue deep eyes were extremely distinguishable. Wasn't it Su Chang'an who had just gotten the top of the list in the heavenly path of asking? Hearing him say that, the rest of the Celestial Pride present also reacted one after another. But even if it was Chanan Su, they still found it unbelievable. A Saint Emperor realm with a bone age of less than 100 years. I'm afraid this hasn't appeared a few times in the ancient texts of the heavens and the earth. In the future, her lower limits are all above the Emperor realm. Even if it's not comparable to the one from the desolate ancient, it's not to this extent. That's right. And all such demonic prides have their own pride and dignity. It's impossible for them to display this stance. But it seems to be true. I don't know who whispered, directly causing the voices of the surrounding discussion to fall into a freeze. Yeah, what's the point of them saying it's impossible anymore? That's just the way it is. The heavenly pride Zi Qingying, who was enough to suppress a continent in their eyes, did indeed kneel down towards Su Chahan. But what they don't realize is that the actual situation is far more exaggerated than they think. On top of the mountain where Su Chang'an was, young, slave servant Qingying, meet young master. Zi Qingying lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, her voice carrying a restraint and excitement that was hard to hide. Although the time he had spent in closed-door cultivation was less than a year, it was just a drop in the ocean for immortal cultivators, but she felt like ages had passed. The days when she couldn't see the young lord were really a bit torturous for her. It was as if several epochs had passed, if it wasn't for the sake of becoming stronger. Good thing, now that I'm back with the young lord again. Everything is the same as before. Of course, her current strength could not be the same as before. It was a complete qualitative change. Su Chang'an also didn't expect that Zi Qingying would actually be able to leave the mountaintop directly and come to him. He glanced at the forbidden rune hidden on his wrist. Is it because of this? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Kion, stand up first. Hearing Su Chahan's voice, Zi Qingying stood up without any hesitation. Yes, but just as she raised her head, she bumped into Su Chang'an's gentle and calm smile. And then, Zi Qingying then froze without resistance. So unproductive. What's wrong? Su Chang'an asked softly. No, it's nothing. Zi Qingying came back to her senses and hurriedly shook her head to explain. It was the slave girl who accidentally lost her concentration. In that case, Su Chang'an didn't pay too much attention and turned to ask, is the closed-door cultivation still going well? Zi Qingying shivered inwardly, feeling somewhat flattered by Su Chanan's concern. In the end, she bowed her head and returned. Thank you young lord for your concern, it's still going well. Smooth is good. Su Chanan could tell that Zi Qingying's strength had crossed more than one tier in such a short period of time. This was the advantage of practicing forbidden runes. Of course, forbidden runes were not something that anyone could cultivate, and if their physique or heart couldn't withstand it, they would be obliterated in turn. TSK, Night Elegy on the side softly teased, not only do you have a lot of redheads around you, but none of them are vases. Zi Qingying twisted her head, her expression indifferent as she quietly stared at Night Banshee. Who is she? Is it the young master's woman? It would be fine if it was. but if it wasn't, it'll be hard to end this without her dying here. This kind of look, Nightblood laughed lightly and calmly, is trying to kill me? Although Nightblood didn't know Zi Qingyi's exact cultivation level, but her intuition told her that Zi Qingyi might be even more dangerous than Su Chang'an. Young lord. Zi Qingyi turned her head to look at Su Chang'an, the coldness in her eyes converging with an inquisitive tone. The meaning is obvious. What should we do with Night Banshee? Originally, Su Chang'an wanted to say that there was no need to care, but before the words left his mouth, a flash of playfulness suddenly rose in his eyes. The temple does not know her. Hey! Night Bugle's face showed her anger. If you say that, do you know that it hurts your heart? Wait, what's this? Rune formation? Without waiting for Night Banshee to say anything more, countless runes with a forbidden aura manifested underneath her feet and condensed into a complicated spell formation. Really think I'm good? After returning to her senses, Night Bleacher's eyes also took on a hint of fire. She wasn't a soft touch for anyone. She couldn't resist Su Chang'an. Couldn't she even resist his maid? The next moment, the oil paper umbrella opened steeply. Although there wasn't any spiritual power fluctuation, the aura around Night Banshee was extremely oppressive. How can a red dust path that has given up its cultivation be weak? And then, she's dead again. No way. The purple clear sound belongs now is open. After all, she was a former mid-period villainous boss, and the ones who ended up participating in the siege of her were all old guys who had lived for tens of thousands of years. In comparison, although Night Banshee was highly talented, she needed some time to grow. Young lord, she doesn't seem to be dead. Zi Qingyi did not withdraw the rune, but instead locked her eyes on the oil paper umbrella not far away. Subsequently, Night Banshee's body gradually solidified. Now her whole body was numb. Originally, before the immortal ascension gate descended, she felt that all the heavenly prides of the heavens and the worlds were fish in a pool. There was no trying to get out of her own avenue as she did. Su Jinwei's appearance had only served to brighten her eyes, thinking that in the future there might be a sword immortal who could rival her. The shock Su Chang'an had given her was more when he had cut off the heavenly path of asking. In a sense, she kind of got an epiphany out of it. If you can't beat him, you'll be fine if you get killed a few times. But what she didn't expect was that Zi Qingyi, who was Su Chang'an's maid, had also second-guessed herself with no effort at all. Is he so weak? Can we be sure that the entity we just killed was an entity that, like me, practiced a taboo that doesn't belong within the 3,000 paths? Zi Qingyi wasn't surprised by Night Banshee's resurrection, but instead calmly analyzed the way to completely kill her. Try taking the umbrella down. Hearing these words, Night Bugle subconsciously took 2 steps back and hid the oil paper umbrella behind her. Although she wouldn't die if the umbrella was removed, that would be a pain in the ass to revive again. Besides, who's a good person who likes to die? Su Chang'an. I won't talk too much, so mind your maid. Night Elegy was on the verge of crying as if she was in a hurry. Right at this moment, Zi Qingyi looked as if she had heard something unforgivable, and her slightly lowered face was so cold that it was hard to describe in words. Simply put, it's the kind that's all black from the nose up. The kind of face where you can't see the expression at all. Not only did you speak out to offend young lord, but you also dared to call young lord by his name.